Transcending into the form of an infant Superman, he descended upon Earth, only to find himself imprisoned, enduring a life of torment in the shadows of a subterranean cell. One fateful day, he was rescued by Magneto, joining forces with mutants to fight against the fate of being marginalized. Chapter 1. Magneto. Dim, confined, oppressive. This was a prison located 20 meters underground, with thick concrete walls and a massive steel door. Above, a flickering blue light illuminated the corner where a young boy huddled. The boy appeared to be around 13 years of age, his physique frail, a pale face framed by short black hair, exuding an air of extreme weakness. Originally a citizen of Earth in the 21st century, he had inadvertently transcended into the infant form of Kal-El shortly after leaving Krypton, only to be discovered by the U.S. military and sent to Area 51 for experimentation, at the age of 11. He harnessed extraordinary power by basking in sunlight and seized an opportunity to escape the heavily fortified base. However, midway through his flight, he was captured by armed forces alongside Sentinel robots and transferred to an underground prison, where he had languished for 2 long years. How could he escape this place? Deprived of sunlight and subjected to regular blood draws, Kal found himself exceedingly weak, stumbling even while attempting to walk. He saw no way to breach the walls, or the door escape felt utterly beyond his reach. Would he truly be confined in this prison for all eternity? A sense of discontent welled within Kal, yet he felt powerless to alter his fate. Just then, the room began to tremble, the blue light above flickering erratically as cracks appeared in the walls, dust cascading down like a fine mist. What was happening? An earthquake? Kal scrambled to his feet, the heavy steel door quaking and creaking, before it slowly bulged outward, ultimately shattering into countless shards of iron that rained down upon the floor. In the next moment, a towering figure materialized at the entrance, standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, with a robust physique clad in a red bodysuit. A crimson helmet adorned his head, edged in purple with a crescent-shaped embellishment, complemented by a flowing purple cape that billowed as he hovered in midair. Magneto, the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants, master of magnetism, as he glided into the prison, gazing down at the frail boy with a hint of sorrow in his voice, he said, "Child, you have suffered greatly." Upon hearing these words, Kal felt a pang of bittersweet emotion, yet a surge of hope blossomed within him. "Come, let us leave this place," Magneto declared, turning to soar towards the exit. Kal immediately rose to his feet, striving to follow Magneto, but his frail body and weak legs impeded his progress. Seeing this, Magneto slowed his pace, and gritting his teeth, Kal hurried after him, navigating the corridor. At that moment, several fully armed soldiers suddenly appeared at the corridor's entrance, laser rifles aimed at the two, their fingers tightening around the triggers. A crimson laser erupted from the barrel of the gun, hurtling toward the 2 individuals, only to be thwarted by an ethereal blue shield as it approached. The electromagnetic shield. Magneto wielded the power to manipulate magnetism, creating a force field that rendered physical attacks futile. Thus, the lasers posed no threat whatsoever to them. Furthermore, the laser rifles in the hands of the soldiers began to disintegrate, transforming into floating fragments in midair. With a deft flick of his index finger, Magneto commanded these components to twist and reshape into a barrage of sharp spikes, which he then unleashed with a graceful sweep, impaling the soldiers and sending them crashing to the ground, their cries echoing in anguish. With the adversaries vanquished, the metallic spikes returned, hovering before Magneto. "Follow me," he intoned, and the two advanced once more, traversing the corridor and dispatching any foes that obstructed their path with ease. Emerging onto the surface, they exited through the grand entrance of the building. Beneath the cloak of night, a battalion of heavily armed soldiers appeared before them, flanked by 3 tanks with their cannons aimed directly at the pair. "Foolhardy," Magneto scoffed, as the metallic spikes shot forth, toppling the soldiers to the ground. He then clenched his fists, and the external armor of the tanks crumpled inward, compressing into solid iron clumps, from which blood oozed through the crevices. "Let us depart," Magneto declared, preparing to leave when suddenly, several figures descended from the sky, landing heavily upon the ground, flames erupting from their feet. The Sentinels stood over 8 meters tall, their massive forms painted in red, adorned with white armor on their chests, wrists, and feet. That it was them. When Karl escaped from prison at the age of 11, he had vanquished the pursuing armed forces, yet several Sentinel robots had arrived to assist in his recapture. "Be cautious, their palms and eyes can emit lasers," Karl warned. And no sooner had he spoken than the 4 Sentinel robots illuminated their eyes with a menacing red glow, unleashing thick beams of laser fire toward the duo. Moreover, they raised their arms, the cannons in their palms glowing ominously red, releasing torrents of crimson light. These laser beams possessed tremendous power, capable of piercing rock and severing steel, having previously left Carl with numerous burn marks. However, these lasers proved ineffectual against Magneto's magnetic shield. Halted at the barrier and unable to inflict any harm upon them that of no consequence, Magneto declared, raising his hands as the magnetic force spread. The Sentinels' bodies began to contort, their heads caved in, arms fractured, and legs buckled. Morphing into mere heaps of iron, it was a task accomplished with ease. These troublesome Sentinels, which had once posed a threat, were effortlessly dismantled by Magneto. "Now we may take our leave," he said, gesturing as a distant iron door soared through the air, landing before Carl. "Step aboard." Carl stepped onto the iron gate, and Magneto joined him. The gate soared into the sky, and Carl felt a jolt, landing abruptly as he clutched the doorframe. The iron gate ascended higher and higher, piercing through the clouds, relentlessly climbing upward. The wind howled fiercely, yet they remained undisturbed, enveloped by the magnetic shield. As the gate carried them aloft, the sun began to crest the horizon, casting its golden rays upon Carl. In that moment, he felt as though a parched fish had encountered water. Every cell within him awakened, ravenously absorbing the sunlight. His strength began to replenish, his pallor faded, and vitality surged through his limbs as he gradually rose to his feet. With arms outstretched, Carl welcomed the Son of Krypton embrace, the warmth enveloping him in a blissful haze. This was the first time Carl had eagerly anticipated the Son of Krypton arrival. Observing this transformation, Magneto elevated their altitude further, allowing the sunlight to cascade more freely upon Carl. Time passed, minute by minute, and Magneto remained a silent guardian, standing quietly behind him. After half an hour, Carl opened his eyes, a joyful smile illuminating his face as he addressed Magneto. "Thank you, I am ready now." "Then let us depart," Magneto replied succinctly, steering the iron gate as it whisked them away into the distance. After an indeterminate flight, they arrived above the Atlantic Ocean, where a solitary island emerged. Waves crashed against the rocky shore, sending sprays of water into the air. At the island's center stood a formidable fortress, its towering radar scanning the sky, surrounded by a myriad of antennas. Magneto brought the iron gate to a halt in the clearing before the fortress, and Carl leaped down, finding his footing on solid ground. "Child, this shall be your home from now on," Magneto declared with a warm smile. "From this day forth, no one shall harm you again." "Thank you for saving me today," Carl expressed sincerely, then gazed toward the distant castle, adding, "I too will strive to protect this home with all my might." Chapter 2. The Brotherhood of Mutants. Beneath the low-hanging clouds, the grand castle loomed like a slumbering giant, gradually awakening as the massive doors creaked open. "Magneto, welcome back." A short, stout man dressed in yellow greeted respectfully from within the threshold. "I trust your journey was fruitful?" "Indeed, it was quite successful," Magneto replied, patting Carl on the shoulder. "We managed to rescue one of our kind. That is certainly a cause for celebration," the man remarked, extending his hand towards Carl. "I am Morta Toby, though you may call me Toad, a loyal subordinate of Master Magneto." "I am Carl," he said, taking Toad's hand. "It is a pleasure to meet you." "Mr. Toad, come, let me introduce you to the other members," Magneto said, striding forward with purpose, flanked by Toad and Carl as they entered the castle. They arrived at the conference hall, where Toad promptly set about summoning the other members. In no time, they began to arrive one by one. "Father," a voice suddenly echoed, as a figure appeared abruptly in the distance, seemingly materializing from thin air, clad in a blue bodysuit adorned with a silver chain lightning motif. His striking white hair and handsome features exuded a sense of nonchalance, giving off an air of irreverence. "Quicksilver, you've returned," Magneto acknowledged. A sensuous woman then strode into the hall, her brown hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with a red headpiece. Her long, arched eyebrows framed serene blue eyes reminiscent of tranquil lakes, complemented by a delicate nose and full lips that formed a captivating visage. She wore a red, high-slit bodysuit that accentuated her ample curves, her long legs encased in pink stockings, and red boots adorning her feet, striking a pose that was both alluring and commanding. "Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff," she proclaimed. While she and Quicksilver were ostensibly Magneto's children, the truth was that there was no blood relation. It was merely a ruse. "Is this the boy you brought back?" Wanda inquired, her gaze fixed curiously on Carl. "Is he also a mutant? What abilities does he possess?" "I found him at the Mutant Control Center, held in solitary confinement underground," Magneto responded, settling onto a couch as he regarded Carl. "As for his abilities, it would be best if he introduced himself." "I possess superhuman physiology, with strength and resilience far surpassing that of an ordinary human," Carl stated. revealing the powers discovered by the government. Furthermore, I can enhance my strength and heal injuries by absorbing sunlight. Quite a promising ability. A voice chimed in from afar as a middle-aged man draped in a yellow hood approached, inquiring, I wonder if there is a limit to this enhancement? I do not know, Carl admitted. Carl shook his head, expressing that he had never reached his limits, yet his abilities had deteriorated due to confinement. Do not fret. We shall assist you in regaining your strength, Magneto assured him. He continued, Carl, allow me to introduce you to my associates, Toad, Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch, and Master of Illusions. Our organization is known as the Brotherhood of Mutants, of which I am the leader. Our purpose is to unite mutants and shield them from human harm. I believe you have profoundly felt the malice of humanity, haven't you? Carl's countenance darkened as he replied, I shall never forget those harrowing days. He vowed to exact vengeance upon every individual who had wronged him. Hearing his words, Wanda furrowed her brow and said, Carl, you are still young. I hope you do not allow hatred to guide you. Such sentiments arise from the actions of a misguided few. She then turned to Magneto, adding, and you, Magneto, should not incite him with hatred. Incite. This is a recurring reality. Magneto retorted coldly, fixing his gaze upon Wanda. Have you forgotten how you were scorned in that village in Europe? They called you a witch, ostracized and attacked you. Had I not rescued you, what would have become of you? Wanda fell silent, crossing her arms, reluctant to revisit those painful memories. Magneto snorted, asserting, mutants possess gifts that surpass humanity. Yet they are denied recognition and are instead subjected to jealousy and persecution. Many of our fellow mutants have perished at the hands of humans. His expression was one of anger, his voice resounding, as he declared that the Brotherhood of Mutants was founded to save their kind and liberate them. Leaning forward with piercing, bright eyes, Magneto asked, Carl, do you share my vision? Are you willing to devote your strength to this noble cause? Having harbored a deep disdain for humanity since childhood and viewing mutants as superior, Magneto aspired to see mutants rule over humans. Though Carl had once been human and was now neither fully human nor mutant, he did not believe that all humans were malevolent, despite his desire to eliminate those who had persecuted him. Nonetheless, the reality of mutant persecution was undeniable, and Carl was willing to assist Magneto in the quest for liberation. I am willing, Master Magneto, Carl said with a smile. Excellent, Magneto replied, pleased to have gained a loyal and promising ally. He looked at Carl and said, from this day forth, you shall be a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Toad, show him to his quarters. Choose a room that is bathed in sunlight. Yes. Toad responded, but Wanda interjected, saying, I will escort him instead. Carl, come with me. Wanda led Carl away from the conference room, advancing along the corridor. Ascending the eastern circular staircase, they reached the third floor and arrived at the end of the hallway, where she opened a door and remarked, this room receives the most sunlight and features a small terrace. Inside was a suite. To the left upon entering was a bathroom, equipped with a wash basin, a toilet, and a shower. Proceeding further, they entered a spacious bedroom, furnished with a double bed, 2 wardrobes, and a brown writing desk. Opposite another door, which opened to a small terrace, allowed for sunlight to flood in most of the time once the sun rose. Carl was quite pleased with his living environment, particularly the softness of the bed, which contrasted sharply with the hard cot of his underground prison, promising him a restful slumber. You will reside here from now on, Wanda said, observing Carl's contentment. She approached him and added, Carl, I understand that your days in the underground prison were far from easy, but please do not harbor resentment towards all of humanity. It was not merely difficult, it was agonizing, Carl replied, furrowing his brow with a hint of trepidation. I was confined underground for 2 years, confined to a cramped cell, with food barely sufficient to sustain me. I had to endure weekly blood draws and occasionally participate in experiments. Do you know what kind of experiments I was subjected to? He shed his shirt, revealing his gaunt frame, with numerous partially healed wounds etched across his arms, back, and ribcage, fresh reminders of his torment that stirred both Wanda's compassion and ire. They used me for weapon experiments, Carl continued, dropping his shirt and challenging Wanda. Miss Witch, do you know the purpose of those weapons? To combat mutants, Wanda replied, her voice tinged with hoarseness, a conclusion not difficult to reach. Indeed, to confront us, Carl stated, locking his gaze with hers. Do you believe I should harbor hatred towards them? You possess ample reason to resent those who have wronged you, Wanda responded thoughtfully. Yet, this is not the fault of all humanity. You should not let this lead you to despise everyone. The Mutant Control Center was established by the government, funded by the taxes of the populace, Carl remarked slowly. The Mutant Control Act was passed by Congress, and the representatives were elected by the people. So how can this not be tied to the public? Wanda found herself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Over 1 million supporters had backed the proposal to apprehend mutants, and various cities had erupted in demonstrations aimed at expelling them, with anti-mutant sentiments rampant. Carl fixed his gaze on Wanda, sternly asserting, "Miss Witch, acknowledge that humanity harbors hostility towards mutants. Their animosity stems from the actions of a faction of mutants." Unable to contain herself, Wanda interjected, "Take Magneto, for instance. His actions naturally incite greater disdain for mutants among humans. But crime is not exclusive to mutants. Both white and black individuals commit crimes. Who places the blame solely on a particular group?" Carl let out a dismissive grunt and inquired why the misdeeds of a few mutants necessitated the entire community bearing the burden of blame. Wanda furrowed her brow. She naturally opposed such a notion, yet felt powerless to instigate change. "Ms. Wanda, fret not. My intention in saying this is to convey that mutants possess reasons to harbor animosity towards humanity." Carl observed the troubled woman and added, "Yet, I also recognize that regarding all of humanity as adversaries will only culminate in annihilation. Magic, technology, and mutation, humanity wields powers that are not inferior to those of mutants. An endless struggle between the two will inevitably lead to destruction. Moreover, mutants are merely humans who have awakened their genes. Humanity will ceaselessly give rise to mutants, who are fundamentally the foundation of their existence. To foster a harmonious relationship between our two races cannot be achieved through mere opposition or compromise." "What, then, should we do?" Wanda inquired, her brow still knitted in concern. "To strive for peace through struggle is to preserve it. To seek peace through compromise is to extinguish it," Carl replied, meeting her gaze earnestly. "At any moment, whether friend or foe, only the strong earn respect." Chapter 3, Boundless Potential. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, casting brilliant rays of light below. In front of the castle, Carl, clad only in shorts, sat comfortably in a chair, relishing the sun's warmth. The gentle sunlight enveloped him like a tender hand, caressing his body, imbuing him with warmth akin to being immersed in tepid water, comforting and relaxing. The inexhaustible energy of the sun was absorbed by his cellular structure, enhancing his physical prowess, rendering him stronger with each passing moment. As he basked in the sunlight, Carl occupied his hands with a book on electromagnetism by Purcell, which he had discovered in the castle's library. This foundational text on physics encompassed 10 chapters, addressing topics such as electrostatics, electric potential, current, and magnetic fields. The book was accessible, elucidating complex concepts of electromagnetism while recounting the histories of scientists who explored this field, highlighting the contributions of Gauss, Lorentz, Coulomb, Faraday, and Einstein. He turned to the chapter on magnetic fields, where the text meticulously detailed the generation and properties of magnetic fields. Electric currents induce magnetic fields. Changing magnetic fields can produce electric currents, and magnetic fields exert forces on currents. Electric motors harness this Lorentz force to drive the rotor's rotation. Although the principles of motors may seem straightforward, their construction and design are profoundly intricate. Carl perused the pages with astonishing speed, capable of digesting an entire chapter in mere seconds. His formidable cognitive abilities allowed him to swiftly comprehend and assimilate the material. His rapid reading drew the attention of the illusion master on the terrace. "Flipping through pages at such a pace?" the illusion master remarked, frowning slightly as he muttered under his breath, without even reading the words. "What can you glean?" he huffed. Yet the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he contemplated something in silence. As noon approached, Carl heard Wanda's call and closed his book, preparing to return for lunch. At that moment, several shadows suddenly appeared in the distant sky, swiftly approaching the island. As they drew closer, the shadows gradually revealed their true forms. Massive robots towering meters high, their purple and white exteriors shimmering with a cold brilliance under the sunlight. Their hands and feet emitted pulsing energy, hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed. Sentinel robots. These steel monstrosities descended from the sky, landing before Carl, raising their arms in unison, aimed directly at him. A red glow ignited in their palms, and a thick beam of light shot towards Carl, yet he stood motionless, allowing the beam to strike him. No harm came to him. The sentinel robots before him were merely illusions. Through Carl's supervision, his sight faced no impediments, effortlessly penetrating their forms to glimpse the scenery beyond. More importantly, these illusions emitted no sound. With his acute hearing, he could detect the faintest scuttle of ants at his feet, making it impossible to be deceived by them. The one responsible for this was clear in Carl's mind, and he turned his gaze towards the broad terrace, where the master of illusions stood, fixated in his direction. Hands slightly raised, clearly the architect of this falsehood. This fellow is rather astute, not falling for the trick at all. The master of illusions frowned, glancing at the toad beside him, saying, "Multi, go test him." Understood. The toad leapt from the second floor, landing with bent legs and a forward lean, then propelled himself with a powerful push. He soared past Carl, crashing into a tall tree, flipping his body to land on the trunk. Bending his legs once more to leap again, Multi bounded through the woods, transforming into a yellow blur, continuously darting around Carl. Let me intensify the effort. With a wave of his hands, the Master of Illusions suddenly multiplied Multi into 5, weaving a network of bouncing figures around Carl. At that moment, the 5 toads converged on Carl, raising their feet to kick at him. Carl stepped back, evading the kick from the real Multi, raised his hand, and struck the toad's cheek, sending him flying to the ground, rolling and wailing in pain. Too slow. Carl shook his head. His extraordinary dynamic visual acuity allowed him to clearly see even the fluttering wings of bees in flight. And he could perceive the grotesque expressions of the toad as it zipped past him. The illusions crafted by the Master of Illusions could not mislead him. This fellow's reactions are quite swift. I shall test him as well. Quicksilver displayed a curious expression, and before his words finished, he vanished from the terrace, reappearing beside Carl, raising a finger to point at Carl's cheek. Ding! As his fingers grazed Carl's cheek, Carl swiftly turned and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Quicksilver, who adeptly evaded it with remarkable speed. Unfazed, Quicksilver approached Carl once more, extending his finger to touch his cheek again. In that fleeting moment, Carl instinctively ducked to avoid Quicksilver's probing finger, stepping forward into Quicksilver's embrace, and with a lightning-fast motion, he struck at Quicksilver's jaw, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Such swiftness! Quicksilver was caught off guard, retreating rapidly to dodge the blow, then advancing again, his right hand flicking towards Carl's forehead. Yet, Carl was prepared. He raised his left arm to block the attack, immediately following with a low sweep of his right leg aimed at Quicksilver's calf. Executed with stealth and speed, Quicksilver took a step back, Carl's foot barely grazing his shin bone, and then he closed the distance, appearing at Carl's right side, aiming again for Carl's cheek. However, Carl had anticipated this maneuver, pivoting his body and striking out at Quicksilver. Yet, Quicksilver was too swift. His finger made contact with Carl's cheek before retracting instantaneously, his body retreating as Carl's fist whizzed past without making contact. That will suffice, Quicksilver declared, now 2 meters away, observing the 13-year-old with a hint of surprise. Carl, your speed is impressive and your reflexes are even sharper. If I am not mistaken, your dynamic vision and neural reflexes must have been enhanced as well. Indeed, Carl nodded in response. The movements of those around me seemed to unfold in slow motion. You are remarkable and possess great potential, Quicksilver remarked, unable to suppress his admiration. At your age, I could not achieve such prowess. It seems I remain at the bottom of the ranks. Mortal approached, covering his face, feeling dwarfed by Carl's abilities. He had thought that with the arrival of a mere child, he might escape being the weakest among them, but it was clear that Carl far surpassed him. The illusionist narrowed his eyes. If he were to leave the Brotherhood of Mutants and establish his own organization, he could not overlook Carl. The boy was formidable and would only grow stronger. Wanda stood by the window, observing the young boy in the distance. This realization only solidified her resolve to ensure he did not stray onto a misguided path. It appears I have stumbled upon a gem. Magneto, drawn to the sparring, wore a broad smile as he unexpectedly discovered a target of military interest confined underground, only to find he was a mere child. Yet, this 13-year-old surpassed even mortal in strength and was impervious to illusions, brimming with untapped potential worth cultivating. What lay ahead for him was to guide Carl onto his own path, nurturing him into a powerful ally. Chapter 4. The Strategy Meeting in the Operations Room. Members of the Brotherhood of Mutants gathered around a long table, the atmosphere palpably tense. Carl sat in a rear position, patiently awaiting the proceedings. For too long, the government had been capturing and persecuting mutants. Magneto rested his hands on the table, his gaze piercing and his voice low yet forceful. We cannot remain passive. We must retaliate and declare war on the government. Is it finally beginning? The excited Morpheus rubbed his hands together, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. I can hardly wait. Magneto. Wanda interjected, her brow furrowed and a hint of concern in her tone. What is your plan? My plan is quite simple. Magneto pointed to the map on the table and spoke coldly. We shall attack the missile military base in Virginia. Once we seize it, we will utilize the ballistic missiles within to bombard the enemy's critical targets, such as the White House, Manhattan, and other military installations. That is far too dangerous, Magneto. Wanda was the first to voice her opposition. If you proceed with this, the U.S. government will not take it lightly. They will engage us in an all-out war. And we will face comprehensive retaliation. After we control the missiles for our assault, we will immediately head to New York City, relying on the metropolis of nearly 10 million people. They will hesitate to launch a large-scale attack, Magneto retorted dismissively. They can only deploy small units into the city, which will not be our match. I can create illusions to fabricate an army, drawing enemy fire, Master of Illusions chimed in. Moreover, I can obscure our movements. With my presence, they will never discover us. What about the Sentinels? Carl raised an eyebrow. I believe they will attempt to thwart us, won't they? Do not worry. Magneto tapped his fingers on the table. Their current strength pales in comparison to ours. They cannot impede us. It is not just them, Carl continued. If we inflict significant destruction, the Avengers and the Fantastic Four will surely intervene. Magneto's plan, though straightforward and capable of inflicting immediate damage upon the enemy, would inevitably provoke strong resistance. Modern military forces posed no threat to Magneto, yet the ire of other superheroes could be formidable. The Sentinels, the Avengers, and the Fantastic Four represented significant dangers. Magneto furrowed his brow slightly, acknowledging the issue, though he believed it was not insurmountable, merely a riskier endeavor. We can manage the military, but we cannot contend with other mutants, Carl added. Once we launch our attack, nations worldwide will initiate a comprehensive hunt for mutants. At that point, mutants will face devastating casualties. Magneto, even if you wish to dominate this world, you will find yourself without allies, Wanda interjected timely. After considering their words, Magneto fell into silence, tapping his fingers on the table a few times before responding. This plan indeed harbors considerable flaws. Wanda exhaled, having successfully persuaded Magneto to halt his actions, thus averting greater losses. The ability to persuade Magneto was significantly aided by Carl. How shall we exact our revenge on the government? Magneto pondered, furrowing his brow. Mr. Magneto, Carl interjected, unwilling to let his thoughts wander. I actually have a battle plan. Do share. Magneto's gaze shifted to Carl. 2 years ago, I escaped from a military base, only to be captured by Sentinel robots and imprisoned in an underground cell. A note of anger infused Carl's voice as he continued. At that moment, I vowed to annihilate all Sentinel robots. Indeed, they are our formidable adversaries. Magneto frowned, remarking, yet their numbers are vast. Complete extermination is an impossible task. We can locate their factory, Carl suggested. By destroying the factory and eliminating the scientists and researchers, we can fundamentally halt the production of Sentinel robots. Sentinel robots pose a significant threat to mutants, while the current models are not overly powerful. Future variants, such as Wild-type Sentinels, Stark-type Sentinels, Supreme Sentinels, and others like Negabands and Fortress Sentinels will be exceedingly formidable. If we can preemptively dismantle their production lines, it would undoubtedly be a boon for the entire mutant populace. However, the factories of Sentinel robots are shrouded in secrecy. Magneto remarked, I have interrogated relevant personnel, but they lack the authority to know the factory's precise location. We can approach this from a different angle, Carl stated, already possessing a solution. When Sentinel robots sustain damage, they return for repairs. We can sabotage some Sentinels and then track them to discover the factory's location. That's a clever idea, Magneto acknowledged, a flicker of approval in his eyes. He then surveyed the group, inquiring, what are your thoughts? I am in favor. Wanda was the first to voice her support. This is beneficial for the mutant community. I have no objections. Quicksilver shrugged, expressing a hint of exasperation. However, the defenses of the Sentinel robots are formidable. I find it challenging to cause damage and may not be of much assistance. You can handle the tracking. Carl smiled. With your speed, following them should pose no issue. My illusions are ineffective against Sentinel robots. Mastermind expressed his concern. No matter, Carl replied calmly. You can create distractions, masquerading as a mutant to lure the Sentinels, thus concealing our identities and preventing the intervention of the authorities. And what of me? Morlock scratched his head. I cannot damage the Sentinel robots either. You can remain at the base as a lookout, Carl suggested after a moment of contemplation. If we all venture out, we need someone to guard against potential intruders. True. Morlock nodded, then suddenly realized, this island in the Atlantic possesses such unusual magnetic properties that it would be nearly impossible for anyone to locate it. Where would any intruders come from? It seemed that Carl had indeed devised a meticulous plan. Magneto nodded in satisfaction. Carl, please share your thoughts with everyone. Certainly. Carl promptly elaborated on his plan in meticulous detail. As he spoke, the eyes of the listeners sparkled with approval of his proposal. When shall we commence our operations? Inquired the Master of Illusions. That remains for Mr. Magneto to decide, Carl replied, glancing towards him. After a moment of contemplation, Magneto declared, then let it be the day after tomorrow. Prepare yourselves. As the meeting concluded, the attendees gradually vacated the war room. Carl returned to his quarters, seated himself at the table, and opened a book to read. However, it wasn't long before a knock echoed from the door. Without raising his gaze, he called out, come in. The door swung open, and Wanda entered, her high-heeled boots producing a sharp sound against the floor as she halted behind Carl. Ms. Wanda, what brings you here? Carl finished the page, closed the book, and turned to face her. Carl, you performed remarkably today, Wanda smiled. You thwarted Magneto's reckless and perilous scheme and proposed a far superior alternative. I merely act for the future of our mutant kin, Carl responded with a smile. Our objectives align. Wanda extended her hand towards Carl, stating, in this regard, we are not adversaries. I hope for your continued support. Of course. Carl smiled as he extended his hand, gently grasping hers before releasing it. Chapter 5. The Intruder. As night fell, the neon lights of Broadway Avenue flickered to life, casting a vibrant hue across the street. A long queue formed outside the theater near 42nd Street, with elegantly dressed patrons beaming with anticipation. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the night, inciting chaos among the crowd. A tall figure emerged in the center of the street, clad in a white uniform with a flowing red cape. His handsome visage was illuminated by flames that roared from his being, casting a sinister reflection upon his features and turning nearby glass windows a fiery crimson. This is the price you pay for your animosity towards mutants, he bellowed, sweeping his right hand, unleashing a fireball that soared towards a parked car. In an instant, the flames engulfed the vehicle, sending plumes of smoke spiraling into the air. Screams erupted, and the crowd began to scatter. Just then, a corpulent silhouette emerged from the shadows, towering over 2 meters with an unnatural grayish-blue hue to his skin. He opened his cavernous mouth, and a swarm of venomous creatures surged forth, resembling a black tide advancing towards the panicked throng. Help! It's a mutant! Run! Panic spread like wildfire. The sound of high heels striking the pavement intermingled with the cries of elegantly attired women who stumbled, yet no one dared to pause and assist. The cacophony of screams, wails, and shattering glass converged to create a chaotic symphony. At the opposite end of the street, a woman cloaked in black robes approached slowly, her face obscured by the shadow of her hood, revealing only a hint of an eerie smile. She raised her hands, and a black luminescence emerged, coalescing into several obsidian orbs of energy within her palms. Let fear come with greater ferocity, she whispered, flicking her fingers to send the orbs hurtling towards the building. With a resounding explosion, a colossal hole was blasted into the wall, debris scattering and dust enveloping the air. Above one of the theaters, Magneto and Carl stood quietly atop the roof, observing the chaos below. The man clad in a crimson uniform was, in fact, the master of illusions, who, through the power of deception, unleashed phantasmal flames that sent the crowd into a frenzied retreat, all while he laughed heartily. Quicksilver had transformed into a grotesque figure, his appearance unsettling, as he often thwarted the master of illusions' attempts to woo Wanda, resulting in this abominable form. As for Wanda, she was the woman in the black cloak. Her energy orbs merely altered in hue, yet undeniably destructive, enhancing the authenticity of this spectacle. Fear spread like wildfire, and soon the information reached the mutant control center. In the distance, the wail of sirens approached, red and blue lights flickering at the end of the street as police cars entered the vicinity. Wanda immediately stepped forward, thrusting her right hand, as the red energy orb was transformed into an inky blackness, striking a police car and igniting a violent explosion. Some police vehicles halted at a distance, officers disembarking with their firearms raised to shoot, only to be engulfed by a tide of black insects, their weapons vanishing without a trace. Disgusting, Quicksilver muttered, discarding his gun, convinced this was personal retribution. The pandemonium continued to escalate, panic rippling through the crowd as they scattered in all directions, leaving the streets eerily desolate. After a brief moment, Magneto suddenly gazed into the distance, murmuring, "They're coming." Carl noticed as well. Several kilometers away in the sky, purple lights raced forward, sentinel robots were approaching. 3 in total, Magneto noted softly. Destroy 2, leave 1 intact. Understood. Carl replied before leaping from the sky, crashing to the ground, and leaving 2 sizable footprints in the fractured earth. He gestured to Quicksilver and the Master of Illusions, signaling them to retreat into the nearby theater, though the illusions on the street remained intact. The sentinel robots descended from the sky, adjusting their posture as they landed with a heavy thud. Their scanning systems were not deceived by the illusions and accurately locked onto Carl and the Scarlet Witch, both of whom were recorded in their systems, prompting an immediate attack. The witch was well prepared, her hands radiating crimson light as she gathered it into a massive red energy orb, propelling it forward and striking one of the sentinels in the chest. The impact shattered its hardened steel exterior, the chaotic energy detonating upon contact with its core, obliterating it entirely. Another sentinel robot activated, its eyes glowing with a crimson light, emitting 2 beams directed at Wanda. Her body, enshrouded in chaotic energy, gracefully leapt to the side, swiftly appearing several meters away. Yet, the adversary anticipated her movement, raising its arms to unleash another barrage of lasers aimed at her. Wanda lifted her left hand, the chaotic energy swirling before her, successfully obstructing the lasers, albeit dispersing some of it. Subsequently, with a flick of her right hand, she conjured a magical projectile the size of a human head, striking the Sentinel robot's other hand and obliterating its palm-s nozzle. Thus, Wanda engaged in a tactical dance with the Sentinel, which was to be preserved for executing the plan. Meanwhile, another robot descended, and in that instant, Carl charged towards it. Red lasers cascaded from above. Yet Carl had already calculated their landing points, accelerating towards the Sentinel's underside. He leapt down, his right fist colliding with the inner side of the robot's knee joint. The immense force shattering the alloy armor and impacting the internal drive motor, fracturing the gears and bending them to the left. The Sentinel aimed its hand downward, releasing a crimson beam toward Carl. However, he deftly stepped on the robot, propelling himself backward as the beam grazed his body and struck the ground, lightly landing. He leapt once more, evading another laser, now positioned before the robot's chest, his right fist poised to strike again. His punch impacted the robot's chest armor, the most fortified section, crafted from a special alloy, rivaling the frontal defense of a main battle tank, equivalent to the protective capacity of 650 homogeneous steel plates. Carl's formidable strength fractured the armor, revealing a lengthy crack across its surface. The sheer power of his blow sent the Sentinel reeling. As the giant robot attempted to rise, Carl leapt atop it, thrusting his hands into the seams of the chest armor, gritting his teeth as he exerted force to tear it apart, the alloy yielding under his might. He then grasped the energy conduit connecting to its core, forcefully ripping it away, causing the Sentinel to lose its energy supply and rendering its limbs motionless. Resolving this threat, Carl turned his gaze to the distance, where Wanda was engaged with another robot, having already incapacitated one of its arms. He dashed toward her, leaping to deliver a kick to the adversary's chest, toppling it to the ground. The Sentinel crashed heavily, struggling to rise, only to find the enemy had vanished from sight. Its eyes scanned the surroundings, thermal sensing proving ineffective in locating the mutant's position. Following a self-diagnostic, its feet erupted with jets, propelling it skyward. On the ground, a blue shadow followed closely, consistently remaining beneath the Sentinel robot. Carl and Wanda then made their way to a nearby street, where they rendezvoused with the Illusion Master and boarded a convertible. Magneto descended from the heavens, taking his place at the helm of a modified convertible. Under his magnetic command, the vehicle gradually ascended, soaring through the sky in pursuit of the Sentinel robots. Chapter 6. Destruction. Albany, the capital of New York State, lies on the west bank of the Hudson River, boasting a major railway that traverses the city, facilitating robust transportation and industrial advancement. In a secluded industrial park on the outskirts, Sentinel robots descended from the sky, entering one of the factories within. This industrial zone was heavily guarded, surrounded by fully armed soldiers, equipped with radar systems and the formidable Vulcan anti-aircraft artillery, alongside the Sentinel robots, rendering it nearly impervious to intrusion. In the distance, Quicksilver convened with Magneto, Wanda, and Master of Illusions, reporting on the park's defensive measures. Quicksilver, you handle the security forces. We shall infiltrate from above. Magneto commanded, controlling the electromagnetic vehicle as it ascended, carrying Wanda, Carl, and the Master of Illusions toward the sky, aiming to breach the area from above. At that moment, Quicksilver arrived at the park's main entrance, transforming into a streak of blue light, instantaneously incapacitating the station's soldiers. As one soldier attempted to press the alarm button, Quicksilver seized his arm, swiftly knocking him unconscious. He entered the park, rapidly dispatching the armed guards one by one. Meanwhile, the radar detected the incoming aerial vehicle, prompting the anti-aircraft artillery to activate and lock onto the target. However, before a shot could be fired, the operator was rendered unconscious by a swift elbow strike from Quicksilver. After neutralizing the defenses, the electromagnetic vehicle successfully landed within the park, stabilizing as the atmosphere around them began to shift. The Master of Illusions conjured his abilities, enveloping the entire park in a veil of illusions, rendering the interior invisible to the outside world. Additionally, the group's forms were cloaked, preventing their identities from being discerned by the naked eye. With the onset of the assault, the Sentinels were activated, identifying the positions of Magneto, Carl, and the others, converging upon them. Magneto ascended from the vehicle, raising his hands, causing the approaching Sentinel robots to halt in their tracks, their motors whirring yet powerless to lift their arms even a fraction. With a clenched fist, Magneto exerted his magnetic influence, forcing the metallic alloy constructs to crumple inward, transforming them into a colossal mass of iron. In the blink of an eye, several Sentinel robots were obliterated, yet in the distance, more of their kind approached. As they neared, ready to attack, Magneto employed his magnetic prowess to seize control of them, opting not to destroy but rather to disable their power systems, rendering them motionless. Father, Quicksilver appeared beside them. I have taken down all the guards. Excellent work, Magneto replied. Continue the search. We must locate the leader of this base. Magneto issued commands to Quicksilver and then ascended into the heights, raising his arms to unleash his magnetic powers indiscriminately around him. A colossal magnetic field enveloped the entire facility, exerting control over every metallic object. He subsequently distorted the metal, wreaking havoc on all mechanical devices within the premises: assembly workshops, smelting plants, material laboratories, energy power rooms, and various other buildings. All their equipment lay in ruin. Moreover, the steel reinforcements within the walls and the myriad underground pipes were warped and deformed under the influence of his magnetic force. Explosions erupted continuously, causing buildings to collapse, with cracks appearing on the concrete floor, and even the sewer pipes were obliterated, causing water to surge from the ground. In a mere moment, this 400-acre complex was laid to waste, as if it had endured a devastating earthquake. Such is the might of Magneto. As Magneto gently descended from the sky, his expression remained serene, his cloak billowing dramatically in the wind. "Truly remarkable, Mr. Magneto," Carl remarked. "How effortlessly you have dismantled the facility." Wanda added, "The destruction of the Sentinel factory is indeed a boon for the entire mutant community." "I merely performed a trivial task," Magneto replied with an unperturbed demeanor. Yet internally he experienced a shift in perspective. His continuous acts of destruction, opposing the government, had not provided as significant assistance to mutants as this singular event. At that moment, Quicksilver appeared before the group, accompanied by a figure, a middle-aged man clad in a brown suit. Quicksilver spoke. "While I was on a search, I happened upon individuals guarding his escape. They referred to him as Dr. Bolivar Trask. Bolivar Trask, the father of the Sentinels, possessed degrees in mechanical engineering, energy dynamics, materials science, control science, and human kinetics, making him one of the most brilliant minds on Earth, the very creator of the Sentinel robots." Once Trask steadied himself and adjusted his attire, he fixed his gaze upon Magneto and inquired, "So, the ride in Broadway was your scheme? The objective was to damage the Sentinel robots and follow them back to the facility? You were foolish to have placed the repair shop and manufacturing site in proximity." Magneto scoffed. "We can easily ascertain your location. I had recognized this flaw and suggested to the government the establishment of a new repair facility. But the required funding was substantial." Trask, with a resigned expression, replied, "The government's allocations are limited, and certain individuals perceive us as a threat, intending to curtail our budget." "You are collaborating with imbeciles," Magneto remarked with derision. "Indeed, they fail to recognize the threat posed by mutants," Trask sighed. "Some have developed a favorable view of mutants due to their assistance. Much of this goodwill stems from the X-Men, who resolve crises across the globe and have saved numerous lives. This has led to a significant number of individuals, from military personnel to government officials, being willing to accept mutants. However, the disdain for mutants is far more prevalent, and the influence of pro-mutant factions is currently insufficient to alter society's overarching sentiment." "Why do you harbor such animosity towards mutants?" Wanda could not help but inquire. "Why go so far as to develop such terrifying killing machines? Mutants are exceedingly powerful." Trask replied, shaking his head in disbelief. "You possess a plethora of unfathomable abilities. Some can manipulate minds, others exhibit extraordinary intelligence, and Magneto, you wield control over magnetism. The potential for destruction you pose to human society is immense. Furthermore, these abilities are hereditary, which means your numbers will only increase, posing an imminent threat to humanity itself. Possessing the power to annihilate humanity does not necessitate its execution," Wanda asserted. "Mutants can coexist peacefully with humans." "That is an impossibility," Trask chuckled derisively. "The chasm between humans and mutants is wider than that between humans and animals. How do people treat animals? They either become pets or are relegated to the dinner plate. Some creatures exist within the wild, contributing to the natural ecosystem, while humanity, having strayed from nature, lacks such value. Yet, this is an immutable fate." Magneto did not conceal his intentions, stating, "Humanity will inevitably be subjugated by mutants." "That will not occur," Trask replied, eyeing Magneto. "Your attack on the factory will alert the government. I believe there will soon be increased initiatives targeting mutants." "Who says it was us who attacked the factory?" Carl stepped forward, grinning. "It was clearly your Sentinel machines that wreaked havoc on the factory, and they will also assault the White House, attacking lawmakers and the public." Magneto's destruction of the Sentinel factory would only heighten governmental vigilance, leading to increased funding to stifle mutant development. Without Dr. Trask, there would still be Colonel Stryker, and the persecution of mutants would intensify. Carl had anticipated this. Hence, the final step of their plan involved Magneto taking control of the surviving Sentinel robots to assault the White House and its lawmakers. When their safety is threatened, the President and Congress will naturally oppose them, ultimately abolishing the Sentinel program once and for all. Upon hearing Carl's words, Dr. Trask grasped their plan with growing trepidation. No, you cannot do this. Feeling fearful now? Where did your courage vanish when you persecuted mutants? Magneto asked coldly, then turned to the 13-year-old boy, gently saying, Carl, did you not detest the Sentinel robots? Their creator stands before you, and you have the freedom to deal with him as you wish. I have awaited this day for a long time. Carl stepped before Dr. Trask, his right hand clenched into a fist, poised to strike at his head. Yet, he had not yet struck. Crimson energy entwined around his arm, inhibiting his movements. Carl, I understand your deep-seated hatred for him, but you are still young. Do not allow yourself to become a murderer, for it will tarnish your mind and leave you with regrets that will haunt you for a lifetime. Wanda extended her hands toward Carl, the red energy coursing along her arms and connecting with his, pulling him back and preventing any further action. At merely 13 years of age, taking another's life would lead to a callous disregard for existence, fostering apathy and desensitization, ultimately shaping him into a cruel and vicious individual, an outcome Wanda could not bear to witness. I am sorry, but not killing him would leave me with regrets for eternity. Carl raised his left arm, intending to strike his foe, yet he remained ensnared by Wanda's chaotic energy, which wrapped around him, rendering him immobile. Carl, cease this at once. Wanda exclaimed. Magneto, if you wish to end his life, then do so yourself. I refuse. With all his might, Carl struggled against the confines of the energy. But at that moment, his eyes suddenly glowed a fierce red. Two beams of intense heat shot forth, piercing through Dr. Trellisk's skull, leaving behind two charred holes. Trellisk's brain was incinerated, leading to his immediate demise as his body collapsed onto the ground, lifeless in an instant. Magneto was taken aback. Carl's eyes could emit such scorching rays. How many more abilities did he possess? What a delightful surprise this young lad was. Moreover, he had not been swayed by Wanda's words and had opted for action instead. Indeed, such ruthlessness was precisely what made him the most suitable successor. Chapter 7. The plan succeeds. Washington, D.C. As night fell, two Sentinel robots soared at high speed towards the White House from an altitude of 20,000 feet. The radar at the air defense position quickly locked onto these unwelcome intruders, and a piercing alarm sounded. Following a threat assessment, the commander issued orders for several surface-to-air missiles to be launched, their fiery tails trailing behind as they hurtled towards the targets. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The missiles detonated midair before nearing their target, transforming into fireballs that illuminated the night sky, the explosion reverberating through the atmosphere. Unable to intercept the targets, nearby 15 fighter jets were promptly deployed, but the Sentinels pressed on, swiftly reaching the area above the White House and beginning their descent. The president had already been alerted and, along with his staff, retreated to the underground shelter equipped to withstand a nuclear blast, while guards and agents remained above, firing at the Sentinel robots. Bullets struck the outer shell of the Sentinels, but caused no damage, nor could they hinder their advance. The Sentinels arrived at the front of the White House, standing at 8 meters tall, less than a third of the building's height. They raised their arms, fists clenched, and struck the outer wall with a deafening crash, creating a gaping hole. The Sentinels reached into the breach, grasping the wall and pulling with force, tearing it apart before swinging their arms down to shatter the floor beneath. They relentlessly assailed the façade of the White House, damaging its walls and exposing the inner chambers, where staff had long since sought refuge, leaving behind only vacant rooms. At that moment, 15 fighter jets arrived in the vicinity, locking onto the Sentinel robots. Upon receiving authorization, they launched cruise missiles aimed at the two machines. This time, the missiles did not detonate in midair but struck the robots with precision, engulfing them in explosions that triggered their energy systems. A cacophony of deafening booms reverberated as flames consumed the White House's doors and left flank, sending shards of stone and metal flying while dense smoke billowed upward. A significant portion of the iconic structure, once a symbol of the highest authority in America, crumbled under the assault, with flames quietly raging amongst the ruins. Observing the scenes unfold on television, Magneto's expression remained stoic as he murmured, "They have finally tasted the bitter fruits of their own power." How splendid! Mortis could not contain his exhilaration. Although he had not participated directly, he felt a sense of pride in the outcome. The White House had been attacked by the robots. The news anchor continued to report, revealing, according to Congressman Wields, that this was indeed a government-backed Sentinel robot project intended to combat mutants, but it had spiraled out of control, wreaking havoc on the facility and assaulting the government, prompting reflection on the likelihood that this incident would deter further funding for the Sentinel robots. Carl, seated at a distance, remarked that they had destroyed the manufacturing plant, eliminated the creators of the Sentinel robots, and halted further production. Most importantly, they had successfully avenged themselves. Although this was merely a fraction of their suffering, it was just the beginning, and their quest for vengeance would persist. "We have alleviated a significant burden for mutants," the illusionist master said with a smile. The group reveled in the success of their operation, yet Wanda's countenance remained somber, burdened by her inability to prevent the tragedy. Sister. Quicksilver approached Wanda, leaning against the table with his arms crossed. There is no need for such distress. This was his own choice. He was led astray by Magneto's influence. Wanda furrowed her brow, responding, if he continues down this path, he will become another Magneto. You underestimate him, Quicksilver countered, shaking his head. Anyone capable of devising such a plan cannot be easily swayed by mere words. He is only 13, while exceptionally bright. His maturity is not yet fully formed. Wanda defended Carl, stating, moreover, having been captured and imprisoned underground by the Sentinel robots, his hatred has clouded his judgment, driving him to such actions. What do you intend to do? Quicksilver inquired. I will seek an opportunity to take him away, Wanda declared resolutely, then turned to Quicksilver, asking, Pietro, do you wish to accompany me? Although Magneto had saved them, they had already borne witness to too many of his deeds. Quicksilver nodded and said, if you leave, sister, I will go with you. That would be splendid, Wanda replied, her smile illuminating her face. The siblings devised a plan, yet their conversation was overheard by Carl. He deemed Wanda somewhat naive and excessively kind-hearted. If she did not amend her ways, she would face dire consequences. Dismissing their concerns, Carl redirected his focus to his eyes, channeling the heat within him to concentrate it there, attempting to unleash his energy. In the industrial park, he successfully emitted his thermal vision, though it was merely a byproduct of his emotional turmoil. To master the release and control of this ability, he needed further training. In the Academy's operations conference room, Professor Xavier sat in his wheelchair, his expression grave. The recent robot attack prompted an investigation into the park's ruins and the robot's movements. With a hoarse voice, Professor Xavier stated, coupled with the brainwave signals from mutant activities, we can ascertain that Magneto is indeed behind this. Yet, this time, he acted for a just cause. He destroyed the Sentinel's manufacturing facility and successfully halted government funding, remarked Cyclops, Scott. But he took lives, Professor Xavier lamented. Many perished in this incident, including numerous mutants at the hands of the Sentinels. Angel Warren gently added. Iceman, Drake, raised his hand, cradling an ice sculpture of a Sentinel, saying, at least no more mutants will be slain by them in the future. Indeed, Xavier sighed. This is the crux of the contradiction. He has benefited a segment of the populace while also committing sins. This is not typical of Magneto. A young man with large hands suddenly interjected, given his character. He could not have conceived such a meticulous plan. Magneto is an extremist, commented a voluptuous red-haired woman. He only knows destruction, never restraint. It appears the Brotherhood of Mutants has welcomed a cunning individual. Professor Xavier felt uneasy, uncertain about the nature of this new member, hoping he was not a cruel individual. Achoo! Carl, engrossed in his training, sneezed, causing the crimson glow in his eyes to fade once more, marking another failure. Nonetheless, he persevered, redirecting heat to his eyes and aiming at a nearby tree, maintaining his output. With a sizzling sound, 2 beams of red-hot energy shot forth from his eyes, striking a tree several meters away. The trunk, as thick as a bowl, was penetrated, with charred edges marking the damage. Success! Carl's heart swelled with joy as he trained relentlessly, his proficiency in thermal vision growing stronger. With its immense temperature capable of melting steel and penetrating wood, this ability offered remarkable destructive power, albeit at a significant energy cost. This would enhance Carl's combat repertoire and substantially augment his fighting prowess. Chapter 8. A New Initiative. A month has passed since the attack, and its repercussions continue to resonate. The Sentinel robot program has been halted, and the government has rescinded its financial allocations. Public opinion regarding mutants has shifted, with some legislators stepping forward to voice their support for them. However, a few hardliners, such as Senator Sally, maintain that the incident was a deliberate ploy by the mutants, advocating for stricter regulations against them. During this period, Magneto has refrained from any aggressive actions. His mindset has evolved as he contemplates a new strategy and has conceived an ambitious plan. He convenes all members of the Brotherhood of Mutants, unfurling a map of South America, and points to a specific region, declaring, the Republic of Suriname, a small nation in South America, has long harbored animosity towards mutants, enacting legislation that prohibits their existence. Recently, they apprehended several mutants, sentencing 2 to death. This is a gross persecution that demands retribution. My Lord Magneto, how do you intend to punish them? Mortis inquired, ingratiatingly. By overthrowing their government and dismantling their military might, Magneto proclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. We must also liberate all our mutant brethren. Are we really going to launch an assault on the nation? Dakin interjected, furrowing his brow. But there are only 6 of us. Isn't that a bit excessive? Not at all, Magneto asserted confidently. I have devised a comprehensive plan. What plan? Quicksilver asked, intrigued. First, I will commandeer a naval vessel, which we will use to obliterate the enemy's maritime forces while drawing their fire, Magneto explained, tracing a line across the map. You will then advance from the land, dismantling their army and security forces, and seize the presidential palace. What is the military strength of the Republic of Suriname? Mastermind inquired. They currently have 2,000 active soldiers, over 40 armored vehicles, 8 patrol boats, and several armed helicopters, Magneto replied succinctly. The capital, Paramaribo, is situated at the river's mouth, housing 40 of the nation's population, predominantly on the west bank of the Suriname River. The presidential residence is less than a kilometer from the riverbank, making it vulnerable to naval attack. Mastermind nodded, saying, capturing the capital essentially means conquering the entire nation. Their military capabilities are indeed feeble. Mortis chuckled. It is certainly an enticing target. Once we claim this nation, Magneto declared, his right fist striking the table, we shall establish a nation of our own for mutants. Establish a nation? That is an exceptionally tempting proposition, the others murmured, intrigued. Wanda voiced her concerns, but what happens when we occupy the country? What about potential sanctions from the United Nations? If an embargo is imposed, will we face food shortages? What will we do about other essential supplies and medications? There is no need for concern. Magneto waved his hand and remarked, Suriname is vast and sparsely populated, with an abundance of arable land suitable for cultivating corn, rice, sugarcane, and coffee beans. The yield of rice is particularly high, allowing for self-sufficiency and the export of 40% of its production. Additionally, Suriname boasts a flourishing livestock industry, exporting meat products abroad, while its rich fisheries yield an annual catch of 30,000 tons, of which 20,000 tons are exported, ensuring that food scarcity is not an issue. After a moment's pause, Magneto continued, the industrial development in Suriname is modest, yet most essential goods can be produced domestically, and any deficiencies can be addressed through smuggling. This poses no significant concern. But what if we are attacked by other nations? Quicksilver raised his query. Currently, the United States and the Soviet Union are locked in a standoff, and they should be unable to divert their attention to us. Magneto, after careful contemplation, declared, this presents a remarkable opportunity. What about the neighboring countries? The Master of Illusions inquired. Suriname shares borders with 3 nations, 2 of which are relatively weak, while the northern neighbor is under-resourced and separated by rainforests and hills, making any invasion highly improbable. Confidently, Magneto asserted, as for any naval threats, I can manage whatever comes our way. Suriname spans a vast area of 160,000 square kilometers, with a mere 600,000 inhabitants. Its agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishing are well developed, yet its military strength is lacking. The terrain is ideal. It can be deemed the most suitable place for establishing a nation, even surpassing the future mutant utopia. What about governance? Morty inquired. There are only 6 of us. We shall form the core of the nation's authority, with humans assisting in administration, Magneto replied, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Once we establish our nation, we can attract other mutants and select talented individuals for significant roles. And the war machine. The Master of Illusions interjected promptly. They are unlikely to remain passive. Indeed, they pose a nuisance. Xavier will undoubtedly dispatch someone to thwart my plans, Magneto scoffed, then added, yet, with our current strength, we are more than capable of handling them. What if Quicksilver and I choose not to participate? Wanda interjected suddenly, her tone resolute. Magneto was momentarily taken aback, then reprimanded, Wanda, do not be foolish. I am not being foolish. Wanda shook her head. Waging war against a nation would result in the loss of too many lives, and I will not partake in it. Quicksilver shares my sentiment. Quicksilver hesitated, recognizing the opportunity to establish a mutant nation as his aspiration. However, bound by familial loyalty, he ultimately acquiesced. Indeed, I will not be involved in this endeavor. Upon hearing this, Magneto furrowed his brow, casting a cold gaze upon them. Are you both unwilling to heed my commands? Do not forget, it was you who rescued us from Sokovia. Wanda, with a commanding presence, retorted. But we have already repaid you for the many things we have done for you, as siblings. Magneto's eyes were fixed intently on Wanda, his fury palpable. Yet she stood her ground, unwavering. After a moment, Magneto averted his gaze and declared, it matters not. We can still accomplish our mission. With only the 4 of you, the X-Men will thwart your efforts. Wanda retorted mercilessly, of course, it is not merely us 4. With unshakable confidence, Magneto continued, we require fresh blood, thus. I intend to invite more mutants to join the Brotherhood, and I already have several candidates in mind. Jason, Magneto called to Mastermind. You and Carl will pay a visit and extend the invitation to them. No problem, Mastermind nodded, affirming, I shall fulfill this task splendidly. If they resist, Magneto turned his gaze to Carl, a cold smirk playing on his lips. You shall teach them a harsh lesson. Understood, Carl replied succinctly. Now, let me inform you of their locations, Magneto said, waving his hand, signaling that the others could depart. As Morpheus and Quicksilver exited the room, Scarlet Witch hesitated, remaining behind. After a moment, she spoke. Magneto, shall we strike a deal? What sort of deal? Magneto inquired, his eyes meeting hers. I will bring back those you seek, alongside Carl. You will allow me and Quicksilver to leave. Wanda hesitated, plotting to abscond with Carl, allowing Quicksilver to escape from the island alone, seeking a life far removed from Magneto's grasp. Upon hearing Wanda's proposal, Magneto fell silent. She felt a pang of anxiety, fearing her plan might be unveiled. However, to her surprise, Magneto acquiesced. Very well, as long as you can accomplish it. Then it is settled, Wanda exhaled, a smile gracing her lips. Magneto, please share their locations with me. Chapter 9. Wanda's intentions across the Atlantic. A 24-meter fishing vessel was making its way to America. Morpheus sat at the helm, guiding the ship, while Carl and Wanda occupied the cabin at the rear. Dressed casually in a maroon jacket over a black shirt, complemented by gray-blue jeans and short boots. Wanda leaned against the sofa, her chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders. A backpack rested beside her as she sipped from a cup of hot coffee. Carl occupied the window seat, engrossed in a book. He never squandered time. Whenever possible, he would read and study to enrich his knowledge. Thanks to his formidable memory and cognitive abilities, he had already read a third of the castle's library, mastering 3 languages in the process. Currently, he was delving into the history of medieval Europe, particularly fascinated by the Byzantine Empire, exploring the myriad reasons behind its rise and fall, external military invasions, internal political pressures, economic decline, religious schisms, social discord, and the weakening of its own military prowess. This is a lengthy journey, yet it demands vigilance. Moira's cycles through 10 lives. The repeated failures of the mutant populace all revealed discernible reasons. Mort piloted a fishing vessel towards Long Island, New York, but upon entering American waters, they encountered an inspection by the United States Coast Guard. The ship was registered in the United States and possessed a fishing license, yet the crew could not present identification. Thus, Wanda employed her magic to subtly influence the inspector's consciousness, successfully eluding them and entering American waters, arriving at the Montauk Bay dock in the northeastern corner of Long Island. Carl and Wanda disembarked and ventured into the town as evening descended. They first sought out a Mexican restaurant for a meal, and subsequently booked 2 rooms at a nearby inn, settling in for the night. The following morning, Wanda rented a car and set off with Carl, adhering to their plan to head to Kennedy International Airport to catch a flight to Montana in pursuit of their target. However, Wanda hesitated regarding their mission. Passing a shopping mall, she parked the car and led Carl inside. Wanda found a chain clothing store and called Carl to join her. After browsing for a while, she picked up a blue and white jacket and said, "Carl, try this on." "I don't like it," he responded, his expression one of disdain as he noted the rocket pattern. "Too childish." "Childish. I think it suits you perfectly." Wanda returned the jacket to its rack and selected a brown hoodie, only to be met with another refusal from Carl. She then picked up a windbreaker, white in the center, with black sides, sleeves, and collar, inquiring, "How about this one?" "This will do," Carl replied, finding it acceptable. After trying it on, he discovered it was a bit large, so he opted for the smallest size, which remained slightly loose but still conveyed a certain style. Next, Wanda purchased a pair of jeans and sneakers for Carl, significantly transforming his appearance. No longer clad in monotonous attire that conveyed a sense of gloom and restraint, Carl now resembled a vibrant youth. Although his expression remained stoic, he exuded a newfound air of youthful exuberance. After completing their shopping, they proceeded to the mall's restaurant for a meal. Following a brief midday respite, they returned to their vehicle and resumed their journey, arriving at the amusement park an hour later. "What do you intend to do?" Carl felt an ominous premonition. Wanda parked the car and, smiling, replied, "Since we're out, let's south enjoy the amusement park." "I'm not interested in that," Carl retorted, his face darkening. He would have been more inclined to explore a comprehensive theme park, but this children's amusement area held little appeal. "How can you know if you haven't experienced it?" Wanda exited the vehicle and beckoned him, saying, "Come on, hurry down." In Wanda's perspective, Carl had been imprisoned by the military, never leaving the confines of the base, and had endured torment that shaped his mature yet extreme character. After his release from the underground prison, he found himself on a small island devoid of entertainment facilities, spending his days confined indoors with books, rendering his life rather monotonous. At merely 13 years of age, he had never experienced the joys of adolescence, and Wanda believed he ought to engage in outdoor activities like other children. Reflecting on her own youth, she recalled how her greatest dream at that age had been to visit an amusement park, a desire that had remained unfulfilled. Thus, she resolved to take Carl to the amusement park for a day of fun. Despite Carl's attempts to refuse, citing their mission, Wanda insisted that there was no immediate urgency. She grasped his hand, attempting to pull him out of the vehicle, but to no avail. Looking around, she unleashed her chaotic energy, ensnaring Carl and forcibly pulling him from the car. With a firm hold on his wrist, she led him toward the entrance of the amusement park. "Come on, let us buy our tickets," she urged. After purchasing 2 tickets, they entered the park, and Wanda immediately spotted the distant roller coaster, pulling Carl along to join the queue. As the roller coaster ascended and then plummeted, twisting and turning, Wanda's exhilaration manifested in joyous screams, while Carl maintained an impassive expression. Once they disembarked, Wanda excitedly beckoned him to try the swinging pendulum ride. As the seats swayed and spun, Wanda's excitement soared, but Carl remained emotionally unfazed. Without the safety harness, perhaps it would have elicited some thrill. Following that, they ventured to the bumper cars, where Wanda, with earnest determination, crashed into 2 children, leaving them in tears. She then urged Carl to ride the carousel, but he resolutely declined, deeming it too childish. After a moment's hesitation, she offered him $10 and chose to ride the carousel herself. Observing her delight while munching on a hot dog, Carl couldn't help but think that perhaps it was she who had desired this outing all along. Yet, contemplating Wanda's past, he remembered how she and her brother had been raised by their uncle and aunt in a modest household. They had commenced working at the tender age of 15 or 16, relying on each other, and had endured a life marked by hardship and ostracism due to their powers. It dawned on him that she might be seeking to fill the void of her unfulfilled childhood dreams. A visit to the amusement park would be incomplete without a ride on the Ferris wheel. After Wanda dismounted, she pulled Carl toward it. As the gondola ascended, the panoramic view unfolded, revealing distant woods and birds perched above. At that moment, Wanda abruptly inquired, "Carl, if given the chance, would you prefer to stay in New York or return to the island?" Without a moment's hesitation, Carl replied, "I would choose to return to the island." "Why?" she asked. Wanda, with a puzzled expression, inquired why one would choose to remain in such a desolate overseas location, characterized solely by barren islands and a rather monotonous landscape, devoid of any allure. "For me, simply basking in the sunlight brings immense satisfaction," Carl replied. "Moreover, lacking legal status and having escaped from prison, I would undoubtedly be pursued by the government upon re-entering society. I can assist you in obtaining legal status," Wanda stated earnestly, for she possessed the ability to manipulate the perceptions of others, making it a trivial matter to secure a new identity for Carl. "Yet you would not permit me to exact my vengeance." Carl shook his head and declared, "I swear to eliminate every individual who has wronged me." "Do not allow hatred to consume the remainder of your life," Wanda urged, pressing her hand against his with heartfelt sincerity. "You deserve a life filled with joy, savor exquisite cuisine, revel in amusement parks, forge friendships, pursue your passion for literature through education, and engage with scholars. You could court the woman you admire, ski down slopes, and traverse the majestic mountains and serene lakes. You are free to pursue any endeavor your heart desires. What you propose is undeniably enticing," Carl countered, locking his gaze with hers. "But there are others who yearn for such a life. Can they attain it as well?" At his words, Wanda's mouth fell slightly agape. Most mutants were not endowed with great power. Rather, they suffered at the hands of humanity due to their identity, enduring pain in silence without assistance. Some mutants rose in defiance, only to be captured and confined in mutant control centers, stripped of their freedom. It was rumored that a few mutants lurked in the underground of New York, daring only to emerge under the cover of night, forever deprived of sunlight. "I, too, wish for mutants to attain equal rights," Wanda confessed, her brow furrowed. "But aligning with Magneto will never lead to that. He only exacerbates hatred. It is imperative for you and me to correct his course," Carl asserted earnestly. "Without us, he may resort to even more extreme actions." Wanda fell silent, recognizing the truth in Carl's words. Just as during their previous operation, Carl had cooperated with her and persuaded Magneto to abandon his plans in favor of a more favorable strategy. To achieve their objectives, Magneto's power was indispensable, as were Carl and Quicksilver. "Wanda, dear sister, stay with us. I require your assistance," Carl continued to implore. Wanda felt a stirring within her. With 6 members in the Brotherhood of Mutants, if Carl and she stood united with them, they could counterbalance Magneto, guiding the Brotherhood towards a righteous path. Yet, Pietro should have already departed. "We agreed to meet tonight at Long Beach," Wanda frowned. "He will not come." Carl shook his head. "I can see through your intentions. How much clearer would it be for Magneto? Quicksilver is likely imprisoned on the island, and not until you fulfill your mission and bring me back will he regain his freedom." At this revelation, Wanda's expression shifted dramatically, her hands clenched into fists, knuckles whitening. "Let us go to Long Beach." Once the pod came to a halt, Wanda promptly exited, closely followed by Carl. The duo departed from the amusement park and made their way to Long Beach. They waited until midnight, yet Quicksilver did not appear. This detestable individual, Wanda thought. Her expression tinged with anger as she kicked a discarded can. Let us proceed, Carl remarked, stepping onto the sand as they ventured further. We must fulfill Magneto's mission. Chapter 10. Ennis, Montana. The quaint town of Ennis is nestled on the fringes of the Rocky Mountains, with the Madison River flowing serenely beside it. Surrounded by majestic peaks and vast prairies, this charming settlement boasts a resident population of fewer than 1,000, embodying a tranquil and leisurely atmosphere. As if time itself has slowed its pace, a vehicle rolled into town, coming to a gentle stop, and two figures emerged. One was a 22-year-old woman with auburn hair, strikingly beautiful and alluring. The other, a 13-year-old boy, youthful and vigilant, surveying his surroundings. These two were none other than Wanda and Carl, having finally reached their destination. They expressed their gratitude to the driver for the ride before proceeding to the town's sole inn. After checking in and depositing their belongings, they took a brief respite before stepping out once more. According to the information provided by Magneto, their target resided in this very town. Wanda placed her hands on her hips, surveying the area, and murmured, "Where should we begin our search?" "Let us inquire at the bar," Carl suggested. The crowd there might yield some answers. The pair made their way to a nearby tavern, and upon entering, they were met with a cacophony of noise. The air was thick with the scent of tobacco, greasy barbecued meat, and the unmistakable aroma of alcohol. Wanda wrinkled her nose, fanning the air in front of her, before she and Carl approached the bar. Once seated, Wanda addressed the bartender. "I would like to inquire about someone. What can I get for you two?" The bartender asked with a smile. "A highball for me," Wanda replied, glancing at Carl before adding, "and a juice for him, along with some food, sandwiches, and roasted chicken legs." "Certainly," the bartender said, skillfully pouring Wanda's drink and presenting a glass of orange juice to Carl. After notifying the kitchen, he turned back to Wanda and inquired, "What did you wish to ask?" "I'm looking for a person," Wanda stated quickly. "Victor Crete." "I'm sorry," the bartender replied, shaking his head. "I've never heard of that individual. Is it possible he isn't here?" Wanda pondered aloud, her brow furrowed. "Or perhaps he has never set foot in this bar. If he enjoys drinking, he would likely come here," the bartender asserted confidently. "He would have adopted an alias if he wished to remain hidden," Carl whispered to Wanda. "Perhaps he is using a pseudonym." Wanda nodded and spoke again to the bartender, a towering figure with golden hair, muscular build, and an impressive fighting prowess. "It must be Weskier," she mused. Without hesitation, the bartender replied. That golden-haired giant easily took down 3 thugs. "Where is he?" Wanda inquired eagerly. "He tends to leave for a few days periodically," the bartender remarked while polishing a glass. "He just departed the day before yesterday. So you will have to wait a while." "Then we shall wait," Wanda concluded, her urgency dissipating as she lifted her glass for a sip of her drink. At that moment, a drunken man stumbled over and plopped down on the adjacent high stool, saying, "Beautiful lady, why drink alone? May I buy you a drink?" "Get lost." Wanda shot him a cold glance. "Don't be like that. Let us be friends," the man persisted, reaching out to drape an arm around Wanda's shoulders. However, before he could make contact, a small hand seized his wrist. Carl, gripping his wrist like a vice, rendered him unable to escape. With a gentle twist, the man's body arched in pain, eliciting a cry. Meanwhile, Wanda clenched her right hand into a fist, chaotic energy swirling around her knuckles. She pivoted and struck him squarely on the chin, the impact resonating with a dull thud as he tumbled from his seat, crashing heavily onto the floor, unconscious. Carl released his grip and resumed his seat, taking a plate and voraciously devouring a chicken leg, grease glistening on his lips. Moments later, the man groaned back to consciousness, glanced at the two, and staggered out of the bar. "Be careful. Jim is part of the biker gang," the bartender cautioned in a hushed tone. "Let me share a secret," Carl whispered conspiratorially. "We are members of the Brotherhood." "The Brotherhood?" The bartender was unfamiliar with the name, puzzled at how a woman and a child could possibly be involved. After their meal, Wanda noticed the pool table had cleared, and with enthusiasm, she called out to Carl to play a game. Carl, already well-versed in the sport, combined his exceptional visual acuity with remarkable computational skills, achieving precision in his movements to a mere micron of error, even controlling the exertion to below 1 dyne. After several attempts, he found his rhythm, sinking nearly every shot with ease. In contrast, Wanda's technique appeared rather rusty. Her attempts yielded lackluster results. Consequently, she discreetly resorted to magic, guiding the balls toward the pockets with glee, prompting Carl to roll his eyes in response. However, their display soon attracted a crowd, and Wanda hesitated to use her powers further, ultimately succumbing to Carl's effortless victory. "Let us stop playing and explore elsewhere," Wanda suggested, setting down the cue and departing the bar with Carl, eager to wander the town. Yet at that moment, the distant roar of motorcycle engines echoed through the air as several bikes surged forth, encircling the two individuals. At the forefront, a man clad in a black leather jacket and donning a pair of enchanted goggles sat astride his motorcycle. Upon spotting the duo, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. A woman and a child? Do not underestimate them. Jim, who had previously been knocked unconscious, seethed with indignation, declaring, "This kid possesses considerable strength, and this woman is quite formidable. How much could they truly be capable of?" Another member of the motorcycle gang scoffed, scrutinizing Wanda before adding with a smirk, "My dear, since you've injured Jim, why not join us for a meal, and we shall let you off the hook?" "Let me off the hook?" Wanda replied with a slight smile, advancing towards him. With a swift motion, she clenched her left fist and struck him in the abdomen, doubling him over. Immediately after, she channeled chaotic energy into her right fist, delivering a powerful blow to his temple, rendering him unconscious as he tumbled from his motorcycle. Other gang members hastily dismounted, but Wanda swiftly raised her foot to kick one man in the groin, causing him to collapse to the ground in agony. In quick succession, she evaded another's grasp, her right fist connecting with his face, shattering his nose, before her left leg swung out, striking the back of his knee and forcing him to kneel. She then pressed his head forward, crashing it against the motorcycle's frame, knocking him out. "I will dismantle you." Jim's eyes burned with rage as he wielded a bike lock, charging at Wanda with the intent to strike her down. Wanda deftly sidestepped his swing, lifting her leg to connect with his chin, sending him sprawling to the ground. In a mere 7 or 8 seconds, all 4 adversaries lay defeated, some unconscious, others howling in pain, the scene a dismal spectacle. Witnessing this unfold, Carl was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wanda, beyond her proficiency in chaotic magic, would also possess such combat prowess, rendering his assistance unnecessary. "They are too weak. Let us depart," Wanda remarked, brushing off her hands with an air of nonchalance, as though she had merely performed a trivial task. The two then made their way to a nearby historical museum, indulging in its exhibits, followed by a visit to a local gallery where Wanda purchased a painting. As evening fell, the pair sought out a restaurant for a hearty meal, and after dining, they strolled toward their lodging under the twilight sky. However, just as they neared the inn, Carl suddenly whispered, "Let us find a secluded spot." Wanda paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended his intent. Nodding in agreement, she followed Carl off the street and into the nearby woods, coming to a halt as a tall figure approached them from a distance. Standing over 2 meters tall, he possessed golden hair and a beard, his countenance fierce and eyes sharp, with a pronounced nose and a wide grin revealing 4 sharp fangs. His imposing physique, muscular and robust, resembled that of an upright bear, and as he drew nearer, an aura of primal ferocity enveloped the air. Saber-toothed Tiger, Victor Creed. Chapter 11. Saber-toothed Tiger. Victor Creed, a mutant born in the late 19th century, is inherently brutal, having personally slain both his brother and father. He emerged as a nightmare on the battlefields during the 2 world wars. Following the onset of the Cold War, he became a mercenary, joining a particular squad that subjected him to repeated brainwashing, participating in weapon programs. In pursuit of Wolverine, he ventured to Montana, where a fierce battle ensued between them. Ultimately, Wolverine departed, leaving Creed to wander through various small towns in Montana. Countless lives have perished at his hands, establishing his notorious reputation. Several organizations have attempted to recruit him, all to no avail. However, today, a woman and a child arrived in Ennis, seeking information about him. Fortunately, the bartender recognized him and contacted him after their departure, prompting him to follow and track them. Unexpectedly, they discovered him, leading him into the woods. How audacious to dare be alone with him. He pondered whether they were confident or merely foolish. Victor's icy gaze fixed upon the pair as he inquired, "Why do you seek me?" "We come from the Brotherhood of Mutants, wishing to invite you to join us," Wanda said with a smile. "Mr. Creed, let us fight together for the liberation of mutants." "I have heard of you. You have made quite a stir," Victor replied with a grunt, declining. "But I have no interest in liberating mutants, nor in being constrained again." "That is most unfortunate." Wanda stepped back, stating, "As per our leader's suggestion, if you are unwilling, we shall compel you." "Oh." Victor bared his sharp teeth, raising his hands, his claws glinting like blades, incredulously asking, "You intend to defeat me? Just the 2 of you?" "Not I," Wanda corrected, gesturing to Carl. "He alone is sufficient. Here, hold this." Carl stepped forward, removing his jacket and handing it to Wanda to avoid getting it dirty. "Allow a child to teach me a lesson? How audacious of you." Victor seethed with unprecedented fury, his face contorting, having never encountered such absurdity, sensing their underestimation of him. "Come now," Carl said calmly. "I will be careful not to kill you." "Ha ha." Victor laughed in anger, a glint of savagery flashing in his eyes. "You little brat, I shall tear you apart." Before his words faded, he lunged at Carl, covering several meters in an instant, his right claw aimed directly at Carl's throat, leaving only a blur in his wake. In response to this assault, Carl retreated slightly, the sharp claws grazing his skin without inflicting a wound. The saber-toothed tiger was somewhat taken aback. Taking a step forward, it aligned its 4 fingers on its left hand, the claws resembling blades, aiming directly at the opponent's temple with increased speed. Yet, Carl retreated once more, effortlessly evading the attack. This boy's reflexes are astonishing. The saber-toothed tiger widened its eyes, its robust arms swinging powerfully, claws shredding through the air as they lunged toward Carl. However, the latter deftly dodged, maintaining a safe distance from Victor's claws, which could never reach him. With a powerful push from its legs, the saber-toothed tiger launched itself at Carl, its towering form casting a shadow over him, its claws raining down like droplets of rain, forming an immense net that enveloped Carl. Nevertheless, Carl swayed left and right, continuously evading, leaving only afterimages, successfully avoiding every claw strike. How is this possible? The saber-toothed tiger unleashed its claws with all its might, its speed ever increasing, yet no matter how it attacked, it could not land a hit. This is impossible. Its body had undergone mutation, rendering it incredibly strong, with both power and speed far surpassing that of an ordinary being, not to mention its exceptional dynamic vision and neural reflexes. Its claws could sever the wings of a flying fly, yet they could not touch the boy. Furthermore, Victor discovered that the distance between his claws and Carl's skin remained fixed, always a distance of 1. This boy is toying with me. The saber-toothed tiger's fury intensified, its face growing increasingly grotesque as it lunged toward Carl, its right hand thrusting upward, striking the boy's chest. Did I hit? Victor's expression shifted to one of surprise, only to realize that Carl was unscathed while his own claws had cracked and shattered. Die? Victor's left hand swiped again, aiming for Carl's neck. Yet it left no mark and only further fractured his claws. What sort of monster is this boy? The saber-toothed tiger was taken aback, unable to inflict any damage despite its relentless assault. The chasm between them was insurmountable. That's enough. Carl had gathered ample information, raising his right hand, thumb pressing against his index finger, directing it at Victor's forehead, and with a forceful flick, bang! Victor was struck as if by a shield, an overwhelming force crashing into him. Akin to being gored by a rhinoceros, he was sent flying several meters, collapsing to the ground, his vision fading to darkness as he lost consciousness. Is he really out cold? Wanda approached, gazing at Victor with furrowed brows, remarking on his weakness. That's sufficient. He is vastly superior to a mere frog. Carl was quite satisfied with his own capabilities, strength, endurance, speed, and reflexes all exceptional, coupled with heightened perception and exquisite combat skills. His body exhibiting comprehensive adaptability without any apparent weaknesses. However, he had encountered someone like himself, surpassing him by several tiers in every aspect, utterly overpowering him. If the newly emerged self were present, it would not have been so effortless to vanquish him. He possesses a wealth of experience in infiltration and tracking, excels in combat, and is ruthless, capable of executing numerous missions. Should we transport him to a hospital? Wanda gently nudged the saber-tooth, her expression tinged with concern. There's no need. He'll recover shortly. Carl retrieved his clothing and donned it, standing quietly with his hands in his pockets. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the saber-tooth stirred from his stupor, rubbing his aching head. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of 2 figures and sprang to his feet. Ready for a fight? You're awake, Carl greeted him. Victor gazed at his opponent's visage, recalling the events leading to his unconsciousness, and a look of despondency crossed his face. To be bested by a mere 13-year-old child, as if it were a game, was a blow to his pride. What have you decided? Wanda inquired, sipping her coffee from a paper cup. Victor was reluctant to work for them. Yet he knew he could not overpower that boy. To refuse would likely result in a beating. A thrashing was acceptable, but being defeated by a child was too humiliating. Nevertheless, the child was formidable. This woman might not be as powerful. An idea struck the saber-tooth. If he were to take her hostage, he could escape unscathed. In an instant, he leapt before Wanda, his hands lunging toward her with lightning speed, but just as he was about to make contact, his hands were thwarted by a barrier of crimson energy, halting his advance. Wanda's right hand, enveloped in red light, thrust forward, transforming the energy into a shockwave that struck the saber-tooth's chest, propelling him backward, crashing to the ground, his ribs fracturing as he coughed blood. Damn! How is this woman so powerful? So what is your answer? Wanda's hands danced as red energy coalesced, forming an enormous magical sphere. I'll join, the saber-tooth coughed, speaking with difficulty. Excellent. With a flourish of her arms, Wanda dispersed the magical energy, sending a shockwave radiating outward, crashing into the trees, leaving deep fissures in the bark, and striking the saber-tooth. sending him sprawling and rolling across the ground. Wait for us at the hotel tomorrow, Wanda declared before turning to exit. Do not attempt to flee, Carl warned, pointing at him. I have memorized your scent. I won T escape. The saber-tooth lay there, watching the leaves flutter down, feeling a sense of powerlessness for the first time. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. It proves that the Brotherhood of Mutants is sufficiently strong, worthy of his allegiance. Chapter 12. Las Vegas. Las Vegas, the largest city in Nevada, is nestled within the Mojave Desert and is renowned worldwide for its gambling industry. With casinos and bars operating around the clock, exuding opulence even in the night. Wanda, Carl, and Sabretooth stood alongside the grand Las Vegas Boulevard, flanked by majestic hotel casinos. The Roman columns of Caesar's palace loomed impressively, while gondoliers navigated the canals of the Venetian. The Golden Lion statue outside the MGM Grand exuded an aura of power. I had visited this place 2 decades ago. Victor, strolling down the street, reminisced, but it wasn't this extravagant back then. What brought you here at that time? Carl inquired curiously. Assassination, Victor replied succinctly, recalling his purpose of eliminating a notorious arms dealer from the Soviet underground. Wanda furrowed her brow and began walking towards the Venetian, stating, "It's getting late. Let's settle in for the night." After checking in, they ascended to their designated floor. Before entering her room, Wanda pointed at Sabretooth and admonished, "Do not wander off. Stay put in your room." "Understood, Mother Hen," Sabretooth grumbled as he unlocked the door and retreated inside. Carl returned to his lavish suite. Featuring a grand bathtub, he filled it with water and luxuriated within, sipping on cola, basking in comfort. However, moments later, the sound of a door opening echoed from the adjacent room. Wanda had entered, closed her door, and made her way to the elevator, descending. What could Wanda possibly be up to at this hour? Carl held his breath, focusing intently on her presence. Her breathing was masked by the elevator's mechanical hum. Yet after the elevator doors opened thrice, Wanda's familiar footsteps resonated once more. She arrived at the second floor of the Venetian, the casino area, and walked straight in. Exchanging currency for coins. Taking a seat at a slot machine, she inserted a quarter and pulled the lever. Initially, her attempts yielded no results, but with her last coin, fortune smiled upon her, and she began to win repeatedly. Coins cascaded out, and Wanda collected them in a basket. After a few rounds, she switched machines, and soon her basket brimmed with coins. "That's enough," Wanda declared, moving to another machine. She inserted a coin and pulled the lever again, watching the symbols spin until they aligned in a row of 3 sevens. In an instant, triumphant music erupted from the machine, and an announcement rang throughout the hall. A manager approached her, exclaiming, "Congratulations, madam. You've won the grand prize of $28,000. Would you prefer cash or a check?" "Cash will suffice," Wanda replied with a smile, following him to complete the transaction. After paying 15% in taxes and accounting for her earlier winnings, she netted nearly $24,000. Once she secured her money, Wanda returned to her hotel room, sat on the bed, and counted her earnings. This trip had not only recouped her expenses, but left her with ample surplus, enough to treat Carl to a sumptuous dinner and perhaps indulge in a few new garments. "I'm not particularly interested in clothes." Upon hearing these words, Carl muttered softly, yet a smile graced his lips. He emerged from the bathtub, donned his pajamas, and flung himself onto the grand bed, closing his eyes and drifting into slumber. The following morning, he awoke early to meet with the saber-toothed tiger, Wanda. After sharing breakfast, Wanda led the two of them onward. It was time to fulfill their mission. This time, they journeyed to Las Vegas, not for leisure, but to locate their second target. They made their way directly to a hotel, themed around the circus, featuring a permanent venue for circus performances that captivated audiences daily. After purchasing tickets, the trio entered to witness the spectacle. The performers dazzled on stage, executing aerial feats as they swung high above, leaping from one trapeze to another, twisting and turning in midair, a thrilling display. Following the aerialists, the show transitioned to a tightrope act, where a performer skillfully traversed a narrow wire, balancing a stick with a ball perched atop it. The remarkable control of the body was evident. Carl could certainly do the same, but he was a superhuman, while the others were merely ordinary individuals. The performances continued, showcasing acts of contortion, fire-breathing, and comical acrobatics. Eventually, a cannon was wheeled out, and a portly man, nearly 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 kilograms, emerged, his bare torso resembling a hefty sphere. Standing boldly before the cannon, Carl straightened in his seat, and Wanda grew serious. 2 performers hoisted a spherical solid cannonball into the cannon's mouth and ignited the fuse. As the flame consumed the wick, a thunderous roar erupted from the cannon, launching the massive projectile, which struck the man's abdomen. With a resounding thud, the man's midsection indented, yet he did not flinch, instead leaning forward as the cannonball struck the ground with a sharp crack. He then turned to the audience, raising his arms to elicit a fervent cheer. An actual cannonball. Wanda observed with astonishment, noting the man's ability to withstand the cannon's force. Though it was an antiquated weapon, the impact remained formidable. If he were to be struck directly, it would likely result in severe injury. This is our target, Frederick Dukes, affectionately nicknamed Meatball. Wanda regarded him and said, Carl, prepare yourself. We are about to take action. Understood. Carl nodded. Now, we invite audience members to come on stage and see if anyone can push him, the host announced. Yes, the gentleman in the leather jacket. And that lady. Everyone come up. 4 or 5 figures ascended the stage, attempting to push Frederick, who remained utterly immobile. Bring more. The host called out loudly. An increasing number of individuals ascended the stage, a dozen or so encircling the rotund figure. Some pushed against his abdomen, others grasped his arms, while a few attempted to pry at his legs. Despite their collective exertions, they could not budge him an inch. I, too, decided to take a turn. Victor. The saber-toothed tiger rose and strode toward the stage, a truly imposing and robust figure. The host's gaze fell upon him, and his towering height of 2 meters instilled a palpable sense of intimidation, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Come, give it a try. Let us see if you can move him. Victor approached the rotund figure, clenched his right fist, and struck it against the opponent's abdomen. A dull thud echoed as the skin of the rotund figure rippled under the tremendous impact. The force of this solitary blow far surpassed that of the previous dozen individuals. Yet, he remained unscathed. The smoothness of his abdomen was untouched, although his smile had faded. This fellow possessed immense strength. He was no ordinary person. How is it that another indomitable creature has appeared? Victor's expression darkened with anger as he hammered his fists against the rotund figure's abdomen repeatedly. Yet he could inflict no harm whatsoever. He extended his claws, slicing through the rotund skin, only to have all kinetic energy absorbed. While the remarkably resilient skin resisted even the sharpest of objects, rendering his efforts futile. Useless, Frederick remarked with a smug expression, addressing Victor. You cannot harm me. I cannot inflict damage upon you. Perhaps it is best to let another attempt. Victor retreated, crimson energy swirling in the air, permeating the entire hall. All the spectators and the host stood up, dazed, and began to exit, leaving the hall eerily vacant within moments. At that juncture, Frederick noticed 2 figures approaching, a woman with auburn hair and a youthful male companion. Chapter 13. The rotund figure. Only 4 silhouettes remained in the performance hall. The scarlet energy expanding like smoke, slowly enveloping the area, hypnotizing the thoughts of those present and compelling them to vacate. Frederick's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance as he scanned the newcomers, cautiously inquiring, Who are you? We hail from the Brotherhood of Mutants. Wanda stepped forward, her tone serene. We have come to invite you to join our cause, to fight for the equal rights of mutants. I have no interest in joining any brotherhood. The rotund figure promptly rejected, his voice tinged with disdain. You should leave at once. Regrettably, our leader has issued orders. We must bring you back with us, Wanda replied, her voice remaining composed. If you refuse to join, we will have no choice but to employ force to make you comply. What a domineering group you are. The rotund figure's expression grew serious as he coldly responded. If you believe you can accomplish that, then by all means, come and try. Why bother? Wanda, filled with disappointment, shook her head and walked away, leaving the battlefield to Carl. Let this brat confront me? Frederick couldn't help but chuckle, his tone laced with mockery. Yet, in the next moment, Carl suddenly vanished from his sight, instantly covering a distance of 7 or 8 meters to appear before him. With a clenched fist, he pivoted his body and delivered a powerful blow to the abdomen of the rotund figure. The sound of impact resonated, and the rotund figure's belly concaved under the force. Yet such a formidable strike failed to inflict any harm, nor did it cause him to budge an inch. Heh. Frederick grinned as the fat around his abdomen suddenly rebounded, unleashing a surge of power that sent Carl flying. Carl soared through the air for several meters, his biological force field absorbing the impact, flipping midair before landing on the ground, shaking his hands. The rebound was substantial, roughly half the strength of his previous punch. Without hesitation, Carl charged once more at the corpulent man, appearing before him to unleash a relentless barrage of punches. His speed was astonishing, creating afterimages as he struck Frederick's cheeks, neck, chest, ribs, and abdomen. The rotund figure's body contorted with each impact, yet his skin remained unscathed. Moreover, each strike yielded a counterforce, approximately half the strength of Carl's blows. Enough, kid. Get away from me. The corpulent figure, growing impatient, extended his broad hand towards Carl, who deftly evaded it and landed a punch to his ribs. Unfazed, he spun around to retaliate, but Carl had already leaped into the air, dodging the strike and delivering a kick to the back of his head, producing a dull thud. Useless. You cannot harm me. the rotund figure declared confidently, sweeping his arm to strike at the airborne Carl. Carl crossed his arms, being sent flying backward but landing lightly on the ground, his gaze assessing the corpulent man. At that moment, Wanda stepped forward, extending her hands as crimson chaotic energy surged forth, transforming into a shockwave that struck the rotund figure's chest. Yet, despite the onslaught of chaotic energy, he stood unscathed. "You cannot defeat me," he declared, crossing his arms. "Leave this place at once, and I may spare you." "This is troublesome," Wanda mused, realizing her attacks were ineffective, her brow furrowed. "I have no choice but to hypnotize him and devise a plan." She summoned her chaotic magic, weaving it towards the rotund figure in an attempt to connect with and alter his consciousness. However, just as she was on the verge of successfully infiltrating his mind, a powerful surge of conscious energy erupted from his head, dispelling her force. Does he harbor another's consciousness within his mind? Moreover, it was so formidable, as if sealing something of great significance. Wanda hesitated to intrude upon his mind recklessly, her brow furrowed in contemplation of alternative methods. A revelation dawned upon her. Carl observed the ground beneath the meatball creature, fissures spreading forth, and an idea struck him. "We can connect with the earth, Wanda, and sever his ties to the ground." Upon hearing Carl's words, the meatball's expression shifted to one of evident panic. Wanda immediately unleashed a crimson energy, entwining the creature in an attempt to lift him. Yet, her efforts proved futile. The meatball remained steadfast, unyielding against the earth. In light of this, Carl devised another plan. He lunged toward the meatball, appearing directly before him, raising his right hand to strike the ground. His fist collided with the earth, a tremendous force burrowing deep, causing the concrete surface to fracture, momentarily unsettling the meatball. In that fleeting instant, Carl propelled himself forward, striving to hurl the meatball into the air, yet he was repelled instead by the creature's substantial girth. However, in the next moment, the meatball ascended, hovering above the ground. Below him, the red energy entwined around the stones, lifting the meatball aloft. This revealed the creature's vulnerability. He could connect with the earth, allowing the forces acting upon him to be absorbed by the ground. Without the destruction of the surface beneath him, he could not be moved. Thus, to confront the meatball, one must first dismantle the earth and elevate the surface, severing his connection to it. No. Suspended in midair, the meatball's countenance reflected a semblance of fear. Without standing on solid ground, he would become exceedingly fragile, unable to withstand the onslaught of his adversaries. "So I shall ask you once more," Wanda commanded, her energy tightening around his form. "Will you join the Brotherhood of Mutants?" "I will." Frederick, acutely aware of the pain radiating throughout his body, hastily replied, "Let me down, I concede." "Very well." Wanda dissipated the energy, and Frederick fell to the ground with a cry of agony. Yet, upon contact with the earth, that familiar power surged back into him, instilling a sense of calm in his heart. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dirt, casting a complex glance at Wanda and Carl. "Gather your belongings and come with us," Wanda instructed the meatball, who nodded in acquiescence, retreating to don his attire and collect his possessions, joining them thereafter. Thus, the mission was accomplished. Wanda's gaze settled upon the meatball and Sabretooth. Magneto had requested the presence of these individuals. Their strength was not to be underestimated, indeed compensating for the deficit left by her and Quicksilver's absence. However, Wanda's resolve had shifted. She no longer intended to depart the Brotherhood of Mutants. She sought to remain, to counterbalance Magneto and vie for control of the organization. Chapter 14, War Police. In Westchester County, New York, a majestic mansion built in 1700 stands quietly upon this vast expanse of land, once a residence for the aristocracy, now transformed into a bastion for mutants and an academy. Within the war room, Professor Xavier summoned the members of the X-Men, his demeanor somber. "Professor, what has transpired?" inquired Cyclops, the leader of the X-Men, breaking the silence. Xavier furrowed his brow and asked, "Does everyone remember Frederick?" "Of course," chimed Warren, the angelic figure with pristine wings. Nicknamed Blob. "He cannot be toppled as long as his feet touch the ground." "That fellow has certainly caused us considerable trouble," Beast, McCoy, remarked, recalling the unsettling experience of being unable to budge him even with all his might. "Had it not been for Drake freezing the ground, causing him to fall, we would have faced dire consequences." Kitty interjected, recalling how she was once captured and bound by Blob. "After our last encounter, I managed to shield part of his memories and seal away his malevolent persona." Xavier expressed his growing concern. "However, just moments ago, I discovered an attempt to break that seal. My consciousness was invaded." "By whom?" Iceman asked urgently. "From the invading consciousness, I detected the brainwave signature of Scarlet Witch." Xavier's voice was grave. "It is the Brotherhood of Mutants," Cyclops declared, suddenly alert. "They are attempting to recruit Blob into their nefarious ranks." Blob is a formidable and perilous individual. We must thwart their plans. Xavier surveyed the group and commanded, X-Men, we shall depart at once. We will utilize the brainwave amplification chamber to track Blob's location and relay the information to you. Understood, Scott replied, promptly leading the team as they boarded their aircraft, heading towards their target location. At a restaurant within the Four Queens Hotel on Fleetmont Street, the quartet of Wanda and her companions were dining. Blob occupied an entire sofa chair, devouring a hefty steak, chewing vigorously and swallowing before reaching for a creamy scallop, a look of ecstasy upon his face. This glutton has an enormous appetite, Sabretooth remarked disdainfully, noting that Blob had already consumed 3 steaks, 2 servings of pasta, truffle-roasted chicken, herb-crusted lamb chops, and pan-seared cod, yet still appeared unsated. Fantastic, Blob exclaimed, shoving a crab cake into his mouth, mumbling, joining you all means I can indulge in such delectable cuisine. And it's all unlimited. Why didn't you seek me out sooner? Previously, he had performed in a circus, earning a modest salary. But the high cost of living in Las Vegas consumed a third of his income in rent alone. His gargantuan appetite forced him to rely on high-calorie fast food, leaving him hesitant to dine in restaurants. Now that he had joined the Brotherhood of Mutants, his first meal was lavish, and they promised to keep him well fed. Wanda truly was a kind-hearted person. A twinge of regret washed over me. Upon witnessing the scene, Wong touched his wallet and lamented, we should have gone for the buffet. No way, said Meatball, swallowing the crab cake in his mouth. The buffets in Las Vegas have blacklisted me. I support the boss. With a faint smile, Wanda replied, however, if you join us, food will be a significant issue. Living on an island limits our food supplies. No worries, Carl interjected from beside her. We will soon leave this island, and once we reach Suriname, food will be abundant. Hearing Carl's words, Wanda furrowed her brow and leaned closer, whispering, in fact, upon our return, I intend to thwart his plans. Why? Carl retorted. Don't you wish to establish a nation for mutants? Of course I do, Wanda replied, her expression tinged with sorrow. But many will perish. Suriname imprisons mutants, and our battle is to liberate our kin and grant mutants their freedom. Carl set down his cutlery and asserted, establishing a nation is to provide a sanctuary for mutants, preventing human persecution, halting malevolence, and allowing more mutants to thrive in the light. Isn't that commendable? It is indeed, Wanda replied, her expression complex. It is the opportune moment. Carl interrupted her, stating, with the current U.S. Soviet rivalry, they are preoccupied and unable to focus on us, granting us time to develop. Yes, it truly is a fortuitous opportunity, Wanda conceded. The conflict between mutants and humans is inevitable. Carl sipped his juice and continued, before that, we must unite more mutants and amass considerable power, not to defeat humanity, but to possess the strength to threaten them. At this juncture, Wanda acknowledged that it was indeed the best opportunity. If the Cold War were to conclude, America could fully oppose mutants. We must acquire sufficient power to confront America before that. Then let us adhere to his plan, Wanda acquiesced. They patiently awaited Meatball to finish his meal. When the bill arrived, exceeding $1,000, it stung her a bit, yet she paid it and left a tip. Let us depart, Wanda said, stowing her wallet as they made their way outside the restaurant, with the others following closely. Upon stepping onto the street, they were greeted by throngs of tourists. As they walked towards the distance, Carl suddenly halted, gazing into the sky, his vision piercing through several kilometers, landing on a rapidly approaching silvery point of light. As it drew nearer, the outline became clearer, and Carl discerned that it was a silver aircraft, resembling a Blackbird jet, hurtling towards them at 3 Mach. The moment he spotted the fighter jet, clarity struck him, and he shouted, the enforcers are coming. Enforcers? Wanda furrowed her brow, following Carl's gaze, but saw nothing amiss. No, the saber-toothed tiger, Kodo, possessed remarkable vision, and as the situation drew nearer, he discerned the approaching aircraft. It was indeed a plane. The X-Men? The thought caused the Blob to frown, as if he had heard of them before. With Magneto absent, this predicament could prove dire. Wanda's expression darkened. The Brotherhood of Mutants had clashed with the X-Men on numerous occasions and was well aware of their formidable prowess. Without Magneto and Quicksilver, confronting them would be exceedingly challenging. Let us head into the club, Carl decisively proclaimed, leading the group into a nearby establishment, which would neutralize Angel's aerial advantage. They traversed the corridor and entered the bustling hall, filled with an array of spectators, while on stage, several scantily clad dancers performed provocative pole dances. I will drive them away, Wanda declared, raising her hand as crimson energy coalesced into a mist that enveloped everyone in the club, influencing their consciousness and compelling them to vacate the premises. Do not let them leave, Carl asserted firmly, grasping Wanda's hand. We need these individuals as hostages. Wanda paused momentarily, quickly grasping his intent, and began to hypnotize the audience, waitstaff, hosts, and dancers into a deep slumber. Sabretooth, you ascend to the second floor and prepare for an ambush. Carl instructed, directing his gaze to the blonde man. Understood, Victor responded without hesitation, leaping to the second floor and concealing himself behind the railing. The blob remained in the center. After issuing commands, Carl turned to Scarlet Witch, saying, "Wanda, find an empty chair and feign unconsciousness." "All right." Wanda instantly comprehended his strategy, following his instructions to find a vacant seat and tilting her head as if in slumber. Meanwhile, Carl leaped onto the stage, concealing himself behind the curtain, awaiting the impending arrival. Before long, members of the X-Men stormed into the theater. Chapter 15, The Moment of Battle. A silvery aircraft hovered above Fleetmont Street, its doors swinging open as figures descended from the sky, landing with precision. Clad in blue and yellow uniforms and donning masks, 5 individuals emerged, one of whom was enveloped in ice, exuding an aura of chilling cold. These 5 were none other than the X-Men: Cyclops, Angel, Iceman, Beast, and Marvel Girl. Their presence sending the surrounding spectators into a panicked flight. "The blob must be inside," Scott, wearing protective goggles, remarked as he surveyed the theater's entrance. "Let us go in together." "Wait, Beast," McCoy interjected, blocking their path. This young man, endowed with considerable stature and intellect, scrutinized the sign at the entrance, which indicated a strip club. Why would the Scarlet Witch enter here? Perhaps to indulge the blob's desires by bringing him inside for a glimpse, Angel suggested from the side. "It's best to exercise caution," Beast replied. McCoy cautiously remarked, "We must prepare for the possibility of an ambush." "You make a valid point," Scott, the captain, replied without any hint of carelessness. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, "Hank, Angel, you will enter from the second floor. Leave it to me." With a swift leap, McCoy grasped the neon sign, executing a flip to appear at the window of the second floor. Angel Warren, with her ethereal white wings unfurled, took to the sky amidst the astonished gazes of passers-by, gracefully landing on the windowsill. "Ms. Gray, I kindly ask you to utilize your telekinesis to shield us from any potential attacks," Scott said, turning to the alluring woman with red hair. "Absolutely," Jean Grey replied, unleashing her telekinetic power to form a protective barrier ahead of them. "Let us proceed inside," Scott instructed, flanked by Iceman and Jean as they entered the club. They navigated through the corridor and arrived in the main hall, where they beheld the grotesque figure of Blob standing at the center, surrounded by fallen patrons and staff. In that instant, Wanda, seated to the right, suddenly rose, her hands flinging 2 magical orbs that sped toward them. With a resounding boom, the orbs were intercepted by an invisible telekinetic force, exploding in midair and dispersing into crimson energy. However, the telekinetic shield was also shattered by chaotic energy, revealing their positions. Carl, detecting their whereabouts through keen hearing, peered out from behind the curtain, his eyes turning a fiery red as he unleashed twin beams of heat vision that traversed several meters, striking Scott squarely in the chest. The fabric of Scott's battle suit melted away, searing his skin and carbonizing his flesh before dissipating gradually. "That hurts," Scott grunted, suppressing the pain as he retaliated with 2 crimson energy blasts, which pierced through the curtain and impacted the wall, leaving 2 deep craters. Carl emerged from the other side of the curtain, unleashing another volley of heat vision aimed at Scott. Anticipating the attack, Scott deftly tilted his head, allowing the red lasers to collide with the heat vision in a dazzling display of energy. Meanwhile, Wanda's stealthy assault fell short as she continued to release magical orbs with fervor. Jean immediately summoned her telekinetic prowess, gathering it in front of them to intercept the orbs, which were continuously disrupted yet reformed. "Watch me." Blob charged forward with great strides toward the trio. Iceman quickly crouched, placing his hands on the ground as ice began to form, extending toward Blob in an attempt to trip him. Having learned from a previous encounter, Blob halted his advance, firmly planting his feet to resist the oncoming ice, yet he was soon encased, the icy layer creeping upward. However, Blob merely raised one foot, shattering the ice with a forceful stomp, his ample girth providing ample resistance against the chill. He seized a chair and hurled it at Iceman. Iceman dodged the flying furniture, rushing toward Blob and casting 2 ice projectiles, which struck the behemoth but shattered upon impact, yielding no significant effect. The meatball observed as the Iceman charged forward, promptly throwing a punch that was deftly evaded as the Iceman slid beneath, reaching out to grasp the meatball's thigh, enveloping him in a chilling frost that rendered him immobile. Yet, the meatball, with his robust right leg, shattered the icy prison and retaliated with a punch, which the Iceman narrowly dodged once more. Below, a fierce struggle ensued, while above, an intense battle erupted. McCoy and Warren crashed through the glass. Entering an office on the second floor, McCoy extended his hand to halt Warren, then stepped outside, emerging into the corridor. In that instant, a towering figure lunged at him from the side, raising its hands, sharp claws poised to strike at the beast. McCoy reacted swiftly, retreating just in time, yet still sustaining 5 deep gashes on his left arm, blood seeping forth alongside the pain. Before the ordeal concluded, the saber-toothed tiger advanced, its left hand darting out with lightning speed, fingers poised like blades, targeting McCoy's neck with ruthless precision. In response to this assault, McCoy's upper body leaned back, evading the strike, while simultaneously continuing his backward motion. His massive right hand pressed against the ground for support as he propelled his feet upward, delivering a powerful kick to the saber-toothed tiger's chest. The force, exceeding a ton, sent the creature flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Victor, relying on his well-developed back muscles, absorbed the impact, rolling to his feet, a twinge of pain in his chest, revealing his 4 sharp fangs with a grimace. At that moment, the angel Warren emerged from the room, leaping onto the railing, and with a second jump, his pristine wings unfurled, flapping gracefully through the air, tracing an arc as he descended towards Victor, aiming a kick from above. Victor stepped forward, evading the blow, and as he prepared to counterattack Warren, McCoy had already lunged close, his right fist aimed at Victor's head. Victor raised his left arm to block the strike, the tremendous force causing his body to sway. Just as he was about to retaliate, Warren flapped his wings, executing a somersault in midair, delivering another kick. In response to this assault, Victor grasped the ankle of his opponent with his right hand, his fingers digging in, claws piercing skin and tearing muscle, eliciting a cry of pain from Warren. Seizing the opportunity, McCoy lifted his left leg and swept it across, striking Victor's abdomen with considerable force, sending him crashing against the wall, his grip finally relinquished. Warren immediately flapped his wings, retreating to create distance, blood continuing to flow and drip onto the ground. Scott, noticing Warren's injury, gazed at the boy before him, no longer hesitating, and suddenly twisted the switch on his goggles. His eyes connected to another dimension, brimming with limitless power, so potent that even he struggled to control it. Thus, Professor Xavier had crafted the goggles for him, capable of modulating the output. However, with his comrade wounded, he could not remain passive. Intending to subdue the boy before considering anything else, he increased the output frequency, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that suppressed Carl's thermal gaze. However, Carl retaliated by channeling energy to amplify his thermal output, pushing back the high-energy beam. Impressed by the boy's resilience, Scott twisted the knob once more, augmenting the output into a luminous barrier that pressed against Carl's thermal gaze, sweeping toward him. In that fleeting moment, Carl leaped to the right, narrowly avoiding the high-energy beam as it grazed his body and struck the ground, inflicting minimal damage due to Scott's immediate reduction of energy output, which had merely subdued Carl's thermal vision. The boy appeared to be no more than 13 or 14, still a minor, likely influenced by external forces. Scott hesitated to harm the youth. As Carl evaded the energy beam, he crouched low upon landing, skillfully dodging Scott's laser. Then, with a powerful push off the ground, he propelled himself forward, appearing directly before Scott. Instinctively, Scott lowered his head, directing a high-energy beam toward Carl, but sensing impending danger, he swiftly turned his head to redirect the shot. Carl's reflexes were sharp. At the moment Scott bowed his head, he spun his body to evade the beam, positioning himself beside Scott and readying a punch. Clenching his teeth, Carl's expression was conflicted, yet he tempered his strength, delivering a blow to Scott's chin. The impact sent Scott flying, collapsing onto the ground, eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. "Since you spared me, I shall grant you mercy," Carl muttered, lunging behind Jean Grey and wrapping his arm around her neck, intent on rendering her unconscious. In that instant, Jean activated her telepathic abilities, attempting to invade Carl's mind and exert control over him. However, Wanda reacted swiftly, casting a spell to breach Jean's consciousness, aiming to hypnotize her and compel her to provide assistance, forcing Jean to resist Wanda's magical influence with all her might. Deprived of Jean's telepathic control, Carl tightened his grip, constricting her carotid artery to inhibit blood flow to her brain. Witnessing this, Iceman pivoted and hurled 2 ice spheres, striking Carl's back and enveloping him in frost. Nonetheless, Carl persisted, and after 5 seconds, Jean's body went limp, succumbing to unconsciousness. He gently placed her on the ground, shaking off the frost that shattered around him, while Iceman zoomed past Carl, crashing into a wall and collapsing to the ground with a pained groan. In his attempt to save Jean, he had left himself vulnerable, receiving a powerful punch that sent him reeling. As Jean fell unconscious, Wanda immediately launched a magical sphere toward Warren in the air. Warren flapped his wings to evade the strike, but Wanda deftly flicked her finger, causing the sphere to refract mid-air, striking him in the chest and sending him hurtling down, eliciting a cry of agony. Without Warren's assistance, McCoy was rendered devoid of any threat, providing Sabretooth with the opportunity to strike, his claws lunging toward McCoy's neck. Just as the attack was about to connect, Victor's hand became ensnared in a crimson energy, advancing inch by inch. "Do not kill." Wanda's voice resonated. "Are you certain?" Sabretooth's arm strained, yet he remained unable to break free from the chaotic magic, questioning, "This will leave future troubles." "I said no." Wanda's tone was icy. "Very well. I shall heed your words." Victor retracted his hand and leapt down from the second floor, landing among the group. "Take your people and leave this place," Wanda instructed McCoy. Her voice clear. "Understood." McCoy recognized that his opponent had held back, clutching his arm as he descended to assist his allies. "Let us depart as well." Wanda turned and led the others outside. Chapter 16. The Calm Before the Storm. At the academy, Professor Xavier entered the infirmary, gazing at the figure upon the bed. His brow slightly furrowed. This mission had left nearly everyone wounded. Beast with claw marks on his arm, Scott suffering from a concussion, still nursing a headache. Iceman with injuries to his back, confined to his spot. Angel with claw wounds and a fractured sternum, bandaged intricately. Only Jean, upon awakening, appeared relatively unscathed. "It seems you fell into an ambush." After listening to Beast's account, Professor Xavier remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Although you were sufficiently vigilant, the adversary was exceedingly prepared. Their combat style differs significantly from that of the previous Brotherhood of Mutants." McCoy, seated at the bedside, his robust torso exposed, remarked. "Their division of labor was efficient, their coordination seamless, and their objectives clear, unlike the previous disarray. Despite this defeat, no one sustained severe injuries." Iceman, lying there, added, "Had this been the former Brotherhood, we would likely have sustained far greater casualties." Scarlet Witch intervened to prevent Sabretooth from killing McCoy. "She is likely the leader of this group." Professor Xavier pondered aloud. Furthermore, her disguise as a spectator during the ambush suggests that she probably orchestrated the entire plan. Scarlet, which is a figure worth courting. McCoy nodded, stating, "Unlike Magneto, she possesses her own moral compass, and her thoughts are intricate. It is probable that she also orchestrated the recent Sentinel incident. We might consider reaching out to her." Scott articulated his perspective, suggesting the possibility of future collaboration. Among the X-Men, Scott is regarded as a hardliner, holding more radical views, believing that mutants must engage in necessary resistance, albeit temporarily acquiescing to the Professor's vision of peaceful coexistence. He advocates for the unity of mutants, aspiring to establish a nation for their kind, harboring a less hostile attitude toward the Brotherhood, while still emphasizing the necessity of possessing the means to thwart them. Professor Xavier wore a troubled expression as he remarked, "The Brotherhood of Mutants has welcomed a considerable number of newcomers. Meatball, Sabretooth, and that young lad. Our strength has significantly increased, and it is imperative that we seek additional members." His demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he continued, "There is one more matter to address. They have expelled my consciousness that lingered within Meatball's mind." In the Atlantic, a clandestine island stood resolutely amidst the surging waves. A fishing vessel bravely navigated the tumultuous waters, drawing closer to the island. Once it docked, Carl, Wanda, and others disembarked and proceeded towards the castle. "Carl, Wanda, you have returned," Magneto greeted them, his gaze landing on Sabretooth and Meatball as he approached with haste. "Victor, Frederick, welcome to the Brotherhood of Mutants." "I have no desire to join. I was coerced into this," Victor candidly replied. "You are the leader of the Brotherhood?" Meatball inquired, stepping before Magneto and looking down at him. "I believe you should relinquish your position to me." With the expulsion of Xavier's consciousness, Meatball's true nature emerged, arrogant, haughty, and prone to violence. Magneto raised an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes as he spoke softly. "That can be arranged, provided you can defeat me." "Are you serious?" Meatball chuckled, extending his large hand to grasp Magneto, only to be thwarted by a magnetic shield that kept him at bay. In response, Magneto curled his fingers, summoning several eye beams from a distance, which plunged into the ground around Meatball, twisting and ensnaring him within their grasp. Yet, Meatball extended his hand, seized the steel beams, and with a tremendous effort, tore them apart, casting the remnants aside with a look of triumph. He advanced, reaching out again to grasp Magneto, who simply levitated into the air, raising his hands. A torrent of metal flew in from various corners of the island, coalescing around Meatball, adhering tightly to him through magnetic force, enveloping him completely. Meatball struck the metal plates with his fists, shattering them, but the outer layer of steel remained intact, preventing his escape. The multi-layered metallic constructs enveloped him, yet his feet remained firmly planted on the ground, granting him immense strength. With clenched fists, Meatball relentlessly pounded away, causing the surface of the iron sphere to bulge and the steel to fracture, necessitating Magneto to exert even greater force. Magneto attempted to lift him from the ground, but found it impossible. It was as if Meatball were tethered to the earth itself. Realizing the nature of his abilities, Magneto positioned 2 steel plates into the ground, isolating the soil from beneath, thus elevating Meatball and sealing the soul escape route. Deprived of contact with the ground, Meatball's strength waned, rendering him unable to tear through even the steel plates. Enclosed in darkness, he began to feel disoriented. At that moment, Magneto levitated the iron sphere into the air, peeling back the steel plates layer by layer, resembling a blooming flower, revealing the figure of Frederick within. The soft creature gazed up at Magneto in the sky. The formidable physique and authoritative visage of the latter instilled a heavy sense of pressure within him. "It appears I have triumphed," Magneto proclaimed in a resonant voice. "Frederick, do you wish to submit to me?" "I do," the soft creature replied promptly. "From this day forth, I am willing to heed your commands." "Excellent," Magneto expressed with a satisfied demeanor, descending alongside the soft creature until they touched the ground. He turned his gaze toward Wanda and stated, "You have successfully completed the task. As per our agreement, you may take Quicksilver and depart. He awaits you in his chamber." Wanda scoffed, looking at Magneto. "I have no intention of leaving. I will remain here." "That would be most agreeable," Magneto chuckled, then directed his attention towards Sabretooth. "Victor, you and the soft creature shall accompany me. I will give you a tour of the base." He led the two into the castle, while Wanda hurried to the second floor, arriving at Quicksilver's door, which was securely sealed with steel plating, leaving only a small opening at the bottom. Wanda unleashed her magical energy, wrapping it around the steel to tear it down. Upon opening the door, she rushed inside. "Sister," Quicksilver exclaimed, jumping off the bed with excitement. "You've finally returned." "Peter," Wanda approached, assessing his condition. "How are you? Did Magneto do anything to you?" "No," he shrugged. "He merely sealed the room and told me he would release me once you returned." Quicksilver then joyfully stated, "Now that you're back, let us leave quickly." "I'm sorry, Pietro," Wanda said apologetically. "I intend to stay." "Huh." Quicksilver furrowed his brow, then inquired, "But you said that staying was the only way to restrain Magneto." Wanda sighed. "I cannot stand by and watch him recklessly endanger mutants." After a moment of silence, Quicksilver responded, "Sister, since you have made your decision, I will stay with you." "Thank you," Wanda said with a look of relief, patting Quicksilver on the shoulder. "I'm grateful for your support." "We are family," Quicksilver smiled, stretching his body. "Finally, I can leave this room. I'm going out for a stroll." With that, he vanished from the room. Wanda lingered, her expression tinged with worry. The soft creature, by nature proud, would only obey Magneto's commands after being conquered. Sabretooth, cruel and violent, aligned with Magneto's temperament, leaving uncertainty about what future actions might unfold. Mortis was a loyal subordinate to Magneto, unwavering in his allegiance. The illusionist, ambitious and harboring inappropriate desires for her, would not find her willing to compromise. Apart from Quicksilver, only Carl would assist her. He too believed that Magneto's extreme actions required restraint, aligning their mutual goal on that front. Chapter 17, The Dawn of War. The sea breeze caressed the waves gently as the destroyer Hercules sailed across the waters off the coast of Argentina, its radar rotating and scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, landing on the deck, raising his hands. An invisible magnetic force enveloped the entire warship, causing the massive steel vessel to rotate and alter its course. The crew on deck was thrown off balance by the abrupt tremor, and alarm bells blared sharply as red warning lights flickered incessantly within the bridge. "Report to the captain. All control systems have failed. We have lost command of the ship." The crew shouted in panic. "Stay calm. Activate the backup systems," the captain commanded, gripping the handrail tightly to steady himself while scanning the chaos around him. The radar screen was a flurry of confusion, and the communication devices emitted a harsh static, with all electronic systems rendered unresponsive. He lifted his gaze forward, peering through the porthole at the figure on the deck. It was a robust man, muscular and clad in a tight red suit, donning purple boots and a red metallic helmet, with a purple cape billowing behind him. This must be the culprit, the captain realized, immediately issuing orders to alert the Marine Corps and apprehend the intruder, while simultaneously contacting the command center for assistance. The Marines aboard the destroyer swiftly mobilized, armed with automatic rifles, approaching the figure and raising their weapons, aiming at Magneto. "Cease your actions immediately," the commander warned. Magneto, unfazed by the command, continued to unleash his magnetic powers, sealing all doors and jamming the communication systems. Witnessing the lack of compliance, the commander ordered to open fire. The Marines pulled their triggers, bullets erupting from the barrels towards Magneto. However, as they neared him, the projectiles halted mid-air, slowly reversing, and under the influence of the magnetic force, they shot back at high velocity, striking the soldiers and sailors on the deck. One by one, they fell, leaving Magneto alone on the deck, while the remaining sailors in the bridge looked on in terror and unease. Other naval personnel attempted to assist, but found themselves trapped within the compartments, unable to escape. "The signal is jammed. We cannot reach the command center," reported the communications officer. "There's no way out," the captain sighed, pulling at the door in vain. He pressed his handgun but hesitated to fire at Magneto from a distance, resignedly stating, "Let us surrender. Perhaps we still have a chance to survive." Meanwhile, Magneto seized control of the warship, steering it towards the Republic of Suriname. As they entered Suriname's offshore waters, the vessel was detected by land-based radar, prompting the Surinamese Navy to spring into action. 2 missile boats emerged from the bay, locking onto the Hercules. Furthermore, 2 armed helicopters ascended, converging towards the destroyer's position. Magneto immediately seized control of the warship and launched 2 anti-ship missiles, guided by magnetic force, towards the swiftly advancing missile boat. No matter how the missile boat attempted to evade, it could not escape the relentless tracking of the missiles, which struck successfully, resulting in a violent explosion. Subsequently, the Hercules unleashed 2 Sea Spear surface-to-air missiles, obliterating the armed helicopters. The Hercules continued its voyage towards Suriname when 2 short-range missiles were fired. One missed completely, while the other hurtled towards the ship. However, merely 200 meters away, Magneto detonated it remotely, transforming it into a fireball. Furthermore, the warship discharged 2 more anti-ship missiles, traversing the vast ocean to directly strike the missile launcher, annihilating both the missiles and their launching apparatus. Surrounding soldiers were also caught in the blast, some shattered, while others were knocked to the ground. At that moment, a fishing boat unexpectedly approached the Hercules, bearing several figures, including Sabretooth and others. The fishing vessel followed the warship into territorial waters as rockets from the shore roared, launching toward the Hercules, but all detonated mid-air, failing to come within 100 meters of the vessel. The Hercules advanced relentlessly, its 8 naval guns thundering, unleashing shells towards the shore to suppress enemy fire. The warship accelerated towards the mouth of the Sual River, but the sand-choked inlet could not accommodate the fully loaded 4,000-ton vessel. Thus, Magneto abandoned the warship, leaping onto the fishing boat, steering into the Sual River. On one side of the riverbank lay the capital, Paramaribo, home to 40% of the nation's population. "Proceed," commanded Magneto, as Morty maneuvered the fishing boat closer to the riverbank, allowing the members of the Brotherhood of Mutants to disembark. The first to step onto the shore was Master of Illusions, who unleashed his powers to conjure an army of over 100 soldiers on the coast, surging towards the city. The emergence of the army incited extreme panic among the populace and simultaneously attracted the attention of Suriname's police and army, whose nearby forces had already assembled, opening fire in the direction of the Illusions. Utilizing the cover provided by the Illusions, Sabretooth, Wanda, and Quicksilver launched their offensive against the army. Quicksilver swiftly approached the soldiers, weaving through their ranks, delivering punches that rendered foes unconscious, incapacitating them. Sabretooth leaped onto the rooftops, advancing rapidly from above, launching himself into the midst of Suriname's combat forces to attack the soldiers. With no restraint, he unleashed his claws, tearing through soldiers' necks, and with a swift motion, extracted their hearts. Witnessing this scene, Wanda in the air shook her head but remained silent, instead locking onto the approaching infantry fighting vehicles and tanks. She gathered magical energy in her hands, forming a spell the size of a basketball, which she propelled forward. The magical sphere sped through the air, striking a tank, penetrating its hull, and exploding within, shattering the vehicle into fragments. From above came the assault. An army captain gazed upwards, yet found nothing in the sky. Nevertheless, he commanded his soldiers to raise their weapons and fire into the air. Bullets soared skyward, most of them missing their mark, while a few struck Wanda, only to be thwarted by her magical shield. Wanda soared forward, her left hand upheld by the protective barrier, while her other hand coalesced a magic orb the size of a fist, which she launched at an armored vehicle, piercing through its body and striking the engine, thus obliterating it. She danced through the air, zeroing in on the remaining vehicles, unleashing a barrage of magic that decimated the enemy's machines. The four drew the attention of the military, as a relentless stream of ground troops converged upon their location. Mortai had already set sail once more aboard a fishing boat, trailing the warship as they approached the midsection of the riverbank. Upon halting, Karmurtai and the gelatinous creature disembarked onto the shore. Their objective was the presidential palace, intending to take the president hostage to compel him to sign a surrender agreement. As for Magneto, he swiftly ascended, heading towards the television station. His aim was to seize control of the broadcast and address the viewers across Suriname, urging them to abandon their resistance and surrender. Chapter 18, Breach and Surrender. The presidential palace lay a mere 1.2 kilometers from the Seville River, surrounded by various government institutions, with security forces and agents stationed to guard it, creating a formidable barrier. When the attack commenced, the area around the palace was already under martial law, with a contingent of 200 troops stationed at the intersection, preventing anyone from entering. Upon the arrival of Karmurtai, the frog, and the gelatinous creature at the entrance, soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at the trio. Frederick. Karmurtai called to one side, as the latter charged towards the soldiers with a thunderous momentum. Standing at 178 meters tall and weighing over 200 kilograms, he resembled a living cannonball hurtling towards the enemy. The soldiers responsible for the defense immediately raised their firearms and aimed at the gelatinous creature, pulling the trigger. The bullets struck his body. However, they merely dented his skin without inflicting any harm. Furthermore, the snipers on the rooftop and the machine gunners from temporary positions found their bullets equally ineffective against him. His resilient skin repelled the projectiles, sending them ricocheting back to strike the soldiers, still retaining sufficient force to injure them. The gelatinous creature barreled forward, crashing into the barricade and shattering the steel, before colliding with an armored vehicle and sending it flying. He seized one of the soldiers who had fired upon him, crushing the opponent's skull, and hurled the corpse aside, toppling two others in the process, before charging at another soldier. Mortai leaped onto the rooftop, launching an assault on the sniper, kicking him off his perch, and then extending his tongue to snatch away another soldier's firearm. Armed with the rifle, he opened fire on the remaining soldiers, though his accuracy was lacking, relying on suppressive fire to take down two more. The soldiers discovered Morty atop the roof, raising their weapons to fire at him. Instantly, he was frightened and took refuge behind the chimney, too intimidated to show his face again. Meanwhile, Carl was not far behind Meatball. Bullets struck him, yet they failed to inflict any harm. Having absorbed sunlight for nearly 2 months, Carl's body rapidly restored itself to that of an 11-year-old and continued to grow stronger. Ordinary bullets posed no threat to him whatsoever. As bullets struck Carl, his eyes glowed crimson, unleashing 2 scorching beams that pierced through the soldiers' heads. Under the assault from the two, the soldiers began to retreat, while the trio advanced with determination towards the presidential palace, where a grand edifice was surrounded by soldiers and armored vehicles. Witnessing this scene, Morty slowly withdrew, concealing himself on the rooftop, for he lacked the invulnerability possessed by the two. "Leave immediately, and I may spare your lives." Carl's voice rang out, clear and melodious, causing a stir among the soldiers. A few discarded their weapons and fled into the distance, yet many stood their ground, aiming their guns at the duo. "Enough chatter. Eliminate them all." Meatball bellowed, charging toward the soldiers and drawing the majority of their fire as he plunged into the throng. Carl followed closely, his eyes unleashing scorching beams. Dispatching soldier after soldier, he picked up a rifle, toyed with it for a moment, then aimed at a soldier, firing at him, ending the man's life. He then wielded the rifle, firing at the enemies. Initially, there were slight inaccuracies, but after adjusting for trajectory and recoil, he achieved perfect precision after just a few shots. His bullets found their mark on the enemy's forehead and heart, accurately striking targets the size of a coin. In mere moments, Carl transformed into a sharpshooter, soon losing interest, tearing the rifle apart and casting it aside. No matter how the soldiers attacked, neither Carl nor Meatball sustained any injuries. The grenades hurled their way exploded without causing any harm to the duo. After claiming the lives of 20 soldiers, the remaining troops' morale crumbled, scattering in disarray, leaving only a handful to resist. Carl unleashed his scorching gaze, eliminating the last of them until none remained before him. It was then that Frog timidly emerged from the distance, hopping forward to join the two. "Where have you been?" Frederick inquired loudly. Morty scratched his head, replying, "I apologize. The area was too open, and I was easily susceptible to injury, so I hid away. Besides, you didn't really need me, did you?" "What a waste," Meatball scoffed, his words casting a shadow over Morty's expression. Among the members of the Brotherhood of Mutants, Morty was the weakest, often resorting to closeness with Magneto to feel a sense of belonging. Yet even Magneto seemed to regard him with disdain, frequently reprimanding him, which left Morty perpetually feeling inferior. "Don't say that." Carl gently patted Mortai on the shoulder and remarked, "Mortai, we have rendered significant assistance by bringing you here. Moreover, it is only natural for anyone to have their shortcomings, and that is perfectly acceptable." Upon hearing these words, Mortai felt a surge of emotion. Among the entire Brotherhood of Mutants, only Carl treated him with respect and engaged with him as an equal. "Let us proceed," Carl said, leading the two towards the distant presidential palace. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed beside Carl. Clad in a form-fitting red bodysuit that accentuated her alluring form, adorned with pink stockings that hugged her long, slender legs, and wearing red knee-high boots along with leather gloves. She was unmistakably the Scarlet Witch, Wanda. Carl acknowledged Wanda with a nod, sensing a hint of sorrow in her demeanor, as she had taken too many lives in this recent conflict. Wanda, have you concluded your battle? Carl inquired. The enemy forces have been vanquished, and Quicksilver along with Sabretooth have gone to the prison to rescue our brethren, she replied, placing her hands on her hips. I came here to see if there was any assistance required. Then let us enter together, Carl smiled, and alongside Wanda and Frederick, they approached the presidential palace, a modest white villa that served as the president's residence. The sturdy armored door barred their way. Carl clenched his fists and struck the door with such force that the 1-ton alloy barrier was propelled away. Stepping inside, Carl paused, attuning his ears to the myriad sounds within the villa. His superhuman hearing detected the faint murmurs of a conversation, although the majority of staff had already evacuated. He discerned a voice from one of the rooms. Mr. President, we must leave, implored a staff member. I shall not leave, the president resolutely refused. They are targeting me, and I must negotiate with them. Locating the source of the conversation on the east side of the second floor, Carl swiftly guided his companions up the staircase, directing them to the left towards an office door. He turned the doorknob and gestured for Wanda to enter. As she stepped inside, she was immediately met with the aim of firearms, yet the triggers remained unpulled. Following closely behind, Carl entered the room to find 5 individuals present, 2 guards, 2 officials, and an Indian man seated behind a desk. Wanda addressed the president. Surrender now, Mr. President. What do you intend to do? The president queried, placing his hands on the desk as he fixed his gaze upon the woman and child before him. You have assaulted Srinagar, capturing and killing mutants. You must face the consequences. Hence, we have come to dismantle this government. Wanda stood there, shrugged her shoulders, and remarked, of course. To prevent this nation from descending into chaos, we shall temporarily govern the country. Why do we kill mutants and imprison them? The president clenched his fists, gazing at Wanda as he replied, is it not because the mutants perpetrated terrorist attacks, killing innocent civilians, that we apprehended them? What are you saying? Wanda furrowed her brow. Half a month ago, mutants attacked our nation, resulting in the deaths of many. The president coldly stated, we captured them, executing only 2 of the organizers, while the rest were detained. Is that truly the case? Wanda's expression darkened. Indeed. The president turned to his secretary and instructed, fetch the documentation from that time. Yes. The secretary promptly departed and returned shortly, presenting a folder to the president, who then pushed it forward. Wanda approached, opened the folder, and examined the records. The haunting images of deceased citizens and the flames engulfing buildings. So Magneto has been deceiving us all along. Wanda's face contorted with distress, realizing that Magneto selectively showcased news reports to mislead them. So this nation has not persecuted mutants? This implies their actions were entirely malevolent, merely instigated to seize control of the country. The thought of having taken so many lives caused Wanda to tremble, tainted by the blood of the innocent, transforming her into an executioner. Subsequently, an overwhelming fury surged within her, red energy emanating from her being, spreading outward as she shouted, Magneto, you scoundrel. I will not spare you. Wanda. Carl placed a hand on her shoulder and urged, do not succumb to anger. We must complete our mission first. How can we possibly fulfill our mission now? Wanda turned, her eyes ablaze with rage, declaring, we have killed so many innocents, committing such heinous acts. I understand. Carl replied patiently, but can you stop Magneto? If you cannot, how many more lives will he take? We must adhere to his plan, striving to gain as much power as possible to protect the citizens of this nation. Upon hearing this, Wanda felt torn within. She suppressed her fury, clenched her fists, and addressed the president, Mr. Umar, surrender. I can capitulate. The president fixed his gaze on Wanda, inquiring earnestly, but can you safeguard the people of Suriname? I will exert every effort, Wanda stated with sincerity, but I also require your support. At the very least, the team and certain officials must stand by my side. Very well, the president nodded, assuring, I will do everything within my power to assist you. Chapter 19, Positions and New Members. On the television screen, President Umar sat solemnly at his desk. Before him lay an open surrender agreement on the table, and with a steel pen in hand, he inscribed his name upon the document. This poignant scene was broadcast live across the nation, heralding the conclusion of an era. I, Umar Singh, in my capacity as the President of Suriname, hereby officially signed this surrender agreement, transferring the governance of the nation to the Brotherhood of Mutants. The president's voice resonated with a deep and unwavering tone, yet a melancholic hue tinged his words. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the camera, and continued, I implore all military forces to cease resistance forthwith and to lay down their arms. I also beseech governmental officials to return to their posts and assist the Brotherhood of Mutants in administering the nation, ensuring a smooth transition for society. Umar handed the surrender document to Magneto, stepping aside as the latter took his place behind the desk, his gaze fixed on the camera, his demeanor stern. Citizens of the Republic of Suriname. Magneto's voice was deep and powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority. From this day forth, this nation shall be governed by mutants. We shall establish a wholly new order, wherein mutants will no longer be a persecuted minority, but the leaders of this country. He paused momentarily, his eyes sweeping over the camera, and continued, all individuals, whether mutant or human, must submit to the new regime. Any attempts to disrupt the order or resist the authority will be met with severe repression. We shall not tolerate any form of insurrection or rebellion. The future of Suriname shall be led by mutants. We will guide this nation towards prosperity and strength. Anyone who obstructs this objective will be eradicated. Magneto's voice reverberated through the air, laden with an irresistible force. Across every corner of Suriname, people gathered before their televisions, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Some remained silent, their eyes brimming with anxiety and fear. Others furiously switched off their televisions, unwilling to accept this new reality, while still others hastily gathered their belongings, contemplating flight from the nation. Furthermore, we extend a call to all mutants around the globe to come to Suriname. Magneto's tone softened slightly, inviting us to co-create a realm free from oppression and discrimination, a sanctuary for mutants. Meanwhile, journalists from various news outlets stationed in Paramaribo swiftly relayed this momentous news back to their headquarters. A sovereign nation of humanity, now occupied and pledged allegiance to mutants, stirred a global uproar. Within the academy, members of the X-Men convened in the conference room, their faces etched with solemnity as they watched the news unfold on the television. The audacity of Magneto, launching an offensive and seizing a nation, was staggering. Professor Xavier furrowed his brow, troubled by the fate of Suriname. His recruitment of new members had been a prelude to this plan. McCoy recalled the battle that had transpired 3 days prior. This was the first nation to be solely governed by mutants. Scott's expression was a complex amalgamation of emotions. He deemed their methods excessively violent. Yet establishing a mutant nation had always been his dream. He had taken many lives. Quinn Gray gazed at the images displayed on the screen, depicting the tragic loss of numerous soldiers and the collateral damage inflicted upon civilians. We must put a stop to this. Professor Xavier's demeanor was grave, soon giving way to resignation. However, your injuries have yet to heal, and we are not their match. For now, let us observe the situation. McCoy spoke up, expressing his belief that other nations would not remain passive either. As the broadcast concluded, Magneto rapped his fingers on the table, causing the reporters to gradually depart, leaving only Mr. Umar and the members of the Brotherhood of Mutants in the presidential office. Mr. Umar, Magneto reclined in his chair, his gaze fixed upon the Indian-American president. To avert the conflict between mutants and humans, I require your assistance. I wish to appoint you as my advisor and a member of the National Assembly. Would you be inclined to accept? I would, Umar replied without hesitation, recognizing that participating in the new government was essential for safeguarding the populace. Wanda and Frederick, Magneto continued, scanning the room. I expect you to oversee national defense. Wanda, you shall serve as Minister of Defense. Blob, you will take on the role of Army Commander. Leave it to me, Master Magneto, Blob exclaimed with excitement, thrilled at the prospect of such a significant responsibility. I refuse, Wanda interjected assertively. I am not suited for the role of Minister of Defense. I wish to partake in the governance of the nation. Magneto's expression soured, yet he maintained his composure. National security is paramount. I need someone I can trust, and your capabilities are well suited for managing soldiers. You can use your magic to hypnotize them, compelling them to fight for the protection of the new regime. But I am capable of so much more, Wanda insisted earnestly. I aspire to contribute to policy-making and social reform, fostering peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants. After a moment of silence, Magneto responded, very well. You shall assume the position of Vice President, assisting me in managing various affairs. The Vice President is the second in command, stepping in should the President be incapacitated. Agreed. Wanda expressed her satisfaction with this arrangement. As for the Minister of Defense position, let it be entrusted to Quicksilver. Magneto turned to the young man in the blue bodysuit. You will be responsible for national security. Leave it to me. Quicksilver nodded, but added, I would like the former Minister of Defense to serve as my aide. I require assistance. I recall he seemed to have surrendered. Magneto pondered briefly. Very well, let him assist you. Victor, you shall be the Chief of Police. Overseeing security in the capital region, Magneto continued. Multi, you will head the Secret Service, responsible for the protection of prominent figures. I will strive to fulfill my duties. Multi promptly assured. This is quite troublesome, Sabretooth muttered reluctantly. I have no desire to engage in these tasks. Our manpower is limited. We must endure these burdens for the time being. Magneto spoke softly, then turned to Mastermind, saying, Jason, you shall assume the role of Speaker of the National Assembly. Of course, Mastermind nodded. This position ranks just below the president and vice president. Although the assembly is small at present, the significance of the speaker's role will inevitably grow with the inclusion of mutants. Magneto then addressed the youth with a gentle tone. I do not intend to assign you any duties, as that would squander your time. Your sole focus should be on becoming stronger. He held high expectations for Carl and would not allow trivial matters to hinder his development. Furthermore, Magneto continued, Sabretooth and Quicksilver have rescued 2 mutant compatriots from prison. Morty, please escort them in. Morty promptly exited and returned with 2 figures. One was a short man, around 30, whose right hand bore a massive crab claw. The other was a tall, black-haired woman, approximately 25 or 26, strikingly beautiful with a voluptuous figure. These are Daniel and Pella, Magneto introduced. As for their abilities, let them demonstrate. Daniel approached the door, raised his right claw, and clamped it shut, piercing through the door panel with force. While the claw possessed considerable grip strength, it sacrificed the dexterity of his fingers, rendering it somewhat cumbersome and adversely affecting his speed. Under cautious circumstances, it would be challenging to ensnare an opponent. Now it's my turn. Pella stepped forward, opened her mouth, and expelled a glob of saliva that detonated upon hitting the ground, leaving a crater in the marble floor. Saliva bomb. It appeared somewhat revolting, but its capacity to obliterate marble was formidable, and its surprising nature could be employed for ambushes. However, in direct combat, their prowess paled in comparison to that of a police officer armed with a handgun. The combat capabilities of the two were rather modest, if measured by mutant classifications. Daniel would likely fall into the lowest epsilon tier, possessing weak abilities that even impede normal living. Approximately 30% of mutants exist at this level. As for Pella, she could attain the delta tier, endowed with a singular yet limited ability that enhances daily life. About 40% of mutants operate within this classification. These 2 tiers collectively account for 70% of mutants, a substantial quantity, albeit with minimal strength. Toad's abilities reach the Gamma tier, while Blob and Mastermind fall into the Beta tier, with Sabretooth situated between the two. As for Magneto, he currently stands as an alpha-level mutant, yet possesses the potential to ascend to Omega. Regardless, the ranks of the Brotherhood of Mutants have swelled once more, now reaching 10 members. And with the establishment of the nation, an increasing number of mutants will undoubtedly seek to join their cause. Chapter 20, Alliances and Strategies. After the news of the mutants' takeover of Suriname spread across the globe, the international community swiftly responded. Argentina was the first to voice its concerns, announcing that the Heracles had been hijacked by Magneto. They declared that the actions of the mutants posed a severe threat to international security and stability, urging other nations to unite in expelling the mutants from Suriname. Shortly thereafter, the United States also expressed its condemnation of these actions, declaring that it would not recognize the legitimacy of the Surinamese regime and would impose sanctions. The Secretary-General of NATO also made a statement, indicating the possibility of forming a joint force to liberate Suriname from the mutants' grasp. In light of the American stance, numerous countries rallied, including Japan, Australia, the United Kingdom, and New Zealand, all expressing their willingness to participate in this collective action. Upon hearing this news, Wanda appeared anxious as she hastily entered the office to find Magneto. Have you seen the news? The United States plans to establish a coalition force to attack Suriname. I have seen it, Magneto replied, moving from his position by the window to sit behind the desk. Wanda, you seem quite troubled. If they truly attack Suriname, we cannot hold our ground. Wanda, visibly distressed, responded, I think we should consider abandoning this country and leaving. Do not worry, Magneto said calmly, his gaze steady. I had already anticipated this situation. What is your plan? Wanda could not help but ask. Currently, during the Cold War between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, NATO and the Warsaw Pact are at a critical juncture. Magneto stated with composure. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I have contacted the Soviet Union, and they are willing to recognize the legitimacy of our regime. But that is not enough, Wanda furrowed her brow. Of course, it is more than that, Magneto declared confidently. The Kremlin has responded, offering us military assistance and protection. That is good, Wanda finally exhaled in relief. Wanda, in the future, do not panic when faced with challenges. Take a moment to think, Magneto said sternly. Also, remember to knock before entering. Wanda paused, softly replying, I will remember, before turning to leave the office. By the afternoon, the Kremlin held a press conference, where the Soviet Union officially recognized the Surinamese regime and dispatched an ambassador to present the credentials, establishing formal diplomatic relations. Furthermore, the Soviet Union announced its intention to provide military aid and protection to Suriname and to sign an economic cooperation agreement to counter the American blockade. At the United Nations General Assembly, the Soviet Union vetoed a proposal to establish a United Nations army, temporarily alleviating the crisis for Suriname. Why was the Soviet Union willing to offer such substantial support? Wanda pondered this question as she summoned Carl to her room after lunch to inquire about it. The Soviet Union had too few allies in the Americas, and by the 1980s, only Cuba, Nicaragua, and Grenada remained as its companions. Carl remarked upon viewing a map of the Americas, noting that Grenada had been invaded by the United States the previous year, resulting in the overthrow of its pro-Soviet regime, leaving only Cuba and Nicaragua, both situated in Central America, while South America boasted no pro-Soviet governments. Nicaragua had only become an ally of the Soviet Union after the Sandinista National Liberation Front overthrew the pro-American regime 4 years prior. Carl slowly articulated that, despite this alliance, there remained a domestic opposition supported by the United States, which consumed vast amounts of aid without being able to establish significant strength. At this juncture, Wanda nodded in agreement, stating that the Soviet Union effectively had only Cuba as a strategic foothold in the Americas, and it was under severe economic blockade by the United States, urgently requiring another nation to shift the balance. Cuba's proximity to the United States and distance from the Soviet Union rendered the cost of aid exorbitant, amounting to billions of dollars annually. Carl traced his finger across the map, declaring that Suriname was relatively closer to Cuba and boasted abundant mineral and agricultural resources, which could be utilized to support Cuba, particularly in terms of food aid. Furthermore, Suriname could establish military bases and ports for the deployment of Soviet forces. Wanda continued this line of thought, suggesting that if missile bases could be constructed there, it would pose a significant threat to the east coast of the United States. Suriname's strategic location, not too far yet conveniently separated by Cuba, made it an ideal pivot point, coupled with the formidable strength of mutants. With Magneto being a prominent figure among them, the Brotherhood of Mutants was already being hunted by the United States, placing them in a natural position of opposition. Carl concluded that with the inclusion of mutants, Suriname could evolve into a powerful military nation, asserting itself as a hegemon in South America, thus posing a considerable threat to the United States. Given the current stagnation of the Soviet economy, compounded by immense internal and external pressures, alongside the quagmire of the Afghan War, sentiments advocating for a thaw in relations with the United States had begun to surface domestically. Historically, next year, Gorbachev was set to meet Reagan in Geneva to discuss easing the tensions between the two powers. When Magneto summoned the Soviet ambassador to actively seek collaboration, the Soviet side promptly resolved to embark on comprehensive cooperation with Suriname. Wanda was somewhat taken aback by Magneto's choice of Suriname, inquiring if he had already considered all these factors. In truth, he had not contemplated so extensively. Originally, he intended to attack a small European nation named St. Marco, but it was Wanda who had suggested the assault on Suriname. Articulating the pros and cons, Mr. Magneto is a visionary, Carl remarked with a smile, yet also a figure of ruthless tyranny. Reflecting on his deceit towards her ignited a furious resentment within Wanda, compelling her to seek an opportunity to unseat Magneto from the presidency. However, she recognized that she was not yet qualified to ascend to such a position and needed to learn more from Mr. Umar. In New York City, at 890 Fifth Avenue, stood an opulent mansion. The manor was constructed by Howard Stark and subsequently inherited by Tony Stark. After the formation of the Avengers, it became both their headquarters and residence. Inside the manor, the members of the Avengers gathered in the conference room, where images were projected onto a screen depicting the battle involving mutants attacking the Republic of Sri Lanka, resulting in numerous soldier casualties. This conflict had transpired 2 days prior in the Republic of Sri Lanka. Captain America, Steve Rogers, pointed at the images and stated, "The mutants have invaded this nation, slaughtering countless soldiers, occupying the territory while proclaiming their dominance." "So what are you implying?" Tony Stark leaned back in his chair, twirling a pen. "I believe the Avengers must intervene to restore freedom to the Republic of Sri Lanka," Rogers replied with unwavering resolve. "I think we need not concern ourselves with this matter." Ant-Man, Hank Pym, interjected. "Hasn't America announced the formation of a coalition to liberate this country? Haven't you seen the news?" A striking woman clad in a yellow and black uniform remarked, "The Soviet Union has declared military protection over Sri Lanka and dispatched warships. Cuba has also recognized the legitimacy of the mutant regime. The American government will not recklessly initiate a world war for the sake of a small nation. They are in dire need of assistance." Another member at the table crossed their arms and stated, "We should take action to rescue the people there." "I am indifferent." Tony Stark shrugged. "I will defer to your opinions." "I believe we should proceed," the Wasp declared. "Since everyone is in agreement," Hank Pym said excitedly, "let us embark on this mission." Chapter 21, The Avengers. In the Atlantic, a submarine silently navigated underwater, with members of the Avengers gathered inside, heading towards Sri Lanka. 30 nautical miles from Sri Lanka, The submarine's passive sonar detected the signal of a destroyer, a Kashin-class vessel, originally part of the Black Sea Fleet. Now temporarily stationed in Sri Lankan waters, anchored at Paramaribo Harbor, tasked with maritime surveillance. The Soviet destroyer is present. We cannot penetrate their defenses, Tony Stark informed the others. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, proclaimed, "Allow me to go. I can obliterate that warship." "That would raise alarms," Tony Stark replied as he maneuvered the submarine to retreat. "Our objective this time is to capture them and imprison them. How about flying in?" the Wasp suggested, her wings fluttering. "I cannot fly," Captain America shrugged, his tone relaxed. "However, I can swim. You all fly over and await my arrival. We will act in unison." "I can only travel via Ant-Man's flying ant," Hank Pym said, somewhat troubled. "But the ant's stamina is limited. It may not endure such a long journey." "Do not worry." Tony Stark had a notion. "The submarine has a small submersible. We can board it, evade the destroyer, and stealthily infiltrate Suriname." After distancing himself, Stark activated the submarine's autopilot mode and led the group into the submersible, which had limited space, accommodating only 3 individuals. Thus, Ant-Man and the Wasp reduced their sizes, while the remaining 3 squeezed inside. Stark then opened the hatch and released the submersible. The vessel glided along the ocean floor, carefully avoiding the destroyer as it entered Suriname's territorial waters, evading patrol boats and proceeding up the Seville River. After traveling approximately 2 nautical miles, the submersible began to ascend slowly. Stark declared, "From here to the presidential palace is 4 kilometers. Let's fly directly there and launch an assault on the palace." "Leave Rogers to me." "Absolutely," the Wasp replied, flapping her wings and cradling the shrunken Hank. "I can carry him over." As the hatch opened, the Wasp and Ant-Man were the first to emerge, their diminutive forms drawing no attention. Iron Man and Captain America disembarked onto the shore, with Stark securing Rogers from behind, activating the pulse jets on his boots, and soaring into the sky toward the presidential palace. Thor emerged from the submersible, leaping onto the coast, spinning his hammer, gaining speed, and transforming into a blur. He then hurled the hammer upward, propelling himself into the sky, racing ahead of Iron Man and Captain America, and arriving first above the presidential palace. Observing ordinary citizens entering and exiting the building, he abandoned the thought of striking the structure with thunder. He descended with a thunderous crash onto the lawn before the palace. Gripping his hammer, he bellowed, "Magneto, come out!" As his roar resonated, the sky darkened, arcs of electricity flickering within the clouds, and a tempest arose, causing the grass beneath to sway violently. "Pella, activate the alarms and contact the other mutants." Magneto sensed Thor's presence, issuing commands to his secretary Pella as he stepped from behind his desk onto the balcony to confront his adversary. Before him stood a man clad in silver armor, with golden locks framing a handsome visage, towering nearly 2 meters in height, his robust physique exuding an air of invincibility. The god of thunder, Thor. Magneto recognized him from television, often interviewed as a member of the Avengers, rumored to be the Norse deity of thunder. Initially dismissive, he reconsidered upon witnessing the phenomena Thor had incited, which seemed all too real. Yet, he felt no fear, rising into the air to land gracefully on the grass. Gazing at Thor and inquiring, "What brings you to summon me, my lord? You have invaded foreign territory and slain many innocents. Surrender, and I may spare your life." Thor's voice boomed like thunder. "What if I refuse?" Magneto's voice was low and measured. "Then I shall have no choice but to vanquish you and take you back." Thor raised Mjolnir, and a mighty bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking toward Magneto. Yet as the lightning approached, it was halted by an invisible shield, a barrier formed by Magneto's magnetic prowess that repelled the electrical current. Not only that, but Magneto raised his hands, causing the electricity to swirl around him before it surged toward Thor. However, Thor's Mjolnir effortlessly absorbed the lightning. "Impressive," Thor praised, suddenly hurling Mjolnir at Magneto, the hammer soaring towards its adversary with astonishing speed. "This will be of no use to me," Magneto declared, attempting to manipulate the hammer with his magnetic force, only to find it exceedingly heavy and unwieldy. This formidable weapon had been forged in collaboration between Odin, the All-Father, and the dwarves of Nidavellir. Thousands of years ago, Odin triumphed over a cosmic storm of deities, sealing it within URU metal and dispatching it to Nidavellir. The dwarves then melted it within the core of a star. Fashioning the hammer, and utilizing branches from Yggdrasil as its handle, they created Mjolnir, which Odin named. However, the hammer's consciousness was too tempestuous. Even Odin struggled to command it. Consequently, Odin cast numerous enchantments to bring it under his control. Only those recognized by magic could wield the hammer, unless one possessed the strength to shake the very fabric of the galaxy. Upon his birth, Thor awakened a fraction of the storm's divine power, subsequently gaining the acknowledgement of magic, enabling him to lift Mjolnir with ease. Yet, even now, Thor could not unlock the hammer's full potential. Magneto, too, was unable to control Mjolnir, but he could influence it, redirecting the hammer's trajectory with magnetic force, allowing it to pass by him and crash to the ground nearby. Thor attempted to summon Mjolnir back to him, but Magneto, employing his magnetic abilities, anchored the hammer to the earth, severing Thor's connection. "Do you think I rely solely on my hammer?" Thor declared, charging towards Magneto with the intent to overpower him with his bare hands. Magneto, fully engrossed in controlling Mjolnir, could not divert his attention to Thor, yet his demeanor remained calm and unperturbed. Suddenly, Wanda descended from the sky, her right hand casting forth a magical orb that soared toward Thor. Thor shattered the orb with a punch, only to have another magical sphere approach, which met the same fate. Wanda continued to unleash energy in the form of fist-sized magical orbs, bombarding Thor and restraining his movements. At that moment, Iron Man soared into the fray, having dispatched Captain America and raised his right arm, the armor opening to release a miniature missile aimed directly at Wanda. Instantly, Wanda concentrated the magical energy before her, forming a shield to deflect the incoming missile. A resounding explosion ensued. The missile detonated, sending shockwaves that spread forth with a force rivaling that of a mortar shell, scattering Wanda's magical energy. Shortly thereafter, Iron Man soared into the air above Wanda, aiming his hand at her and unleashing a pulse. Wanda quickly summoned a magical shield to deflect the attack, and with her right hand raised, she conjured a magical projectile that soared towards Tony Stark in the sky. Stark deftly sidestepped, while with his left hand, he continued to unleash pulsating blasts, relentlessly assaulting Wanda from above and preventing her from aiding Magneto. With his distraction gone, Thor strode purposefully towards Magneto, only to be confronted by Karl, who appeared before him. "Step aside, boy," Thor commanded, gazing down at the child. How old was he? 13, perhaps 14? At that age, Thor had been far stronger and taller. Karl did not yield. Instead, he silently lifted his right hand and delivered a powerful punch to Thor's face. The impact was thunderous, a force exceeding 100 tons, sending Thor hurtling through the air for several meters before crashing to the ground. Thor managed to brace himself with one hand, rolling back to his feet. Yet there was not a trace of injury upon his visage. "That hurt," Karl exclaimed, shaking his hand. The hardness of Thor's bones had nearly shattered his own fingers. "Impressive strength," Thor mused, somewhat taken aback by the boy's formidable power, recognizing him as a mutant. Helping Magneto in his nefarious deeds at such a young age demands a stern lesson. Chapter 22, The God of Thunder. The battle raged on fiercely. Steve Rogers dashed towards Wanda, intent on incapacitating her first to liberate Iron Man before confronting the others. At that moment, a figure flew in from the presidential palace, aiming directly for Rogers. He raised his shield just as the creature's webbed feet landed upon it, producing a resounding thud as all the impact was absorbed. The creature leaped back, creating distance, and flicking out its long tongue, declared, "Your opponent is me. Then I shall deal with you first," Captain America proclaimed, raising his shield and hurling it at the creature. The creature nimbly leaped aside, evading the shield, and opened its mouth to extend its tongue towards Rogers. Steve dodged to the side and charged at the creature, which leapt again, its legs aimed at him in a kick. Captain America sidestepped, evading the blow, and caught his shield as it rebounded back to him, turning to strike at the creature. The creature immediately leaped back, avoiding the shield's strike, then extended its tongue toward Rogers once more. Captain America raised his shield to block the attack, yet the viscous slime secreted from the tongue clung to the shield. Attempting to pull it back, harnessing the force of the pull, Captain America lunged at the creature, his right fist connecting with its face. With a resounding crack, the creature was sent flying, rolling upon landing, its face visibly swelling at an alarming rate. "Continue," Captain America commanded, gesturing towards Morty. Meanwhile, the Wasp arrived late with Ant-Man. As they approached the battlefield, she hurled Ant-Man from the sky. He landed on the ground, his body expanding continuously until he transformed into a colossal figure 15 meters high, charging towards Magneto, raising his foot to stomp down upon him. Magneto swiftly evaded, causing Ant-Man to miss his target, and retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Magneto. In response, Magneto chose to relinquish control of Thor's hammer, leaping into the air and colliding with Ant-Man, causing him to stagger. Immediately, Magneto waved his hands, lifting two cars high into the air, which then hurtled towards Ant-Man at high speed. Ant-Man managed to block one vehicle, but the other struck him from the side, knocking him to the ground. The Wasp silently appeared behind Magneto, unleashing two pulses aimed at his back, only to have them deflected by his electromagnetic shield. Subsequently, Magneto expanded his shield, sending the Wasp flying as he rapidly advanced towards Thor. On another front, Thor clenched his fist and struck Karl's head. He controlled the force behind this punch, yet it still possessed formidable strength. Carl deftly dodged, his right hand forming a fist to strike Thor's ribs. The impact echoed as Thor was struck, akin to being hit by a missile. The immense force propelled him once more. As he twisted in midair, he crashed to the ground, with Carl already poised before him, resembling a cheetah as he delivered a powerful straight punch to Thor's chin. Thor raised his left arm to block the blow, channeling his strength into the ground beneath him, causing the grass to explode into a scattered pattern. Without hesitation, he struck out with his right hand, aiming for Carl's chin. Carl, quick to react, perceived Thor's punch with remarkable dynamic vision, sidestepping and bending his right leg, allowing Thor's fist to graze past him. In the next instant, Carl pushed off the ground with his right leg, channeling explosive power through his waist and shoulder, delivering a punch to Thor's ribs. The force of this blow was terrifying, sending Thor flying once more, crashing to the ground, his expression one of surprise. It seemed he needed to take this seriously. He raised his head to face Carl, only to find two beams of heat vision aiming directly at his eyes. Thor tilted his head just in time, feeling the intense heat strike his forehead, which merely left him feeling slightly warm. However, Carl seized this opportunity, appearing before Thor once again, delivering another punch aimed at his abdomen. Thor, without even looking, placed his left hand in front of Carl's fist, blocking the blow just as his right hand formed a fist aimed at Carl. Carl swiftly retreated, dodging the punch as it fell harmlessly. Thor did not pause despite missing. Instead, he slammed his fist into the ground, releasing tremendous power that shattered the earth, sending debris flying for over 30 meters. Carl staggered momentarily but quickly regained his footing. But Thor had already lowered his shoulders, propelled himself off the ground, and collided forcefully with Carl. Carl felt as though he had been struck by a vessel, hurtling backward at great speed. The biofield released, dissipating some of the impact, and he landed on the ground, half of his body aching. However, Thor did not pursue. Instead, he raised his hand, summoning Mjolnir, which soared back into his grasp. He aimed the hammer at Carl, unleashing a bolt of lightning that surged toward him. The instant Thor lifted his hammer, Carl dove to the side, the lightning piercing the spot where he had just stood, striking the ground and leaving a large crater. Carl sprang to his feet, the lightning approaching him, partially absorbed by the biofield. It struck him, sending him flying and leaving him with a tingling sensation that made his hair stand on end. He had not lost consciousness. Thor was somewhat surprised and released another bolt of lightning toward Carl. Just as it was about to hit, an invisible magnetic shield appeared in front of him, blocking the attack. "Carl, you deal with Ant-Man. This is my responsibility." Magneto soared overhead, landing not far from Thor, and with a wave of his hands, the nearby vehicles were hurled toward Thor. Thor leaped into the air, evading the oncoming cars, then raised his hammer. Lightning descended from the sky, striking at Magneto but was deflected by the magnetic shield. Magneto conjured two projectiles in his hands, the magnetic field swirling around them, transforming them into high-velocity electromagnetic cannonballs that were launched at Thor. Thor dodged one but was hit by the other in the chest, his body propelled backward, yet he remained unharmed, his sturdy armor absorbing the blow. He then threw his hammer at Magneto, who ensnared it with his magnetic force, drawing it to the ground. However, in the next moment, Mjolnir unleashed a powerful surge of electricity, disrupting the magnetic field and rendering Magneto unable to control the hammer. Magneto immediately redirected the electric current, aiming his hands at Thor and releasing a formidable bolt of lightning. Thor was struck, his body enveloped in electricity, yet he remained unfazed, reaching out to grasp the returning Mjolnir and once again summoned lightning to crash down. Magneto attempted to harness the lightning to strike Iron Man in the sky, but Thor threw his hammer once more, forcing Magneto to evade, causing the lightning to dissipate in the air. Both adversaries regarded each other, recognizing the challenge before them. One commanded thunder, the other manipulated magnetism. The interplay of electricity and magnetism rendered them evenly matched, leaving them to await the outcome of others. Chapter 23. Victory and capture. Ant-Man was knocked to the ground by a vehicle, shaking his head as he rose, intent on pursuing Magneto, only to see Carl charging toward him. Aware of the young man's considerable strength, he did not hesitate, lifting his foot to stomp down on Carl. Carl continued his advance, the massive foot crashing down behind him, leaving an imprint on the ground. Carl approached Ant-Man from behind, leaping 12 meters into the air, appearing just behind his head, his right fist poised to strike. However, Ant-Man took a half step forward, evading the punch while simultaneously pivoting to deliver a powerful elbow strike to Carl's body. In midair, Carl had nowhere to evade, and upon being struck by the elbow, he was sent flying like a comet, crashing into the ground and embedding himself into the lawn, rising in scathe and brushing off the dirt from his attire. Immediately after, Ant-Man strode purposefully toward Carl, raising his foot to kick him. Carl leaped backward to evade the blow, raising his head as his eyes turned crimson, unleashing two beams of heat vision that pierced through Ant-Man's battle suit, striking a vital point. A piercing scream escaped Hank Pym's lips as he clutched his groin, recoiling in pain. Carl swiftly dodged to the right, avoiding a retaliatory kick, only to hear the sound of wings vibrating near his ear from behind. Instinctively, he leaped aside just as a steel needle-sized yellow projectile zipped past where he had just stood, penetrating the grass and leaving a small crater. Though not particularly powerful, the diminutive wasp, having missed her shot, immediately soared to Carl's side, raising her left hand to unleash another electrical pulse. Carl raised his arm to block the attack. The pulse penetrated his clothing, delivering a mild sting to his skin. Following that, Carl's eyes glowed red once again as he directed two beams of heat vision toward the airborne woman. The wasp flapped her forewings, darting away at high speed to evade the oncoming attack. Yet, Carl's acute dynamic vision allowed him to track her movements, and the beams of heat pursued the wasp through the air. Just as it seemed they would strike, a large foot descended upon Carl, forcing him to leap aside to avoid the blow. The wasp and Ant-Man exhibited remarkable teamwork, positioning themselves to the side and simultaneously launching electrical pulses. Carl raised his arm defensively, but this time, the electrical pulse transformed into a robust beam, akin to a toothpick in thickness, striking Carl's hand. A sharp, stinging sensation coursed through him, reminiscent of a bee's sting. Shaking his hand to alleviate the discomfort, Carl fixed his gaze on the wasp, only to see Hank Pym attempting another kick. He swiftly evaded, but the wasp reappeared at his side, aiming her hands at Carl to release another pulse. Carl charged toward the pulse, reaching out to grasp the wasp, but missed. He glanced nearby to find a young man clad in a blue skin-tight suit, adorned with a silver lightning bolt on his chest, gripping the wasp and observing her struggle with intrigue. Is this a person? So small? Quicksilver's hand clutched the wasp as she writhed violently. Release Janet. Ant-Man bellowed, raising his foot to kick Quicksilver, who effortlessly sidestepped the attack. He yearned to pursue further. Yet Carl had already materialized beside him, delivering a powerful blow to his temple. The colossal figure, standing 15 meters tall, was sent hurtling to the ground, his form diminishing until he succumbed to unconsciousness. Release me, exclaimed the wasp as she expanded in size, breaking free from Quicksilver's grasp. From a diminutive stature of 15, she transformed into a normal height of 163, clad in a form-fitting suit of striking yellow and black, her physique alluring. Raising her right hand, she aimed at Quicksilver, unleashing a pulse the width of her wrist, which struck him but merely passed through, hitting the ground instead. It was merely a residual image left by Quicksilver. In a flash, Quicksilver appeared at the wasp's side, landing an elbow strike to her chin, sending her crashing to the ground, rendered unconscious. Problem solved, he remarked, dusting off his hands. Are they the assailants? Indeed, let us assist, Carl replied, observing the battlefield. He noted Scarlet, which engaged in combat with Iron Man, while Magneto and Thor were locked in a fierce struggle. Captain America had already felled Morpheus and was now focused intently on the two, shield raised, demeanor cautious. Allow me. Quicksilver disappeared, reappearing beside Captain America, and struck him squarely on the jaw, sending him sprawling to the ground. Just as Quicksilver anticipated a decisive victory, Captain America shook off the daze, gritting his teeth as he rose. Quite resilient, Quicksilver exclaimed, lifting his leg to deliver a kick to his temple, causing Captain America to roll on the ground before losing consciousness. Witnessing this, Iron Man, hovering above, recognized the failure of their battle strategy. He immediately ascended into the sky, intending to retreat and devise a plan to rescue others. Scarlet Witch unleashed magical projectiles, which Tony Stark deftly evaded as he soared towards the horizon, signaling for retreat. Thor, unable to subdue Magneto, felt a pang of reluctance at the sight of the retreat signal but resolved to leave nonetheless. As he spun his hammer, preparing to take flight, Magneto detected his intention, using his magnetic powers to halt Mjolnir's rotation, preventing it from departing. Scarlet Witch raised her hand, aiming at Thor as chaotic magical energy surged forth. Carl's eyes glowed red as he shot two beams of heat vision towards Thor, who narrowly avoided the attack. Quicksilver appeared beside Thor, delivering a punch to his cheek. Ouch! He exclaimed, shaking his hand as he narrowly evaded Thor's counterattack, creating distance between them. Observing the encroaching adversaries, Thor raised his head and shouted, Heimdall! In an instant, a radiant beam of multicolored light descended from the heavens, enveloping Thor and the surrounding area, severing Magneto's magnetic grip. As the light faded, Thor's figure vanished, leaving behind a scorched circle on the ground, along with intricate markings. They've escaped, Magneto lamented, yet upon noticing three adversaries still unconscious, one of whom was Captain America, he promptly instructed, secure them in the underground shelter. Understood. Quicksilver bore Captain America upon his shoulders, advancing towards the presidential mansion. Wanda, please remove her uniform to prevent her from shrinking and escaping, Carl instructed. He then approached Ant-Man, stripping him of his attire, and carried Hank Pym into the underground, securing him within a shelter. The Wasp, Janet, and Captain America were likewise cast inside, and the metallic door was firmly sealed. At that moment, a vehicle halted on the lawn. Sabretooth leapt from the car, his claws unsheathed and poised for combat, only to discover the absence of adversaries. Has the battle concluded? He inquired. Indeed, it has, replied Magneto, gesturing towards Morty. Take him to the infirmary. Having missed the grand conflict, Sabretooth expressed his regret as he hoisted the battered Morty and proceeded into the presidential estate. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers from the mansion, a car was ensnared in traffic. Meatball, seated within, shouted in frustration, "Hurry up! Hurry up!" Yet the congestion proved insurmountable, compelling him to leap from the vehicle and sprint towards the presidential mansion, his ample form quaking with each stride. Chapter 24, Carl's Scheme. Following the battle's conclusion, Magneto, upon Carl's counsel, promptly convened a press conference. As reporters beheld Captain America, shackled and fettered, entering the room, photographers hastily clicked their shutters, capturing the scene. This image swiftly circulated among major newspapers and television networks, prompting reprints and urgent broadcasts, igniting a global uproar. The Avengers had launched an assault on the Republic of Shriner, intent on vanquishing the Brotherhood of Mutants to liberate the populace. However, they were decisively defeated. Thor and Iron Man fled, while Ant-Man, the Wasp, and Captain America were taken captive. Particularly troubling was the sight of Captain America, a symbol of American spirit, rendered a prisoner, a reality many Americans found intolerable. Some congressmen, in interviews, proclaimed that Captain America had perished long ago, and the current figure was merely an imposter. This assertion garnered widespread support, as it was noted that Captain America had been absent for years. How could he remain unchanged in age? Surely, this was a counterfeit. Carl, upon viewing the news, seized a newspaper and made his way to the shelter, presenting it to Steve Rogers. Magneto asked me to give this to you. Captain America accepted the paper, his brow furrowing as he fell into a profound silence. What does it say? Hank Pym, confined in the same room, leaned in to read the contents, exclaiming in disbelief, "This is outrageous." Child, Janet, seated on the floor, edged closer, pleading, "Could you possibly release us?" No, Carl shook his head, replying, "You are villains. I cannot set you free." "How can we be villains?" Hank Pym protested fervently. "Have you not heard of us? The Avengers, a coalition dedicated to combating malevolence and safeguarding humanity, as they endeavor to protect mankind." Carl gazed at them with innocent curiosity, asking, "Why do you assault us?" To which they replied, "Because you have encroached upon other nations and taken lives." Wasp interjected, stating, "We have come to expel the Brotherhood of Mutants and rescue the citizens of this country." Yet Carl retorted, "Americans have also invaded the lands of the Native Americans." He continued to probe, "Why do you not drive away the Americans, who not only slaughtered them, but also skinned them alive?" At this, Wasp faltered, and Ant-Man appeared somewhat embarrassed, uncertain how to respond. This was an undeniable truth, even more reprehensible than the incursion of the Brotherhood of Mutants into Suriname. "This is wrong. The massacre of Native Americans is an act of genocide and deserves punishment," Captain America articulated. "Regrettably, we were not born in that era and could not intervene." Indeed, Wasp concurred, "Such actions have caused immense suffering and must be prevented from occurring." "Then why do you not intervene in the persecution of Palestinians?" Carl boldly questioned. "They have lost their homes and freedoms. Why do you not come to their aid?" Steve Rogers frowned and replied, "We lack the capacity to meddle in such matters." "But surely raising your voice is possible?" Carl countered, "Why not leverage your significant influence to apply pressure on this issue?" Ant-Man hastily interjected, "This is a complex international political dilemma, not something we can easily interfere with." Carl shot back, "I suspect you fear offending Israel and the substantial Jewish influence rooted in America." He concluded, "Ultimately, you are merely playing a game of heroism to attain a false sense of honor, while neglecting those who genuinely require assistance." "Who told you this?" Wasp furrowed her brow. "Mr. Magneto," Carl fabricated, "he threatened to kill you, and my sister Wanda and I wish to prevent that, and he said as much." "He wants to kill us?" Hank's face paled with fear. "Yes," Carl nodded earnestly. "He is not entirely incorrect." Captain America reflected on his past, chuckling to himself, "Role-playing? That describes me perfectly. You are formidable, so young yet possessing such strength. Your future is boundless," Wasp remarked to Carl. "You should distance yourself from Magneto. He is too extreme." "But he saved me," Carl replied earnestly. "When I was imprisoned in an underground cell, tormented daily with no means of escape, it was Mr. Magneto who appeared before me." At this, Janet opened her mouth to speak, but found no words. Farewell, perhaps there will be no opportunity for another goodbye. Carl waved goodbye to the three despondent figures, rising from his seat and departing the prison, firmly closing the heavy armored door behind him. Carl, so you are here. Upon reaching the first floor, he encountered Wanda approaching him, who spoke in hushed tones. Magneto and I had a disagreement. He wishes to execute the three publicly to set an example. While I believe it is better to confine them rather than take a life, she resolved to convene an internal meeting for a show of hands. Carl, will you support me? Certainly. Carl gestured affirmatively. That is splendid. Wanda led Carl to the conference room on the second floor, where they found Mastermind, Sabretooth, Quicksilver, and Toad already present. As Carl and Wanda took their seats, Wanda furrowed her brow and asked, "Why are Mastermind and Sabretooth here? Why should I not be?" Victor retorted, his gaze fixed on her. "Have you forgotten? It was you who invited me to join the Brotherhood of Mutants. But you did not partake in the recent battle." Wanda pointed out, "Only those who contributed deserve to vote, as this is the spoils of the victors." "That is not entirely incorrect." Sabretooth shrugged. "I indeed missed the fight." "So be it." "And Mastermind?" Wanda turned to him, inquiring, "Where were you at that time?" "I was at the Capitol," Mastermind replied, setting down his coffee with a sigh. "I was making my way to the presidential office, but I was rather slow. Thus, neither of you should participate," Wanda stated sternly. "That is acceptable," Magneto nodded dismissively. "Let us proceed with voting among those who engaged in battle. And Toad should not be here either." Wanda directed her gaze at Mortis. "You are the only one who lost." Mortis, already self-conscious, lowered his head at her words. Mortis held back the enemy. Magneto struck the table with force. Otherwise, if Quicksilver had arrived, the battle would have long concluded. "All right, let him stay," Wanda smiled faintly. Magneto cleared his throat, declaring, "Now we shall vote. Those in favor of executing Captain America and Ant-Man, raise your hands." Mortis and Magneto lifted their hands, the latter frowning slightly as he noticed Carl remaining still. "Now, those in favor of imprisoning them, raise your hands." Wanda was the first to raise hers, followed by Quicksilver, who cheerfully exclaimed, "It is 3-2 now. Are you counting?" Magneto gestured. Wanda glanced at Carl, realizing he had not raised his hand, and nudged his leg with her foot, signaling him. "All right then." Magneto waved his hand and took a sip of his coffee, stating, "It appears Carl has a differing opinion. Do share. My thoughts are quite straightforward." Carl surveyed the group and proposed, "Let Iron Man pay a ransom to secure the release of the three." "That is an excellent idea." Wanda's eyes sparkled with excitement as she proclaimed, "We acquire wealth, while they gain their freedom. We do not require money." Magneto furrowed his brow. "Soon, we shall obtain substantial aid from the Soviet Union. Ransom extends beyond mere currency." Carl traced circles on the table with his finger, stating, "There are also industrial technologies and military equipment, not to mention the plethora of new innovations from Iron Man that could significantly accelerate Suriname's development." Upon hearing this, Magneto fell into contemplation. "Eliminating them brings no advantage." Carl quickly interjected, "Iron Man and his allies remain alive. If they and the Avengers launch another assault, how shall we respond? We might not withstand it. But if we release them, how can we ensure they will not return?" Morty inquired. "Quite simply," Carl shrugged. "We can publicly sign a non-aggression pact before the media, while delaying their release under the pretext of technological collaboration for 6 months. "That is an excellent idea," Magneto nodded. "It would bolster Suriname's strength while preventing the enemy from uniting." "I am in agreement," Wanda affirmed. "Moreover," Carl added with a smile, "if we engage in trade, I envision acquiring a fully automated solar thermal power station from Iron Man Suriname, located in the northern part of South America near the equator, boasts ample sunlight, with daily exposure reaching 12 hours and intense solar radiation. By implementing a solar thermal power station, Carl could exponentially harness solar energy, which was the rationale behind his choice of this nation. Although he initially planned to construct it himself, the process would be lengthy, costly, and inefficient, akin to the first solar power facility in Nevada 2 years ago, which was barely functional. However, with Iron Man's expertise, a highly efficient solar thermal power station could be established, allowing for immense solar energy absorption. Even accounting for losses, it could transform into an indomitable force within 6 months. At that juncture, concerns about nations and adversaries would be moot. Chapter 25, A Visit. This marked Iron Man's first personal visit to the Academy. His previous encounter had been via a projection device in search of the Hulk. He followed Professor Xavier into the operations room, taking a seat at the table where the other Avengers were already assembled. "You all must have seen the news." Tony Stark reclined in his chair, his expression a mixture of emotions. "We ventured to Suriname with the intention of driving out the Brotherhood of Mutants, yet we were defeated, resulting in 3 of our members being captured. We are aware of this incident." Cyclops nodded, a wry smile crossing his face. "In fact, we too clashed with the Brotherhood and suffered a similar fate, sustaining injuries in the process." Their strength has significantly increased. Professor Xavier spoke gravely. We are also seeking assistance to vanquish them. As fate would have it, Iron Man spread his arms and declared, we can unite to confront them together. Indeed. Professor Xavier concurred confidently. Our injuries have healed, and with your and Thor's assistance, we shall be capable of vanquishing them. Then it is settled, Iron Man responded, relieved that his dilemma had found resolution. Let us deliberate on the battle strategy. Allow me to take the lead, Beast suggested as he rose and approached the projection screen. Just as he was about to speak, the phone rang unexpectedly. Iceman, seated closest to the phone, answered it and said, Mr. Stark, it's your butler, Jarvis. Oh. Tony Stark immediately stood and walked over, taking the receiver and placing it to his ear. His brow furrowed as he murmured, I understand. He set down the receiver, lost in contemplation. What transpired? Angel inquired from the other end. The Brotherhood of Mutants reached out to me, Tony Stark replied slowly. They are willing to release Rogers and the others, but only if I agree to one condition. Do not be deceived, Iceman cautioned, his brow furrowed. Magneto is untrustworthy. It is not Magneto, Iron Man shook his head. It is Scarlet Witch. What is the condition? Xavier asked solemnly. She wishes to assist in constructing a solar thermal power station in Sri Lanka to alleviate the nation's energy crisis, Stark explained. She informed me that currently, 40% of households in Sri Lanka lack electricity. If true, Jean Grey interjected with her legs crossed, this would be beneficial for the populace. She is genuinely concerned for her country. Scott raised his hand and tapped the table. My concern is, Stark confessed anxiously, I fear she may deceive me. You can trust her, Beast recalled their past encounters. She is a principled and kind-hearted individual. Given this, Stark weighed the pros and cons before stating, I have decided to acquiesce to their demands. Very well, Xavier replied with composure, we shall respect your decision. My apologies, Stark said slightly bowing, then exited the room, leaving the others in silence. That guy, Iceman was the first to express his discontent. I believe he made the right choice, Scott voiced his support. It could save his comrades while benefiting the public. It is indeed the correct decision. Magneto must still answer for his past actions, Professor Xavier remarked, prepare yourselves. Once the individuals are released, we shall commence our plan. After a pause, Xavier added, before that, we must invite a few allies to join us. In the presidential office, Wanda, clad in a burgundy suit, hung up the phone and joyfully turned to Carl, saying, Tony Stark has agreed. He will come here personally to discuss with us. That is splendid news, Carl replied. Carl grasped Captain America's shield firmly at its edges, pulling with all his might, yet all his strength dissipated without a trace, leaving the shield utterly unscathed. His eyes turned a fierce crimson, emitting beams of thermal energy that struck the shield. After heating it for a while, the shield remained indifferent. When he reached out to touch it, he discovered it had grown warm, yet the heat was evenly distributed. This was the shield forged from vibranium, capable of absorbing kinetic energy and heat, impervious and indestructible, at least beyond his current capabilities. Intrigued, I observed as Wanda placed her hand upon the table, gazing at Carl and inquiring, why did you prevent Magneto from contacting Iron Man and instead summon me? For Wanda, not only was her beauty captivating, but her kindness and steadfast principles made her trustworthy, someone who could persuade others to collaborate. Carl tossed the shield away. Its circular form struck the wall, rebounding thrice before returning to his grasp. Wanda, possessing an inherently benevolent nature and somewhat of a savior complex, could be utilized to her advantage. Sculpted as the antithesis to Magneto, thus securing opportunities for external communication. This dynamic mirrored the advantages of a bipartite system, where the ruling party opposes while the opposition draws near, alternating in power, continually overturning collaborations without the obligation to honor agreements. Wanda and Magneto represented two factions. If one proved detrimental to progress, support must be lent to the other. Wanda, elated by Carl's words, could not suppress her radiant smile as she exclaimed, Carl, thanks to you, we have achieved beyond our expectations. There's no need for thanks. We are family, Carl replied with a smile. You're absolutely right, Wanda responded, her gentle smile illuminating her face as she glanced at her watch. It's time. Let us depart, for the Soviet delegation is soon to arrive. With that, Carl hung the shield on the wall, and they exited together, taking a car to the airport. The airport, equipped with but a single runway for large aircraft, had been placed under strict security for the safety of the guests. Frogs and saber-toothed tigers patrolled the vicinity, and Quicksilver had also arrived, clad in a blue suit, his demeanor serious and somewhat out of place. They sat in the vehicle, waiting in silence. Shortly thereafter, a large passenger plane appeared, descending gently before coming to a halt, the boarding staircase extending to the cabin door. Moments later, the hatch opened, and several figures disembarked, security personnel accompanying the Soviet delegation. Among them, one figure caught the eye, Golden locks cascaded down a striking visage, clad in a black bodysuit that accentuated her alluring form. Yellow gloves adorning her hands and yellow boots encasing her legs, a yellow star emblazoned upon her chest, exuding an enchanting presence. Utilizing his X-ray vision, Carl discerned a peculiar energy surging within her, and his gaze elicited a reaction. The woman turned, meeting Carl's eyes with a subtle smile. She descended from the aircraft and engaged in conversation with Morty, who was responsible for special operations, joining the security detail to inspect the vehicles prepared for the dignitaries by the Suriname government. Following closely, Soviet foreign affairs personnel also disembarked, initiating discussions with the Suriname officials. At this moment, the red carpet had been laid out, the military band was ready, and the photographers raised their cameras, aiming at the hatch. Wanda disembarked and, accompanied by Quicksilver and Chief Umar, awaited quietly. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the hatch. An elderly gentleman of 70 waved at the crowd and descended the stairs. Nikolai Bybakov, the deputy chairman of the Council of Ministers and the chairman of the International Planning Committee, who oversaw economic affairs, approached Wanda for a handshake. The flashbulbs ignited, capturing this moment. Shortly thereafter, the Soviet Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Deputy Minister of Defense also descended from the aircraft, and the parties exchanged pleasantries. President Lancel awaited everyone at the presidential residence. Wanda escorted Nikolai to the vehicle, and the grand convoy proceeded towards the presidential palace. Chapter 26. Ursa Major at the presidential palace. Magneto personally received the Soviet delegation and held a solemn welcome ceremony. Following his address, both parties moved to the banquet hall, where the Sri Lankan side had prepared a sumptuous feast for the delegation. Carl sat at the far right end of the long table, directly across from a blonde woman, whose curious gaze scrutinized him, pondering why a boy of merely 13 or 14 years had the privilege to sit there. Considering Magneto's stature, the conclusion was evident. He must be a mutant. Thus, she inquired, "Little brother, are you also a mutant?" "Yes," Carl nodded, his eyes instantly turning crimson, unleashing beams of thermal vision that accurately struck the spoon in the woman's hand, melting it with an intense heat. Startled, she quickly discarded the spoon. "Impressive ability," she remarked, raising an eyebrow before extending a finger, releasing a purple beam that severed Carl's spoon in two. Their actions drew the attention of others, and Magneto's gaze fell upon her, curiously asking, "Madam, are you also a mutant?" "Indeed, President Lancel," the woman replied with a smile, "I am a mutant." Her name was Linnea Petrovna, nicknamed Dark Star. Nikolai chuckled. "She is a member of the Soviet Super Soldier Legion. We have a long-standing tradition of utilizing mutants. However, it was the Soviet Union that first targeted mutants for extermination," Magneto stated without mercy. In the 1920s, the Soviet Union held a vehement hostility towards mutants, executing any discovered. It wasn't until the 1960s, with the burgeoning population of mutants, that they began to value them. Nevertheless, the official approach remained brutally harsh. Mutants exhibiting power were captured and sent to super soldier academies, trained to serve the state. For instance, Darkstar Linnea and her twin brother, Vanguard Nikolai, were taken by the government upon birth, and after awakening their mutant abilities, they were further dispatched to super soldier academies for training, enhancing their powers. That was in the past. Nikola appeared somewhat awkward, clearing his throat before speaking. "We now place great importance on the status of mutants, who have also entered the upper echelons of government." Upon hearing his words, Darkstar revealed a mocking expression and, sensing Carl's gaze, she winked at him. "President Lancel." Foreign Minister Andre interjected, "In addition to Rainia, our delegation includes Usus, who is also a mutant." As he spoke, a tall, robust man rose to his feet, with brown hair and a muscular physique. "What a formidable fellow," Magneto remarked, his eyes fixed on the newcomer. "Might I inquire about your abilities?" "Allow me to demonstrate," Usus replied, loosening his tie and shedding his suit to reveal only loose-fitting shorts. He stepped back a couple of paces, his body beginning to swell as brown fur sprouted from his skin, his mouth protruding, sharp teeth bared, and claws extending from his limbs, transforming into a towering brown bear standing at 2 meters and 26 centimeters. "This is my ability," Usus grinned widely. "I can turn into a bear. Everyone calls me Ursa Major." "Impressive indeed. He seems a powerful warrior," Magneto praised, showing a hint of fondness for Usus. "What's so remarkable about that?" Victor scoffed. "It's merely a stupid bear. I could shred it to pieces." "Shred me?" Usus's expression shifted to one of fury as he bared his teeth, producing a rumbling growl. "You truly have the audacity to say that, you fool. If you doubt me, then give it a try." The saber-tooth rose, extending his sharp claws, declaring, "Watch me rip out your heart." "Victor," Magneto admonished with a furrowed brow, prompting Victor to reluctantly take his seat, muttering under his breath. "Usus, you should sit down as well," Nikola gestured, to which Usus responded with reluctance, letting out a roar before shrinking back into his human form. He donned his clothes and returned to his seat, still glaring at Sabretooth, who raised his hand and traced a line across his throat with his thumb. The atmosphere between the two was tense, yet the others remained jovial. Magneto spoke little, while Wanda engaged Nicola in conversation, introducing him to local delicacies. After the banquet concluded, the delegation proceeded to their accommodations at the state guest house. However, Victor found himself outside in the night, arms crossed, standing beneath a street lamp, his tall frame casting a long shadow on the ground. Before long, Eustace and Rhaenyra emerged from within, approaching Victor. "You've come out," Victor said to Eustace, his face breaking into a wide grin. "It seems you are not as soft as I presumed. Since you wish to fight, I shall oblige you." Eustace cracked his knuckles ominously. "Fighting is permissible, but there must be no fatalities. I will be watching you both," Rhaenyra warned from the side. "Rest assured, I shall only leave him half dead," Victor retorted. Victor led the two individuals to a nearby park, seeking an open space. He gestured for them to come closer. "All right." Ursus removed his clothing and set it aside, his body swelling as he transformed into a colossal brown bear. With a thunderous roar, he charged towards Victor. Victor extended his hands, revealing sharp claws, his gaze fixed intently on Ursus's movements. As the massive bear lunged forward, raising its enormous paw to strike, Victor swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the blow. Seizing the moment, he leaped with ferocity, aiming his claws at Ursus's head. Just as it seemed he would land a hit, the bear crouched low, dodging the strike, and propelled itself forward, crashing into Victor with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, Victor was sent flying, crashing into a tree and collapsing to the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth. Lying there, agony coursed through his body. His sternum cracked, ribs shattered and pierced his lungs, while his spine trembled from the impact, leaving his internal organs wounded. The saber-toothed tiger felt a jolt of astonishment. How could Ursus possess such power? It felt as though a colossal vessel had collided with him, leaving him utterly disassembled. "To challenge me with such meager strength?" Ursus sneered, a look of disdain upon his face. "What an audacious fool you are. Out of respect for Magneto, I shall spare your life." With that, Ursus turned towards his discarded clothes, a hint of disappointment in his demeanor. He had anticipated an exhilarating battle, yet this opponent could hardly provide a proper warm-up. However, just then, a voice called from behind, "What are you doing?" "I have not yet lost." Ursus turned, astonished to see the saber-toothed tiger rising from the ground. He had torn his clothing, revealing a muscular physique. And with a swift motion, he realigned his ribs, forcefully expelling blood. "I'm ready now." The saber-toothed tiger stood tall, his chest heaving as his injuries rapidly healed, nearly mending within moments. Remarkable self-healing ability, Darkstar observed with surprise. "You are quite impressive." Seeing this, Ursus grinned, his sharp teeth gleaming ominously in the moonlight. He charged once more at the saber-toothed tiger, lunging forward, his massive form casting a shadow over the ground as his claws descended like a guillotine. Yet, Victor rolled to the right, narrowly avoiding the strike, leaving 5 deep gashes across Ursus's abdomen. The bear's hide proved resilient, and Victor felt the resistance. The wounds he inflicted were not as severe as he had hoped. Failing to land a hit, Ursus pivoted, sweeping his right arm, which struck Victor and sent him crashing to the ground. "That hurts. My left arm is broken," Victor exclaimed, rising to his feet. He plunged his right claw into his left arm, realigning the fractured bone while swiftly retreating. Roar! Ursus charged towards Victor, drawing near, raising its formidable claws for another strike. Yet the saber-toothed tiger deftly evaded with a backward leap. Victor's bones had already begun to mend. The massive brown bear propelled itself off the ground, lunging forward with its jaws agape, aiming to sink its teeth into the tiger's flesh. However, Victor had anticipated this attack, leaping high into the air, executing a somersault before landing gracefully behind Ursus, his external wounds nearly healed. The great bear turned, swinging its powerful paw, but the saber-toothed tiger had already created distance between them. Pain radiated from its back, marked by the opponent's scratches. "You coward! If you possess such prowess, then stop fleeing." Ursus bellowed in frustration. "My strength pales in comparison to yours. I must employ other tactics." The saber-toothed tiger opted not to engage directly, but instead circled around, leaving Ursus in a state of disarray and escalating fury, leading to increasingly reckless movements and more injuries. Before long, Ursus was battered and bruised, its fur matted with blood, rendering it a fearsome sight. The saber-toothed tiger bore some wounds as well, yet its formidable self-healing abilities allowed it to recover repeatedly, leaving it unscathed now. "Enough," Darkstar interjected, stepping forward to halt the confrontation. "This can come to an end. Victor, you have emerged victorious." "No, let us call it a draw." The saber-toothed tiger huffed. "You have wounded me for the first time. Had you struck again, I would have perished." I merely wished to prevent discord between our two nations. Ursus replied coldly. That sentiment is mutual, the saber-toothed tiger replied, turning away and vanishing into the shadows. What a character, Ursus grumbled, shrinking in size to revert to human form, the skin marred with numerous small lacerations. Do you require a visit to the hospital? Dark Star inquired with concern. Unnecessary. These wounds will heal with a bit of rest. Ursus waved his hand dismissively, gathering his garments and draping them over his arm as he returned to the hotel with Dark Star. Chapter 27. Tony Stark negotiations between the Soviet Union and Suriname progress steadily, with both parties dedicating several days to discussions outlining economic and military assistance. The Soviet Union resolved to aid Suriname by providing steel mills, fertilizer factories, canning factories, electronic tube factories, and paper mills, while dispatching technical experts to assist in worker training. Furthermore, the Soviet Union and Suriname signed an economic cooperation agreement encompassing agricultural development, energy exploitation, infrastructure enhancement, and technological collaboration, particularly focusing on the expansion of ports and the construction of military harbors. A portion of the Soviet Union's economic aid to Cuba would be directly utilized for purchasing food from Suriname, significantly reducing transportation costs. In addition, the Soviet Union supplied 2 sets of 300 missile defense systems and deployed 200 soldiers to Suriname, establishing a naval escort fleet to safeguard the trade between the two nations. Suriname, in turn, pledged political and strategic support, formalizing a military alliance agreement. The Soviet Union also extended an invitation to Magneto for a visit to the Soviet Union, to which he readily agreed, albeit with the condition that it would occur after the situation in Suriname stabilized. Having received substantial assistance, Suriname is infused with an atmosphere of joy from top to bottom. Wanda, brimming with vigor, immerses herself wholeheartedly in governmental affairs. Magneto's perspective has shifted. War and destruction are no longer seen as the sole solutions to problems. Yet one must possess the strength to overcome adversaries. Chief Umar has discovered that the mutants genuinely aspire to govern this nation. Despite the economic sanctions imposed by the United States, the support from the Soviet Union provides significant developmental potential. Many citizens have also bolstered their confidence, particularly regarding the construction of fund facilities, which requires a considerable workforce and offers corresponding employment opportunities, thereby aiding in the reduction of poverty rates. Furthermore, with the backing of the Soviet Union, Suriname's security is assured, instilling confidence among the mutants and attracting more to their cause. After the Soviet delegation departed, Tony Stark arrived discreetly, keen to keep his presence from the American government to avoid sanctions. You are quite a beautiful lady, he remarked, his gaze resting on Wanda. Unlike her previous attire, she now donned a burgundy blazer, a white chiffon blouse, and black trousers, complemented by flat leather shoes, exuding an air of elegance and composure. Her lovely visage adorned with a confident expression. Stark's attention then shifted to the youth beside Wanda, whose remarkable ability to contend with Ant-Man and the Wasp at such a young age left a lasting impression on him. I am Kal-El. A pleasure to meet you. Mr. Stark, Karl extended his hand. Likewise, Stark replied, shaking his hand before turning his attention back to Wanda with a smile. Might I have the opportunity to invite the lovely Miss Wanda to dinner? I know several splendid restaurants. Regrettably, I am wanted by numerous nations and cannot leave Suriname. Wanda politely declined, noting the multitude of pressing matters at hand. That is quite unfortunate, Stark said, adjusting his cuffs. Then, Miss Wanda, please leave me to meet Rogers and the others. Please follow me, Wanda instructed, her long legs striding forward as she guided Stark into the underground of the presidential palace, opening the door to the shelter. After Karl mentioned that Magneto intended to kill them, Steve Rogers remained composed. But Hank Pym and Janet were engulfed in a perpetual fear of death, trembling at every sound, terrified of being dragged out to their demise. However, this time, an unexpected visitor stood before them, Iron Man, Tony Stark. Stark, what brings you here? Hank inquired, somewhat astonished. Tony, you've been captured as well? Janet asked, concern evident in her tone. Of course not. I am here to rescue you. Stark assessed their condition, though they appeared somewhat disheveled. They bore no injuries and had not suffered torture. He addressed the trio. I have reached an agreement with Suriname. I will provide them with a solar thermal power plant, and in return, they will release you. Release us? Hank expressed his surprise and could not help but inquire. Did Magneto not declare his intent to eliminate us? I intervened. Wanda approached Stark and remarked, you launched an assault on Solarum, infringing upon national laws. However, rather than extinguishing your lives, it would be more prudent to seize this opportunity to effectuate some positive change for the populace. This nation still has 40% of its citizens lacking access to electricity, and I aspire to rectify this. Her words stirred something within Steve Rogers. The actions taken were genuinely aimed at aiding the country. A solar thermal power station? Hank Pym nodded, acknowledging that Solarum possesses ample conditions for solar energy generation. Although the abundant rainfall and challenging rainy season present significant obstacles, we conducted an assessment, revealing that the coastal regions of Solarum experience heavy rainfall, while the interior is comparatively dry. Carl interjected at an opportune moment, stating, rainfall primarily consists of short, intense downpours. Yet even during the rainy season, sunlight remains sufficiently available. Therefore, effective drainage is of utmost importance. Janet added, we must elevate the foundation, solidify the land, and construct drainage systems, while also ensuring the timely maintenance of the reflectors. The efficiency of the solar thermal power station is alarmingly low. Hank Pym raised a concern. Of course, nuclear and hydroelectric stations incur exorbitant construction costs, and thermal power plants necessitate vast quantities of coal. Thus, we are left with this temporary solution. The trough-type power system has limited concentration and low efficiency, Carl promptly responded. What if we employed a tower-type power system instead and utilized molten salt as the medium? He continued, the inaugural solar thermal power station constructed last year in Nevada utilized a trough-type system, employing mirrors to concentrate sunlight onto a linear receiver tube and utilizing heat transfer oil as the medium. I grasp your concept, Stark remarked, tapping his fingers twice. The angle of the reflectors is critical. An automated control system will be essential, which may elevate construction costs. These are our stipulations, Wanda interjected. That is acceptable. Stark nodded in agreement. I can assure you of that. That is splendid news, Wanda smiled and added. Once the construction is completed, we will release these 3 individuals. That timeline is excessively prolonged, Hank complained. It will take at least 6 months. 3 months, Tony Stark contemplated, considering the inadequate infrastructure and the economic blockade. Approximately 3 months will be needed for construction. We may secure some support from the Soviet Union. Wanda elaborated, the necessary materials can be procured through the Soviet channels. That could reduce the timeline to a month and a half, Tony recalculated, but I require Solarum's cooperation. That is assured, Wanda confirmed. Solarum will provide full support. Then lead me to the proposed site. Tony Stark turned to Carl. I presume you have conducted preliminary investigations. Indeed, Mr. Stark, Carl affirmed. Carl nodded and said, I have tentatively selected several locations. Allow me to take you there. He was eagerly anticipating the completion of the solar thermal power station, which would herald the beginning of his transformation. Chapter 28. The Attack. Tony Stark was a man of decisive action. He swiftly determined the construction site for the solar thermal plant and devised a construction plan in an incredibly short span of time. He also designed a heliostat to ensure that the mirrors could steadily track the sun. Furthermore, he developed an efficient thermal energy storage technology utilizing molten salt, along with a novel thermal cycle system that incorporated high-efficiency heat exchangers and cooling systems. In addition, he updated the power transmission apparatus and researched new transformers and distribution equipment. These technologies were ready for commercial application. Tony Stark was quite pleased with his achievements and intended to have Stark Industries develop them, which would bolster the company's revenue and justify his efforts. However, what surprised Stark the most was the presence of the 13-year-old boy, Kal-El. The knowledge he possessed surpassed that of many adults. He could keep pace with Stark's thoughts, exhibited exceptional learning abilities, could draw inferences, and even proposed some innovations. Kid, Stark exclaimed, looking at Carl. Would you like to return to the United States with me? You need a better educational environment. I'm being hunted in America, Carl replied, his expression filled with helplessness. I imagine some people are contemplating how to capture me and bring me back. You could serve as my assistant, Stark suggested. You would learn a great deal from me. Perhaps not, Carl declined. I would prefer to remain here and live alongside everyone. Though Carl yearned for knowledge, he understood that in this world, strength was the foundation of survival. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he ensure that no one would pose a threat to him. Thanks to his Kryptonian heritage, his physical enhancement also brought improvements in memory and cognitive abilities. Thus, enhancing his physical prowess was Carl's foremost priority. What a pity, Stark said, somewhat disappointed, but he did not press the matter further. Glancing at his watch, he remarked, Carl, I leave this to you. I will return in 5 days. Feel free to contact me if any issues arise. I will, Carl assured him, bidding Stark farewell before returning to the construction site to oversee the operations. Initially, the construction team's leader underestimated him due to his youth, but after Carl melted stone with his heat vision and provided correct guidance, no one dared to disregard his commands. He actively participated in the construction, personally overseeing the debugging of many devices and the installation of equipment. Additionally, he released Captain America, a formidable ally capable of matching the strength of 4 men, able to carry 8 bags of cement, and possessing remarkable endurance. The project's progress was rapid. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the timeline could be shortened by an additional 5 days. After Victor, the saber-toothed tiger, assumed the role of police chief. The force became significantly more resolute, and the city witnessed an enhancement in public safety. Personally investigating criminal cases, his formidable olfactory senses ensured that none could evade capture. One day, he departed from the precinct and ventured to a nearby Mexican restaurant known for its delectable cuisine and reasonable prices. He had a particular fondness for tamales, always ordering two. On this occasion, as the tamales arrived, Victor unwrapped the corn husks to reveal a savory concoction of corn dough enveloping beef, onions, chilies, and distinctive spices, all steamed to perfection with a rich and slightly spicy flavor. Victor devoured the dish heartily, only to discover that today's tamales were particularly spicy. Grabbing a bottle of locally brewed beer, he took a swig and continued his meal. However, at that moment, a sudden pain gripped his abdomen. Clutching his throat, he violently retched, expelling the food he had just consumed. Alas, it was too late. The toxins had already spread through his system. Victor felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His vision blurred, and his limbs grew numb and rigid, his movements becoming unsteady. Neurotoxins. He swiftly deduced that his meal had been tainted. Yet, he remained undeterred. His resilient nervous system dulled the effects of the poison, and his remarkable self-healing abilities allowed him to withstand what would be lethal to most, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. Just then, a figure entered, drawing a submachine gun from beneath a trench coat and unleashing a barrage of bullets towards him. The gunfire erupted, and Victor instinctively dove aside, evading some of the onslaught, though several rounds struck him, becoming lodged in his well-muscled frame. Seizing a chair, he hurled it at the assailant, who narrowly dodged and fled into the distance. "Don't run," Victor shouted, immediately pursuing the attacker outside. Yet, as he passed a parked car, it exploded suddenly, flames engulfing him and the shockwave propelling him to the ground. The pain was excruciating. Victor's right ear lost its hearing, while a deafening ring overwhelmed his left. His skin was scorched by the flames, debris embedded in his flesh, and bones fractured by the blast, leaving him in a state of utter devastation. At that moment, a sniper materialized on the second floor of a distant building, aiming at his head and pulling the trigger. The bullet soared towards him, but Victor managed to thrust his body up and roll, the round piercing his ear and striking his shoulder. Skin and muscle tore apart, the scapula shattered, blood vessels ruptured, and the bullet lodged itself in his lung, transforming the entire right lung into a hollow cavity. With a painful cough, he spat blood but hesitated not. He propelled himself off the ground, leaping into another vehicle, using it as a shield against further assaults. He felt excruciating pain coursing through his right side, his breathing labored, blood flowing freely. Yet he clung to life through sheer will and the strength of his self-healing abilities. The marksman lost his line of sight and subsequently contacted the assailant, who approached slowly, gun in hand, and arrived at the rear of the vehicle, discovering Victor lying there, surrounded by a pool of blood. "Farewell." The assailant raised his high-caliber firearm, aiming at Victor's head, intent on executing him. At that moment, Victor suddenly spat, a tooth embedding itself in the assailant's neck, severing his carotid artery, blood gushing forth. Yet, the assailant paid no heed to his wound and pulled the trigger. The bullet shot forth, striking Victor in the forehead. Although the bullet was capable of penetrating bone, it became lodged there, leaving the assailant in a state of despair as he collapsed, blood spreading across the ground. Victor managed a sinister grin, lying on the ground. Despite his grave injuries, he had survived, thanks to his self-healing abilities. After a while, Carl appeared beside him, leaning down to inquire, "Is he dead?" "Not yet." Victor replied with difficulty, "Please, take me to the hospital." "All right." Carl hoisted Victor up, but as he stood, a bullet sped towards his head. The marksman had seized the opportunity to target the second mutant. However, as the bullet neared Carl, its velocity began to diminish. For Carl's body emitted a biofield that reduced a portion of the bullet's kinetic energy. The bullet then struck Carl's temple, causing a slight indentation. The bullet's tip deforming and distorting before falling to the ground as his skin rebounded. Carl shook his head and gazed into the distance, locking onto the marksman, his eyes turning crimson, yet he refrained from unleashing his heat vision. "Leave one alive for interrogation." Carl carried the saber-toothed tiger towards the hospital, rushing into the emergency room, where Victor was taken into surgery. The doctors examined Victor, discovering that his wounds had already healed by half, visibly mending, yet shattered bones, crushed lobes, and a significant amount of bruising remained in his chest cavity, necessitating removal. Carl made a phone call and waited patiently outside. Before long, Quicksilver arrived. Carl instructed him to stand guard and left the hospital. He proceeded to the sniper's vantage point, sniffing at the position where the assailant lay concealed, capturing his scent before commencing the pursuit. In merely 5 minutes, Carl located the individual, hidden within a residential building. utilizing his X-ray vision to observe through the walls. He pinpointed the location and swiftly crashed through the structure, appearing before the assailant and delivering a lightning-fast strike to his jaw, extracting a molar to prevent him from taking his own life. Subsequently, he brought the killer back to the presidential palace, handing him over to Wanda for hypnotic interrogation. They uncovered the truth. Both were CIA operatives dispatched by the U.S. government to eliminate mutants. The primary target was a former member of the saber-toothed tiger, from whom they intended to launch an assault against others. These damned wretches. Fueled by rage, Magneto strode purposefully towards the exit, intent on exacting vengeance upon America, to inflict upon them profound suffering. Calm yourself, a voice interjected, urging a discussion about Wanda's concerns over the potential havoc he might wreak, igniting conflict that the current state of Sri Lanka could ill afford. Mr. Magneto, Carl gently placed a hand on Wanda's shoulder, his voice resonant. The destroyer currently under construction at the Bath Iron Works. Magneto paused momentarily, nodded, and swiftly departed the presidential residence, ascending into the skies, vanishing beyond the horizon. The following morning, the Brotherhood of Mutants convened a press conference upon the lawn of the presidential estate. Spokesman Daniel Crabclaw divulged the details of the assassination attempt and announced that Magneto had retaliated by destroying a Spruance-class destroyer in construction at Bath Iron Works, miraculously causing no casualties. The United States Department of Defense corroborated this information, inciting a considerable uproar in the international community. The American response was vehement, pledging to pursue this matter. However, apart from issuing a warrant for Magneto's arrest and imposing a few sanctions, no tangible retribution was enacted. Chapter 29, Transformation. Morty felt somewhat dejected, having been the sole loser in the battle against the Avengers, bested and brought to the ground by Captain America. Unable to contribute in any meaningful way, his inherent insecurities were exacerbated by his position within the Brotherhood of Mutants, where he ranked as the weakest, perpetually trading loyalty for status. Yet, in a society that revered strength, his standing diminished further with the arrival of Blob and Sabretooth. Although he had ascended to the role of head of the Special Services, he found himself incapable of protecting anyone, his utility rendered negligible. Magneto no longer regarded him with the same esteem, entrusting the defense of the presidential estate to armed soldiers from the Soviet Union. Once a core member, he had now retreated to the periphery. Should more mutants join, his status would further erode. Unable to bear this degradation, Morty engaged in frenzied training, donning goggles and leaping through the woods daily. Mr. Frog, Carl, sought out Morty, presenting him with a box. "This is for you." "What is it?" Morty inquired, a hint of surprise in his expression. "I noticed your recent fervor in training and thought these might aid you," Carl replied with a smile. "Open it and see." Morty accepted the box, revealing two exquisitely crafted curved blades within. He grasped the weapons and wielded them effortlessly, immediately understanding Carl's intent to utilize a swift assault against adversaries, employing the curved blades to inflict greater harm. "Thank you," Morty expressed, touched. It was the first time someone had gifted him something. "No need for thanks. We are family," Carl reassured him, clapping a hand on his shoulder and inviting him to the dining hall. They conversed extensively, allowing Morty to unburden his heart. An orphan born in England, Morty had faced bullying due to his diminutive stature, yet wielded his mutant abilities to overcome his tormentors, only to find himself ostracized. He had few friends, so when Magneto invited him to join the Brotherhood, he was elated to accept, yet he still felt overlooked. "I am so weak," Morty said despondently. "Even Mr. Magneto does not value me." "Mr. Frog, you are not weak. You simply have not harnessed your full potential," Carl reassured him, patting him on the shoulder. "Moreover, you are at least stronger than Daniel, Pella, and Wendell." Wendell was a recent addition to their ranks, a mutant from Guyana, tall and slender, sporting a flexible monkey tail, but lacking in combat skills. Wanda wished for him to take on administrative duties, yet Carl had arranged for him to undergo military training. "I understand," Morty nodded, resolutely stating, "I will train diligently and become stronger." He was determined to train harder and not disappoint Carl's expectations. Sabretooth had always harbored a regret. His body was not as resilient as Wolverine's, whose bones were fused with adamantium, rendering him nearly indestructible. Wolverine had received his adamantium enhancements during a weapons program, where Colonel Stryker had altered him, replacing his bones with adamantium, which was impervious to damage. Coupled with Wolverine's formidable healing ability, his combat prowess had significantly increased. Sabretooth had faced him multiple times and suffered against the adamantium. Victor also aspired to integrate adamantium into his own body, but Colonel Stryker had tested him and discovered that his healing ability was inferior to Wolverine's, rendering him unable to accommodate the adamantium, forcing him to abandon the idea. Were it Wolverine, he would not lose mobility even when struck by a sniper's bullet. However, one day, Carl approached him, tossing a shield in his direction. "Victor, take this." Victor caught the shield, examining it closely, and inquired, "Is this Captain America's shield? Why are you giving it to me? During your recent ambush, you nearly lost your life. Had you possessed this shield, your injuries would have been far less severe." Carl explained, "This shield is exceptionally sturdy. I have tried various methods to destroy it, but to no avail. I am not accustomed to using such items," Victor replied, raising his claws and scratching the shield, leaving no mark. He then drew his handgun and fired at the shield, again failing to leave a trace. Indeed, it is remarkably durable. Reflecting on the events of that day, he reached into his arm strap, grasping the handle, and declared, "Then I shall keep it." "I suggest you practice with it and learn from Captain America," Carl advised. "It could enhance your combat techniques." "Got it. You really are a nag," Victor said with a hint of impatience, watching as Carl moved toward the door, softly adding, "Thanks." Carl waved his hand and disappeared outside. As time passed, the solar thermal power station was finally completed, with 800 heliostats directing sunlight to the central receiving tower, concentrating it onto the receiver. Through the receiver, energy is transformed into heat, which is then stored to heat water, converting it into steam that drives the turbine, thus generating electricity. This electrical energy is transmitted to storage devices, and the surplus is fed into the grid, illuminating countless homes. As the lights flicker to life and appliances begin to hum, joy erupts among the people. Former President Umar is elated, marveling at an achievement he could not realize himself. Wanda, her cheeks aglow, shares in the happiness of the populace whose quality of life has improved due to their collective efforts. Even Magneto, with his typically stern visage, reveals a smile. If this state of affairs could persist, it would indeed be delightful. As per their agreement, the Sri Lankan delegation hands over Steve Rogers, Hank Pym, and Janet Van Dyne to Iron Man, who escorts them back to the United States. The trio desires to reclaim their weapons, yet Magneto denies them, claiming those spoils as his own. Once the solar thermal power station is operating smoothly, Carl ventures alone to the facility. Utilizing the control system, he elevates the focal point of the heliostats, directing it above the receiver tower. He then leaps atop the tower, taking a seat at its summit. As the sun ascends, its rays cascade down, and the heliostats, diligently tracking the celestial body, reflect sunlight, concentrating it upon Carl. Each heliostat spans approximately 5 square meters, while the human body covers about 18 square meters, allowing only half to absorb sunlight, roughly 1 square meter. Yet, each heliostat can reflect 5 times the solar energy. With 800 heliostats, the cumulative reflection amounts to 4,000 times the sun's rays. Although there are losses in reflection and Carl's surface area is limited, he still experiences a 1,000-fold increase in illumination. Such a torrent of solar radiation floods into Carl's body, and the immense energy is absorbed by his cells, rapidly enhancing his physical prowess. As the sun climbs higher, its brilliance intensifies. The heliostats direct the sunlight to a singular point, raising the temperature to several hundred degrees. The heat is palpable to Carl, yet, as time passes, his body grows increasingly resilient, swiftly acclimatizing to the elevated temperature. In sheer ecstasy, Carl revels in the overwhelming solar radiation that satiates his very being, perpetually evolving with each passing moment. When noon arrives, the sunlight reaches its zenith, and the beams striking Carl's skin soar to over 1,000 degrees, enveloping him in a multitude of radiant streams, akin to being encased in molten copper. Searing yet strangely soothing. Whereas yesterday he would have recoiled from such heat, today he feels as if countless hands are tenderly massaging him. As clouds drift in, obscuring the sunlight, Carl rises, unleashing his biofield. In an instant, he ascends from the ground, suspended in midair. Not only that, he commanded the biofield to continuously release energy, countering the pull of gravity, propelling his body higher into the sky until he reached several hundred meters above the ground. Suspended in midair, he gazed into the distance. His vision significantly enhanced, allowing him to behold scenes from 100 kilometers away. Countless sounds flooded his ears. The conversations in the nearby vicinity converged within his auditory perception, some cacophonous, prompting him to filter out certain frequencies. He lifted his gaze towards the horizon, absorbing the entirety of the spectacle before him, his sight penetrating the clouds to reveal arcs of electricity shimmering within. At that moment, he discerned a silver warplane speeding toward him from the distant sky. A warplane. The instant he spotted it, Carl soared towards the presidential palace, issuing a warning to the assembly. Chapter 30. The entire army moves out. The silver warplane, traveling at several Mach, intruded into the airspace of Suriname, hurtling directly toward the capital, Paramaribo, swiftly encroaching upon the presidential palace's air defense identification zone. The aircraft's surface was coated with stealth technology, surpassing even the advanced stealth attack aircraft recently deployed by the United States. maintaining excellent concealment even at high speeds. With a radar reflection smaller than that of an eagle, the warplane successfully breached the perimeter, approaching the presidential palace. Magneto sensed the metallic presence and activated the alarm. Hastily exiting his office, extending his hands toward the rapidly approaching aircraft in an attempt to take control. However, at that moment, laser cannons beneath the aircraft locked onto Magneto, unleashing beams of yellow light directed at him. Magneto's magnetic field swirled around him, forming a protective shield. The beams struck the shield, causing a brilliant explosion of yellow light that rippled across the surface. The aircraft hovered in midair, its landing gear deployed, and a figure emerged, standing atop the tires. Equipped with goggles and sporting wings on their back, they leapt into the air, wings flapping, soaring rapidly toward Magneto. An angel? Magneto's gaze fixed upon the figure, observing the white wings, mistakenly believing it to be the angel of the war police. Yet, in the next instant, the angel's eyes emitted two beams of colored energy, aimed directly at Magneto. The capabilities of the laser-eyed? Magneto's magnetic shield deflected the beams, and he raised his hand towards the airborne adversary, two projectiles levitating in the air, accelerated by the magnetic field, poised to be launched. But in the next moment, the projectiles veered off course, as Magneto distinctly sensed a shift in the magnetic field. Someone was influencing it. The ability to manipulate magnetism? Magneto quickly grasped the nature of this power, realizing that the individual could likely replicate others' abilities without physical contact. The Mimic, Calvin Montgomery, possessed the extraordinary capacity to copy the powers of mutants without needing to touch them, though his abilities would gradually diminish upon distancing from the source. He could replicate multiple powers, retaining up to 5 mutant abilities simultaneously. This is the first aid invited by the Professor. The Mimic had previously clashed with the Beast, driven by jealousy over the Beast's romance with the woman he secretly adored. In an attempt to defeat the Beast, he replicated its abilities, only to subsequently overpower the Iceman, who had come to assist. However, upon parting ways with the two, he discovered that his powers had dissipated. He then sought to permanently assimilate their abilities, an endeavor that ultimately resulted in failure. The Professor sealed his memories, allowing him to lead a mundane existence. Yet, the Brotherhood of Mutants proved too formidable, compelling him to make a fateful decision to seek them out. The Mimic soared close, folding his wings as he descended to the ground, directing 2 energy beams from his eyes toward Magneto. The latter raised a magnetic shield to defend against the assault, but the Mimic's influence pierced through, sending the shield hurtling toward Magneto. Anticipating this, Magneto sidestepped and summoned his magnetic powers, continuously generating layers of shields to thwart the Mimic's interference. At that moment, soldiers had mobilized, raising their rifles to engage the Mimic in the aircraft. However, on the landing gear of the jet, Scott aimed at them, and his visor unleashed a scattering beam of light, sending several soldiers flying. He pivoted his head, firing beams that knocked soldiers down one by one. Beside him, the hatch opened, and Jean Grey floated down from the air. Several soldiers opened fire on her, but she deflected the bullets telekinetically, sending them back to strike down the assailants. Although her time with the X-Men had been brief, merely 3 months, her training at the academy had significantly enhanced her powers, improving both the intensity of her telekinesis and her precision in control. Scott and Jean formed a barrier against the soldiers, while Angel soared forth, heading toward Magneto. The Beast leaped down, using both hands and feet in an assault on Magneto, and Iceman glided down from above, launching 2 ice spears at him. Finally, another figure descended, a stout man, standing at a mere 5 feet tall, muscular and clad in a suit of yellow and black, with metallic blades extending from the gaps between his fingers. This was Wolverine, Logan Howlett, the second aide invited by the Professor. Born in the 19th century, he had once been a close friend of Sabretooth, but after Sabretooth brutally assaulted and killed his girlfriend Silver Fox, who did not actually die, they both joined a team, only to have their memories wiped and subsequently became part of the Weapon X program. After leaving Weapon X, Logan was pursued by Sabretooth, leading to several fierce confrontations. The invitation from Professor Xavier to join the X-Men was met with his eventual agreement, but only upon the mention of Sabretooth. As he was committed to executing this singular mission, he charged toward Magneto, his diminutive stature belied by his swiftness. Yet, Magneto's reinforcements had already arrived, the first being Carl, who soared in from the suburbs, leaping over the presidential residence and locking his sights on the Mimic, his eyes glowing as 2 beams of heat radiated forth. The shapeshifter endeavored to employ a magnetic shield for defense, yet was overpowered by Magneto's influence. The heat vision pierced through the shapeshifter's form, causing him to collapse in agony. It was he. Cyclops immediately leaped down from his perch, lifting his gaze to unleash 2 shockwaves towards the airborne Carl, with crimson beams directly assaulting his body. Carl retaliated with his heat vision, clashing with the red beams, successfully suppressing the energy blasts, which then surged towards Scott. That brat has grown stronger. Scott mused in surprise. This time he did not hold back, deploying the same power he had previously used to subdue his opponent, yet found himself unable to counter Carl's heat vision. In merely 2 months, Carl had evolved to this level. Consequently, Scott removed his visor, his eyes locking onto Carl. Energy from the alternate dimension surged forth, transforming into 2 robust beams that thundered forward, instantly overpowering Carl's heat vision and striking him. With a resounding boom, Carl was propelled from the sky, soaring over the presidential palace, vanishing into the distance. He can't be dead, can he? Scott quickly donned his visor, concern etched on his face, yet he refocused on Magneto, preparing to attack. At that moment, the walls of the presidential palace erupted, and 2 red beams shot towards Scott, launching him away. Coughing, Scott crashed to the ground, rolling to his feet. The specialized armor on his chest lay in tatters. Had it not been for the heat vision that penetrated through 6 walls and severed numerous steel bars, one blow could have proven fatal. He swiftly removed his visor again, sending out shockwaves, but struck nothing. Then, a figure descended from above, crashing to the ground, fists clenched as he declared, "Let us continue." What a terrifying little brat. Cyclops gazed at the youth before him, astonished to find that his chest bore no injuries. Remarkable. Meanwhile, as the shapeshifter fell, Magneto silently commended Carl, pondering how he had acquired the ability to fly and what further surprises awaited him. He resolved to first defeat the remaining foes. Releasing his magnetic power to control a colossal metal blade hovering above the presidential palace, an armament he had prepared to thwart attacks. Surrounded by a plethora of metal for his manipulation, Magneto directed the blade towards the aircraft, intending to dismantle it, yet the blade was once again influenced. Veering past the craft, the shapeshifter, not far away, rose once more. How painful. That little brat. The shapeshifter spat blood, his chest wound having healed, his skin unmarred. He possessed the ability to replicate and store the powers of 5 individuals, having already assimilated Cyclope's laser, Angel's wings, Magneto's magnetic grasp, and Wolverine's regenerative capabilities. As for the 5th ability, the shapeshifter raised his right hand, psychokinesis enveloping Magneto. He deftly manipulated magnetism with his left hand, shattering Magneto's magnetic shield, while using telekinesis to counter the magnetic barrier. Subsequently, beams of laser erupted from his eyes, launching an assault against Magneto. What a troublesome adversary. Magneto leapt sideways, narrowly avoiding the laser beams. Attempting to manipulate the magnetic field, he found himself thwarted by his opponent, forcing him to evade continuously and appearing somewhat disheveled. At that moment, Angel Warren soared above Magneto, descending with the intent to deliver a kick. However, at this juncture, Scarlet Witch Wanda leaped from the balcony, her hands firing magical bolts, one ascending and the other descending, targeting Warren's body and wings. Just as they seemed destined to strike, Warren twirled, the magical bolts grazing past him harmlessly. Yet, the magical projectiles reflected mid-air, continuing their pursuit, prompting Warren to flap his wings and ascend toward Carl. Wanda, controlling the magical bolts, pursued Warren, but Iceman had already closed in, unleashing 2 spears aimed directly at Wanda's form. Wanda was compelled to redirect her focus, thrusting her left hand forward, chaos energy dispersing to form a protective barrier, absorbing the impact of the ice spears, which shattered into countless shards. However, immediately thereafter, Wanda flicked her right hand, gathering crimson energy into a magical sphere directed at Iceman. Iceman raised his left hand defensively, conjuring a shield of ice to thwart the attack, resulting in an explosion of ice fragments. Beast McCoy swiftly followed, rushing to Magneto's side, raising his arm, his massive palm clenched into a fist, preparing to strike. Suddenly, a figure shot toward him at high speed, icy light glinting ominously. McCoy immediately leapt back, feeling a sharp pain in his side, a wound already manifesting. The figure landed, revealing itself as the goggle-wearing Toad Morty, wielding 2 curved blades, crouched low and propelling himself toward McCoy once more. McCoy evaded frantically, but Morty relentlessly pursued, his blades carving through the air and occasionally leaving bloody trails upon McCoy's skin. Wolverine leapt past them, charging toward Magneto, lunging forth with his adamantium claws aimed at the mutant's form. Magneto waved his hand, sending Wolverine hurtling away, crashing into the wall and embedding him within it. Yet, the Mimic seized the opportunity, once again influencing Magneto's magnetic field, creating an opening, and projecting a telekinetic force that unleashed laser beams striking Magneto squarely in the chest. Boom. The impact propelled Magneto against the wall, causing him to tumble down, intense pain radiating from his chest. The Mimic's mastery over telekinesis and magnetism suppressed Magneto's control, while Wolverine, bracing against the wall, leapt down, shaking his head before lunging toward Magneto, his adamantium blades extended, piercing toward the mutant's body. "Get away from me," Magneto roared, unleashing a furious surge of magnetism that sent Wolverine flying across the room, crashing down onto the floor. At that moment, another wave of telekinesis enveloped him, seizing his helmet and removing it. After Jean Grey dealt with the soldiers, she rushed to the battlefield, controlling the helmet that could isolate psychic energy as it soared into the air. In the next instant, the professor's mental force penetrated Magneto's mind, ensnaring him there. "Is this what you refer to as Magneto?" Hardly impressive. The shapeshifter, with an air of arrogance, waved his hand and declared, "Bring him to the aircraft. I shall defeat the others." Very well. Jean Grey used her telekinesis to lift Magneto, following closely beside him while holding his helmet, making their way towards the aircraft. Just then, a blue shadow darted forward, delivering a punch to her chin. Chapter 31, Professor Xavier. Following the last assault by the Avengers, Magneto sensed impending danger. The enemy could concentrate their forces to execute a decapitating strike. As he emerged from the shadows into the limelight, he had inadvertently transformed into a conspicuous target. Thus, he deployed 2 sets of 300 units around the presidential residence, stationed Soviet soldiers for defense, and established an alarm support system. The moment the button was pressed, all mutants would receive the signal and rush to aid him. Pietro was the first to arrive at the scene, immediately noticing Magneto being taken away. He sprang into action, closing the distance rapidly and throwing a punch at Jean's chin. However, as his fist approached, an invisible force intercepted it, diverting its trajectory and grazing her smooth jawline. Moreover, Wolverine, who was close by, lunged at Quicksilver, his metallic claws aimed at his body. Yet before he could strike, Quicksilver had already retreated, moving at high speed to appear at Logan's right side, delivering a punch to his temple. Logan was sent flying to the ground. But Quicksilver felt a sharp pain in his fist. This opponent was surprisingly sturdy. Simultaneously, Jean Grey's telekinesis reached out towards Quicksilver, but as soon as it made contact, he vanished, launching an attack from another angle. Before he could get close, 2 beams of laser energy shot toward him. He swiftly dodged, the energy beams narrowly missing him and striking the ground, creating a crater. Quicksilver glanced towards the source of the light and discovered a man with wings and goggles. Possessing the abilities of 2 warlocks, which was quite remarkable, he charged at his opponent, appearing directly in front of him, his right fist poised to strike. But telekinesis enveloped the figure, nullifying the blow. Furthermore, the shapeshifter quickly turned his head, locking onto him and firing 2 energy blasts. Quicksilver rapidly retreated to evade. But before he could regain his footing, 2 iron spheres flew toward him, propelled by Magneto's magnetic control. Thanks to his replication of Angel, he had acquired Angel's formidable dynamic vision, allowing him to slightly perceive Quicksilver's form. Peter swiftly dodged, evading his opponent, and noticed that Jean was escorting Magneto towards the aircraft. He immediately rushed to intervene, only to be ambushed by her and Wolverine. He knocked Wolverine to the ground, and as a surge of energy shot forth, he vanished once more. They couldn't catch him. The Mimic found it impossible to trace his form and intended to replicate Quicksilver's abilities. He had already copied 5 powers, but could substitute them at will. He planned to replace Magneto's magnetic manipulation with Quicksilver's extraordinary speed. However, he was taken aback to discover that the opponent's abilities were utterly unreplicable. Wait a minute, isn't this guy a mutant? The Mimic pondered in surprise, swiftly unleashing 2 beams of light that pierced through Quicksilver's form, only for his image to dissipate, leaving behind merely an illusion. Quicksilver single-handedly restrained 3 adversaries, yet could not bring them down. Carl emerged from the entrance, brushing off the dust from his attire, when a robust red beam of energy surged towards him, colliding with the air and producing a thunderous roar. In an instant, Carl vanished, and the beam struck the ground, causing an explosion as the earth erupted, soil flying in all directions, before it obliterated several walls. Carl reappeared 5 meters to the right, his toes barely touching the ground as he dashed towards Scott, transforming into a fleeting shadow. Yet, the opponent's beam expanded, saturating Scott's field of vision and encompassing Carl from all sides. The light struck Carl, but its force was significantly diminished due to the expanded area of impact. Carl did not evade. Instead, he released a biokinetic field, bracing his body against the oncoming energy, which crashed against his chest without inflicting any harm, allowing him to advance closer. Scott quickly concentrated his energy, firing at the enemy, but Carl had already vanished, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he lunged at Scott with incredible speed. Scott turned, redirecting his beam horizontally, but Carl crouched low, propelling himself off the ground and swiftly appearing beside Scott. As Scott attempted to turn his head, it was too late. Carl's right fist connected with Cyclope's head. The immense force was enough to shatter Cyclope's skull, yet his fist passed through without hitting anything. An illusion? Wait, I possess X-ray vision. No illusion can obscure my sight. Why was I deceived by an illusion? Just as Carl was engulfed in confusion, a bald man in a wheelchair materialized in his line of sight. Professor Charles Francis Xavier. He was not creating visual illusions. He had invaded Carl's mind, fabricating a false mental space and drawing his consciousness within. Child, you have lost your way, Professor Xavier spoke. At just 13, you harbor a murderous intent, which will lead you into the abyss of sin. I have not lost my way. Carl shot 2 beams of thermal vision towards the phantom, piercing through its form, yet failing to inflict any harm. If he intends to attack me, should I hold back? He coldly fixed his gaze upon Xavier and remarked, had anyone else been on the receiving end of his assault, they would likely be dead by now. This is his folly. Xavier shook his head, his expression laden with disappointment. He ought not to treat a child in such a manner. In the quest to vanquish the enemy, he has forgotten the potential repercussions. As the captain of the war police, he is undeniably negligent. Professor, at Xavier's words, Carl let out a scornful laugh. Do you perceive war as a mere jest? Holding back on the battlefield will only endanger oneself and comrades. Yet our aim is not to slaughter, Xavier responded earnestly. There must be a more suitable method to resolve this conflict. You always think this way, Carl sighed, shaking his head. You wish to discover a peaceful resolution to achieve equality among all races, yet you underestimate the treachery of mankind. Equality necessitates revolution, and revolution is not a genteel affair. It is the violent overthrow of one class by another, a struggle to be defended with life itself. Only in the face of death does one truly come to fear. Carl gazed intently at Xavier and gently stated, compromise alone will not earn the respect of the enemy. This is what Eric has conveyed to you, is it not? Xavier arched an eyebrow. Could it not be my own contemplation? Carl scoffed. Xavier smiled. But if the outcome is mutual destruction and the annihilation of our races, what purpose does such a struggle serve? That depends on the enemy, Carl replied sternly. It is humanity that persecutes mutants, not the other way around. If they would rather face destruction than forego war, then we shall grant them their demise. But Magneto seeks to enslave humanity, Xavier solemnly stated. He desires to rule this world, making humans his subordinates. He was harmed by humanity in his youth, Carl shrugged. Hence, such sentiments. Thus, we must restrain him, Xavier softly added. Our current objective is to take Magneto away and to invite you to join the Academy, to set you upon the right path. But the mutants are doomed, Carl shook his head. Without Magneto and me, the other mutants cannot survive here. In the past, I would have advised you to leave this country. However, witnessing the improved lives of the people of Suriname under your stewardship, the reduction in poverty, the electrification of every household, has led me to reconsider. Professor Xavier quickly interjected. Wanda is exceedingly kind and exceptionally talented. I believe your management of Suriname is fitting, at the very least providing a refuge for mutants. After a brief pause, Xavier continued, thus, I have reconsidered my stance and resolved to retain you here to protect this nation alongside Wanda. The X-Men will no longer stand opposed to you. Upon hearing these words, Carl recognized that this arrangement would ultimately benefit the development of Suriname, trading Magneto for a truce with the X-Men, placing all blame upon Magneto, and thus exonerating the Brotherhood of Mutants. Without the interference of superheroes, their regime would face no issues before the collapse of the Soviet Union. By that time, he would have evolved into a sufficiently powerful entity capable of safeguarding his entire kin. Yet, how could he abandon the one who rescued him from the dark depths of the dungeon? I must apologize, Magneto saved my life, and I cannot agree to this course of action. Carl shook his head and asserted, as long as Professor Xavier is willing to negotiate a truce, I can assure you that Magneto will cease to kill and will not engage in acts of terror. Perhaps, Xavier replied, shaking his head. I know Magneto all too well. He will seek vengeance, will kill, and will perpetuate this cycle of conflict. Carl fell silent, for he understood that Magneto was indeed such a man, one he could influence, but only with great difficulty. Very well, should you encounter trouble, you may reach out to us. The X-Men are willing to assist. Professor Xavier's figure gradually faded away, leaving behind a final remark, and if you have the time, you are welcome to visit the Academy in Westchester County. Wait. A foreboding sense washed over Carl as he attempted to halt him, but Xavier's presence vanished without a trace, and the surrounding scenery shifted. There was no longer any sign of battle. The X-Men had departed, leaving behind only unconscious forms, Toad, Para, Quicksilver, and Sabretooth, while Wanda stood alone, arms crossed, her expression a tangle of emotions. Carl approached Wanda with urgency, inquiring, where is Magneto? He has been taken, Wanda replied softly. I tried to intervene, but they threatened me with Quicksilver, and I had no choice but to relent. She witnessed Magneto being escorted to the ship's cabin, displaying formidable power to withstand several attacks. Yet they leveraged the injured to negotiate. That is understandable, Carl nodded, taking to the skies to employ his superhuman vision, scanning the distance as the fighter jets belched flames, vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 32, Chaos Magic. The shrill sound of alarms pierced the air as Sabretooth, Victor, sprang into action, grasping his shield and securing it upon his back before departing the precinct. Since the last attack, mutants had been gathering cautiously. Victor had been reassigned from the Capitol Police Station to the precinct closest to the presidential office, merely 2 blocks away. He leaped onto the rooftops, sprinting with the agility of a tiger, occasionally vaulting to the roof of another building. With his swift movements, he traversed 2 blocks, descending from the air to join the fray before the presidential palace. Logan. Victor's gaze fell upon the diminutive figure before him. He had lost many memories and forgotten his past with Logan, yet he would forever remember the imperative to confront him. Each year, he endeavored to seek out Logan for their grand battle. Logan, having locked onto him, charged forward with reckless abandon. The petite figure, barely standing at 1.60 meters, resembled a ravenous wolf in pursuit. As he closed the distance, he leapt into the air, his right hand poised with lethal claws aimed directly at Victor. The Sabretooth raised his shield, emblazoned with a fierce visage of his own head, mouth agape, and expression menacing, its 4 fangs instilling dread. Logan's metallic claws struck the shield, the sharp edges slicing through the surface with a harsh, grating sound, marring the Sabretooth's emblem, yet failing to inflict any damage upon the argent shield. To his surprise, the claws of Wolverine, forged from adamantium, were known for their unyielding sharpness capable of severing alloys. Sabretooth had previously attempted to withstand such attacks, but had always found his weapons easily cleaved. Yet, the shield of Captain America withstood Logan's assault. Unbeknownst to Sabretooth, this shield was a remarkable amalgam created from extraterrestrial metals, combined with vibranium and other rare elements, often referred to as primal adamantium. A formula even its creator could not replicate. Conversely, the alloy within Wolverine, derived from a replication of the primal adamantium, was a lesser version. Although it had fused with his skeletal structure to become a variant of adamantium, it still could not rival its original form. Victor was thoroughly pleased with the shield's performance. His strength and perception surpassed Logan's, yet their encounters often ended in a stalemate, with Victor having faced defeat on several occasions, primarily due to the unwavering nature of adamantium. Now equipped with this shield, he felt confident that the disparity between them would be closed. Logan was sent sprawling by the force of the shield, tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground. Victor appeared above him, left hand poised to bring the shield crashing down. Logan swiftly retreated, evading the impending strike. Upon landing, Victor propelled himself forward, shield thrust before him as he barreled toward Logan. With a resounding impact, Logan was struck by the shield, sent flying to the ground. The shield soon followed, hurtling toward his face. Wolverine raised his right hand, using his metallic claws to deflect the shield, but behind it came a charging figure. Golden hair cascading alongside a fierce visage, mouth agape with 4 sharp fangs glinting ominously, akin to a ferocious tiger. Sabretooth unleashed his claws, while Wolverine lifted his golden claws to defend against the right hand, yet his opponent's left hand plunged into his chest. Immediately following, Sabretooth landed, driving his knee into Logan's abdomen, propelling him backward to the ground, causing him to cough up blood. Magnificent. Sabretooth licked the blood from his left claw and approached the shield, retrieving it once more as he advanced towards Wolverine. At that moment, a flash of crimson appeared in the periphery of his vision. He hastily raised his shield, and the beam of light struck it, with both heat and kinetic energy absorbed by the shield. In the next instant, Wolverine lunged beneath him, his claws swinging, severing his Achilles tendon and forcing him to kneel. Sabretooth turned and swung his shield, but Wolverine evaded, and once more, the beam of light surged forth, compelling Sabretooth to lift his shield again. Wolverine materialized behind Sabretooth, thrusting his hands into his lungs, lifting him with force, and then with a powerful sweep, he ripped half of his body apart. Sabretooth crashed to the ground as the beam of light struck him in the head, sending him flying. The intense heat ignited his hair, charred his skin, and blinded his eyes, leaving even his bones darkened. Thud! Sabretooth could no longer endure and collapsed, losing consciousness, yet his wounds began to heal. Truly a tenacious creature. Wolverine grunted and walked away, noticing that the allies who had supported him were Scott, Quicksilver, and Toad, all of whom had fallen, leaving only Wanda desperately holding on. Setting Magneto down, Wanda watched anxiously as he was brought aboard the aircraft, her heart racing as she unleashed her chaotic power, terrifying crimson energy spiraling outward. I will replicate her abilities. The Mimic attempted to copy Scarlet Witch's powers, but discovered, like Quicksilver, she was beyond replication. Is she not a mutant? The The Mimic unleashed lasers at Scarlet Witch, yet they were repelled by the red energy, and despite his telekinetic assaults, he could not break through. The Mimic commanded the surrounding metal to fly towards Scarlet Witch, only for it to be shattered by her magical orbs. Everyone together. Cyclops shot forth thick beams of energy from his eyes, crashing into the scarlet energy, yet failing to halt the chaotic energy's spread. I will assist as well. Iceman raised his hands, releasing freezing vapor towards Scarlet Witch to impede the chaos. Jean returned to the aircraft and swiftly moved to the command center, directing the laser cannon at Scarlet Witch, firing yellow beams that struck the swirling red energy, causing the chaotic force to explode and then coalesce anew. We cannot stop her. Angel approached from the air, only to be ensnared by the chaotic energy, hastily soaring upwards to evade. You lot. Scarlet Witch raised her hands, conjuring magical orbs that spun and coalesced into deep red spheres, emanating a terrifying aura. Hurry, cease at once, or I shall end him. But at that moment, Wolverine's voice rang out, his claws poised at Quicksilver's throat. Release him at once. The Scarlet Witch's expression was filled with fury as the chaotic red energy transformed into tendrils, twisting towards Logan. However, in the distance, Logan's metallic claws pierced Quicksilver's skin. Do not move. If you take another step, I shall end his life. Stop. The Scarlet Witch immediately shouted, gathering the surrounding red energy, which continued to swirl ominously around her, exerting an overwhelming pressure. Withdraw your power at once, and we will release Quicksilver, Logan's voice echoed. Release Quicksilver and Magneto, and I shall spare you. Wanda's voice was sharp. Wanda, only if Magneto departs will your Strinum prosper. Beast stepped forward. We can assure you, from this day forth, the Sentinels will no longer be your adversaries. Wanda, cease this. Scott halted his assault, raising his voice. You must recognize that it is Magneto who disrupts the peace. We will confine Magneto, ensuring he cannot escape from his cell, Beast reiterated. Wanda's expression was complex as the chaotic energy around her suddenly extended sharp spikes, only to retract swiftly, then spring forth again. We must leave. Scott observed this scene and signaled for the group to retreat, each member returning to the aircraft. Wolverine was the last to bring Quicksilver aboard, and the aircraft immediately ascended. Soaring higher into the sky, Wanda manipulated the chaotic energy to rise, maintaining distance from the aircraft while descending below. At that moment, Wolverine tossed Quicksilver from the hatch, and he plummeted through the air. The chaotic energy surged upward, enveloping Quicksilver, while a portion darted toward the aircraft in the sky. Yet, the aircraft's engines expelled a powerful thrust, accelerating away at supersonic speeds, leaving the chaotic energy unable to pursue, gradually dissipating. Wanda controlled the chaotic energy as it descended, placing Quicksilver gently on the ground before retracting the energy back into her body with a sigh. After a moment, she turned to find that Carl had regained his mobility. Chapter 33. Departure and Joining. A cloud of dismal defeat loomed over the conference room. Members of the Brotherhood of Mutants gathered, Quicksilver's neck bandaged, Frog's arm in a sling, while Sabretooth, though heavily injured, had healed yet retained a furious demeanor. The atmosphere was somber. They had suffered a significant defeat with the Sentinel ambush and Magneto's capture. We must devise a way to rescue Magneto. Carl broke the silence. Without Magneto, we stand no chance against them, Frog replied, his tone despondent. Now that he is gone, how can we possibly orchestrate his rescue? Sabretooth's gaze swept over the two, and he spread his hands, stating, the enemy will only grow stronger. The Mimic possesses the ability to replicate the powers of two individuals, conjuring illusions and connecting to the Earth, thereby placing the Brotherhood of Mutants in an even more precarious position. In the absence of the Professor, the others are of little concern. Carl furrowed his brow and declared, give me a few more days, and I shall triumph over them. The solar thermal power station is already operational. Today, after merely a few hours of exposure, significant changes have transpired. A few more days, and I will undergo a transformation, enabling me to vanquish our foes with ease. What if the Mimic replicates your abilities? The Sabretooth inquired with concern. I am not a shapeshifter. Carl replied resolutely. I shall not grant him that opportunity. However, the Professor's psychic abilities pose a dilemma. Quicksilver interjected, frowning. Indeed, Carl nodded, acknowledging his vulnerability to psychic incursions. While Magneto's helmet offers some protection, the X-Men have taken it away to prevent them from rescuing him. This represents a significant flaw that must be addressed, as this world is rife with formidable psychic powers. Let us discuss other matters, Carl suggested with a weary expression. With Magneto's departure, the presidential position has become vacant. Wanda spoke up, we need to appoint a new president. By tradition, the vice president will assume this role. I disagree. The illusionist Jason swiftly countered. I do not believe Wanda is fit for the presidency. You are too indecisive and excessively benevolent. We require a shrewd and decisive leader to propel this nation forward. Indeed, that would be me. Not a chance, Quicksilver scoffed. You were absent from every battle. I cannot believe it took so long to travel from the capital to here. Wanda's Magneto had transformed into a dictatorship. How many times has Congress convened? The illusionist huffed. I cannot simply remain idle in the capital all day. Enough of this bickering, Carl interjected, tapping the table. Let us proceed with the vote. Those in favor of supporting Wanda as president, please raise your hands. Upon his words, Quicksilver was the first to raise his hand, followed closely by Carl, Sabretooth, Morty, and Blob, who also lifted their hands. Wanda surveyed the room and raised her hand, glancing at the illusionist. 6 votes. It appears no one supports you. Infuriating. The illusionist seethed, glancing around at the others. Since you all do not support me, I see no reason to remain here. Once the second in command of the Brotherhood of Mutants, his current lack of support filled him with rage. Although he had become the speaker, there were no topics to discuss. All decisions for the nation were made by the trio of Magneto, Wanda, and Carl, leaving him outside the core power circle. Are you certain you wish to leave? Wanda inquired, her brow furrowing. With Magneto's recent departure, the situation was dire and needed a leader. What does Suriname have to do with me? The illusion master scoffed, showing no interest in the mutant populace. However, his gaze shifted to Wanda as he declared, if you wish for me to stay, then marry me and become my wife. Then you might as well leave, the Scarlet Witch replied, her expression icy. You said it yourself. Jason snorted, turning away from the conference room and vanishing into the outside world. In a vast universe, with his abilities, there was nowhere he could not go. Why endure the discomfort here? Another one gone. Wanda's face reflected her concern. Our combat strength has diminished. He has always been of no assistance. And he does not share our goals. Carl waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm. I will find a way to recruit a few mutants. Then I leave it in your hands, Wanda said, feeling reassured. Since everyone has made their decision, let us swiftly announce this news to the outside world. The political upheaval in Suriname has garnered widespread attention. Some speculate it to be a coup by the newly appointed female president, while others believe Magneto has met with misfortune. The United States, however, reported on the battle in front of the presidential residence, declaring that Magneto had been captured by the Sentinels and imprisoned in a specialized facility. As allies, the Soviet Union also dispatched an ambassador for communication, stating that there would be no alterations to any agreements with the Soviets. Yet, the Soviet Union proposed sending a mutant to serve as Wanda's protector to prevent further attacks against her. Wanda hesitated, but Carl encouraged her to agree, leading her to choose Darkstar, Linnea Petrovna, who harbored some dissatisfaction with the Soviet government. Wanda invited Darkstar to join, citing their shared femininity, and the Soviets, without suspicion, sent her 3 days later. Welcome, Wanda said, extending her hand with a smile. I entrust my safety to you from now on. That is my duty, Linnea replied, shaking Wanda's hand before turning to Carl with a smile. Hello again, little brother. Carl greeted politely. In truth, my assignment from the Soviet Union is not solely to protect you, Linnea stated as she took a seat, looking at Wanda. They also expect me to keep you in check and, if necessary, even to take you hostage. Is it permissible for you to say such a thing? Wanda inquired with a smile. I harbor no affection for the Soviet government. They view us mutants merely as tools. Linnea shrugged confidently, adding, of course. Even if you are wary, I can still capture you. Oh, Wanda raised an eyebrow. Then allow me to demonstrate my abilities. Linnea stood up, taking a step forward. Her body surrounded by a violet glow, yet its core was black. She seamlessly merged into the darkness, her form vanishing from sight. In the next moment, a radiant purple light emerged behind Wanda, yet at its center lay a profound darkness. Linnea's half-formed silhouette extended forth, reaching for Wanda's shoulder. However, before contact could be made, her body became ensnared by a crimson glow, enveloping her entirely. Startled, Linnea instinctively summoned forth a violet luminescence, dispersing the red energy as she withdrew into the shadows. Amidst the swirling purple radiance above the chair, she re-emerged from the center of the darkness, taking a seat with an air of astonishment. You are more formidable than I had anticipated, she remarked. You are not without strength yourself, Wanda replied with a smile. Suddenly, Carl interjected, can you traverse dimensions? Are you able to carry others with you? Certainly, Linnea nodded in response, but currently, I can only transport one individual. I am training to open larger portals. That is splendid news. The ability to ferry others during spatial traversal ensures safe retreat, infiltration, and encirclement, an invaluable asset. What about distance? Carl inquired further. I have tested it before. When alone, I can manage approximately 2.5 kilometers. If I carry someone, the maximum distance is around 800 meters, Linnea recalled. Though somewhat limited, it can still be useful. Carl nodded thoughtfully before asking, could you transport yourself to my side? Of course, Linnea replied, raising her hand to unleash her powers. illuminating the vicinity around Carl with a resplendent purple light as the surrounding darkness expanded. Yet, the spatial portal near Carl was only one-third the size of the one before Lanya, and it was shrinking, ultimately compressing down to a singular point, unable to open. "What is obstructing my approach?" Lanya exclaimed, encountering significant resistance. "A biological force field," Carl explained as he projected his own biofield. Even though the opposing force could still open a portal, it diminished considerably, and as Carl increased his output, the spatial gateway was further suppressed. It appeared that Lanya's dimensional traversal ability required her to first enter an alternate space before opening a doorway at the target location, a process influenced by the energy density of the surrounding environment. Carl turned to Wanda and remarked, "If Sister wishes to prevent Lanya from getting close, she need only generate energy around her." "I understand," Wanda nodded, as crimson lights swirled and danced around her, subtly enveloping the area. "It seems you have uncovered the flaws in my abilities," Lanya smiled. "I suspect your capabilities extend beyond what you have revealed," Carl surmised, sensing Lanya's concealed potential, which was undoubtedly greater than it appeared. "Indeed, every individual harbors secrets," Lanya replied gracefully. Her presence had compensated for some of the losses in combat strength. Yet it was still insufficient. Suriname required more mutants. Chapter 34. In the outskirts of Paramaribo, amidst the vast expanse of land, 800 colossal heliostats shimmered like silver scales, reflecting the scorching rays of the sun onto the central tower, where a figure floated. Clad only in shorts, Carl hovered in the air, countless beams of sunlight cascading upon him, enveloping him in a blinding aura, every inch of his skin absorbing 1,000-fold of solar radiation. His physical prowess continuously enhanced. His skin grew increasingly resilient, muscle fibers became more robust, his senses sharpened, and his biophysical field slowly elevated. He was evolving with every passing moment. After basking in the sun for 2 hours, the sky darkened, clouds obscuring the sunlight, and shortly thereafter, rain began to fall. Suriname boasted favorable solar conditions. Yet the hallmark of its tropical monsoon climate was abundant rainfall, particularly during the rainy season, when it could rain 3 to 4 times a day. Carl gazed upwards, estimating that the clouds would disperse within half an hour. He ascended, soaring above the cloud cover, continuing to bathe in sunlight. However, without the heliostats reflection, the sunlight felt diminished, akin to the experience of switching from a rich cigar to a lackluster fifth-generation spirit, lacking vigor. After lingering in the air for over an hour, once the rain ceased and the clouds parted, he descended to absorb sunlight through the heliostats. By afternoon, he finally halted, relishing the abundant energy within him, and a satisfied expression graced Carl's face. It was nearly time to embark. He adjusted the heliostats towards the central tower for power collection and then flew towards the presidential palace. Upon entering the president's office, he found Wanda engaged in discussion with Vice President Umar, while not far off, Darkstar lounged on a sofa, indulging in grapes. "Carl, you've arrived," Wanda remarked, setting aside her documents. "I plan to depart soon." Carl casually popped a grape into his mouth. "I'm going to invite other mutants to Suriname." "Are you going alone?" Wanda inquired with concern. "Shouldn't you have someone accompany you?" "Never mind. That would be a waste of time. It's faster for me to fly there alone." Carl waved dismissively. "And do you think I would be protecting them, or would they be protecting me?" Indeed, Wanda often habitually regarded him as a child, yet in truth, he was the reliable one. "I can go," Linnea declared, rising and wiping her hands with a tissue. "I can fly too." "Perfect. Let her accompany you," Wanda suggested. "Your abilities are truly diverse." Carl glanced at Darkstar, but directly declined. "I'm sorry, but the place I'm heading to is not something I wish outsiders to know." "Outsider? That's not entirely incorrect," Linnea remarked as she sat back down, a hint of teasing in her tone. Nonetheless, such words stung. "Well then, I shall take my leave, Wanda." Carl did not respond to her words. After bidding farewell to Wanda, he exited the presidential palace and stood on the lawn, where he unleashed his biofield and ascended into the sky. With a thunderous roar, he pierced through the clouds, locking onto a direction and accelerating, instantly breaking the sound barrier, with shock waves radiating around him, forming a sonic boom cloud. His velocity continued to surge as he soared at supersonic speeds, departing from Suriname and racing towards America. Sunlight streamed down from an oblique angle, and the sea breeze greeted him. Even at such heights, he could discern vessels on the ocean and the busy sailors on their decks. He delved deeper into the Atlantic, occasionally descending closer to the water, where the sonic booms exploded upon the surface, sending waves crashing and water splashing. Carl flew directly north, traversing Cuba, entering the United States from Florida, and ascending to an altitude of 20,000 meters. He progressed northeast, covering a distance of 500 kilometers, until he reached the skies above New York City. At that moment, he sensed someone approaching rapidly from behind. Turning to look, he saw a fiery orange-red figure hurtling towards him. With his X-ray vision, he discerned a man within, a golden-haired individual clad in a blue and white uniform, his body continuously erupting with flames. It was Johnny Storm, also known as the Human Torch, one of the Fantastic Four, who, alongside his companions, had ventured into space and undergone mutation due to exposure to cosmic rays. Carl halted, his gaze fixed on the newcomer, as the Human Torch flew closer. Coming to a stop nearby, the flames enveloping his head dissipated, revealing a handsome visage. "Hey," Johnny greeted Carl, eyeing him curiously. "You look unfamiliar. I've never seen you before. Are you a superhero too? What is your name? Why can you fly?" "You're asking too many questions," Carl interjected hastily, before adding, "I suppose I can be considered a superhero. They call me Iron Body." "Never heard of you," Johnny replied, gesturing to the number 4 on his chest. "But you should know who I am." "Of course," Carl smiled. "The Fantastic Four, the Human Torch. It seems my reputation precedes me." Johnny chuckled, his interest piqued. "So you can fly too? How about a race to see who has faster?" "Are you a child?" Carl replied, exasperated. "Of course not, but you seem like one." Johnny laughed. "Come on, let us race. I'll let you take off 5 seconds. No, 10 seconds ahead of me. Deal?" "All right, but you said it," Carl responded, promptly unleashing his biofield and shooting off into the distance, aiming to shake off this fellow. 1, 2, 3. "Wait, that's too fast," Johnny exclaimed as he saw Carl vanish into the horizon. Without waiting for the countdown to finish, flames erupted from his body, propelling him forward in a blazing red blur. The speed of the thunder fire swiftly reached the speed of sound, creating a Mach ring behind him, yet he still could not catch up to his opponent, who was instead pulling further away. Increase the power. Jonathan unleashed the flames with all his might, propelling a massive plume of fire behind him, forming an enormous fiery tail. With a thunderous roar, his velocity surged, enabling him to close in on Carl. As he approached, the flames scorched Carl's biological force field, the intense heat of thousands of degrees amplifying the field's depletion. Carl abruptly turned his head, opened his mouth, and unleashed a freezing breath that struck thunder fire. The flames enveloping thunder fire extinguished, and he plummeted toward the ground. Ignoring him, Carl accelerated away, vanishing into the distance. Jonathan fell for some distance, his body igniting once more. As he neared the ground, he stabilized himself, then shot upward into the sky. This cannot be considered a victory. He sought traces of Carl, but found that his adversary had completely vanished, resigning himself to fly toward the base of the Fantastic Four. Chapter 35, The Mutant Community. Manhattan, one of New York's 5 boroughs, stands as a global hub of economy and culture. It hosts the headquarters of major corporations, the United Nations, Wall Street, the New York Stock Exchange, and NASDAQ, along with Broadway and the Metropolitan Museum of Art. This locale boasts the most luxurious shopping plazas and the towering Statue of Liberty. Carl traversed the streets, surrounded by bustling crowds, as financial elites in suits brushed past him, the ticking of their wristwatches audible to his ears. Wearing a hood and keeping his head down, Carl employed his X-ray vision to peer beneath the surface, scanning through concrete and rock, searching for abandoned spaces that might harbor communities within the air raid shelters, underground pipes, and subway tunnels. However, Manhattan was vast, so he concentrated on his hearing, utilizing his superhuman auditory abilities to discern the sounds around him, identifying potential mutant communities. Carl's target this time was the Morlock tribe residing beneath New York, a considerable number of mutants ostracized by humanity, particularly the uniquely appearing Epsilon class, who found it impossible to integrate into society. When the mutant Callisto encountered the tracker Cariban, the two began seeking out mutants to bring them into hiding, residing in air raid shelters and navigating through underground pipes and abandoned subway tunnels. They named their substantial community after the Morlocks from the Time Machine, establishing a vast refuge. Even Magneto, when mentioning Callisto, spoke with admiration. Yet he lamented the fact that these mutants preferred to hide underground rather than fight back. However, the majority of the Morlock tribe consisted of the lowest Epsilon and Delta classes, easily slaughtered by ordinary soldiers. What could they do if they did not remain underground? Carl traversed from the east to the west, entering the Clinton district, when he first detected the murmurs beneath the ground. Peering through the rocks, he glimpsed the expansive subway tunnel below, where 2 figures were engaged in conversation. Following his gaze, he searched for an entrance to the subway and discovered it was an abandoned station. As he moved in that direction, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. Flanked by dilapidated apartments with various shops below, litter strewn across the ground, and individuals relieving themselves indiscriminately. This was the most impoverished area of Manhattan, once home to the laborers who built the city, not yet transformed into the bustling metropolis it would later become, often referred to as Hell's Kitchen. Scattered along the streets were figures idling aimlessly, their attention drawn to Carl, who wore a hooded cloak. Two African-American men approached, one of them saying, "Hey kid, this isn't a place for you." The other added, "Nice jacket you got there," stepping closer to grab it. Carl sidestepped the outstretched hand and swiftly delivered a punch to the man's jaw, knocking him unconscious, then turned to strike the other down to the ground. He passed by the two and arrived at the subway station, gazing at the deep staircase before him, and descended into the darkness below. Despite the pitch-black surroundings, his vision allowed him to perceive everything around him. Upon reaching the station hall, he encountered two figures, a robust man in a blue shirt wielding a shotgun, and a slender woman with a beak-like mouth holding a steel pipe, both eyeing him warily. Moreover, several figures emerged from behind, some with tentacle-like arms and others with four nostrils, drawing pistols and knives, encircling Carl. "Aren't you coming out?" he asked, glancing at the wall beside him. Suddenly, a section of the wall shimmered, and a young girl materialized, as if a piece of paper had gradually inflated into human form. She donned a white outfit, her hair cascading to her waist, both hair and skin adorned with vibrant colors. "Who are you? Why are you here?" inquired the man holding the shotgun. "I hail from the Brotherhood of Mutants," Carl replied softly, causing a stir among the onlookers. They had certainly heard of the Brotherhood of Mutants. 3.5 months prior, they had armedly seized control of a nation, marking the first country governed by mutants. At that moment, a towering bald man, standing at an imposing height of 2 meters and 15 centimeters, approached from behind, clad in a work uniform with rolled-up sleeves. His muscular arms were as thick as the thighs of an average person. He pushed through the crowd, fixing his gaze on Carl, furrowing his brow. "So young? Are you truly a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants?" Hearing this, Carl stepped forward, placing his palm against the man's chest, deliberately tempering his strength, and gently pushed. Boom! The man was propelled directly outward, crashing against the opposite wall with a dull thud. "My apologies," Carl said apologetically. "I tried to hold back as much as possible." "No worries," the man replied, brushing off the dust from his clothes as he approached. Extending his hand, he declared, "I believe you are a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants. My name is Mark Hallett, but you may call me Shatter." "I am Carl," Carl responded, shaking his hand with a smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you. If you wish to see Callisto, you will need to obtain permission," Mark stated, turning to a girl with colorful hair. "Tommy, please contact the leader." "All right," Tommy replied, moving to the public phone, lifting the receiver, and dialing quietly as she waited. "There's actually a phone here," Carl remarked, somewhat surprised. "We modified it ourselves. It can only be used to contact from public phone booths," Mark rumbled. At that moment, Tommy connected the call and spoke softly into the receiver. "Leader, someone from the Brotherhood of Mutants is here to see you. A boy, probably around 13 or 14 years old." "Very well, I will accompany Shatter and bring him over," she said, stepping in front of Carl and slightly bowing. "Please, come with us." Carl followed, with Shatter trailing behind them as they descended to the platform and jumped down, proceeding along the subway toward the distance. The deep subway tunnel extended far ahead. They walked for 7 or 8 minutes before turning left into an abandoned water pipeline. After navigating several twists and turns, they lifted a manhole cover and emerged into a room. Exiting the room, they progressed along a corridor until a robust steel door appeared before them. Shatter approached, pressing both hands against the door and pushing it open with a resounding bang, revealing the scene within. Inside lay a spacious hall of the refuge, illuminated by bright fluorescent lights. A multitude of figures were scattered about, some playing poker, others drinking, and a few watching television. As Carl entered, all eyes turned toward him. It had been a long time since anyone so well-groomed had graced the underground, his attire fresh and stylish, suggesting considerable expense. Carl stepped into the hall, standing in the center as he faced a raised platform adorned with a sleek black sofa, upon which sat a robust woman clad in a sleeveless jacket, her black hair framing her face, and an eye mask concealing her features. Callisto, the leader of the mutants. Her senses were heightened, endowing her with exceptional vision, allowing her to see in the dark. Her hearing was acute enough to detect the sound of falling leaves, complemented by a keen sense of smell and touch. Callisto's physical capabilities surpassed those of ordinary humans, possessing several times their strength along with a degree of regenerative ability. Her agility was remarkable, with rapid neural reflexes, and she was proficient in various combat techniques, adept in the use of numerous weapons. At that moment, she sat forward on the sofa, one hand resting on her knee while the other held a dagger, scrutinizing Carl with a quizzical expression. "So small? Are you truly a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants?" At that moment, not far from her, a bald man clad in a pink suit with bandages wrapped around his feet suddenly pointed at Carl and declared, "He is not a mutant." Chapter 36, Cooperation and Assistance. His words instantly altered the atmosphere in the hall. The mutants immediately grew vigilant, some stepping forward while others raised their firearms, ready for combat. The first to act was a diminutive figure with green skin, who raised his hands, each possessing only 3 fingers, aiming at Carl as luminous particles dispersed around him. The leech could emit a dampening force field, obstructing the enemy's neural pathways to inhibit their abilities. However, as his force field approached Carl, it was repelled by Carl's biological force field, rendering it ineffective. Simultaneously, shattered sand, positioned behind Carl, advanced a step, extending his robust arm to constrict Carl's neck, intending to subdue him first. Yet, Carl seized the opponent's wrist and flung him aside, sending him crashing into the adjacent wall with a muffled thud, shattering the sturdy structure and embedding his body within, rendering him unconscious. Mark Halett, one of the elders of the Morlocks, possessed a formidable physique, well-developed muscles, tremendous strength, and exceptional defensive capabilities, able to withstand intense impacts and resist high temperatures. Though he still succumbed to Carl's casual blow. However, Callisto had transformed into a female leopard and swiftly leaped before Carl, her dagger poised at his throat. Carl remained motionless, the sharp blade pressing against his neck, yet not descending. Why do you not evade? Callisto sheathed her dagger and took 2 steps back. You cannot harm me. Carl smiled and inquired, then why do you not strike? I merely wish to leave a survivor. Callisto beckoned, saying, Jimmy, bring forth the files on the Brotherhood of Mutants. Yes. A blond man entered the rear room, retrieving a folder filled with documents pertaining to the Brotherhood of Mutants, containing numerous newspapers, magazines, and wanted posters. Callisto took the folder, meticulously sifting through its contents until she discovered Carl's photograph in a newspaper, depicting the Brotherhood of Mutants battling the Sentinels. The youth soaring through the air, his eyes emitting twin beams of crimson light. It appears you are indeed a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Callisto scrutinized the image before discarding the newspaper onto the floor, gazing at him as she asked, but why are you not a mutant? Some can detect mutants, while others can conceal their abilities. Carl spread his hands and chuckled. If someone captures him, would they not be able to locate all mutants? Upon hearing this, Carabin's expression shifted, and Callisto concurred, stating, you are correct. It seems we must enhance our protection of him moving forward. For now, let us assume what you say is true. Callisto's unblemished left eye rested upon Carl as she inquired, what brings you here? We require assistance. Carl stated with a serious demeanor. Since Magneto's capture, the Brotherhood of Mutants has weakened, rendering it incapable of managing this nation effectively. We need more mutants to participate. Even with Lenia included, the mutants in Suriname number only 10, all stationed in Paramaribo, leaving other cities unattended. I am aware of this situation and have been concerned for your safety, Callisto replied as he sank into the sofa, exclaiming, I never expected you to seek aid from the Morlocks. Carl spoke slowly. Magneto informed us that beneath Manhattan, a great leader tends to the mutants ostracized by human society, which inspires him to create an ideal realm where all mutants can coexist. Such aspirations are not easily realized. Has he not already been captured? Callisto lamented, his tone softening as he inquired, what kind of mutants do you require? Those with management experience or formidable combat prowess, Carl answered. That is a clever proposition, Callisto scoffed. However, these individuals constitute the core of the Morlocks. They are the ones safeguarding the safety of our community. If they depart, what becomes of the others? 80% of our mutants are of the lowest epsilon tier, most of whom are comparatively weak, incapable of even contending with thugs and gangs, and require the protection of delta-tier mutants. We only need a few, Carl shrugged. In return, we are willing to provide some weaponry, automatic rifles, rocket launchers, and grenades. Upon hearing this, Callisto was somewhat swayed. If sufficient weaponry could be procured to arm the Morlocks, their combat capacity would significantly increase. Very well. But we must obtain their consent. Callisto nodded, rising to his feet. Who among you wishes to accompany him? Naturally, only those who meet his criteria. Those too weak need not apply. The Morlocks stirred uneasily, having dwelled underground for far too long, only daring to surface at night. They had not seen the sun for ages, and now, faced with an opportunity, many felt a stirring of desire. Yet, Carl's demands were too stringent, and few could qualify. At that moment, 2 figures pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. We are willing, declared the 2 robust men, each towering around 2 meters in height, their physiques imposing. One possessed light green skin with deep green hair, while the other had dark green skin and light green hair. Brute and Hamp, Callisto introduced them. They are brothers. Could the 2 of you demonstrate your abilities? Carl asked with a smile. Certainly, Brute replied, seizing Hamp and effortlessly tossing the heavy man, who weighed over 100 kilograms, several meters forward until he landed before Carl. The towering Hamp raised his arm, his massive fist tightening into a powerful punch aimed directly at Carl's face. Bang! Carl used a single finger to block his opponent's punch. A formidable force surged towards him, yet his finger remained unyielding. This scene astonished the surrounding Morlocks. The powerful Hamp was effortlessly thwarted by this youth with nothing but a finger, highlighting the vast disparity in their abilities. Hamp withdrew his fist. His once confident demeanor now tinged with apprehension, worried that he might be deemed inadequate by his adversary. No, Carl retracted his finger. Assessing that the force of Hamp's punch was approximately 12 tons, impressive indeed. He then stated, "You two brothers will accompany me. 10 rifles and 2,000 rounds of ammunition." Callisto interjected, outlining the terms for their departure. "That is acceptable. It is not an exorbitant demand," Carl replied without negotiation. Recognizing that the total value was less than $5,000 for the acquisition of 2 exceptional fighters. "Is there anyone else willing to join me?" he inquired further among the Morlocks. Tommy hesitated momentarily before nervously stepping forward, saying, "I would also like to join you. Could you please elaborate on your abilities?" Carl recalled her well. "I can make my body thin and alter my color," she explained. As she spoke, her form began to diminish, resembling paper, while her hue shifted to blend seamlessly with her surroundings. An impressive talent, Carl remarked, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. This ability would allow her to navigate narrow spaces, conceal herself, and infiltrate areas undetected, making her an invaluable asset. "An RPG and 5 rockets," Callisto proposed next. "Agreed," Carl acknowledged, deeming her worth the price. He then surveyed the crowd, asking, "Are there no others?" "Very well, I will take 4 more individuals without any additional stipulations." As Carl's words resonated, numerous mutants stepped forward, eager to leave with him for Suriname. These mutants bore peculiar appearances, rendering them incapable of surviving in human society. He selected a woman with a fish head cradling a child with a similar visage, a man with an ostrich leg known for his painful kicks, and a woman adorned with green vines atop her head, who had completed junior high. After considering, he also chose a man whose face was enveloped in black armor. 20 grenades, Callisto stipulated. These individuals were frail and disadvantaged, making their employment challenging, and the price for the grenades seemed rather steep. Not an issue, Carl consented. He intended to arm the Morlocks, assisting them in their survival, thus allowing for the inclusion of more mutants to strengthen their community, serving as a wedge within America. Perhaps it would not be long before they played a significant role. "I will take them away first, and the supplies will be delivered tomorrow," Carl addressed the Morlock leader. "Agreed," Callisto replied. By the time nightfall descended, Carl had led the 7 individuals from the underground to the deserted streets above. The tall Hamp surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "How do we leave?" "By car," Carl replied, making his way directly to a black sedan. He forcefully yanked open one of the car doors and urged, "Get in. It's 5,000 kilometers to Suriname, separated by an expanse of sea. How could we possibly drive there?" The crane-legged man couldn't help but ask. "I have my methods." "Hurry up," Carl insisted. He ushered them into the vehicle, placing the crane-legged man in the driver's seat, while Fishhead Woman, cradling a child, occupied the passenger seat. The 2 burly men, Bruto and Hamp, settled into the back, carefully rolling up the paper like Tommy and placing him on their laps, while the last individual was stowed away in the trunk. After reminding them to fasten their seatbelts, Carl effortlessly lifted the car, a biofield emanating from him as he soared into the sky, bearing the nearly 2-ton vehicle aloft, heading into the distance. "Surely he doesn't intend to fly there?" Bruto, with his light green skin, gasped in astonishment. "It seems he does," Hamp replied, his expression transformed by awe. With the car elevated, Carl traversed 4,500 kilometers through the night sky, delivering them before the presidential palace in Suriname, where Wanda and Secretary Pella awaited. After a yawn, Carl ascended to the heat-collecting tower to rest, basking in the sunlight as if luxuriating in a hot spring. It was only after the sun set that he ventured to the armory, selected his weapons, packed them into a crate, and dispatched them to Manhattan for Callisto. Callisto, toying with a .47 rifle, wore a delighted expression, contemplating the gift of 2 elderly and infirm individuals. "I have other places to be, perhaps next time," Carl declined, intending to scout near the academy in hopes of uncovering clues regarding Magneto's imprisonment. Chapter 37, Unstoppable. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters is nestled in Webster County at 1407 Graymakin Road, a sprawling estate established in 1700, surrounded by verdant trees. High above, Carl soared, employing his supervision to scrutinize the academy, his gaze penetrating the walls and soil, only to discover formidable defenses surrounding the institution. The perimeter was electrified, with the inner side concealing trigger-operated landmines, and beneath lay automated laser cannons. "Isn't this a bit perilous? What if an ordinary person approaches?" Carl pondered. What threat does Xavier anticipate? The main building was fortified, constructed with robust steel reinforcements, complemented by anti-aircraft artillery and a colossal radar behind the educational wing, making intrusion exceedingly challenging. Moreover, his keen eyes detected a shelter and underground passageway below, providing an escape route if necessary. Scanning the academy for traces of Magneto, Carl found no sign of him. He was likely imprisoned elsewhere. Thus, he began his search for Magneto's helmet, for if he were to locate it, he would gain immunity to mind control, empowering him to single-handedly vanquish the Sentinels. He continued his search and discovered Professor Xavier in the brainwave control room, while members of the War Machine stood guard at various locations. The shapeshifter and Wolverine remained here as if awaiting someone. At that moment, Carl's ears caught the sound of heavy footsteps. Following the noise, he spotted a towering figure at the end of the road. The figure was imposing, nearly 3 meters tall and weighing around 900 kilograms. Clad in red armor, the helmet and chest plate seamlessly fused, radiating an irresistible aura. It was the Red Tank. Cain Marco. It became clear that they had come for this formidable individual. It was a fortuitous meeting, and Carl hoped they would engage in mutual destruction. Carl waited quietly as the Red Tank approached the academy, grasping the iron railing. High-voltage currents surged through his body, yet he remained unharmed. With a mere tug, he tore the railing apart and strode inside. His massive feet struck the ground with a thunderous boom, causing an explosion that engulfed the area in dirt and smoke. Yet he emerged unscathed. Explosions continued to erupt, but the Red Tank appeared oblivious, pressing forward as automated laser turrets activated, firing beams at him. It was futile. The beams struck his exterior, and even when they hit his exposed flesh, they caused no damage. He marched directly to the main building, taking a formidable step that crashed through the wall, ripping apart the thick steel reinforcements and entering the academy's interior. At that moment, four red beams shot forth as the shapeshifter and Cyclops arrived, striking him with tremendous force. The powerful shockwave propelled the Red Tank backward, sending him outside the academy and back onto the road. "Be careful," the shapeshifter cautioned. "I cannot replicate his abilities. The Red Tank is unstoppable." With a roar, the Red Tank launched into a furious sprint, his speed increasing as he charged toward them. The shapeshifter and Cyclops attempted to attack with shock beams, but they were suppressed, while Jean used telekinesis to restrain him, yet they still could not repel him. Ice wall. Iceman Bobby created a thick wall of ice, which was shattered upon impact as the Red Tank barreled through, entering the building. "Calvin, I need your help," Jean's voice rang out. The shapeshifter immediately coordinated with her, harnessing telekinesis to bind the Red Tank. Iceman pressed his hands against the ground, ice spreading forth to freeze the Red Tank's feet. Angel and Beast lunged from either side, striking his arms to prevent him from raising them. For a brief moment, the five managed to restrain the Red Tank, allowing Wolverine to charge forward, his claws piercing the exposed shoulder of the Red Tank. The Red Tank had not anticipated being injured. He raised his arms, dispersing the telekinetic force and sending Angel and Beast flying, before stepping forward once more. The Iceman continuously unleashed frigid blasts in an attempt to freeze his opponent. Yet the ice was shattered by the force of the Red Tank, a towering giant who rammed directly into Wolverine's chest. With a resounding thud, Wolverine was propelled backward, crashing through multiple walls before landing outside the educational building. Though his adamantium bones remained unscathed, his internal organs suffered severe trauma. The Red Tank snorted disdainfully, flexing his arms as his injuries swiftly healed. I found myself unable to penetrate his consciousness. His helmet offered formidable protection. Professor Xavier focused intently on the incursion of the mind, but found it impossible to breach the defenses of the armor. The Red Tank's armor was forged from the deep crimson universe by the malevolent deity, Sidorak, and imbued with his dark magic, offering exceptional protection against both physical and psychic assaults. Observing the battle between the X-Men and the Red Tank, Carl edged closer, yet refrained from attacking. Although Professor Xavier could not invade the Red Tank's thoughts, he contemplated the possibility of controlling his own actions. What if he could manipulate himself to confront the Red Tank? The solution lay in stripping him of his armor. Beast stepped forward, promptly declaring, "Initiate tactic number 3. Accompanying his command, both Iceman and the Mimic raised their hands, channeling freezing breath aimed at the Red Tank's lower half, encasing him in ice. Subsequently, the Mimic collaborated with Jean, utilizing telekinesis to ensnare his arms and body. Angel lunged forward, grasping the helmet in an attempt to dislodge it. However, the helmet was riveted to the chest plate, rendering it immovable. At that moment, Cyclops and the Mimic simultaneously unleashed concussive beams, targeting the connection between the helmet and the chest plate, attempting to sever it. The helmet loosened slightly, yet Angel remained unable to pull it free. Meanwhile, the Red Tank had broken free from the telekinetic hold, seizing Angel's leg and hurling him against the wall, where he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. With a determined stride, the Red Tank shattered the ice and advanced forward, crashing into the next room. Scott and the Mimic swiftly evaded him as he missed his target, barreling into another chamber. Let us retreat, they urged, sprinting away as the red tank pinpointed their location, demolishing walls in pursuit. However, upon entering a particular room, the floor suddenly gave way, and he plummeted into a concealed pit, the ground ceiling shut above him, imprisoning him in a subterranean cell. This confinement was constructed from alloy, featuring impenetrable metal walls, and was designed with sharp spikes below, prepared specifically by the Hulk. Recently, following the Hulk's rampage, Iron Man had sought their assistance in addressing the threat, prompting Xavier and Beast to develop this chamber, which was being utilized for the first time. Yet, in the next moment, the ground began to bulge ominously as the alloy prison began to crack. It would not be long before he broke free. The X-Men were in the process of retreating and, upon reuniting with Wolverine, contemplated potential solutions. Just then, Xavier's voice resonated within Carl's mind. "Kid, we need your assistance." "Have we been discovered?" Carl swiftly retreated, creating distance as he spoke. "I apologize. I would relish witnessing his annihilation of you. Will you not consider my terms?" Xavier inquired. "My sole condition is the release of Magneto." Carl's voice was resolute. "That is impossible," Xavier directly refused. "We cannot allow Magneto to wreak further havoc upon this world." "Then our negotiations are at an end." Carl departed at great speed. "However, I can provide you with the location of a mutant," Xavier's voice echoed once more. "A mutant whose power is on par with Magneto, sufficient to ensure the safety of Sreenam. I believe it would be preferable for you to perish," Carl coldly replied. "Should you decline, we will reach out to the Avengers and the Fantastic Four for assistance. The issue can be resolved either way," Xavier gently stated. "Then you shall gain nothing." Upon hearing this, Carl halted, his expression darkening. "One is insufficient. Let us add another." Xavier's voice resonated within his mind. "There exists an intriguing individual with remarkable telepathic abilities." As he spoke, Red Tank broke free from his subterranean confinement and surged towards the surface, pursuing the others. "Deal." Carl reached an agreement with him and sped towards the manor. Chapter 38, Red Tank. Red Tank thundered forth, his robust legs propelling his towering frame as he smashed through several walls. With each tremendous crash, the entire building quaked, walls cracked, dust and debris cascaded down, glass shattered, and various electrical appliances sparked as though the structure might collapse at any moment. Faced with such terrifying destructiveness, the police dared not confront him directly and instead concealed themselves, waiting for the opportune moment. "A pack of skittish rats. If you do not emerge, I shall dismantle this place," Red Tank bellowed, his fist obliterating a wall before he charged at another load-bearing structure, entering the library filled with towering shelves of books. At that moment, a figure appeared before him, standing approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall, with black hair and a youthful visage that suggested he was no older than 14. "You there? Are you also a student of Xavier's?" Red Tank loomed over him, demanding, "Tell me, where is he? You are demolishing this far too slowly." Carl uttered this phrase, his right fist striking Red Tank's chest plate. Boom. Red Tank was sent hurtling backward, crashing through layer after layer of support walls, launching out of the educational building. Red Tank rose, peering through the opening to spot the young boy, and immediately charged toward him, accelerating like a crimson projectile. Carl swiftly sidestepped, evading the oncoming collision as Red Tank barreled through 2 walls before coming to a halt, furiously pivoting, only to be sent flying again by Carl's kick, shattering multiple walls in his wake. The teaching building could no longer withstand the strain. It began to collapse, the walls giving way and trapping the Red Tank beneath. Witnessing this scene, the Mimic could not help but inquire whether the young man was dismantling their structure. It appeared so. McCoy nodded. However, he had grown stronger. Scott's expression was grave. The place was on the verge of collapse. Gray gazed at the precarious walls and suggested, "We should leave this place at once." They immediately ran towards the exit, abandoning the battleground to the 2 remaining fighters. "Damn brat, I will kill you." The Red Tank rose from the rubble, seething with rage. He locked his gaze on Carl, pushed off the ground, and transformed into a fleeting shadow, suddenly appearing before Carl with a clenched fist aimed at him. His speed had increased. Carl raised his arm to block the impending blow, feeling the terrifying force reverberate through his biofield. He pivoted, grasped the opponent's wrist with his left hand, and thrust his right hand against the Red Tank's upper arm, using all his strength to hurl him away, sending the Red Tank crashing from the 1st floor to the 3rd, ultimately flying out of the building. With a resounding crash, the teaching building could no longer bear the burden and collapsed entirely, reducing the structure, which had stood for over 180 years, to mere ruins. "Damn you." The Red Tank stood up from the ground, his body seemingly unscathed. Not only that, but a faint crimson glow flickered around him. Destruction and battle intensified Satirak's focus on him, bestowing upon him even greater power. Carl soared through the air, landing in front of him. his gaze attempting to penetrate the protective armor, only to be thwarted. The red tank wasted no words. He stepped forward, instantly standing before Carl, his imposing figure resembling a wall. He raised his robust arm and swung it towards Carl. Carl deftly evaded the strike, positioning himself beside the red tank. He exhaled a chilling breath, enveloping his foe in layers of frost, encasing him in ice. Yet, the red tank merely turned and unleashed a punch that shattered the icy prison, his fist now hovering before Carl. Carl was sent flying like a leaf, his eyes emitting twin beams of heat vision that struck the red tank's helmet. With a sickening pop, the red tank's eyes were seared blind, and he howled in agony. Clutching his face, Carl appeared behind him, delivering a swift kick to his knee, forcing him to kneel. Subsequently, Carl leapt above the red tank, clasped his hands together, and brought them crashing down onto the red tank's head. With a thunderous impact, the red tank was driven into the ground, embedded within the earth. Carl leapt onto his back, his feet firmly planted on the red tank's shoulders, while his hands gripped the seams of the armor, pulling with all his might. With a series of metallic pops, several rivets flew out, creating a gash in the helmet. This is bad. The red tank felt a surge of anxiety as he raised his hands to grasp Carl's feet, only to have his arms restrained by two streams of psychic energy, those of the Mimikur and Quinqua. Yet, their combined telekinetic force only held the red tank momentarily. This was sufficient. Carl yanked forcefully, dislodging the red tank's helmet and revealing a head adorned with crimson hair. The red tank seized Carl's feet, intent on hurling him away. But in the next instant, Professor Xavier's mental power surged into his mind, rendering Kane's body rigid and unconscious. Thank you, Professor Xavier's voice resonated within Carl's mind. You have helped us subdue the red tank. No need for thanks, Carl replied, soaring into the air. I acted solely to fulfill your promised conditions. I shall now inform you of their whereabouts, Xavier began. The first is located in Africa, near Tanzania, in a place called Uzuri Village. Here is the map. A map materialized in Carl's mind. He committed it to memory and inquired, and the second? The second is in Bavaria, Germany, Xavier stated. I will send you the exact address. You must hurry. He may depart soon. Understood, Carl nodded, jotting down the address with the intention of seeking the second individual in Germany first. Oh, by the way, how do you plan to deal with this fellow? Carl asked with curiosity. I shall erase his memories and nullify his abilities, Xavier replied with a hint of melancholy. Then, he can live his own life. Best of luck, Carl remarked, watching as the approaching battle police drew near. He took to the skies, vanishing into the horizon. He would return here soon. During his skirmish with the red tank, Carl had been employing his X-ray vision to locate Magneto's helmet, ultimately discovering it in the brainwave control room. Resting beside the control console, once Xavier was absent, he would return to retrieve the helmet. How peculiar. The Mimikur, Calvin, expressed his confusion as he placed the diminutive Kane Marco, stripped of his scarlet armor, onto a chair. He fitted him with a head-covering device and inquired, Professor Xavier, why are there so many members of the Brotherhood of Mutants whose abilities cannot be replicated? Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and now Carl, none can replicate their powers. Because they are not mutants, Xavier elucidated, settling into the chair behind Kane while donning the device, as Beast activated the machine nearby, utilizing the apparatus. He sealed Kane's memories of the entire affair and severed his connection to Sidorak, allowing him to drift into slumber. Subsequently, the battle police lifted Kane Marco onto their aircraft, soaring into the distance until they reached the outskirts of Philadelphia, where they landed the craft and unceremoniously deposited Kane Marco by the roadside. As the aircraft took off, the battle police departed from this location. After a brief interval, a figure soared through the air, landing before Kane. It was none other than Kal-El. He gazed down at the crimson-haired man, a smile of delight gracing his features, as he effortlessly lifted the towering Kane and ascended toward the direction of Slinom. How could the Brotherhood of Mutants ever be complete without the red tank? Chapter 39, Nightcrawler. In Munich, Germany. Situated in the Bavarian high plains at the northern foothills of the Alps, Carl arrived in the city, making his way directly to the location marked on the map. Upon reaching the southern part of Munich, he discovered a circus camp. Much like a meatball, the abilities of mutants were well suited for the circus. Instead of entering to watch the performances, Carl hovered in the sky, utilizing his supervision to survey the entire camp. His gaze penetrated tents and caravans, eventually resting upon a corner where an iron cage stood, housing a peculiar figure with blue hair and skin, adorned with a long, arrow-tipped blue tail. Carl recognized him. Kurt Wagner, known as Nightcrawler, possessed the remarkable ability to teleport, even transporting others alongside him. This power was exceptional, providing invaluable support for infiltration and escape. With him, the mutant community gained an added layer of security. Wagner appeared quite youthful, perhaps only 16 or 17. curled up within the cage, bearing an air of fragility as if he had been sedated. It was evident that he had been imprisoned as a slave, igniting a fierce anger within Karl, though he refrained from immediate action. As time passed, Wagner's condition improved, and by afternoon, he was able to stand and move about within the confines of his cage. Clearly, his abilities had yet to awaken, rendering him vulnerable to captivity. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached, carrying a basin filled with entrails. She passed the gruesome offering through the bars to Wagner, who eagerly devoured it. The scene grotesque like that of a dog. Witnessing this, Karl seethed with rage, yet maintained an outward calm. After his meal, the woman exchanged a few words with him, and Wagner grasped her fingers in a brief handshake before they parted ways. However, Karl soon discerned a powerful energy coursing through the woman's being. She was no ordinary individual. This revelation caused him to momentarily reconsider his impulsive intentions. As evening approached, 2 henchmen arrived to release Wagner, escorting him to perform in the arena. Wagner exhibited remarkable agility, tumbling on tightropes, leaping through hoops, and even riding a unicycle along a rope. His performance elicited cheers from the audience, yet the circus owner remained dissatisfied. "Mr. Gatman, our audience numbers are dwindling," reported an underling. "Wagner's act has lost its novelty." Max Gatman frowned, remarking, "This cannot continue." He watched Wagner's performance, and as soon as it concluded and he returned backstage, he immediately approached with his henchmen, surrounding him. "Starting tomorrow, you will train for a new act," Gateman said coldly. "The current performance has become stale for the audience." "I will do my best," Wagner replied, fear evident as he shrank beside his mother. "Just administer half the sedative." Gateman instructed one of his men, who stepped forward with a syringe, intent on injecting Wagner. However, at that moment, 2 crimson beams of laser pierced through the henchman's head, killing him instantly, his body collapsing to the ground. "Huh." Gateman was startled, quickly drawing his gun as another henchman brandished a knife, while Wagner clung to his mother in terror. "Whoever you are, show yourself," Gateman shouted, gun raised. At that moment, a figure floated into the room. A boy of about 13 or 14. "Were you the one who killed my people?" Gateman, eyeing the airborne boy, felt his fear shift to avarice. "You can fly? If you join my circus, the earnings from the performances will significantly increase. Surrender now, lie on the ground, and I may spare your life." Seeking death, Karl's eyes turned crimson, and 2 beams of heat instantly severed Gateman's wrist, the gun clattering to the ground. "Ah!" Gateman cried out in agony, clutching his severed arm, shouting, "Kill him!" However, upon hearing this command, the henchman fled, only to be struck through the heart by another heat beam, collapsing lifelessly. Not intending to let him escape, Karl approached Gateman, who was now visibly terrified, pleading, "Please don't kill me. I'll give you anything you desire. Money, the circus, it's all yours." "I only desire your death," Karl stated, stepping closer. With a swift motion of his right hand, he obliterated Gateman's head, leaving behind a headless corpse clad in a suit. Turning his gaze towards the backstage area, he noticed the others were paralyzed with fear, his eyes locking onto Wagner's, turning a vivid red. "Please, don't kill my son," cried a woman, rushing to embrace Wagner, her expression one of desperation, her blue-skinned visage reflecting terror. Karl sensed the energy surging within her, but did not halt. He unleashed 2 beams of heat aimed at Wagner. The woman reached out, but vanished alongside Wagner from the room, the beam striking the floor and leaving no trace of damage. "The ability has been activated," Karl said, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face as he perked up, attuned to the sounds outside. "Let us go. We must leave this place quickly." Outside the dwelling, Wagner manifested, cradling his mother in his arms. He was somewhat astonished by his transformation as he urged her to flee, only to be intercepted by the circus staff, who attempted to halt his escape, reminding him that this was the property of Master Gateman. Undeterred, Wagner embraced his mother, unleashing a billowing cloud of blue smoke, causing their forms to vanish and reappear in the distance, continuing their flight. The staff member who had attempted to obstruct them was swiftly struck down by a searing beam of energy, collapsing to the ground. With his mother in tow, Wagner exited the circus encampment, sprinting towards the distant woods, gradually slowing his pace to softly declare, "We are safe now." However, upon turning his head, he was startled to see a figure materialize before him, prompting him to clutch his mother once more and vanish, reappearing several meters away. "You need not run," Karl uttered gently from the air. "I am not here to harm you." "But you just attacked me," Wagner retorted, positioning himself protectively in front of his mother. Locking eyes with Karl. "Had those beams struck me, I would be dead by now." "Dead," Karl replied, picking up a leaf from the ground. His eyes emitted a fiery gaze, focusing on the leaf until its surface darkened, though it remained intact. He displayed the leaf with a smile, stating, "As long as I wish it, not even a leaf shall be harmed." "Then why did you assault me?" Wagner inquired, perplexed. Do you not possess newfound abilities? Karl sought to provoke Wagner's powers. Otherwise, he would merely be an agile anomaly. Skeptical yet intrigued, Wagner questioned, "What exactly is your purpose?" "To rescue you from this place." Karl replied with a smile. "To take you to the realm of mutants, where you need not endure injections nor remain caged, and can live freely under the sun." Wagner's expression shifted to one of anticipation, yet he remained profoundly fearful of Karl. "I know of you," he stated. However, his adoptive mother, Marguerite, interjected. "Your president is Wanda Maximoff. She is a perilous woman." "Ah, it seems you are acquainted with Wanda," Karl remarked, having already sensed the strange energy emanating from her. "So, you are a sorceress?" "Indeed," Marguerite admitted candidly. "I am a witch who once sought to recruit Wanda, but she fell under the gaze of the dark god. Thus, we returned her to her parents." "Mother, you are a witch?" Wagner exclaimed in surprise. "But why have I never seen you wield your magic?" "Because I have an enemy." Marguerite replied somberly. "I must remain incognito, hiding away, too fearful to employ any magic." "Madam," Karl observed her intently, "Wanda has now become adept at wielding her power." "No, that is but a temporary state." Marguerite's face paled with dread. "A witch bound to the dark god will ultimately spiral out of control, and her immense power will engulf this world. Then I shall thwart her," Karl declared resolutely. "You do not comprehend her strength," Marguerite warned. Marguerite shook her head and replied, "I'm afraid I cannot agree to him leaving with you." Karl fixed his gaze upon Marguerite and gently inquired, "So, is he not a danger to human society? Like a dog, confined in a cage every day?" Upon hearing this, Marguerite fell silent, her expression heavy. She too wished to avert such a fate, yet felt powerless to intervene. Karl then turned to the Nightwalker, stating, "Only in Suriname can you live freely. But I do not wish to leave my mother." Wagner murmured softly, "However, I have taken so many lives, and your abilities have been exposed." Karl frowned. "You will surely be wanted. If you do not depart, your mother will be implicated." Wagner opened his mouth, realizing the police would undoubtedly investigate, and with his powers revealed, he would be the prime subject of scrutiny. Thus, he understood he must leave his mother behind to ensure her safety along with his two siblings. "I am willing to leave with you," Wagner resolutely declared. "Take me away." "Kurt, that is far too dangerous," Marguerite could not help but admonish. "But I do not want to put you at risk," Wagner said, looking at his mother. "You can shift all the blame onto me. Just say you had no idea I was a demon." "You are not a demon, child." Marguerite reached out, caressing his cheek, and then added, "But if you have made your decision, then go." Karl regarded Marguerite and suggested, "You may accompany her to Suriname. I have 2 other children." Marguerite shook her head. "I intend to remain here to care for them." "Very well, I respect your choice," Karl nodded and turned to Wagner. "Please, grant me a few moments." Wagner approached his foster mother, resting his head against hers, whispering a few words before embracing her in farewell. He then stepped forward to Karl and nodded in acknowledgement. Karl enveloped Wagner in his arms from behind, lifting him into the night sky, accelerating away until they vanished from sight. Chapter 40. Storm and Thunder. Kurt Wagner had lived in the circus encampment since a tender age, never stepping beyond the confines of the tents and ropes that enclosed his world. His childhood was filled with harsh training. Any mistakes were met with the sting of a whip. As he grew older, to prevent his escape, the ringmaster confined him to a cage, allowing him only scraps of offal to eat. Thus, when he finally attained freedom, soaring through the sky, he felt an overwhelming joy. He spread his arms wide, relishing the wind rushing past him, a radiant smile illuminating his face as his blue tail swayed with his elation. He reached out to touch the white clouds, experiencing their texture for the first time. Birds flitted by, and he had long aspired to soar like them. Now, that dream was fulfilled. "The moon," Wagner lifted his arm, pointing skyward. "Let us see what awaits us on the moon." The moon exists in the vastness of space, devoid of oxygen, rendering survival impossible. Karl chuckled, then remarked that traveling to the moon in the future should not pose significant challenges. Wagner nodded, gazing down at the city below, with its towering skyscrapers, radiant lights, and flowing streams of traffic, which filled him with a sense of wonder. Karl guided him through the city's heights, but soon departed towards the outskirts. "Are you hungry?" Karl inquired, having heard Wagner's stomach growl. He led him into the woods, saying, "Stay put, I will fetch some food." Venturing into a nearby city, Karl, due to the late hour, could only locate a 24-hour McDonald's, where he procured some food before returning to find Wagner leaping down from a tree. "You startled me. Just moments ago, 2 individuals entered the woods and began to undress," Wagner said, still a bit shaken. Accepting the hamburger Karl offered, he devoured it with delight, exclaiming, "I can only have hamburgers on my birthday." "You can enjoy them every day from now on," Karl replied, leaning against a tree with a smile. After satisfying their hunger, the duo set forth once more, departing from the European continent, traversing the Mediterranean, and arriving in Libya, eventually crossing the African expanse to reach Kenya. They descended at the foot of Mount Kenya, where Karl excavated a cave with his bare hands and said, "Let us go. It's getting late. We should rest." Wagner nodded in agreement, finding a comfortable spot to drift into slumber. It was not until the following morning that he awoke, stretching lazily only to discover Karl had vanished. Panic surged as he rushed out of the cave, filled with trepidation, for he was utterly unfamiliar with the surroundings, surrounded by mountains, unsure of which direction to take. At that moment, Karl descended from the sky, looking at Wagner and asking, "Awake? Then let us set off." He led Wagner towards the border between Kenya and Tanzania, seeking the village of Uzuri, but soon realized the climate there was peculiar. The journey they had undertaken was marked by scorching sunlight, parched earth, and cracked soil with scarce trees, yet Uzuri was lush with greenery, shrouded in ominous clouds and swirling winds. Moreover, 30 miles west of Uzuri, a tempest was brewing, with flashes of lightning illuminating the sky and torrential rains pouring down. How strange, Karl mused. While Tanzania's dry season indeed sees reduced rainfall, it cannot be this arid. Nor can one locale suffer drought while another nearby is beset by fierce storms. Given the transformations in Uzuri, it is likely the work of the mutants Xavier mentioned. Only such beings possess the power to effectuate these changes. Let us investigate. Karl promptly soared in that direction, arriving at the western edge of Uzuri, where a dry riverbed lay, and upon it stood a dam with a solitary figure atop. There stood a woman, her hair as white as snow, her skin a deep ebony, her figure alluringly curvaceous, clad in a flowing black robe that left much of her exquisitely smooth skin exposed. At that moment, she raised her arms, commanding the elements, as rain poured down from the clouds, cascading into the reservoir on the inner side of the dam. She was Storm Aurora Monroe, a master of tempestuous weather and a future Omega mutant. It was no wonder Xavier believed she could succeed Magneto in safeguarding Suriname. Karl witnessed this spectacle and soared toward her. As the two approached, Aurora sensed their presence and, upon realizing they were mere children, displayed a look of curiosity. Karl landed atop the dam, gently setting Wagner down, who promptly inquired, "Hello, did you do this? You can control the weather." "Indeed, that is my gift," Aurora replied, then focused her mind, stating, "Please hold on a moment while I fill the reservoir before I attend to you." With her concentration, the rain intensified, filling the reservoir below, causing the water level to rise. However, Karl interjected, "I would advise against this. It will only exacerbate the drought." Aside from Uzuri village, the earth in other regions has already cracked. Aurora furrowed her brow at his words and responded, "I am aware that the drought is spreading, but my intent this time is to address this very issue. Climate does not exist in isolation. By manipulating atmospheric circulation to increase precipitation, you alter the air pressure, which can lead to a rise in pressure and a subsequent decrease in rainfall." Karl shook his head, stating, "It won't be long before Tanzania and Kenya experience widespread drought. This region has been arid since the year before last." Aurora countered, "The people here are unable to drink water during the summer, and even the previously modest rainy season has seen diminished rainfall. The El Niño phenomenon of 8,283, compounded by global warming, has resulted in reduced summer precipitation and worsened drought conditions over the past 2 years." Karl shrugged, "And your alteration of air pressure has only contributed to the decline in rainfall here. Are you suggesting that the worsening drought is my doing?" Aurora questioned, struggling to accept this notion. She gazed at the 13-year-old boy and asked, "What do you propose I do to remedy this situation?" "In truth, if you ceased manipulating the weather, the drought might alleviate this year," Karl asserted. "I recommend that you refrain from any actions and allow the climate to restore itself, unless you possess the ability to control global weather patterns." Upon hearing this, Aurora fell silent for a moment, recalling the words of the priestess Annette, who had expressed similar sentiments. She lowered her arms and admitted, "It seems I have not only failed to assist, but have inadvertently caused greater destruction. Perhaps you should leave this place," Karl suggested. "In fact, I came here to invite you, madam, to settle in Suriname." "Suriname?" Aurora furrowed her brow, inquiring, "Is that the nation occupied by mutants? Are you two mutants as well?" "Not only are we, but you are too," Karl remarked as he gazed at her. "Currently, Suriname is in peril and requires the assistance of mutants. However, you have unlawfully invaded another's nation and taken many lives. I am unwilling to aid you." Aurora firmly rejected. Karl coughed lightly and replied, "In truth, that was the doing of Magneto, who has since been apprehended. Presently, the president is Wanda, and under her leadership, we coexist harmoniously with humanity." At this juncture, Karl smiled and added, "If you harbor doubts, you may observe for yourself before deciding whether to reside there. But my people are here. I cannot abandon them." Aurora shook her head. She had become the guardian of this land, halting wars and sheltering the populace. her reputation growing ever more illustrious. From the Serengeti Plains to the Ngorongoro Conservation Area, from Lake Miniera to Mount Kilimanjaro, and throughout all the nations surrounding Lake Victoria. Her name, the Wind Knight, was whispered. This mythical figure, the master of the winds, brought rain to the land and shielded the people from harm. In truth, the legendary Wind Knight was her ancestor. The genes that commanded the weather flowed through her veins, and her family had long safeguarded these territories. Upon hearing her words, Carl furrowed his brow, pondering how to alter her perspective when he noticed something alarming. The rain intensified, the waters in the reservoir surged tumultuously, thunder rumbled ominously, and the winds grew increasingly fierce. Yet, Aurora was not controlling the weather. Someone else was manipulating the atmospheric conditions in this region. Aurora's expression grew grave. He has stripped me of my dominion over the storms and amplified their magnitude. Chapter 41, Defeat. The sky darkened further, ominous clouds coalescing into what resembled a fortress. Slowly descending, lightning flickered within the clouds, thunder roared, and bolts of electricity pierced the heavens. The tempest raged, torrential rain fell like a thick curtain, obscuring visibility. The reservoir quickly filled, surging outward like a colossal dragon racing into the distance. Lady, you must wield your abilities to reclaim control over the weather. Carl urged Aurora swiftly, ascending into the sky, determined to identify the manipulator. His keen eyes scanned the surroundings. His formidable farsight encompassed the environment, and his X-ray vision pierced through the dense curtain of rain and mountains. Soon, he spotted the adversary on the slope of a hill. It was a man clad in a purple bodysuit and silver armor, his skin pale and his bald head devoid of hair. Boom! Carl surged forth, shattering the downpour, creating a cloud of explosive vapor behind him as he approached the foe with incredible velocity. The enemy sensed Carl's presence, raised a hand, and a thick bolt of lightning shot forth, striking Carl's body. Carl did not hold back. He charged directly ahead, and the lightning shattered into a myriad of arcs. As he approached his adversary, his eyes gleamed, and his thermal vision surged forth, striking the opponent's head with pinpoint accuracy. Remarkably unscathed, the adversary's skin reddened momentarily, yet the hue quickly faded as energy was rapidly absorbed into his body. Thank you for providing me with energy, the bald man grinned, raising his palm to unleash an even more potent bolt of lightning, akin to a serpent of electricity that traversed the space and struck Carl. With a resounding impact, Carl was hurled backward, the terrifying lightning proving more formidable than that exhibited by Thor on that fateful day. He released a biotic field to counter the force, suspending himself in midair. My clothes, Carl exclaimed, rising to his feet, his shirt torn, revealing his muscular torso, with his chest slightly reddened but unharmed. What manner of creature is this? Capable of manipulating the weather, unleashing electrical currents, and absorbing my thermal vision. Carl shifted his body sideways, narrowly evading the descending lightning. His eyes locked on the enemy as he prepared to launch himself at high speed. At that moment, he noticed a figure stealthily approaching the adversary, Wagner, with his azure skin, skillfully climbing along the mountainside, navigating the stones with determination despite the fierce winds. Though his pace was limited, it was resolute and unwavering. Witnessing this, Carl shattered the descending lightning with a punch and signaled to Aurora before continuing his advance toward the enemy. The man unleashed bolts of lightning, which Carl deftly dodged. While the lightning traveled swiftly, the opponent's reaction time was constrained. Carl anticipated the strikes, allowing the bolts to zip past him. Meanwhile, Aurora held her breath, fully concentrating on controlling the weather, contesting the tempest's dominion, which demanded the enemy's full attention. The duo captured the man's entire focus, enabling Wagner to draw near. He leaped forth, transforming into a fleeting blue silhouette, lunging at the opponent. Yet, midway, he was obstructed by swirling gusts. The man manipulated the air currents, creating a barrier that thwarted Wagner's approach. However, Carl surged ahead, thrusting both hands forward with great force, sending shockwaves that dispersed the surrounding airflow, even reversing the downpour around them. The adversary attempted to regroup the air currents, but with a flick of her left hand, Aurora caused the winds near the enemy to dissipate. No longer hindered, Wagner materialized before the adversary, raising his fist to strike. In that fleeting moment, a thick bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, aimed at both Carl and Wagner. Carl, robust and unharmed, was unperturbed, yet should Wagner be struck, he would likely suffer grievous injuries. Yet, Wagner vanished, leaving only a trail of blue mist pierced by the lightning, reappearing instantaneously behind the adversary. He raised his fist and skillfully evaded another bolt of lightning, appearing at the side, delivering a fierce blow to the opponent's face. The man was struck and propelled to the ground, producing a dull thud. He pressed his palm against the earth in an attempt to rise. Yet Carl had already appeared at his side, placing a foot upon the man's back, raising his fist. Why? The man's expression was one of sorrow as he angrily inquired. Why does each of you harbor animosity towards me? Huh? Karl furrowed his brow. Did you not strike first? I merely sought to avenge those who have wronged me. The man clenched his fists, his eyes reflecting anguish. Wait, Aurora interjected as she approached. Let him explain his reasoning first. Karl withdrew his foot, allowing the man to rise and gradually recount his past. I am Zungu, a black man afflicted by albinism, cast out by my village. Forced to wander on the fringes of society. One day, I was captured by a white scientist investigating the tribe, to prevent me from alerting others. They imprisoned me and bound me like a slave. Mzunga's expression was filled with indignation. It was only when I awakened my abilities that I was able to defeat them. Since that day, I have vowed to exact revenge on those who have harmed me. Awakened abilities? Karl scrutinized him, unable to detect any magical energy within him. Could he also be a mutant? So, you usurped my control over the storm, Storm spoke softly. Indeed, Mzunga nodded, my mastery over the weather is inferior to yours. Yet I can seize a storm and amplify it. An intriguing ability, Karl remarked, empathizing with him. I can relate. I was captured by Americans at a young age and held underground, subjected to daily torment. You too? Mzunga looked at him with a hint of sympathy. Yet you are still quite young. I cannot fathom what you endured. I too suffered. They confined me in a cage, allowing me only scraps of offal to eat. Wagner chimed in. Karl rescued me just yesterday. Your plight surpasses mine. Mzungu grasped the arms of both men earnestly, given that our suffering is a product of humanity. Let us unite to annihilate them. I think not. Wagner quickly rejected, having experienced both the malice and kindness of humanity, exemplified by his foster mother, Margaret, and her two children, who treated him well. Not all humans are malevolent. Aurora spoke up, sharing her tragic fate, yet acknowledging the kindness she had received from humans, including the care she received during her wanderings and the refuge provided by the priestess, Annette. I believe it unnecessary to eradicate all of humanity. Karl gazed intently into Mzungu's eyes, stating earnestly, however, we must possess the strength to combat them. You speak true, Mzungu affirmed. You should stand with us. We are all mutants. Karl gazed at him, extending an invitation. We have established a new nation in Suriname. Would you be willing to join us? There are many of our compatriots there, and no one will harm you. Since Storm had rejected him, he decided to invite Monzongo instead. While his weather manipulation skills were inferior to Storm's, he possessed the ability to absorb energy and commandeer Storm's tempests, thus countering her powers. Moreover, unlike Storm, he harbored malice towards humanity and could inflict harm without hesitation. There is no longer a place for me here. Monzongo nodded and said, I am willing to leave with you and live among our compatriots. That is splendid, Karl replied with a smile, then turned to Aurora and asked, So, Your Excellency, do you truly intend to remain behind? Never mind. Aurora shook her head. I cannot leave just yet. She did not endorse the notion of mutants occupying Suriname. She supported the establishment of a mutant nation but opposed the dominance of one group over another. I respect your perspective, Karl conceded, refraining from further persuasion. He continued, if you wish to address the drought, you could reduce rainfall during the rainy season, collecting some water in reservoirs to minimize evaporation for use in the dry season. I will remember that, Aurora nodded. Then I shall take my leave. With a wave of his hand, Karl beckoned Wagner over and turned back to Monzongo. I can manage on my own. With a flourish of his hands, Monzongo summoned the winds and soared into the air. Until we meet again, Ms. Aurora, Karl remarked, departing with Wagner and Monzongo into the distance. Chapter 42, The Spy. Destined, a middle-aged man in his 40s with brown hair and brown skin, of modest height, always clad in a black suit, exuded a serious and focused demeanor. He served as the director of the presidential office in Suriname, once the most trusted aide of President Umar. Following the occupation of the Suriname Republic by the Brotherhood of Mutants, he remained in the presidential office at Umar's behest. His exceptional abilities ensured the smooth operation of the presidential office, and he assisted Wanda in decision-making, facilitating the Brotherhood's swift control of the nation. Consequently, he was held in high regard, being one of the few humans genuinely involved in the upper echelons of Suriname's power. His visit to the presidential office was to discuss Wanda's upcoming agenda, including her attendance at the inauguration of an industrial base in 2 days, which would be graced by the presence of the Soviet ambassador. Wanda was exceedingly busy. As the newly appointed president, she faced an unending array of tasks. Initially somewhat inexperienced, she had now acclimatized to her responsibilities, and with Umar's assistance, the nation was beginning to find its footing. Desi quietly awaited by the side, her gaze drifting over the figure seated on the adjacent sofa, clad in a form-fitting black suit adorned with a yellow star emblem on her chest. She possessed a striking beauty and an alluring physique, marking her as a mutant. She was an agent dispatched by the Soviet Union, serving as Wanda's personal bodyguard. However, Desi believed Wanda required no assistance, as the memory of her fierce battle against several Sentinels alone was still vivid in her mind. After a brief interlude, the president and senior advisor Carl L. concluded their discussion. Despite being merely 13 years of age, he possessed extraordinary knowledge and a profound understanding of various industries. He had also played a pivotal role in the construction of a solar power station, ensuring that the citizens of Paramaribo had access to electricity. His current visit aimed to propose the establishment of a mechanical engineering laboratory at the University of Suriname, along with the hiring of Soviet scientists as professors. Without hesitation, Wanda approved his plan. Carl's suggestions consistently garnered the president's support, and many of his proposals had proven to be astute. "I shall take my leave then," Carl declared, turning to Desi, his gaze settling upon her. "Mr. Nuster, you appear to be in less than ideal condition today." "I've been exceedingly busy with work and have had insufficient sleep," Desi replied promptly. Despite his tender age, Carl was a formidable mutant and a central figure in the decision-making echelons. "You ought to rest well," Carl advised, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat before departing. "Madam President." Desi approached Wanda, presenting her with the documents and commencing her report on the upcoming schedule. "Let us proceed as you suggest," Wanda replied without objection. "I will communicate with the Secret Service regarding your security arrangements," Desi stated before exiting the office. Upon stepping through the door, she made her way to the Secret Service office, only to find the person in charge absent. After a brief wait, she observed Morty entering with a blue-skinned youth, conversing as he did so. "Nighttime security is equally crucial. This responsibility shall now fall to you. Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely, I can handle it," Wagner affirmed confidently, thumping his chest. He was accustomed to the night, possessing the ability to see in darkness, making him well-suited to oversee the internal security of the presidential residence during the night alongside other guards. Although work in Suriname awaited him, it felt relatively relaxed, requiring only occasional patrols, with generous compensation of several $100s monthly, alongside complimentary, exquisite meals and a private room. Desi observed Wagner, a mutant who had arrived in Suriname merely 10 days prior and had been undergoing training with the Secret Service. His unique ability to teleport, even carrying others with him, significantly enhanced the safety of important figures. "You may take your rest," Morty gestured. Once Wagner had departed, he turned to Desi, inquiring, "Director Nuster, what brings you here?" "This is the president's schedule for the day after tomorrow. I am here to confirm the security arrangements," Desi replied, handing the document to Morty. After receiving the document, he carefully perused it and, following a discussion regarding the specific itinerary, stated, "I shall arrange the route and inform Director Victor to prepare for the inspection. I will deploy the special agents to liaise with the industrial base and provide you with a report by tomorrow. I appreciate your assistance, Director Morty." Desi exchanged a few words with the other party before departing, returning to his office to continue his work until 8 in the evening when he finally completed his tasks. He gathered his belongings and, accompanied by his bodyguards, exited the presidential palace. Outside the gates stood a towering figure, with deep green skin, towering over 2 meters, muscular, clad in alloy armor, wielding an automatic rifle, and bearing a massive axe on his back. The mutant, Hamph, alongside his brother Brute, served as senior guards for the Special Security Bureau, taking turns with other guards to oversee the outer security of the presidential palace. In addition to the 50 Soviet soldiers stationed nearby, they formed a formidable 4-layer defense, not accounting for the immense combat prowess of the mutants themselves. Compared to the era of Magneto, the current defenses of the presidential palace were far more stringent, rendering any assault exceedingly difficult. As Desi entered his vehicle, he noticed a figure descending from the sky, striding toward the presidential palace. With white skin, clad in a black suit, dark eyes, and surrounded by a swirling current of air, he emanated an oppressive aura. Mzungu, a mutant who arrived here with Wagner, possessed the ability to manipulate the weather. He currently served as the Minister of Meteorology, responsible for flood prevention efforts, and collaborated with the Agricultural Department, utilizing his powers to assist farmers, proving to be immensely beneficial. Desi averted his gaze as the bodyguard drove him away from the presidential palace toward a nearby villa district, halting before a luxurious residence. Upon entering, he embraced his young wife, and after dining in the restaurant, he retreated to his study. He produced a typewriter and began to tap away at the keys, meticulously documenting the identities, appearances, and roles of the mutants. He also recorded the itinerary of President Wanda. Subsequently, he approached the fax machine, intending to scan and send the contents of the paper to his contact, an American agent. Indeed, Desi had been recruited by the United States and had become a spy. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for mutants, especially after losing a friend in the recent invasion. Thus, when the American agent arrived for consultation and offered him a lucrative sum in U.S. dollars for assistance in traveling to America, Desi chose to become a spy. After completing the transmission, he exhaled, ignited the paper, and flushed it down the toilet. Following a bath, he proceeded to the bedroom, intending to find solace with his young wife. However, he discovered her unconscious on the bed. Following his gaze, he found the presidential senior advisor, Kal-El, standing there, scrutinizing several sheets of paper, with a figure kneeling beside him. Desi recognized this person all too well. It was the American agent with whom he had been in contact. At this moment, an endless wave of terror surged within Desi, his legs trembling to the point of instability. Nevertheless, he endeavored to maintain his composure and seated himself at the foot of the bed, inquiring, "Why is Advisor Carl in my bedroom? This is what you sent to him, isn't it?" Carl tossed the documents toward him, remarking, "The details here are indeed quite thorough." Desi cast a glance at the scattered papers on the floor, which contained precisely the information he had dispatched. "I do not know what you are referring to." Desi's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Yet he gritted his teeth and refused to concede. Still unwilling to admit it, Carl's eyes reddened, and two beams of fiery energy erupted, piercing Desi's right leg, causing him to collapse to the ground, groaning in agony. He approached, retrieved the papers, and seized Desi along with the American agent, soaring toward the presidential office to convene everyone. What has transpired? Vice President Umar's heart sank upon witnessing his trusted subordinate sprawled on the ground. He sent this to the American agent. Carl handed the document to him, and after perusing its contents, Umar furrowed his brow and could not help but exclaim, "Fool! How could you act as a spy for the Americans?" Wanda received the papers, her expression dark as ink, discovering numerous details about herself, including her decisions, preferred snacks, and even the brand of red wine she drank before sleep. "He is slandering me," Desi shouted vehemently. "He forged the documents to frame me." Yet, in the next moment, Wanda raised her hand, red energy swirling forth, penetrating Desi's mind, and compelled him to divulge the nature of his interactions with the Americans. That was 10 days ago. Desi's eyes glowed crimson as an emotionless voice emerged. "Emery came to see me." As he recounted his tale, Umar's countenance grew increasingly grave. To solidify the charges, Wanda hypnotized the American agent, obtaining a consistent confession. Upon awakening, Desi heard the agent's words and lowered his head, realizing he could no longer feign innocence. Since he is a spy, Umar's expression turned sorrowful as he sank into a chair, waving his hand dismissively. "Then you shall deal with him." "It is not our decision, but the laws," Carl corrected him, explaining that a new law had been enacted the previous month, establishing the leadership of mutants while also amending penal codes to restrict and simultaneously lessen the sentences for mutants. According to this newly instituted legislation, treason and espionage could both incur the death penalty, and neither of these individuals could escape such a fate. "So be it," Wanda sighed, expressing regret for Desi's impending fate. Acknowledging his capabilities as an official, "That is not sufficient." Carl shook his head, stating, "We must hold America accountable and seek retribution." "What are your thoughts?" Wanda inquired directly. "Let us proceed to your office for a more in-depth discussion." Carl called out to Wanda and made his way to the presidential office, approaching a massive map. He placed his finger on a country in Central America. "Last month, we established diplomatic relations with Nicaragua," he remarked. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Nicaragua is currently governed by pro-Soviet forces, yet there exists the Contra, an American-backed insurgency, which bases its operations in Honduras and Costa Rica, imposing an armed blockade and economic sabotage upon Nicaragua. This has resulted in tens of thousands of deaths and substantial economic losses." He paused before adding, "Given Nicaragua's rich mineral resources, we have agreed to destroy the insurgents in exchange for access to these resources, as well as further assistance from the Soviet Union." Carl then reflected, without the Contras, American influence would recede from the Caribbean, and Nicaragua, in conjunction with Cuba, would form the first line of defense against American encroachment, thereby enhancing the security of Suriname. "Very well," Wanda replied without hesitation. "We shall proceed as you suggest." "Why are you so agreeable?" Carl asked, somewhat surprised. "Such a war will claim many lives. Shouldn't your nature compel you to oppose this?" "I possess some knowledge of the Contras," Wanda responded, leaning against the desk. "Their actions, terrorism, murder, kidnapping, rape, and child trafficking, are utterly reprehensible. As the president of a nation, one must sometimes adopt a ruthless stance." Chapter 43. The Hunters Amidst the Dense Forest. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting radiant beams upon the ground. Military boots crushed the play of light and shadow as two fully armed soldiers patrolled the area. This was one of the Contras' bases near the Honduran border, where they had received training, acquired funding routed through third countries, smuggled a considerable arsenal, and cultivated a formidable force. Stationed in Honduras, they frequently crossed the border to launch attacks, inflicting severe casualties in Nicaragua. After a brief patrol, the soldiers ventured deeper into the woods. One gestured to halt, producing a cigarette, which he lit and began to smoke. His companion, glancing disapprovingly at his comrade's lethargy, declined the offered cigarette and held his rifle at the ready, remaining vigilant. At that moment, however, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting shadow, which rapidly expanded, and a shield struck his jaw, rendering him unconscious. The smoking soldier, alerted by the commotion, instinctively grasped his rifle. Yet, in the next instant, a bolt of lightning shot from afar, incapacitating him as well. Emerging from the distance were several figures, led by a towering man with golden hair, over 2 meters tall, Victor, the saber-toothed tiger. He approached the fallen shield and picked it up. The blue-skinned Cut Wagner stepped forward to inspect the fallen soldiers, while a frogman, clad in green spandex and sporting goggles, leapt down from a tree. Armed with 2 curved blades, he plunged them into the soldiers' throats, severing their arteries as blood poured forth relentlessly. Upon witnessing this scene, Wagner furrowed his brow slightly. Yet, recalling the deeds of Contra, he relinquished his moral reservations. The demise of these individuals was of little consequence. Shortly thereafter, a man clad in a purple bodysuit floated gracefully through the air, none other than Zongu, who harbored a keen interest in the hunting of humans. Behind him trailed Brute, donned in armor and wielding a machine gun, alongside Cain Marco, who brandished an automatic rifle. These 6 individuals constituted a hunting team assembled by Carl, specifically tasked with exterminating members of the Contra organization. "Let us proceed," commanded Sabretooth, brandishing his shield as he led the way into the distance. His formidable vision allowed him to perceive far-off scenes, while his acute hearing captured distant sounds. The group followed closely, nearing the Contra base, when they encountered 2 patrollers. The frog sprang into action, propelling himself off a tree with remarkable speed, appearing beside an adversary and plunging his curved blade into the foe's throat. Zongu raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck another, sending him crashing to the ground. The 6 continued onward. Sabretooth gestured for them to halt. Silently, he crept forward, his towering form moving with the grace of a feline. After a brief moment, he returned, signaling with his hands. Instantly, the frog and Nightwalker dispersed into the foliage, vanishing into the jungle. He then signaled to Mzongu, who promptly raised his arms to manipulate the weather, causing the already overcast sky to darken ominously. Gray clouds gathered above, arcs of electricity flickering within, as a fierce wind began to howl, bending branches and sending leaves spiraling down. A tempest was brewing. The base's members sought refuge indoors, closing their doors to weather the impending storm. However, at that moment, a tornado manifested at the outskirts of the base, swirling along the ground to demolish the wooden watchtower, sweeping debris along as it battered the brick structures to ruin. Soldiers, caught in the open, faced the wrath of descending lightning bolts that struck them down. The remaining troops scattered in a panic. Some took refuge beneath the rubble, while others dashed into the woods, yet the hunters had already dispersed around them. With a resounding bang, Nightwalker erupted into a cloud of blue smoke, the scent of sulfur filling the air. He appeared behind a soldier, driving his dagger into the man's chest before vanishing in another explosion of smoke, reappearing before another soldier. He embraced the foe, disappearing into the sky, releasing him to plummet. Meanwhile, the frog was also in motion, his powerful legs propelling him rapidly through the woods, harvesting the soldiers who dared to enter. "Let us move as well," Sabretooth urged, leading the group into the camp. Cain Marco raised his weapon, accurately firing upon a soldier. His communication with Red Tank was temporarily severed. Wanda had not lifted the seal, for doing so would awaken the consciousness of Professor Xavier. However, Carl placed it in the hunter squad, eager to ascertain whether he could summon his own powers in a moment of crisis and re-establish his connection with Sadarak. Not only that, but Cain had participated in warfare, brimming with combat experience and exceptional marksmanship, making him a competent soldier. The soldiers mounted a counterattack, yet the howling winds rendered them unable to open their eyes, while lightning cascaded from the heavens, striking down these figures. Observing their fall, Mzungu displayed a satisfied expression. Brute strode forward, raising his machine gun to unleash a barrage, mercilessly gunning down the enemy. Unlike his brother, he exhibited a marked insensitivity to human sensations. The saber-toothed tiger, brandishing a shield, charged into the hail of gunfire, colliding with the adversary and sending them crashing to the ground. Subsequently, he leaped before another foe, his claws slashing open the opponent's throat, and as blood gushed forth, he revealed a triumphant smile. Under the assault of the hunter squad, the military base, boasting 70 personnel, was utterly annihilated. "Your breath has betrayed you." The saber-toothed tiger drew his handgun, shooting down a feigning soldier, then surveyed the surroundings, stating, "Let us take a breather. We have more battles to continue." As dusk descended, in the office of Suriname University, Carl was inquiring about various matters with Professor Sergei. Professor Sergei, a scholar dispatched by the Soviet Union, held the position of a mechanical engineering professor at Suriname University, responsible for teaching the course on mechanical design and manufacturing. Carl, you are truly a genius, Sergei remarked, setting down his glasses, unable to restrain his praise. In just a few days, you have mastered this subject, including the curriculum for graduate students. The so-called few days were merely the result of Carl dedicating time to self-study after sunset, all while fulfilling his duties as a presidential advisor. This was largely thanks to Professor Sergei's guidance. Carl smiled, acknowledging that the professor had patiently answered his inquiries and generously shared his knowledge. You are intelligent and diligent, naturally. I am inclined to impart more knowledge. Sergei chuckled, adding, however, merely learning mechanical manufacturing is insufficient. Practical experience is essential. If time permits, I will take you to the factory to teach you some machining techniques. I would appreciate that, Professor Sergei, Carl replied, slightly bowing before bidding farewell and departing the office. He proceeded to the library, borrowing textbooks on genetics and molecular biology, for in a few days. An expert with notable achievements in genetics and bioinformatics would arrive at the university to teach, a request Carl had proactively made. As a Kryptonian residing among the mutant populace, Carl sought to comprehend the bloodlines of both groups and explore further possibilities. Chapter 44, The Squad. Under the onslaught of the Hunter Squad, the Contra bases fell one after another, with soldiers suffering heavy casualties. They devised numerous strategies, setting traps, intensifying patrols, and laying landmines, yet remained utterly powerless against the Hunters. Thus, Contra was compelled to consolidate its forces. The commander, along with his subordinates, sought refuge in a military base situated at the Honduran border, where they could recuperate. Additionally, several individuals arrived at the base. Major Barrington introduced 3 members from a team affiliated with the Central Intelligence Agency, each possessing extraordinary abilities. Are these the only 3? Commander Elliot of the Contra organization inquired, his gaze sweeping over the figures before him. At the forefront stood a red-haired man clad in a black combat uniform and a mask, accompanied by an African-American male donning a beret and wielding an automatic rifle. And lastly, a casually dressed youth in a jacket with an air of nonchalance. This adversary is formidable, remarked Colonel Lavis, the base commander. They are mutants hailing from Suriname. Some can manipulate the weather, others possess the ability to teleport, while a few exhibit immense strength, making them quite difficult to contend with. Teleportation? The figure of the African-American man materialized behind Colonel Lavis, a smile gracing his features as he asked, "Is that so?" John Reyes, a mutant with the power of phase shifting, capable of traversing any location within a specified range, rendering him elusive, often referred to as the Phantom, Lavis explained. "We are more than sufficient." The youth's voice resonated in the minds of all present, though his form had vanished from sight, rendering him invisible. Spartan Han, another gifted individual with remarkable telepathic abilities, capable of infiltrating the minds of others and exerting control over them, Lavis continued, acknowledging the impressive powers exhibited. An exceptional ability indeed, Colonel Lavis commended, turning his attention to the final individual. And who might this be? Without uttering a word, Major Barrington interjected, "This is our Agent Zero. He possesses remarkable physical prowess, excels in firearms, and is well versed in various combat techniques, enabling him to take on numerous soldiers simultaneously." Remarkable, Elliot expressed, a satisfied smile crossing his face. "With the addition of the 3 of you, combined with our soldiers, we shall undoubtedly capture those miscreants." Anger brewed within Elliot as he recalled the numerous members lost in the destruction of several bases, yet now they had mutants on their side, capable of dismantling their foes. "I shall have someone escort you to your quarters," Colonel Lavis instructed, summoning a subordinate to lead the newcomers to rest. However, at that moment, the base alarm blared, red lights flashing ominously within the facility. The phone in the conference room rang, and Colonel Lavis picked up the receiver, his expression darkening as he received the news of 3 approaching tornadoes. "Just like the previous instances of base destruction, it is those mutants again," Elliot exclaimed, rising abruptly. "I cannot believe they dare to attack here. Their audacity is astounding. Prepare for battle." Agent Zero moved towards the exit, while the Phantom had already vanished from the room. Spartan retrieved a vial of potion, downing it, the bitter taste contorting his face. The Spectre teleported several times, departing from the base building and appearing outside, materializing atop the watchtower. Gazing into the distance, 3 colossal tornadoes loomed, sweeping in this direction. "Evacuate." With the command from the officer, the soldiers promptly began their retreat, streaming into the nearby structures. Yet, the Spectre readied an automatic rifle, aiming outward, patiently awaiting the impending chaos. As the tornadoes approached the military camp, they whipped up clouds of dust and debris, uprooting trees, severing power lines, and hurling sandbags, ultimately collapsing walls. The force continued forward, crashing against sturdy buildings, shattering glass but leaving them otherwise intact. Suddenly, with a burst of azure smoke, a blue-skinned Night Stalker, accompanied by a saber-toothed tiger, charged towards the military encampment, closing the distance with each stride. "They're here." The Spectre held his breath, his gaze fixated on the duo's movements. The moment they entered the camp, revealing their presence, he squeezed the trigger. Clang! The bullet struck a shield, and the saber-toothed tiger turned to the Spectre, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. In the next instant, the Night Stalker vanished, reappearing behind the Spectre, a dagger in Wagner's hand lunging towards his back. Just as it seemed destined to connect, the Spectre vanished and materialized behind the saber-toothed tiger, his rifle aimed at the beast's head, pulling the trigger once more. The saber-toothed tiger's head jerked as the bullet grazed his ear. He spun around, claws slashing out, but the Spectre had already vanished again, failing to land a hit. Multiple bullets struck the saber-toothed tiger, and Agent Zero emerged from the barracks, brandishing 2 handguns, relentlessly firing. The bullets found their mark, striking Victor's calf and arm. Ordinary ammunition could not penetrate the saber-toothed tiger's flesh, but Agent Zero's bullets, crafted from a superior alloy, possessed extraordinary hardness. Even Victor's formidable bones succumbed to the onslaught. The joint in the saber-toothed tiger's leg shattered, sending him crashing to the ground. Soldiers from the windows of the barracks took aim, pulling triggers as a torrent of bullets surged forth like a metallic storm. Victor shielded himself with his armor, curling his body, yet still sustained multiple hits. Although he would not perish from these wounds, the embedded bullets would incapacitate him. Should he be captured and tossed into an incinerator, his fate would be sealed. The Night Stalker, witnessing the incoming bullets, sought refuge behind a wall, biding his time. Suddenly, a crack of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Agent Zero and sending him sprawling to the ground. Soon after, more bolts of lightning rained down upon the soldiers who had vacated the base, incapacitating them. The soldiers immediately dashed towards the building, taking positions at windows and doorframes, continuing to fire in this direction. The sky wept, a dense curtain of rain obscuring the vision and rendering the enemy's aim a formidable challenge. Violent gusts surged, shattering windows and doors, flooding the interior and toppling soldiers to the ground, forcing them to cower behind walls, unable to expose themselves. Mzongo, enveloped by the tempestuous winds, soared hundreds of meters above, single-handedly suppressing hundreds of troops. This was the master of the elements. The ghost hunched in a corner, teleporting to the periphery of the rain-soaked area, aiming upwards, and pulling the trigger to unleash a bullet. As the projectile approached Mzongo, the wind altered its trajectory, grazing his ribs. "Damn human," Mzongo muttered, witnessing the near miss. In retaliation, he summoned a bolt of lightning, only for the ghost to evade it with a phase shift, reappearing in a different sector, with the winds providing cover. The ghost recalibrated his aim accordingly. He raised his firearm, prepared to fire again at Mzongo, but a soft sound from behind alerted him. Wagner had stealthily approached, his dagger aimed at the ghost's vulnerable back. Yet, the ghost's reflexes were swift, teleporting away just in time. Wagner, relentless, pursued him, engaging in a fierce skirmish. Harnessing the chaotic winds and torrential rains under Mzongo's command, the saber-toothed tiger, Vic, bore the pain and charged into the watchtower, using his sharp claws to extract the bullets embedded in his body. At that moment, Spurth emerged from the conference room, his mental abilities enhanced by a potion. He concentrated, placing his hands on his temples, establishing a connection with Mzongo above, invading his mind, and ensnaring his consciousness in a web woven by psychic power. Mzongo's awareness clashed against the intruding mental force, yet he could not break free from the confines. His body spiraled out of control, plummeting towards the earth. Just then, the Night Stalker appeared in the air, catching Mzongo and shimmering down to the ground, stumbling precariously but managing to stay upright. Wagner had saved Mzongo, but John Viss had already aimed his weapon at him, ready to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow shot in from the distance, targeting the ghost. The ghost vanished, realizing it was a long tongue, its owner a man clad in a green bodysuit with goggles. "Frog, Mzongo is yours," Wagner declared, vanishing and appearing behind the ghost to launch an assault. The ghost once again employed phase movement to evade, but Wagner was relentless, keeping him ensnared to prevent any harm to his comrades. With Mzongo's interference nullified, the soldiers of Contra and Honduras seized their opportunity to escape the building, opening fire upon their foes. The frog leaped forth, clutching Mzongo and retreating beneath the outer wall of the barracks for cover. Bullets ricocheted off the wall with resounding thuds, instilling fear in Morty, who dared not show himself, instead attempting to rouse Mzongo. As soldiers fired incessantly, they advanced, some climbing into tanks to unleash artillery fire upon them. However, Kane and Brute appeared outside the wall on the side of the barracks. Kane stood on Brute's shoulders, hoisting a rocket launcher aimed at the tank. He pulled the trigger, and a rocket soared forth, striking the tank with precision. A resounding explosion ensued, obliterating the tank. But another tank had locked onto their position and fired a shell, shattering the wall. Yet, Kane had already repositioned himself, receiving a rocket from Brute, loading it swiftly, and once again peering out to destroy another tank. After discharging both rockets, Kane Martin discarded the launcher and fired into the gaping hole in the wall, diverting a portion of the enemy's firepower. Meanwhile, Brute opened a box, retrieved a grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it with great force, sending it soaring over 100 meters into the crowd, where it detonated and toppled numerous soldiers. However, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, their formidable firepower suppressing them, and they began to advance, encircling the duo. Some soldiers entered the watchtower, intending to eliminate the saber-toothed tiger, yet failed to detect his presence. The saber-toothed tiger had retrieved every bullet from his person, and his remarkable regenerative abilities healed his wounds. He ascended directly above the watchtower, affixed his shield to his back, leapt down, and plunged into the midst of the soldiers, commencing his slaughter. Victor swung his arms, his sharp claws tearing through the throats of soldiers before they could collapse. He dashed forth to pierce another's heart. Utilizing the shapes of his adversaries, he leapt continuously, occasionally struck by bullets, yet undeterred in his movements. The saber-toothed tiger drew fire, providing opportunities for others. Brute, having exhausted his grenades, brandished an automatic rifle and charged through the breach. The enemy's bullets ricocheted off his sturdy armor, leaving small dents but failing to inflict harm. Kane took cover behind the crumbled wall, firing at the enemy to cover Brute's advance. Mort, witnessing this scene, hoisted the unconscious Mzungu and rushed to Kane's side, handing him over before plunging into the fray. He became a fleeting shadow, racing towards the enemy, appearing behind a soldier wielding a rocket launcher who was about to fire at Brute. Mort seized his curved blade, plunging it into the soldier's back, ending his life. Then, he pressed against the wall, extending his tongue several meters to ensnare a sniper's neck, dragging him down. Mort attacked from the periphery of the battlefield, aiding Brute and Victor in eliminating threats while seeking his own targets. Brute discarded his empty rifle, unsheathed the massive sword from his back, and leapt out, covering several meters to confront multiple soldiers, swinging his sword horizontally to decapitate them. He then pivoted, cleaving a soldier from right shoulder to left flank, and thrust another blade forward, piercing a soldier's heart. Under the collective efforts of the crowd, the enemies fell one by one, plunging the soldiers into a state of terror. These mutants were overwhelmingly powerful, capable of effortlessly extinguishing their lives. Particularly striking was the tall, blond man who, despite being riddled with bullets, continued to harvest their lives. Consequently, some could no longer bear the pressure and began to flee. With one person's escape, more followed suit. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted as Commander Elliot of the Kutra shot a fleeing soldier with his pistol, hoping to compel them to return. However, Mort had already appeared on the adjacent wall, his tongue ensnaring the neck of an adversary, swiftly retracting as his body leapt forward, hurling the opponent against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing their commander fall, many soldiers of the Contra organization lost their morale, turning to flee in disarray. The Honduran soldiers, seeing their allies retreat, also began to run, significantly alleviating the pressure on the hunters. They did not pursue, focusing instead on eliminating the resisting enemies, which only incited more to flee, leading to a disintegration of the enemy ranks. Frog noticed that his comrades had stabilized the situation and promptly entered the base building in search of allies. Ultimately, he discovered Spert, the telepath, intensely battling against the consciousness of Mzungu in a room. He pounced, appearing behind Spert, and with a curved blade, severed the other's neck. The telepath's body stiffened, collapsing to the ground as blood pooled beneath him, and within moments, he ceased to breathe. With his demise, Mzungu awakened from the mental control, filled with rage, soaring into the sky as countless bolts of lightning descended, striking down enemies one after another. Ghost had just evaded Wagner's ambush through phasing when he was struck by a bolt of lightning, his body paralyzed. Wagner quickly caught up, plunging a dagger into his heart. Not only that, but he also pursued the fleeing soldiers, directing the lightning to assault them. Without the shelter of barracks, these individuals were left with no refuge and were systematically slaughtered. In a short while, the enemy was decimated, leaving a scene strewn with corpses. This war concluded with a decisive victory for the hunters. Chapter 45, Vigilance and Mutual Aid. The Hunter Squad captured Commander Elliot of the Contra organization, Major Barrington, and Agent Zero. Through Wanda's abilities, they extracted information regarding the funding channels, revealing that the United States was secretly selling arms to Iran in exchange for funds to support the Contra anti-government forces. Nicaragua and Suriname held a press conference to disclose the findings of their investigation, sparking discussions in the international community, which labeled the incident as Iran Gate. 2 years earlier than its historical revelation, the White House also conducted a press conference, asserting that the matter was a fabrication by the Soviet side. However, after Nicaragua presented further evidence at the United Nations, the United States fell into silence. The International Court rendered a ruling deeming the United States' support of the Contras a violation of international law, mandating an immediate cessation. Yet the United States denied the judgment and refused to comply. However, Honduras and Costa Rica have declared their intention to expel members of the Contras and will not provide any assistance. The Hunter Squad has collaborated with the Nicaraguan army to eradicate the Contra organization. Unlike in the past, even with the verdict from the International Court, the Contras continued to operate, with many members infiltrating right-wing political parties, ultimately overthrowing the ruling party in Nicaragua in 1991 and seizing control of the nation. The resolution of the Contra issue not only dismantled American armed influence in Central America, but also enabled Nicaragua to ship a substantial quantity of mineral resources to Suriname. Furthermore, the Soviet Union, adhering to its commitments, provided a new round of aid. Through continuous combat, the Hunter Squad has also undergone significant transformation, with each member evolving through their experiences. Welcome back. Wanda greeted the team members in the presidential palace, her gaze resting on a few individuals. She noticed that, apart from the seasoned saber-toothed tiger, who had endured numerous battles, the others exuded a palpable change in demeanor. 17-year-old Wagner's expression had grown resolute, his demeanor tinged with a newfound indifference. His eyes no longer shied away, and his hand rested firmly on the dagger at his waist, poised for action. Brutus's armor was riddled with bullet holes, a testament to the ferocity of the conflicts he had faced. The frog no longer wore a sycophantic smile. He stood with a straight back, arms crossed, at the side. Nzongu wore a satisfied grin, relishing the thrill of having slain hundreds and yearning for the chance to take more lives. Thank you for your hard work on this mission. Wanda addressed the group with a smile. You have made tremendous contributions to Suriname. This is pointless chatter, Saber-toothed Tiger interjected, tapping his ear. Is there no tangible reward? Wanda paused, grateful for Carl's counsel, and approached a table to retrieve a box, presenting it to Saber-toothed Tiger. Of course, I have prepared rewards for everyone. Take a look. Saber-toothed Tiger opened the box, raising an eyebrow at the sight of stacks of cash, totaling $600,000, with each member receiving $100,000. With the current strength of the dollar, priced at $12 per ounce of gold, and the depreciation of the Surinamese dollar, the value of gold had diminished by a tenth compared to last year. Only the dollar remained a stable currency. That's a lot of money, Wagner exclaimed, his eyes dazzled by the green bills. Earning only $400 a month, he was now receiving 250 times his usual salary, an amount he could scarcely spend. Indeed, Victor remarked, lifting a stack of bills to his nose. I love this scent. The frog could no longer contain his excitement, grinning widely as he rubbed his hands together, abandoning his earlier solemnity. Brutus, gazing at the cash, pondered the Morlock tribe living in the sewers. He contemplated how much food and clothing this money could procure, even considering buying toys for the children. All right, Wanda concluded. Wanda's words brought their thoughts back to the present. She addressed the group, saying, Carl has suggested that I retain the Hunter Squad, and I support his decision, so I would like to hear everyone's opinions. Initially, she had intended to disband the team, but Carl insisted on its preservation. This squad had been tempered by the fires of battle, possessing formidable strength capable of rivaling an army. Moreover, each member had been meticulously selected by Carl, showcasing diverse abilities such as physical enhancement, teleportation, weather manipulation, rapid assassination, and fire support, all harmoniously combined to execute special missions. In the forthcoming operation to rescue Magneto, they would be indispensable. Sounds good. Sabretooth lifted his chin and remarked, Life has become too tranquil. Only combat can excite me. As long as I can slay humans. Zongu still harbored resentment towards humanity. I have no objections. Brute replied in a somber tone. Wagner glanced at Carl and said, If Carl wishes, I am willing to remain in the Hunter Squad. I simply want to reclaim my memories. Kane Mark lit a cigarette. I have no opinions. The frog nodded and then added, You can also serve in the Special Operations Bureau. Wanda interjected, When it's time to execute missions, I will have Rainia and Hamp manage things for you. The others will remain in their positions. Very well. Morty nodded, saying, I am willing to stay in the Hunter Squad. Excellent. Wanda smiled with satisfaction. From now on, you will report directly to Carl. They had no objections. Carl was stronger than each of them and had long displayed sufficient wisdom. Just summon us when there are tasks. Sabretooth concluded, closing the box and leading the group out. Let us go celebrate at the bar. The six departed the conference room, leaving only Wanda and Carl behind. It seemed that tangible rewards held true value. Wanda had initially planned to bestow honors upon them, but Carl prevented her, for such recognition would reveal their identities. Instead, she prepared a sum of dollars. Though they were mutants, they too harbored their own desires. Carl smiled and remarked, "Satisfying personal needs is essential for collective progress. So, Carl, what are your desires?" Wanda inquired curiously, aware of all that he had done for the country. Without him, Slynam would not have advanced to this point. To help mutants achieve equality, and to seek revenge. Carl spoke softly, his resolve clear. He would never forgive those who had wronged him. And plans were already in motion for action. What else? Wanda pressed further. What other ambitions do you hold? Besides those, Carl mused, to establish a vast nation, to control the entire world, and to make it operate according to my own rules. He did not articulate this directly, opting instead to shrug and say, "I am quite interested in space. I wish to explore the universe and visit extraterrestrial civilizations." "The universe, you say?" "I am equally curious," Wanda replied. Wanda revealed a faint smile, reminiscing about the future. "By then, I would likely have retired, and we could go together." "Certainly." Carl did not decline. "As for other matters, I shall assist you." Wanda turned to Carl, speaking earnestly, "Including the vengeance you mentioned." Carl remained silent for a moment before sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Chapter 46. The Supervillain. In the pitch-black night sky, a blurred figure shattered the stillness, racing by at several Machs, creating a shockwave that formed a sonic cone behind it. The violent sound of an explosion echoing in its wake. Carl leaped thousands of kilometers, heading straight for New York City, slowing his speed as he soared into Manhattan, weaving between towering skyscrapers before descending to his intended destination. The moment he landed, the biological force field contracted, stirring the surrounding air, causing leaves and papers to swirl about. Carl deftly made his way to the subway station and, traversing the deep tunnels, arrived at the Morlock stronghold, a spacious sanctuary. After a lapse of a month and a half, Carl found himself here once more, though only passing through. "Ah, Carl," Callisto greeted from the sofa, smiling as he saw him enter. "What brings you here? Looking to whisk away more Morlocks?" "I have different matters to attend to this time," Carl approached with a grin. "And how can you say whisk, when Brute and Hamp are living quite happily now?" "What are they up to?" asked the towering Vade, standing nearby, although they had departed. They remained companions from times past. Hamp has become a guard. Tommy is undergoing training. Miss Vina is now the president's personal maid. And Lady Catfish has moved into an apartment with a stipend, allowing her to focus on raising her child, Carl elaborated, unzipping his jacket to reveal 5 stacks of cash, which he handed to Callisto. "This is from Brute. $50,000? Callisto took the money, his expression a mix of surprise and curiosity. Where did he acquire such a sum? "Brute completed a perilous task. This is part of his reward, which he asked me to deliver to you. To purchase food and winter clothing for everyone," Carl explained. After deciding to come to New York, he sought out the Morlocks who had migrated to Suriname to inquire if they had any messages to relay, and Brute had entrusted him with this money, representing half of his earnings. "Was it your recent operation against the Contra organization?" Callisto inquired, having seen reports in the newspapers. "Indeed," Carl nodded. "They had faced multiple crises, and Brute had sustained injuries. This money was earned at great cost." The diminutive leech nearby had reddened eyes. "I shall accept the money. Please convey to Brute that we will make good use of it." Callisto handed the cash to Vade, who took it to the back to deposit it in the safe. "Since the money has been delivered, I shall take my leave now." Carl bid farewell to Callisto. "Aren't you considering taking a few individuals with you?" Callisto inquired, somewhat taken aback. "Perhaps another time." Carl waved his hand dismissively and turned to walk away. His visit to New York was driven by a matter of utmost importance. The new prison, located in Ossining, New York, rests on the western bank of the Hudson River, approximately 30 miles from New York City. This prison boasts a history of over 150 years, primarily housing violent offenders and certain superhuman criminals, guarded by armed sentinels, imposing walls, electric fences, and surveillance systems that render escape nearly impossible. Within one of the northern tower's chambers, a figure lay confined. He stood at a height of 175 centimeters, with a robust physique and brown hair. His feet were shackled, bound to a massive spherical weight. Additionally, four metallic appendages extended from his back, tethered to the wall by iron chains, restricting his movement to a minuscule area. Otto Octavius, commonly known as Dr. Octopus, had graduated from MIT and subsequently worked at the American Atomic Energy Research Center. To manipulate nuclear materials with precision, he developed mechanical arms controlled by neural impulses. However, after a catastrophic explosion involving volatile liquids plunged him into a coma, he awoke to find his tentacles fused with his body, now controllable by his mind. The explosion also inflicted damage to his brain, resulting in an inflated ego and insatiable ambition. Initially, he took doctors and nurses hostage, seized the nuclear research facility, and sought to continue his experiments, only to be thwarted by Spider-Man. Following a trial, he was sentenced to 13 years in prison and confined to New Prison. Otto was unwilling to squander his time in this place, yet he pondered how to orchestrate his escape. Upon his incarceration, the nuclear-powered thermoelectric engine that powered his mechanical tentacles had been removed, rendering them uncontrollable and shackled. He was left to endure life in this dark and damp cell, seemingly destined to remain for an extended period. At that moment, the prison's outer wall suddenly crumbled, and a figure emerged through the breach, floating into the cell. Standing approximately 165 centimeters tall, draped in a hooded cloak, and hovering 10 centimeters above the ground, the figure gradually descended before him, gazing down upon him. "Who are you?" Otto inquired, lifting his gaze to meet the others. He discovered that the individual appeared youthful, seemingly no older than 13 or 14 years. "I am Kal-El." The boy's voice resonated as he regarded Otto and offered, "I wish to invite you to Suriname to assume the role of director of the Atomic Energy Research Center." Dr. Otto, a genius with a profound intellect and a leading figure in the field of atomic energy, had caught Carl's attention through news of his incarceration. Carl resolved to rescue him and bring him to Suriname to establish an atomic energy institute. Suriname, the nation overrun by mutants? Otto furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you a mutant?" "I am a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants," Carl replied, not directly answering the question. "So what is your decision?" At that moment, the guards had discovered the damage to the wall. Searchlights pierced through, an ear-piercing alarm blared, and red lights flashed as armed guards rushed up the stairs. "I can agree to that." Otto, however, remained unhurried, gazing at Carl. "But I require a substantial amount of research equipment and materials. You must fulfill all my demands." Carl responded with a smile, "I can only promise to do my best, but I cannot guarantee success." "That will suffice," Otto exclaimed as he heard soldiers outside the door, hastily saying, "They are coming in. You must take me away quickly." Carl's eyes turned crimson, emitting heat vision to melt the door lock. He then aimed at the shackles on Otto's feet, destroying them, before severing the metal chains binding his tentacles, granting him freedom. "Let us depart." Carl lifted Dr. Octopus and leapt through the opening into the sky. However, at that moment, a helicopter approached, its cabin door opening as a soldier with a machine gun aimed at the two in midair, ready to pull the trigger. Carl unleashed his heat vision, striking the rotor and damaging the transmission shaft, causing the helicopter to plummet uncontrollably to the ground, engulfed by explosive flames. Carl withdrew his gaze, releasing a biofield, and propelled Dr. Octopus into the sky, tracing a graceful arc as they sped southward. Chapter 47, The Annihilator. This place is far too rudimentary. The equipment is outdated. In the Atomic Energy Research Center, Dr. Octopus surveyed the laboratory with a hint of disdain. The precision of this lathe is woefully inadequate, and the magnetic confinement device lacks sufficient power. Otto shook his head, lamenting, "With just these resources, I cannot possibly conduct fusion research." "This is the best equipment Suriname could provide," Carl remarked, assisting by holding two of Otto's tentacles. "Perhaps we should start by replicating your research achievements." "Never mind. I cannot expect you to provide superior conditions," Otto replied, stepping forward to ask, "How is the preparation of materials progressing?" "I require polonium-238 and bismuth telluride to construct a nuclear fusion thermoelectric generator. Otherwise, these tentacles will become a burden." "We do not have bismuth telluride, but we have prepared silicon-germanium alloy, which can also be used for thermoelectric conversion," Carl explained. "As for polonium-238, I am searching for it." "That is acceptable," Otto nodded, then turned to the young man beside him, stating, "For nuclear materials, you can go to the Alamos laboratory in New Mexico. They have a considerable supply of polonium-238. "Very well, I will retrieve it," Carl agreed. "Then why are you still standing there?" Otto called out to Carl, "Hurry up. I am waiting to use it." "Do you not need a rest?" Carl retorted, somewhat irritated. Having rested sufficiently in prison, Otto exclaimed with impatience, "I cannot afford to waste even a single minute." "All right, I shall retrieve it for you," Carl replied, his expression one of resignation, as he arranged for soldiers to assist in transporting the tentacles from the laboratory. Setting their course towards New Mexico, Otto activated the equipment, commencing the fabrication of components, while 4 soldiers accompanied him, lifting the tentacles. Any delay would earn them a scolding. Clad in goggles, he muttered curses at the faulty machinery, yet immediately set about modifying it, rapidly producing various parts. An hour later, Carl returned with the lead-sealed polonium-238 and handed it over to Otto, who merely instructed him to set it aside and resumed his intense focus on work. The soldiers tasked with carrying the metallic appendages grew weary, necessitating a change of personnel. It was not until the following evening that Dr. Octopus finally retired for rest. only to rise 5 hours later to continue his labor. Otto frequently called upon Carl to assist in locating equipment and materials, dedicating all his energy to the task at hand. After 5 days, the nuclear thermoelectric engine was successfully completed, boasting a thermoelectric conversion efficiency of 20% and an output of 3 kilowatts per hour, capable of sustained operation for 3 years, albeit with a size increase of 1/4. Not entirely satisfied with the outcome, Otto affixed the generator to his waist. Upon activation, the 4 titanium steel tentacles emitted a rhythmic clicking sound as they extended skyward, moving freely like the arms of an octopus, with the metallic pincers at their tips opening and closing with a crisp snap. Subsequently, Otto maneuvered the 2 tentacles at his back to support his body, elevating himself to the workbench, while the other 2 tentacles sprang forth, accurately grasping components for swift assembly. The clutch spiral gears could use some refinement, Otto mused, contemplating enhancements to the metallic appendages to increase output power. Yet, as he passed the workbench, his attention was drawn to Carl. There was Carl, diligently cutting parts on the lathe. Approaching, Otto inquired, "Are these components for the generator? Do you intend to replicate my design?" "Indeed," Carl affirmed. Having shadowed Otto for days, he had meticulously noted each of his movements, coupled with his prior knowledge, making the replication process a manageable task. Observing this scene, Otto raised an eyebrow, increasingly astonished as he noted that the parts Carl was crafting were indistinguishable from his own. Had he merely been monitoring Otto? It seemed he had been clandestinely acquiring knowledge. Carl continued his construction, spending his days basking in sunlight and sleeping, while dedicating the remainder of his time to research and fabrication. After 6 days, he successfully produced a nuclear thermoelectric generator. "Its output is only 3% less than mine," Dr. Otto exclaimed, testing the device, incredulous that this 13-year-old had independently crafted such a high-precision machine. What had he accomplished at that age? Merely disassembling and reassembling a television set. Immediately, he discovered that Carl had not ceased his endeavors. Rather, he continued to create. "You are constructing powered armor." Otto leaned in for a closer look, grasping his intentions. "Indeed," Carl nodded affirmatively. "You have also appropriated my electric motor and micro-friction universal joint." Otto squinted, realizing that even the internal gear assembly bore a striking resemblance to his own mechanical tentacles. Much of the technology behind his mechanical appendages had been commandeered by Carl. "If it is advantageous, one must utilize it," Carl remarked, redirecting his focus back to the workbench. After 7 days of labor, Carl fashioned a complete blue-powered armor suit, enveloping the body in a lightweight blue alloy. A thermoelectric generator was affixed to the back, with a power transmission system integrated into the limbs, waist, and spine, while a streamlined metallic helmet crowned the design, culminating in an overall weight of approximately 650 kilograms. He instructed Kane Marco to don the suit, and once fully equipped, Kane's height reached around 2 meters 1. Subsequently, Carl conducted tests, utilizing this powered armor. He could lift objects weighing 12 tons and sprint at a velocity of 45 kilometers per hour. The energy supply could sustain operations for 3 years, although mechanical wear would likely curtail this duration. Furthermore, the armor's defensive capabilities were insufficient, merely able to withstand small-caliber bullets. However, augmenting the armor's thickness to enhance protection would significantly increase the overall weight, adversely affecting output power and mobility, as well as exacerbating mechanical wear. Thus, the next task was to develop armor materials that could bolster defense without adding weight. "Remarkable," Kane exclaimed, bounding and leaping across the open space while donning the powered armor, executing punches and kicks with agility, even performing handstands with fluidity. Though the reaction time is somewhat sluggish, Dr. Octopus shook his head and suggested, "It would be best to implement a neural connection device for direct control through thought." "You are correct," Carl acknowledged, noting that relying on physical movement for mechanical transmission was slower than removing the armor entirely. The use of a neural connection device could reduce latency. Dr. Octopus had already developed relevant technology that could be employed, albeit necessitating modifications to the human body. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "We could also integrate a micro-intelligent chip to assist in decision-making." "An intelligent chip?" Dr. Octopus appeared intrigued. "I should also install one. It would allow me to maintain control of the mechanical tentacles for combat or retreat, even after losing consciousness." He recalled the incident where Spider-Man had rendered him unconscious, leading to his capture and imprisonment. If the mechanical tentacles could operate autonomously, the intelligence of the chip should be limited to prevent it from usurping control. Carl could not help but suggest, "You might consider constructing a full coverage armor set to enhance your physical defenses and strength, while also equipping it with weaponry to increase your offensive capabilities." He himself needed to prepare some weaponry for the armor, as the current caliber of his rifle was inadequate. "I have contemplated your proposal, but the output power of the generator is limited." Dr. Octopus shook his head and remarked, "At present, I cannot provide such formidable energy. I have perused the Doctor's papers." Carl chuckled. "It seems you have proposed an idea regarding cold fusion batteries. I conducted preliminary validations of that concept last year." Dr. Octopus nodded, stating, "I placed electrodes made of platinum and palladium into a glass vessel containing lithium salt and successfully illuminated a bulb, demonstrating the feasibility of cold fusion batteries. Then let us set our sights on the cold fusion battery as our objective," Carl declared, his gaze resting upon Cain Marco. Resolved to bestow a name upon this power armor, the Annihilator type. Chapter 48, Laws and Regulations. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat heavy. Wanda paced restlessly, her brow furrowed, her expression troubled, while Quicksilver stood nearby, his face a mixture of anger and helplessness. At that moment, the door swung open, and a figure strode in, disrupting the somber ambience. "Carl, you've arrived," Wanda exclaimed upon seeing him, coming to a halt, feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. "Wanda, Quicksilver," Carl acknowledged, his gaze sweeping over the two, inquiring, "What brings you to seek my counsel?" "It's this." Quicksilver stepped forward, hesitating briefly before saying, "Meatball has killed someone." Carl's brow furrowed slightly as he asked, "What was the reason?" "Meatball developed feelings for a woman, but she was already in a relationship," Quicksilver replied, his expression furious. "This morning, Meatball happened upon that man and gave him a lesson, which unfortunately resulted in his death." "This complicates matters," Carl sighed, questioning, "Who is that woman? How did Meatball come to know her?" "The daughter of a nearby restaurant owner, in her 20s, beautiful and gentle. Meatball frequently dined there, and over time, they became acquainted," Quicksilver explained. "I see," Carl acknowledged, realizing the predicament at hand. This raised a significant question. How should mutants be treated when they commit a crime? Since the conquest of this nation, Carl had contemplated this matter. Mutants are the rulers here, but what of the humans? When humanity ceases to resist and chooses to accept mutant governance, do they, as citizens of this nation, possess equal standing, or are they destined to become the mutant subordinates? Magneto perceives these individuals as mere lambs, indifferent to their lives, while Wanda believes that mutants and humans are equals, deserving of respect for every citizen's rights. Carl opted for a middle ground, acknowledging the unique status of mutants while also recognizing the rights of Surinamese citizens. The development of Suriname necessitates contributions from humans. They partake in construction, maintain governmental operations, and assist in national defense, remaining vital components of this society. Yet, the state shall also grant privileges to mutants, prioritizing their recruitment in civil service evaluations, establishing a foundational support system. For instance, even if mutants choose not to work, they may reside in welfare apartments and receive a guaranteed stipend, much like Ms. Catfish, who is currently focused on raising her children. Moreover, they have amended the criminal code, stipulating that human-inflicted harm upon mutants shall be punished according to the severity of the circumstances. Conversely, crimes committed by mutants against the citizens of Suriname will also face retribution, albeit with a lesser degree of punishment. This framework ensures the privileges of mutants while simultaneously imposing certain constraints upon them to safeguard the rights of ordinary individuals. The act of a mutant, known as Meatball, assaulting another to the point of death does not constitute premeditated murder. Yet he shall be convicted of intentional bodily harm resulting in death. Under the latest legal stipulations, a regular citizen would face a sentence of over 10 years, life imprisonment, or even the death penalty, whereas mutants would receive a more lenient sentence ranging from 3 to 10 years of incarceration. However, such a penalty may be excessive, especially considering Meatball's significant contributions as a member of the inaugural Mutant Brotherhood in nation building. The manner in which this situation is handled warrants careful deliberation. Occurrences of this nature are likely to arise in the future. Carl pondered for a moment and remarked that adherence to the law is paramount. Desi, a former chief of staff to the president, was also subjected to judicial proceedings, facing execution for espionage and treason, yet his family was spared from repercussions. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to accept the consequences of the law. Quicksilver shrugged and stated, "I attempted to persuade him to surrender, but he rebuffed me with insults. I tried to apprehend him, but his physical form proved unyielding. I reached out to him, yet he declined to respond." Wanda, seated at the desk, expressed her distress. "He remains holed up in the military camp, refusing to budge." "Leave this matter to me," Carl replied, formulating a plan, and promptly departed the presidential office, heading towards the military camp. Upon arriving at the officer's quarters, he located Meatball, who was ensconced in his room, curtains drawn, immersed in darkness while consuming cola and hamburgers, with litter strewn across the floor. "Meatball," Carl declared as he forcefully entered the room, observing the corpulent man seated on the floor, his brow furrowing slightly. "You have gained weight. You must be nearing 250 kilograms now." "Carl?" Frederick grunted. Are you here about that matter? Indeed, Carl nodded gently. According to the law, you must face trial and accept your punishment. I didn't intend to kill him, Meatball retorted vehemently, discarding his bag. I merely wished to teach him a lesson, and then I used a bit too much force, and he ended up dead. You have still violated the law, Carl sighed. If you are willing to confess and can secure the deceased's forgiveness, we could try you under the charge of negligent homicide, which would substantially mitigate your sentence. Does that mean I have to go to prison? Meatball asked bluntly. Yes, Carl affirmed. It would likely be for a year or two. I refuse. Meatball exclaimed as he rose, his bulk quivering. I will not enter that dark, confined space, losing my freedom along with my cola and hamburgers. But you have deprived another of his life. Carl's tone grew stern. It's just one person. The hefty figure bellowed. I am a mutant. 1,000 humans cannot rival my combat prowess. Why should I care for their lives? Yet you have slain the citizens of Suriname. Carl raised his voice slightly, asserting, they are protected by the laws of Suriname. Have you never taken a life? The hefty figure retorted. How many lives have we claimed in our occupation of this nation? Why must I be imprisoned for the death of a single individual? At that time, we had yet to seize control of this nation, Carl replied. Now, as a member of this country, we must collectively uphold its laws, which are dictated by the new regulations established by mutants. Then I shall depart from this nation, the hefty figure declared, shaking his head as he began to gather his belongings. I will no longer be a citizen here. You must serve your sentence before you can leave, Carl said softly. Upon hearing this, the hefty figure was consumed by rage, turning and striking Carl with a mighty punch. Roaring, you cannot prevent my departure. Thud. Carl's hand intercepted the hefty figure's fist, the immense force surging forth, yet Carl stood unwavering. Witnessing this, the hefty figure turned and fled, crashing through a wall and landing behind the dormitory. Carl pursued him, descending from the air to stand before him, his expression steely. You should not have allowed me to fall to the ground. Frederick chuckled, declaring, in this realm, no one can vanquish me. Is that so? Carl surveyed the surroundings, his voice thunderous as he commanded, everyone, leave this place at once. At his words, the soldiers scattered, vacating the area and granting them ample space. There is no need for you to dismiss them. You cannot harm anyone, the hefty figure scoffed, slapping his abdomen, causing ripples to spread. Carl remained silent, stepping forward and suddenly appearing before the hefty figure, his right fist launched forward, striking the other's abdomen. Boom. A terrifying force erupted, crashing into the hefty figure's body. Yet the blow was absorbed into the ground, allowing the earth to bear the brunt of such tremendous power. If the land could not be destroyed, the hefty figure could not be harmed. But in the next moment, the ground fractured, 100-meter diameter around the hefty figure shattering. The layers of rock dozens of meters deep crumbling beneath the impact. The structures behind Carl collapsed into ruins. After the earth absorbed most of the colossal force, the residual energy still propelled the hefty figure away, sending him flying several dozen meters before crashing to the ground and skidding a distance before finally coming to a halt. Impossible. The hefty figure spat blood, feeling excruciating pain radiating from his abdomen, his expression one of disbelief. This was the first time anyone had ever sent him hurtling from the ground. Frederick felt an unprecedented terror, even standing on the very land that had always protected him. He found no sense of safety. Carl flew before him, his voice icy as he stated, you must adhere to the law, not out of respect for humanity, but because I am the architect of these laws, and you are bound to follow my rules. Do you comprehend? Fool. The coldness of the opponent's voice instilled a sense of dread in Frederick, who trembled as he replied, I understand. I will first arrange for you to be taken to the hospital, and then you will surrender at the police station. Carl's tone softened as he continued. I shall also prepare a substantial sum of money to seek the forgiveness of the deceased's family, in hopes of mitigating your punishment. Thank you. Thank you, Frederick hastily responded. Carl gestured, and immediately a dozen soldiers rushed over to lift the injured man onto a truck, transporting him to the hospital. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Carl, observing the damaged ground with a complex expression, saying, Carl, you have grown stronger. I've merely been basking in the sun, Carl replied modestly. The intense solar radiation had drastically enhanced Carl's physical prowess, making his strength increasingly formidable. The punch he had delivered earlier utilized merely 60% of his power, intentionally sparing the life of the injured man. Chapter 49, The Christmas Banquet. After a fortnight of deliberation, the matter of the injured man was finally settled. He secured the forgiveness of the deceased family for $40,000 and was sentenced for manslaughter. Given his cooperation in surrendering, the punishment was lightened to a year and a half of imprisonment. This incident garnered significant attention from the capital's media, stirring quite a commotion in Suriname. Although the sentence was not severe, the subsequent revelation of the settlement amount, $40,000, was not insignificant, especially in light of the current devaluation of the Surinamese currency. Furthermore, this marked the first sentencing of a mutant, a high-ranking army commander, who could not evade the law's repercussions, thereby alleviating public fears regarding mutants and instilling confidence and hope among the populace. Killing someone and still facing imprisonment? In the presidential restaurant, the saber-toothed tiger, Victor, lounged in his chair, unable to contain himself. How many have we killed? Humanity is a cruel and vicious breed. I do not consider murder a grave offense. Sitting across from him, Mzungu was dissatisfied with the verdict. He killed a Surinamese citizen, protected by national law. Carl entered the restaurant and took a seat not far from the two, stating, "You ought to exercise caution. Victor, you have severely injured many, and numerous individuals are reporting you." "I only strike criminals," Victor scoffed. "If you knew what they had done, you would have killed them." "The punishment for the injured man is excessively harsh." The toad crossed his arms, asserting, "I believe 2 or 3 months would suffice. That is far too lenient." Wanda entered, taking a seat beside Carl, shedding her outer garment onto the chair, revealing a chiffon blouse beneath. "We need to provide the public with accountability. There is no cause for concern. The injured man will likely receive a sentence reduction in due time, probably being released in about a year." Carl set aside the cutlery and remarked that he had arranged for the prison to provide the meatball with a solitary cell, complete with a television, daily deliveries of newspapers, and ample time for fresh air, along with an abundance of beverages and snacks, rendering his existence not vastly different from his usual life. "This is more like it." The toad nodded in agreement. As time progressed, more individuals arrived, including the Brutham brothers, Wagner, Quicksilver, and Vice President Umar. Lastly, Dr. Octopus arrived, grumbling about being summoned. The gathering convened in a spacious dining hall, newly adorned with crimson curtains, verdant wallpaper, cabinets displaying roses and holly branches, and a long table laden with a sumptuous feast, featuring a plump turkey at its center. In one corner stood a Christmas tree, its base surrounded by a multitude of gifts, with Christmas upon them. Wanda hosted a banquet at the presidential residence, inviting the members of the Brotherhood of Mutants. As the festivities commenced, everyone filled their glasses with libations. Wanda tapped her spoon against her glass to capture the attention of the assembly and smiled as she declared, "This is our first Christmas spent in Suriname. This year, we have accomplished much, establishing a nation for mutants, rescuing many of our kind, and welcoming numerous friends into our ranks." Her gaze swept over Wagner before nodding towards Dr. Octopus, continuing, "Today, we gather not only to celebrate Christmas, but also to commemorate our achievements." Raising her glass, she proclaimed with a smile, "To mutants, to Suriname, cheers." The crowd lifted their glasses and drank heartily. Yet, at that moment, the toad's voice broke the revelry, lamenting, "It is a pity that our leader remains imprisoned. He who fought for this nation cannot partake in Christmas or the festivities." His words cast a shadow over the room, causing Wanda to falter momentarily before she replied, "We will find a way to rescue him." "Really?" Morty asked bluntly. "How do you plan to accomplish that?" Faced with the inquiry, Wanda found herself at a loss for words. She had no viable strategy. Currently, they had no leads on Magneto's whereabouts, and only the Sentinels were aware of it, which inevitably meant conflict. Furthermore, they were unable to address Professor Xavier's telepathic capabilities, and engaging in battle on American soil would provoke military retaliation. With Suriname finally on the right track, was it truly worth the peril for Magneto? "Fear not." Carl interjected at an opportune moment. "I have devised a plan, and Morty, you will play a crucial role in it." "Is that so?" The toad's expression brightened. "Then I await your news." "Well then, let us eat," Wanda hastily suggested. The group redirected their focus to the meal. Though the atmosphere of the banquet had grown somewhat somber, it was not until the conclusion of the feast, during the gift unwrapping, that spirits were lifted once more. "This is my gift." Wagner discovered a box bearing his name and eagerly opened it, revealing a striking red and white console accompanied by 2 controllers and a collection of game cartridges. This was a gaming machine produced by Nintendo in Japan last year, capable of connecting to a television and captivating audiences worldwide. Wanda, standing nearby, explained that these cartridges contained various games, encouraging him to find a television to test it out. "I shall try it," Wagner exclaimed, hastening to the lounge with the console in hand. "A gift? I have no need for any presents." Victor grumbled as he accepted the box from Wanda, tearing it open roughly to uncover a brown jacket emblazoned with a large saber-toothed tiger's head on the back. He wrinkled his nose and remarked, "Not bad. I suppose I shall accept it." A handbag. Lania opened her gift to find a purple tote that appeared to be designer. Though she wasn't particularly interested, its high value conveyed Wanda's thoughtful intention, prompting her to approach and express her gratitude. "I have a gift as well." The octopus doctor, initially intending to leave, received a gift and upon opening it, discovered a pair of round glasses that fit his vision quite well. He donned the spectacles and, with his tentacles supporting his weight, departed. Hamp received a helmet, as he had recently purchased a motorcycle and planned to take it for a spin during his free time. Not long ago, he had collided with another vehicle, incurring significant expenses. As for Carl, he located his gift, and without unwrapping it, he peered inside to find a set of textbooks that piqued his interest. He hastily opened them to peruse the contents, a comprehensive collection of university-level physics textbooks encompassing mechanics, electromagnetism, wave theory, quantum physics, and statistical physics. While he had already grasped the concepts of electromagnetism and mechanics, the other three subjects remained unstudied but were included in his future plans. "How do you like it?" Wanda inquired from the side. "I love it," Carl replied, thoroughly pleased with the gift. Knowledge, to him, was an invaluable treasure. In fact, Carl gazed at Wanda, reached into his pocket to retrieve a small box, and handed it to her. "I have prepared a gift for you as well." "A gift for me?" Wanda exclaimed, somewhat surprised as she accepted the box. Upon opening it, she discovered a platinum necklace featuring a double-layered lotus pendant adorned with 11 diamonds, the centerpiece being a stunning 2-carat stone. "Isn't this quite expensive?" Wanda asked, admiring the necklace. "I have no idea," Carl shrugged. "I stole it from a jewelry store." After learning that Wanda had prepared gifts for everyone, he had pilfered a necklace valued at tens of thousands of dollars in New York, intending it as a return gesture. "It's so beautiful," Wanda said, ignoring Carl's admission. As she lifted the necklace, captivated by the diamonds whose smooth surfaces reflected dazzling light, stirring her heart. "Wanda, allow me to put it on for you." Carl took the necklace and approached her, his hands gliding gracefully along her smooth neck as he fastened it behind her, stepping back to adjust the pendant. Wanda tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear and, with a smile, inquired, "What do you think? Does it look good?" "It is exceptionally beautiful," Carl replied, taking a step back to commend her. "It complements your elegance splendidly." "Really?" Wanda's lips curled into a smile, her face radiating joy as she said, "Thank you, Carl. I truly adore this gift." It was the first time a male, other than Quicksilver, had given her a present, though it was regrettable that he was merely a 13-year-old boy. Chapter 50, The Beginning of Revenge. Deep within the desolate southern Nevada desert, a mysterious military base sprawls over approximately 150 square kilometers, heavily fortified and off-limits to any intruders. Local residents, when interviewed, reported sightings of enigmatic aircraft landing within the confines of the base. Scientists have alleged the presence of extraterrestrials and flying saucers within the facility. Construction workers have hinted at a large research base hidden beneath the shores of Groom Lake. However, these claims remain unverified by official sources, with the government insisting it is merely an Air Force testing site, an explanation that has done little to quell public suspicion. Journalists attempting to approach the base have been repelled by armed helicopters, and the stringent security measures of ground troops have only deepened the intrigue. Enthusiasts have dubbed this location Area 51, a notion further popularized by tabloids and cinematic portrayals, linking it closely with the idea of aliens. Yet, only Carl is privy to the truth that there are indeed aliens and spacecraft within this facility. After his capture, he was brought here, alongside the very ship that had transported him to Earth. Carl spent 11 arduous years in this place, and upon his escape, he was recaptured by Sentry robots and transferred to another research facility. The torment he endured here lingers in his memory, despite not being confined in a dark underground cell. He was subjected to various experiments, blood tests, and an array of assessments, including painful emotional response tests and metabolic experiments involving certain drugs. The agony was unbearable, igniting a fierce resolve to obliterate this place. As night fell, a figure emerged in the skies above, surveying the vast base below, taking in every detail. His gaze pierced through thick layers of rock, scanning the underground research facility. Let the reckoning commence. Carl's eyes blazed with intensity, crimson heat vision cascading like rain. Boom. The robust body of a tank was penetrated by the red beam, its fuel tank igniting in an explosion that engulfed the vehicle in flames, triggering a series of detonations from the munitions stored within. Towering radar arrays were sliced open, failing to detect the assailant's presence. Close-in weapon systems and surface-to-air missiles were systematically obliterated, armed helicopters cleaved in two, and armored vehicles shredded by lasers, with garages and hangars reduced to rubble. Soldiers on patrol, caught off guard, were struck by the searing rays, leaving only charred remnants in their wake as they collapsed to the ground. Some attempted to evade and sought refuge in shelters, yet they were still slain by the descending beams of light. Above, someone raised a firearm, aiming upwards in vain, unable to discern any figures before being struck down. In an instant, no one remained standing on the ground. Airman Landon lay amidst the bodies of his comrades, paralyzed with fear, hoping to deceive death, but the crimson light from above claimed his life. Having neutralized the armed forces on the ground, Carl descended from the sky and strode purposefully towards the base. He entered the experimental building of the base and approached the elevator. Raising his foot, he delivered a forceful kick, causing the floor to collapse and form a gaping hole, revealing a spacious hall below. Carl dropped into the hall and moved forward. When two figures emerged, raising their weapons and firing two beams of blue light that struck the ground, leaving small craters. In the next moment, Carl reappeared beside them, severing their arms and seizing their firearms to inspect them. His gaze traversed the weapon's body and fell upon the central battery, a transparent blue power source, swirling with ionic energy. Boasting an exceptionally high energy density, surrounded by a field of constrained charged particles, with a crystal positioned ahead. Carl pulled the trigger, releasing energy that concentrated through the containment device onto the crystal, folding and converging into a beam that shot forward. What a fascinating design. Carl nodded, slinging the weapon over his shoulder, intending to replicate it later. He exited the hall, took a left turn, and came upon a wheeled mechanical vehicle resembling a tractor, with a cannon barrel at its center. A figure sat in the driver's seat and pressed a switch. The blue beam shot forth, striking the opposite wall and exploding, leaving a massive crater. Quite impressive. Carl appeared beside the soldier, seizing him and hurling him against the wall, reducing him to a splatter of flesh. Observing the mechanical vehicle, he noted it also utilized a blue energy battery, powering not only the laser cannon but also the vehicle's propulsion system, converting energy into electrical power for the motor. Carl continued onward, passing by a door, his eyes gleaming as he eliminated researchers hiding beneath a table with his thermal vision. He advanced further, his thermal vision piercing through walls, dispatching figures hiding in places like restrooms and laboratories, all unable to escape the fate of death. Ultimately, Carl arrived before an armored door, the base's sanctuary, designed to withstand a nuclear explosion. With both hands, he thrust forward, penetrating the alloy armor, and yanked outward, tearing the iron door open to reveal the scene within. A dozen figures were gathered there, their faces contorted with fear, bodies trembling. Max, a black woman instinctively called out. Ms. Oliver, it's been a long time, Carl responded, calling her name, then glancing toward another figure. Director Albert, it is a pleasure to see you again, Max. Albert stepped forward, his voice trembling as he uttered, You have returned. I do not go by Max, Carl replied, raising a finger and shaking it. That is merely a name you assigned me, a designation for your experimental subject, imbued with the weight of your transgressions. I apologize. I realize now that my previous actions were misguided. Albert hastily pleaded, Please spare me. I have a wife and children. You do not comprehend your errors, Carl countered, shaking his head, a smile gracing his lips. You are merely aware that your end is nigh. This cannot be blamed on me. Albert shouted. It was the government that tasked me. My superior, Brandon, the director of the Department of Energy's scientific office, and President's scientific advisor, Nelson, assigned me this mission. Rest assured, I shall pay them a visit as well. Carl stepped back, his eyes reddening, and said, It will not be long before you can meet them in hell. As the words left his lips, two beams of searing light pierced through each other's knees, causing Albert to collapse to the ground, letting out a wail of despair. Carl did not cease. Instead, he directed the scorching rays upward along the bone until it melted into the pelvis, eliciting a piercing scream from Albert. Carl refrained from killing him, intending to prolong his agony, believing it would serve as a fitting background score for his impending execution. Carl then turned his gaze to the distance, smiling as he addressed, Colonel Hollis, why are you donned in the attire of a researcher? Hollis, the leader of the 6th Air Assault Team, was the very one who piloted the aircraft that facilitated Carl's capture alongside the Sentinel robots. The man called Hollis wore a look of despair, swiftly drawing his pistol to fire at Carl, only for the weapon to be incinerated by the heat vision, striking his chest and causing him to crumple to the ground, gasping for breath. Amanda, Carl's gaze fell upon a plump middle-aged woman. You may leave. Amanda had arrived at the base when she was merely 6, the only researcher who had shown him kindness, preventing others from inflicting harm upon him, and occasionally bringing him fruit and books. Thank you. Thank you. Amanda expressed her gratitude, rushing towards the exit. She paused, as if to voice something, but ultimately turned and departed. Carl, please, grant me mercy as well, pleaded Oliver, a black woman. The blood draws were excruciating. Carl shook his head, exhaling deeply, and encased her in ice, transforming her into a frozen statue. Rushman, Orwell, and several familiar faces, Carl surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of a few individuals who were responsible for the testing procedures, complicit in his suffering, equally guilty. I arrived only recently, a young man stepped forward, nervously stating, I do not know you, nor have I participated in your research. And what of that? Carl retorted. Carl gazed at the face before him and softly remarked, I, too, was once unfamiliar with them. As he spoke, he clapped his hands together. Boom. A violent shockwave erupted between his palms, instantaneously engulfing the entire shelter. The walls trembled under the immense force, as if the air had been rent asunder, producing a cacophonous roar. The young man's body was reduced to mere dust in the wake of the shockwave, mingling with the flesh of others, splattering the surrounding walls. Carl stood motionless, his icy gaze sweeping across the horrific scene. The walls were marred with sanguine remnants, resembling a grotesque, abstract painting. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, inducing nausea. After a brief silence, Carl turned and departed from the refuge. This was merely the beginning. Chapter 51, Wings of Thunder. In the shadowy corridor, Carl soared forward. He had not abandoned the base, for within Area 51, beyond the biological research facility, lay an extraterrestrial spacecraft experimentation site. And his true objective was the vessel he had left behind. He swiftly traversed to another sector, only to be met with the assault of guards wielding laser firearms, unleashing a barrage of blue beams toward him, yet failing to strike their target. Crimson rays obliterated them as Carl transformed into a fleeting shadow, propelling himself forward at a high velocity, leaving a trail of death in his wake. He entered a vast hangar, where the doors were opening to reveal a colossal aircraft. Its design reminiscent of a falcon, with the midsection of its outstretched wings emitting blue pulses as it began to ascend. This was not his craft. The vessel that had brought him to Earth was a small tower-like ship, now dismantled and cast aside. Yet this aircraft was powered by a particle reactor and pulse engines, components salvaged from his own ship. Carl's gaze pierced through the cabin walls, where several figures could be discerned. He recognized Colonel Benazir, commander of the 6th Brigade, though his insignia now indicated a promotion to Major General. Attempting to flee, Carl immediately accelerated towards the window, his eyes glowing crimson as he shot a thermal beam at the adjacent wall, leaving behind a circular emblem, before turning his attention to the figures in the cockpit. The occupants appeared terrified as the pilot attempted to halt the vessel's ascent. Carl's expression softened with satisfaction. He had no desire to damage this ship. He commanded the pilot to open the hatch and swiftly entered the cabin. The cockpit ahead contained 3 seats arranged in a triangular formation, one for the pilot, one for the co-pilot, and another for the weapons operator. Passing through 2 side doors, he reached the passenger compartment, which featured a row of seats accommodating 12 passengers, flanked by various storage units filled with weapons and equipment, with lower compartments that could transform into sleeping berths. Above the passenger area loomed the particle reactor, while 6 engines were distributed across the wings and rear, continuously supplying formidable energy. Behind the crew cabin lies the cargo hold, housing a wheeled laser cannon vehicle, with ample space that could accommodate a main battle tank, accessible via the rear hatch. This aircraft bears a resemblance to the Quade craft, a predecessor of the Kuan-type fighter, albeit significantly larger. Carl withdrew his gaze and surveyed the occupants of the cabin. 6 figures appeared tense, some with hands poised on their weapons, while others cowered behind their companions. The pilot remained. Carl stepped aside and coldly remarked, "The rest may disembark." At his words, 5 individuals hurriedly scrambled out through the side hatch, one of them tumbling to the ground, only to rise and limp away in haste. However, a searing gaze swiftly swept across, cleaving the 5 into 2 separate fates. "They have all departed. Let us proceed to Suriname." Carl entered the cockpit, taking the position of the weapons operator, and declared, "Do not worry, I shall spare your life." "Thank you." The pilot immediately activated the aircraft, blue pulses emanating from the wings as it ascended into the sky. Once airborne, the engines at the rear and above the tail erupted with tremendous energy, propelling the craft forward at great speed, soon reaching the sound barrier. At that moment, Carl's ears detected a faint sound. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze penetrating the fuselage, revealing 2 J-15 fighters approaching rapidly from a distance of 100 kilometers. The radar finally detected the aircraft's presence, prompting the pilot to push the control stick, unleashing a powerful surge of energy as they soared upward, swiftly achieving Mach 3 and ascending to an altitude of 20,000 meters, leaving the J-15s behind. Yet, the vehicle's speed continued to climb, soon attaining Mach 5, maintaining that velocity for cruising. "What is its maximum speed?" Carl inquired with curiosity. "Mach 8. 6. The pilot replied. "Such sluggishness." Carl frowned slightly. This speed was insufficient for departing Earth, even slower than his current flight, far inferior to his Tower spacecraft. However, this craft's size was 6 times that of the Tower ship, constructed from materials that replicated those of Earth's vessels, sufficiently advanced, yet somewhat heavy. The small particle energy reactor had limited output, allowing only this speed. Nonetheless, while his Tower ship could accommodate just 1 person, this aircraft could transport dozens, offering greater utility. The aircraft journeyed southward, departing the American mainland. Carl promptly took the controls, maneuvering the craft into the clouds and then diving downward. He piloted across the Caribbean, arriving above the capital of Suriname, hovering over the presidential palace. The aircraft descended slowly, landing gear extended, and it came to a steady halt on the lawn. But soldiers had already surrounded it, weapons raised, aimed at the imposing machine. Wanda appeared at the window, a crimson radiance enveloping the building, while Darkstar materialized atop the presidential palace, hands aglow with violet light. Hamp charged forth, wielding a large axe, standing directly before the aircraft, his expression taut with tension. Yet, in the next moment, the hatch opened, and Carl emerged, prompting those around him to lower their guard. Surrounding Carl, the purple luminescence spread as a figure emerged from the shadows at the center, revealing Darkstar Lania, who surveyed the interior of the vessel with a look of astonishment. Wanda flew in from a distance, entering the cabin. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Carl, where did you acquire this spacecraft?" "Seized it," Carl replied, patting the cabin wall. "I attacked an American Air Force base. This is their new model." "Has American technology advanced to such a level?" Wanda furrowed her brow. Recognizing the aircraft's terrifying capabilities, it could take off and land vertically and evade radar detection, far surpassing the war machines of the police. "Fear not," Carl shrugged nonchalantly. "This is a modified alien vessel. The Americans could never produce something like this." "That is reassuring," Wanda nodded, before asking, "What do you intend to do with it?" "I wish to hand it over to the Hunter Squad," Carl responded. "With this warship, the Hunters can swiftly provide support and operate globally, undertaking more missions. Make your decision." Wanda expressed no dissent, then smiled, adding, "But you must first think of a name for this aircraft." Carl pondered briefly before declaring, "Let us call it the Thunderwing." Chapter 52, The Lonely Fortress. In Virginia, at Langley Air Force Base, General Slywell, the commander of the Air Force Operations Command, was roused from slumber by the shrill ringing of the telephone. He proceeded to his study, answered the call, and as the voice on the line unfolded, his expression grew increasingly grave, culminating in a gaping mouth of shock. The Gloom Lake Air Force Base had been obliterated, the new spacecraft stolen, and numerous soldiers and researchers slaughtered. The assailant was none other than the former Max, the extraterrestrial from the cosmos. How old was he? 13, or perhaps 14. As the former base commander, Slywell vividly recalled his past. It was through Max that he had risen from brigadier to major general, elevating Gloom Base to a top-secret military installation. After his departure, it was General Bonazzi, the commander of the 6th Squadron, who took over, and he too had perished in this assault. Max had devastated the base, mercilessly killing soldiers and researchers, a calculated act of vengeance against them. But what would follow? Slywell's demeanor grew tense as he swiftly moved aside, unlocking the safe to retrieve a green, cylindrical crystal that shimmered with fluorescence, translucent and radiant. This had been extracted from the spacecraft, which he had surreptitiously taken and hidden away here. What if he came seeking me? Slywell's expression was tinged with worry as he placed the crystal into the safe. Subsequently, he picked up the telephone to contact the command center, requesting the base to bolster its defenses, dispatch helicopters and fighter jets for patrols, and activate all radar systems along with aerial firepower. Once he hung up, a slight sense of relief washed over him. He retrieved a handgun from his desk, intending to call his family and guards to the base's shelter. However, as he turned around, he found a young man standing there, a smile gracing his face. "Long time no see, Slywell," the boy remarked. "Congratulations on your promotion, Major General." "Max, it brings me joy to see you as well," Slywell replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I heard you successfully escaped. I was genuinely happy for you. You know I have always opposed their experiments on you." "Spare me your words," Carl interjected, his tone icy. "We both know what you've done to me, and today, I shall certainly kill you. The only question remains, how shall I exact my punishment?" Slywell's heart raced as he struggled to maintain his composure. "Child, you must cease this. Slaughter will only lead you to—" A crimson beam pierced through his leg, causing Slywell to collapse onto the ground with a pained groan. "You know I am still a child, and yet you subjected me to experiments," Carl said coldly. "Doesn't that warrant a more severe fate?" As his words lingered in the air, Slywell's guards suddenly appeared at the staircase, raising their weapons at Carl and pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck Carl's body, distorting upon impact, and then fell from the air, only to be caught by Carl himself. With a flick of his finger, the bullet transformed into a fleeting shadow, piercing through the guard's skull. The guard's body stiffened before tumbling down the stairs, lifeless. Witnessing this scene, Slywell raised his handgun, aiming at Carl, yet failed to hit anything. Carl materialized beside him, crushing his hand that held the weapon underfoot, shattering both his fingers and the gun. A jolt of excruciating pain surged through Slywell, eliciting a more anguished scream from him. "Get away from him!" A middle-aged woman appeared at the door of the study, brandishing a handgun aimed at Carl. her hand trembling. It was his wife. "No, please," Slywell pleaded, but his wife still pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew towards Carl, inflicting no damage whatsoever. The woman continued to pull the trigger, but two beams of searing heat shot from Carl's eyes, piercing her skull, causing her body to collapse to the ground. "No!" Slywell cried out, his face contorted with grief, his heart racked with unbearable pain. "You monster! You shall descend into hell. I will visit you there in the future." Carl turned his gaze towards him and remarked, "Moreover, you might want to keep your voice down. Your son has awakened." The voice of Slywell abruptly ceased as he covered his mouth to stifle any sound. Fearing that his young son might be lured to this place and subsequently slain by him, forcing him to endure the agony of his own body, Carl raised his foot and stepped on Slywell's elbow, applying slight pressure. After a moment, observing the shattered remnants of Slywell, Carl approached the safe, delivering a powerful punch that shattered it, retrieving the crystal and clasping it in his hand before turning to depart. Upon exiting the building, Carl's gaze pierced through the walls, fixating on the child clinging to his mother, pausing in silence for several seconds. He then turned his attention to the armored vehicle speeding toward him. With a release of bioforce, he ascended into the air, bursting through the sky with a sonic boom and swiftly soaring into the distance. His velocity escalated rapidly, soon reaching Mach 10 as he left American soil. Traversing the Sargasso Sea, passing through the Dominican Republic, and arriving at the capital of Suriname, without pausing, he continued directly into Brazil, entering the depths of the Amazon rainforest. This vast forest, the largest in the world, spans 7 million square kilometers across Brazil, Colombia, Suriname, and 5 other nations. Carl ventured into Brazilian territory, delving deep into the tropical rainforest, where vibrant greenery enveloped him. He searched the skies momentarily, arriving above an untouched forest where no human had ever set foot. Surrounded by pristine, ecological beauty, Carl cast the crystal from his hand to the ground, where it illuminated with a green glow, causing the earth to rise. Soil-covered rocks erupted from the ground, and countless trees and vegetation flourished upon it, eventually transforming into a solitary hill, his fortress of solitude. Carl chose not to establish his fortress in the Arctic, as it would be too easily detected and far removed from the southern hemisphere, hindering his ability to observe. Thus, he opted for the depths of the Amazon rainforest, where the Kryptonian crystal would generate a fortress in harmony with the surrounding environment, camouflaged within the vast expanse of the forest. Most importantly, his future self was destined to unify South America, and this fortress would be at the very heart of his domain. Descending from the sky, Carl strode into the cavern, where a colossal stone chamber was adorned with towering trees, the largest standing majestically in the center, with the green crystal embedded in its trunk. As Carl approached, the leaves radiated a verdant light, transforming into a visage, regal and wise, its gaze fixed upon Carl, the voice resonating, "You may not know who I am. I am Jor-El, your father." "Indeed, you are the father of this body," Carl replied, regarding this unfamiliar paternal figure without profound emotion. "I am delighted to see you successfully arrive on Earth and grow up well," Jor-El continued. "I trust one have not reached the planet you intended for me, and it seems your development has not been entirely smooth." Joel continued, "All of my knowledge, the technological history of Krypton, and the insights I have gathered from 28 galaxies are meticulously recorded here." Upon hearing this, Carl's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he promptly inquired, "How am I to access this information?" "You can peruse it through the holographic imaging system, but do not rush," Joel replied. "This knowledge is of great significance, yet it is merely a collection of facts. You have many questions to explore, such as what it means to live as a good person, the essence of virtue, the nature of love, and the responsibilities you must uphold. Patience, my child, allow me to continue." Carl withdrew his hand and stepped back, attentively listening as Joel elaborated. "I will accompany you in contemplating these questions and seeking the answers." "I understand," Carl said swiftly. "Please, show me the knowledge you have gathered." "What an eager learner you are," Joel commended, his form shrinking into a human silhouette as he moved aside. On the luminous screen, rows of information emerged, encompassing the civilization and technology of Krypton, as well as the history and culture of other galaxies. Carl selected Kryptonian technology, and a plethora of content appeared before him. Biological cultivation, gene coding, liquefied geometric construction, anti-gravity engines, antimatter energy reactors, controlled nuclear fusion, artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, wormhole engines, and warp technology. As he gazed at the dense array of information, Carl's breath quickened. Where should he begin with such an abundance of knowledge? Chapter 53, A Destructive Force. Following the Sentinel attack, the White House in Washington underwent repairs. Its exterior appeared largely unchanged, yet the walls had been reinforced, and security measures had been tightened. Within the underground war room of the White House, the president, along with high-ranking officials from the Department of Defense, gathered with serious expressions. The Grim Lake base had been obliterated, the head of the Air Force Operations Command had been killed, and a new class of spacecraft had been stolen, all orchestrated by a mere 13 or 14-year-old boy. President Reagan surveyed the room and turned to the figure beside him, stating, "Gary Berg, please introduce his identity to the others." The Secretary of Defense spoke up. Max is a code name. He is actually an extraterrestrial. 13 years ago, he landed on Earth as an infant, was captured by us, and sent to the Grim Lake base for research. Over 2 years ago, he escaped, but was recaptured by the Sentinel robots and delivered to Professor Thornton. 6 months ago, he was rescued by Magneto. Thus, his return to destroy the base is an act of vengeance, Reagan remarked, his displeasure evident. "I am curious, what exactly did you do to him?" "Experiments inevitably involve various tests," Assistant Secretary Wintel scratched his head. "Moreover, the personalities of researchers vary, leading some to engage in extreme behaviors. So, you have created a formidable enemy for the United States." Reagan's expression darkened. He has also allied with the Brotherhood of Mutants, establishing a nation and confronting the U.S. on multiple occasions. Was it not you who enacted the Mutant Control Act? The individuals present harbored unspoken grievances, yet none dared to voice their dissent. "We must devise a strategy to eliminate him and the Brotherhood of Mutants." Reagan surveyed the room, inquiring if anyone had a viable solution. "The simplest method would be a nuclear bomb," declared Director Panetta, a definitive resolution. "The Soviet Union has extended nuclear protection to Suriname. We would face a retaliatory nuclear strike," countered Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Waverly, his brow furrowed. "Moreover, Paramaribo is home to over 200,000 civilians. Are we to annihilate them all? Is it feasible to conduct a special operation?" Reagan directed his gaze towards a brown-haired man. "It would be exceedingly difficult." Colonel Colton, the head of Special Operations Command, shook his head. "The disparity between us and the mutants is vast, and we lack any intelligence from within Suriname. If our operatives on Panetta's side have already been eradicated, even our most deeply concealed informants have been unearthed." Panetta lamented, "I suspect it is due to the mutants' abilities. They can invade minds and extract thoughts. Could we not enlist Adam's assistance?" Colton turned to the president. "I have contacted him," Reagan exhaled. "But he is unwilling to engage in interstate military conflicts and disapproves of our stance towards the mutants. In that case, my recommendation is to declare war directly," asserted Defense Secretary Garberg. "We should launch an offensive against Suriname, deploying our fleet and marines to utterly obliterate them." Waverly frowned at the mention of the Soviets. "Our naval military strength far exceeds that of the Soviets." Garberg responded confidently, "Moreover, we are in close proximity to Suriname, should the Soviets dare to engage. We could completely decimate their navy in our coastal waters. The Soviet economy is currently stagnant, entangled in the Afghan conflict." Reagan tapped his fingers on the table, stating, "Indeed. It is an opportune moment to act. Let us proceed with your plan and launch an assault on Suriname." Subsequently, they convened in the war room to discuss the specifics of their military strategy, with personnel entering and exiting frequently until noon approached. However, shortly thereafter, the phone rang. The presidential assistant answered, and his expression shifted dramatically as he reported, "Our Eisenhower aircraft carrier group in the Atlantic has come under attack." "What?" The senior officials in the war room were taken aback, and Reagan asked urgently, "Who initiated the attack? The Soviets?" "No," the assistant replied softly. "It is said to be a young boy." In the Atlantic, the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier Eisenhower sailed with 14 Tomcat fighters and 18 Hornet attack aircraft on deck. Surrounding the carrier, the Ticonderoga-class cruiser served as the Air Defense Command ship, while the Spruance-class destroyer operated as a picket ship. The Kidd-class destroyer was positioned at the rear, flanked by several Perry-class frigates. The fleet also included a Sacramento-class replenishment ship, with 2 Los Angeles-class submarines submerged, one ahead and one behind. They were conducting a routine patrol at sea, as usual, with no anticipated issues. Yet, in that fleeting moment, devastation struck. A dark silhouette, racing at 10 Mach, traversed the waters, colliding with the bow of the Spruance, piercing through it effortlessly. Not only that, a crimson beam of intense heat was unleashed, melting and breaching the hull as it passed. As Carl was propelled from the vessel, the destroyer split in two, tipping to either side, gradually succumbing to the depths. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The alarms blared on other warships, and the aircraft carrier battle group entered combat readiness. The radar detected Carl's presence, but the signal was faint, and his speed was astonishingly swift. Boom! Carl crashed into the side of a frigate, releasing a searing beam that cleaved it in two before soaring into the air. The radar of the Ticonderoga-class cruiser locked onto him, launching 2 small anti-aircraft missiles in pursuit. However, their speed was inadequate. Carl evaded one missile, his eyes firing a heat beam that detonated the other. Then he surged towards the cruiser. The Phalanx close-in weapon system roared to life. Its 6-barreled 20mm cannons capable of unleashing 6,000 rounds per minute, sweeping towards Carl like a tempest, yet failing to graze him even slightly. The crimson beam pierced through the close-in weaponry and continued its path, cleaving the entire hull in two, as water gushed in, causing the ship to tilt and gradually sink. Leaving that warship behind, Carl appeared before a Perry-class frigate, his right fist clenched, striking the bow. The terrifying force surged along the hull, shattering the frigate into fragments that exploded and sank to the ocean floor. Carl moved effortlessly among the fleet, obliterating ship after ship with ease. The weaponry aboard these vessels could not match his speed. Even if they struck him, they inflicted no harm. He shot forward at high speed, reaching the rear of the battle group, where his heat vision breached the supply ship's fuel tank, igniting the fuel and resulting in a massive explosion that engulfed the warship. He then flew to the side of the Eisenhower, pressing his hands against the hull. Releasing his biological force field, he exerted a powerful push, astonishingly overturning the aircraft carrier, which weighed over 90,000 tons, as it began to sink beneath the waves. Observing the absence of vessels on the surface, Carl clapped his hands, preparing to depart, yet plunged into the depths. Shortly thereafter, a 7,000-ton nuclear submarine surfaced, only to be split in two by a red beam, severing it at the water's surface. After completing this destruction, Carl turned and ascended into the clouds. Chapter 54, The Future of the Past. Wanda wore a worried expression as she paced in her office. Suddenly halting, she glanced towards the desk and inquired, "Carl, do you think it was too reckless to destroy the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet?" Carl sat in his chair, perusing the documents on the desk, responding, "It is precisely because I have destroyed the U.S. carrier fleet that they will not launch an assault on Sri Lanka. The destruction of the American airbase and the assassination of a lieutenant general will undoubtedly provoke a fierce response from the United States, which will likely launch a military assault on Suriname. However, today's actions have revealed a profound truth. Their conventional forces are ineffective against us. They must devise alternative strategies. Yet, the loss of an aircraft carrier fleet is a significant blow." Wanda furrowed her brow, a hint of concern gracing her beautiful face. For the Americans would not relent. They would certainly seek a more severe act of retaliation. The United States will retaliate. Carl's words intensified Wanda's anxiety. Setting aside her documents, she inquired with a smile, "What do you think the Americans will do in response?" "The best course would be to use nuclear weapons. But the Soviet Union and we have a nuclear protection agreement. They would not dare to act." After a moment's contemplation, Wanda's eyes gleamed as she remarked, "Then we must turn to the superhumans for assistance." "Indeed," Carl replied, rising to his feet and moving to the window to gaze outside. "The Avengers, the X-Men, the Fantastic Four, the American government will likely invite them to confront us. Given Suriname's current capabilities, the only one who poses a genuine threat is Professor Xavier." Wanda lifted her chin defiantly, stating, "But he may not agree." "Let us not underestimate Iron Man and Mr. Fantastic," Carl countered, slowly turning to face her. "Moreover, the X-Men would surely comply, for the American government will present them with an irresistible condition: the repeal of the Mutant Control Act." Within the Academy, Professor Xavier gathered the X-Men, proclaiming, "President Reagan has promised that as long as we are willing to dismantle the Brotherhood of Mutants, they will abolish the Mutant Control Act." It was a compelling proposition. Angel leaned against the wall, a flicker of hope in his expression. "This way, our brethren could walk freely in the sunlight." "But how can we be certain they will uphold their promise?" Hank queried directly. "President Reagan is willing to repeal the agreement first," Professor Xavier replied, his hands clasped in his lap. "As long as we provide a verbal commitment. Why should we target the Brotherhood of Mutants?" Cyclops Scott asked, confused. "Carl single-handedly obliterated an entire aircraft carrier fleet. Even the American government is powerless against him. If we unite with them, the Mutant Control Act could be easily repealed. But at what cost? How many more lives will be lost?" Professor Xavier questioned. "Carl has strayed from the path. His 2 attacks have claimed thousands of lives, and he shows no regard for human life." With a sigh, he continued, "He has grown stronger. If this continues, he will bring about the destruction of our world." "He is merely targeting the United States," Iceman Bobby interjected. "Why has Carl never confronted Suriname, the Soviet Union, or other nations?" "Indeed," Scott nodded, "because the American government is harming mutants, tormenting him, which is why he seeks vengeance. Yet, that should not implicate the innocent." Xavier remarked, "If he is not constrained, he will undoubtedly become even more malevolent in the future." "Indeed," a delicate voice echoed, startling everyone, including Professor Xavier, who had been oblivious to her presence. A young girl emerged from the wall, appearing before the group. With brown hair and a slender frame, She appeared to be around 14 years old, exuding an air of innocence. "Who are you, little girl?" Jean inquired curiously. "My name is Kitty Pryde," the girl replied gravely as she approached them. "I have come from the future." "You hail from the future? Time travel?" the shapeshifter asked, intrigued. "Are you jesting with us?" "Of course not," Kitty asserted, stepping closer to Xavier. "If you doubt my words, Professor, you may read my thoughts." Without hesitation, Xavier connected his consciousness to hers, delving into her memories. As he accessed her recollections, his body trembled. "We must eliminate Carl," Xavier stated with utmost seriousness. "Why?" McCoy asked, intrigued. "In the future, Carl has dominion over this world." Professor Xavier tightened his grip on the armrests of his wheelchair, explaining, "He has obliterated all nations, establishing a vast empire, and humanity suffers under his tyrannical rule." "Is that true?" Scott questioned, reluctant to accept such a grim future. "If it is, we must go forth and eliminate him." McCoy pondered aloud. "But if Kitty from the future disappears, she will not return to the present, and returning to the present signifies our plans will continually fail. The concept of time paradoxes does not suit this world." Kitty waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Because altering the future will create a new timeline. The future version of me and the old timeline will cease to exist, but only once the new timeline's nexus is established." "That is indeed an intriguing theory," McCoy nodded. Then inquired, "What is the pivotal moment of change?" "The first timeline was shaped by your refusal to pursue Carl due to Scott and Iceman's objections, which allowed Carl to travel to Kamartaj, where he learned magic from the Ancient One, enabling him to counter Professor Xavier's mental abilities. By the time he turned 25, he had destroyed all nations," Kitty explained with a smile. "Then you assisted me in returning to the past to reveal this information to you, after which you chose to attack a second time. Unfortunately, you went to Sri Lanka at my suggestion without bringing Magneto's helmet." Kitty continued. "He seized this opportunity to infiltrate the academy, obtain the helmet, and upon his return, he exterminated all of you." "So you returned once more?" McCoy asked. "Yes," Kitty nodded. "I aligned myself with the Emperor, joined the Information Technology Division, and during his campaign against the Shi'ar Empire, I constructed a time machine to return to the past. Therefore, it is imperative that we unite Professor Xavier with the helmet," Scott remarked, stroking his chin. Suddenly, Iceman interjected. "But what if Carl cannot locate the helmet and does not appear? What if he seeks alternative methods to immunize Professor Xavier against his psychic abilities? What then?" "Fear not," Katie replied with a smile. "I have brought the technology of future brainwave amplification, which can connect the brainwaves of people across the globe, ensuring we can find him. Why not bypass the offensive and employ the brainwave device directly?" Angel inquired, standing beside the Scarlet Witch. Katie gently responded, "If we do not eliminate her, she will seek vengeance. Furthermore, in the future, she is the regent of the Empire, capable of effortlessly annihilating planets. Thus, our true objective this time is the Scarlet Witch. We must strike before she fully matures. Yet, relying solely on our strength may not suffice." The Mimic expressed his concerns. "The Scarlet Witch is exceedingly powerful. She could easily hold us at bay. Therefore, we require allies, an entity capable of confronting the Scarlet Witch," Xavier concurred. "There is only one person who can achieve this. I shall invite him." "I have one more question," McCoy pondered, perplexed. "Why not transport you to the past and eliminate young Carl directly?" "Because a tempest that lasted 15 years renders it impossible to traverse through the time storm from the future," Katie shrugged. "That storm only dissipated 3 days ago, which is when I arrived." McCoy fell into deep contemplation. "Very well, to ensure absolute success," Katie declared as she merged with the ground. "I must take my leave. Once you succeed, I shall return to you. Should you fail, we will have to try again." Phantom Cat Katie returned from a future dominated by Sentinels to the past to prevent the assassination of Senator Kelly during the event known as Future Past. Chapter 55, Tensions Rise. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, thick layers obscuring the sunlight, with arcs of electricity flickering within as a tempest brewed. At an altitude of 20,000 meters, a silver aircraft soared at high speed, piercing through the skies over Paramaribo at Mach 2.5 before commencing its descent. The radar detected the aircraft's signal, and 2 300 anti-aircraft missiles were launched, trailing fiery tails as they ascended towards the aircraft. However, before they could make contact, bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the missiles. Boom! The missiles detonated as the aircraft maneuvered above the flames, continuing its course toward the presidential residence. The radar at the anti-aircraft position rotated, locking onto the aircraft, but more thunderbolts rained down, obliterating the missile launchers. An ear-piercing alarm echoed as the staff at the presidential residence orderly made their way to the underground shelter, having experienced multiple attacks and undergone extensive drills. Surrounding the presidential palace, the previously open lawns have been sealed off, encircled by towering walls equipped with shooting apertures. Watchtowers are strategically positioned around, with soldiers stationed at their posts. The grounds are now adorned with armored vehicles and fortifications, as soldiers swiftly gather, bracing themselves for combat. The guards retreat to the presidential building, using the reinforced walls as shields, prepared for battle. At that moment, a bolt of thunder descends from the sky, striking the lawn, and a tall figure clad in gleaming silver armor materializes, raising the mighty Mjolnir above his head and bringing it down upon the ground. A resounding boom echoes as lightning erupts, shockwaves radiating outward, toppling armored vehicles and hurling soldiers into the air. The bulletproof glass of the palace shatters. Dirt from the lawn is flung into the air and cracks mar the surrounding walls. At this juncture, Wanda soars onto the terrace, her form enveloped in a crimson energy. With her left hand, she conjures a protective shield, while her right hand, entwined with chaotic energy, thrusts forward. Thor raises his hammer, summoning lightning from the clouds to strike Wanda, only to realize that the storm and thunder have slipped from his control. Someone else has commandeered the tempest. Inside his chamber, Mjolnir struggles to manage the storm that Thor has unleashed, but the task proves exceedingly arduous. Meanwhile, Wanda propels her right hand forward, a magical orb trailing a bright red glow, swiftly reaching Thor. He raises his hammer to block the orb, but the chaotic energy erupts, transforming into a luminous veil that envelopes him. Yet, Thor's Mjolnir bursts forth with dazzling lightning, dissolving the chaotic energy. However, as he lifts his gaze, he spots two magical orbs soaring through the air, leaving long trails of red light as they hurtle toward him. Thor sidesteps to evade one orb while swinging Mjolnir to collide with the other, resulting in a deafening explosion that sends a red shockwave surging outward. The orb that lands on the ground also detonates, releasing a shockwave that upheaves the earth and rushes toward Thor. He is propelled backward by the force, twisting in midair before another magical orb approaches. Raising Mjolnir, he deflects the orb and then swings forward, unleashing a bolt of lightning aimed at Wanda. In the next instant, the Scarlet Witch slaps her right hand forward, summoning a massive energy wave that surges toward Thor, shattering the lightning and continuing its relentless advance. Thor grips Mjolnir, striking the wave with a surge of thunderous power that dissipates the chaotic energy, yet he too is thrown back, landing at a distance. This woman is truly formidable, Thor muses, finding himself in a precarious situation. Just then, a figure rushes toward them at high speed, the shapeshifter's white wings unfurling as they appear above Wanda, their goggles emitting two beams of red energy aimed at the sorceress. However, Wanda was enveloped in a crimson glow, and the impact beam struck above her, creating ripples that could not be shattered. At that moment, two violet beams shot from an angle, striking the mimic and piercing through his wings, bringing him crashing down to the ground. As the mimic landed, Wolverine's healing ability rapidly restored his wings. He glanced upward toward the ceiling, only to find it utterly vacant. Behind him, a violet glow materialized, and from the depths of the shadow, a figure emerged. In its right hand, a radiant purple light blossomed, transforming into a lightsaber that lunged toward the mimic's chest. The mimic shifted his body, and the violet blade pierced through him without striking his heart. Yet, Linnea unleashed several violet tendrils from her left hand, ensnaring the mimic's limbs and pulling him backward. The encroaching darkness enveloped the mimic, swiftly contracting, causing both figures to vanish from sight. Not far from their location, the violet glow reappeared, and Linnea emerged, though the mimic's presence had entirely dissipated. Darkstar Linnea possessed the ability to connect to the dimension of dark energy, akin to the Nightcrawler's sulfur dimension, traversing through an alternate space to achieve spatial movement. She could also harness dark energy from this realm to create constructs for offense, defense, and control, as well as utilize the dimension for flight. Just moments ago, she had drawn the mimic into this dimension, imprisoning him within. Linnea was aware that the mimic could replicate the powers of mutants, but the dark energy dimension was fraught with peril, making it easy to become lost within. It had taken her considerable time to muster the courage to enter the dark energy dimension. According to Carl's intelligence, the adversary's abilities would weaken with distance. Thus, would they still persist across dimensions? If the opponent lost their powers, they would remain forever lost in the dark energy dimension, unable to return. Linnea had exiled the mimic, yet a surge of psychic energy assaulted her, attempting to control her thoughts and compel her to open the space, thereby releasing the mimic. However, a black luminescence ignited around Linnea, opening the dark energy dimension and severing her from the psychic force, preventing Professor Xavier from invading her consciousness. Furthermore, the dark energy dimension generated an attractive force, allowing Linnea to defy the Earth's gravity and ascend. Although Professor Xavier could not penetrate Linnea's mind, he was able to infiltrate the consciousness of others. He connected with Mzunga's thoughts, shutting down his mind and causing him to collapse. Not only Mzungu, but the human guards also fell under his hypnotic influence. Without Mzungu to seize Storm's control, the beleaguered Thor gained a surge of power. He lifted his hammer high, summoning thunder from the heavens to strike Wanda, only to be thwarted by her surrounding red shield, rendering his effort futile. Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, flicked her fingers, sending a barrage of magical orbs hurtling toward Thor. As the sky unleashed several bolts of thunder, they were absorbed by Thor's mighty hammer, which then erupted with a multitude of lightning strikes, transforming into serpentine arcs of electricity that struck the magical orb, resulting in a violent explosion. The crimson energy intertwined with azure arcs, saturating the space before them, gradually dissolving into nothingness. Thor withstood Wanda's onslaught, yet mere meters behind him, Linnea emerged, her hands radiating a violet luminescence, poised to unleash a beam of energy upon Thor. At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, delivering a kick towards Linnea. It was the Angel Warren. Linnea promptly retreated into a portal, her glow vanishing as she reappeared atop the presidential palace, gazing into the distance where the police force had arrived. Have they all come? Wanda mused, a smile gracing her features as she waved her right hand, summoning a figure drawn by red energy to her side. With red hair and an imposing stature, it was none other than Cain Marko. In the next instant, Wanda's fingertip pressed against Cain Marko's temple, utilizing her magic to assault Professor Xavier's mental barriers. Witnessing this, Thor raised his hammer, unleashing a torrent of lightning aimed at Wanda, only for it to be thwarted by an energy shield that shimmered with red light. With a resounding boom, Wanda dispelled Xavier's seal, allowing Cain Marko to reconnect with the power of Sidorak, causing his physique to swell into a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall. The mystical energies enveloping him coalesced into a scarlet armor, transforming him into the Juggernaut. He recalled all that had transpired and let out a primal roar as he charged towards Thor and the police force. The Juggernaut was an unstoppable force. Chapter 56, United Assault. The Juggernaut charged forth, his immense feet thundering against the ground, as his robust right leg propelled him like a missile towards his adversaries. With the memories unshackled, he recalled every detail. Carl had joined forces with Xavier and the police, forcibly removing his helmet and using psychic abilities to contain his memories, casting them aside like debris. They were all doomed. First, he would deal with the police, and then teach that little brat a lesson. The Juggernaut barreled through the air, but Thor leaped high, clutching his hammer, aiming to strike down upon the Juggernaut. Seeking death, the Juggernaut scoffed, raising his powerful right arm. His colossal hand clenched into a fist. The might of Sidorak enveloped his fist in a protective gauntlet, 3 sharp spikes protruding outward as he launched his attack. The deep crimson armor forged from Sidorak's power collided with the URU-forged hammer, the spikes shattering and the gauntlet fracturing, before the fist met the hammer with a thunderous boom. A shock wave erupted, dispersing the chaos energy of the Scarlet Witch and toppling the police officers to the ground, even sending Linnea, who sought to ambush, spiraling into the void of dark energy. The red tank and Thor momentarily halted, before Thor soared high, traversing the street and landing on the opposite building, passing through it, his form vanishing from sight. The red tank remained stationary, yet the ground beneath him sank, forming a massive crater. His right arm's armor had vanished, his arm hanging limply before him, the bones splintered, fingers shattered, and his palm grotesquely contorted. Blood dripped incessantly, and the red tank felt a flicker of surprise at the immense power of his opponent, as well as the unyielding strength of the hammer, which had shattered his arm with a single blow. However, fear did not grip him. Rather, a fierce battle spirit surged within. His wounds began to heal rapidly, the red glow spreading to form armor, enveloping his arm anew. Let the battle continue. The red tank leaped, covering a distance of over 100 meters, landing before Thor. His right fist raised, aimed at the recovering Thor's head. Your strength is indeed formidable. Thor's hand, gripping the hammer, was already seeping blood. That last strike had cracked his palm, even causing fine fissures in the bone. Yet, with his robust physique, such injuries would heal in an instant. As Thor sidestepped at an angle, evading the punch, he swung the hammer, striking the side of the red tank's head. Boom. The red tank was sent flying, crashing through walls before plummeting to the ground. He slapped the earth and stood up, shaking his head. At that moment, Thor had already leapt in front of him, raising his hammer, unleashing a torrent of electricity that struck the red tank. Boom. The arcs of electricity dazzled, yet the red tank emerged unscathed, leaping forth to confront Thor, his right fist descending. Thor leaped back to evade, but the red tank's punch missed, generating a colossal shockwave that shattered the surrounding debris and formed a deep crater in the ground. Immediately after, the red tank lowered his shoulder, propelling himself off the ground in a flying shoulder charge toward Thor. Thor raised the God of Thunder's hammer defensively, but the overwhelming force still propelled him and the hammer backward. In midair, Thor twisted and landed, exhaling sharply before charging forward again. Meanwhile, Wanda slowly ascended from the terrace to the ground, her surroundings enveloped in a swirling red energy that transformed into 6 beams of energy. Shooting toward the members of the battle police, Scott removed his goggles, firing 2 beams of impact that struck the red energy beams. The cosmic high-energy beams clashing with chaotic energy, surprisingly forcing the energy beams back. After his defeat against Carl, he had trained diligently, significantly enhancing the power of his beams. Facing the incoming energy beams, Jean Grey stepped forward, concentrating fully, channeling all her telekinetic force to envelop the energy beams, redirecting them aside. Crashing into the ground and leaving a vast crater, Beast leaped back as the energy beams struck the ground, transforming into shockwaves that sent McCoy flying, crashing to the earth. Behind him, a radiant purple glow shimmered, and from its center emerged a shadowy figure. Linnea seized the opportunity, raising her right hand as the purple light spread and coalesced into a blade, intent on launching an attack. At that moment, 2 yellow beams shot forth, striking the energy blade and shattering it. Following the source of the assault, she beheld a diminutive figure, adorned with 4 translucent wings, soaring through the air. It was the Wasp. Linnea lifted her hand to unleash a purple beam, yet her adversary deftly evaded it, advancing toward her. Alarmed, she swiftly retreated into the shadows. Meanwhile, facing the incoming energy beam, Wolverine crouched low, propelling himself forward with a powerful leap. The beam swept overhead, crashing into the ground and creating a vast crater. The released energy generated a shockwave that struck Logan's back. However, he harnessed the momentum to lunge forward, transforming into a blur as he reached Wanda. His claws poised to strike. In the air, the Angel Warren flitted gracefully, skillfully dodging the energy beam, but Wanda retaliated with another beam directed at him. "I have trained for this countless times," he exclaimed. The Angel executed a roll, spiraling around the beam before accelerating towards Wanda, brandishing a silver sword poised to cleave. Iceman pressed his hands against the ground, summoning a surge of ice that collided with the energy beam, erupting into a cacophony of shattering shards while continuously forming anew, consuming the chaotic energy. Additionally, the ground beneath froze, trailing icy tendrils that followed Wolverine's ascent, morphing into spikes aimed at Wanda. Over the past 2 months, his abilities had grown significantly, his control over ice had intensified, and his range had vastly expanded. The Angel's sword, Wolverine's claws, and Iceman's ice spikes converged around Wanda. Furthermore, a figure nearby rapidly swelled into a towering giant, clad in a crimson uniform, raising a fist to strike downwards. Ant-Man had also arrived, seeking retribution for past grievances. Wanda furrowed her brow, sweeping her hands vigorously as tremendous energy erupted, manifesting as a shockwave that sent the Angel and Wolverine flying while toppling Scott. The giant's form began to shrink, transforming into a 15-foot-tall figure that narrowly evaded the magical orb, only to be propelled away by the explosion upon landing. Although this assault faltered, they managed to force Wanda into a defensive stance, relentlessly bombarding her to keep her occupied. On the aircraft, Professor Xavier pressed one hand against his helmet and the other against his forehead, searching for the whereabouts of other mutants, his expression tinged with confusion. "Something feels amiss," he remarked. "What's wrong, Professor?" Captain America inquired from across the room, his concern evident. He had joined the fray as Xavier's protector, ensuring his safety. "There are far too few mutants." Xavier's psychic powers permeated the entirety of Suriname, extending towards the ocean, the skies, and the depths below. Yet he encountered only a scant number of mutants. They proved to be of no use here. Steve Rogers shrugged and remarked that they were unable to withstand the professor's mind control abilities. However, with merely these few individuals, they could not hope to resist us. Xavier furrowed his brow, pondering whether he should forsake Suriname and Wanda. At that moment, Rogers suddenly perked up, grasping his shield and whispering, "Wait, something is approaching us." "What?" Xavier's expression shifted dramatically as he responded, "But I have detected no cerebral waves." Before them, several metallic figures loomed at the periphery of the aircraft, towering over 2 meters. Their bodies encased in robust metal armor and armed with an array of weaponry, advancing towards the vessel. They were the Exterminator-class Sentinels. The first piece of Kryptonian technology that Carl had studied was the mechanism that allowed these exterminators to operate autonomously. Chapter 57. The Professor's Demise. Confronted by the encroaching foes, the aircraft's laser cannon pivoted, targeting one of the exterminator robots. A beam shot forth, striking it directly and obliterating it. Yet, in the next instant, another exterminator, wielding a rocket launcher, fired a projectile that struck the laser cannon beneath the aircraft. resulting in a catastrophic explosion that shattered the cannon and left a gaping hole in the vessel's underbelly. An exterminator raised its machine gun, aiming at the cockpit. Its thermal imaging system detecting the presence of the two figures, poised to unleash a barrage. At that critical moment, a grenade was hurled, landing before the robot and detonating with a thunderous blast, sending it crashing to the ground, its surface riddled with shrapnel. In the next instant, Steve Rogers leaped from the hatch, suspended in midair, and hurled his shield with great force, striking another robot and toppling it to the ground. The exterminator raised its weapon, aiming at Rogers, yet upon his landing, he dashed away swiftly, bullets whizzing past and striking the earth, creating numerous craters. Rogers threw another grenade, leaping once more to seize his alloy shield, turning to hurl it at yet another robot. However, at that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his back as a blue beam struck him. A sentinel robot, armed with a plasma rifle, a device brought back by Carl from the base, unleashed a blue energy bolt that penetrated his flesh, striking his spine. Rogers fell to the ground, the laser fire relentlessly bombarding him, inflicting numerous wounds. To make matters worse, the previously downed robot rose once more, raising its rifle and aiming at Captain America. Pulling the trigger, bullets erupted wildly, transforming Rogers into a sieve, piercing through his heart, lungs, and brain, ultimately leading to his demise. In the distance, the battle police sensed the unfolding scene and sought to provide assistance. The Angel promptly unfurled his wings and soared towards the commotion. However, a robotic adversary raised its machine gun and aimed upward, unleashing a barrage of gunfire into the sky. Warren swiftly veered aside, evading the hail of bullets. Yet another exterminator robot fired at him, effectively sealing his escape. Despite his attempts to evade, Angel Warren was struck, his left wing shredded by the onslaught, causing him to lose balance and plummet onto a rooftop with a painful thud. Others endeavored to come to his aid, but Wanda intensified her efforts, restraining both the battle police and Ant-Man. The Wasp immediately darted toward the warplane, while Darkstar emerged from the dimension of dark energy, enveloping herself in its power and ascending into the air, rapidly pursuing the Wasp. She intermittently unleashed beams of energy, forcing the Wasp to evade and preventing her from approaching the warplane. 3 exterminator fighters stood vigilant as one exterminator robot approached the warplane, leaping into the hatch and advancing toward Xavier. Upon reaching Xavier, the robot aimed its rifle at him, its mechanical voice resonating, "Professor, we meet again. I have failed." Xavier sighed, gazing at the robot. "You may kill me, but please spare the others." "Professor Xavier, are you jesting?" The mechanical voice responded once more. "You have attacked us time and again, abducted Magneto, and inflicted considerable harm. Yet you expect me to show you mercy? We are merely preventing your malevolence." Xavier gently replied. "You invade other nations, assault military bases, annihilate aircraft carrier fleets, and claim countless lives. No one can remain indifferent to such atrocities. I attacked the military base because upon my arrival on Earth, I was imprisoned and subjected to relentless experimentation," Carl articulated through the robot. "Professor Xavier, shouldn't I eliminate them? Why do you not halt their nefarious deeds?" Xavier paused thoughtfully before responding. "But why then did you assault the Eisenhower aircraft carrier fleet, resulting in the deaths of thousands?" "Because the United States intended to attack Suriname," Carl stated bluntly. "Should I wait for them to strike? Allow their missiles to rain down upon Suriname, slaughtering our people?" Upon hearing this, Professor Xavier furrowed his brow. Carl indeed possessed a motive. "Professor, I wish to inquire, did you come here solely because of the lives I took?" The robot's camera zoomed in on his face, and the speaker crackled to life again. "I noted yesterday's news. The U.S. Congress passed a new bill, repealing the Mutant Control Act. This must have been the catalyst for your intervention, correct?" "Indeed," Xavier exhaled. "We reached an agreement with the U.S. government, allowing mutants to live freely in this nation." "Then why did the U.S. government consent to repeal the act?" "Because I demonstrated the capacity to obliterate this nation, showcasing the value of unification." The mechanical voice conveyed a palpable sense of anger. "If you were to defeat us this time, who among us could possibly counterbalance their power? Who could assure us that similar legislation would not emerge in the future?" "You are indeed correct. Xavier has contemplated this matter as well. Yet his visit is motivated by more than just this concern. It encompasses the future circumstances. However, he cannot disclose this to Carl, for if he were to learn of it, he would undoubtedly seek out Katie, who would no longer have the opportunity to alter the future." "Professor, you speak of our invasion of Suriname, yet have you not observed the rampant corruption among the nation's elite, who oppress the populace?" The robot continued its relentless discourse. "Are you aware that prior to our arrival, 40% of the residents in the capital, Paramaribo, were without electricity? Yet now, every household is connected to the power grid, and we are expanding our transmission lines to other cities. Moreover, the poverty rate in Paramaribo has decreased by 7 percentage points, while living standards have improved by 20%. Can you not perceive the transformation? Upon hearing this, Professor Xavier furrowed his brow. While these outcomes are indeed commendable, one must ponder whether it is justifiable to employ nefarious means to achieve them. You claim I have caused the deaths of tens of thousands. But how many lives were lost in the Korean and Vietnam Wars, in which the United States participated? The robotic voice, devoid of emotion, yet revealing a stark and bloody truth, questioned, why do you not oppose the United States and seek to dismantle its government? Can you not sympathize with the Vietnamese people who perished under Agent Orange? Xavier fell silent. He was but a child during the Korean War and had matured during the Vietnam War, opposing the conflict. Yet he had never considered the notion of overthrowing the American government. Because you are a beneficiary, your family possesses significant wealth in the United States, and you rely on its hegemony to sustain your social standing. Carl's words were unrelenting. This is why you disregard the impoverished in this nation, the marginalized groups, and those who are oppressed in other countries. The administrative branch of the United States comprises the cabinet, formed by the president. Xavier shook his head and replied, the president is elected by the people, representing the will of the American populace. Regrettably, the cabinet does not embody the American people's intentions. The mechanical voice resumed, stating that in every election, fewer than 70% of citizens cast their votes, which are then divided between two parties, resulting in a government that represents less than 40% of the populace. Carl continued, furthermore, elections require funding, sourced from donations by businessmen, allowing them to influence politics for their gain, often at the expense of the lower classes. Yet, this is the best system we have. At least there exists a check on power, preventing egregious excesses, Xavier interjected. If the American government were to be destroyed, chaos would ensue, leading to even greater suffering. Carl responded, then let us establish a new government to create a better nation. Upon hearing these words, Xavier suddenly grasped something profound and inquired, how can you ensure equality for all in this newly established nation? Through stringent laws and rigorous enforcement, Carl replied. Xavier countered. Yet excessively harsh laws could strip individuals of their freedom. The robot emitted a dismissive grunt and retorted, when have mutants and minorities ever truly experienced freedom? The so-called freedom is merely the plundering of the liberties of others by a select few. The freedom to kill, to manipulate others, to judge them from a moral high ground. What, then, constitutes the freedom of the marginalized? The freedom to sell their blood, to be shot, to be exploited. Upon hearing this, Xavier was struck by a revelation. Was Carl's ultimate aim to obliterate all nations and unify this planet truly for the sake of equality among all races? Puzzled, Xavier asked, but how can you guarantee the integrity of those in power and the fairness of law enforcement? A month ago, Frederick, known as Meatball, killed a man. He was an army commander, a mutant, and a core member of the Brotherhood, yet he was still punished, imprisoned, and fined heavily, Carl responded. Yet he was unwilling to accept punishment. His strength made him untouchable by the law. I saw the news. There were reports in America, Xavier curiously remarked. How did you manage to imprison him? I taught him a lesson, Carl stated. Thus, he was willing to accept punishment and take responsibility. Order arises from absolute power. Xavier exhaled deeply, coming to understand why Carl would eventually ascend to the throne, to attain absolute authority and establish a new order. To gain such authority, one must possess unparalleled strength, and Carl indeed had the potential to achieve it. Now it all made sense. Unable to restrain himself, Xavier questioned, how can you guarantee that you will never fall from grace? By means of checks and balances, Carl replied. Wanda can counterbalance me. She is a powerful and benevolent woman. That is why she will become the regent of the empire. Xavier comprehended everything and felt that perhaps his actions today had been somewhat rash. There might have been alternative methods to effect change. Yet, he had already lost, the barrel of the gun pressed against his temple, leaving him powerless to alter his fateful demise. Xavier spoke earnestly. Carl, I implore you to release the members of the war police. They could assist you in becoming competent enforcers of the law. That is impossible, the robot replied. I must kill you, for they would then harbor hatred towards me and seek revenge. I cannot leave any loose ends. But such an act would incite greater animosity, a cycle that could never cease. Xavier shook his head and withdrew a handgun from his waist, pressing it against his temple. Then what if I ensure that they do not hate you? In low Earth orbit, Carl, seated upon the communications satellite, wore an expression of surprise. However, there were still matters to attend to. Xavier pressed his other hand against his temple, connecting everyone's thoughts, compelling those besieging Wanda to cease their assault. The members of the X-Men, albeit puzzled, complied, while Ant-Man retreated, leaving only Wasp still pursued by Darkstar. What was happening? Noticing the enemy's retreat, Wanda too halted her onslaught, though crimson energy continued to swirl about her form. At this moment, Xavier transmitted his memories to Scott, who, upon perusing them, bore a look of astonishment. I have chosen the wrong path. I must pay the price for all of this, Xavier softly uttered. Scott, lead the others to live on. Do not harbor hatred. He pulled the trigger, and the bullet pierced his temple, entering his brain, extinguishing his life. The robot gazed at Xavier, its red lights flickering, halting its movements. The members of the X-Men heard his final words, momentarily stunned, before rushing towards him, boarding the aircraft, their expressions reflecting sorrow as they looked upon the professor. Boom. At that moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, crashing to the ground and leaving a large crater. Carl extinguished the flames upon himself and strode into the aircraft, observing the anxious X-Men members who were fixated on him, extending his hand. Cyclops, gritting his teeth, picked up the helmet and approached, handing it to Carl. Carl regarded the red helmet, accepting it with both hands, and slowly donned it upon his head. Chapter 58. The dust settles. The battle raged on. The Red Tank and Thor had yet to determine a victor, clashing in the park by the Savar River. A smear of blood adorned the corner of Thor's mouth as he gazed at the distant Red Tank. His hand clutching Mjolnir trembled. This foe possessed immense strength and formidable defenses. Only Mjolnir could penetrate them, and with exceptional self-healing abilities, he could swiftly recover from any damage incurred. Most critically, his power amplified during combat, rendering him increasingly challenging to contend with. Conversely, the Red Tank regarded Thor as a formidable adversary. The hammer in his grasp could shatter the scarlet armor and harness the fury of lightning, exhibiting remarkable stamina to continue fighting for so long. Come again. The Red Tank locked onto Thor, stomping his feet against the ground before lunging toward him, raising both arms high and bringing them down in a crushing motion. Thor grasped Mjolnir's strap, spinning it at high velocity, summoning a tempest of wind and crackling electricity, transforming it into a whirlwind that struck toward the Red Tank's fist. Boom. The hammer collided with the fist, unleashing a violent shockwave that shattered the surrounding trees. The Red Tank was propelled backward, the gauntlet on his fist fracturing, while Thor was knocked to the ground, his body embedded into the earth. He rose from the ground, shaking off his hands, gazing at the distant Crimson Tank, and raised Mjolnir. However, at that very moment, a figure materialized in front of him, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, adorned with a red helmet edged in purple, and piercing eyes fixed upon him. Thor recognized this individual. He was indeed the target of this mission, Kal-El. According to Katie's historical account, he would invade the realm of the gods alongside Loki and Surtur during Ragnarok, ultimately leading to the destruction of Asgard. Yet, the present Karl had acquired the helmet, indicating Professor Xavier's failure. This realization heightened Thor's vigilance, but in the next instant, Karl was upon him, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. The immense force propelled Thor backward, crashing him into the ground, creating a 50-meter-wide crater around him, with cracks extending into the distance. The pain was excruciating. Even with armor for protection, his ribs were fractured, and the overwhelming force injured his internal organs, causing him to spit blood. This adversary's strength surpassed that of the Crimson Tank. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise, but Karl had already approached, hovering in the air. Kit, a towering figure clad in scarlet armor, leaped from afar, crashing beside them and shattering the earth beneath. With a clenched fist, he swung at Karl's head, bellowing, "Do not interfere with my battle." The robust right arm of the Crimson Tank swung out, his fist carrying enough force to obliterate a battleship. Thud! His fist was intercepted by Karl's right arm, generating a shockwave that rippled through the surrounding air, creating a turbulent biofield. Karl frowned slightly, exerting his strength to push the Crimson Tank's arm aside, then swiftly pivoted, delivering a punch to his face. The impact shattered the tank's facial bones, blood erupted, and several teeth were lost as he was sent flying, soaring over the river and crashing onto the opposite bank. What an opportunity! Thor seized the moment, leaping up and swinging Mjolnir toward Karl. As Karl vanished just in time to evade the hammer, he reappeared at Thor's side, landing a punch atop his head that sent him crashing into a distant stone tablet, ultimately crashing down onto the plaza. Dazed, Thor shook his head, struggling to rise, only to spot a foot before him. Whereas the other foot, Karl's kick landed squarely on his face, sending Thor spinning through the air, bouncing twice upon landing. His consciousness dimming, eyelids fluttering. The sound of footsteps approached. Karl appeared beside him, lifting his right foot to stomp on his arm. Crack! Thor's arm was broken under the force, eliciting a pained howl that jolted his foggy mind into clarity. He extended his left hand, calling upon Mjolnir. Yet, in the next moment, Karl's right fist descended, driving Thor's head into the ground, plunging him into darkness once more. He then approached Thor's right leg and delivered a brutal kick, shattering his thigh bone. The intense pain jolted Thor back to consciousness, but before he could fully regain awareness, Carl raised his foot and struck him on the head, rendering him unconscious once more. After completing this, Carl took a step back, his expression impassive. Multicolored beams of light descended from above, enveloping Thor's body, causing him to ascend and vanish in an instant. In the distance, Mjolnir soared towards the Rainbow Bridge, ascending and, with the disappearance of the radiant light, returned to Asgard. Carl turned to the nearby Red Tank and inquired, "What about you?" "I'll pass," Red Tank shrugged and replied. "We are all members of the Brotherhood of Mutants. There's no need for us to engage in a life-or-death struggle." "Then come with me. They are waiting," Carl said as he flew towards the presidential office, with Red Tank trailing closely behind, his mind rife with thoughts on how this young man had become so formidable. Upon entering the presidential office, they arrived at the conference room, where everyone was already seated. Scarlet Witch, Wanda, and Darkstar occupied one side, while Cyclops, Iceman, Wolverine, Ant-Man, and others sat opposite. Angel had been sent to the hospital, and the body was temporarily placed in the aircraft. Carl sat beside Wanda, who patted his hand with a smile. Red Tank sprawled across two chairs, his robust arms resting on the table, glaring fiercely at the others. "Let us begin," Scarlet Witch stated, her gaze fixed on the figures before her. "How do you intend to resolve this matter?" "I will lead everyone to safety," Scott interjected. "And I assure you, we will no longer be your enemies." "Have you misjudged your situation?" Wanda scoffed. "What I asked was how you plan to secure our mercy." "We have already paid the price," Beast said, his voice hoarse. "Professor Xavier is dead, Captain America is gone, Morph is missing, and you have shattered Angel's wings. Is that not enough?" "This is of your own making," Carl replied coldly. "If you wish to kill, you must be prepared to be killed yourselves." "What is it that you seek?" Iceman inquired. First, Carl's gaze swept across the assembly. "You must release Magneto." "Agreed," Scott responded without hesitation. "But please ensure that Morph is returned to us." "I cannot promise that," Rainier stated directly. "The shadow dimension is vast. I have no idea where he is. And he may already be dead. Then we will find a way ourselves," Scott pressed, placing his hands on the table. "Just let us go?" "Not enough." Carl shook his head. "I have one more condition." "Do tell," Wolverine spoke up. Carl fixed his gaze upon them and said, "You must continue to uphold the existence of the X-Men and persist in rescuing the oppressed mutants across the globe, transporting them to Suriname. At least one must be saved each month." Scott found this condition hardly burdensome. Rescuing mutants aligned with his principles, and their status in Suriname was notably elevated, often better than the treatment they received elsewhere. "So be it. I shall release the members of the X-Men." As Carl's words echoed, he tilted his head, his eyes emitting twin beams of heat vision that struck Ant-Man's head. The searing rays penetrated Ant-Man's skull, revealing a charred interior, as his body slumped helplessly to one side. Caught by Beast. Witnessing this, Wasp immediately shrank and flew away. "Carl!" Wanda exclaimed, her expression one of surprise, bewildered by his abrupt act of violence. "What are you doing? Why did you kill him?" Scott's face was contorted with rage. "Last time, I released a member of the Avengers and reached an accord wherein the Avengers would no longer act against the Brotherhood of Mutants," Carl replied, his demeanor unyielding. "They have violated the agreement, and thus must perish. Moreover, his PIM particles pose a grave danger. They can reduce individuals in size and infiltrate the microcosm, potentially launching an assault on America, which would spell considerable trouble if he were to remain alive. But Magneto is in his miniature prison." Beast interjected. "Only PIM can release him." "Is that so?" Carl raised an eyebrow, rising to his feet and striding towards the door. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the conference room, extending his hand. In his palm sat Wasp, Janet, her expression one of terror. "Tell me, do you know the location of PIM's prison?" Carl gently inquired. "I do." Janet nodded vigorously. "I can take you there." Carl tucked her into his pocket and addressed the others. "Members of the X-Men, wait outside. I will arrange for your return shortly." With Professor Xavier deceased, the hunters on vacation can now return. Chapter 59, Magneto. This is a vast spherical chamber. Its interior space so immense it could accommodate a small town. The walls are composed of a flexible anti-magnetic material, extending into glass flooring that leads to a central glass enclosure, where a figure sits in a plastic chair, engrossed in a book, with a tall stature and robust musculature. He possesses a mane of white hair, eyebrows chiseled like a sculptor's work, and tranquil blue eyes that resemble serene lakes. His expression is placid. It is Magneto, Max Eisenhardt. Upon finishing the last page of his book, he closed it and set it aside, returning to lie down on his bed. He had been here for 3 months. After a disagreement with Xavier, he had lost consciousness and awakened in this place. The space was colossal. Magneto estimated its diameter to be approximately 3,000 meters, enough to house a small island. To confine oneself, significant resources have indeed been expended. Although the space is vast, Magneto finds himself relegated to this cramped glass chamber. with a carbon tube device around his neck that inhibits the generation of magnetic forces. He remains oblivious to when he might be liberated, forced to endure the tedium of each passing day. Despite Xavier's reassurances that no one else would come to harm, he cannot quell his concerns for the members of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Wanda is excessively kind, Carl is still youthful, Quicksilver is erratic. The Master of Illusions harbors grand ambitions, Toad is ineffectual, Blob is cumbersome, and Sabretooth is notoriously brutal. Can they coexist harmoniously, and can they effectively govern a nation? Or are they suffering injustices? These thoughts elude Magneto as he lies quietly on his bed, closing his eyes to rest. In this moment, however, he perceives the walls trembling and the ground around him shaking. What is happening? Magneto rises from his bed, only to witness a wall splitting open, revealing a massive opening through which a towering figure strides. This figure appears to stand at an astonishing height of 300 meters. And is it wearing a helmet resembling his own? Upon closer inspection, Magneto recognizes the familiar visage beneath the helmet. It is none other than Kal-El. Why has he grown to such a colossal size? In an instant, Magneto comprehends the situation. He has been diminished by Pym's technology. Judging by Carl's stature, he now stands at a mere height of 1, reduced to just 1/1188 of his original size. Thus, the space confining him is not extensive. Merely a room with a diameter of approximately 16. It seems he has been thoroughly deceived. Yet now, he is on the cusp of liberation. Carl has come to rescue him. A sense of relief washes over Magneto. He is finally poised to escape this wretched place. Carl soars through the opening. Arriving before the glass enclosure, his face adorned with a joyful smile. "Mr. Magneto," he exclaims, extending his finger to unlock the door. Magneto steps out, landing gently in his palm, whispering, "Let us depart." Carl carries Magneto towards the opening, emerging into a realm filled with experimental apparatus. Not only that, but Sabretooth and several other figures are also present, busily transporting equipment and documents. "Hey, Magneto," Sabretooth greets him with a wide grin. "How have you shrunk so much? Get lost." Magneto snaps, though inwardly, he feels a surge of happiness at seeing him. "Hurry and move the equipment," Carl urges, prompting Sabretooth to expedite the relocation of the instruments and a considerable amount of floppy disks and documents. He seeks to master the technique of capturing and utilizing Pym particles to construct a formidable army. Carl gently places Magneto on a table, producing tweezers to sever the anti-magnetic device from around his neck, liberating him from his constraints. Magnetism erupted from Magneto, forming a protective shield that granted him a sense of security. Acquiring the helmet would further enhance this safety. "Mr. Magneto, I shall now restore your body. Please descend to the ground," Carl announced. "Very well," Magneto replied, manipulating the magnetic field to glide down from the air, landing gracefully on the ground. The Wasp, Janet, fluttered over with her transparent wings, presenting Magneto with a belt. "Wear it and press the button," she instructed. Upon receiving the belt, Magneto hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at Carl. "Do not be concerned. I have tested this numerous times," Carl reassured him with a smile. Finally, Magneto donned the belt and pressed the red button, feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen. In the next instant, his physique began to expand, restoring him to his full height of 6 feet 2 inches. "Welcome back, Mr. Magneto," Carl greeted him with a smile. "Thank you, Carl," Magneto replied, flexing his wrists with genuine gratitude. "You have saved my life." "You saved me in the past," Carl chuckled. "It is only natural that I return the favor." "Indeed." Magneto clapped him on the shoulder, visibly moved, and then curiously inquired, "But how did you locate me?" "Professor Xavier took his own life, and I obtained your helmet." Carl explained softly. "I captured the remaining Sentinels. In their desperation to survive, they revealed your location." "Xavier committed suicide?" Magneto's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "You refer to Charles Xavier, the bald-headed headmaster of the Xavier Institute, who possesses telepathic abilities. Why would he take his own life?" "Because my Annihilator robots had a gun pointed at his head," Carl clarified. "With no escape, he had to sacrifice himself to protect his subordinates." "You." Magneto's mouth opened slightly as he sighed. "You could have simply taken the helmet without resorting to his death." Having known Xavier for over 20 years, they had parted ways due to differing ideologies. Although Xavier often thwarted his plans, their bond was profound, making it difficult for Magneto to accept his demise. "He intended to kill me, so I had no choice but to eliminate him," Carl stated matter-of-factly. "He had promised me that he would spare you." How could he betray that promise? Magneto furrowed his brow, questioning if Xavier had deceived him. "Perhaps it was due to my destruction of the American aircraft carrier fleet." Carl shrugged. "Wait a moment," Magneto exclaimed, taken aback. "Carl, why did you target the American fleet? Are the United States and Sri Lanka at war?" "Not at all." Carl replied with a chuckle. "I sought to rescue you, Mr. Magneto, but I needed to ascertain your location from Xavier. However, His telepathic powers were too formidable for me to approach. Thus, I devised a trap to distract him. Magneto immediately grasped his intentions. Thus, you resolved to dismantle the American fleet, instilling fear within the government, compelling them to seek assistance from the Sentinel that once captured me, to pursue you in Suriname. But why would he acquiesce? Because the American government would promise to abolish the Mutant Control Act. Carl responded, revealing that this was their sole bargaining chip. How enlightening. Magneto nodded in understanding. It made sense now. The slaughter of tens of thousands, coupled with the freedom of other mutants, would indeed provoke Xavier into action. Thus, Xavier's demise was, in truth, a sacrifice made by Carl for his own salvation. He sighed, a hint of resignation in his expression, yet the course of events had been irrevocably set, and there was no altering it. Let us return, he suggested. Suddenly weary, Magneto felt a sense of loss at the passing of an adversary he had long thwarted. Very well. Carl seized Janet, tucking her into his pocket as they departed the laboratory. Upon encountering the immense Thunderwing, Magneto marveled. What is this? A newly acquired spacecraft from the American government. We shall return aboard it, Carl replied with a grin. Very well. Magneto, unsure of how to respond, felt the magnetic forces around him propel him toward the hatch. Meanwhile, Carl turned, clenched his right fist, and struck the vast laboratory with tremendous force, obliterating it to rubble. Observing this from the hatchway, Magneto's eyelids fluttered as he stepped into the Thunderwing, his expression a complex blend of emotions. Chapter 60, A New Dawn. Inside the Thunderwing, Froggy expertly piloted the craft from the cockpit, the pulse engines roaring to life, emanating a brilliant blue energy as the aircraft ascended smoothly into the sky. Subsequently, the engines at the rear and on the wings unleashed a powerful surge of pulse energy, accelerating the craft like a streak of blue lightning racing into the distance. Seated within the cabin, Magneto surveyed the unfamiliar faces around him with curiosity. Mr. Magneto, allow me to make introductions, Carl interjected, breaking the brief silence. These individuals are members of the Hunter Squad, specializing in assassination, infiltration, and extermination missions. You are already acquainted with Sabretooth and Froggy, so I shall not elaborate further. This is Cain Marco, known as the Red Tank, possessing immense strength and indestructibility, capable of matching Thor in combat. The towering Red Tank flexed his arm, his biceps bulging with confidence, declaring, no one can stand in my way. This is Kurt Wagner, known as Nightcrawler, whose ability is teleportation. As Carl finished speaking, Wagner abruptly vanished, only to reappear atop the cabin, his body pressed against the ceiling. He then erupted in a cloud of blue smoke, returning to his seat. Through combat and training, Wagner's mastery of his abilities had significantly advanced, enhancing both the speed and range of his teleportation. While his combat and assassination skills had become exceptionally refined, honed through the crucible of war. An impressive ability. Magneto is well aware of the immense utility of his power, which significantly enhances the team's mobility. This is Brute, a steadfast and reliable individual. Carl continued his introduction, gesturing towards Mzongo, who possesses the ability to manipulate the weather. Mzongo extended his right hand, summoning a swirling vortex in his palm. With his left hand, he waved above it, conjuring dark clouds that loomed overhead, crackling with arcs of electricity. I have discovered that each of you possesses extraordinary skills. Magneto could not help but commend them, feeling a twinge of astonishment that, in just 3 months of his absence, the Brotherhood of Mutants had gained so many formidable members. Furthermore, Toad had transformed since their last meeting. His physique was now muscular, his demeanor no longer lewd but exuding confidence and strength. How is it that in my absence, everyone has become even better? They piloted the Thunderwing, not returning immediately, but instead heading to a mansion in New Jersey. Upon landing, Carl retrieved Wasp from his pocket. She rose, her 4 transparent wings fluttering, and ascended into the air. Pressing a button with her right hand, her form rapidly enlarged to a towering height of 163 centimeters, her feet firmly planted on the ground. She removed her belt and Pym particles, handing them to Carl, then shed her battle attire, revealing her fair skin. Wrapping her arms around her body, she inquired, "Is it all right?" Carl waved his hand, and she promptly turned and exited the spacecraft. Janet Van Dyne, born into affluence, had her father, a scientist, killed by extra-dimensional beings. In her quest for vengeance, she sought the aid of her father's colleague, Henry Pym, who introduced her to Pym particles and facilitated her transformation, implanting biological wings beneath her shoulder blades. Together, they exiled their foes. She subsequently remained as Henry Pym's assistant, actively collaborating and reaching out to others, leading to the formation of the Avengers in less than a year. However, when Thor returned gravely injured to Asgard, and both Henry and Captain America perished, she found herself captured, resulting in the disintegration of the entire Avengers team. In truth, she had expressed her dissent, particularly when Tony Stark adamantly stated that there was a treaty in place preventing them from waging war against the Brotherhood of Mutants, a sentiment Janet supported. Yet, Henry insisted on avenging the previous humiliation, compelling her to follow, unaware that she would be the sole survivor upon their return. The Thunder Wing reactivated, soaring back to Slynam, arriving at the presidential residence, where Wanda awaited with her team. "Father," Wanda greeted, approaching with a smile, "welcome back." Magneto observed Wanda, now clad in a suit. Her demeanor transformed, no longer perpetually furrowing her brow. She exuded confidence, appearing both capable and decisive. "You have worked hard," Magneto remarked, patting her shoulder with a tone of commendation. "It is my duty," Wanda replied with a smile, gesturing invitingly. "Come, let us go inside and converse." As the crowd approached the presidential palace, Magneto's attention was drawn to a towering robot, over 2 meters high, standing beside the entrance. This blue alloy creation, wielding an automatic rifle, emitted a red glow from its head as it stood silently. "What is this?" Noticing Magneto's gaze, Carl explained. "This is the Annihilator-type autonomous combat machine I designed, equipped with an intelligent control system capable of independent operation. Additionally, there is an armored version that can be deployed with soldiers to enhance their combat effectiveness." "Impressive," Magneto remarked, inwardly unperturbed, as they had produced numerous innovations. Upon entering the presidential palace and settling in the lounge, Carl spoke. "You all continue your conversation. I will take this to the laboratory." "Go ahead." "You have worked hard today," Magneto sincerely replied. Indeed, Carl had exerted considerable effort and taken significant risks to save him. After Carl departed, Wanda inquired, "Father, how are you feeling now? Should I call a doctor to examine you?" "No need." Magneto waved his hand dismissively. "I am quite healthy at the moment." During his confinement in the glass cell, he had engaged in self-training, maintaining his physical condition without any loss of muscle. "You should rest for a while." Wanda hesitated before adding, "Once you are ready, we can discuss our next steps." "No need for rest." Magneto fixed his gaze upon Wanda, looking directly into her eyes. "I am ready to work. You may assign me my duties." "Well," Wanda pondered briefly before continuing, "after discussions with others, considering your capabilities and immense strength, I would like to propose that you assume the role of Minister of Defense, responsible for national security." "Minister of Defense?" Magneto was momentarily taken aback, recalling how, shortly after they seized control of Srinam, he had offered Wanda the same position, only to have her decline. It was surprising how dramatically the roles had shifted in just a few months. Very well, he did not decline. Recognizing that the position of Minister of Defense was indeed suitable for him, given that most military weaponry was metal-based, allowing him to effectively manage and defend. Furthermore, as president, Wanda would not relinquish this position without contention, and Magneto was disinclined to engage in any struggle. Since Xavier's death, he felt as though he had lost the will to fight, believing that power and ambition were no longer of paramount importance. "All right then," Wanda exhaled, relieved that Magneto would not seek to usurp power, a matter she was resolute about. "Let me update you on the recent developments in Srinam." Wanda began. "Firstly, the factories we established in collaboration with the Soviet Union have commenced production, and we have also established an atomic energy laboratory." As Magneto listened to her account, his astonishment grew. They had accomplished so much in such a short time. Deploying troops to Nicaragua has yielded substantial mineral resources and additional assistance, as well as the invitation of numerous scientists. Suriname is steadily progressing towards a brighter future. However, Magneto does not attribute this success to Wanda. It is primarily the fruit of plans devised by Carl. Indeed, all these strategies have been formulated by Carl. Wanda, with a touch of melancholy, remarked that after your capture, the illusionist also departed. Without Carl, stabilizing the situation would have been exceedingly difficult. Indeed, Carl has always been remarkably capable. Magneto wholeheartedly agrees, acknowledging that several successful operations were orchestrated by Carl. Without him, the realm of mutants would remain uncertain. Achoo! In the distance, Carl sneezed, together with Sabretooth. He transported equipment into his laboratory. After arranging everything, he brought various documents into the room and placed them on the table. He glanced at the darkening sky outside and began to peruse a document. Chapter 61, Blue Marvel. In the White House in Washington, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. The war machine and the Avengers not only faced defeat, but also incurred casualties. Reagan, visibly furious, slammed his hands on the table, exclaiming, "What a bunch of inept fools." The expressions of others reflected anxiety. A single individual could obliterate an entire fleet. What if they decided to invade the United States? The only recourse might be the use of nuclear weapons, yet deploying such arms on home soil would result in countless casualties. Furthermore, given the opponent's speed and defensive capabilities, nuclear weapons might not even guarantee their demise. "Mr. President, why such alarm?" A voice resonated from a distance. Reagan lifted his gaze to find a tall, robust figure emerging from the shadows. This was a towering African-American man, standing at 6 feet 3 inches with a muscular build, clad in a deep blue bodysuit adorned with a white emblem across his chest. Upon seeing him, Reagan's face lit up with joy. "Adam, Blue Marvel!" exclaimed Secretary of Defense Gary Berg. The name echoed throughout the world. Adam Brashear. Born in Chicago, he held a doctorate in electrical engineering and physics, later becoming a scientist. He had served in the Vietnam War and, after his discharge, participated in an antimatter energy project. However, an explosion transformed him into a humanoid antimatter reactor. His strength was unparalleled. He could vanquish any adversary, earning him the title of the most powerful hero on Earth, devoted to safeguarding the planet. He even publicly accepted the President's Medal, becoming the focal point of admiration. Yet, one fateful day during a battle, his mask was torn away, revealing his African-American visage. In an era rife with racial discrimination, Adam faced public backlash. Many could not reconcile the notion that such a great hero was a man of color, leading to protests in the streets. To quell the public outrage, the then president urged him to retire. After much contemplation, Adam resolved to step back from the spotlight. Not long ago, Reagan extended an invitation to him, hoping he would address the issues concerning Max and the Brotherhood of Mutants. However, he declined, asserting that mutants too faced persecution and that the government needed to reflect on its actions. Nevertheless, today he found himself here. Reagan immediately rose from his seat, approached him, and extended a hand, welcoming him. "Adam, Mr. President." The Blue Wonder clasped his hand briefly, and then the two men proceeded to sit at the table. "Adam," Reagan said earnestly, his expression sincere, "we require your assistance." "I am not inclined to assist you," Adam replied, shaking his head, before softly adding, "However, my wife urged me to help, stating that this is your homeland and it needs me. That is why I am here." "Your wife speaks the truth," Reagan smiled. "You are an American, and that is an unalterable fact. Yet the citizens of this country oppose me solely because I am black." Adam reflected on the events of that day, feeling a lingering chill in his heart. What had he truly protected? That was in the past. Reagan spread his hands. "We are currently advancing civil rights initiatives, having enacted the Civil Rights Act and the Fair Housing Act, making tremendous efforts for ethnic equality. The Civil Rights Act you mentioned was enacted in 1964, 21 years ago." Adam suppressed his anger, yet the status of African Americans remains unchanged. "In many places, our children cannot even enter school gates. Rest assured, I will strive to resolve this issue. You know I hold great respect for black individuals." Reagan displayed his iconic smile, a smile that had captivated many women and garnered him numerous votes. "So your respect is demonstrated by openly declaring that Africans are ugly monkeys over the phone?" Adam scoffed. Reagan's expression turned slightly awkward as he quickly replied, "I will be more mindful in the future. You may hold me accountable." "I shall," Adam stated, looking at him. "I can protect America. But you must introduce the Minority Anti-Discrimination Bill to legislate penalties for those who discriminate." The two acts introduced in 64 and 68, while opposing discrimination, lacked corresponding penalties. And discrimination remains widespread. "That is agreeable," Reagan nodded, smiling. "I will prompt the legislators for proposals. I doubt the Democrats will obstruct me on this matter." "That is reassuring." Adam's expression softened with satisfaction. "Then I shall agree to your request. So, are you willing to dismantle Max and the Brotherhood of Mutants?" Reagan's demeanor brightened. "No. I will only protect America from their attacks." Adam fixed his gaze on Reagan. "Beyond that, I shall not take any action." Upon hearing this, Reagan's expression soured slightly. But meeting Adam's eyes, he relented, leaning back in his chair and saying, "Very well, do as you wish, as long as you prevent them from attacking America." "No problem. I will warn them," Adam assured. Adam uttered these words, rose to his feet, and approached the door, pulling it open before stepping outside. A loud explosion echoed outside the presidential palace as Blue Marvel departed, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. 3 seconds later, he materialized above the Capitol, Paramaribo, arms crossed. Floating in midair, his white cloak billowing behind him. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the solar thermal power station, rising to confront him. It was a youth, around 13 or 14 years old, nearly 1.7 meters tall, handsome and robust, adorned with a red helmet. This was Kal-El. He had been basking in the sun at the power station when he heard the sonic boom overhead and rushed over. "Blue Marvel," Karl exclaimed, recognizing the man before him. The name Blue Marvel resonated powerfully in this world. He had once been Earth's guardian, and though he had retreated, he remained known as the strongest hero on the planet. "What brings you here?" Karl inquired with curiosity. "I have come to warn you," Blue Marvel replied sternly. "Do not launch any more attacks on America. You have already taken enough lives." So that was the reason for his visit. Karl raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I find it perplexing that, having been marginalized due to your race, you chose to protect this country. Because the president has promised me to introduce anti-discrimination legislation and promote equality for minorities. Adam gently stated. So you truly believe that? I did not expect such naivety from you. Carl retorted mercilessly. Laws can only govern actions, not the heart. Human prejudice is a mountain, not easily moved. I understand, Adam replied, deeply agreeing. Yet, I believe that one day, through everyone's efforts, we will achieve racial equality. Why place hope in the future? Carl countered. You are so powerful. You could easily unite with us to overthrow the American government and establish a new nation. That would cause far too many deaths. Blue Marvel shook his head. Bloodless sacrifices will not yield true rights. Carl raised his voice slightly. No one will bestow equality upon you. Can violent rule truly bring about equality? Adam asked seriously, gazing at Carl. If we establish a nation through force, will the former victims not become the new oppressors? Carl furrowed his brow slightly. His words had already come to pass. The mutants had seized control of the Republic of Suriname, becoming the rulers of this nation, gaining power and status. They enjoyed high rewards, had preferential access to desirable jobs, and could apply for welfare apartments and receive benefits even without working. Their privileges were derived from the ordinary populace, though they were somewhat benevolent, taking less than some capitalists and those in power, and their numbers were still few. Adam hesitated for a moment before speaking. What if one day I fall from grace? In the days when he faced public opposition and discrimination, he harbored an intense loathing for those who scorned him. Why did I protect you when you still despise me? Adam had contemplated resorting to violence, yet he recognized that such actions would only engender a world steeped in suffering. Thus, after conversing with the president, he championed the Fair Housing Act, and upon retiring, he married and embraced a life of an ordinary citizen. This indeed poses a question worthy of contemplation. Carl nodded and then turned to his companion, saying, Blue, if you wish to thwart me, you must first demonstrate your strength. Very well. As Adam's words fell, he appeared beside Carl, his right hand pressing firmly against Carl's chest. So swift. Carl's expression turned to one of shock as he attempted to retreat, but an overwhelming force surged forth, propelling him through the air as if he were caught in a tempest. In Antarctica, a figure soared from the distance, crashing into a snow-covered hill, piercing through it and embedding itself into the frozen ground, leaving behind a vast crater. As dirt and snow erupted, a figure emerged from below, clutching its chest and coughing violently. This was Carl, who surveyed his surroundings, where a thick blanket of snow enveloped the expansive permafrost, and penguins fled in haste towards the horizon. Just a nudge, and I find myself in Antarctica? That's over 8,000 kilometers away. Upon returning to Suriname, he found that his adversary had already departed, yet the imprint of his formidable presence lingered in Carl's mind. I shall seek you out once I have basked in enough sunlight. Chapter 62. A Successful Experiment. In West Midlands, the once illustrious Xavier Academy for Gifted Youths was shrouded in a somber atmosphere following the professor's death. Katie returned to this place once more, accompanied by her parents, where they inquired in detail and ultimately facilitated her enrollment, becoming a part of the academy. Jean Grey entered the brainwave chamber, donned a brainwave instrument, amplifying her psychic abilities as she scanned her surroundings, but found no trace of Carl's brainwave signal. The others felt reassured as they led Katie into a room fortified with lead shielding and soundproofing. So, not only have you failed, but Professor Xavier is also dead. Katie's slender brows furrowed. She had not accounted for the fact that he had been slain by a robot. Professor Xavier was not killed by a robot, Laser Eye interjected. Shaking his head, he took his own life with a gun and urged us not to harbor hatred, for only through his suicide could he save you. Katie displayed an unnaturally mature demeanor for her age, placing her hands on the table as she earnestly stated, We need to develop a time machine and send me back to the past. Now that we know more of Carl's secrets, we can definitively resolve this matter. Absolutely. Beast McCoy replied, but you must provide me with the relevant technical documentation. I need to study it thoroughly, as time reversal is exceedingly complex. Rest assured, while it may pose considerable difficulty for others, it is not overly challenging for you, Hank. Katie remarked with a smile. As the time machine is indeed a creation of your own ingenuity. Is that so? The beast lifted his chin and replied, It seems the future me is quite impressive. Suriname University, the sole institution of higher learning in the nation, was established in 1968 and underwent expansion in 1979. It currently comprises 4 faculties: the College of Agriculture, the College of Engineering, the College of Medicine, and the College of Education. Following the ascendancy of the Brotherhood of Mutants, funding for educational institutions was augmented, with a particular emphasis on the development of the College of Engineering, which saw the establishment of new laboratories staffed by professors hailing from the Soviet Union. The Department of Social Sciences, once supported by the United Nations Educational Agency, was rebranded by Carl as the Celestial Laboratory, under his direct supervision. On the first floor, Carl established the PIM Particle Research Facility, endeavoring to replicate PIM's groundbreaking findings and produce PIM particles. These particles are primordial subatomic entities, originating before the dawn of the cosmos, occasionally manifesting in the external universe. They defy the square-cube law, whereby if an object's volume doubles, its surface area increases eightfold. PIM particles possess the ability to augment or diminish the size of biological entities and objects. When an object is enlarged, it siphons mass from a dimension known as cosmos, while shrinking an object diverts its mass into that dimension, thereby reducing its weight. The manipulation of PIM particles facilitates the transformation of biological form. Upon enlargement, mass and strength increase. Conversely, when a creature diminishes in size, its weight decreases, yet its strength remains unchanged. The synthesis of PIM particles is exceedingly arduous, necessitating the use of specialized equipment for collection. However, their scarcity means that even with continuous operation over 24 hours, only trace amounts can be gathered. Directly produced PIM particles are unfit for use, as they require the generation of a reduction field for effective shrinking. The limited scope of the subatomic particles reduction field necessitates the maintenance of PIM particle density and the force field's magnitude. Consequently, gases or liquids are typically employed. Carl, considering storage and frequency of use, opted for a liquid medium. Although Carl procured a substantial quantity of PIM particles and prepared solutions from the laboratory, he commenced the collection process anew to ensure a steady production. Utilizing machinery, he amassed a sufficient quantity of PIM particles and, following PIM's documented methodologies for ratios, successfully concocted a red shrinking liquid. Carl dripped this liquid onto a chair, initiating the reduction field, which enveloped the chair, crafted from wood, causing it to shrink to a mere 2 feet in height. After several successful trials, he promptly proceeded to experiments with living organisms, enlisting a few goats. He calculated the dosage based on the range and diffusion rate of the shrinking field and injected it into the goats' rib cages. The goats successfully diminished in size, and after several more successful attempts, he began the intricate process of creating enlarging particles. Utilizing PIM particles once again, he sought to convert mass transfer into mass augmentation, elevating the complexity of the task significantly. After several unsuccessful attempts, Carl finally succeeded in his replication and embarked on human experimentation. He enlisted a prisoner named Juan, who stood at 6 feet tall and had been incarcerated for robbery and murder, sentenced to death, and awaiting his fate. Carl administered a serum that caused Juan's body to shrink dramatically to a mere 15 centimeters in height. Juan gazed in bewilderment at the surrounding objects that loomed larger than life. Just as Carl intended to inquire about his sensations, Juan bolted away with remarkable speed, dashing toward the door's crevice. However, before he could reach it, Carl apprehended him, pinching him between his fingers, and injected him with a growth serum using a miniature syringe. Flinging him aside, Juan's form expanded back to 6 feet, collapsing onto the ground. In this exchange, he had managed to escape his shackles, rising to pounce on Carl, intending to take him hostage to bargain for his release from the government. Yet before he could close the distance, he was transformed into a frozen statue, immobilized in place. "Take him away and dispose of him," Carl commanded, and immediately soldiers seized him, removing him from the laboratory. With this success in experimentation on the prisoner, Carl conceived a bold idea. He sought out a mutant, Agent Zero, captured by a team at a base in Honduras. He had been imprisoned for 2 months, making him a suitable candidate for the micro-sizing experiment. "My name is Christopher Nord," the mutant introduced himself, looking slightly emaciated. "You may also call me David North. Either is fine." "I shall call you Nord," Carl replied. "I require your cooperation for an experiment, and if successful, I shall grant you your freedom. But I need your utmost commitment. I have participated in many experiments, and this one is no exception." Nord shrugged, gazing at Carl. "But, young man, can you truly assure me of my freedom? What if your president disagrees?" "Here, my word is law," Carl asserted before commencing the tests. He discovered that Nord's strength exceeded that of an average person by 4 to 5 times, with remarkably resilient muscle fibers and significantly higher bone density. "I can also absorb kinetic energy," Nord volunteered. "The more I absorb, the greater my strength becomes, potentially reaching 10 times that of an ordinary human." This information intrigued Carl, who noted his words. He stepped aside to concoct a serum, increasing the density of the PIM particles to approximately 4 times their original potency. Approaching Nord once more, he injected the serum into the mutant's abdomen. As the serum coursed through his body, Nord began to diminish in size, transforming into a diminutive figure of 15 centimeters. "A 4-fold dosage," Carl remarked, observing him with curiosity. "Nord, how do you feel now?" "Not much different," Agent Zero replied, moving his body. Suddenly, he bent his legs and launched himself into the air, soaring over 2 meters high, a feat over 200 times his own height, far surpassing the performance of humans utilizing PIM particles. Remarkable. He rested upon Carl's shoulder and proclaimed loudly, "I feel my strength remains unweakened." Excellent. Carl immediately conducted a series of tests, engaging him in physical activity and evaluating his capacity for weight-bearing, discovering that his strength was unaffected, sustaining at 4 times that of an average human. However, after a brief period of testing, Nord's body suddenly exploded, transforming into a puddle of flesh. Carl furrowed his brow. Pondering the crux of the issue, it was highly likely that Nord's inherent ability was to absorb kinetic energy, and once his mass was stripped away, he could no longer contain such immense kinetic energy, resulting in the disintegration of his form. Yet prior to absorbing kinetic energy, his transformations posed no issue. It appeared that, for the time being, only singularly enhanced mutants, such as Brute, Hump, or Beast, could utilize PIM particles. As for mutants possessing solely superpowers or energy-based abilities, their compatibility remained uncertain, but opportunities for experimentation were scarce, necessitating gradual exploration in the future. Carl approached his computer to document the day's experiments, when he suddenly sensed something and turned around. Behind him, a radiant green light shimmered, and a strikingly beautiful woman with golden hair entered, gazing at Carl with a delightful smile. Chapter 63, The Enchantress. She was a tall figure, exceeding 1.90 meters in height, her golden locks cascading over her shoulders, adorned with a green crown. Her eyebrows were slender, and her green eyes radiated allure. She possessed a prominent nose and full lips, her beauty resplendent. Clad in a flowing green gown that revealed her smooth shoulders and part of her bosom, she wore green armor on her arms and knee-high green boots. Who was this woman? Carl's gaze remained fixed upon her. From the sound she made upon landing, he assessed her weight to be around 200 kilograms. Observing with microscopic vision, he estimated her bodily density to be approximately 3 times that of a human. Furthermore, green energy coursed within her, gathering in her hands, yet remaining unexpressed. "Greetings, Carl," the woman addressed him, her smile brightening. "I am Amora, hailing from Asgard." "Asgardian?" Carl was taken aback, looking at her and inquiring, "What brings you to seek me?" "I witnessed your battle with Thor from the divine realm." Amora gracefully strode toward Carl, remarking, "You are formidable, even Odin's son." "The god of thunder, Thor, was gravely injured by you, left incapacitated." "Please, do not approach me," Carl politely interjected. "Why distance yourself from me?" Amora's voice was melodious as she continued to advance, only to halt abruptly when she noticed Carl's eyes turning crimson. Her demeanor faltered, and she quickly paused her steps. "Get to the point," Carl stated bluntly, aware of the many tasks awaiting him. "I am curious about something," Amora posed, standing still. "Why did you not slay Thor after his 2 invasions of your realm?" "I dared not," Carl stated directly. "If Thor is indeed the Norse god of thunder, then there must be an even more formidable presence behind him that I may not be able to overcome." "Your speculation is not unfounded," Amora nodded, explaining. "The current king of Asgard is Odin Borson, the king of the gods in Norse mythology, an exceedingly powerful being. You are far from being his match at present." "It seems that refraining from killing Thor was indeed a prudent choice," Carl said with a smile. "Indeed," Amora chuckled, then added, "However, I could assist you in eliminating Thor." "I have no interest," Carl shook his head, replying, "I have already severely wounded him and taught him a lesson, which is sufficient. But he will become an obstacle for you," Amora said earnestly. "You will never achieve your ambitions." "Ambitions?" Carl squinted, questioning, "What ambitions do I possess?" "To rule the world," Amora replied with a smile. "You wish to dismantle all nations on Earth, establishing a vast empire, enforcing racial equality through draconian laws." Upon hearing her words, Carl touched his helmet, pondering how she could possibly read his thoughts through telepathy. She had not used that energy. How could she know? This notion had only emerged after his encounter with the Morlocks and subsequent discussions with Professor Xavier. The plan had yet to be formulated. Why was she aware of it? "Curious about how I know?" Amora laughed joyfully. "I cannot disclose the reason just yet, as it involves a monumental secret, one that pertains to your very existence." She had been observing Thor in Asgard, and when he was invited to the Academy by the War Machine, the bald, wheelchair-bound principal had communicated with him telepathically, successfully persuading Thor. Amora, intrigued by what Xavier said, included the Academy as an observation target and, after the event concluded, utilized her telepathic abilities to glean their memories. In the future, Carl would unify Earth, becoming an emperor, and would surge towards the galaxy, conquering countless planets. He would ally with Loki and Surtur to invade the realm of the gods, slaying Odin and Thor, with Loki ascending to the throne of the celestial realm, while Carl would become the sovereign of the 9 realms, amassing a formidable army. Is that so? Carl's eyes glimmered, since it concerned his life. Could he seize her and extract this vital secret? What a violent little imp you are. Amora shook her head. You cannot kill me. Then how can you reveal this secret to me? Carl inquired. Very simply, Amora vanished, and in the next moment, she was seated on the table beside Carl, her long legs pressed against him, saying, We shall collaborate. I will assist you in conquering Earth, and you will aid me in conquering Asgard. Once I ascend to the throne of Asgard, I shall disclose that secret to you. Your ambitions are not insignificant either, Carl scoffed. But you just mentioned that Odin is far mightier than I. No need to rush, she replied. Amora, with her delicate fingers entwined in her golden locks, proclaimed, Ragnar K shall soon descend upon us. Odin will fall into a deep slumber to gather his strength. When Surtur arrives in Asgard, Odin will engage him in battle, and irrespective of the victor, both will emerge gravely wounded. At that juncture, we shall seize the opportunity to vanquish the victor and claim Asgard for ourselves. This plan holds a high degree of feasibility. Carl pondered for a moment, recognizing the likelihood of their success. Certainly, we shall prevail. For this is an event destined to unfold, albeit with me as your collaborator instead of Loki, he mused inwardly. Amora, contemplating this, inquired, So, are you willing to agree to my proposition? I must first ascertain whether you possess the strength to aid me, Carl replied, gazing intently into her eyes. I can demonstrate, she asserted. Rising gracefully, Amora gestured before her, summoning a verdant radiance that coalesced into a circular portal leading into the sky, revealing an endless expanse of ocean below. With elegant strides, she stepped through, floating effortlessly in midair. Carl followed suit, entering the portal and surveying the starry heavens. This is the heart of the Pacific, approximately 10,000 kilometers from Shrinum. So, you can teleport over great distances? I can traverse freely between Asgard and the 9 realms, Amora elucidated. However, I cannot escort you into Asgard, as barriers prevent unauthorized entry by non-Asgardians. Quite a practical ability, Carl acknowledged, realizing that this power alone sufficed for his needs. In Shrinum, there were many capable of instantaneous travel, such as Darkstar and Nightcrawler, but their range was limited. Amora, however, had the capacity for substantial distance, capable of transporting individuals or supplies during warfare, which could prove pivotal. What else can you do? Carl inquired, his curiosity piqued. If you wish to learn more. Amora surrounded herself with a shimmering green magical energy, beckoning him with a sultry tone, Then unleash all your might and attack me. Chapter 64, Allies. Without hesitation, crimson beams of energy erupted from Carl's eyes, transforming into 2 striking projectiles that surged through the air, striking Amora. Surrounding her, emerald energy coalesced into a protective shield, absorbing the impact of the beams. However, the force was formidable enough to disturb the shield, as the searing heat threatened to erode her magical essence. Impressive, Amora exclaimed as green light radiated from her form, then swiftly converged, rendering her momentarily invisible. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared at Carl's left side, raising her right hand to reveal a sphere of verdant energy, which unleashed 5 tendrils of shadowy green light that hurtled towards him. Carl activated his bioplasmic field, propelling himself at high speed. The colliding streams of light erupted in a dazzling display of green luminescence, cascading onto the water's surface, creating a flurry of verdant bubbles. In a deft maneuver, Carl refracted through the air, finding himself beside Amora, his right fist poised to strike. As the imminent strike approached, a radiant green light enveloped Amora. She materialized behind Carl, her right hand ablaze with energy, which transformed into numerous tendrils of power that coiled toward him. Yet, Carl's reflexes were astonishingly swift. He propelled himself forward at high speed, executing a rotation that unleashed 2 scorching beams, slicing through the very fabric of space as they hurtled toward Amora. Once more, Amora eluded the attack with a teleportation, reappearing above him. With her hands raised, she summoned the energy surrounding her, releasing a flurry of green orbs that shot downwards like emerald stars, saturating the area below. However, Carl stood his ground, fist clenched, striking the air above. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted, a violent gust of his punch shattering all the green orbs and sweeping upward with ferocity. What a terrifying display! Amora swiftly attempted to evade. But as she reappeared, Carl's scorching gaze was already upon her, compelling her to dodge once more. Despite her ability to teleport and possessing physical prowess that surpassed that of the Asgardians, her neural reflexes paled in comparison to Carl's. With a reaction speed measured in nanoseconds, he could detect her presence with merely a flicker of intuition. After several attempts to evade, Amora found herself unable to escape, opting to teleport 100 kilometers away, her expression one of resignation. Truly, he was a formidable adversary. His strength exceeded her expectations, not only in raw power, but also in perception and reaction time. reaching an extraordinary level of prowess, coupled with the ability to unleash formidable energy. Such a powerful being existed on Earth, surpassing many deities among the 9 realms. Few could rival him, and he was merely 14 years old. What might he become upon reaching adulthood? This overwhelming strength captivated Amora as she gazed at the approaching youth, her heart fluttering and her eyes glazed with wonder. Carl arrived before Amora, gazing up at the towering woman, and playfully inquired, "Why did you flee?" "I have yet to exert my full strength. I am no match for you. I can only retreat for now," Amora replied, smiling as she looked at Carl. "So, have I satisfied your requirements?" "Indeed, your capabilities are quite impressive," Carl responded with a nod, recognizing her combat prowess as practical and a potential asset. "Then we have a pact," Amora said, her face lighting up with joy as she extended her hand toward Carl. "From this moment forward, we are allies." Carl grasped her hand, feeling her fingers teasing his palm, and quickly withdrew, redirecting the conversation. "Madam Amora, how long until the twilight of the gods?" 6 years, she replied. "The twilight has occurred many times before, but seers and witches can only predict without certainty. However, I gleaned the date from Katie's mind. It is merely 6 years away." "That is sufficient," Carl nodded. 6 years was ample time for him to conquer Earth. "During this period, you may command me at will." The hem of Amora's skirt swayed as she spoke softly. "Whatever you wish to do is unnecessary. I merely need to find you at the crucial moment," Carl replied, his gaze settling on her as he added in a gentle tone. "After all, it seems rather challenging for you to replenish your energy here on Earth." Compared to before the battle, Amora's internal magic had significantly diminished, showing no signs of recovery. "Indeed, I am of Asgard, where my powers are at their zenith," Amora smiled. Continuing, "Once I depart from Asgard, my strength wanes. Though, even without magic, I remain an exceptional warrior." With that, Amora appeared before Carl, clenched her fist, and aimed a punch at his face. Carl raised his palm, her fist striking it with a dull thud, the force registering around 20 tons, more potent than many heroes. As an Asgardian, her defenses, endurance, self-healing, agility, and reflexes were remarkable, coupled with her long lifespan, which endowed her with numerous combat techniques. "If you wish to find me." The enchantress withdrew her fist and produced a necklace from between her breasts, presenting it to Carl. "Simply call my name while holding this." Carl accepted the necklace, its silver chain ending in a green crystal. Using his ability to see through, he observed the runes etched within, their visibility rapidly diminishing. They were the runes of the Norns. She had once studied magic under the Queen of Kvalheim, but was expelled for her impure intentions, later becoming obsessed with dark sorcery, leading to Odin's banishment. "Then I shall accept it," Carl nodded, tucking the necklace into his pocket. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Goodbye." Amora smiled and waved, but as she watched Carl vanish into the horizon, her expression shifted to one of irritation. Though she had refrained from using magic to seduce him, her breathtaking beauty, alluring figure, and innate charm had failed to sway this young man. Even the frost giants of Jotunheim would be captivated by a mere glance from her. It seemed this lad possessed a resolute mind and considerable resistance to magic, which only heightened her anticipation. Amora licked her lips, her fingers tracing a path before her as she opened a portal to another realm, stepping through and vanishing from sight. Back in the laboratory, Carl sat in a chair, his thoughts in disarray, unable to find tranquility. Despite parting ways, her visage and voice lingered in his mind, and during their interaction, his calm demeanor had stirred with waves of desire, which he had swiftly quelled. Rubbing his temples, Carl acknowledged that magic posed a significant threat. His helmet could only shield against mental abilities, but was ineffective against sorcery. Ordinary magic may be manageable, yet formidable sorcery presents considerable challenges. Take Wanda, for instance. Her chaotic magic is exceedingly formidable and must be taken into account. One must also consider the limitations of wearing the helmet perpetually, necessitating an enhancement of mental defenses. Chapter 65. Armament and Attire. When Carl arrived on the territory of the Morlock clan, the demeanor of the crowd shifted to one of fervent admiration, gazing at him with reverence. I was utterly astonished by the sheer strength of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Callisto regarded Carl with admiration, exclaiming, "You actually obliterated an aircraft carrier fleet. That is truly remarkable." "Indeed," Sander chimed in. "We were taken aback upon reading the news. The destruction of the carrier fleet could not be concealed. The U.S. Department of Defense was compelled to disclose the information. They refrained from stating it was Max who had wrought the destruction, instead attributing it to the Brotherhood of Mutants, as if that could diminish their incompetence and prevent the populace from fearing a mere 14-year-old child. This was hardly a daunting feat, Carl remarked nonchalantly, pondering how long it took to annihilate the fleet. Was it 1 minute or 2? Regardless, it instilled confidence among the mutants. Callisto laughed, adding, "It even compelled the U.S. Government to repeal the Mutant Control Act. While it cannot eradicate human discrimination, at least we need not fear imprisonment. Following that attack, the act was abolished. Many believed it was a direct consequence of the incident, and due to the failure of the Sentinels, the U.S. government refrained from publicizing the truth, thus attributing the credit solely to the Brotherhood of Mutants, which elicited immense gratitude from numerous mutants. It is not solely our merit. Carl shook his head, then stated, Callisto, I have matters to discuss with you. Could we find a secluded location? Certainly. Callisto rose, accompanied by Sander, leading Carl away from the shelter's main hall to a modest room in the rear. Although the space was not extensive, it contained a single bed and a table, with several boxes stacked in the corner. Upon entering, Sander closed the door and stood guard outside, granting the two privacy. Callisto perched herself on the table, declaring, This place is quite discreet. You may proceed. Callisto, leader, Carl began, fixing his gaze upon her. You are aware that tensions between Sri Nam and the United States are escalating. Inevitably, a war will erupt. We require the assistance of the Morlocks. So, you wish for us to collaborate with the Brotherhood of Mutants, engaging in warfare against the United States? Callisto immediately grasped his intent. Indeed, Carl nodded, asserting, at that time, you will launch internal assaults, coordinating efforts. That is unfeasible. Callisto shook her head, explaining, it is not a matter of unwillingness to assist. Rather, our strength is insufficient. Even the New York City police could decimate us. Do not worry. We shall ensure our agents accompany you to execute the mission when the time comes. Carl comforted, furthermore, we shall provide military assistance to the Morlocks, enabling you to arm yourselves and enhance your combat capabilities. However, war is a deadly affair. Callisto furrowed her brow. Of course, without death, how could one attain equality? Carl locked eyes with her and declared, if you wish to enjoy equal rights after we occupy this nation, you must contribute. Upon hearing this, Callisto's expression darkened. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, very well, but we cannot mobilize everyone. We can only send a small contingent. That will suffice. Carl reassured her. He did not expect too much from them and added, this time, I have brought you some aid. As he spoke, Carl produced a long, rectangular box from within his coat, placing it on the ground and pressing a red button atop it. In an instant, the box expanded rapidly, transforming into a container 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter high. Oh, Callisto gasped in surprise, leaning in to curiously inspect the box. How is this possible? Why can it enlarge? It is merely a standard scientific device, Carl explained. Having mastered PIM particles, he had crafted a box capable of resizing for ease of transport. He opened the container to reveal 5 automatic rifles, grenades, and a considerable supply of ammunition. All of this is for you, he stated, setting the weapons aside. Arm your people and ensure your protection. Thank you, Callisto replied, aware that the other party sought to exploit them, yet recognizing that even being exploited had its value, especially as they had indeed received assistance. But that is not all. Carl opened another layer of the box, revealing a suit on the left and a small satellite receiver on the right. The satellite receiver connects to your underground telephone lines, he explained, retrieving the receiver and extending its antenna. I have placed 2 communication satellites in orbit. You can contact us directly through them. Presently, you will need to adhere to specific time frames, but once there are more satellites, communication will be available around the clock. Carl was establishing a subspace satellite communication system. Lacking rockets, he had transported the satellites himself into subspace orbit for deployment. Callisto picked up the phone and inquired, if we encounter trouble, may we call upon your assistance? Carl nodded. Of course, we will respond promptly. That is excellent news, Callisto thought. Having long been concerned for the safety of the Morlock tribe, with the Brotherhood of Mutants support, their survival would be assured. And what about this? Callisto pointed to the suit. Try it on, Carl suggested, turning away. Just remember not to touch any buttons. Understood. Callisto quickly removed her clothing and donned the blue and black bodysuit, complete with a belt. Once dressed, she moved around a bit, finding it quite fitting. For this is tailored specifically for you. Carl turned around and assisted her in fastening the hood, obscuring half of her face. He stepped back and said, now press the blue button in the middle of your waist, followed by the yellow button on the left. Callisto immediately complied, and the moment she pressed the yellow button, a sharp pain coursed through her waist. Before she could react, she noticed her surroundings diminishing in size, with all objects, including Carl, appearing to expand. Once her body ceased its transformation, Callisto realized she stood no taller than Carl's shoes. However, she remained unperturbed, inquiring, so, just like with the previous box? I can freely alter my size. Indeed, Carl elucidated, this is an Ant-Man suit, which enables you to shrink to a height of 1 meter. You may wish to test your mobility. Callisto promptly obliged, executing a gentle leap that propelled her over 1 meter into the air, leaving her astonished. I can't believe I can jump this high, Carl remarked. Though your stature has diminished, your strength remains uncompromised, just as it was before. With that, Callisto bent her legs and leaped again, her 1-meter form surprisingly grazing the ceiling, approximately 3 meters above the ground. Judging by the distance of her jump, Callisto's physical prowess surpassed even that of Agent Zero. Wow, she exclaimed, landing gracefully in Carl's outstretched hand, hands on her hips. This is incredible. My strength is undiminished. Yet I can become so small. Whether for evasion, combat, or stealth operations, this will prove immensely advantageous. A smaller physique equates to a smaller target, making one less susceptible to attacks, while maintaining strength and enhancing speed. Moreover, Callisto's body had been fortified, endowing her with remarkable endurance, perception, and reflexes that eclipsed those of ordinary individuals. These attributes would yield substantial advantages within the realm of miniaturization. Callisto was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for this suit, even more so than its previous wearer, Brute. Press the button on the right, and you will revert to your original form, Carl reminded her. Callisto leapt from Carl's palm, tapping the red button at her waist, and her body expanded, landing on the ground. She assessed her physique, noting no discomfort. So this suit is a gift for me? Callisto inquired, pointing at the attire. With this suit, her combat capabilities would ascend to a new echelon. Yes, your current strength is insufficient to safeguard the Morlocks. You must grow stronger, Carl stated candidly. I share that sentiment, Callisto admitted, often feeling the weight of responsibility. Additionally, the red enlargement button will increase your size to approximately 12 meters, so be mindful of the ceiling height to avoid injury, Carl quickly added. Furthermore, the PIM particles within the suit are limited, allowing for approximately 6 transformations. Considering your body's recovery, you may only perform 3 reductions and expansions. Given Callisto's formidable physical attributes, her requirement for PIM particles was substantial. Coupled with Carl's restrictions on particle dissemination, only 3 transformations remained. That should suffice. Callisto did not feel deprived. Even a single opportunity to shrink, utilized at a crucial moment, could indeed save the Morlocks. She lowered her hood and donned her attire, concealing her form-fitting suit. Callisto had no intention of revealing this to anyone, not even to Sander, as she intended to keep it as her secret weapon. I've given you everything, so I shall take my leave. Carl secured the box, pressing the yellow button, causing it to shrink rapidly. He cradled it in his arms and walked away into the distance. During this visit to New York, he had another significant task. Magneto had instructed him to find a powerful telepath, reputed to possess mental abilities rivaling those of the professor. Her name was Emma Frost. Chapter 66. Emma Frost. Emma Grace Frost was born into a merchant family in Boston. She awakened her mutant abilities during high school, capable of reading others' thoughts and possessing telepathic powers. After a secondary mutation, her body could transform into Diamond. In college, she revealed her powers, leading her family to send her to the Essex Clinic, a psychiatric institution tailored for the elite and wealthy. As a mutant, Emma Frost endured harsh treatment there, subjected to a regimen of psychotropic drugs, including potent sedatives and medications that suppressed neurotransmission. Consequently, she spent most of her days unable to maintain normal cognitive function, let alone basic rationality. With a vacant expression and drooling lips, she resembled a soulless automaton. When Carl witnessed this scene from above the hospital, an overwhelming fury surged within him. Yet, he refrained from immediate violence, instead calling out loudly, "Blue Marvel." Before long, a figure appeared beside him, clad in a blue bodysuit that accentuated a muscular physique, a white cape billowing behind. He gazed at Carl and directly inquired, "What do you want, kid?" "Follow me," Carl responded, descending and shattering the walls of the psychiatric hospital, revealing Emma before him. She leaned against the wall, her head tilted, drool lingering at the corner of her mouth, utterly unresponsive. "Who is she?" Blue Marvel asked, frowning. "A mutant," Carl replied, suppressing his anger. "Just because she is a mutant? She is imprisoned here, drugged into becoming a mindless husk. This is utterly inhumane." Blue Marvel also felt a deep anger within, recognizing the cruelty and evil of stripping a person of their mental faculties through drugs. "Therefore, please do not impede me," Carl softly implored, his eyes turning crimson as he unleashed 2 beams of searing heat, piercing through the walls and striking the head of the institution's director, obliterating it. Upon witnessing this, Blue Marvel averted his gaze, closing his eyes, refraining from intervening. However, after Carl dispatched several more individuals with his heat vision, Blue Marvel stepped in front of him, allowing the beams to strike his face. "That's enough," Blue Marvel's voice came out hoarsely. Carl ceased to emit thermal rays and silently approached Emma, lifting her into the air as they ascended into the sky. Blue stood in astonishment for a moment, sighed, and subsequently departed the scene. Inside the hospital, Several figures congregated in the corridor, anxiously awaiting news, their faces etched with uncontainable fury. Those wretched scoundrels dared to do such a thing to her. Quicksilver could no longer restrain his anger. This exemplifies humanity's malevolence towards mutants, callously inflicting harm upon our brethren. Magneto's expression darkened. The tranquility he had found in Xavier's death was reignited by a torrent of rage. These people truly deserve their fate, muttered Darkstar Linea, her fists clenched tightly. As everyone awaited the examination results, they had summoned the finest doctors from the hospital, some of whom hailed from Cuba, part of the mutual support established post-diplomatic relations. The results revealed no significant issues, merely a state of physical weakness. Upon completing the examination, the doctor emerged, stating, as for the psychological concerns, they stem from the medication. Once discontinued, recovery will ensue gradually. That is reassuring. The group collectively sighed with relief. Carl had arranged for robotic guardians, while Wanda dispatched Vina to provide care. Nightcrawler and Quicksilver jointly undertook the responsibility of security to ensure Emma's safety. Emma's condition improved swiftly. Without the medication, by the following day, she had regained consciousness. After undergoing a medical assessment, she gazed at the blue-skinned Nightcrawler and the metallic robot, fear flickering in her eyes as she curled into herself. Do not be afraid. We are the good ones. Vina, adorned with green vines sprouting from her head, approached, assuring her, Carl rescued you. You are safe here. So I am no longer in the psychiatric hospital? Emma inquired, peering at the daffodils on the windowsill and the sunlight cascading onto the floor through the curtains. Her anxiety slightly alleviated. Then where is this? This is Suriname, the homeland of mutants, Carl announced as he strode confidently through the door, introducing himself, Ms. Emma. I am Carl. A pleasure to meet you. Are you the one who saved me? Emma's eyes brightened upon hearing his name, then gazed at the helmeted young man and said, Thank you, little brother. The time spent in the psychiatric hospital had been excruciating, for most of it. She was unaware of her surroundings. During the waning effects of the medication, as her consciousness flickered back, she was engulfed by pain and terror. On one rare occasion of lucidity, she managed to escape using her mental powers, but her frail body was soon captured by the guards and injected with a tranquilizer. Since then, her moments of awareness had diminished further. Without you, I cannot fathom how much longer I would have remained there. Emma expressed her gratitude. Not at all. It was merely a small effort on my part, Carl replied, moving closer to sit beside her on the bed. Ms. Emma, how do you feel now? My head is still a bit dizzy, lacking energy, yet I am much improved, Emma softly responded, her expression regaining some vitality, though fatigue still lingered. Take your time. You will recover, Carl remarked with a smile. Suriname is an inclusive nation where you need not worry about safety. Everyone will protect you. Indeed, having arrived in Suriname, there was no one who could harm her. The Nightwalker grinned, revealing sharp teeth reminiscent of a mythical demon, yet no longer evoking fear. Thank you, Emma expressed sincerely, feeling a warmth within her. Compared to her parents who had sent her to a psychiatric hospital, these unfamiliar compatriots treated her with greater kindness. As time passed, Emma's condition improved day by day. Her mental recovery was particularly swift, and by the following day, she was able to utilize her abilities. She chose not to announce her progress, instead using her telepathic powers to delve into the thoughts of those around her, discovering their genuine desire to assist her, which allowed her to finally relax. Only Magneto, amidst his fury and compassion, harbored a terrifying thought. He hoped that once she grew strong enough, he could use Professor Xavier's brainwave apparatus to eliminate all of humanity, though he quickly dismissed the thought upon remembering Xavier's demise. The plan instilled a sense of dread in Emma. The astute Magneto sensed her unease, understood the implications, and after offering some words of comfort, departed from the infirmary. Of course, there were individuals whose thoughts she could not penetrate, such as President Wanda, who bore an unusual energy shield in her mind, rendering her thoughts unreadable. Similarly, Carl, the one who saved her, donned a helmet that protected him from her mental control. Days later, Emma's body and mind had nearly fully recovered. Following a comprehensive examination by the doctors, she was finally granted permission to leave the hospital. Clad in simple jeans and a loose sweatshirt, she stepped through the hospital doors. She lifted her chin as sunlight bathed her face, and a gentle breeze caressed her, bringing a sense of physical relief. On the streets, vehicles traversed while pedestrians hurried by. The laughter of children intertwined with the shouts of vendors, creating a vibrant tableau. Emma inhaled deeply, climbed into a car, and embarked on a new chapter of her life. Chapter 67, The Mysterious Visitor. Having spent over half a month in Suriname, Emma, after regaining her health, intended to seek out activities. But Carl urged her to explore the country. She visited Riverside Park, which had recently been restored following a great battle. It was now filled with children at play. She toured the solar power station and glimpsed Carl napping atop the solar tower. She ventured to the Atomic Energy Research Institute, only to be scolded by Dr. Octopus. Emma also explored the Stellar Laboratory, where she encountered a shrunken goat and advanced exterminator-type robots, which boasted superior power, enhanced armor protection, heightened sensitivity, and quicker responses compared to their predecessors. The sole drawback was their exorbitant cost. Both the materials and detection radars required rare metals, making mass production exceedingly difficult. In addition to these places, Emma ventured into the alleyways, savoring local delicacies while employing her telepathic abilities to probe human sentiments towards mutants. She discovered that the majority of the populace harbored a sense of reverence and gratitude towards mutants. Reverence stemmed from their formidable powers, such as flight, immense strength, and the ability to manipulate the weather. Gratitude arose from the improved quality of life, increased income, universal access to electricity, enhanced public safety, and the abolition of elementary school tuition, which facilitated a significant number of children attending school. Some even regarded mutants as divine messengers, sent to liberate and save them. In Suriname, mutants held a prestigious status, as their abilities tangibly benefited the nation, while ordinary people provided labor and assisted mutants in managing the country. Their interdependence fostered the continuous advancement and betterment of the nation. Emma found great fondness for this place and decided to remain, prompting Carl to arrange for her employment at the Bureau of Security Intelligence. This department was primarily tasked with national security and intelligence gathering, albeit with a lower efficiency than Carl. Consequently, he initiated a reorganization following Emma's arrival. Carl assumed the role of director, Quicksilver became the deputy director, and Tommy from the Morlock clan was transferred here after training. Yet Emma remained the pivotal figure. Her abilities were exceptionally suited for intelligence work, enabling her to directly access target memories, swiftly acquire confidential information, and facilitate identification and interrogation, as well as employing mental manipulation to subvert adversaries. Carl, on the other hand, relied on superhuman hearing and X-ray vision for intelligence collection, both of which could be circumvented, allowing him to delegate tasks to Emma due to his busy schedule. Moreover, Soviet operatives were active in Suriname, centered around the embassy, alongside stationed officers, technical aid personnel, and businessmen, establishing an intelligence network to gather information on mutants and relay it back to the Soviet Union. Even Darkstar, Linnea, was part of this network, though she disclosed her involvement, and Carl had been monitoring her without uncovering any issues. Carl sought to ascertain the Soviet stance and hoped to leverage these operatives to infiltrate the upper echelons of the Soviet Union in preparation for future endeavors. Emma was ideally suited for this task, though she was still relatively inexperienced and required training. This encompassed intelligence collection and analysis, including reconnaissance, camouflage, cryptography, and data gathering, alongside mastering survival and combat skills, which involved physical conditioning, driving, marksmanship, and close-quarters combat. Carl devised a rigorous training regimen for her to follow daily. Exhausted, Emma returned to the dormitory with Tommy, shedding her shoes and placing her handgun in the drawer before collapsing onto her bed. She had accomplished much that day, interrogating 2 individuals, engaging in firearms training, and enduring physical conditioning, particularly feeling sore after strength training, causing her legs to tremble as she walked. Though weary, she refrained from voicing any complaints. If one day her psychic abilities were rendered impotent, at least she would retain a modicum of self-preservation. Emma lingered for a moment before rising, brushing her teeth in the bathroom, and returning to her bedroom. Just as she climbed into bed, intending to sleep, a cerulean light erupted behind her. Turning, she beheld 3 imposing figures materializing within her room. These entities towered nearly 3 meters high, their faces obscured by blue masks, their forms shrouded in flowing robes, with energy cores pulsating on their chests and shoulders, emanating vibrant azure energy. As they appeared before Emma, the air shimmered with arcs of blue light. "Who are you?" Emma inquired, instinctively curling into herself. She unleashed her psychic powers, attempting to invade their thoughts, yet found her efforts thwarted. "We are the Evolvers," a male voice resonated. "Our duty is to safeguard the most advanced species on the path of evolution, namely, the mutants." "Why have you sought me?" Emma hesitated to ask. "The most effective means of protecting mutants is to eliminate humanity," another figure interjected. "We have discovered a method to annihilate all humans." "What method?" Emma instinctively probed. "You possess formidable telepathic abilities." The Evolver raised his arm, pointing at Emma. "The Academy's brainwave amplification device has been enhanced. Should you choose to use it, you could connect with the consciousness of every human worldwide, leading to their complete eradication." "But why must we kill all humans?" Emma questioned, her expression bewildered. "Because they have inflicted harm upon mutants and harbor animosity towards them," the man continued. Only by exterminating them can we permanently resolve potential future crises. Isn't that a bit extreme? Emma frowned, questioning the rationale. Have you forgotten how humanity has treated you? The evolver pressed on. They captured you, imprisoned you, and suppressed your thoughts with drugs. The last statement was delivered with a hint of anger. The calm demeanor of the evolver momentarily shattered. Not all humans are malevolent, Emma countered, shaking her head. For instance, in Suriname, mutants coexist harmoniously with humans. That is merely a facade, born of their weakness and temporary compliance, the evolver responded. In other regions, powerful individuals exist, capable of obliterating mutants. I'm sorry, but I must refuse, Emma declared, shaking her head resolutely. I will not destroy all humans due to potential threats. I do not wish to become an executioner. Is that so? The evolver fell silent for a moment, the blue light surrounding him flickering, before he spoke again. Then we shall meet again in the future. Though you will not remember our encounter. Their forms began to fade, along with the memories of their existence, leaving Emma unaware that they had ever been present. At that moment, a searing beam of energy pierced through the walls, striking them. A radiant blue light coalesced into a shield, as the hot beam battered against it, creating ripples of azure. My shield was on the verge of collapse. The leading evolver raised his hand, his expression strained. We are here to assist you. The other two raised a hand, for fingers emitting blue light, merging into the shield to withstand the onslaught of the energy beam. However, in the next instant, a figure burst through the wall, appearing before them. You may come and go as you please. Carl Iyer floated in the air, surveying them with a cold gaze. What do you take my territory for? Chapter 68, The Evolver. From the shattered entrance, a figure glided in, not particularly tall, with a youthful visage that appeared to be merely 13 or 14, yet exuded a heavy aura of pressure. The evolvers braced themselves, releasing blue energy to form a protective barrier around them. Emma, upon seeing him, displayed a look of joy, leaping from her bed and running barefoot to hide behind him. We are not your enemies. The leading evolver addressed Carl, noting the crimson glow of his eyes. There is no need for such hostility towards us. Then why have you come here under such secrecy? Carl replied coldly, using his X-ray vision to scrutinize them, yet his view was obstructed by their robes and armor, preventing him from discerning their true nature. We have come to request Ms. Emma's assistance in a matter, the evolver explained. She is a powerful telepath, and if paired with the Academy's brainwave device, could annihilate humanity. Exterminate humanity? Carl furrowed his brow, perplexed. Why do you intend to do such a thing? The other party was equally bewildered, questioning. Why do you oppose this? I have refused them. Emma whispered from behind Carl. You have done well. Carl responded, patting her hand. You need to leave this place, as far away as possible. All right. Emma immediately ran off, intending to find help. The human race has continuously threatened the mutant population. Only by eradicating them can mutants achieve absolute safety, the evolver elucidated. Humans are also part of this world, Carl shook his head. Moreover, mutants arise from humanity. Exterminating humans would ultimately diminish the number of mutants. No, the number of mutants would actually increase, the evolver corrected him. The great celestial race aided upright beings in evolving into Homo sapiens, leaving behind mutated genes within them. However, the majority of these genes lie dormant, only awakening through a process to become mutants. The probability of humans awakening their genes is exceedingly low. Even the offspring of mutants and humans may never awaken their abilities. Another evolver interjected. In contrast, mutants possess a stable inheritance of awakening genes, fostering the superior evolution of their kind. Carl understood. So your objective is to eradicate all humanity, allowing mutants to breed and propagate, thereby ensuring a world solely inhabited by mutants. Indeed, the evolver spoke. This would not only prevent harm to humans, but also augment the mutant population, facilitating their accelerated evolution. But why pursue such a course? Carl's gaze fell upon them, curiosity evident in his inquiry. Are you also mutants? The leader of the evolvers replied, We are not. We are the ancients, transformed by the eternal clan into evolvers, secretly safeguarding the lineage capable of traversing the furthest path of evolution. The celestial beings arrived on Earth 1,000,000 years ago, utilizing Homo erectus to create 3 races, the eternal clan, the abnormal clan, and Homo sapiens possessing mutated genes. At the inception of the eternal and abnormal clans, their numbers were a mere 100. The eternal clan boasts infinite longevity, but lacks the ability to reproduce among themselves. Burdened with a genetic mandate to protect the Celestials and the Earth, correcting deviations. Coupled with 2 civil wars within the Eternal Clan, one faction encountered the Kree, leading to a dwindling membership. The Abnormal Clan exhibits a higher mutation probability than mutants, yet at times deviates excessively from human genetics. For instance, ogres and giants have evolved from them, and nearly all abnormals possess remarkably bizarre appearances. Furthermore, the abnormal clan harbors hostility towards other races, prompting the Eternal clan to rectify the abnormal's deviations, resulting in fierce conflicts between the two. Only the mutants hold greater potential on the path of evolution, fulfilling the Celestial clan's expectations of humanity, with the possibility of becoming the perfect human. Thus, the Eternal clan scientist, Phastos, rescued several ancients threatened by beasts, enhancing their intellect, transforming their bodies, and crafting armor capable of wielding cosmic energy, empowering them to protect the furthest species on the evolutionary trajectory, namely, the mutants. Once, the Southern ancients posed a threat to Homo sapiens, prompting the evolvers to eliminate them, allowing Homo sapiens to propagate successfully. Now, as humanity once again threatens mutants, the evolvers have long sought to annihilate humanity, especially since Katie assisted the war police in developing a new brainwave device, combined with Emma's formidable psychic abilities, presenting an opportunity to exterminate all human beings. Have you ever considered, Carl inquired, employing biotechnology to activate the genes of all humans? Humanity possesses genes within, and given the chance, everyone could become mutants, thus eradicating the human race entirely. However, not all mutants embark on the path of evolution. The voice of the evolver was devoid of emotion, yet carried an air of cruelty. Only the powerful mutants are deemed worthy of reproduction and advancement towards the pinnacle of evolution. Those of the lowest epsilon-level mutants, despite their mutations, have instead become deformed, lacking the formidable power that the abnormals possess. In the eyes of the evolvers, such individuals are merely defective products in need of elimination. Consequently, the majority of the Morlock mutants also fall under their purging agenda. I see now. Carl nodded and said, I am truly sorry. But I cannot permit the extermination of humanity. Once a human myself, I cannot stand idly by as they face annihilation. This world requires humanity. They have forged ancient civilizations, created resplendent cultures, and driven technological advancements, making them an indispensable part of existence. Moreover, the threat posed by mutants is dire. As the evolver stated, mutants possess immense potential on the path of evolution, capable of birthing extraordinarily powerful beings. Furthermore, if only mutants remain, how could one like me, a Kryptonian, hope to govern them? It is the delicate balance between mutants and humans that sustains equilibrium. I cannot acquiesce. Emma interjected from behind Carl. I respect your opinions. The voice of the evolver echoed, yet we shall remain vigilant, ever prepared to eradicate those who threaten the mutant race. Is that so? Carl inquired softly. How many of you are there? 21, replied the evolver. That is sufficient, Carl smiled. However, mutants indeed face a significant crisis. I wish to meet your other members to discuss how we might resolve this predicament. The evolver paused momentarily before responding. Very well, please join us. Carl moved to their side, and the three raised their hands, unleashing blue energy that coalesced into a pitch-black portal surrounding them, consuming their forms. In an instant, Carl and the three evolvers found themselves in an expansive desert, sand stretching endlessly before them, the Sahara Desert. As Carl surveyed his surroundings, he spotted 18 blue figures scattered about, completing the total of 21. Without further ado, Carl lunged at the evolver to his right, raising his fist to strike at the opponent's head. A shield of blue energy formed in an attempt to absorb the blow, yet it shattered, his punch connecting with the helmet, fracturing the hard armor and obliterating the head within, leaving behind a headless corpse that toppled backward. Simultaneously, two blue beams struck the spot where Carl had just stood, as the two evolvers who had accompanied him launched their assault the moment they arrived. Moreover, several of the 15 surrounding evolvers raised their hands, each with only 4 fingers, unleashing blue energy beams toward Carl. It seems our objectives align, Carl remarked with a smirk, his body deftly evading the incoming beams. In the next moment, he executed a swift maneuver in midair, reappearing before an evolver, delivering a punch that penetrated the shield and helmet, shattering the adversary's skull. Thus began a brutal feast of carnage. Chapter 69, The Law of the Jungle. A cerulean beam of light unfurled through the air, intertwining to form a dense web of cosmic energy, each ray brimming with the potential to annihilate all at the molecular level. The evolutionaries hovered aloft, torrents of surging energy cascading from beneath their robes, propelling them as they pursued the elusive figure. Yet, Carl's speed eclipsed their wildest imaginings. Like a bolt of lightning, he vanished in the instant the beams converged, leaving only a blurred afterimage in his wake. The shields of the evolutionaries crumpled under the force of Carl's fist, as fragile as parchment, shattering with a single blow. As Carl darted through the air, each strike resonated with the splintering of their shields and the dissipation of energy, resulting in the permanent disappearance of 2 beams of energy. With each foe eliminated, the threat diminished, and when only 8 remained, The evolutionaries' expressions turned somber. Gradually, they drew closer together, 4 of them converging at the center, channeling their cosmic energy to forge a formidable shield that enveloped them. "Do you truly believe this can withstand me?" Karl proclaimed as he descended from the heavens, his fist clenched, striking the shield and obliterating it entirely. The force of his blow, imbued with energy, struck the 4, shattering them inch by inch. At that moment, their energy cores detonated, igniting a chain reaction among the corpses nearby. Their gathering had been a desperate gambit, sacrificing their lives to ensnare Karl within, triggering an explosion of energy in an attempt to vanquish him. A colossal surge of energy erupted, transforming into a vast orb of light that illuminated the obsidian night sky. Sand was pulverized and propelled outward by the shockwave, forming a chasm over 100 meters deep and a kilometer wide at the heart of the desert. Its surface charred beyond recognition. Such a monumental explosion could obliterate a city, yet it failed to achieve the intended effect. Karl soared through the air, his skin unmarred, though his garments had vanished. Had he faced Blue Wonder in his previous state, he might have sustained injuries, but over the past month, under the sun's rays, his physical prowess had once again ascended, his skin rendered more resilient, his biological field fortified. Nevertheless, even this formidable field was dispersed by the blast, and his attire was annihilated. Surveying the surrounding sands, Karl found no remnants of the evolutionaries' bodies, and he lamented the absence of their technological advancements. He ascended into the sky, transforming into a streak of light, and returned to Srinam. After donning a fresh set of clothes, Karl sought out Emma at the presidential palace, where Magneto, Quicksilver, and Wanda were gathered alongside the Hunter Squad. Upon his return, a collective sigh of relief emanated from them. Magneto inquired directly, "What became of those adversaries?" "I dispatched 21 evolutionaries," Karl responded, "but I suspect there may still be survivors." "We must exercise caution," Wanda remarked, concern etching her features. "If Emma were taken, humanity would be in peril. Perhaps it would be better if humanity were to perish entirely," came the chilling retort. Mazanga stood not far away, his expression indifferent as he remarked that those inherently malevolent beings should be eradicated without exception. Emma, upon hearing his words, felt a twinge of fear. However, having delved into Mazangu's memories, she glimpsed the torment of his past, which evoked a sense of sorrow within her. Yet, according to the information divulged by the Evolvers, Karl stepped aside and stated that humanity inherently carries genes, albeit in a dormant state, and only those who awaken their abilities are deemed mutants. Such a revelation caused Magneto's brow to furrow. He had not anticipated that humans were potential mutants. "What if we could awaken the genes of all humanity?" Quicksilver interjected. "Wouldn't that mean the world would be filled with mutants, thus eradicating discrimination?" "Not quite," replied the maid Vina, as she brought coffee to Emma, gently adding, "There are still clear hierarchies among mutants. Even within the Morlock clan, there exists a stratification of strength, where the powerful enjoy greater resources, ample food, and private quarters, while the weaker are forced to crowd into shared spaces, often going hungry. The disparities among mutants are stark. Some are physically impaired, rendering their lives challenging." Wanda chimed in. "Yet, there are mutants who can manipulate the weather, traverse the cosmos, or connect the thoughts of countless individuals. In truth, discrimination exists among humans as well, irrespective of mutants." Karl asserted, "Differences in ethnicity, gender, age, appearance, and intellect breed discrimination. Wealth and power exacerbate this further. Moreover, in the animal kingdom, the law of the jungle prevails. This is unavoidable. Where there are differences, there will be a spectrum of strength and weakness." Magneto declared, "The strong must protect the weak, and in return, they naturally acquire more power and resources. I have no desire for equality." The Toad Morty spoke. "To live a life identical to that of humans would be preferable to my demise." "Then let us strive to become stronger," Karl smiled. "At the very least, we can maintain control over our own destiny." Enough of this discourse, Wanda turned to Emma, saying, "Emma's significance is paramount. We must contemplate how to safeguard her. We could integrate her into the Hunters team. We are in need of a telepath," Sabretooth suggested. "With our numbers, we can protect her," he added. "That is feasible. However, I have additional tasks for her," Karl considered. The intelligence work would be incomplete without Emma, stating, "Henceforth, the Hunters team will join the National Security Intelligence Bureau, responsible for national safety while also participating in intelligence operations. Nightcrawler and Brute, clad in Ant-Man's uniform, would be well suited for intelligence gathering. Furthermore, given the overwhelming strength of the Hunters team, such a multitude was unnecessary for task execution. Thus, it would be prudent to join the Intelligence Bureau and adapt based on varying missions." "Let it be as you suggest." Wanda had no objections. "Emma can accompany them back to the base shortly." Karl left with those words and walked outside, stating that he had matters to attend to. The preparation and utilization of PIM particles had been completely mastered, and the task of nuclear fusion had been entrusted to Dr. Octopus, who was contemplating his next course of action. Today, the evolvers mentioned genes, and he believed that the journey should commence with genetics. Mastering the ability of gene programming to modify and activate genes, thereby unleashing the potential of mutants. As Carl exited the room and entered the corridor, he took flight, intending to depart, when he heard Emma's voice calling from behind, "Carl, wait a moment." Emma chased after him, reaching his side with a smile and saying, "Thank you for what you did for me today." "It was nothing." Carl waved his hand dismissively. "After all, they had no intention of harming you." In truth, through Emma, he had located the Evolver tribe, eradicated them, and resolved a potential future threat. But at that moment, you were unaware. "I only saw you coming to rescue me." Standing in front of me, Emma said gratefully, "Moreover, this is not the first time. You have saved me from the depths of despair, only because you are useful." She added, "If you truly appreciate my efforts." Carl gazed at her gently and replied, "Then you too should follow my lead and save others." With that, Carl soared into the air, vanishing from sight. Strong, handsome, gentle, responsible, he is my ideal type. Watching Carl's retreating figure, Emma felt a pang of regret. Alas, he was only 14. Chapter 70. The Disappearance of Jean. At the academy, a winged aircraft slowly descended, its hatch opening to reveal Sabretooth jumping down with a shield in hand, followed closely by Red Tank, Nightcrawler, and Brute. Emma, clad in a white form-fitting uniform, carefully descended the steps. "Welcome." Cyclops, with a complex expression, stood waiting. "Really?" Sabretooth asked, grinning at Cyclops. "Do you truly welcome us?" "Not in the slightest." Wolverine approached, his demeanor unfriendly. "Seeing you makes me feel nauseous." "Who is speaking? Why can I not see him?" Victor turned his head, searching, then lowered it to look at Logan, saying, "So you are here. My apologies, you're just too short for me to see." Logan's teeth ground in frustration as he unsheathed 3 claws, preparing to charge, only to be restrained by Beast. "All right, Chihuahua," Victor coldly admonished Logan. "Do not forget that it was you who sought our assistance." Logan, "Do not be angry, Bobby," covered in a layer of ice, interjected. "We need their help." "I know," Wolverine nodded, retracting his claws. "Let us go inside and talk." The group entered the academy and reached the conference room. Once seated, Cyclops moved to the front, pressed the playback button, and stated, "Recently, we were attacked. The enemy invaded our academy and abducted Jean." The screen flickered to life, revealing a figure soaring through the air clad in a wingsuit, emitting sound waves from his mouth to harness the force of reaction, propelling him in a rapid descent towards the academy. As he drew near, he unleashed a cacophony of sound waves that shattered panes of glass, launching an assault on the members of the tactical unit. The red quartz goggles of Cyclops cracked under the strain, scattering light that inadvertently struck Beast McCoy. At that moment, a man adorned in a purple skin-tight suit emerged, firing yellow lasers from the barrels on his arms, wounding him. The icy exterior encasing Iceman shattered as he emitted freezing vapors. Yet the resultant ice fragmented under the sonic assault. Angel Warren soared in to attack, but was struck down from above, losing a multitude of feathers in the process. Wolverine, enduring the din, ascended a building in an attempt to pounce, only to be repelled by the relentless sound waves. In that instant, the man in the purple suit hurled a sonic grenade into the room, incapacitating the others, before seizing Jean Grey and whisking her away, the footage abruptly ceasing. "Wait a moment," Emma interjected. "Isn't Jean a telepath? Why did she remain inert, succumbing so easily?" The television screen flickered once more, revealing a man cloaked in a yellow cape, lurking furtively. Mastermind, a founding member of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Many of you may not recognize him. Our mission is to retrieve him. Sabretooth had learned of his existence from Carl, stating, "It appears Jean was battling his illusions before being overwhelmed by the sound waves and the sonic grenade." "And who are those two?" Brute, clad in Ant-Man's attire, inquired, pointing at the screen. "One is known as Siren, a notorious thief who has repeatedly infiltrated bank vaults and museums," Scott explained. "As for the other, we are unfamiliar with him." Carl asserted that this individual must also be captured. Sabretooth nodded, then remarked, "Yet how to locate them poses a challenge. Jean's telepathic abilities are formidable." McCoy turned to Emma, saying, "We possess a cerebral wave scanner. If another powerful telepath wears it, we can pinpoint her location." "You certainly have substantial knowledge." Sabretooth squinted, as Emma's situation remained classified even in Sri Lanka. "Emma's mental prowess is exceedingly potent," Scott added. "Jean discovered her presence through the cerebral wave scanner. In fact," McCoy continued, "during your high school years, Professor Xavier invited you to the academy." "I recall. But at the time I declined. I did not wish to leave my parents," Emma nodded. "Had I accepted then, perhaps I would not have been confined to a psychiatric hospital. Of course, I would have become an adversary to all. Let us not dwell on that." Sabretooth ignited a cigarette, stating, "Let us commence. The sooner we fulfill our mission, the sooner we can return." They promptly made their way to the brainwave chamber, a vast semicircular room adorned with curved metallic panels on its dome. In the very center rested a chair. Emma approached it, donning the helmet under McCoy's guidance, which obscured half her face. McCoy activated the switch, and Emma summoned her mental powers with all her might. Under the expansion of the brainwave device, her consciousness spread across the entire planet, the world shrinking continuously into a sphere, with countless points of light manifesting upon its surface. With a mere thought, Emma could connect to each point of light on Earth, penetrate their thoughts, manipulate their minds, and even extinguish their lives. Among them, several exceptionally formidable blue points radiated a tumultuous energy, as if they could obliterate all that existed. There was also a black point emanating negative energy, and a crimson point in South America, though not vast, exuded a twisted force that was likely Wanda. Undoubtedly, these individuals were inferior to her, amplified by the brainwave device. Her own point shone as brilliantly as the sun. But what of Jean Grey? She might be in a state of unconsciousness. McCoy's voice resonated, though she would still be more powerful than an ordinary person. Understood. Emma swiftly filtered out the points representing ordinary minds, leaving only a little over 1,000. Varying in strength. As she searched among these points, she discovered a powerful yet suppressed light, sending out a signal of distress. This must be the one. Emma locked onto the point, pinpointing its location within the sphere, and immediately discerned Jean Grey's position. It was situated in a region of Central Europe, narrowed down to a diameter of 500 meters, located on the western slopes of the Carpathian Mountains. Found it. Emma removed the brainwave device, rose to her feet, and conveyed the location to the group. "Then let us proceed," Scott said, looking earnestly at Sabretooth. "This mission requires your assistance." "Rest assured, we shall aid you," Victor replied, shouldering his shield as he stepped outside. However, all spoils, including personnel, belong to us. Their objective was straightforward: to retrieve the Siren and the Illusionist. Chapter 71, The Third Factor. It was now late February, yet the western slopes of the Carpathian Mountains remained frigid, their peaks cloaked in snow, icicles hanging from the pines, and the cold wind howling, biting to the bone. The Thunderwing aircraft approached from a distance, and before it neared the Chatries Mountains, several drones emerged from afar, heading towards the aircraft. "Do you require assistance?" Cyclops called out from the distance. "Open the hatch. I can help you take them down." "Thank you." "But that won't be necessary," replied Warlord, his fingers deftly manipulating the controls on the panel, while his tail struck the keyboard. The Thunderwing's underside opened on both sides, launching missile pods that accurately struck the drones. Not only that, the energy cannon of the fighter jet rotated, unleashing beams of light that obliterated the remaining drones. The adversary had already detected their presence. It was time to land here. Sabretooth stood and approached the hatch. The Toad maneuvered the Thunderwing to descend into the canyon. Hovering in midair, the hatch opened, and Victor was the first to leap out, followed closely by Red Tank and Brute. Nightcrawler, gripping Emma, appeared on the ground, with 5 members of the War Police also jumping down. The Thunderwing fighter ascended once more, soaring into the higher altitudes, yet it remained in close pursuit, ever ready to provide fire support. The 10-person team advanced across the snow-covered terrain, with Victor leading the way, employing his heightened senses to scrutinize the surroundings, leaving no trace overlooked. Nightcrawler and Red Tank flanked Emma, ensuring her safety was paramount within the group. Angel flapped his wings and soared into the sky, utilizing his exceptional long-range vision to monitor the area, safeguarding aerial security. Logan lagged behind, relying on his keen instincts to remain vigilant against potential threats from the rear. They pressed onward toward their objective, traversing the canyon, until a low, formidable mountain peak came into view. At the forefront of the mountain's base stood a massive alloy armored door. That was the location. Scott gazed into the distance, anxious for Jean's safety, quickening his pace to join Victor. "Do not rush," Sabretooth cautioned, gripping his shield and slowing his steps to shield Emma, his ears twitching. "Something approaches. Enemy attack, spider robots." Angel's voice resonated in the air as he ascended skyward. Accompanied by their warnings, 2 to 3 dozen mechanical spiders emerged from the surrounding mountainside, their 8 metallic limbs bracing against the ground, equipped with laser emitters above. However, thanks to their forewarning, they were well prepared. Cyclops unleashed a beam of concussive energy, shattering the spider robots, then pivoted his head, directing the beams to obliterate the remaining machines. Iceman launched an ice spear, freezing a spider robot, then waved his left hand to conjure an ice wall, shielding against incoming lasers while protecting Emma's flank. Wolverine charged forth, skimming the ground at high speed, allowing lasers to rain upon him as he plunged into the throng of machines, commencing his carnage. Boom, boom, boom. Rockets rained down from above, targeting the ground and detonating the spider robots. Through their collaborative efforts, the mechanical spiders were swiftly dispatched. Once assured of their safety, they advanced toward the base. As they approached the entrance, Red Tank immediately surged forward toward the base's gate. Yet, in the next moment, the door opened slightly, and a figure emerged. Clad in a red bodysuit, standing at 6 feet tall and weighing 200 pounds, he possessed a robust physique, yet appeared somewhat diminutive compared to Red Tank's massive form. Nevertheless, he stood resolutely in Red Tank's path, arms crossed, with an expression of calm. Looking for death, the Crimson Tank unleashed its full force, accelerating with fervor as a palpable energy field formed in front of it, akin to a high-speed train colliding with its target. A resounding clang reverberated outward, sending shockwaves that fractured the surrounding mountainside. Yet, the man before it remained unscathed, maintaining a distance that the Crimson Tank could not breach. How could this be? Surprise etched across the tank's visage as it raised its arm to strike, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier, unable to make contact. Gans Herbane, a renowned wrestler, known by the moniker Untouchable Unos. He possessed the extraordinary ability to generate a protective energy field around himself, capable of withstanding kinetic and energy assaults. Even the Crimson Tank could not penetrate his defenses. Witnessing this, Saber Tiger turned to the woman beside him and urged, "Emma, use your psychic abilities to control him." However, Emma stood still, offering no response. In her line of sight, as the two clashed, snow cascaded from the peaks of 3 mountains, creating a thunderous sound as it descended towards those below. "Run! Run!" Saber Tiger shouted, as Brute hoisted Emma and fled into the distance. "Your illusion is remarkably realistic." Emma chuckled. "Visual, auditory, and tactile sensations can all be simulated, far surpassing mere visual mimicry. I can even feel the chill." She continued, "Yet, there are too many flaws. With Brute's weight, his footsteps should be heavier, and the Nightwalker emits a faint thud and a scent of sulfur during movement, which you overlooked. Moreover, had I known you were present, the mental links I established with many would not have severed." As her words fell, a surge of psychic energy radiated from Emma, dispelling the illusions and revealing the true surroundings. She found herself within a fortress of ice, crafted by the Iceman Bobby, which sheltered her in stillness. Emma quickly utilized the mental link to observe her environment through Brute and Angel's perspectives. She spotted over 20 figures clad in winter attire emerging from the mountain path, armed with laser guns, advancing towards them. A multitude of spider-like robots appeared, their metallic limbs scurrying forward, unleashing streams of laser fire. Additionally, a dozen drones soared towards the Thunderwing in the sky. "Let my inventions entertain you," a man donned in a purple bodysuit declared triumphantly behind them. Brian Dunlap, the genius inventor, known as the Ogre, stirred the air as a figure hurtled through the sky, releasing powerful sound waves from its gaping maw. The siren had returned. As the enemy approached, Angel Warren flapped his wings and charged forward, only for the siren to direct its mouth towards him, unleashing a sonic blast. "I will not be struck by you as I was last time." Warren immediately veered to the side, attempting to evade the range of the sound waves. However, the sea monster opened its mouth wide, and the intensity and scope of the sonic blast suddenly increased, enveloping Warren and propelling him violently against the mountainside. With a resounding crash, a soft sound echoed above the sea creature, revealing a figure with blue skin and a tail, none other than the Nightwalker, who brandished a dagger aimed at the creature's neck. Yet, in the next moment, another figure emerged behind the Nightwalker, an elderly man clad in a crimson high-collared coat, wielding a peculiar firearm that unleashed a beam of energy towards Wagner. The Vanisher, Telford Porter, possessed the ability to teleport within a certain range, even to places he had never visited. With a loud thud, the Nightwalker vanished once more, reappearing in the air on the opposite side, creating distance, only to be pursued by the Vanisher, compelled to flee relentlessly. With the Nightwalker no longer a hindrance, the sea monster dove downward, unleashing another sonic wave. Emma sought to invade its consciousness, but a voice rang in her ears. "Do you still have time to concern yourself with others?" Suddenly, the surrounding ice walls transformed into a lush lawn, and a man in a brown trench coat appeared in the distance, the master of illusions. Seeing him, Emma exclaimed, "Stand down. We are all members of the Brotherhood of Mutants." "I'm sorry, but I have withdrawn from the Brotherhood. I am now a member of the Third Factor," the master of illusions replied coldly. "Everyone has missed you," Emma urged, "and Magneto has returned. He remembers you fondly." "Do not deceive me. Those individuals do not miss me at all," the master of illusions retorted icily. "I no longer require them. I am immensely powerful now." Once limited to mere visual deception, he now could simulate auditory and tactile sensations, crafting genuine illusions. "Very well. Then I shall be forced to subdue you and take you away," Emma declared. unleashing her psychic abilities to dispel his illusions while simultaneously pinpointing the Master of Illusions' location and invading his mental space. "You foolishly entered my domain." Much like that woman named Jean, the Master of Illusions scoffed as numerous tanks and soldiers appeared around him, charging towards Emma, their cannons roaring and gunfire erupting. With a swift gesture of her left hand, Emma conjured a psychic shield that absorbed all incoming attacks. Then, directing her left hand towards the Master of Illusions, she released a bolt of concentrated mental energy that struck him down. Yet, in the next instant, all the soldiers transformed into the Master of Illusions and launched an assault against Emma. Biting her silver teeth, she swung her hands, manifesting a psychic shockwave that shattered all soldiers and tanks. Yet, she soon found herself submerged in water, surrounded by sharks with gaping maws, all gnashing their teeth towards her. She should not have ventured into his mind. Emma felt a pang of regret as she dispelled the sharks, only to discover that numerous volcanoes had emerged around her, spewing fiery lava that rained down upon her. A relentless stream of illusions materialized, dissipating only to coalesce once more, incessantly tormenting her and preventing her from concentrating. It seemed that the only hope of salvation lay in her teammates defeating their adversaries. Chapter 72. Submission. The battle reached a fever pitch. Under the onslaught of the enemy, the Hunter Squad and the law enforcement members utilized the ice walls created by the Iceman as cover, engaging in fierce combat. Cyclops unleashed his beams upon the airborne sirens. Though his attacks were deftly evaded, they nonetheless thwarted their advance. Mechanical spiders surged from all directions, their backs equipped with laser cannons that fired beams, leaving numerous craters in the ice. Over 20 well-trained soldiers followed closely behind, armed with laser rifles and equipped with stun grenades, posing a significant threat. Wolverine surged forward, shielded by the beast's cover fire, charging into the throng of mechanical spiders, his claws slashing as he dismantled them. The mechanical spiders exploded, enveloped in a yellow energy, leaving a crater in their wake, while Wolverine remained unscathed, his wounds rapidly healing. Endowed with immense strength, indomitable claws, and the power of self-regeneration. Witnessing this, the inventor Brian tapped a few times on his arm, prompting the surrounding mechanical spiders to lunge at Wolverine. After he destroyed 2 of the spider drones, 3 others clambered onto his body, their metallic limbs ensnaring his own. Immobilizing him, Brute pressed a button on his uniform, shrinking down to a height of 15, and charged towards the enemy. Burrowing through the thick snow to emerge amidst the throng, he leaped, delivering a powerful blow to the side of an adversary's knee, shattering bone and sending the foe crashing to the ground, where he was further incapacitated by a kick. He then soared high, delivering a kick to another soldier's head, sending him sprawling. Utilizing the recoil, he appeared before yet another soldier, striking him down as he descended. However, at that moment, a stun grenade detonated beside him, staggering Brute and leaving him slightly dazed, just as he was struck by a laser. Sabretooth rushed forward, shield raised, sustaining some injuries before dragging Brute down to safety within the ice fortress. The tide of battle turned unfavorable. Nightcrawler found himself at a disadvantage before the Vanisher, while the Incognito restrained the red tank. Moreover, several green robots emerged, their multi-barreled laser cannons unleashing a barrage of energy projectiles with ferocious intensity. The law enforcement and hunters found themselves on the back foot as the enemy steadily approached. Yet, at that moment, a crimson beam of light suddenly illuminated the sky, piercing through a drone hovering above. A shadow surged into the cluster of machines, colliding with the drone and shattering it. With scarlet eyes emitting searing beams, it obliterated the surrounding drones. Carl had arrived. Upon witnessing the figure in the sky, a palpable sense of relief washed over them. Carl alone possessed strength surpassing that of all present combined. Having received alarming news from the Frog, he rushed over at breakneck speed, aware that the enemy's numbers exceeded expectations and that someone had intercepted the red tank. He soared through the air, surveying the scene below, swiftly selecting targets, unleashing beams of heat that dismantled spider robots and gunned down soldiers. The siren sensed Carl's presence and immediately darted towards him, releasing a tremendous sonic wave. Yet, the area before him was devoid of adversaries. Carl appeared behind the creature, seizing its calf and effortlessly tossing it against the mountainside, the sound of breaking bones echoing, rendering it unconscious. Turning, Carl continued his assault with searing beams, dispatching one enemy after another. "I surrender," exclaimed the inventor Brian, raising his hands in terror, lamenting the futility of risking his life for mere coins. As even he capitulated, the surrounding soldiers discarded their weapons, ceasing their fight. "Capture them," Carl commanded, having eliminated all resistors, and approached the red tank, which was assaulting the enemy with fervor. Despite the red tank's relentless attacks, it could not breach the invisible barrier safeguarding the opponent. "Stand aside," Carl propelled the red tank away, confronting Unos. "No one can touch me," Unos boasted. But his expression morphed into one of horror in the next instant. Carl plunged his hands into the force field, tearing it apart with a violent rip, unleashing a tempest of chaotic energy. He stepped forward, standing before Unos, his eyes glowing crimson. "Submit or perish." "Submit. I pledge my loyalty to you," Unos hastily declared, astonished to witness someone capable of dismantling his force field. "Excellent," Carl remarked as he turned to depart. Again, the red tank lunged towards Unos, preparing to strike him once more. "Wait, I surrender," Unos shouted in frustration. "We are teammates now, you fool." Meanwhile, the Vanisher Telford, sensing the dire situation, teleported away. The Nightwalker attempted to pursue, but the distance of Telford's teleportation was greater, and without any anomalies, he was unable to trace him. What a formidable little brat. Telford mused as he materialized in a deep canyon, walking alongside a stream into the distance, lamenting how a promising situation had been dismantled by a mere youth. At that moment, a figure unexpectedly appeared beside him, standing about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a helmet. It was Carl L. Impossible. Telford gasped in shock, promptly vanishing again. But the next instant, Carl reappeared beside him once more. Several transmissions from Trafford, yet Carl remained steadfast. "I surrender." The Vanished raised his hand, a mournful expression gracing his face as he pleaded, "Do not kill me. I can set you free." Carl regarded him and inquired, "Would you then be willing to serve under my command?" "Yes, yes." The Vanished nodded eagerly. "Excellent." Carl's expression turned one of satisfaction. He had set his sights on the Siren, yet the Untouchable and the Vanished proved to be even more remarkable. "Then let us return." Carl soared into the distance, and Trafford, hesitant to flee, obediently followed. Upon their return to the canyon, Carl descended amongst his companions, discovering that the enemies had been subdued and Brute had awakened. "Take a few individuals to the base, capture the Illusion Master, and rescue the Harpist," Carl commanded as he noticed Emma still standing there. "Scott, Beast, accompany me." The Sabretooth, shield in hand, led the two into the base, with Logan trailing behind. "Be cautious," the Vanished shouted from his position. "There's still one more person in the base." As his words echoed, a craft emerged from halfway up the mountain, speeding away into the horizon. "That's him. He is a shapeshifter, capable of altering his appearance at will, and serves as the deputy leader of the third factor. Once he escapes, you shall not be able to pursue him," Trafford hurriedly explained. "No rush. Let him fly for a moment," Carl replied, waiting until the figure vanished from sight before ascending into the sky in pursuit. The shapeshifter piloted his craft, landing on a small island in the Atlantic, and upon disembarking, entered the base situated on the island. "Master Mutant," he exclaimed upon entering, his face a mask of terror. "Our forces have been defeated. I am the only one who escaped." "How is this possible?" The Master Mutant, a tall figure adorned with a helmet, thundered in anger. "Who did this?" "The War Police and several mutants from Suriname," the shapeshifter replied hastily. "They could handle it until a flying imp appeared, easily defeating everyone. The Untouchable and the Vanished were captured as well. So, he can capture the Vanished, but not you?" The Master Mutant's expression darkened as he strode towards the exit. "Fool, you have become his bait. Leave this place at once." Yet, at the entrance of the base, a figure emerged, Carl L., gliding toward the two. "So, you are their leader?" Carl's gaze fell upon him, eyebrows raised, eyes emitting a fierce intensity as he reduced his output power, striking the opponent. The Master Mutant was hurled backward, crashing to the ground, his skin fracturing as it fell away, revealing a creature resembling an octopus with green skin and tentacles. "What is this?" the shapeshifter exclaimed in confusion. "Why is he an octopus? Please, do not kill me." The Master of Mutants, with a visage marked by fear, stammered, "I am not of this earth. I hail from another realm. If you spare me, I shall depart at once." "You wretched cur, you are no mutant at all, and yet you dare to deceive me." The shapeshifter lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of fists and kicks upon him. "Enough. Cease this violence," Carl commanded, and the shapeshifter immediately halted, while the Master of Mutants displayed an expression of relief, casting a grateful glance toward Carl. In the next instant, two beams of lethal energy pierced through the Master's form, extinguishing his life. How simple it was to eliminate him, leaving a trail of viscous residue in their wake. Afterward, Carl turned to the shapeshifter and inquired, "What is your name and your ability?" "I am Kevin Sidney, and my power is transformation," Kevin replied earnestly, his form beginning to shift, diminishing in stature to closely resemble Carl. "An impressive ability indeed," Carl remarked with satisfaction. "From now on, serve me." "Certainly," Kevin pledged instantly. "Henceforth, I shall heed only your commands." "Then let us be off." Carl scanned the base, finding nothing of particular interest before taking flight toward the Chitaris Mountains. Upon his return to the gorge, he found Jean had been rescued, resting against Scott's shoulder, while Logan squatted nearby, inquiring with concern, The illusion master had been captured. Seated upon a rock, his expression a complex tapestry as he regarded Carl. After departing from the Brotherhood of Mutants, he had intended to stir up some significant turmoil. When the shapeshifter extended an invitation, he decided to join, only to be met with the unexpected downfall of the organization, and Magneto had even bestowed his helmet upon him. What are your plans now? Will you return to Suriname? Carl asked him. I do not intend to return, Jason replied, shaking his head. In Suriname, I am overlooked. I would rather seek a place where my abilities can flourish. I see. Carl mused for a moment before unleashing 2 laser beams that penetrated Jason's skull, ending his life as his body crumpled to the ground. The surrounding individuals gasped in shock, and Scott furrowed his brow, questioning, Carl, why did you kill him? Since he is no longer an ally and has just opposed us, endangering everyone, he must pay the ultimate price. Carl's voice was tinged with cold detachment. Had it not been for him, Emma would not have fallen into the illusion. One man could have resolved all adversaries. Moreover, I no longer require him. With the Siren Cassidy, the shapeshifter Kevin, the Vanisher Trafford, the untouchable Unos, and the Inventor Blade at my side, these individuals shall bolster my strength. Chapter 73, Brilliant as Diamonds. Within the confines of the Star Laboratory, Carl was engrossed in studying a spider robot crafted by Blade, a marvel of exquisite engineering. The robot is equipped with a high-performance battery, boasting an impressive energy density that rivals even those produced by Area 51. It employs a solid-state laser emitter, which demonstrates formidable penetrating capabilities. The sensors incorporate an image recognition system alongside laser sensors, while distance detection relies on infrared technology and pressure sensors on the metallic limbs, allowing for timely adjustments. However, the chip's capacity is insufficient, rendering the program less intelligent, necessitating the wireless transmission of substantial computations to external servers, which are likely in proximity. This limitation is a consequence of the current chip manufacturing processes, leaving us with no alternative but to proceed in this manner. Additionally, the materials and performance of the metallic limbs are somewhat subpar, particularly in terms of joint mobility. If freedom of movement could be enhanced, fewer limbs would suffice. 4 or 6 could easily replace the current 8. Carl was immediately inspired with numerous ideas for improvements and contemplated producing a batch of spider-like robots, which would offer greater versatility than humanoid robots, capable of traversing various terrains, and could reduce their size to access areas beyond the reach of human-shaped machines. In truth, humanoid forms are not well suited for combat. They were merely a development stemming from powered exoskeletons. Yet, Carl refrained from commencing this endeavor at once. He set aside his tools and exited the laboratory. She must have been waiting for quite some time. Upon entering the lounge, Carl spotted a figure perched on the sofa, legs crossed in anticipation. Golden locks cascaded down, and beneath elegantly arched brows lay a pair of ice-blue eyes. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, lips full, and her jawline soft, all contributing to a strikingly beautiful visage. Her tall stature, nearly 1.8 meters, was accentuated by a white, low-cut gown that revealed her graceful collarbones and the alluring valley between her voluptuous curves. It was Emma Frost. Seeing her, Carl was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the same woman who had once languished in a psychiatric hospital, dazed and drooling? How do I look? Emma inquired, rising with her hands on her hips, a smile playing on her lips. Quite well, indeed, Carl replied, his gaze appraising her. The golden hair, juxtaposed against the white garment, lent a metallic sheen, while her alabaster skin and ice-blue eyes conveyed an aura of glacial detachment. Yet, her alluring physique, full red lips, and the warmth of her smile resembled a winter hearth, radiating a comforting heat that beckoned one closer. She was undeniably stunning. Regaining his composure, Carl asked, Emma, what brings you here? I came to play, Emma replied, stepping closer to Carl. I've been dreadfully bored at the base, and Tommy has been rather dull company, so I thought I'd seek you out. Apologies, but I have no time, Carl stated firmly. I have tasks to attend to shortly. I can wait, Emma shrugged. How long will it be? Probably until tomorrow morning. Carl answered. And what about tomorrow? Emma pressed further. I find myself in this routine almost daily, Carl reminisced, acknowledging that most of his time in Suriname was spent in such a manner. During the day, one must bask in the sunlight, while at night, one is immersed in the rigors of research and experimentation. Emma furrowed her brow and couldn't help but inquire, when do you indulge in leisure? The notion of leisure seemed foreign to Carl. He rarely engaged in such activities. His days were consumed with sunbathing, sleeping, studying, conducting experiments, fighting, saving lives, and occasionally contemplating national development plans. Genuine sources of joy were scarce. Watching films, the frame rate of celluloid was too low, and the sound was excessively noisy. Dining, he had no need for food, and his taste buds were overly sensitive, rendering most cuisine unpalatable. Sports, He could break records in any athletic endeavor, yet it yielded no sense of accomplishment. Come on, you need to unwind, Emma urged, grasping his wrist and attempting to lead him outside. However, Carl remained steadfast, unmoving. Emma paused, then released his hand, turning to face him with hands on her hips, her head slightly tilted, a glimmer of mischief sparkling in her ice-blue eyes. A smile danced on her lips as she teased, "What's the matter? Do you lack the courage to leave with me?" "Provocation does not sway me," Carl chuckled softly, replying, "It is not a matter of courage, but of necessity. My time is precious. It would be unwise to squander it on trivial pursuits." "Trivial pursuits?" Emma chuckled lightly, gazing at him with curiosity. "Do you know what today is?" "February 27th, Carl answered, his memory sharp as ever. "My birthday is on February 29th, Emma remarked, looking at Carl. "But as you know, this year February only has 28 days. Thus, I extend this invitation to you, wishing to celebrate my birthday with you." At her words, warmth filled Carl's heart, and he curiously asked, "How did you know my birthday?" "Wanda told me," Emma replied with a smile. "She has also prepared a birthday dinner for you on February 28th. So, I thought I would celebrate a day early, just the two of us." Hearing this, Carl's expression softened. Wanda had indeed inquired about his birthday and remembered what he had shared. Thus, "Come with me." Emma extended her hand towards Carl, smiling as she said, "At least on your birthday, set aside your burdens, forget your identity, and allow yourself to revel in the joys of an ordinary life." "Very well," Carl nodded, not wishing to dismiss her kindness, and perhaps it was time to grant himself a brief respite. Carl exited the laboratory, joined Emma, and settled into her car, a 1974 Ford Mustang, which he recalled belonged to Sabretooth. Emma leaned forward, cautiously steering the vehicle at a slow pace, nearly colliding with another car. "Your driving skills leave much to be desired," Carl remarked, unable to restrain himself. "I have only been learning for 3 days," Emma replied, fully focused as traffic thickened. "After just 3 days, Victor dares to lend you his car. He is remarkably audacious," Carl chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. "He did not lend it to me." Emma brought the car to a halt in front of the only dance hall in the capital and said, "I took his keys. You're going to get scolded." Carl replied as he stepped out of the vehicle, gazing at the dance hall before him, where the neon lights flickered in the night, and the faint sound of music wafted out, enveloping the atmosphere in an enchanting haze. "I can't dance, nor do I wish to," Carl frowned. "You can learn." Emma closed the car door and walked over to him, gently linking her arm with his, urging him to enter. Inside, the lighting was dim and ethereal, the music blaring, and the crowd swayed rhythmically in the dance floor, the air thick with the scent of alcohol and perfume. Emma led Carl through the throng and onto the dance floor. "Come on, let's dance." On the dance floor, Emma began to move with the music, her steps light and graceful, her golden hair shimmering alluringly under the lights. She leaned close to Carl, placing her hands on his shoulders, and whispered, "Relax, follow my rhythm. I've subtly influenced them with my psychic ability. No one will be watching you." "But I can't," Carl replied, his expression conflicted. She gently closed the distance between them, almost pressing against his chest, and softly urged, "Close your eyes, don't think so much." After a moment of hesitation, Carl finally shut his eyes. Emma's warmth seeped through the thin fabric of her clothing, her breath brushing against his nose, invoking a sense of longing, but soon Carl sensed something amiss. Was the enchantress still affecting him? Otherwise, why was his heart racing? He gradually relaxed, swaying gently to the rhythm of the music. Their bodies drew ever closer, Emma's hand sliding to his waist, softly embracing him. Carl did not resist. He allowed her to guide him. The lights on the dance floor flickered between brilliance and darkness, the music gradually softening as they swayed together, as if the entire world consisted solely of the two of them. After a while, the pace of the music quickened, and Emma released him, dancing with more vigor, her golden hair tracing smooth arcs under the dazzling neon lights, resembling shooting stars in the night sky. Carl felt she was glowing, radiant like a diamond, each facet emanating a brilliant light. He did not join her in dancing, but simply admired her. Moments later, the music shifted again, transforming into a tango. Emma stepped before Carl, elegantly extending a hand, her eyes sparkling with challenge. "Don't say you can't. Tango is the simplest social dance," she urged softly. Carl hesitated for a moment, but eventually took her hand. Emma smiled slightly, her other hand swiftly resting on his shoulder. Their bodies so close that Carl could feel the rise and fall of her chest, and the subtle thrum of her heartbeat. "Follow my steps. 1, 2, 3, 4. She guided him, her movements steady and precise. Carl felt an inexplicable tension, his body stiffly moving in accordance with her lead. Emma chuckled softly, "Don't be so stiff. Relax and feel the music." Her words were like a gentle breeze, sweeping away some of Carl's discomfort. Their bodies twirled in the dance floor, illuminated by the soft, colorful neon lights that cast a dreamy ambience around them. Accompanied by the music, they danced one dance after another until Emma, breathless, came to a halt. Pulling Carl through the crowd to the bar, she addressed the bartender, 2 martinis, please. Carl furrowed his brow. Have you forgotten how old I am? I'm still 14 for 2 more days. I've never had one. Emma wore a playful smile, which left Carl looking somewhat helpless. The bartender handed them their drinks, and Carl took one, passing the other to Emma. She raised her glass, clinking it gently against Carl's, and cheerfully said, Happy birthday, Carl. Thank you, Carl replied, his tone softening as he downed the drink, finding it rather pleasant, though lacking in potency. He then ordered a whiskey, pouring it into his glass and taking hearty gulps. Emma, you seem quite skilled at dancing. Did you learn before? Carl inquired, looking at the alluring woman. I studied ballet for several years when I was younger, Emma replied, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. I can only mimic other styles. I'm not particularly proficient. You're already quite impressive, Carl complimented. Thank you, Emma said, raising her glass and finishing it off. Exhaling a breath infused with the scent of alcohol, she suggested, let us step outside for some fresh air. Carl nodded and followed her out of the dance hall. The cool night breeze swept away the clamor of the club. Emma led Carl to a secluded corner, leaning against the wall while gazing up at the starry sky. The stars are truly beautiful tonight, Emma remarked softly. Carl looked up at the night sky and nodded. Indeed, they are. Emma turned her head to observe Carl's profile and suddenly asked, Carl, could you take me flying just once? I've never experienced flight. Actually, you have. The night I rescued you. But you don't remember, Carl replied without hesitation, lifting Emma into his embrace as they soared into the sky. They climbed higher and higher until they reached an altitude of 10,000 meters before pausing. How high? Emma exclaimed, looking down at the city below, where the streetlights illuminated the night, though the roads were relatively empty. Can we fly farther and faster? She requested eagerly. Absolutely, Carl replied, holding Emma tightly as they sped toward the horizon. The rushing wind tousled her hair and made her skirt flutter in the air. Emma spread her arms wide like a pair of wings, gently flapping them. Carl guided her over rivers, through mountains, skimming close to the ocean's surface, and diving into the clouds. After flying for a full half hour, he finally brought her back down to the ground. That was amazing, Emma said. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at Carl. The sensation of flying was absolutely exhilarating. Whenever you wish, I can take you flying, Carl said with a smile. Thank you, Emma murmured softly, her azure eyes fixed on Carl's. And I must also thank you for rescuing me from hell. Carl remained silent, simply gazing at her. Emma smiled gently, lowered her head, and tenderly pressed her lips to his. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. Carl did not push her away, nor did he respond. He merely allowed her lips to linger against his. Emma's kiss was soft and warm, imbued with an alluring charm that stirred the heart. After a brief pause, Emma stepped back and softly said, Let us go. It's time to return. Tonight has been utterly perfect. Carl nodded and followed her towards the car. The night breeze was still gentle, and the stars continued to shine brilliantly, while within his heart, there seemed to blossom a long-forgotten warmth. Chapter 74, Blessings and Gifts. Wanda sensed that something was amiss. On the last day of February, she organized a birthday celebration for Carl, marking the first birthday he would celebrate since his escape from the underground prison. In truth, his birthday fell on February 29th, which occurred only once every 4 years. Thus, Wanda chose the final day of February to commemorate his special day. He had been exceedingly busy, either basking in the sun or engrossed in research within the laboratory, making it difficult to see him. When they did meet, he resembled a finely tuned machine, responding to her inquiries with precision and efficiency, devoid of delay or error. He bore an immense burden of responsibilities, advancing technology, formulating strategies, safeguarding the nation, repelling external threats, and seeking out mutants. He single-handedly upheld the entire country. Wanda endeavored to alleviate some of his burdens and was diligently learning to manage the state. She delved into economics, management, and political science literature, perused reports from international organizations, and frequently sought guidance from others, making significant progress. Now, many governmental decisions no longer required Carl's attention, though she still made time to consult him on certain matters. Yet, this was not enough. Wanda yearned for Carl to experience more joy. Thus, she arranged a birthday dinner, inviting all of Carl's friends to celebrate his 14th birthday. Although many were perhaps too young, the 13-year-old Carl was already capable of defeating a fleet of aircraft carriers. However, as the celebration commenced, Wanda observed something noteworthy. The relationship between Carl and Emma appeared excessively intimate. The two had arrived at the presidential residence together, and upon inquiring with the guards, she learned Carl had exited from Emma's vehicle. Yet, they did not seem to reside in the same vicinity, did they? Furthermore, why was Emma always so close to Carl? Why was she serving him barbecue? What Wanda found most intolerable was Emma handing Carl a beer. Did she not realize that minors were prohibited from consuming alcohol? Wanda approached and took the beer bottle from his hand, stating, "You are still underage. You cannot drink alcohol yet." Little Wanda, surely you do not truly regard him as a mere 14-year-old child? Emma chuckled, adding, "Carl possesses extraordinary abilities, far surpassing the strength of everyone here combined. He is astute and wise, with countless inventions to his credit. Most importantly, Carl has already taken many lives. What difference would a little alcohol make?" Hearing this, Wanda paused momentarily. She was well aware of these facts, yet had persistently overlooked them, treating Carl as if he were just a child. Emma lifted the bottle, took a sip, and handed it to Carl, gazing at Wanda as she declared, "Do not attempt to confine a deity with worldly rules. Carl shall do as he pleases." Carl found himself in a predicament. Declining the drink would be embarrassing, yet accepting it would put Wanda in an awkward position. This was more perplexing than research on mutant genetics. "It's all right. Drink up," Wanda encouraged, noticing Carl's hesitation, adding with a smile, "I often forget this. I should not regard you as a child." Indeed, Carl accepted the bottle, took a sip, and then passed it back to Emma. "Now, let us have something to eat." Emma picked up a plate and offered it to Carl, who then began to enjoy the chicken wings. Witnessing this scene, Wanda turned away, engaging in conversation with others. Yet her peripheral vision instinctively monitored the two. Emma was rather indiscreet, leaning close to Carl, whispering in his ear and showing him her earrings. After several bottles of wine, she leaned her body against Carl. "Emma, what are you doing? You are an adult, 21 years old, while Carl is merely 14. Isn't that a bit excessive?" Wanda felt a flicker of anger, yet she noticed Carl did not seem to reject Emma's advances. Could it be that Carl had feelings for her as well? It seemed plausible. Carl was entering his teenage years. Though he was rational, desire and hormones were not easily suppressed. Wanda recalled the magazines she had found beneath Quicksilver's bed when he was of similar age. Moreover, Emma was undeniably beautiful and alluring, making it difficult for Carl to resist. She felt it necessary to remind him. Seizing the moment while Emma went to fetch food, Wanda approached Carl and asked, "Do you have a moment? There are some things I wish to discuss." "Sure." Carl stood and followed Wanda into the presidential residence, arriving at her room and taking a seat in the living room. Once Carl was settled, Wanda spoke earnestly, "I have a question for you, and I want an honest answer." "What question?" Carl inquired, noting the seriousness in Wanda's demeanor, which he hadn't seen in a long time. "Are you and Emma in a romantic relationship?" Wanda's voice dropped to a near whisper. "No," Carl replied directly. "Emma and I are just friends at the moment. But do you not feel that Emma is too intimate with you?" Wanda leaned forward, stating, "That has exceeded the bounds of ordinary friendship. I know, Emma is pursuing me." Carl glanced out of the window, observing Emma as she exercised her powers to control the saber-toothed tiger, while Mzongo the toad danced clumsily, providing a rather comical spectacle. "And what about you? Do you intend to reject her?" Wanda couldn't help but inquire. "I don't dislike spending time with her," Carl pondered briefly before replying, "but I am indeed not quite prepared." "You are too young. You are not suited for romance," Wanda remarked candidly. "Is that so?" Carl asked, gazing into her eyes. "Wanda, do you believe that an early romance would have any effect on me?" Wanda fell into contemplation. Given Carl's display of reason, he likely would not be adversely affected. In fact, he might become more cheerful due to the experience. As for potential consequences, would his strength wane? Carl merely needed sunlight to grow stronger. And he could always allocate extra time for companionship. Would a diversion of his time lead to diminished research outcomes? Wanda would rather he find joy. Or perhaps, would indulging in forbidden fruit result in a child? It seemed unlikely to have any significant impact. "I trust you will make your own judgments," Wanda concluded, smiling. In truth, experiencing a romance during adolescence is a beautiful thing. It provides joyful memories that endure into adulthood. "Is that so?" Carl raised an eyebrow. "Wanda, since you understand so well, do you have a poignant love story of your own?" "Not at all," Wanda shook her head. "At your age, I was taken by the witch coven for training, only to have my rituals interrupted by two mad devotees. Those times were exceedingly dull." "And what followed?" Carl inquired. "Did you ever have a boyfriend?" "I began working at 16 and lived outside with Quicksilver," Wanda recounted, crossing her legs. "Later, I joined the Brotherhood of Mutants, surrounded only by Master of Illusions and the Toad. Do you think I would have developed feelings for anyone?" She erupted into laughter, and Carl joined in. The air filled with a joyous ambience. "The Brotherhood of Mutants has gained numerous members now, yet aside from you and Quicksilver, I feel that each member has their own issues," Wanda sighed. "But Pietro is my brother, and you are far too young. Have you forgotten Emma's words?" Carl leaned back against the sofa, stating, "Do not regard me as a mere child." "Indeed," Wanda teased, wiggling her toes. "I shall no longer consider you a child." "So, Wanda, you do not oppose my pursuit of romance any longer?" Carl asked, his gaze drifting outside, brow furrowed. "How dare you toy with me? I shall tear you apart." Victor, liberated from mental control, bellowed, his claws extending as he charged toward Emma. Emma stumbled backward and fell to the ground, the saber-toothed tiger approaching her, raising its paw to strike. Just as she seemed destined to be struck, a hand grasped Victor's, and Carl appeared, seizing his wrist and hurling him away. Victor crashed to the ground, promptly rising to his feet, shaking his head and casting a fierce glare at Emma before gesturing rudely at her and striding towards the others. "Thank you, Carl. You always appear at the most perilous moments." Emma stood up, brushing off the dirt from her attire, and wrapped her arms around Carl's neck. "You needn't resort to such petty tactics." Carl gently removed her hands, meeting her gaze as he spoke. "I am aware that you orchestrated the saber-toothed tiger's attack to summon me. My concern lies with that woman, Wanda." Emma scoffed, replying, "Her possessiveness is excessive. She regards you as her private possession. Although she can be a bit nagging, she genuinely cares about me." Carl shrugged. "What did she say just now?" Emma asked, hands on her hips. "Was it to keep you away from me?" "Not at all." Carl shook his head, gazing out towards the distant window. "She wishes for me to be with someone I cherish, to find happiness." "And your decision?" Emma inquired eagerly. "Are you prepared to be my boyfriend?" "I am not quite ready," Carl responded, "but we can certainly embark on some dates to become acquainted." "That's fine. I'm not in a hurry," Emma smiled, taking his hand and leading him to the bonfire, calling for the others to join in a dance around the flames, the atmosphere becoming increasingly lively. As night descended, the group gathered to watch the unwrapping of gifts. The saber-toothed tiger gifted a Soviet-made Minsk motorcycle, the toad presented a Surinamese combat knife. Brute delivered a pair of military boots, and Magneto offered a rare meteorite. Emma prepared a jacket for him. Each gift was thoughtful, and Carl expressed his gratitude graciously. When Wanda handed him a document, a letter of appointment for a Soviet pharmaceutical chemist, Carl's heart soared with joy. It was Wanda who understood his desires. He was in need of an assistant to aid in the development of the gene awakening serum. Chapter 75, Defection. With the night sky adorned by stars, a vague silhouette swiftly traversed the heavens. Carl, like a shooting star, sped towards the earth, landing gracefully on the lush green lawn. After setting Emma down, they proceeded towards the presidential office, where the exterminator-type robots automatically recognized their identities. Carl possessed the highest level of security clearance, allowing him free access, while Emma would trigger an alarm. They made their way directly to the war room, where Magneto and Wanda awaited, accompanied by the pacing Dark Star, Rainia, whose expression bore an air of urgency. Carl took a seat and inquired, "Dark Star, please elaborate on the situation." "It is as follows," Rainia began, stepping forward slowly. "I have a brother named Nikolai Krylienko, also a mutant. Recently, he and Ursa Major undertook a mission to eliminate a terrorist, only to discover that the person they killed was, in fact, our biological father. Upon reaching this point, Lainia's expression darkened with indignation. It was revealed that my brother and I were captured by the government at birth, and our adoptive parents were mere facades. For so many years, the Soviet government and Professor Vorpos had deceived us, intending for us to take our father's life with our own hands. Such malice is truly abominable." Emma, visibly perturbed, remarked, "I had thought the Soviets were amicable towards mutants. Any human regime merely regards mutants as tools." Magneto scoffed, cautioning, "Never harbor expectations of humanity. True power must rest in one's own hands." "Continue," Carl urged Lainia to elaborate. "My brother returned to confront Professor Vorpos, clashing with him and ultimately bringing him to the ground. Subsequently, he was pursued by the state and, alongside Usis, vanquished his pursuers, fleeing to the Far East." Darkstar Lainia hesitated momentarily before inquiring. "They seek to acquire Shrinam's assistance to settle here." "That poses no issue," Magneto replied. "Since they are mutants, they may join this nation. The very purpose of our establishment is to shelter all mutants." That said, Wanda pondered the implications further. "However, should we proceed in this manner, it would inevitably lead to conflict with the Soviets. Our military might currently surpass theirs, but what would ensue from such a confrontation?" Magneto's demeanor remained resolute. "Yet, our resources are scant, and our population is limited. We rely heavily on imported energy ores, making Soviet assistance indispensable." Wanda interlocked her fingers, expressing concern. "Moreover, the Soviets provide us nuclear protection. If we sever ties with them, the United States could unleash nuclear strikes upon us." "Do not fret about nuclear weapons," Carl interjected. "The centrifuge has been completed, and we are in the process of refining enriched uranium. It will not be long before we possess our own nuclear arsenal. Energy is manageable. We have ample electricity, but the issue lies with mineral resources. No matter how formidable we become, we cannot conjure ores from thin air. Currently, we require vast quantities of rare metals, many of which are imported from the Soviets. If we were to sever relations, no human nation would extend their support to us." Wanda's expression grew troubled, fearing a potential united assault from the human world. Particularly after Karl had obliterated the American fleet, the Soviets were undeniably wary. Emma interjected. I have been infiltrating the memories of the Soviet intelligence teams. They are preparing contingencies against Suriname. What plans do they have? Magneto inquired. Emma recounted. The Soviets intend to recruit more powerful individuals to form a team capable of confronting formidable adversaries like Karl, the Blue Marvel. She continued, additionally, they plan to manufacture hydrogen bombs with a yield of 100 megatons. Such brutality is astonishing. Wanda's countenance darkened. If such a massive hydrogen bomb were to fall upon Paramaribo, I doubt anyone would survive. Lania stood in contemplation, her demeanor solemn. Then I shall consider other methods. No need. Karl said nonchalantly, we do not need to make a grand spectacle of our past. I brought the two of them back, concealing their identities and altering their appearances so they would not be discovered. That is feasible. Wanda nodded in agreement, stating, we could send them to the countryside. No one would recognize them. That would be a tremendous waste, Karl responded, tapping the table, believing it prudent to utilize them effectively. He continued, not long ago, we defeated the third factor, and their base still remains intact. We could send them there as our intelligence hub in Europe, which would also facilitate our awareness of military movements on the continent. The base of the third factor is located on Mount Charles, conveniently situated in the heart of Europe, making it an ideal forward base. There is another matter, Lenia interjected. The Soviet Union wishes for my return, stating they have a new mission for you. Your brother is in trouble, and the government will not believe you. Karl replied. The best outcome for your return would merely be your brother's imprisonment while you continue to serve the government. Therefore, I suggest you leave as well and go to the third base. He had been contemplating who should oversee the base. Dark Star, with her exceptional abilities, could assume leadership. Together with Ursa Major and her brother, alongside the Vanisher and the Annihilator robots, they could effectively manage the base. No problem. Lenia felt this was already a favorable resolution, yet cautioned, but we must remain vigilant. Karl turned to Emma, saying, I leave this in your hands. We must ascertain the authenticity of this matter. Should this be a trap, and they have prepared something formidable, it could spell trouble. Thus, prior to this meeting, Karl had specifically visited the base and summoned Emma. Understood. Emma nodded, gazing at Lenia. Her mental power expanded as she intruded upon Lenia's mind, commencing the extraction of her memories. Although Lenia possessed the dark power to shield against any mental invasion, she allowed Emma to access her memories freely. It is genuine, Emma declared, withdrawing her consciousness from Lenia's vast recollections. She has not deceived us. She transmitted some intelligence to the Soviet Union, but it is also on record with the Intelligence Bureau. That is reassuring. Karl finally felt at ease. Now, tell me how to locate them. They are currently in the outskirts of Yakutsk in the Far East, Lenia responded, adding, Karl, I can accompany you. No need. You are too slow. Karl declined her offer, turning and exiting the room. He stepped onto the lawn and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. He traversed a distance of 14,000 kilometers, arriving at the outskirts of Yakutsk, where he immediately spotted Yusuf and Nikolai sprawled on the ground, blood pooling beneath them. Nearby, several figures stood, preparing to drag them away and into a nearby aircraft. The Soviets have already arrived? Karl furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat exasperated. Why have you come so quickly? I still need to eliminate you all. Chapter 76. The Supreme Soviet. Vostok, originally named Anatoly, was a scientist who, while exploring an extraterrestrial spacecraft, suffered an accident that fused him with alien technology, transforming him into a synthetic being. He subsequently served the upper echelons of the Soviet Union. Dissatisfied with the Super Soldier Brigade, the government sought out Vostok and contacted the newly appointed Red Guardian, Joseph Pettis, alongside Fantasia, the Crimson Mech Dmitry Bucher, and the god of storms and thunder, Palin, to form a team known as the Supreme Soviet. The team's inaugural mission was to retrieve the defector, Ursa Major Yusuf, and the vanguard, Nikolai. This task was not deemed particularly challenging. They discovered the duo on the outskirts of Yakutsk. Despite their attempts to flee, the Crimson Mech and Vostok pursued them from the skies, ensnaring the two and inflicting considerable injuries. Subsequently, Palin intervened, incapacitating them both. The mission was completed with success. Draped in a violet, high-slit bodysuit, Fantasia elegantly strode forward. Let us return and report our success. The Crimson Mech hoisted the unconscious Ursa Major, who, despite being rendered unconscious, maintained his bear-like form. The Red Guardian dragged Nikolai as the five of them proceeded towards their vehicle. However, at that moment, 5 beams of intense red light descended from the sky, striking the members of the Supreme Soviet. The helmet of the Crimson Mech melted through, along with the operator's head inside, leading to complete carbonization of the spine. The Red Guardian was cleaved in two, his charred remains collapsing sideways. Vostok was pierced through the chest and fell forward, motionless. Fantasia was also struck, but her form dissipated into smoke, drifting into the distance. Pelin was hit in the head. His helmet penetrated, causing it to fall away and sear his ear, while another beam bore a hole into his shoulder. From the heavens came the assault. He raised his axe towards the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck down, targeting Karl. As the lightning approached, Karl deftly sidestepped, landing swiftly before them. Karl Vostok, who had collapsed, rose as his chest wound rapidly healed. What are you doing? Suriname and the Soviet Union are allies. Why would you turn against us? Are you not concerned about damaging the relations between our nations? Be cautious, my telepathy has no effect on him. Fantasia floated behind Pelin, transforming into a mature and alluring woman, her long hair swirling around her. Do not worry, I shall dispatch you swiftly. The Soviet Union will remain none the wiser. As Karl's words echoed, his form vanished, and two beams of green light shot into the void, attacks emitted from Vostok's eyes. Karl reappeared before Vostok, who had yet to react, while Pelin, wielding his great axe, turned and struck horizontally towards Karl. As the god of thunder and storms within the Slavic pantheon, he possesses power that rivals that of Thor, coupled with formidable strength and exceptional endurance. Not only this, but his axe can unleash bolts of lightning, crackling with yellow arcs as it descends upon Karl's form. With a thud, Karl grasped the blade of the axe in his right hand, halting its advance completely. The tumultuous current struck against his palm, yet could inflict no harm. Simultaneously, Karl's left fist crashed into Vostok's skull, shattering it, and scattering metal and flesh across the sky. Fantasia then initiated her assault, her hands swirling as tendrils of black light coiled about her. Pelin too clenched his left fist, aiming a strike at Karl's head. Unperturbed, Karl flicked his right hand, hurling Pelin, who sought to land a blow, away with ease. Subsequently, Karl exhaled towards Fantasia, his icy breath freezing the dark light and encasing her in a statue of ice, while Fantasia could render her body intangible to evade physical attacks. Every single cell was ensnared in frost. With arms raised, Karl swung forward, bringing his hands together in a fierce clap. A violent shockwave erupted, upheaving the ground, sending soil flying and snapping distant trees as if swept away by a tempest. The ice statue that was Fantasia shattered, scattering shards of ice across the expanse. And even Vostok's silver form was marred with cracks. I shall slay you, declared the towering Slavic thunder god as he charged at Karl, his hands gripping the axe. Lightning cascaded from the heavens, merging with the axe as it descended upon Karl. Raising his left arm to shield his head, the blade struck his forearm, unleashing a terrifying force that, nonetheless, left him unscathed. Immediately, Karl's right fist propelled forward, striking Pelin in the chest. The impact was like a mountain collapsing, sending Pelin soaring over 1,000 meters before crashing to the ground. His chest caved in, blood pouring forth. How could this be? Pelin gasped, spewing blood and even his own entrails, bewildered by the sheer magnitude of Karl's strength. Was he truly human? Yet in the next instant, Karl stood before him, his right fist raised, descending. No. Pelin's face twisted in terror, but Karl's fist struck his visage, obliterating his head and leaving behind a headless corpse crumpled on the ground. Problem solved, Karl murmured as he retracted his fist, only to discover that the axe and cloak adorning Pelin had vanished, coalescing into a radiant amulet. What is this? Karl questioned, reaching for the amulet, only to feel an inexplicable force invading his body. He released his biofield to counteract this intrusion, preventing it from nearing him. It was neither magic nor mental energy, but rather a force of a higher order. Karl exerted a slight pressure, causing the talisman to emit a creaking sound, followed by a panicked voice exclaiming, "Do not squeeze it any further, I concede. If you persist, it shall shatter." The surge of energy vanished without a trace. Karl huffed and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Purin, the god of thunder and storms," came the response. "Yet, I have been stripped of my divinity, relegated to residing within this talisman, or sharing a corporeal form with another. So the Purin I just encountered was a mere mortal endowed with your power?" Karl scrutinized the man lying on the ground, whose physical density appeared indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human. "Indeed, he is Valery Solyoev, an operative who stumbled upon this talisman." Purin's voice resonated once more. "I share a body with him, exchanging strength. Thus, you possess the ability to transform a person into a god of thunder?" Karl's eyes glimmered at the prospect, envisioning the creation of a formidable warrior. "Yes," Purin replied swiftly. "If you desire my power, I can bestow it upon you. Apologies, but I find it unappealing." Karl stowed the talisman away and added, "However, I shall seek a suitable master for you." Returning to the battlefield, Karl incinerated the remnants of their foes with his fiery gaze, reducing them to ashes before pausing. At that moment, Ursa Major was stirring, rubbing his head as he regained consciousness. Upon seeing Karl, he was taken aback. "Magneto?" No, you are Carl? All right, what of the others? Those who captured us. They are all dead, Carl stated, exhaling a chilling breath towards Nicola, who shivered and awoke, bewildered by the surroundings. All of them dead. Killed by you? Nicola's expression bore astonishment. Though the Supreme Soviet had only recently been established, these individuals were renowned, each a formidable force, particularly the Slavic god of thunder among them. Enough with the small talk, Carl interjected, hoisting the two men and ascending into the sky. We have company approaching. We must prepare to depart. He soared through the clouds, reaching an altitude of 25,000 feet, then veered westward, accelerating swiftly. You are heading the wrong way, the now transformed Ursus remarked. This is west. Suriname lies in another direction. We are not bound for Suriname. Rather, we are en route to a clandestine base to join the Security Intelligence Agency of Suriname, Carl declared, fixing his gaze upon them. From this day forth, you shall heed my commands as the director. Understood, Nicola responded without hesitation. Of course, you are the boss. Ursus quickly concurred. Chapter 77, The Witch's Bargain. At the third factor base, the disc-shaped spacecraft descended before Chartres Mountain. The hatch opened, and a blonde woman clad in a form-fitting black suit swiftly exited, making her way into the base. Brother, she called out, hastening towards Vanguard Nicola, who was ensconced in bandages. Upon seeing his sister, his expression brightened, and he attempted to rise, only to grimace in pain. Do not move recklessly. Lania hurriedly approached the two individuals, examining their injuries and inquiring, how do you feel? It's nothing serious. The wounds have been treated, replied Nikolai, reclining in his chair, with faint bloodstains on the bandages adorning his body. My injuries are nearly healed. Ursus, clutching a bottle of wine, expressed his dissatisfaction. This wine is utterly terrible. You shouldn't drink alcohol while injured, Lania retorted, then swiftly moved in front of Carl, her expression sincere as she said, Carl, thank you for saving them. If it weren't for you, they might have perished by now. Unbeknownst to her, the existence of the Supreme Soviet loomed in the background. Yet she was quite familiar with the 5 members known throughout the Soviet Union. It was only Carl who could possibly defeat those 5 without fear. It's nothing, Carl chuckled, responding, we've known each other for a long time, and they are your family. Naturally, I would save them. Moreover, there are still numerous matters for which I will require your assistance. Please, just give us the word, Lania hastily replied. We will do our utmost to fulfill it. Carl, from now on, my life is yours, Ursus declared, lifting the bottle and taking a hearty swig. Let us leave it at that for now. I have other matters to attend to and must return, Carl stated, gazing into the distance. Trafford, you will assist Dark Star in managing this base. It was then that the other 3 noticed a bald man in a red trench coat seated at the railing of the 2nd floor. The very same individual known as the Vanished. Leave it to me, Trafford replied, casually crossing his legs. Then I shall take my leave, Carl said, departing from the 3rd base and returning to Slinum, where he briefly communicated with Wanda, who was still awake and waiting, before heading to the Star Lab. However, midway through his flight, he veered in another direction, arriving at Riverside Park. On the banks of the Seville River, he discerned 2 figures, a beguiling witch perched on the railing, her long legs entwined. Beside her stood a towering man, measuring a staggering 2 meters in height. Bald and muscular, with arms as thick as a normal person's thighs, clad in black armor. This is the little demon you praised. Is he truly as formidable as you claimed? The man regarded Carl with suspicion and hostility. Indeed, he surpasses 10, no, 100 of you, Amora replied, her green eyes shifting to Carl. This is Skulch, known as the Executioner, my partner. Carl cast a glance at Skulch, noting the man's remarkably high body density, nearly 4 times that of an ordinary person, and smiled, saying, he appears quite robust. However, I am curious about his true strength. Allow me to demonstrate, Skulch declared, setting his massive axe upon the ground with a thunderous sound. The weapon must have weighed over a ton. The Executioner strode toward Carl, grasping his waist and forcefully attempting to fling him into the distance. Not even a quiver. Skulky paused slightly, his feet firmly planted apart as he grasped Carl's waist once more, exerting effort in an attempt to lift him. Yet, he remained utterly immobile. Are you even capable, Executioner? Amora remarked, her expression one of disdain. Do not rush. I have yet to apply my full strength, Skulky replied, stepping closer to embrace Carl. His legs braced against the ground, and his arm muscles tensed as he endeavored to hoist him from the earth. However, Carl was as if rooted to the ground, impervious to even the slightest movement. With a formidable strength estimated at around 65 tons, he assessed the situation, uncertain of his capacity to withstand blows. Seizing Skulky's wrist, Carl effortlessly flung him away, sending him crashing to the ground 100 meters distant with a resounding thud that fractured the earth beneath. Rising from the rubble, Skulky adjusted his shoulders, appearing relatively unscathed. Yet, in the next moment, a searing gaze struck his chest, leaving behind small punctures with charred edges as heat billowed forth. The heat vision, unleashed at merely 3% of its potential, had only managed to breach his skin. Observing the extent of Skulky's injuries, Carl surmised that his defenses could withstand the impact equivalent to 127 bullets. A commendable feat. Skulky was a descendant of the Storm Giants and Asgardians. Amora remarked with a smile. Thus, his physical prowess surpasses that of the average Asgardian. His performance is indeed remarkable, though he pales in comparison to Perrin. It appears that divine strength bolsters one more effectively than the lineage of gods or giants. He is undeniably a formidable warrior. Turning to Amora, Carl queried directly, Amora, do share your intentions. It cannot merely be an introduction, can it? That serves one purpose, to familiarize you with him, as we shall be fighting together henceforth. Amora replied with a playful laugh. As for the other purpose, I seek your recently acquired divine power amulet for him. You possess quite the network, Carl said. Retrieving the amulet. It harbors the essence of divine might, granting the bearer the power of the thunder god. Indeed, the Slavic god of thunder and storms. Perrin, who would have thought such power contained in a mere trinket? Amora approached, reaching for the amulet. Skulky is already formidable. Should he acquire the power of the thunder god, he could surpass Thor. I have yet to agree to your request, Carl interjected, retracting the amulet. You believe you can simply take such a precious item with a mere word? It is also for the augmentation of our strength, Amora countered, standing before Carl. Her height of nearly 6 feet allowing her to look down upon him. She lifted her slender finger to gently lift his chin, smiling as she asked, What do you desire? Would you accept me as a trade? If I cannot claim your first kiss, your first time will suffice. Please, have some decorum, Carl retorted, soaring away as he gazed at Amora. If you truly wish for it, present something of value in exchange. Very well, Amora conceded, pondering for a moment before arriving at an idea. In her right hand, a radiant green light flickered, and a translucent crystal materialized in her palm, within which lay the soul of a golden-haired woman, the soul of Brunhild, the leader of the Valkyries. I possessed the ability to transfer her essence into another's body, thereby bestowing upon them Brunhild's formidable powers. Centuries ago, Amora recruited Brunhild for her conquest agenda, yet Brunhild, sensing Amora's ulterior motives, attempted to flee. In retaliation, Amora assaulted her, imprisoning her soul within the crystalline vessel. How does she compare to Pellerin? Carl inquired. Far inferior, Amora candidly replied, before elucidating. However, Brunhild is a woman. I could transfer her strength into Emma's body, thus enhancing Emma's physical prowess and rectifying her soul deficiency. You would not wish for a male consciousness to reside within her, would you? That would render your intimacy rather inconvenient. You speak too much, Carl rebuked. Feeling the value proposition was inequitable, yet her proposal was undeniably alluring. Emma's mind was extraordinarily powerful, yet her body remained that of an ordinary human. Although few could approach her, should someone manage to nullify her mental defenses, be it through his helmet or by Darkstar utilizing the dark dimension to shield her from psychic interference, they could easily draw near and eliminate her. Consequently, Carl dared not allow her to leave Palamaribo, necessitating a protective squad to accompany her, assigning only minor tasks that failed to harness her immense potential. However, if Emma were to wield the Valkyrie's power, her physique would fortify, enabling her to unleash her full capabilities. So do you agree? Amora inquired with a smile. Perhaps. Carl pondered for a moment before deciding to acquiesce, stating, but you must ensure that she remains unharmed. Others cannot subdue the consciousness of a Valkyrie. Amora chuckled. But Emma can. In fact, her mental gifts are such that even I find myself envious. Chapter 78. The Valkyrie. The silvery moonlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon the spacious bed. Emma lay sprawled, her blanket fallen to the floor, and 2 buttons of her nightgown undone, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Carl, that's not right, Emma murmured in her sleep. What were you dreaming about? Carl's expression darkened as he exhaled a gust of icy air, rousing Emma from her slumber. She shivered, opening her eyes to find Carl and a golden-haired woman standing before her. Emma rubbed her eyes and sat up, asking Carl, who is this woman? She is Amora, a witch. Carl slowly explained their arrangement, and only then did Emma fully awaken, her eyes widening. You want me to accept the power of the Valkyrie? Yes, I believe it would enhance your self-defense capabilities. Carl nodded, gazing at Emma. Of course, if you are unwilling. That is perfectly fine. I am willing. Emma hastily remarked. This is a boon for me. How could I possibly oppose it? Let us commence. Amora produced the soul crystal and was about to cast her spell when a soft thud resonated, and in an instant, the Nightwalker, Kurt Wagner, materialized on the ceiling. Suspended like an inverted bat, Wagner scanned the surroundings warily, his gaze lingering on Amora for a moment before settling on Carl, at which point his demeanor relaxed. With Carl present, he felt assured that no calamity would ensue. "Kurt," Carl began, "you should vacate the premises and ensure that no one else approaches." "Understood," the Nightwalker replied, his form vanishing with a resounding thump, leaving behind a faint scent of sulfur. "What an intriguing ability," Amora mused, observing the blue-skinned figure with a smile. "Transitioning through the sulfuric dimension is indeed a rarity." "The sulfuric dimension? Is it akin to the dark energy dimension, another realm of existence?" Carl inquired with curiosity. "The sulfuric dimension is merely a domain established within the fissures of dimensions, akin to Asgard, both being miniature pocket dimensions," Amora elucidated. "In contrast, the dark energy dimension exists independently from the infinite expanse of space, thus the disparity is considerable." "So, Asgard does not reside within our universe?" Carl questioned, his expression tinged with intrigue. "Not at all. Asgard is indeed part of the universe, albeit situated within the inner realms of Earth, where its physical structure mirrors ours, yet is separated by a barrier of space," Amora clarified. "Numerous such realms exist, as various divine pantheons have established their own inner dimensions." "Ah, I see," Carl thought, gaining a deeper understanding of this world. "Now, let us proceed." Amora handed the soul crystal to Emma, instructing, "Hold it, and follow my lead." Emma accepted the crystal, clasping it tightly against her chest. Amora immediately began her incantation, reciting obscure verses as she raised her hands slowly. Dark radiance emanated from her fingertips, forming a chain that linked the soul crystal to Emma's heart. In the next moment, the dormant soul within the crystal coursed along the chain, gradually infusing Emma's being. As Emma tilted her head back, her body underwent a profound transformation. Her bones became more resilient, her skin increasingly refined, her heartbeat resonated with vigor, and her senses sharpened remarkably. "Once the transformation of my body is complete," Emma opened her eyes and clenched her fists, feeling an exhilarating surge of power coursing through her. Not only that, her senses heightened to the extent that she could discern the intricate patterns of leaves outside the window and hear the breath of a frog. "This is astounding," Emma exclaimed, her face radiating joy. "Exercise caution. Her consciousness also resides within your mind," Carl cautioned. "Fear not," Emma replied nonchalantly. "I have confined her." In a vast cerebral sanctuary, the walls were adorned with numerous shelves, each brimming with books. These represented Emma's memories, as well as those she had appropriated from the minds of others. In the center of the hall stood a metallic cage, within which a blonde woman was fiercely striking the bars. "Let me out," Brunhild bellowed, yet despite her desperate struggles, she could not break free from the confines of the cage. Eventually, she collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with despair. "Is it really that simple?" Amora mused, somewhat surprised. While she anticipated a struggle to suppress the Valkyrie's consciousness, the woman before her seemed to confine the Valkyrie's spirit with effortless ease. "In that case, I shall gift this to you." Amora waved her right hand, and a set of silver armor appeared on the ground, accompanied by a shimmering silver blade that glinted ominously. Without hesitation, Emma shed her nightgown, revealing her exquisite form, and swiftly donned the armor, gauntlets, shoulder plates, breastplate, skirt armor, and battle boots, equipping herself with precision. Grasping the silver blade, she radiated an aura of sharpness and resilience. "Come, test your strength," Carl said with enthusiasm, urging Amora to step back. "Perhaps we should find a more spacious area." Amora opened a portal, and the trio stepped through, emerging in Riverside Park, where Scorch stood with a massive axe, resembling a statue. "Why not have Scorch spar with you?" Carl suggested. "Do you think that acquiring the Valkyrie's power will enable you to defeat me?" Scorch raised his great axe, challenging her. "If you are unafraid of injury, then come at me." "Very well, let us see," Emma replied, tightening her grip on the long sword as she approached Scorch, offering a slight bow. In the next instant, she surged forward, transforming into a blur as she appeared before him, thrusting her sword directly at his chest. "Too slow," Scorch remarked, swinging his axe to parry Emma's blade, then executing a horizontal strike aimed at her neck. Emma quickly ducked, the massive axe sweeping overhead and severing several golden strands of hair. Then, she propelled herself forward, skimming along the ground, her sword aimed at his abdomen. However, Scorch reacted with remarkable speed, deflecting the blade with his gauntlet while bringing the axe down upon her. Emma immediately rolled to the right, springing back to her feet, dodging the horizontal swing, and thrusting her sword at Scorch's face from the air. Scorch stepped back, her blade missing its target. With one hand on his axe, he countered, the massive dual-edged blade crashing toward Emma's body. In midair, Emma curled her form, bracing herself with her gauntlet and skirt armor against the blow. The impact was tremendous, propelling her away, yet she executed a roll in the air and landed gracefully. Charging once more at Scorch, Her physical strength appears to be around 15 tons. Carl assessed from the sidelines, calculating Emma's stats. Her reaction time is approximately 2 milliseconds, with significant enhancements in stamina, perception, and recovery abilities. With such physical prowess, combined with the protection of the armor, Emma is capable of safeguarding herself in most battles. That will suffice. Carl halted the battle, tossing a pendant to Scorch. This is yours, he chuckled. Scorch caught the arc, transforming into a radiant orb of yellow light that flowed along his body, forming a crimson cloak behind him and a horned helmet atop his head. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, thunder roiling within. Scorch raised his great axe, a bolt of lightning striking its blade, radiating brilliance. I feel immensely powerful now. Scorch bellowed, casting a glance at Carl. Why not spar with me? He leaped high, his form curving like a crescent moon, the axe crackling with yellow currents. Descending with formidable force. Clang. Carl extended a single finger, effortlessly blocking the axe's edge, rendering the tremendous force into nothingness. The dazzling lightning failed to inflict any harm upon Carl. How is this possible? Scorch landed on the ground, astonished. Having acquired the power of the Thunder God, why was his full force strike thwarted by a mere finger? You've certainly grown stronger, Carl remarked, waving his finger to deflect Scorch's axe aside. He then stepped forward, pressing his right hand against Scorch's chest and pushing with force. Scorch's towering form transformed into an afterimage, vanishing into the horizon. Carl Amora, witnessing this scene, remarked with a complex expression, "You have indeed grown stronger. But it's still not enough." Carl was dissatisfied. Blue Marvel could propel him, utilizing the Bioforce field. Over 8,000 kilometers, yet he could only launch half a ton of Scorch a mere 1,000 kilometers. The gap remained far too vast. Chapter 79, Simkoria. The demise of the Supreme Soviet sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the Soviet Union. This organization was established to assemble formidable warriors to confront those extraordinary individuals posing threats to the Soviet, such as Carl and Blue Marvel. However, their inaugural mission ended in catastrophic failure, resulting in the death of all 5 members. Who was the perpetrator? Based on available intelligence, only Carl and Blue Marvel could have accomplished such an act. The Soviet Union investigated the United States through its intelligence network, but uncovered no information. Compounded by the fact that Blue Marvel had never interfered in warfare, thus their culpability seemed minimal. Shortly thereafter, Rania vanished in Suriname, shifting suspicion towards the mutant nation. Just as the Soviet Union began to harbor distrust, an assault commenced. The Kingdom of Simkoria, a small Eastern European nation on the Balkan Peninsula bordering Latvia, was under siege. At that moment, in the capital, Onyana, the palace representing supreme authority was under attack. Several figures suddenly appeared within the grand and magnificent castle, launching assaults on the surrounding populace. A massive brown bear roared forth, swatting soldiers aside with its paws, sending them crashing to the ground, their bodies marked with deep gashes. Bleeding profusely, the soldier drew his weapon and fired, yet the bullet became lodged in his thick fur, causing Ursus a twinge of pain. With a fearsome roar, he charged at the enemy, sending several figures flying, their bones shattering upon impact. Vanguard Nikolai leapt forward, wielding a hexagonal hammer that he swung to strike a soldier away, then pivoted, swinging his scythe to sever another soldier's throat. The sound of gunfire erupted as 2 soldiers aimed their weapons at him, unleashing a flurry of bullets that halted mid-air, clattering harmlessly to the ground as they approached Nikolai. He possessed the ability to generate an energy field around him that repelled electromagnetic, kinetic, and gravitational forces, and could redirect these energies to unleash shockwaves. The Dark Star, Linnea, was equally engaged, weaving through the castle, releasing her dark energy dimension into the shadows. Her form sprang forth, her hands firing beams of purple-black light that annihilated the foes. Quite impressive. Witnessing this scene, the enchanting Witch Amora wore a satisfied expression. These 3 were exceptional, surpassing the typical warriors of the Celestial Palace. "Let us move," she commanded. With her directive, Scorch raised his great axe, aiming forward, as yellow lightning erupted, striking a soldier and ricocheting to floor several others. Under the onslaught of the group, the entire palace was swiftly overtaken, and King Carlos along with his family, who had hidden in a secret chamber, were dragged out by Linnea. "Please spare my wife and daughter," Carlos pleaded, but upon seeing Amora and locking eyes with her emerald gaze, he was instantly captivated, ensnared body and soul. Not only that, but his wife and daughter also fell under Amora's spell, unable to resist her allure despite being women themselves. "Carlos." Amora approached the man and inquired, "Are you willing to do something for me?" "Yes," Carlos replied eagerly. "Whatever you ask of me, I shall do, even if it costs my life." "That is what you say." Amora smirked as Scorch's axe came down upon the king's neck, severing his head, which tumbled to the ground, rolling to his daughter's feet. The 15-year-old girl, upon seeing her father's head, flashed with anger and fear but was soon enchanted, picking it up and handing it back to Amora. "Thank you," Amora said, seizing Carlos's hair and tossing it to the executioner. "Vanguard and Dark Star, you will secure the palace. I shall summon assistance." With a flick of her left hand, she opened a portal through which a swarm of spider-like robots entered, followed by the inventor, Blade, who began directing the robots for defense. "Ursus and Scorch, you shall accompany me," Amora declared, opening another portal and stepping through. The Great Bear and the executioner followed closely. Finding themselves in a studio where a host was broadcasting the news, Amora raised her hand, casting an enchanting spell that seized control of the staff, compelling them to commence a nationwide broadcast forthwith. "Citizens of the Kingdom of Simcalia, greetings." As the broadcast began, Amora appeared on screen, seated elegantly with her long legs crossed. The executioner and the Great Bear stood menacingly at her flanks, exuding an aura of intimidation. Amora continued, "I am Amora from Asgard, and your king, Carlos, has met his demise at my hands." The executioner raised his hand, revealing a severed head that appeared on screen, a visage unmistakable to the populace. "From this day forth, I shall reign as the sovereign of Simcalia, and all must submit to my will." Her voice resonated with authority, her green eyes fixated on the camera as she declared, "Any soul who dares to defy my command shall face immediate execution." Her proclamation sent shockwaves throughout the kingdom, plunging the populace into a state of terror. Some families began hastily gathering their belongings in preparation for flight. However, the military was not in accord, particularly the Minister of Defense, Morris, who, upon hearing this news, was ignited by ambitious aspirations. With Carlos deceased, if he could eliminate these intruders, the throne could be his for the taking. Consequently, he mobilized troops to the national television station, encircling the building with tanks and soldiers, elite warriors assembling for an assault to eradicate these terrorists. Yet, at that moment, a green light flickered among the soldiers, and all were ensnared by the spell, laying down their arms. Even Minister Morris succumbed to the enchantment, yielding to the alluring sorceress and issuing orders for all troops to abandon their resistance. Amora etched loyalty into the minds of each soldier, successfully acquiring formidable power and seizing control of the nation. "Carl, I have fulfilled your commands," Amora declared in the hall of the palace, standing behind the throne. Smiling as she queried, "Are you satisfied?" "Remarkably so," Carl replied, seated upon the throne with a grin. "You are more capable than I had anticipated. You possess the ability to teleport and manipulate the minds of others. A single individual can conquer a nation. I wonder why you sought to claim such a territory." Curiosity shimmered in Amora's expression. Was it merely to sever ties with the three of us and Suriname? Not merely that. Carl shook his head, his gaze penetrating through walls to distant lands. "I need to drive a wedge between NATO and Warsaw. The third factor base is too small, serving only as an intelligence outpost. With you and the executioner at my side, we can indeed seize an entire nation. I shall position a portion of military strength here, such as spider robots and members of the third factor, to forge a formidable military empire. In the future, this will become the cornerstone of my expansion across the European continent. Moreover, the kingdom of Simcalia lies directly beneath Dr. Doom's Latveria, facilitating close surveillance of him." "Carl." Now that success has been achieved, Amora placed her hand on Carl's shoulder, slowly gliding upwards as she inquired, "Shouldn't you reward me?" Following Carl's display of strength, Amora's admiration for him intensified. His power and wisdom made her yearn to possess him entirely. As for Thor, the son of Odin, he could remain in Asgard, nursing his wounds of failure. "Of course, you deserve a reward," Carl replied, rising and moving aside. "This throne is now yours. It was always mine." Amora retorted with a huff, yet she proceeded to take her place upon the throne. Though it was merely a small human kingdom, the sensation of ruling a nation was exhilarating. She eagerly anticipated the day she would ascend to the throne of Asgard. Chapter 80. The Awakening of Genes. Cejudo was a death row inmate, sentenced to execution for drug manufacturing, with only 6 days remaining before his fate was sealed. He dreaded death but felt powerless to alter his destiny, living each day in fear. Until one day, he was informed that he could survive if he agreed to participate in an experiment, to which he readily consented. Upon arriving at the Star Laboratory, Cejudo entered the room with trepidation. The sparse chamber was stark, its walls forged of steel, and even the bed was made of iron. Under the watchful gaze of robots, he dared not resist. He lay upon the bed, restraints encircling his body to secure him. Shortly thereafter, a young boy entered, administering saline solution for intravenous infusion. "Hey, isn't he a bit too young?" Cejudo exclaimed, feeling somewhat incredulous. However, Carl remained unperturbed, exiting the room, only to return 5 minutes later with a syringe filled with a blue serum. He injected the substance directly into Cejudo's bloodstream via the infusion pump, then quietly withdrew to observe. Within seconds, Cejudo felt a transformation within. His body grew heated, temperature rising, and his skin took on a rosy hue. "Help me, help me," he shouted, but he could not break free from his bonds until flames erupted from his body. The roaring fire enveloped him, sending him into a panic. Yet he soon realized that he was unscathed. The flames caressed his skin, warm yet painless. Gradually, Cejudo calmed, a thrill coursing through him as he recognized his newfound superpowers. The restraints were incinerated by the flames, granting him freedom. He stepped down from the iron bed and, within the confines of the cage, flicked his wrist, sending a burst of fire against the wall, leaving a charred mark. "Fantastic!" Cejudo exclaimed, raising his right hand as the flames surged skyward, transforming into a blazing torch. Yet, as time passed, the flames began to diminish, ultimately extinguishing themselves. "Get out, hurry out!" As Cejudo repeatedly waved his hands, the flames he yearned for did not materialize, leaving him with a sense of disappointment. At this moment, the door swung open and Carl re-entered. Cejudo immediately approached him and inquired, "What did you inject me with earlier? Could you possibly administer it once more?" He had developed an infatuation with the sensation and craved another injection. "Please sit down," Carl instructed, gesturing towards the iron bed. "I still need to draw blood for research purposes." "I seem to have no obligation to heed your words," Cejudo retorted, glancing around to discover he was alone and unbound. A daring thought crossed his mind. He reached out to seize Carl, intending to take him hostage. "You were meant to survive," Carl lamented, his expression tinged with regret. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he unleashed a deadly gaze, severing Cejudo's head from his body, which fell heavily to the ground. Cejudo's head rolled across the floor, and Carl collected it, eager to conduct an in-depth study. This was the first successful experiment of gene activation without fatality. The serum indeed activated genes, yet it could not maintain stability and instead led to genetic collapse. Seated in a chair, Carl rhythmically twirled his fingers, pondering the necessity of designing a unique serum specifically targeting genes to ensure sustained activation. However, such an endeavor would significantly escalate both production and time costs. Carl furrowed his brow, contemplating the exorbitant expenses and time constraints, questioning whether he could afford such an undertaking. As for delegating the serum production to others, the current equipment simply could not meet his requirements. His ability to create the serum stemmed from his exceptional microvision, which had intensified under the sun, allowing him to perceive genetic fragments. Others lacked such capabilities and would require equipment, but manufacturing it posed a considerable challenge. Thus, he resolved to produce a limited gene awakening serum, initially targeting high-ranking officials within the government. He approached Vice President Umar, extracted his blood, and assessed his physical attributes for research. 7 days later, he successfully formulated a gene serum, a striking purple concoction. Calling upon Vice President Umar, Carl had him lie on the bed, securing him with restraints before injecting the serum and then vacating the room. "Are you certain there will be no issues?" Wanda inquired anxiously from outside. If Umar were to perish, it would result in significant losses. Umar was diligent and exceptionally capable, a remarkable asset. Carl was not entirely confident, which only heightened Wanda's concern. Inside the room, President Umar began to react. His body swelled, growing from 1.76 meters to 2 meters, straining against the restraints. His skin sprouted dark fur, his jaw protruded, revealing sharp teeth, and a tail emerged from his back, transforming him into a formidable gorilla. Umar stood there, surveying his altered physique, his expression a mixture of astonishment and distaste. Has it succeeded? Wanda's face lit up with joy. Further observation is required. Carl waited outside for a while, but President Umar did not revert. His genetic traits remained permanently altered. "Congratulations," Wanda entered, clapping her hands, and declared, "You have become a mutant. From this day forth, you are one of us." However, Umar lamented, "I would rather not be a mutant." He was on the verge of tears, having transformed into a gorilla. Why could he not acquire other abilities? "It depends on your genes," Carl shrugged, adding, "You can only become a gorilla. This is another issue brought about by the serum. You cannot dictate what abilities you will possess, and thus may acquire a myriad of capabilities." President Umar was fortunate. At least his strength had significantly increased, while those of the Epsilon-class mutants could only experience partial mutations, rendering their lives inconvenient. They would rather be ordinary individuals than mutants. Given that the proportion of Epsilon-class mutants was considerable, it was clear that not everyone would willingly agree to become a mutant. "But how am I to explain this to my family?" Umar's expression darkened. "I will assist you," Wanda said, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "However, I believe they will need time to process this." Subsequently, Carl conducted tests on Umar. He was able to exert a force of 1.6 tons, with a substantial enhancement in stamina and a recovery rate several times that of an ordinary person. Moreover, his cellular vitality had increased, significantly extending the lifespan of the nearly 60-year-old Umar, who could expect to live another 50 years or so. This news somewhat alleviated Umar's mood, and he began to accept his new identity. "There is something I wish to consult you about." Wanda looked at Carl and said, "Today, the Soviet Union sent a request for Suriname to dispatch personnel to defeat Amora and his minions. The Soviets have offered a generous compensation package, including substantial aid, as well as some industrial development and mineral oil and gas resources." It was both a request and a test. Carl stepped aside. Psychomelia lay in the buffer zone between the Soviet Union and NATO. If they could secure Psychomelia, the Soviets could further expand their influence. However, the Soviets likely had ulterior motives, seeking to gauge their relationship. "We can agree," Carl contemplated. "At worst, I will lead a team there. If we are defeated, so be it." "All right." Wanda immediately grasped his intentions. "What do you wish to request?" "This time, we aim to gain significantly from the Soviets." After Wanda and Umar departed, Carl immersed himself once more in his research, examining the genes altered in Umar and discovering they had fully expressed. He then retrieved a soft tissue sample, where the genes were only partially expressed. This belonged to Emma. In other words, her genes had yet to fully awaken and could undergo a secondary mutation. No wonder his memory recalled her ability to transform into Diamond, yet now she possessed only telepathic capabilities. Not only that, but Magneto, Blob, Crabclaw Daniel, the assistant Pella, and Vina, along with nearly all mutants, have yet to fully awaken their genes, with some fragments remaining dormant. Carl resolved to continue developing the serum to see if it could activate these slumbering segments. "Yesterday, I completed the second chapter but was dissatisfied and did not post it. Today, I am making up for it with a triple update." Chapter 81, Black Widow. Natasha Romanoff was sent to the Red Room for training at a tender age, where she was injected with the super serum, transforming her into a super soldier. Subsequently, she became a spy, executing numerous missions for the Soviet Union, earning the moniker Black Widow due to her danger and lethality akin to that of a spider. 2 months ago, following the annihilation of the Supreme Soviet, she received a new assignment to infiltrate Suriname and blend into the upper echelons. Thus, Natasha disguised herself as an Italian mutant, adopting the alias Natalie, and traveled to Suriname, seeking asylum. Initially, she visited the Mutant Affairs Administration, registering her identity and information, describing her mutant abilities as super strength and stamina. After testing, her information was disseminated across various departments. In the Republic of Suriname, mutants hold a prestigious status. A mutant without physical defects and possessing extraordinary physical attributes became the object of competition among various agencies. The Security Intelligence Bureau, Special Services, and the military all sought her enlistment. However, Magneto personally took her under his wing, integrating her into the military, where she underwent rigorous training, refining military skills she had already mastered. Natasha intentionally slowed her pace, yet her learning speed remained astonishing, showcasing such exceptional combat talent that it garnered Magneto's attention. He placed great importance on her, dedicating more resources with the intention of grooming her as a trusted confidant. At this juncture, Carl contacted Magneto, announcing the development of a serum capable of enhancing abilities, expressing his desire for Natalie to undergo the experiment, to which Magneto readily agreed. With Natasha already formidable, further augmentation would yield an extraordinary warrior. Magneto accompanied Natasha to the Star Lab, where they prepared for the experiment with the Siren, Sean Cassidy, a member of the Third Factor. However, he did not join voluntarily. The inventor, Brad, had implanted a bomb in his head, threatening his life should he disobey orders. After the Third Factor was defeated, Carl sent most of the remaining members to Psychomelia, leaving only the Siren to guard the laboratory and assist him with errands. Upon entering the laboratory, Natasha encountered Carl, her expression serious. She recognized him as he was classified as a nuclear-level threat in intelligence reports. "Mr. Carl," she saluted, stating, "Lieutenant Natalie reporting for duty." "Very well." Carl scrutinized the individual before him. She appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age, standing approximately 1.70 meters tall, with cascading red hair that fell gracefully over her shoulders. Her prominent eyebrows framed striking green eyes, while her high, sculpted nose and full, crimson lips combined to create a visage of undeniable allure. Furthermore, her physique exhibited significant musculature, characterized by high muscle and bone density, as well as a robust cardiac function. She was indeed a fitting subject. "Follow me," Carl instructed as he led Natasha into the operating room. He guided her to lie upon the examination table and secured her with straps. "Today, I require your cooperation for an experiment." Carl retrieved an intravenous apparatus, deftly inserting the needle into the vein on the back of her hand to initiate the infusion. "We have developed a gene secondary mutation serum," he declared with a smile. "It can stimulate the evolution of your genes, enhancing your physical attributes even further." Natasha's expression shifted momentarily, confusion washing over her. To inject herself with a gene secondary mutation serum was perplexing. After all, she was not a mutant, though she had undergone the super serum treatment, granting her extraordinary strength and endurance to masquerade as a mutant. She was not one in truth. Surely, if she, lacking even a single mutation, were to receive this serum, the outcome could be fatal. Her heart raced, and she yearned to disclose her true identity, revealing it could jeopardize the fragile relationship between the Soviet Union and Suriname. Yet, why should she care? Natasha's allegiance to the Soviet Union was far from unwavering. Separated from her family during her formative years and subjected to relentless, grueling training, she had endured repeated indoctrination. Especially after her arrival in the Republic of Suriname, she had unearthed numerous memories, realizing she had been brainwashed multiple times, igniting a profound fury within her and even planting the seeds of defection. Sacrificing her life for the Soviet Union was simply out of the question. Thus, Natasha quickly interjected, "I am not a mutant. Please do not administer the serum." "What?" Magneto, positioned outside the window, registered her words with a hint of surprise. "I am a Soviet agent, trained with the super serum, and I have undergone specialized training," Natasha continued hastily. "My name is not Natalie. I am Natasha Romanoff. Please do not inject me with the serum." "I am aware," Karl replied with a calm demeanor. "There is no need for concern. This is not a secondary mutation serum, but rather a gene awakening serum." Long before Natasha's identity was revealed, Karl had dispatched Emma to investigate, extracting her memories to uncover her background as a Soviet agent. Though he chose to remain discreet about it, Karl instructed Emma to lift Natasha's brainwashing, simultaneously creating an awakening serum centered around Natasha's unique genetic profile. Despite this revelation, Natasha's worry lingered. "Very well, let us commence," Karl stated as he inserted the syringe into the infusion pump, administering the serum into her system, then stepped back to observe. As the serum coursed through Natasha's body, propelled by her powerful cardiac function, it rapidly spread throughout her system, initiating the activation of her genes. "Ah, it hurts." Natasha's head throbbed with excruciating pain, as though a steel rod had been thrust into her brain and twisted, a torment unbearable even for one who had endured countless interrogations. Accompanying the agony, the skin on her forehead darkened, her eyes bulged and transformed into crimson orbs. Moreover, smaller red spheres sprouted from her forehead, temples, and the outer corners of her eyes, totaling 8, resembling the eyes of a spider. Her hands, feet, forearms, and calves darkened, sprouting dense black fur, while her fingers and toes elongated into sharp, red claws. As the transformation ceased, the pain began to wane. Natasha's chest heaved, her clothes drenched in sweat. Then, Natasha noticed a change in her field of vision. It expanded, allowing her to see a broader panorama, including peripheral sights, while her distance vision, microscopic vision, and dynamic vision significantly enhanced. She felt a surge of strength coursing through her body. With a powerful tug, she broke free from her restraints. Sitting up, she scrutinized her arms and legs, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and complexity. "Congratulations," Karl said with a smile. "You have completed the evolution of life." Natasha remained silent as she leaped from the operating table and approached the glass, where her reflection revealed a visage that left her momentarily dazed. She had become a grotesque figure, akin to a black widow spider. Anger surged within her, and with a clenched fist, she struck the tempered glass, shattering it completely, only to find that Magneto had vanished. "Impressive strength," Karl remarked. "That punch must have had around 7 to 8 tons of force. Compared to before, your physique has undergone a remarkable transformation." Natasha, astonished by her newfound power, realized that if given a choice, she would have preferred to remain unchanged. Yet, there was no turning back. As an exceptional agent, she quickly adjusted her mindset and turned to Karl, inquiring, "Now that the experiment is complete, may I leave?" "Of course not," Karl replied with a grin. "Next, I will prepare a secondary mutation serum for you. You will be the first to experience the fruits of this experiment." Having made a breakthrough in genetic secondary mutation, yet lacking a suitable research subject, he was left with no choice but to create mutants to test the secondary serum. Naturally, the chosen target was Natasha, who had infiltrated Suriname. Silence enveloped Natasha as she realized she had no means to resist. She could only accept the dictates of fate. Chapter 82, Secondary Mutation. The violet serum was injected into her bloodstream, causing Natasha's body to arch violently, resembling a bow drawn taut, as intense pain erupted from within, akin to countless needles piercing her skin. The skin on her back ruptured, and 4 appendages emerged from the edges of her thoracic vertebrae, their tips blood-red and razor-sharp, glimmering with a terrifying light. The inky blackness had spread to her thighs and upper arms, with fine, trembling hairs capturing the vibrations of the air. Natasha gradually rose to her feet, her appendages deftly maneuvering behind her, curling from her shoulders and ribs to the front. Swaying gently in the air and exuding a palpable sense of lethal threat, Carl immediately conducted an assessment, determining her single-arm strength to be approximately 12 tons, while her appendage strength reached around 5 tons, marking a significant enhancement. Her explosive speed soared to 75 meters per second, allowing her to sustain a pace of 50 meters per second for an hour, culminating in a staggering velocity of 300 kilometers per hour. Her body exhibited increased agility, accelerated healing, heightened senses, and the ability to perceive the slightest shifts in the air. The hardness of her claws rivaled that of tungsten steel, with razor-sharp talons capable of slicing through iron. As she sensed the transformation within her, Natasha's expression grew complex. Though her 2 mutations rendered her appearance fearsome, they also bestowed upon her immense power. Despite having injected a subpar version of the super serum, which only granted her a limited enhancement to human peak levels, she now bore the strength of several tons, with speed, endurance, and reflexes that far surpassed those of humanity. Such formidable power could easily eclipse her appearance. If given the choice, she might still opt for the experiment. After all, she was a killer who thrived in the shadows, and her looks mattered little. Yet, with the experiment completed, the time had come to determine her fate. Standing there, her 4 appendages swaying behind her, 8 eyes focused on the figures approaching. The experiment had proven successful. Carl's gaze fell upon her, his X-ray vision revealing her entire form. And he remarked with a smile, the secondary mutation of the genes is indeed feasible. This meant he could confidently create serums for others, albeit with personal customization required. Based on Natasha's alterations, the secondary mutation seemed to extend her abilities. Magneto surveyed the Spider-Woman and commented, in that case, the powers of mutants could be significantly enhanced. However, with the current sample size being too limited, we cannot ascertain this yet. Carl replied, at least Emma's secondary mutation does not represent an advancement of her existing abilities. Then let us await your further experimentation, Magneto said with anticipation as he approached Natasha, inquiring, where do you intend to go next? I do not know, Natasha replied, crossing her arms. I do not plan to return to the Soviet Union. The brainwashing she had undergone had been lifted, and painful memories surged forth. She was unwilling to return to that country. Then stay here, Magneto gently suggested. Continue with the military. I have reserved a position for you. Very well, Natasha acquiesced, recognizing that in her current guise, only in Suriname could she live freely. After the experiment proved successful, Carl proceeded to create a second mutation serum, with the first being based on Emma's blood. He injected it into her body. Mere seconds later, Emma's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. Her entire being became a resplendent diamond, including her internal organs and brain, which were all transformed into this gem. The hardness of the diamond was extraordinarily high, impervious even to tungsten carbide alloys. However, her mental abilities were not enhanced. Emma felt a tinge of disappointment, yet the fortification of her bodily defenses and the dazzling brilliance of her new form tempered her hostility. Particularly, the diamond form provided her with augmented strength, which, when combined with the powers of the Valkyrie, elevated her capabilities to an impressive 60 tons. Nevertheless, there was a significant drawback. While in her diamond form, she was unable to utilize her mental powers, though conversely, her mind could not be invaded either. Magneto also received the serum injection, and upon activation of his genetic dormant segments, his control over magnetism was significantly enhanced. His magnetic force's range of release and mastery expanded immensely, now capable of affecting the entire magnetic field of South America, radiating from Sri Lanka to Guyana. Furthermore, he gained the ability to manipulate any form of energy within the electromagnetic spectrum, including visible light, radio waves, ultraviolet rays, and more. He could bend light to render himself invisible, reverse segments of the Earth's magnetic field to alter gravity, generate electrical currents, and exert control over them. Magneto could also produce neural pulses to thwart intrusions into his consciousness, yet he found himself unable to defend against Emma's mental assaults. More crucially, his potential was further amplified, and his powers could continuously strengthen. I have grown stronger, Magneto declared, tightening his fist and turning to Carl. I recall an adversary who thwarted your assault on America. Indeed, Carl nodded, responding, his name is Blue Marvel. I shall assist you in dealing with him. Magneto spoke softly. Then we will attack America and seize this world. Mr. Magneto. Carl hesitated. I do not believe you are currently capable of defeating him. Carl, you may be underestimating my present strength, Magneto replied with a gentle smile. I am far more powerful now than ever before. Then let us put that to the test. Together, Carl and Magneto soared over the Atlantic, suspended in the air, facing each other. Magneto formed a magnetic shield around himself, enveloping his body in a blue barrier. Come, he said with a calm demeanor. Very well. Without further ado, Carl vanished instantaneously, reappearing before Magneto, his right fist raised, striking against the magnetic shield. A thunderous explosion resonated as terrifying force erupted, sending a colossal shockwave that caused the surrounding sea to concave, the displaced water swirling into tumultuous waves that rolled outward in all directions. However, Magneto's magnetic shield remained unbroken, merely quivering slightly. Carl, your strength surpasses my expectations, Magneto remarked with a hint of surprise, before inquiring, how do you compare to Blue Marvel? Uncertain of the true extent of Blue Marvel's power, Carl pondered briefly before responding, judging by the casual strike he displayed. My recent punch was likely only about 1/10 of his capability. I see, Magneto mused quietly for a moment. Let us depart, Carl. The time is not yet right. We should return. Carl's strength had already caused Magneto's protective field to tremble. Threefold power would suffice to shatter it, while tenfold could reduce it to ashes with a single blow. Very well, let us go. The two soared back to Suriname, not mentioning the battle with Blue Marvel again. Chapter 83, Wanda and Farewell. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Wanda returned from New Nickel City in the Nickel District, having attended the inauguration ceremony of the harbor, which would become Suriname's second-largest port. Upon her return, she convened a meeting of the Economic Advisory Council to deliberate on the issue of inflation and to devise a new inflation reduction bill. Subsequently, Wanda engaged in discussions with the Soviet representatives regarding post-Sokomlia war aid, only to be met with refusals due to incomplete agreements. In her office, Wanda delivered a primetime television address, effortlessly commanding the camera as she reflected on her achievements, advocated for healthcare reform legislation, and reaffirmed the values of coexistence between humans and mutants, all while expressing a hopeful vision for the future. Wanda's beauty and graceful demeanor endeared her to many, and with a further reduction in poverty rates, her reputation soared, establishing her as one of the most beloved figures. After recording the video, Wanda proceeded to the dining hall for a meal, then returned to review documents and sign a pardon application for Meatball. Shortly thereafter, she obtained the day's security summary from the intelligence agency, perused the policy memorandum, and took time to read letters from the public, selecting several to respond to. By the time she finished her tasks, it was already past 9 o'clock. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, Wanda retreated to her room. I am utterly drained. She shed her garments, handing them to Vina before stepping into the bathroom, where she rinsed under the shower, then sank into the bathtub, relishing the warmth of the water with a contented sigh. The ceaseless demands of her work left little time for rest. Yet witnessing the nation's progress filled her heart with joy. Not only were mutants enjoying improved living conditions, but the quality of life for ordinary citizens had also risen significantly, with numerous new factories contributing to lower poverty and unemployment rates. Under Victor's leadership, the police force had effectively reduced crime rates as well. Everything was advancing in a positively transformative direction. Wanda tilted her head, gazing at the ceiling, feeling a sense of surreal detachment from her current reality. Once merely a fast food restaurant attendant with little formal education, she now found herself in the esteemed position of president. How intriguing fate can be. Wait a moment. Perhaps I am not truly qualified to be president. A fleeting moment of hesitation crossed her mind, but she swiftly dismissed it. It mattered not, for she had her external brain, Carl, who had meticulously crafted a development plan for her to follow. After indulging in a leisurely bath, she emerged from the tub, rinsed under the shower, and dried off the droplets adorning her skin. She donned the nightgown prepared by Vina and, slipping into her slippers, stepped out of the bathroom into her bedroom. A crimson energy enveloped her, the primordial force of chaos swirling around her as she levitated gracefully above the ground. Sitting cross-legged in midair, with deft control, she manipulated the energy, condensing it around her to form a sphere, continuously infusing it with more chaotic power to enhance its potency. Additionally, she conjured numerous magical orbs, directing them to rotate rhythmically around her form. Soon after, these orbs began to morph, transforming into red energy ribbons that connected to the 6 walls, creating ripples at their points of convergence. In the next moment, objects within the room began to levitate. Slippers, bed, carpet, nightstand, vase, and books all soared as if liberated from the confines of gravity. This was Wanda utilizing her chaotic power to alter the gravitational forces within that space. With a flourish of her hands, gravity returned, and the items, now ensnared by a crimson glow, gently descended back to their original positions. She then brought her hands together, aiming at a distant wall, unleashing a stream of red light that struck the surface, causing the energy to diffuse in a circular pattern. As the energy eroded the wall, it gradually became transparent, revealing the living room beyond. She floated towards it, passing through the crimson threshold and landing softly in the living room, while the wall behind her restored itself to its former state. In contrast to her previous reliance on chaotic energy for direct assault, Wanda had now learned to manipulate the energy within a designated area, altering phenomena such as gravity or magnetic fields. Furthermore, she could modify the structure of certain materials. Moments ago, she had rendered the concrete wall transparent, allowing her passage before reverting it to its original form. It was, of course, a skill honed over extensive practice. That was enough for the day. Wanda returned to her bed, surrendering to slumber. The following morning, at 6:30, she rose promptly, stifling a yawn, preparing to wash up and depart. Just then, a knock resonated at the door, followed by a mechanical voice emanating from a speaker in the corner of the ceiling. "Advisor Carl has arrived. Please come in," Wanda replied softly. Moving to the sofa to take a seat, she poured herself a glass of water and began to sip. The door swung open, and Carl entered. Taking a seat on the armchair across from Wanda, Wanda set down her cup and gazed at Carl, inquiring, "What has transpired?" Carl looked at Wanda earnestly and replied, "I intend to depart for a while." "Depart?" Wanda responded with surprise, asking, "What are you planning to do?" "Though my body is resilient, my mental abilities are lacking," Carl swiftly stated. "Moreover, I am susceptible to magical influences, which is my flaw. I wish to rectify this." "How do you intend to accomplish that?" Wanda asked with curiosity. "By studying magic," Carl declared. "I aspire to transform everything through the arcane arts." He planned to journey to Kamar Taj to seek the tutelage of the Ancient One, aiming to address his shortcomings through magic. "Magic can indeed achieve that," Wanda remarked, looking at Carl. "Unlike witchcraft, magic can be learned through training. Witchcraft stems from lineage. Practitioners wield this power, but magic can be mastered through 3 paths of enlightenment, and the two are not mutually exclusive. However, it is not a simple path," Wanda continued. "It also requires a formidable sorcerer to teach." "Do you have a specific mentor in mind?" "I know of a powerful sorcerer," Carl answered, lacking confidence. "Whether they will be willing to teach me, I am uncertain, but I am eager to try." "Since you have made your decision," Wanda said, looking at Carl, "then go ahead. However, have you arranged for someone to take over your responsibilities?" "Upon my departure, Quicksilver will temporarily oversee the Security Intelligence Bureau, and Emma will serve as deputy director. With her newly acquired Valkyrie powers and her second mutation, she is more than capable," Carl quickly added. "The Star Labs are currently closed, and the production of the Annihilator robots has been entrusted to Dr. Octopus. The Atomic Energy Institute is also under his purview. Additionally, the nuclear weapons have been completed, and Magneto has grown stronger through his second mutation. The Blob has also been released, and with the army established by Natasha, they are sufficient to defend this nation in my absence. The satellite networking is complete, and the space communication system is operational. The Morlocks have received a new batch of assistance. Sri Lanka is back on track, and Sikamria has been entrusted to Amora, with Darkstar assisting her. Everything has been meticulously arranged. And this," Carl produced a green crystal and handed it to Wanda. "This is my most cherished possession. I hope you can safeguard it." Having closed the Fortress of Solitude, he entrusted the crystal to Wanda, the person he trusted the most. "Rest assured, I will keep it safe," Wanda assured him, holding it tightly. "I will carry it with me and ensure it remains by my side at all times." "In that case," Carl nodded, rising to his feet. "I must take my leave." "Very well," Wanda stood up, opening her arms. "Let us share one last embrace." "Indeed," Carl nodded, stepping forward to embrace Wanda. She patted his back, saying, "Stay safe. I await your return." "I will," he replied. Carl stepped back, embraced Wanda, and exited the room, leaving the presidential palace behind. Accompanied by the expansion of the biofield, Carl soared into the clouds, vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 84, Kamar Taj. The Himalayas, the highest mountain range on Earth, stretches from the northeast to the southwest, spanning 450 kilometers in length and approximately 300 kilometers in width. Viewed from space, it resembles a colossal white dragon. Above the peaks, Carl was soaring rapidly at an altitude of 15,000 meters, utilizing his formidable long-range vision to observe the terrain. His ultra-microscopic vision revealing the snow leopards concealed beneath the snowpack. Moreover, he activated his X-ray vision, amplifying his hearing to the utmost, in search of Kamar Taj's location. Yet, he found nothing. Several villages came into view, but none were Kamar Taj, as if it were altogether absent from this place. This should not be. If Kamar Taj were shrouded in magic, he ought to perceive the flow of magical energy, which should lead him to it. Furthermore, even relying solely on the trajectories of the wind and snow, he should be capable of identifying such a region. Thus, Carl descended from the sky, entering the mountain range. Navigating between the peaks, searching meticulously, yet still unable to locate it, as though it were a figment of imagination. After 2 unsuccessful searches, Carl began to doubt the very existence of this sacred site, or perhaps that it was intentionally concealed from him. Carl produced the necklace gifted by Amora, rubbing the gem upon it, softly calling out, "Amora." As he spoke, the gem emitted a radiant green light, transforming into a portal. Amora, seated upon a throne, rose and stepped through. "Is this the Himalayas?" Amora surveyed the surroundings before fixing her gaze upon Carl, inquiring with curiosity, "What brings you here?" "I seek to find the supreme sorcerer of Earth to learn magic," Carl replied, somewhat troubled. "Yet, I cannot ascertain the location of Kamartaj." "Because he does not wish for you to find it," Amora replied, her tone tinged with regret. "Unfortunately, I cannot assist you. My powers weaken on Earth, rendering me incapable of discerning his magic." "So Kamartaj truly exists?" Confirming this notion instilled Carl with newfound confidence. "Then I shall search at my own pace." "Very well. I must take my leave." Amora waved her hand and, with her long strides, vanished into the portal. Once again, Carl resumed his search, this time altering his strategy. Opting to explore every corner of the region, ensuring he personally traversed each area. He decelerated, meticulously searching each section, releasing his perception to encompass everything within his thoughts. Carl's senses were extraordinarily potent. He could see the genetic codes of individuals, perceive a couple holding hands from 1,000 kilometers away, and hear the voices of every citizen in the Republic of Suriname. If he focused on specific words and frequencies, his auditory range could extend across all of South America. The world was not vast for him. He could reach any location on Earth in the blink of an eye, whether it be the glaciers of the Arctic, the sands of the Sahara, or the jungles of the Amazon, a mere momentary journey. Yet, he had never taken the initiative to observe this world. And now he found himself compelled to pause and perceive every inch of this terrain with his extraordinary senses. Carl slowed his pace, gradually exploring this world, as if he were witnessing an entirely new realm. This sensation was unprecedented. The snow-capped peaks, the gray rock formations, the rivers coursing through the valleys, the mixed forests of coniferous and broadleaf trees, the blue lotus and green gentian, the galloping Tibetan antelopes, the soaring birds, even a single pebble or a tiny insect were captured by Carl's keen perception. His senses acted as an invisible net, enveloping the entire world, where every detail was laid bare. Carl plucked a flower, and the intricate patterns of its petals, the structure of its cells, and the activities of microorganisms unfolded before his eyes like an immensely complex tapestry. He discarded the flower and pressed on. Noticing the ants bustling through the grass and the subterranean kingdom they constructed beneath the soil. The ants scurried about, transporting food and building their nests. Although their lives were minuscule, they brimmed with order and vitality. Gradually, he realized that the world had expanded. Every leaf, every grain of sand, every droplet of dew seemed to represent an independent universe, brimming with infinite possibilities. He began to understand that the true world was not merely the surface he observed, but the myriad layers concealed within the details. Carl discerned the location of Kamathiji. He arrived at a valley, beside a meandering river, where he discovered a village bustling with life. Voices filled the air, wisps of smoke curled upwards, roosters crowed and dogs barked. Children raced along the paths, women washed clothes by the river, and men tilled the fields, a scene of harmonious joy. This was Kamathiji. Behind the village, a road ascended, leading to a grand castle perched on the mountainside, with broad and sturdy walls, towering watchtowers, and monks stationed upon them. This was the sanctuary of the Ancient One, the destination of his journey. Carl wished to soar above, but found his feet anchored to the ground. Thus he was left with no choice but to walk slowly, crossing bridges and entering the village, only to exit and ascend the stone steps, making his way to the sanctuary. He arrived at the castle's entrance and knocked upon the gate. The heavy doors creaked open, revealing a man clad in robes with his hair tied back. "The Supreme Master is awaiting you," the man said with a slight nod, his voice gentle. "Please, follow me." Carl followed the man into the sanctuary. They traversed a tranquil courtyard, entering a long, mysterious corridor where intricately carved wooden windows adorned one side, and the air was suffused with a subtle fragrance of sandalwood. Ascending the wooden staircase, they arrived at a grand door, which the man pushed open, gesturing for Carl to proceed. As Carl stepped inside, he beheld an elder draped in a crimson robe, seated cross-legged and suspended in mid-air at the very heart of the dwelling. The door behind him closed silently. Carl took a few steps forward, prompting the elder to lower his legs and turn to face him, his expression somewhat enigmatic. Even though he had concealed Kamataj, the elder had still managed to find him. "The Ancient One." Carl stood there, gazing at the figure, and declared, I wish to learn magic from you. Child, you are already sufficiently powerful. Why seek further knowledge of magic? The Ancient One's gaze was profound and distant. To compensate for my shortcomings, Carl replied in a hushed tone. Magic can harm me, and the mind can control me. I refuse to allow such events to transpire. And what then, after you learn magic? The Ancient One inquired. Studying Carl intently, I plan to conquer this world. Carl unabashedly revealed his ambition, aspiring to establish a vast empire that would eradicate discrimination and division. And if someone seeks to harm your world? The Ancient One gently probed. I will eliminate all threats, Carl asserted with unwavering resolve. An ephemeral silence enveloped the room. Until the Ancient One spoke once more, then stay. I shall personally teach you the art of magic. Thank you, Ancient One, Carl promptly responded. Lu, please see to Carl's accommodations, the Ancient One instructed a robed man. Understood, Lu replied, promptly escorting Carl away to the guest quarters. After arranging his stay and imparting essential precautions, Lu returned to the Ancient One. Supreme Sorcerer, did you not say he would bring death to this world? Why then, do you choose to take him as your disciple? Lu asked, bewildered. Indeed, many shall perish because of him in the future, the Ancient One replied, his gaze far-reaching. Yet he shall also usher in enduring peace for this world. Chapter 85, The Three Paths of Enlightenment. As dawn's light began to break, the courtyard was already bustling with numerous monks practicing martial arts. Bare-chested, their muscular forms glistened as they unleashed powerful punches and kicks, the air crackling with energy. In addition to hand-to-hand combat, some wielded long swords and spears, skillfully sparring in the open space, their movements swift and agile. Carl did not linger. Following a monk through a corridor until he arrived in the main hall, once again face to face with the Ancient One. How much do you understand about magic? The Ancient One gestured for Carl to take a seat. Imitating the elder's posture, Carl sat cross-legged and pondered for a moment before responding. I have witnessed sorcerers engage in battle using wondrous energies, producing extraordinary effects such as enchantment and spatial displacement. Magic is a means of harnessing certain energies and extra-dimensional forces to achieve one's aims. The Ancient One spoke slowly. It involves the interplay of knowledge, gestures, and incantations to invoke specific effects. To embark on the journey of learning magic, there are 4 distinct methods. The first is centered upon the self, utilizing our mental energies. Ancient One rested his hands upon his legs, his body leaning slightly forward, as golden shadows emerged from within, softly imparting wisdom on enchantment, hypnosis, astral projection, mental control, and telepathy, all stemming from the wellspring of one's spiritual energy. The second approach centered around the environment. The golden phantasm retreated into his form, proclaiming, our world is composed of the 4 elemental forces, earth, wind, water, and fire, alongside myriad natural energies from which a sorcerer may draw power for personal use. With his right hand extended, Ancient One conjured white mist from the ground, grasping it to shape a blade forged from stone. It was evident that the earth had diminished, becoming uneven. Yet, with a simple motion of his hand, the stone sword vanished, sinking back beneath the surface, restoring the ground's flatness. Next, Ancient One raised his left hand, causing the air currents to swirl within his palm, transforming into a whirling vortex, which he cast into the distance. The surrounding winds were drawn in like a tempest, continually swelling in strength. With a gentle push, he expanded the tornado, allowing it to surge outward, flinging open doors and windows, yet with another gesture. He closed them once more. He could also directly manipulate energy into forms. With his hands outstretched, he created a radiant yellow whip of energy. This energy then dissipated, morphing into a long sword, which he tossed to Carl. Upon catching the sword, the energy immediately dispersed into the air. The third method involved harnessing the powers of external dimensions. Ancient One continued, elucidating that there exist special dimensions inhabited by formidable beings, with whom one could forge pacts to acquire their energy, albeit at a significant cost, sometimes leading to the loss of one's identity, becoming a mere slave to the gods of these realms. For instance, Wanda Maximoff, whose soul was marked by the dark magic deity Thon, gaining her potential for chaos magic. Upon hearing Ancient One's discourse, Carl grew anxious, inquiring, who is Thon? What does he desire from Wanda? Thon is one of the ancient gods of Earth, created by the Creator 4 billion years ago. He fled into the flickering realm of his own creation due to the God-Eater, Ancient One explained. Though confined within this realm, he still seeks to influence Earth, and Wanda, due to her exceptional gifts, has been marked by him, intended as a vessel for his eventual descent. How can we prevent this from occurring? Carl asked urgently. Thon wields immense power. To enter Earth, he requires a significant dimensional rift and a ritual, Ancient One replied solemnly. As long as we prevent Wanda from participating in the ritual, we can thwart Thon's arrival. However, I cannot ascertain whether he possesses alternative methods to descend. Thus, Wanda's safety is paramount. But this remains a looming threat. Is there any way to dispel Thawne's mark? Carl pressed. The mark is inscribed upon the soul, forging a profound connection. Ancient One shook his head and remarked, to erase the mark, one must vanquish Zysorn, yet he is too formidable. Upon hearing this, Carl could not help but clench his fists. As long as the mark endured, Wanda would remain in peril. Zysorn must be slain, regardless of his immense power. Now, let us return to the topic at hand. Ancient One continued, glancing at Carl. The fourth path of magic is witchcraft, derived from innate bloodline power. For instance, Amora draws from the magical forces of the Asgardians. Then there is Wanda, born into a lineage of gypsy magic, who possesses the ability to wield witchcraft, excluding chaotic magic. However, I lack a special bloodline, Carl interjected. Indeed, Ancient One replied. Thus, you may currently only learn from the first 3 paths of magic. Yet they will still allow you to master the art. Please, teach me, Master, Carl implored, pressing his hands on his knees, leaning forward with sincerity. Very well. Ancient One nodded slowly. We shall commence with the first path, centering oneself to elevate our mental energy. This not only serves to fuel spells, but also enhances your mental resilience, enabling you to withstand invasions of the mind and mental control by others. This was precisely the purpose of Carl's pursuit of magic, to combat mental prowess. He eagerly inquired, how must I proceed? Meditation is the sole effective method. Ancient One's voice resonated calmly and profoundly. It will sharpen your focus and augment your mental energy. Now, remove your helmet and close your eyes. After a moment's hesitation, Carl removed his helmet and set it aside, shutting his eyes. Meditation transcends mere stillness and emptying of thoughts. It involves capturing the inner spiritual power, Ancient One continued. Now, concentrate your mind and seek its traces. Carl immediately followed Ancient One's instructions, attempting to clear his thoughts. However, the cacophony of sounds around him surged forth, incessantly intruding upon his mind and obstructing his concentration. Furthermore, his thoughts raced at an alarming pace, his brain processing external sounds and perceptions at high speed, leading to the drawbacks of simultaneously contemplating multiple issues. The earlier mention of Zysorn had stirred his subconscious worry for Wanda, and as he endeavored to suppress the emergence of thoughts, his mind only became more chaotic. He found himself unable to empty his thoughts or concentrate. A wave of frustration washing over him as his brow furrowed slightly. Your mind is quite tumultuous. Ancient One's voice pierced through once more, as if discerning Carl's inner turmoil. Carl opened his eyes, a hint of vexation in his tone. I cannot concentrate. Too many factors are interfering. This is perfectly normal. Ancient One smiled gently. Everyone encounters such challenges when initiating meditation. The key lies not in resisting these thoughts, but in embracing them and gradually letting them go. Embrace, do not resist. Carl grasped the pivotal words of the Ancient One, welcoming the cacophony of thoughts as they floated by like clouds, without delving into their depths. Gradually, these clouds began to dissipate, and the distractions in his mind faded away, ultimately leading him into a serene tranquility enveloped in darkness. Time became a blur, and from this darkness erupted the first glimmer of light, resplendent and dazzling. This light, akin to a star, slowly ascended from the depths of Carl's consciousness, dispelling the surrounding shadows. He felt as though his spirit was enveloped by a warm force, gradually emerging from its obscurity. His thoughts became lucid, and an unprecedented calm settled within him. Excellent. The Ancient One's voice resonated again, tinged with approval. You have touched the edge of spiritual energy. Remember this sensation. It is the wellspring of your inner power. Carl slowly opened his eyes, discovering that he still sat cross-legged in the hall, yet the world around him appeared markedly clearer. Not stemming from his physical senses. You must meditate daily to solidify this state, the Ancient One said with a smile. Moreover, I shall teach you some fundamental magical gestures and incantations to aid you in better channeling your spiritual energy. I will train diligently, Carl replied, excitement illuminating his expression. He had embarked upon a new journey, one filled with the unknown and challenges of the magical realm. Chapter 86, The Divided Kingdom. The cultivation of the second path progressed more swiftly than Carl had anticipated. Once the light of his spirit emerged, he began to vaguely perceive the natural energies present in the surrounding space. This was a result of the meticulous observational methods he had adopted while searching for Kamartaj, combined with the enhancement of his spiritual perception, naturally leading him to this state. It dawned on Carl that perhaps, at that moment, the Ancient One had already initiated his instruction, or perhaps it was a selection process to determine his capability to tread the path of magic. Our material realm comprises the 4 fundamental elements of earth, wind, water, and fire, yet other forms of natural energy also exist. standing against the expansive city walls. The Ancient One spoke with hands clasped behind him. Your first task is to perceive and control the fundamental elements. Of course, human capacity has its limitations. Control over the elements will always be finite, and the power of magic is often too feeble. Thus, at times, we must also rely on the might of higher dimensions. The Ancient One's lips moved as he softly intoned an incantation, raising his hands as the surrounding air converged. He thrust his hands forward, gathering a tremendous gust of wind that enveloped everything. The Ancient One rotated his hands inward, the airflow swirling and coalescing into a colossal tornado, advancing ahead. Watchwom wind. He elucidated. Watchwom is one of the 8 gods, and it is a power most frequently harnessed by magicians. Legend has it that Watchwom was once human, who, instead of heeding the guidance of sorcerers, chose to listen to the winds, becoming a formidable magician and claiming dominion over the stormy realms within the divided kingdom. Watchwom commands the tempest, and thus, through his might, one can augment their dominion over the winds. Ancient One continued, stating that not only does Watchwom's wind possess the ability to expel the consciousness of malevolent deities descending from other dimensions, making it an exceedingly practical form of sorcery. Carl gazed at the distant tornado, inhaling deeply as surging air currents enveloped him from all directions, filling his lungs and compressing within. Under the immense suction, the tornado began to show signs of dissipating, its rotational velocity diminishing. After inhaling a sufficient quantity of air, Carl opened his mouth and forcefully exhaled, unleashing a tempestuous gust that rolled forth, colliding with the tornado and scattering it to the winds. Furthermore, icicles formed upon the eaves ahead, a result of the chilling breath freezing the moisture in the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Ancient One's mouth fell slightly agape, her expression one of surprise. Before she coughed and remarked, however, you must first absorb the air currents. Without the presence of air, the storm cannot be unleashed. Yet, if you harness Watchwom's power, you may draw energy from his realm to release it. Understanding dawned upon Carl, who nodded in acknowledgement. This also revealed a flaw of the second path, excessive reliance on environmental energy. Should such energy be absent, one would be incapable of extraction and manipulation. Different dimensions harbor different deities, each possessing unique energies. Ancient One elaborated slowly. Thus, selecting the appropriate deity for the execution of magic is of paramount importance. So, Wanda is connected to Shizorn, enabling her to wield chaotic magic? Carl inquired, curiosity etched upon his face. My knowledge of chaotic magic is limited. Chaos is the fundamental force of creation and the cornerstone of existence, and thus, it is exceedingly difficult to master, Ancient One replied, her brow furrowed. I believe Shizorn is merely one of the users, and Wanda's abilities may not necessarily stem from him. It is highly plausible that they arise from her innate magical talent, amplified through their connection. Wanda hails from a lineage of gypsy magic, possessing magical aptitude from a young age, further enhanced through supreme evolution, which unlocked her potential. Subsequently, being marked by Shizorn, she manifested her formidable magical prowess. However, she has never formally studied magic, relying solely on primordial chaotic energy for her craft, and even so, her power remains only partially unveiled. This led Carl to entertain a bold thought. If Wanda were to grow even stronger, could she sever the connection? That would be quite challenging. Ancient One shook her head. Their bond runs too deep. In fact, in the future, Wanda once utilized the Dark Grimoire to absorb Shizorn, acquiring his strength. Yet even upon her death and resurrection, Shizorn remains within her. Let us not dwell on that. Ancient One waved her hand dismissively, then continued, Carl, the breath you released was exceedingly frigid. In truth, the energy from the realm of the North Wind God is far more suitable for you. Belonging to the demon, Lord Ixalan, perhaps you could harness his power. Ixalan's tendrils and fury are exceptional manifestations of ice magic. Carl conceived a bold idea. If he could directly seize the realm of the god of the North Wind, would it not grant him an inexhaustible source of energy? Ancient One turned his gaze upon Carl and remarked, Ixalan is immensely powerful within his own dimension, capable of wielding the entire force of that realm in battle. Defeating him would indeed be exceedingly challenging. Moreover, the realm of the god of the North Wind is characterized by frigid temperatures, permeated by a biting cold that could even freeze thoughts. In other words, vanquishing a dimensional sovereign would grant one the strength to contend with the very dimension itself. Carl pondered and replied, Indeed. Ancient One nodded in agreement. At that juncture, the dimension may no longer serve you well. At times, it may even become a shackle. Many ancient gods and formidable beings, after conquering and establishing dimensions, find it arduous to depart, resorting instead to projecting energy outward, such as possessing others or establishing bonds, while personally descending may provoke rejection. Nevertheless, They are seldom slain and can perpetually resurrect. Then we shall seize several dimensions, Carl chuckled. For would that not yield even greater energy? Once more, Ancient One lapsed into silence before responding. That is indeed feasible. As curiosity sparkled in Carl's eyes, Ancient One elucidated, long ago, the splintered kingdom was a singular, intact dimension, known as the primordial dark dimension. However, after its fragmentation, it transformed into countless dimensional shards, collectively referred to as the Isles of Pain and Redemption. Ancient One gazed into the distance, as if penetrating the fabric of space itself. Among these dimensional fragments, the largest was termed the Dark Dimension, currently ruled by Dormammu, who had amalgamated numerous dimensional shards and harbored intentions to strike at Earth, making him one of our principal adversaries. Dormammu, Carl murmured, familiar with the name. Then he is my enemy as well. The scheming of Dormammu to leverage the Dark Dimension to annex other dimensions and gain greater power intriguingly aligned with Carl's own aspirations. Very well. Let us return to our training, Ancient One declared, redirecting the focus. We shall commence with the manipulation of the 4 fundamental elements. Agreed, Carl replied, extending his right hand. From the ground, white mist rose, which he grasped, transforming it into a stone sword. With a flourish of his left hand, currents of air swirled forth, manifesting as a fierce wind that stirred the sands and rustled the leaves. Carl brought his hands together, causing moisture to coalesce in his palms, forming a handful of fresh water which he drank, relishing its sweet and refreshing taste. He had mastered the elements of earth, wind, and water, yet the fire element eluded his perception. Consequently, Carl's eyes glowed crimson as he unleashed a beam of heat vision, striking a distant tree and igniting its trunk in flames. He extended a finger, and the fire danced to him, resting upon his fingertip, transforming into a blossoming flower of flame. Chapter 87, Celestial Bodies. Hammer. A devoted servant of the Ancient One for over 30 years, despite his ordinary aptitude, has honed his skills through relentless dedication and practice, ultimately emerging as an accomplished mage with significant achievements in 3 distinct paths. The Ancient One even envisioned him traveling to Hong Kong to establish a sanctum to combat the malevolent forces plaguing the Asian region. However, at this moment, Hammer found himself utterly astonished by the young man before him, who had only been at the monastery for a mere week, yet demonstrated remarkable mastery over the manipulation of environmental energies. Carl clasped his hands together, a vibrant orange light shimmering in his palms, transforming into a robust energy whip. He wielded the whip and lashed it towards Hammer. In response to the assault, Hammer swiftly unleashed his own energy whip, which entwined around Carl's long whip. The collision of energies resulted in the shattering of Carl's whip. Yet, Carl raised his left hand and reached out towards Hammer, causing the ground to tremble as stones surged upward like liquid, morphing into numerous arms that ensnared Hammer's ankles and calves. Upon witnessing Hammer's entrapment, Carl's right hand made a grasping motion in the air, summoning a metallic longsword that materialized in his palm, crafted from the nearby metallic elements, a feat Carl had mastered for rapid condensation. However, at that moment, the ground beneath Carl cracked open, and tendrils erupted, ensnaring him. With a flick of his left hand, Carl evaporated the moisture within the tendrils, reducing them to dry vines that began to splinter and fall away from him. Yet, flames ignited the vines, ravenously advancing towards Carl. With a leap, Carl soared into the air, the fierce winds propelling him as he floated away. The instant he touched the ground, darkness enveloped him, and he felt an intrusion into his mind, an attempt to seize control of his spirit. Nevertheless, within Carl's mental realm, the radiant light of his inner self illuminated, repelling the invading psychic force and expanding relentlessly, banishing the intruder's mental power from his brain. As his vision cleared, Carl found Hammer standing before him, a metallic longsword poised against his chest. I concede, Carl acknowledged. In a purely magical duel, I am indeed outmatched. You have performed admirably, Hammer replied with a smile. Your adeptness in harnessing the energies of your external environment is commendable. Had my mental prowess not exceeded yours, you would not have revealed even the briefest of vulnerabilities. After over 3 decades of cultivation, Hammer's psychic energy far surpassed that of Carl's. Yet, even so, Carl managed to expel the intruding mental force from his consciousness. My mental fortitude requires further refinement, Carl mused. He held high standards for his mental defenses, aspiring to withstand the psychic abilities of Emma and Jean Grey at the very least. Achieving that level would render him virtually impervious to any intrusion into his thoughts. You may take your time to cultivate your skills. There is no rush, Hammer remarked, tucking his hands into his sleeves. Today, as my master has matters to attend to, I shall oversee your instruction. We shall begin with the astral projection, which entails the separation of your soul from your corporeal form. Hammer led Carl to the meditation chamber, igniting sandalwood incense. Under the fragrant haze, Carl felt his spirit coalesce significantly. Sitting cross-legged before Hamel, he observed him motionless, which instantly awakened the light of his mind. Concentrating in his eyes, he perceived Hamel's soul departing from his body, floating in the air as a translucent specter. Though Hamel's spirit did not utter a word, Carl's mind reverberated with his voice. First, perceive the light of your spirit, merging all consciousness within it, and observe outwardly, discerning the boundary between spirit and flesh. Carl immediately entered a cognitive realm, immersing all awareness into the light of his spirit, and he felt an instant loss of control over his body. Sounds vanished, sights obscured, and the senses of taste and touch faded. Yet, through the light of his spirit, he observed two layers of shells, the corporeal body and the astral shell of the soul, where spiritual power was birthed at the junction of the brain and spirit. This elucidated why the power of the mind could perceive the soul and why potent mentalists could engage in astral projection. Let the spiritual force enter the spirit and leap forth with vigor. Hamel's voice resonated in his consciousness. Carl consolidated his spirit, seeking unity with his astral form, striving to detach from his body, yet found it exceedingly arduous. An invisible force tugged at him from all directions, rendering escape impossible. Perceive the boundary between spirit and flesh, Hamel instructed again, urging Carl to envision his spirit transforming into a fish, leaping from the waters of the flesh. Remember, the water represents your body, serving as both resistance and buoyancy. Understanding this, Carl ceased to resist the pulling force of his body. Instead, he harnessed a portion of that energy to leap upward, breaking free from the confines of his head. Suddenly, the expanse opened before him, and Carl's soul emerged into the air. His astral form, a golden specter mirroring his physical appearance, felt ethereal and light. With but a thought, he could glide freely. Carl noticed his spiritual perception had expanded. He could now see the surrounding scenery, feeling the vibrations of sounds clearly, and even reconstructing them based on their frequencies. Your soul is remarkably powerful, Hamel remarked, gazing at the golden shadow with a hint of surprise and envy. The stronger the astral form, the longer it can exist externally. The farther it can distance itself from the body, and it may even traverse other dimensions, capable of resisting soul techniques and special forces. However, should the physical body be destroyed, it would merely become a ghost, lingering until all spiritual energy is exhausted, dissipating into this world. Hamel continued, observing Carl's corporeal form. He could not help but exclaim, "But your body is incredibly robust. You need not fear its destruction." The bodies of mages tend to be frail in astral projection. The physical form is often a liability. If the soul ventures too far and the body is destroyed, only annihilation awaits, unless one possesses sufficient strength to usurp another's body. However, this young man's physique is astonishingly powerful. There is no need to worry about physical harm when it comes to astral projection, since you have already mastered astral projection. Hammer said, "I will now teach you the application of the astral body. First, there is manifestation. Those with weak mental strength cannot perceive your ethereal form. If you wish for them to see you, you must activate your astral body, which requires the expenditure of soul energy." As Hammer spoke, his ethereal form radiated a blue glow, and he continued, "Utilize your mental energy, concentrate it on your exterior shell, and awaken your soul." Carl immediately complied, and under the impetus of his mental energy, the shell of his astral body burst forth with a golden brilliance, allowing even ordinary individuals to perceive his visage. "Excellent." Hammer expressed his approval. The other's comprehension was remarkably high. He would only need a few descriptions to master it. His aptitude was indeed astounding. Only Strang, who had left the hermitage and studied on his own, could be compared to him, having completed his first astral projection through self-study. "Now, let us proceed to the next application of the astral body," Hammer stated, extracting the soul from objects. His astral form floated towards a book, grasped it with both hands, and lifted it upward, the ethereal image of the book appearing in his grasp, allowing for its free perusal while the physical volume remained nearby. Carl leaned in to observe, discovering it was filled with text that was readable and could be turned. "This is rather challenging." Hammer imparted the method to Carl, who began his attempts but faced repeated failures. After mastering these two skills, however, Hammer's soul dimmed slightly, necessitating a return to his physical body for rejuvenation. It would take some time before he could project again. Meanwhile, Carl's soul remained robust as he continued to refine his soul extraction technique, not fully mastering it until several hours later, though it still lacked stability. You can extract the soul from objects. Now you may attempt to extract the souls of living beings, though it is considerably more difficult due to the differing energies of souls. Hammer continued, "Moreover, this process is perilous and potentially fatal, so it is best not to attempt it on humans. Practice with livestock instead." "I shall remember that." Carl nodded. listening attentively as Hammer shared a wealth of knowledge regarding the ethereal body, such as moving swiftly in the ethereal state, how to locate one's physical body to avoid becoming lost, and how to communicate with others using the ethereal form. Carl diligently took notes, gradually experimenting on his own, and quickly grasped these concepts. In around 10 days, Carl had made significant strides in mastering both self and environmental training. The fortification of the mind requires extensive accumulation, and the manipulation of environmental energy is inherently limited. The most formidable magic, however, lies in the third path of external heart magic, which harnesses energy from alternate dimensions, invoking the aid of the demigods. Yet, this path is fraught with danger. Chapter 88. The Contract of the Emperor of Weishan. To borrow the power of the demigods is a perilous endeavor. In the meditation chamber, Ancient One sat before Carl, gradually imparting wisdom, to seek their assistance. A price must be paid. Some require the expenditure of your vitality, others demand the sacrifice of your internal organs. Certain magics necessitate the relinquishment of emotions, while others demand the offering of living souls. Moreover, some demonic entities expect your soul posthumously, or seek to be gratified through battle and destruction. Carl furrowed his brow slightly. If the cost was excessively steep, then pursuing mastery was utterly unnecessary, for the potency of most magics scarcely rivaled his own casual strikes. Many demons insisted on a binding contract before granting power. Failure to adhere could result in them reclaiming even more than what was initially offered. Ancient One gently remarked, "Unless you possess sufficient strength to default on the debt, or if you owe too much, conflicts may arise among your creditors." Thus, in the early stages of utilizing external magical powers, we tend to favor those deities whose costs are more modest. For instance, Ancient One continued, there is Vishandi, the god of white magic. When you safeguard the earth and expel malevolence, only a minor price is required, enduring both mental and physical anguish. Carl pondered the nature of pain. If it were merely ordinary suffering, its impact on him would be negligible. Then there are the seraphim, whose duty is to protect humanity. When danger approaches and you call for aid, a response will be forthcoming. Ancient One elaborated, take the 8 great demons, each necessitating some form of sacrifice. If you seek strength from Klokken, your body must endure punishment, bearing immense torment. Requesting assistance from Farella requires the sacrifice of formidable beings for its sustenance. With Icon, your mental fortitude will be drained, diminishing your spiritual energy. The least demanding is Setarak of the Crimson Cosmos, who revels in chaos and destruction, requiring only sufficient devastation to appease him. As for the other demons, their costs are exorbitantly high. Unless absolutely necessary, their powers should remain untapped. Ancient One fixed his gaze on Carl and stated, of course, you may transfer the burden of the price to others, allowing them to bear the consequences. That is unnecessary. My aspirations for magic are not so lofty, Carl replied directly. I merely wish to resist mental intrusions, defend against formidable spells, inflict harm upon spirits, and acquire the abilities of instantaneous movement and teleportation. Such desires are not insurmountable, Ancient One asserted. Vishandi's white magic can achieve all this. But you must refrain from utilizing black magic, from acts of slaughter, and instead focus on banishing evil while safeguarding the earth. It appears I cannot wield their powers. Carl shrugged, acknowledging the bloodshed he had wrought and the unfinished quest for vengeance, which would undoubtedly lead to further carnage. That may not necessarily be the case. Ancient One observed with a smile. You might attempt to communicate with them. Perhaps you could garner their favor. Come. I shall instruct you on how to engage with them and the incantations required. Carl sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, hands resting on his knees, with his thumbs and middle fingers pressed together, and his ring fingers slightly bent. A mantra floated through his mind, and he began to chant, Hogs of the White Beard. Omnipotent Noster, all-seeing Agamotto, please heed our call. As his voice resonated, 3 ethereal figures emerged in his consciousness. To the left stood a woman, her forehead crowned with spiritual flames. In the center was a man whose gaze transcended time. To the right loomed a tiger's head, its eyes ablaze with fury. The Trinity, the Vishanti, comprised 3 beings, Ashtar, Agamotto, and Hogs. Ashtar, one of the ancient deities of Earth, embodied the sky, wisdom, and reason. Moved to tears by the sight of children at play, her tears birthed Agamotto. Agamotto, a sorcerer, delved into the mysteries of magic, uncovering the 3 paths to enlightenment, thus becoming the first supreme sorcerer. Ashtar traversed the cosmos, encountering the extraterrestrial deity Hogs. After Agamotto's passing, the 3 united as the Vishanti, safeguarding Earth against formidable foes such as Set, Shumagorath, and other ancient threats. Carl gazed at them, feeling their immense power, transcending time and space. Capable of extinguishing his own light of consciousness with a mere breath, Carl, an outsider, Agamotto spoke, acknowledging his presence. We are aware of your intentions and are willing to forge a pact to lend you our strength. Surprised by their initiative, Carl realized that fortune rarely falls from the heavens. He inquired, "What price must I pay?" With a voice both gentle and authoritative, Ashtar replied, "You must serve as our warrior in the War of the Seven Realms, standing against our adversaries. The enemies of the Vishanti? They must be equally formidable. Beings of multiversal stature. Such a conflict seemed beyond his reach. Fear not," Hogs rumbled. "You need only confront their agents, and the war is still a decade away." A decade? Carl contemplated the prospect of his strength growing exponentially, yet without additional energies, surpassing even a singular universe seemed implausible. Moreover, was it wise to risk himself in a war that could obliterate dimensions? "The price of this contract is too heavy," he exclaimed. "It is merely the white magic of the Vishanti, though powerful, not irreplaceable. The enhancement of my mental faculties has already met my initial goals. Beyond our strength," Agamotto continued, "we promise to assist you in your future confrontations with Shumagorath. Of course, you must also aid us in resisting the serpent god Set and the Eye Demon." Upon hearing the name, a surge of anger welled up within Carl, his inner light becoming more resplendent. In recent days, he had delved deeper into the lore surrounding Zysorn, one of the ancient gods of Earth who had pioneered the dark arts. To evade the devourer of gods, he had forsaken Earth and created the flickering realm, a being of immeasurable power. What incensed Carl was that Zysorn had marked Wanda's soul, intending to use her as a vessel. Carl would never permit such a travesty. He yearned to liberate Wanda from this bondage. However, Zysorn, as a dimensional deity, wielded unfathomable strength and possessed endless power within his realm, rendering him nearly invincible. Yet, should he secure the aid of the Emperor of Dimensions, there lay a chance to vanquish Zysorn and free Wanda. "Your proposal still entails a demand for my assistance in your battle." Carl refrained from acquiescing immediately, stating, "This cannot serve as an additional compensation." They agreed to aid him against Zysorn, yet expected him to confront Set and the Eye Demon. Carl had perused numerous texts and understood that Set was a formidable ancient god, while the Eye Demon was said to rival the Emperor of Dimensions. A being of multiversal caliber, quite the troublesome little imp. Astu gazed down at Carl and declared, "Very well, we shall offer you another secret." "What secret?" Carl inquired with curiosity. "The path to godhood," Hogarth interjected, "teaching you how to become a deity." Upon hearing this, Carl's inner light quivered slightly. He had recently contemplated the notion of seizing dimensions and devouring more realms to amass immense energy. However, the path to becoming a dimensional deity bore its own pitfalls. To occupy a dimension necessitated colossal rifts to reach other worlds, and it was all too easy to sever one's connection, as Zysorn had been barred from Earth, requiring a medium. If one could not descend to the mortal realm, what worth would there be in claiming more dimensions and gaining formidable power? He would not be a true dimensional deity. Agamotto discerned his thoughts and remarked, "Rather, one should harness the faith of sentient beings to become a god among mortals." Loki posited that gods are mere beautiful tales. The universe believes in these narratives, which thus become reality, born from the creativity of mortals. Hence, mortals birth the gods. Others contended that a god is a concept, drawing strength from the devotion of followers. Should all forget a deity, that god would wane in power. For instance, the divine entity of the Skrulls grew ever stronger through the faith of the Skrull people. Carl found himself intrigued by the notion of attaining divinity through faith. Yet he remained uncertain about the path he would ultimately choose, whether to embrace godhood or not. Nonetheless, mastering the means to ascend to divinity was essential. "Very well," Carl stated, "I am willing to forge a pact with you. In addition to your assistance against Zysorn, I require the path to godhood as a dimensional deity and a god of faith." "No issue," Aosidu responded. "Let us proceed to sign the contract as per our agreement." Emperor Weishan sent a contract to Carl, presented in a manner acceptable to him. The long parchment detailed each clause of the agreement. Carl scrutinized the contract and found no discrepancies. Moreover, the notary was the court of life, which would adjudicate any violations of the agreement. After the three from Weishan signed the contract, Carl affixed his signature, completing it with a pen forged from the essence of his soul. A flash of light marked the binding of the contract. "From this day forth, you may freely wield our magic, provided it is not used to harm others or endanger this world," Hogg said slowly. "Then, farewell." Aositu's gaze lingered on Carl. "We shall meet again when the Seven Realms War commences." With these words, the visage of Emperor Weishan gradually faded away. Carl opened his eyes to find the composed Ancient One before him. Ancient One smiled and remarked, "It seems you have achieved the desired outcome." "Indeed," Carl nodded, then added with a smile, "but I feel as though everything was predetermined from the moment I stepped into Kamartaj. The soul imprints of Zysorn and Wanda. the power of the dimensional demon, and his own fear of weakness. All of Wei Shan's proposals met his requirements, all of which originated from Ancient One. Perhaps the future is fated, and thus the past unfolds in such a manner. Ancient One wore a smile, yet the future is crafted by those of the past. Rivers carve their courses, flowing along the channels, and though the channel remains, the water circulates and renews. How can it not be the original river? Author's note: this book will be available on March 1st at midnight. This is my second novel centered around superheroes. The previous one quickly became invincible with no plot, and the editor notified me that it was rejected after 30,000 words. This novel has been transformed into a comic version with a different approach. But the content is rather niche, requiring extensive research, and much of it remains untranslated, forcing me to rely on software for image translations, which is quite cumbersome. I would like to express my gratitude to the editor for their assistance in addressing the book's issues. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to all who have supported me, including those who contributed monthly votes and recommendations. After the release, I will increase the updates, starting with 5 chapters on the first day. I kindly ask for your subscriptions. Chapter 89, The Dark Minions. The night was deep, silence enveloping the surroundings. In Bedford, England, a purple light circle ignited upon the ground, and the purple glow formed fleeting images of the moon and stars as 5 figures materialized. This was the pentagram of Farella, a spell that borrowed power from one of the 8 great demons, capable of being cast by a single individual, yet requiring the cooperation of 4 others for long-distance group teleportation. The 5 figures appeared, with the foremost one donning a muzzle device, a firearm accessory that allows gas to escape from both sides during the bullet's discharge, effectively reducing the recoil produced by the muzzle blast. The gusts of air that burst forth from the dual ports can rebound off obstacles within a meter's distance, potentially inflicting harm upon the sniper. Tears finally streamed down Long Shui's face. She felt a surge of despair and suddenly no longer wished to continue her struggle against Yifeng. Reflecting on her prior commitment to the organization, which demanded she infiltrate Yifeng's circle of life even at the cost of her own body, she truly regretted her choices, and her tears cascaded down in earnest. At that moment, Zhang Kaihua climbed up and, upon noticing my elder brother, momentarily froze, then let out a huff. Clearly displeased with my elder brother and second brother for leaving us to act independently. My elder brother seemed aware of his misstep and didn't glare at Zhang Kaixian, instead returning a foolish grin. The injury to Wu Ji was peculiar. The fatal wound was a puncture in his back. If his subordinates had not misjudged, that wound was inflicted by a dagger thrust into his spine. The man in black answered truthfully. Mo Gang was slightly taken aback in Xiantian Academy. Most competitions were wagered using contribution points, and it was quite rare to use Xian Yuan stones as stakes. Generals, look, there's a grove ahead. A member of the White Horse Brigade shouted to Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Li Hai fixed his gaze on Yan Mingxiang. He was unfamiliar with Yifeng's past and had no knowledge of when Yifeng had previously dropped out. He scrutinized Yan Shi, noting his striking appearance and formidable strength, and yet he was not even 30 years old. Dongfeng, like Ran Ran, was a fire mage. However, the skills he unleashed were beyond what Ran Ran could currently wield. In comparison, he hoped that Wang Tian would propose conditions right away. Perhaps these terms would be quite unreasonable. But the opposing party was not an expert, while he himself was well versed in this area, making it easy to refute, and the eventual terms would undoubtedly be more favorable to him. It is also possible that I am merely boasting. Su Duan held the teacup, blowing on it for a while before taking a sip and speaking. Li Yuanba deflected most of the silver needles, but one elusive as a hair evaded his perception and struck Li Dongsheng with pinpoint accuracy. Who told you Su Duan would be at a disadvantage? Lininger appeared quite calm now. What brings you here? Zhou Manru followed Yunsheng to a phoenix tree, observing him standing silently without uttering a word. This evoked a tremor in Wang Aran, who had enjoyed a smooth sailing life for many years. The first time was in the presence of Miss Jiu. No. Yun Juexiang shot a fierce glare at Yunsheng and remarked that he was full before leaving the dining table and heading towards the living room. Jianqi understood their predicament. Stepping out brazenly would likely lead to significant trouble, and now they could only rely on Wang Yu's spatial laws to escape. All right, I will go fetch him immediately. He spends his days leisurely, either playing chess with others or sipping tea. After receiving the decree, the rat hurriedly exited the grand hall in search of Han Yuan. Ah, it is indeed I. Why the astonishment? I am not so different from you. Li Dongxing spoke lightly, yet the smile on his face betrayed him. He relished the astonished, envious, and admiring gazes of others. Chu Jiqiu approached the mirror and noticed a diamond-shaped mark on his forehead, resembling a golden thread, which gradually faded until it vanished completely. He surmised that it must have been a result of his recent practice of the Heavenly Eye technique. The stationary car was the one seized by Lu Peng and his comrades during their ambush in the shantytown. Later, it helped them escape the relentless pursuit of the Japanese after breaking out of the dye factory, and now, unexpectedly, it remained at the same spot, serving them once more. Since Southeast's rise to fame at the Dragon Gate, it was his first encounter with the unruly Pu Du sect. Approaching the ambulance, Enqing stepped onto the vehicle and gazed at Feng Ming, who lay quietly inside, her brow furrowing slightly. Who did this? She inquired. Initially, he had anticipated the arrival of one of the Yishaoyan sisters, but to his surprise, it was Luo Yuning who appeared. With Yu Jun and the Pangu vengeful spirit absent, he turned to Lu Longting and asked whether they should remain here or continue pursuing the traces of Yu Jun and the Pangu vengeful spirit. The sound of lamentation persisted, but as noon approached, it was drowned out by a fierce argument. Xiao Ming snorted coldly, and flames erupted around him, surging with the power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, incinerating Qin Zhong's sword Qi Dragon in an instant. The flames coalesced into several fire dragons, sweeping towards Qin Zhong. You have worked hard, Lu Ping thought, feeling a pang of guilt as he recalled how he had previously used a scapegoat to evade bullets. His expression changing as he feared it might involve members of the new Fourth Army, prompting him to quickly return to the ancestral hall. His words were uttered with great difficulty, and upon finishing, his heart raced. He dared not raise his head, merely awaiting Ma Xian's response. With Dualuo's mental strength now magnitudes greater than before, he found himself effortlessly grasping even the more elementary mental techniques, mastering those of level 8 within mere days. Fortunately, the Blood Shadow Demon body and Bihua Mountain had drawn everyone's attention, allowing Li Sun to disregard the commotion and head directly towards the location agreed upon with Baisu. Upon realizing that in Qin Yin's heart, he was merely a substitute, he clung to a sliver of hope, attempting to self-deprecate and redefine his position. With the establishment of this mode, Tetela felt a slight improvement in mood, at least experiencing some change. Chen Yutong, who had merely bumped into the table and felt a bit of pain, upon hearing Pan Yifei's words, immediately felt a surge of inspiration. Clutching her abdomen and exclaiming in pain, her face contorted in utmost agony. In an instant, Zhang Ling seemed to have entered an entirely different realm, momentarily experiencing dizziness. The azure ceiling and white wallpaper evoke an impression of a blue sky adorned with white clouds. Thus, this foolish woman, who had been kept by Han Shuang since she was 11, followed him for a decade, bearing 7 children, 6 of whom perished, and ultimately resorted to violence against Han Shuang for the sake of her only son. After 10 years of marriage, she remained oblivious to one significant detail. Han Shuang was a light sleeper. Chapter 90. The Rift of Dimensions. Dark energy diffuses, resembling smoke and mist, saturating the area before them, as hunting hounds emerge from the shadows, charging towards them. Everyone, be cautious, Hamel warned with a look of prudence. With a gesture, countless cubic crystals flew forth, Cinderella crystals. These crystals collided with the dark hounds, shattering upon impact and purifying the dark forces, while a fraction of the crystals that grazed the dark mist exploded it into fragments. Feng Chun, I shall return to meditate for a while. Would you care to join me? Yu He inquired. Observing Su Hao, a circle of silvery light manifested at his dantian, weaker than any previous emanation, akin to sunlight refracted by exquisite jewelry. Yet, this aura was undeniably that of the Tai Pearl, perceptible only to the spiritual fish within a 3-mile radius. Gazing at Chen Feng, Luo Jiuchun nodded in satisfaction, taking a seat without interrupting him. Seal it. Chen Feng and the others seized the moment to exert their utmost effort in sealing. However, at that juncture, the lines began to expand outward, seemingly on the verge of breaking apart. Kill! Kill! Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was taken aback. Could it be that he was indeed under the control of the demon clan? Who was he meant to slay? Suddenly, Xia Inger dashed into the throng of incessant people. Under the urging of the Yuan soldiers, travelers hurriedly assisted the elderly and children off the train, immediately followed by the loading of dozens of carts filled with illicit salt, evidently destined for Jiangnan West Road for sale. Near the entrance of the dark prison lay the cells for serious offenders. Generally, once one entered this place, the chances of emerging alive were virtually non-existent. As for the dark prison, it was a locale that even hardened criminals feared deeply. Once one entered, there was no escape, and a grim fate awaited. Chen Feng's audacity to declare such a statement stemmed from having discreetly inquired about the method to eliminate the powder from Xinyuan Kong beforehand, who had imparted the knowledge to him, thus granting Chen Feng the confidence to speak. Lin Yi could distinctly sense that the magic of the Tree of Life enveloped the entire central plaza, isolating it from external evil and dark forces. He extended his right hand to touch the skeletal structure, but recoiled instantly upon contact. He clarified his situation with Song Shengsheng to his parents. presenting the marriage certificate before them to prepare them for his future return with her. Much like the lychee saplings that Jian Minghua had sent some time ago, Wang Han was elated to see them for the first time, eagerly digging into the soil, ultimately jeopardizing their chance to bear fruit. The goblins, lizard men, and ogres, among others, occupy the lowest echelons of intelligent races. Such astonishing destructive power could easily reduce the entire goblin kingdom to ruins with a single blow. Regarding Zhang Shuo, King Jian is well aware of this prodigal's character. At merely 15 years of age, he already possesses several concubines, a decidedly improper conduct. You are correct. Yet who can fault me for my skills? Bond asserted that his expertise granted him the liberty to act as he pleased. Who said that the truth spell could not bind stones? Du Ziheng, a patient with a prescribed recovery diet, found joy in dining within his own courtyard. Upon receiving the dragon and phoenix needles, Huaner knelt and apologized, admitting her fault. I am guilty. I lost my focus for a moment. Although her embroidery skills had improved, her limited time and experience meant that her acuity and tactile sensitivity could not compare to those of seasoned artisans like Suba Gugu, Gao Mingyang, and Chen Zifeng. Thus she had been deceived. In Sun Chengqiang's view, investing in stocks resembled gambling. Such a game reliant solely on luck did not earn his approval. At that moment, a towering figure, akin to an iron tower, ascended into the air, the Diamond King, who had previously clashed with Burin, now gazed down upon the refined young man below. Chapter 91. The Dimension of Dreams. Carl was acutely aware that he was dreaming, particularly as the enhancement of his spiritual energy allowed him to remain conscious within the dream. After perusing the Book of Dreams, he was capable of constructing this world. An endless expanse of green meadows stretched before him, with a river meandering from the distance, and not far from its banks stood a tall, flourishing tree. Carl sat beneath it, extending his hand as his spiritual energy was released. Surrounding space emanated a purple glow, coalescing before him into a sleeping soldier. Many, ignited by flames, rushed out in disarray, their armor and weapons forsaken, only to be met with a chaotic onslaught from Su Huayu's 500 troops, resulting in countless casualties amidst the tumult. As Zheng Tianyun bowed, the crowd erupted in applause. It was evident that his speech had resonated deeply with the audience. Humph, Uncle has gone too far this time. Beside Zheng Shiyuan, Bai Yi Mo exclaimed in fury. If Bai Yi Kanjia were to discover that his schemes had reached his nephew's ears, he would likely be consumed by rage or driven to desperate measures. The battle raged on into the night, transforming from initial formations into a complete melee, with the battlefield expanding to engulf all of Diannan Island and its surrounding seas. Hush, do not speak of Amour. Just let me believe you love me, will you? Gently stroking Yumo's head and gazing at the ceiling, Lung Xuanya spoke softly. The summit lasted a full 2 days, during which each branch meticulously detailed their profits and losses over the past year, speaking with trepidation lest they incur a scathing rebuke for any misstep. Chiu Chiu bit her lip, furrowing her brow, her eyes darting around the vicinity, signaling that they dared not act recklessly here. Huang Ding, with a playful grin, swiftly pulled Zhu Zhen down the mountain, leaving Zhu Wen and Huang Ying behind, exchanging knowing smiles. However, at that moment, the appearance of the creature underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing from a colossal, beastly figure into a handsome middle-aged man clad in resplendent garments, exuding an aura of nobility, none other than Lord In Yuan. Xing Yu realized that she was akin to a thorn in the side of the others, causing them considerable discomfort. Thus, the sooner she extricated herself from this situation, the sooner their pain would cease. Though her narration was somewhat disordered due to urgency, she managed to convey the gist of her message. Remaining in this office building held no further significance. After a brief discussion with Yuan, they resolved to return home. Originally, Qin Wu had the opportunity to become the divine sovereign of the Phoenix Lord, a position akin to that of his grandfather. Yet now, as the Emperor of Qin, the allure of the Phoenix Lord's divinity held no appeal for him, and thus he rejected the proposal put forth by the Phoenix clan. It is not I. The young lady Jin Er exclaimed sweetly. A true man should indeed act with courage and take responsibility. I shall not resort to the art of finger snaps, nor do I need to masquerade as a hero. Nonetheless, even amidst such circumstances, it remained possible for those with discernment to deduce the identity of the individual. On the brink of life and death, the latent power within the body surged forth like a tiger breaking free from its cage, finally revealing its fangs. Beneath the bright sunlight, not only did the elven army require preparation, but they also needed to replenish their siege equipment. Qin Wu found himself powerless to address the current predicament, lacking allies by his side. If he could not assume responsibility, then the entire day would see Kong Yu lose her watchful vigilance, making it exceedingly easy for that individual to conceal himself. Gu Qing expressed skepticism regarding this assertion. It was inconceivable that an ordinary martial academy could possess such sword techniques, suggesting that Qin Wu might hail from extraordinary origins. For it was impossible to cultivate such elite swordsmanship otherwise. The Phantom Wolf King appeared to be startled by the shrill cry of the precious treasure. Swiftly lifting its massive wolf head to gaze intently in their direction, its ears perked up, glaring with fierce, slanting eyes, and extending its blood-red tongue to lick its broad muzzle. Chapter 92. The Queen of Dreams. Alkila, a realm nestled within the fabric of dreamlike time, borders the nightmarish world. The indigenous deities reside here. They once journeyed to Earth, transforming Australia, becoming objects of veneration among the local populace, and their legends endure to this day. The nightmarish world frequently invades the realm of dreams, prompting Alkila to dispatch divine warriors to thwart their expansion, leading to intermittent clashes between the two factions. The indigenous deities possess a body density twice that of humans. As twilight enveloped the surroundings, the dim lights flickered. Nanjing's night was serene and tranquil. Beyond the high walls of the Prime Minister's residence, two shadowy figures stealthily pressed against the corner. If, hypothetically, Qin Fei did not exist, they could scarcely fathom the disaster that would befall them, and indeed the entire Great Xia. To put it more severely, it would amount to a catastrophic upheaval, akin to a change of dynasty resulting in untold suffering. At the forefront stood 1,000 individuals, desperately fleeing, yet from above, their formation remained impressively intact, their strides synchronized and the banners in the soldiers' hands unwavering. Behind this throng trailed a solitary figure, Shermu, who was approximately several dozen meters away from the crowd. Baron Seymour extracted a handful of golden pounds from his pocket, causing Soros to tremble with apprehension. It was hardly surprising that she felt this way. She was dressed quite ordinarily, lacking any remarkable features, in stark contrast to those who thrived, clad in expensive suits, driving luxury cars, and enjoying both fame and fortune, basking in the limelight and attracting countless gazes. Though they were but ants, a modicum of respect was warranted. United, they would be slaughtered without mercy. Remarked by you with ease. Alas, such a favorable situation was short-lived. As the Tiangang spiral slash converged within a radius of several dozen meters, a dozen monsters began to sense an impending threat, their chaotic energy becoming increasingly restless, unleashing a series of fierce assaults. Ultimately, they chose to believe. For the news had emanated from the 9 great sects. Had it been a declaration from a solitary sect regarding the annihilation of the Divine Sea sect, skepticism would have prevailed. However, with all 9 sects simultaneously announcing this news, as if prearranged, no one dared to question the veracity of their claims. Though the Leaf Village had conducted numerous experiments since the time of Senju Hashirama, only Orochimaru's human experimentation had yielded success with a single would-release ninja, Yamato. Nevertheless, the potency of Yamato's would-release paled in comparison to that of Senju Hashirama. Witnessing such a scenario, both I and Chili Sprite understood its implications. Being surrounded would surely lead to an inescapable demise. Yet, fleeing now would guarantee the loss of this place, leaving us in a dire dilemma. Though reluctant, it was unreasonable to deny her the chance to return home forever. Lung Ao understood that patience was essential. He could not reveal his intentions and could only await the right opportunity. Upon hearing this, Ji Qian disregarded her dripping clothes and hastened to her BMW, speeding away. She turned back to extinguish the lights in the room, allowing the serene moonlight to pour in, as only this could gradually soothe her inner turmoil. Sensing her hand attempting to escape from his grasp, he tightened his hold, causing her arm to ache. Mi Yiqing suddenly felt out of her depth. Her hand trembled, as this was her first encounter with such a situation. Guijia's heart raced. From Jia Su's words, he discerned that a method was about to be proposed, one that Guijia had never seen or even heard of before. Having taken such a valuable item from a friend, Yu Zhou felt a pang of guilt and resolved to compensate his companions. I did not follow up on the situation with Brother Xiong. I believed he possessed the capability to command the entire senior year with ease. He was certainly not a simple character. Although he was now faced with a stronger, more ruthless adversary, the will to survive would undoubtedly teach him to be equally heartless. Butterfly Snow had always heard that the apothecary was quite remarkable and was aware that alchemy required substantial financial investment, yet she had never fathomed the extent of such expenditure. Thank you, Mr. Taylor, and I apologize for any disturbance. Please, this way. After making a courteous gesture towards Taylor, Longy proceeded. This was merely the initial step of the Great Slave Plan. He aimed to win the hearts of more slaves through such means, for only then would their loyalty be directed towards him. However, this would undoubtedly incite the displeasure of the Celestials, leading to continuous conflicts between the slaves and the divine beings due to these matters. The commander broke into a cold sweat as he suddenly saw a long sword hurtling towards his face, prompting him to hastily draw his sword in defense. The thoughts of the onlookers were varied. While others remained uncertain, it was evident that after today, Swid's name would ascend to new heights. Had it not been for Qiao Nan's formidable strength, he would have been suppressed by that earlier mighty hand. Yet, even so, Qiao Nan did not find himself unscathed. The response to Li Xiaoyao was an arrow, which struck deeply into his shoulder. In just a few minutes, several vehicles adorned with the emblem of Guangdong County approached. This was a weighty responsibility. To bear the banner of humanity meant shouldering the safety and security of the mortal realm for a lifetime. Otherwise, what right did one have to assume the title of king among men? Nangong Tiejian's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Yi Bufan effortlessly defeat Heo with a single punch, clearly holding back his full power. Confronted by Han Jiji's final sweeping kick aimed at his head, Tang Tian's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Wasn't it said that in sparring, injuries were inevitable? Chapter 93. The Grigorul teleportation spell in the Republic of Suriname. At the hunter's base, Emma Frost stood there in her silver armor, holding a long sword that gleamed with a chilling light, her breath steady as she pointed the sword towards the ground. In the next moment, a burst of blue smoke erupted behind Emma, and the Night Stalker, Kurt, appeared, brandishing a sharp dagger aimed at her back. Emma reacted swiftly, stepping forward to evade the strike, only to find that the Night Stalker had vanished and reappeared before Jiang Yunwan, whose expression remained emotionless and icy, making it impossible to decipher her thoughts. With increased intensity, Mu Tingxiao's kiss began to wander to other battlegrounds. If you have the courage, release Yu Fei, and let us duel. Yang Feng dismissed Wang Ming without a second thought. Li Muchio was preoccupied with the old gentleman's injury when a memory surfaced of Lin Yu once chatting with her about scams. He had laughed and cautioned her not to be too kind-hearted, lest she fall victim to such deceit. He was indulging in honey. Jiang Yunwan pursed her lips and conveyed what she had witnessed to the others. Yang Feng, this mountainous region is truly perilous. Were it not for you, my life would have been lost. Shen Biao expressed her gratitude. Following Aaron, it wasn't long before the two arrived at another closed doorway, from within which came the exuberant sounds of cheers and raucousness, as if an intense match were underway. Suddenly, Guche noticed a helicopter soaring above, perhaps in pursuit of something intriguing. He squinted, pondering the potential for discovery, although he had previously signaled his arrival to avoid startling them. Bai Shui's unexpected exclamation still caught them off guard. Listening to his powerful heartbeat, she feigned slumber, her limbs moving restlessly as she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. Jingwen, do not rush. Let us sit and converse over there, Shun Huijun suggested, pointing to a stone bench not far ahead. Despite the reluctance, even as I resolved to become engaged to Rong, I remained infatuated with her, leading me to frequently linger in the Shun garden, arriving quietly and departing just as silently. Upon returning to the Yu residence, everyone breathed a sigh of relief at their arrival. Meng Xingchen and Ouyang Qi expressed concern, inquiring about Meng Yuchen's well-being. Li Jinglong immediately gestured for silence, awaiting a moment, yet the imperial tomb remained eerily still. The Xie prison had not pursued them, nor did any dark energy emanate from beneath the broken dragon stone. Alas, if both of you feel this way, as parents, we can hardly insist otherwise, Yi Mei sighed. In light of the Yi family's actions, no one had anything to say. Had they been in the same position, they would likely have acted similarly, if not more overtly. Such is the common stratagem among noble families. Li Dinghua sat slumped on the sofa like a mass of clay, indifferent to the fluctuations of Su Sanshan's stock prices. The unfolding situation had spiraled beyond his control, and he placed all his hopes on the young man accompanying old Fong. Who would have thought the snowfall last night would be so heavy? Fong Weijian exclaimed, brushing the snowflakes from her coat, noticing a bulging travel bag in the passenger seat. Sitting on a stone bench in the campus, she gazed up at the expansive azure sky, relishing the gentle breeze. Li Jinglong signaled for Hongjun to wait, conversing with the ship captain in front of the cargo vessel, aware that the boats along the Weishui and Yellow River routes were not transporting passengers, but merely goods. Li Jinglong glanced around, purchased a few items to tuck away, exchanged some silver coins, and instructed Hongjun to lead the horse onto the ship without prattling. Honestly speaking, the contributions we make for our country are insignificant compared to yours. Qinfen chuckled wryly. A pale gray sword aura descended, accompanied by a muffled thud, as its fierce might erupted instantaneously, enveloping the figure of the heavenly evil emperor in a torrent of gray sword energy. Chapter 94. The Silver Glider. In the profound night sky, a blazing flame streaked across the horizon. It was the Thunderfire, one of the four marvels, entirely engulfed in blazing flames, trailing a long tail of fire behind. At that moment, he was in pursuit of a silhouette, its silver form glistening and reflecting the surrounding skyscrapers, gliding on a smooth surfboard as it advanced at extraordinary speed. Two individuals, engaged in a relentless pursuit, burst forth from Manhattan, leaving New York behind as they sped across the river. Alas, one fears they may attract the attention of the Dragon Clan, inciting their wrath. It is only a matter of time before the truth unfolds. Let us return to the Sea King's palace and instruct our subjects to remain beneath the surface. With a flourish of his royal robes, the Sea King turned and began his descent into the depths, accompanied closely by nearly 1,000 members of the royal guard. This bracelet, intricately carved from a jade stone derived from a fallen meteorite, must indeed possess unique properties. Otherwise, what purpose could it serve? Yu Yujia cast a meaningful glance at Song Daoqing, who, despite feeling the prickling unease, held his gaze steady. Zhao Fuxin wandered through the tavern and was startled by the heavy breathing emanating from the kitchen. Upon entering, he was met with a shocking sight. A figure sat upon the ground, surrounded by a veil of murky black mist, seemingly in agony. The darkness obscured the man's features, but his stature was undeniably tall. "I shall fight you, as he will not." A gentle voice resonated throughout the expanse of Qinglong Island. From behind Huaji emerged the silhouette of a young man, lean yet strikingly handsome, with eyes that captivated to the point of obsession. He constantly reminded Gao Qing of the responsibility he bore in this matter. Ultimately, he resolved to press onward, determined to confront whatever lay ahead. Gao Qing discovered that Huaji could consistently unearth fresh berries amidst the desert, exotic fruits he had never encountered before, providing both sustenance and refreshment. Over 5 days, Gao Qing produced the heart of heaven once more, allowing Huaji to absorb its radiant glow, which sent the creature tumbling joyfully in the sands, playfully rolling about. Once a solitary figure, Zhao Xian had few friends and often traversed life alone. After being nearly defeated by Hu Dan on the grievance platform, no one came to his defense. Even Liu Xian chose to ignore the conflict when faced with a capable adversary and a seemingly ordinary ability wielder. "Of course not. I assisted Auntie with household chores, washing the basin and returning it to its place," he replied. Just then, his phone buzzed from his pocket, revealing an unfamiliar number. Lei Chen frowned, but answered the call. Suddenly, Asi conceived a risky plan, executing it without hesitation. As long as it proved effective, she deemed the risks inconsequential. As such uncertainties were to be expected, Lu Feng and the others nodded in agreement and continued westward with Li Yi, having witnessed Li Yi's prowess. They harbored no concerns regarding his ability to withstand the trials ahead. Amidst the thunderous roar of the dragon, Long Ao Lang let out a piercing howl, reminiscent of a lone wolf howling at the moon, a sound steeped in desolation and indignation, tinged with an undercurrent of helplessness. "Was it you who shattered the wind barrier for us?" Yang Yi asked, astonished, as he turned to Qing Binghe. The strength of that individual is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of dominance, and he wields the Tai Su Bone card. Qing Bing, he hastily responded, anxious that any delay might seal their fate, for who could fathom the ulterior motives of such a capricious entity as the demon sealing emperor? First, the demonic cult's minions rescued the disciples of the Jin sect, and now the Jin disciples have turned around to save the minions of the demonic cult. The disciples of Wulong Mountain are uniting with the members of the demonic sect, a development the old priest truly did not anticipate. After a moment of contemplation, the man in black, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke with profound significance. The expression of Luo Sha momentarily faltered. She took 2 steps back, her alluring visage paling slightly, yet her eyes remained unflinching, meeting Lin Yu's gaze with unwavering resolve, akin to a weeble wobble, standing firm against the tempestuous aura around her. Chapter 95, Planet Devourer. The Ultimate Eraser. The observer, Watu, slowly articulated the name of the weapon, then elaborated that it was a creation of the observer, Imnu, capable of annihilating 90% of the universe. "We can wield it against the Star Eater. But where is this weapon?" Carl inquired hastily. Wata glanced at him and replied, "It resides within the cosmic vessel of the planet Devourer, a colossal spaceship constructed from the very planets it consumes, a tribute to its origins." However, after some time, Huang Fei discovered that Ruifeng was operating quite normally, with no signs of illicit activity. Most importantly, Ruifeng was a company engaged in domestic trade, making it highly improbable for it to be involved in smuggling. Whether it was a miscommunication from the south or a deliberate deception by that individual remained unclear. No one who perished in the water met a natural demise. There must have been grievances or accidental drownings involved. I couldn't quite fathom this matter, as it stemmed from external maintenance, an area we had yet to manage. The finances were unsealed, and it was said that at 1 p.m., someone signed off, and the items vanished. Suddenly, the anomalous waters erupted, resembling an explosion, scattering into countless droplets, intent on fleeing. Yu Daong smiled and said, "Do not hesitate. Please speak freely. If something requires avoidance, we shall defer to Officer Zheng." In truth, The demonic nation was a tomb concealed within another realm, since the ancestral deity was also human. Only one thing would remain within the tomb. Let us not speak further. You and I shall engage in a contest. Ingbo tightened the cloth belt around his waist and extended his hand toward Huang Fei. This chapter recounts how Yu Daong had just arrived at the transport company after the Spring Festival, and before he could settle in, he was summoned by Red to the special company. Thus, with Brother Wu in the middle, Yu Daong to the left, and Ji Gu to the right, the others took their seats at will. The opportunity for the Nirvana wheel to align was squandered by Ji Chu, and even if one were to obtain the Suiho Pearl, finding its counterpart would be impossible. This is why the Imperial Guard, despite knowing the luminous pearl lay within Suiho's coffin, chose not to take it away. At the entrance to the abyssal world, thousands of scorpion-tailed winged tigers roared forth, each carrying the 3rd and 4th grade abyssal guards. Swiftly approaching from the direction of Tiger Tooth Ridge, gradually coming into view. Shi Miyuan carefully examined the notice he received. It was inconsequential until he read it, at which point he was so startled that he fell to the ground. The notice contained excerpts from letters he had written to Jia Irin on a specific date. With one person taking the lead, the others had nothing more to say. From beneath the iron wings, Gu Haiwei, Du Sanyi, and others, including Shi Qingfeng, all shared a resolute ambition, willing to look up to the ethereal steed. Upon hearing the name of the golden-patterned dragon beard grass, everyone was momentarily taken aback, and a flicker of unusual emotion danced in Qin Xingnan's eyes, her lovely face unable to conceal her excitement. In truth, Gu Yimin was primarily concerned with informing her father about Tang Feng's ruthless treatment of her stepfather, urging him to take precautions. She understood that this family regarded her with a sense of superiority and inferiority. Yet the thought of contrasting her situation with that of those from lower social strata left her feeling uncomfortable, prompting her to wish to avoid such discussions. He extended his consciousness to probe the elder's body, discovering that the elder was not merely in his 50s as he appeared, but was, in fact, over 100 years old. The traffic officer gently pulled Li Lin's arm, leading him to the shade of the roadside kiosk, implying that the scorching heat could lead to heat stroke, and suggesting they converse under the shelter. It seemed a mere reliance on familiarity with the plot to uncover clues about the 3 magic stones was nothing short of wishful thinking. Is this just an ordinary letter? Zhou Yin pondered, feeling that Zhao Tianming was not particularly reliable this time. Given the sudden influx of so many transformed great demons, how could the Taiji Palace not rejoice? Surely it would be unwise to further burden the golden tiger spirit. The hooded figure then realized that he had arrived late. His clothes were already donned, which was indeed a sign of tardiness. Tao Si could only shake his head in resignation, acknowledging that Rongzhu's nature was such that he would not heed admonitions, no matter how one implored. However, it was precisely this temperament that allowed him to remain by Tsang Li's side for such an extended period. Despite Tsang Li's apparent indifference to worldly affairs, those who surrounded him were of the purest and most virtuous character. Chapter 96. The invincible swallowing star standing tall at 100 meters was the swallowing star, clad in purple armor that enveloped its robust physique. An invisible force field radiated from its surface, exuding an overwhelming pressure that imparted an unassailable presence. Carl Fei hovered thousands of meters above, gazing at the distant figure with a serious expression, hesitant to approach. Yet, the Silver Shadow hero charged forward fearlessly, gliding on a skateboard and transforming into a silver blur, deftly evading the high-energy beams fired by the opponent as he drew nearer to the swallowing star. Huang Zongxi, accompanied by Chang Sui, was aboard a merchant ship that regularly traveled between Hangzhou and Nanjing, transporting both goods and passengers. The ticket prices were reasonable, and although the journey was longer than that of the canal, it required less time due to the numerous vessels navigating the canal and the multiple checkpoints they had to pass. Even the spirited Hong Yan, in front of Wu Changhua, dared not be presumptuous, slightly bowing to show respect. Consequently, Qian Shirshan merely acknowledged their connection, contemplating that if those who had exchanged their rice seeds could not pay their taxes during the autumn harvest, they would have no choice but to sell their land. To ensure tax collection, the authorities would certainly not obstruct their contracts, thus he consented. However, this was merely the path of the scholars. Jiang Sun, a student who could not even pass the provincial examination, found himself in a predicament where no one sought his mentorship. Lacking the qualifications to serve as a steward, and without the capital required for both medicine and commerce, he remained suspended in limbo. Recently, he had been preoccupied with Miao Miao, almost forgetting the onset of winter, hoping she would not take any drastic actions. Su Ji observed Mu Yongling squatting on the ground, molding a piece of yellow clay. Lost in thought, he was astonished that the princess showed no disdain for the dirt, prompting him to approach and report. Today, fortune smiles upon you. I prepared some pickles a couple of days ago, and they are now ready to be enjoyed. I shall bring you a plate shortly. They are quite appetizing. Sister Yuan exclaimed as she hurried towards the kitchen. Mu Yongling retrieved the prescription from Qi Haoran, instructing the guards to procure the necessary herbs. She supervised Qi Haoran's daily consumption of the concoction, and after 2 days, the dark hue on his lips had diminished, and his complexion appeared healthier. She had initially intended to suggest placing the grand ornamental stone in the lobby of the sales office, eager to offer her hospitality, only to learn that the project had been renamed. Regrettably, this was promptly disregarded by Xiner, whose enchanting smile blossomed like a flower. Playfully kissing the trophy in her hand and waving to the audience, inciting a chorus of cheers from the crowd, Long Aoshue sat beneath the competition stage, listening to the cacophony and furrowing her brow in mild discontent. How could Tang Long possibly fail? Victory was assured. Fang Ping refrained from disclosing Davidson's predicament to Qin Qingyun, not only due to the difficulty of the matter, but also to spare her any distress. He nodded, yielding to the impulse to take out his phone and call Yi Lingshan. Otherwise, one would not encounter someone as arrogant as Adam. The realization struck Yi Chun, causing his voice to rise several decibels. If everyone possessed such extraordinary abilities, one could only imagine the chaos that would ensue in the realm of cultivation. I say there is none. Thus, there is none. Your Highness, do not slander. Qi Yingchu retorted, her hands bound, but not as severely as he claimed. Does that mean internal martial arts can be universally applied? This is indeed a unique phenomenon, Murong Jiufang blurted out. Huang Duo ignored Zheng Wan, forcing herself to crawl to Wang Lang's side, tightly grasping the man's hand, alternating between tears and laughter. Her father's stern commands were not to be disobeyed. That summer, she often sneaked off with the village children to swim in the river, and after one such plunge, she never resurfaced. However, the most striking sight was a corpse sitting cross-legged on a stone beside the blacksmith shop. Bai Yiming spat in disdain. Why all this needless chatter? Since his marriage, Shueihua had changed, albeit slightly. Though he often feigned indifference towards his wife, he genuinely cared for her in his heart. Her sudden disappearance, both for personal and public reasons, must have been excruciating for him. Chapter 97, Victor Doom. Psychomia, capital on Yana. Carl and Emma traversed through the spatial portal, following Amora to the Grand Palace, where they found themselves in a spacious living room. Please, take a seat, Amora said as she settled onto the sofa. With a wave of her hand, 3 cups materialized on the table. She looked up and inquired, what would you like to drink? Tea will suffice, Carl replied, taking a seat opposite her, while Emma, sitting beside him, added, I would prefer coffee. As Lin Yijin spoke, she set aside the doghouse and dog food, entrusting them to a servant for delivery. Lowering her gaze, Lin approached and knelt, observing the veins protruding on the back of the girl's clenched hand beneath the blanket, gently grasping it to encourage her to hold on to her hand. However, Qin Mashuan found himself inexplicably perturbed. Ever since returning from Baiyan Mountain, he had developed an aversion to the other concubines. Tan Yi waved his hand dismissively, leading Shang Yixiao towards the back of the conference room, where they seated themselves in a corner, seemingly intent on merely listening to the discussions concerning the potential collaboration between Donyuan Group and Dingxing. The pastries had been procured, and their flavor was delightful. After taking a bite, she offered it to Fu Jincheng, who also took a bite. Thank you, Uncle Luo, for your concern. My mother has returned home to recuperate and is in no grave condition. Having dealt with a distant uncle, Shen Ma Xiao's gaze involuntarily sought out Shang Yixiao, who sat in the corner. Qin Ma Xuan felt a twinge of apprehension, clenching his fists beneath his sleeves, suppressing the urge to embrace her. Li Yu suddenly sensed an overwhelming force surrounding her, a tempestuous energy that swept through, striking her with a searing pain. However, after several earnest conversations with Fu Jincheng, who had taught her to disregard unnecessary concerns and to resolutely refuse anything that brought her unhappiness, she had learned to harden her heart. Such individuals are unworthy to be my father's rivals, Long Bing exclaimed, unable to fathom the true extent of his father's might. Understanding the implications of the heart-devouring sentiment, it seemed this jade pendant symbolized the identity of the Heartless Palace, yet they had never observed it on Mo Shui. Could it be that Mo Shui, fearing they would attract trouble, deliberately withheld it from them? Yi Li's gaze fell upon Qianshu's face, witnessing the tranquility in his eyes shatter, his gaze flickering with panic and remorse before he averted his eyes with a subtle smile. The figure in the black cloak was tall and slender, adorned with intricate dark patterns, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. Revealing his face now, he possessed an exquisitely handsome visage. Initially, Yi Qinsheng had no intention of attending. Yet upon receiving an imperial decree, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and comply. This apocalyptic demon lotus was certainly not the type capable of widespread destruction. Otherwise, the students below would have met a grim fate. In this competition, the casualties were countless. The dark world was brutally unforgiving. To prove oneself, one must exhibit true skill while also safeguarding their own life. Here, no one would extend sympathy, for the fate of the weak was to perish. The night deepened, and the crimson hue of the city became increasingly reminiscent of blood. With a gentle shiver, she ultimately chose not to depart from the jade platform, but instead endured her circumstances. Mu Qianxuan had scarcely set forth when news swiftly traveled from Fan Ningxing to Mingyi. At this moment, at the southern gate of Mingyi, Wu Yunfei awaited with several ordinary soldiers, having been there for quite some time. Is it due to a sentiment known as compassion that you find yourself unable to act? The oracle suddenly inquired. For instance, he could first revive Wang Yuanwei, thereby securing a task reward, and then subsequently eliminate him to obtain 2 rewards, albeit at the expense of some additional time. Upon grasping these intricacies, I felt a sense of relief. Since I had already cleansed my reputation, and given the deep-rooted nature of societal biases, I would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 98, The Devil's Descent. In the northern reaches of Germany, on the outskirts of Wolfsburg, the night was profound, despite it being the height of summer. The air was chilling, and the biting wind threatened to freeze one to the core. On the silent street, a girl of 17 or 18 ran barefoot, stumbling toward the distance, her body marred with wounds and her expression fraught with terror. Behind her, a dark silhouette pursued, moving swiftly on all fours. As for the deeper implications embedded within my words, the individuals before me lacked the insight to perceive them. Su Sheng quickly acquiesced, declaring, "My sister is the best. Let us go sing. It's on me." Without waiting for Su Tingqing to respond, Su Sheng closed the door with determination. With Fan Xiaoling's furious outburst, the phone line erupted into chaos. Students were chattering, creating a ruckus, while the lecturer pounded the desk, demanding silence. And one could even hear Zhang Jin struggling for the phone. As Lin Shi's consciousness traversed into the virtual universe, she reappeared at the Divine Mountain, exactly as she had when she logged off. Upon her arrival, the figure of the Chaos Lord materialized, standing atop the Divine Peak. Gazing at Lin Shi with an expression of indifference. Simultaneously, a blinding white beam of light suddenly illuminated the deepest part of the hall, seemingly a portal leading to an unknown realm. However, after departing from the 4 great continents, the group had continued onward for several months without reaching their destination. Teacher Ling Chun furrowed his brow, his mood quite dismal. Even at this juncture, they remained oblivious to the necessity of unity against external challenges, instead fostering internal discord. Su Gui'er incessantly flipped the lamb, and before long, the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. The countenance of the malevolent one turned grave. He was aware of this information, yet the elder's conjecture seemed far more credible. After dinner, Xiaoqing pulled Xie Yulian aside, stating she had matters to attend to. Lu Shuyuan offered to see her off, but was pulled back into her seat by Xian Zijian. Children from the same courtyard, even if not friends, should not be reduced to the status of strangers. Through the collective efforts of dozens of Taoist priests from Yuntai, the seemingly solid wall was swiftly breached, creating a significant opening. Over the course of 5 days, the higher-ups of Wanshou Villa, through repeated discussions, finally reached a consensus at the last moment. Upon receiving the payment, he returned to his duties, a trait that Huang Tian greatly admired. On the 3rd occasion, he did not wait for Sister Yi, but instead encountered the shifty-eyed Chen Yifeng, whose face was flushed from drink as he descended the stairs. Crimson blood began to seep from his wounds, yet he appeared impervious to pain. Observing the blood trickling down his palm with a calm and icy gaze, the deceased that Mo Fei referred to was his biological father, the very man who had cast him into the abyss of hell, the man he had slain with his own hands. Given that these individuals seemed to relish such experiences, it was likely that within a couple of days, the scant silver they carried would be entirely squandered here. Well, let us first take a look around, shall we? Zhang Qian, unable to remain idle, urged Yun Xia to rise. Grandma, I saw them shopping at the mall yesterday, Yin Guanmei continued to divulge. Seeing her ensconced in her room, lost in chaotic thoughts, Pei Zheng pulled her out, encouraging her to watch television downstairs. Do not forget, we are in a desolate border region. News from this wasteland does not escape my ears. Due to Su Qiong's neither humble nor arrogant demeanor, failing to assert her position, she appeared reckless in the eyes of Shimin Yulong, who grew increasingly disenchanted with the seemingly ordinary youth. Just as they departed from the Bai residence, Bai Qifei happened to return. In order to evade Bai Qifei's pursuit, Bai Xian had no choice but to disguise the two as beggars, a tactic that proved effective, allowing them to escape several crises. Perhaps it is better to abandon this notion. Liao Ming followed closely behind, his voice laced with anxiety, but it was already too late. Nearly 1,000 lives were lost in this battle, and the blood-stained roads, merely a night later, appeared to have regained their pristine state. Devoid of the chaos that follows a tempest, he stated that there were 2 barriers between him and Ruofei. First, her marriage to Jizio, which no longer posed a concern. The second was the family's rejection of him, a problem that remained unresolved. He produced a large number of porcelain vials from his pocket, the contents unknown, but he forcefully administered them all to Bai Jin. Now, the only thing that could grant her relief was death. Once departed from this world, even the most wretched and decayed soul could attain salvation from the divine. At present, she harbored no attachments to life, yearning solely for this redemption and reincarnation. That morning, Lu Haoyu was among the last to arrive at the dining hall. He could have taken his time to arrange the scene before descending. Lu Qiaopu's words carried weight. After he spoke, he awaited Yun Yao's response. Prior to this, the four had already heard various rumors. Yet, when the gathered crowd witnessed a toddler, barely learned in walking, disdainfully traversing the sword path, the complexity of their emotions was beyond expression. The disparity could be vast, indeed. Such a person was undoubtedly deserving of the title of unparalleled strategist. This individual proclaimed with utmost certainty, lavishing praise. The military is involved in every dimension of time and space, standing as the most formidable force in any realm. In the second dimension, while the Xiang family appears to be inferior to the military, the intelligence gathered by the Department of Abilities reveals that their influence there vastly surpasses that of the military. Upon hearing this and observing the circumstances, Xin Yuanjing decisively took out her heart's blood and began to inscribe along the path indicated by the moon spirit incense. Her large eyes sparkled with a mischievous charm. Her brows danced with allure, and her sensuous red lips slightly parted, enticing others to taste her lip balm. As a car model, she effortlessly captivated the attention of men. Yin Chong found himself at a loss, having just been reborn and knowing nothing about this realm. He accepted the suggestion from the Special Management Bureau and enrolled in an academy for abilities using the inheritance left by his predecessor's parents. Chapter 99, The Dark Divine Book. Killick appeared in the mortal realm, his excitement palpable as he returned to conquer this world once more. His crimson wings unfurled as he let out a thunderous roar, the sound waves rippling outward. Behind him, countless Angale demons surged forth, ascending into the sky and spreading in all directions. At that moment, Carl clapped his hands together, unleashing a violent shockwave that surged outward, crushing the demons in close proximity. I pondered for a moment. Given how kind Father Shun had always been to me, if he were to take a liking to someone unreliable, I could only wish him well. Thus, I resolutely declared, it would indeed be unwise to offend. Xin Yu hurriedly moved ahead, but I suddenly recalled another mad beauty. Since he was now married, I should not entangle myself with him. Just after taking a few steps, he caught up to explain that he did not fancy that blonde girl and had even been overshadowed by someone else. Additionally, I learned that the princess of Baoyang was missing, seemingly persecuted by thieves. Regrettably, I could not extricate myself from the situation or gather more information. Yet I kept this in mind, vowing to avenge my sister when I gained my freedom. Meanwhile, on the streets, curious glances were cast from the houses lining the alleyways. Perhaps the only noteworthy aspect of Alice's demeanor was her intelligence and emotional quotient, both rated at 8, surpassing that of an ordinary person. Suddenly, he extended his hand, pressing down towards the soaring fanway. As if the heavens themselves had shattered with thunder, a thick purple beam of light crashing down upon Fanway's back, accompanied by a tempest that whipped up clouds of dust. The demon palace was thrown into chaos once more due to Chu Bing's actions. Ling Jun felt a fatigue unlike any before. With his uncle gone and his brother driven mad, there were still numerous matters to attend to in the demon realm. Outside, the soldiers of the three realms had yet to withdraw, and the Nuwa Palace had made no declaration. The demon realm remained in a precarious state. Xiaoshan, puzzled, glanced at the twinkling eyes of the old lady Su, teasingly remarked, "After winning over the old lady, have I gained yet another admirer?" The onlookers were left in astonishment as they witnessed this scene. For as long as they could remember, tentacles had always been depicted in sinister blacks and purples, and they had never encountered pure white tentacles. Inside the car, Arson was the first to lift his head in shock, only to catch sight of Yitong across from him. With a clang, Wang Peng's enamel cup slipped from his grasp and fell into the sink, shattering into numerous enamel shards. "Where's my father? What is his condition?" The person who arrived was none other than Princess Long Ziyue of the Ming Empire, who had hurried back from the Sacred Sword sect. At this moment, her face was etched with worry, her brows furrowed, and her demeanor was frantic. "Have you inquired about your parents?" Chen Chufan felt overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. Zhu Pongwang's words pierced through Zhu Gejin like sharp swords. He spoke with undeniable reason. In this era that venerates loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust, the fact that the younger Xie Tianxi had personally slain his elders and elder brother was indeed a source of disgrace and outrage. Wang Ji entered the room, weakly climbed into bed, took a pill from the medicine cabinet, and began to meditate to heal his injuries. Reluctantly, Zhong Feng succumbed and recited the poisonous oath at Su Xiaoxiao's insistence. The entire operation unfolded with remarkable precision, a flawless execution that could serve as a textbook example for special operations. However, the SWAT team, fierce as wolves, charged in only to find two unfortunate souls lying in a pool of blood, wailing in agony. The villagers of Fire Village had long since been rendered speechless, only resuming their activities long after Saladin had departed. Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Dunan found himself at a loss for words when his phone suddenly rang, the melodious ringtone filling the air. Uchiha Sasuke had been conspicuously absent lately, and rumors circulated that he had been effortlessly slain by the infamous Nara Shikamaru, or perhaps imprisoned. Uzumaki Naruto, however, remained skeptical of such claims. Chapter 100, Return. The night was deep and dark as ink. In the Republic of Slynam, at the presidential palace. It was already 1 a.m, yet Wanda found herself unable to sleep, her heart in turmoil and her mind restless, sensing that something was about to occur. Was it Carl? He had returned once during the new year, but it had been 5 months since then. He had been in Kamar Taj for over a year, supposedly battling evil sorcerers and demons from other dimensions. Surely, there would be no issues. Of course, if it were merely destruction and chaos. There was no need for concern, and Luos could handle it alone without hesitation. Speak of your request. You know my time is precious. If it weren't for Sister Jeanne asking me to come, I would rather not waste time on a university student, murmured Muron Chioshui, her tone haughty, even too indifferent to introduce herself. The scene layout had been meticulously drawn out, with every aspect, smoke devices, lighting, fans, and wiring, clearly marked. As long as the players possessed talent and reputation, their agents would still be esteemed guests at the major clubs. After all, capturing slaves required the merchants to take risks, whereas refugees were eager to cooperate. Qin Jin casually glanced back and noticed Su Luoluo clutching her abdomen with one hand, her face pale and glistening with a thin sheen of sweat, making her appear even more pitiable. Father, I wish to request 20,000 troops to conquer the Fui. The eldest son, Sun Tzu, stepped forward and bowed solemnly, speaking in a deep voice, mindful not to be careless. As he had summoned a formidable force of 20,000 troops, Wei Chung recalled the fruit juice he had purchased for Ning. It would surely be a waste not to indulge in a glass now. Thus, he set aside his bowl and chopsticks, seized an empty clay jar, and retreated indoors to fill it with peach juice, subsequently hiding the empty bottle in a locked chest. However, those gathered had come under the pretext of fevers and colds, evidently lacking the grand aspirations or courageous tales often associated with such gatherings. They were, after all, ordinary men, keenly aware of their dignity, intent on prolonging their sorrows. When I was earnest, you departed. Love ultimately relies on pursuit, does it not? He paid little heed to this, for he understood the principle of trust. One should not doubt those they employ, nor should they be suspicious of the trusted. He could not help but feel a twinge of pity for this elder Yunin, who toiled to lead them away from suffering and back home, yet found no one close to him. The author, a great fool, ought to remember to articulate their ailments clearly when consulting a physician and to be meticulous in their undertakings, never forgetting to take their medicine or heed the doctor's advice. Jun Biming feigned a posture of attentive listening, deliberately bending slightly to draw closer, positioning himself before Shang Wanhao, while offering a subtle smile that brimmed with irony. After a series of futile reflections, Ning Honyuan, obeying the orders of poisonous Seven Swords, took his post at the outer mountain pass. Now that Black Yi was deceased, it appeared they had acquired a new leader, who seemed to go by the name of Gao Hong. Bai Kuan was splattered with blood, brandishing a dagger pressed against the throat of a man, demanding answers with fierce intensity. Yin Bao rolled over and even bounced a few times, sensing Mu Biming's concern, which eased his mind. Shaking his head in exasperation, Du Zitong raised his glass, swirled its contents, and downed it in one swift motion. Exiting the prison, Han Qian sat in the back seat, vehemently cursing Feng Luan as a fool, a sentiment echoed by Cui Li. Clearly, whether he could rise to the pinnacle of supremacy hinged on the influence of his father and ancestors on the other side. Lu Yu's eyes lit up as he patted the sword-raising gourd at his waist. In an instant, a clear, resonant sword sound emanated from within, and a dazzling beam of sword light leapt forth, reminiscent of a carp leaping over the dragon gate. The crisp sound of the sword resonated as the Zhou Tian Xing Chen sword, firmly grasped in Lu Yu's hand, seemed to sense the fury and murderous intent within him, its shimmering blade yearning for the nourishment of blood. Bella's subordinates, initially perplexed, began to echo her words, creating a lively atmosphere. In order to effectively pursue, and with real-time updates from the traffic police, Yang Wuxia enacted a blockade along the highway, compelling vehicles still on the road to exit the restricted area, thereby significantly narrowing the pursuit space and gradually confining Xiao Lu's escape range to a more limited zone. Lei Chen accompanied Duan Muqing as they perused the various stalls in the vicinity, with Duan Muqing exclaiming in delight at the delectable offerings. Han Xian parked the car by the roadside, and Tong Yao effortlessly opened the door to the passenger seat of the McLaren. Once inside, Han Xian observed Tong Yao as she touched up her makeup. "You were sent by the prince to assist us, but in truth, you fear we might uncover the Mu Jing stone hidden in your quarters." Meanwhile, on another front, Lu Bu and Zhang Liao unleashed a brutal onslaught. While the rest of the army remained equally engaged, as fellow warriors, they executed anyone who refused to submit. "All right, you two should return to your positions." Emperor Mingde smiled benevolently, resembling a kind father. Tai Shu Moze grasped Feng Tian's arm gently, attempting to pull her along, yet she remained steadfast. Tai Shu Yihang was perplexed by Feng Tian's intent to intimidate and toy with Fei Yin Wen, but nodded in response nonetheless. The rationale was simple. They required internal strife to generate genuine issues within the nation, rather than allowing an immediate change in leadership. Currently, at a stalemate, they could easily eliminate the emperor before them, but what would follow? Such an act would yield no benefit, and instead, invite complications. On my first trip abroad, I lost my wallet. Thankfully, if not for him, I might have found myself sleeping on the streets. He even assisted me in locating a place to stay. And Chu Ling recalled that day with a pang of sorrow, having lost her phone and unable to contact anyone. Grandpa Bo was about to intervene again, which meant she would once again relinquish control to Bo Yinchun, who knew how that man would treat her. With an important task at hand, Ning Chu Ran felt as though she were partaking in a military operation. This sentiment echoed from when she was 15. Shortly after Emperor Mingde entrusted her with significant responsibilities, during which that man sought her counsel on various military strategies. This prison was initially overseen by Gao Qi, the father of Gao Yao Yuan, with all its facilities constructed to the highest standards of prisons worldwide, aimed at establishing it as the largest prison in southern China. Bo Yinchun raised her chin with deliberate calmness, causing Ning Chu Ran to freeze, her heart racing with each movement of his. His warm breath brushed against her face, reddening her cheeks further. Under his intense and fiery gaze, she felt an overwhelming discomfort, forcing herself to feign indifference as she focused on unbuttoning his shirt. Thus, it became clear why the Feng Long seal could restrain the powers of a realm lord. It was, in fact, an ancient treasure. The question that had lingered in her mind for years finally found resolution today. Chapter 101. The Return of the Superhuman. Countless dark energy avatars surged through the dimensional entrance, some taking human forms, others resembling beasts, yet all sharing similar features, exuding an aura of darkness. As they emerged, they charged towards Wanda and Magneto in a relentless tide. The sound of gunfire erupted as Han Pu, clad in metallic armor and armed with a heavy machine gun, opened fire upon the dark energy avatars. The agents of the Secret Service and nearby soldiers raised their firearms towards the darkness. Were it not for the early autumn, the room would likely be infested with cockroaches and mice, leaving no space to maneuver. Yan Qingqing had begun to experience morning sickness, and he insisted she remain at home to rest during the day. After casting another glance at the plants strewn across the floor, Exenroa scoffed softly and departed. The vast expanse of the clouds rolled with silver waves, countless fantastical birds soared in the sky, and even the wind carried a melodious sound. A sudden surge of waves echoed like a magnificent drum ensemble. In days gone by, Fat Chow would have surely uttered a few polite remarks, perhaps attempting to smooth things over, but this time he chose silence, feigning ignorance. Even the then-favorite consort Su could do nothing against this person, who, emboldened by the emperor's favor, acted with reckless abandon. This notion is utterly preposterous. Regardless of circumstances, external factors account for only a fraction of the truth. Ultimately, it is one's own inadequacies that hold the most significant influence, while all else merely serves as excuses. Curiously, the guards seemed to know exactly where Sikong Yan was, yet refused to divulge anything, claiming it was Sikong Yan's orders. In a secluded corner, a piece of cloth belonging to Shirong was discovered, still retaining a faint scent. Suwon had sensed this aroma long ago, and she was certain the people here could detect it as well. But Qing, since you have sworn allegiance to my teachings, you must understand that my Kangwu Mountain is descended from the orthodox teachings of the three doctrines, and I am a direct disciple of the saintly Master Tongtian. Though we are disciples of a great sect, we must never misuse our status to bully others, Li Zhuiying admonished a Qing solemnly. At the Duanmu residence, and Bo sat quietly on the sofa, observing Duanmu Hao across from him, whose eyes were fixed intently on the newspaper, concealing his hatred, anger, and jealousy. Long Qianxuan was taken directly to a courtyard by practitioners of the five-colored divine cow tribe, where an elder seemed to be waiting for him. Upon closer inspection, Long Qianxuan recognized the elder as the chieftain of the five-colored divine cow tribe, and it appeared that the elder did not hold him in high regard. However, during his time at the Fire Sect, Tianqing had grown increasingly curious about the tombstone-like object Long Qianxuan had brought back, yet had refrained from inquiring about its purpose. One day, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Tianqing approached Long Qianxuan with questions. Tian, after taking several deep breaths alongside Li Shi, feigned a semblance of recovery. Observing her regained composure, Li Shi felt a wave of relief and was about to inquire about Zhang Shi when tears once again streamed down Tian's face. The impostor Zhou Yi felt utterly powerless against the unfolding events and, resigned, closed his eyes. In truth, he was none other than Liang Xiaopeng, the former husband and accomplice of Mo Xiao. Come, take your medicine. Feng poured a glass of water and approached me. I accepted the medicine from his hand, placed it in my mouth, and swallowed it with water and honey. After I had taken my medicine, Feng handed me a piece of honey, a routine we had established. Each time I finished my medication, I would consume honey to alleviate the bitterness. Suddenly, the actions of the Flame Sect were discovered. However, by that time, the Flame Sect had fully retreated within its confines, and the protective formation had been completely activated. Nevertheless, the various sects outside were not inclined to relinquish their pursuits easily, and began to break the formation, causing the entire Flame Sect to tremble. Chapter 102, Anger and Gifts. 3 days later, Karl bid a solemn farewell to his master, departing from Karmadij and returning to the capital of Suriname, accompanied by an additional figure. This individual was Milo, who would serve as my assistant in Suriname, managing various magical incidents. In the presidential office, Karl introduced the young man beside him to Wanda. The latter was bare-chested, his arms entwined with iron chains, embodying the lineage of a druid. Ancient One had instructed Karl to select an aide. As for Lei Qingtian, his disdainful remarks about the Godslayer were taken by Shun Mo as mere jest. Shall I shower you with more affection? Tan Iran asked, unfazed, smiling as he addressed Wei Yushuan. Upon uttering these words, Qingfeng opened his mystical eye, penetrating all barriers with his gaze. Observing the fierce battle between Lin Jiuying and the sorcerer, the five united, relying on their formidable and ruthless methods of slaughter, along with the prowess of the divine general. Plunged into the nebula, wreaking havoc. Now it was Zhang Yunxiu's turn to feel the chill. More and more people gathered before him, kneeling densely at the woman, unsure whether the emperor could withstand such immense pressure. In truth, neither bandits nor rebels necessarily harbored the resolve to overthrow the government and the court. At that moment, he glanced towards the other two positions and suddenly noticed that the first location Su Qianqian was searching had no dust, and before her lay a pile of examination papers. As she rummaged through them, the three demons, not daring to utter a word, suppressed their very breaths, enveloping the scene in a profound silence. Just as the call had connected and remained unanswered, the other party was still waiting, so he faithfully reported the circumstances, anticipating the arrival of their superior's emissary. Now, the United Nations proclaimed this a joint operation with Interpol. What does that signify? Is it an attempt to claim credit? Such shamelessness is unfathomable. It seemed that Miao Zheng's scathing words had reached the heavens, for with a resounding crash, Dong Erxi collapsed under the weight of that sound. Especially those who had contracted plagues during disasters and were subsequently revived expressed profound gratitude when mentioning Yuan Su. However, these events inevitably led to Ning Zian gradually distancing himself from Ning Zimo. On ordinary days, he would assert before Yizhua that Feng Zi had no objections, for it was merely a performance intended for Yizhua's observation. There is an abundance of second-grade elixirs, if the master of Snow Tower finds them appealing. We can discuss further, Miao Zheng stated. Is your inquiry regarding the news from Liaodong? Sheng Yu inquired, clarifying the matter in advance. Such as well. Then you shall proceed to Handi to seek out Master Cheng. Upon witnessing Zhang Liang's actions, Xiang Liang comprehended his intent, for they were all astute individuals. It is imperative to recognize that any practitioner capable of breaching the forbidden zone of remains is undoubtedly a formidable being, existing beyond the sixth heaven of the extreme path. Yet, despite being a revered leader governing a domain, he was repelled by the clash between Yu Lei and Lu Feng, which attests to the tremendous might of that strike. Yan Shuriwed donned a simple robe, and, kneeling before Meng Min and the Empress Dowager, expressed her gratitude for her parents' nurturing kindness. At that moment, the Empress Dowager, as the principal guest, rose with a smile, while Meng Min and the Empress Dowager assisted her, accompanying her back to her seat after washing her hands and drying them at the eastern steps. As the words fell, Shu Yun suddenly felt as though her internal organs were being gnawed upon by countless insects, an unbearable pain engulfing her. Yet, simultaneously, a sense of bewilderment surged within her. How could this person possess such an array of tricks that left her in such a state of torment? Although she feigned bravery in front of him, it was impossible not to feel anxious at the brink of a true battle. She had merely wished to uncover who was stirring up trouble within the palace, to discern the identity of the one opposing Shan Juanhao. Yet, why did one harbor so much resentment towards her, while the other seemed to be lost in thought? With reddened eyes? Chapter 103, The Red Rose and the White Rose. Deep within the Amazon rainforest, a green crystal fell to the ground, and the next moment, trees intertwined with the earth surged upwards, transforming into a small hill. Witnessing this spectacle, Wanda raised an eyebrow, astonished that the crystal she had been with all along possessed such utility. Let us proceed inside. Carl and Wanda descended at the entrance and ventured within, where trees flourished throughout the cavern, and at the center stood a robust tree, its branches and leaves abundant. Chun Feng wore a cheerful expression, yet the chill emanating from him enveloped Tian Su in an icy embrace, as if Chun Feng's earlier remarks were but trivial matters. What incredible power in that arrow! Xiang Yu felt a fierce wind assail him, nearly blinding him. This compact earthen wall formed the core defense of the tomb. Its hard surface was as solid as rock, leaving only a faint mark even when struck by a soldier's spade. Prince Fu glared at Xiao Mu in anger, convinced it was a deliberate act. However, Xiao Mu had no qualms in voicing it now, for it was Prince Fu who had inquired twice. A pair of thunderous explosions resonated, as the two planets erupted once more, obliterating not only the celestial bodies, but also all practitioners dwelling upon them. Just moments ago, he was already in a state of discomfort due to Yu Ying's teasing, and now, a lamb for slaughter lay before him. Could he possibly restrain himself? He practiced a fire-based true essence technique, embodying the righteous energy of orthodox practices. Should he become tainted by demonic energy or the wickedness of the demonic sects? He risked losing his way, jeopardizing all his efforts. Thus, he refrained from absorbing Mo Changtian's bloodline power. Mo Fan felt speechless, and at that moment, he beheld Yu Ying emerging, her sapphire-like eyes shimmering with radiant brilliance. Do not put on airs, he admonished, but his words fell on deaf ears. Now, one could see the consequences, struck down by lightning. Li Qingfeng gazed at the young sorcerer, his expression laden with sympathy. In the northern front, the Yu army triumphed over the forces of the Snow Nation. However, upon learning of the situation in the northwest, they chose not to press their advantage. Though Yu Fei's troops were not abundant, they were bolstered by numerous renowned generals. Hence, Yu Fei resolved to dispatch several of his esteemed commanders to the northwest with utmost urgency. With a resounding bang, Zhang's mouth fell agape, and he was sent sprawling several meters back, colliding with several of the Spirit King's subordinates, who were likewise knocked down. Is everything truly all right? Yuqi and Lele looked at Shin Feng, their palms slick with sweat from anxiety. Xinye's anger surged, ready to erupt, but as if recalling something, his countenance softened. Casting a peculiar gaze towards Zhao Jin, the completion of the Tai Chi drew forth an immense gravitational force, akin to a black hole, mercilessly devouring the dark deity's spiritual energy. Lan Shi momentarily froze, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she recalled that night of ambiguous intimacy. What would have transpired had Uncle Wang not been summoned away by the enchanting Gui Fei? Did he perhaps know of her deliberate visit? Simple yet ethereal words bore a weighty pressure upon the frantic Long Long, and as those words faded, Zijuan suddenly shifted, sprinting with fervor. You two from Sanbao harmonized so well that the young man in white found himself at a loss for words. Though Sanbao had long ceased to breathe, the black mist effortlessly infiltrated the protective barrier enveloping him, penetrating his skin with ease. Subsequently, Lin Fan swiftly stowed away the silver gate beast. At that moment, the creature appeared utterly wretched, its vitality diminished to a mere 1,500, yet fortunately, it had not succumbed to death. The grotesque crimson visage slowly unveiled its bloodshot eyes, a sinister grin curling its lips. The entity thrived on energy, and upon detecting the pure energy emanating from Antanlier's rear, it relinquished its intent to consume her life, redirecting its hunger towards the source behind her. There is no need for gratitude, for I simply cannot discern a motive for your betrayal, Lei Zhan stated with unwavering confidence. However, Duke's disrespectful remarks towards Xiaojia were intolerable. Regardless of his relationship with Sarah, as a Dragonblood warrior, he would not permit such insolence, even in the United States. Otherwise, how would others regard the Dragonblood warriors in the future? What once stood as a triad of power among the Celestial Emperor and the evil god had devolved into a precarious situation amidst the rift of the demon realm. From the outset, Jiang Ziyuan had already felled several members of the Insha Valley faction, drawing their attention. Now that they had dispatched their respective adversaries, they converged upon Jiang Ziyuan, intent on eliminating him. Cui Guixiang was taken aback. Could it be that this child possesses some background? Observing his appearance, he seemed to hail from a well-off family, Yet this was an elite institution where mere wealth bore no weight. Here, the measure of a student lay in the status of their parents, not in the depth of their pockets. Speed is indeed strength. I urged them to add 3 kilograms to their leg weights and run 10 kilometers in cross-country training. They claimed they had already done so and now saw no necessity for it, preferring instead that I teach them martial arts techniques. This was precisely why Olympado observed that Zhang Yang's expression seemed somewhat unnatural. After all, it was rather disheartening for a once prominent figure from the grand city of Moor to have their defenses breached in merely 2 days, leaving the entire populace feeling let down. Now, to retreat would seem a waste of effort, so they continued onward. The forest was deep and mysterious, occasionally echoing with strange roars that instilled a sense of fear in Dorothy. Yang Yi wished to comfort her, but the Scarecrow and Tin Man were steadfastly protecting her, repeatedly assuring her not to be afraid. Originally, I intended to use blood as a token of trust, but if the Red City King remained skeptical, I planned to allow those waiting outside the city to enter, including other clansmen who had long been in collusion, as well as those who had suffered at the hands of the Red City. In a secluded grove, the token in Tian Xuanzai's hand emitted a gentle glow, marking the location of the hidden village. Though the 3,000 troops were the elite among the elite of the Suzhou army, they felt uncertain facing the enemy, especially with the renowned General Yang Zixing leading them. Fu Yunting served her breakfast from the kitchen. It was still prepared by him, but was not the same as last night's meal. Your words are indeed profound, yet if only there were the innate 5 directions banner. At this point, the Taoist from Taiching gazed contemplatively towards the Kunlun Mountains. Chapter 104, The Path to Ascendancy. Margaret, a 60-year-old woman of Indonesian descent, followed her parents to Suriname in her childhood, settling in the city of Pontidu. 35 years ago, she encountered a man named Ito, with whom she established a family and bore a son named Vichaya, who later opened a small shop selling snacks and daily necessities. However, just a month ago, he was murdered because Ito, gravely ill, could not pay the protection fee. Han Shiping had regained the ability to walk, and questions he had previously hesitated to ask were now within his reach. The sun dipped low in the crimson sky, casting a diffuse and somber light through the gaps in the branches, creating a blurred interplay of shadows and light. The gentle breeze whispered, and a few withered leaves swayed slowly, resembling a solitary boat on a black ocean, and eventually, the atmosphere grew increasingly putrid. "I am fine, Smith. I am fine." Jane shook her head, wiping her eyes with a hand that had just held a cigarette, then smiled at him, hastily consuming the remaining food before tilting her head back and swallowing it all down. Upon entering, Hung Gang greeted everyone with a loud call. Familiarity among the crowd rendered pleasantries unnecessary, and instead, Lao He approached Yin Jin with a hearty embrace. "Well then, let us find a place to pay homage to your beleaguered temple. Shall we indulge in candied hawthorn or osmanthus cake?" He teased her. Su Yunwan began to grasp the torment experienced by Song Xian. Each time she closed her eyes, the thought of impending danger loomed large. A harrowing existence, indeed. "Oh, my Yuera has grown," Song Xian remarked, gently stroking her forehead, yet at that moment, Su Yunwan found it difficult to discern the truth behind his words. Eventually, they managed to pause, their lips curving upwards, reflecting their shared joy. Utilizing her speed and agility, she attracted the attention of the entire assembly, forging a path for the other survivors. Wu Xinxing regarded her with a cold gaze, lost in contemplation. He had a considerable understanding of her, and her willingness to delve into his background raised the possibility that she might uncover details he had once overlooked. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Tian made his entrance, prompting a subtle smile from the individual seated in the front row. Of course, once Yifeng regained consciousness, Duan Qianyao could no longer feed him directly. Moreover, this action remained a secret from Yifeng. Even Tu Feng had not anticipated the opponent deploying 3 formidable experts to abduct Chu Tianyu. What organization possessed such strength, mobilizing 3 elite figures solely for one individual? These opponents were of the same caliber as himself, with a numerical disadvantage of 20,000 against 50,000, despite the edge in the number of 10th-level combat professionals. Ing Si felt a twinge of concern. Chu Tianyu made a gesture as though to strike, causing Fei Yun to quickly shut his eyes and shield his head with his hands. Elder Long tactfully avoided discussing the topic of investigating his uncle's incapacitation, instead analyzing the political landscape of the capital. "Zhengji, thanks to you. I never anticipated they would possess such hidden tactics. You have indeed saved our lives once more," Elder Ding remarked with a sense of gratitude towards Zhengji. Yet, in the eyes of combat professionals, time is both lengthy and fleeting. Since the ambush on Tian Yuan, less than 2 seconds had elapsed. It seemed chaos was brewing in the holy city, with an influx of mysterious figures. One wondered whom they were targeting. Bowie pondered aloud as he walked. Following Duan Xianyao's self-detonation, Zhongli, having lost his final protective talisman, retreated in fear, his countenance betraying moments of terror. In his mind, Duan Xianyao would never resort to self-destruction. Qin Feng mused that a gift, if not heartfelt, bore little significance. He forced a smile, opting for silence. Chapter 105. Amplification of brain waves and awakening of abilities. To the north of the hunter's base, a circular edifice has emerged, half submerged underground, with only its hemispherical dome exposed to the elements. The surroundings are heavily fortified, guarded by exterminator robots and hunters. Let us proceed inside and investigate, Carl suggested, leading the group through the lengthy corridor flanked by numerous chambers. At the corridor's end stood a grand door. As they pushed it open, they were met with an expansive interior. Thus, it was decided that a series of pretexts involving usurpation and power struggles would be employed to tarnish Nan Gongqing's reputation and decisively eliminate her. Hearing Jiu call out to Bai Wanru as mother brought Bai Kuching a measure of joy, yet her expression soured upon witnessing Bai Wanru link arms with Jiu. She had intended to reprimand them but refrained, mindful of the presence of others, and chose to suppress her indignation. Tales of valor and glory had circulated throughout the realm of New Han, recounted amidst theatrical performances and grand banquets, never failing to captivate the audience, including those in the palace. Such accounts were typically managed by the troops and private forces, yet with many now captured by the Wei army on the battlefield. Their secrets had inevitably fallen into enemy hands. The atmosphere was thick with menace, reminiscent of crows feasting upon carrion. Fear not, we shall vanquish them completely. They won't dare to retaliate, likely too busy hiding from us, a soldier remarked nonchalantly, wiping his mouth with his golden braid. Just a moment, please, the girl exclaimed, casually flipping through the pages of Shaking the Void in 7 steps, committing the contents to memory in less than a quarter of an hour. The boy's fist struck Uchiha Obito with undeniable force, sending him sprawling. With the organization now aware of the undercover status of Rye Whiskey, his authority was significantly curtailed. Outside the cave, several masked individuals were gathered, while Han Feng, Zhao Qian, and a covert team had also arrived at the location. Well then, more options are welcome. Let us explore together, he shrugged, adopting an indifferent demeanor. The girl, filled with ire, lifted her head in indignation, yet restrained herself due to my presence. She was astute enough to recognize that this was not the time for retorts. Silence was prudent, so she stood quietly, ignoring Lu Elvi's remarks. Shu Yin listened attentively to his words, noting that Injin had spoken continuously since their arrival at the borders of the Mongolian tribes, indicating genuine concern. Although she would mourn the loss of her child, her husband was irreplaceable. Should anything happen to him, she would not wish to survive alone. At that moment, Li Jinya was in a meeting regarding the company's investment plans for the second half of the year. As the discussion progressed, his phone, resting on the table, suddenly rang. He raised an eyebrow, glanced at the screen, and answered the call. Liang Xingping and Jiang Yuan, feeling helpless, could only dig deeper, striving to gather more resources while hoping to ease the burden on Yi Lu. Turning to glance at Uncle Lu not far away, I noticed that this man's features bore a resemblance to him, leading me to realize that he might indeed be Uncle Lu's son. If he claimed he could not alight from the vehicle for the sake of the mission, then his earlier statements regarding the gravity of human life would be rendered contradictory. Yes, I too shall uphold my duty and fulfill this directive. Wang Ming straightened his back and replied resolutely. Observing such naivety in Jishan, Jiwu suddenly felt disinclined to inquire why she had departed without notice. Even during her absence over these past few hours, he had nearly searched every corner of the Celestial Palace, and both Shiju and Yuexia had been thrown into a state of panic. Thus, Jiwu could not bring himself to blame her. As long as she remained safe and by his side, there was no need for further scrutiny. As March approached, with the sun shining and the breeze gentle, families in Jiangnan sought opportunities for leisure outings, becoming a prevalent custom. However, due to inconvenient transportation, most excursions were day trips to the outskirts, returning the same day. This season proved to be an opportune moment to visit gardens for recreational indulgence and elevation of one's spirit. Chapter 106. I Am Your Father. Mice Marrow, originally named Vincent, was a mutant who endured domestic abuse from his father in his youth. By chance, he awakened his powers, his skin turning green and gaining formidable telepathic abilities, enabling him to hypnotize others. Upon reaching adulthood, he joined a circus, influencing the audience through hypnosis to garner their tips. Yet one day, his abilities were discovered, and the individual informed Vincent that he was a mutant, and such powers ought not to be wielded in that manner. I care not whom you take as your bride. All I know is, if you wish to inherit the throne, you must never defy your father's will. Lord Situ's voice was tinged with excitement, becoming increasingly distorted, ultimately resembling a fearsome roar. Meanwhile, Su Mu examined the items in his backpack, seemingly unaffected by the announcement, as if it had not occurred at all. "Ah, I see your lord is quite approachable. He likely wouldn't mind such trivial matters," Xiaomo interjected. Around Han Xian, none could rival Wei Yan. They either fell victim to his blade or fled, leaving Han Xian to confront the menacing Wei Yan in trepidation. On the second day, having departed from that safe haven, they had endured 2 nights of vigil, having already lost 2 individuals on the first night. What calamity would befall them on this second night? After all, during these past 7 or 8 days, he and Juan Mayer had shared a harmonious rapport, their feelings toward each other particularly favorable. At this juncture, upon seeing those identical garments, many reincarnators reacted, hastily shedding their clothes and discarding them by the roadside. Others turned back. "We must not show weakness in the face of the approaching thieves. We must strike to bolster our morale," Zhao Qian declared resolutely. "Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, while hell has no door yet you choose to enter. You, the scoundrel of the surname Lin. We have sought you for many years. Today, you have delivered yourself unto us. Once I seize you, I shall light you up like a lantern. Just wait and see." Meng Xiang spurred his horse away. The abduction of Muxian not only entangled the international assassin organization led by Yi Wujing, but it also involved a sniper who ambushed Yi Wujing, only to find himself assassinated shortly thereafter. This perplexing situation is something Yi Shanghan wishes to keep from Muxian. Despite Lan Duo's wrist injury, Si Kongjun entrusted the pivotal responsibility of advancing the ball past half-court to Lan Duo, while he and Qi Lanya stepped into Qiu Yun's half. Poised to act, Yu Xian remarked, "The wonders of nature abound. Plants release negative oxygen ions through photosynthesis, serving as advanced nutrients to bolster immunity and combat illness." Bing grasped the hilt of the short knife tightly, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, revealing the fierce struggle he faced against the knife's momentum in midair. As Lan Duo observed, Zhuge Zhengwo's actions indeed seemed to undermine Lan Feng while elevating Lan Duo, orchestrating a strategy where Lan Feng's team bore the brunt of the effort, leaving Lan Duo's group to deliver the final blow, a rather peculiar arrangement, especially considering this team belonged to Shuya Middle School, not their own Nanyu Middle School. A flicker of reluctance crossed Pu's eyes as he sensed the formidable power emanating from the opposition, coupled with an overwhelming atmosphere that suggested capabilities far beyond his reach. After exchanging greetings, the women waited together, while Wu Yang, upon seeing the unexpected arrival of Butler Yang, felt an involuntary surge of fear. Confronted with a barrage of questions from Zhen Huxiao, Xiao Yuan Xingji maintained his composure and outright refused. He paid no heed to Zhen Huxiao's increasingly darkening expression and instead called out to Ling Yashizhao as they both exited the conference room side by side. However, he contemplated that the 4 leaders were of comparable strength and conditions, rendering it impossible to offer superior terms. Chapter 107. Old One. 21 years ago, Magneto met a married woman named Susanna, a beautiful and alluring woman, both intellectually astute and gracious. Their passion ignited quickly, leading to Susanna's pregnancy and the birth of their daughter, whom they named Lorna Dane. Susanna's husband, Arnold, discovered her infidelity, resulting in a heated argument during a flight. Meanwhile, young Lorna, in her innocence, attempted to intervene as her parents quarreled. Approaching the dining table, she noticed Lu Jing had prepared a hearty meal, filling her with warmth. Observing the suddenly aggressive monkey, Long Xian felt an urge to laugh, but suppressed it to avoid detection. "What would you like to see?" Zhu Mui inquired, glancing at Li Mingyu, encouraging him to select from the 4 meticulously chosen films she had presented. He was indeed capricious, reckless, and dismissive of those around him, leaving everyone aghast, provoking the emperor's ire to the point of exclaiming against his own offspring. Then, Yun Shuang charged directly towards the Dragon King Ghost, who, upon witnessing this, unleashed a torrent of energy, conjuring a series of elemental dragons that surged forth to collide with Yun Shuang. Xiao He, no longer responding to him, remembered that he was still pretending to be a patient, and thus, he assumed the demeanor of one in distress, rolling around in feigned agony and turning his back towards him, groaning softly. Li Mingyu felt a sense of nervousness, akin to meeting the parents, and inquired about what items Zhu Muyi's grandmother favored, contemplating the procurement of gifts that would align with the elder's tastes. Spicy strips paired with beer, truly the epitome of perfect combinations. Li Yiji tore open a pack of spicy strips, savoring the moment of indulgence with a look of utter satisfaction. The man lounged languidly on the sofa, his bathrobe slightly ajar, revealing his well-defined chest, filling the room with an intoxicating aura of masculinity. Lu Meng stood at the rear, while 30 commanders led 300,000 cavalrymen at the forefront, with Lu Meng and 5 martial artists positioned behind. For within the 9 realms, whispers spoke of a higher domain of martial arts, the Chaos Realm. Yet, The thought of the two pursuing him relentlessly, through heaven and earth, did little to uplift Lu Da's spirits. Lu Yinshi evaded the sentinels along his path, effortlessly infiltrating the mountain stronghold and locating the place where Mother Zhou and others were imprisoned. Zhang He was an exceptionally attentive listener, nodding in agreement and occasionally chuckling softly. Teacher, I shall stand at the pinnacle of martial arts, and I will ensure you witness this moment with your own eyes. Shangguan Yun's resolve in martial arts grew exceedingly firm. After speaking, Ma Siming instructed the monk to bring forth offerings, and once everything was arranged, he knelt down again to pay his respects. Compared to the luxurious mansions of Shirao Ao and Repulse Bay, it may not be the most beautifully designed or fashionable, yet it has withstood the test of a century, bearing witness to the history of Xiangjiang, holding profound significance. The eminent figures gathered at the zenith of the true martial realm had departed from Lingzhu Mountain, each returning to their respective martial worlds. Chuyan paused, lowering her gaze to find the box exquisite yet small, feeling its weight as she cradled it in her arms. At that moment, within the Fengwu Palace, Li Wanting occupied the Feng throne, reveling in the delight of her cunning scheme's success. Our vehicle is still in the district, and we are quite far from here. The anxious captain of Mark's security team replied. I donned my coat and descended the stairs. The coffin bearers were ready, seasoned professionals who required no guidance from me. He ought to have waited until the advertisement was officially released before transferring the funds, as that would provide him with evidence to prove the source of the 300,000 to his father. Upon hearing this, Tai Xinghan's expression darkened, while Anna astutely discerned the crucial information embedded in Gaia's words. The West City gate swung wide open, with county officials clad in azure robes emerging to welcome the visitors, evidently not daring to show any neglect. Chapter 108. What to do when everyone likes it. As the sun set, the dim yellow light cascaded down, casting a golden glow upon the glass facade. The recently expanded 8-lane thoroughfare is wide and smooth. A Ford Mustang glides along its surface, and Emma, seated in the driver's position, curiously inquires, So, is Lorna the daughter of Magneto? Indeed, Carl replies, resting his elbow on the car window, gazing at the distant buildings still under construction. We suspect this may be a trap set for Magneto. Get up quickly. With a sharp crack, Li Yang strikes Lu Jiajia's backside with his belt, leaving the despicable man trembling yet too intimidated to protest. At just over 20 years old, Bai Yunfei has not only forged a 4th-grade spirit sword, but has achieved an exceptional quality, displaying an almost otherworldly talent in weaponry. He Qingchuan is not surprised by the sudden question posed by Li Yang, as he too has harbored similar doubts, and even now remains perplexed as to why the Xuangu faction would allocate their quotas in such a manner. The reverberating backlash is far more formidable than before. Without fully deploying the Kunping 18 transformations, he would struggle to dissipate it effectively. What if not? If they dawdle, waiting for a meeting to produce clarity, Earth may very well have been decimated by then. Mo Yushi shrugs nonchalantly. Xiling Tian has experimented and, with his current capabilities, can leap 12 times, thus naming it the Void 12 Leaps, though he has yet to discover any further abilities. This subterranean space is truly bizarre, filled with peculiar flora and fauna, most of which are unheard of, let alone seen, in the outside world. A cervical fracture results in immediate death, and a living person simply ceases to exist. Their body discarded like a broken doll by the man named Ollie, who tosses it carelessly into a corner. Despite lacking spiritual transformation, this being possesses the ability to speak, indicating an extraordinary lineage, at the very least, a divine beast, possibly even a legendary celestial creature. Each individual in the private rooms harbors the thought, if we cannot secure it through bidding, we must resort to theft. It seems that Yun Xingyue indeed requires my assistance. However, how exactly can I aid her? The Yuming sect has acquired 70 million in dragon lineage, and everyone acknowledges the formidable resolve of its leader. Only one item remains, and this has spurred various factions into action, for this item is deemed far more precious than the previous two. Cui Shuyuan is equally astonished. She quickly leans in for a closer look and confirms it is indeed a black card, leaving her utterly astounded. In the cavernous, expansive, and dark depths, where light flickers erratically, a panorama of colorful mushroom hills unfolds. In reality, Zhang Jiao is an ambitious yet talentless individual. His yellow turban rebellion, despite its vast scale, lacks unified command. Each leader fights independently, while even those from the Taiping Dao are engrossed in their own intrigues, devoid of any collaborative spirit. Furthermore, it is irretrievable, thus, even if he achieves victory today, that arm will be rendered permanently useless. Upon hearing this, I cannot help but be taken aback. I had not anticipated that the most troublesome aspect here is not the illusion, but the very passage itself. As the midnight hour approached, the urgency to launch an assault intensified, Delaying any further would risk detection by the water bandits. Thus, both the infantry and naval forces simultaneously initiated their attack. The thunderous charge of 10,000 men surged forth, casting dark shadows that bore down upon the bandits' lair. The preparation of the skin alone consumed nearly a full day, and by the time Huadong completed his tasks, it was already deep into the night. The emergence of Long Ziba transformed the forbidden lands of Yichen into the ancestral grounds of the demon clan, a shift monumental enough to upheave the entire landscape of the Zhongrui domain. The queen had only her two siblings, and he had always cherished and protected his soul sister. However, this time, Xiao Wanru's actions had indeed crossed his threshold. Chapter 109, The Doctor of Destruction. War descended abruptly. In the capital of Latvia, the imposing castle stood tall, the residence of the nation's ruler, Victor Dume. Surrounding the castle, the space was sealed off, extending into the inner city, rendering the spatial gates inoperable for teleportation. Consequently, countless drones and cruise missiles descended from the sky, bombarding the castle, yet an invisible force field enveloped it, thwarting the missile strikes. Moreover, amidst the howling winds, Xiao Nihe stubbornly pouted and shouted, which placed Zhang Hao in a difficult position. After all, he was a member of the Six Doors, and advocating for Qin Shou was already a sign of deviating loyalty. He could not outright deny the pivotal role of the Six Doors in maintaining the order of the Three Realms. Opening their arms, the two shared a polite embrace, during which Mu Qing whispered a soft thank you into his ear. As the proponent of the suggestion, the presiding official contradicted his own proposal, leaving the attendees gasping in surprise, particularly the elder beside him, who appeared visibly displeased. It was evident that this had become the final boundary set by the Lord of the Underworld. Zhen Shifeng understood that refusing any further would lead to a fate of utter annihilation. I'm disgusted. Get lost. I'm not interested in this. Before I could finish my statement, I found myself unwittingly grasped by the fortune teller's firm hold on my wrist. Long Yang, what is wrong with you? Can you tell me? The sense of something amiss with Long Yang grew increasingly palpable, prompting gentle inquiries. Long Yang, just a few dozen steps away, felt a thunderous roar in his mind, rendering him dazed and confused. Being closest, he was affected the most. Should the demon tiger beast attack now, it could strike with lethal precision against Long Yang. Finally, Zhen Shifeng revealed his innermost thoughts, the heavy stone pressing upon his chest dissipating. Zhao Han was suddenly startled, plummeting from his state of ethereal tranquility, yet he remained oblivious, his eyes sparkling with pure joy. Still, no one responded. The two exchanged glances, deciding to separate and investigate further. For instance, Mo Xie encountered someone on the road who resembled a platoon leader from the military, his hands calloused from wielding firearms. Clearly, he was no ordinary individual. With a thunderous shout, a terrifying aura surged forth, manifesting a character that charged towards Chun Xianfeng and Kong Huanyo. As Zhang Fan unleashed the devastating heavenly god blade, he simultaneously executed a fiery lance. After taking only a few steps, he halted abruptly upon catching sight of Luo Zuan, who was sprinting towards a nearby alley. Although her visage might be strikingly beautiful, it exuded no warmth. Her smile, regardless of its enchanting allure, was pervaded by an unsettling detachment and chill. The elder San and his companions were utterly stunned by the sinister flame of the heavenly ghost in Ling Chen's grasp, a force far superior to that of Bai Ruofeng. Ling Chen marveled internally, realizing that Bai Shanshan indeed possessed divine artifacts, particularly the precious dragon blood wood, which he surmised was utilized for refining advanced genetic enhancement liquid, a rare commodity. Despite hearing these words, Luo Xia chose not to reveal the true reason, opting for tacit agreement instead. Beneath her calm facade, Li Yin was tumultuous, her emotions a tempest of anticipation and worry. Jin Yuna chuckled lightly, her delicate tongue tracing her luscious red lips, her expression irresistibly seductive. This statement was undeniably provocative, yet Sualan found herself at a loss for words. She approached Sherry and extended her hand, feigning an intention to assist her up. Although the chat logs released by Chun Lu elicited laughter from the crowd, not everyone dismissed them as mere jokes. The screenshot from Li Hanyan had thoroughly humiliated Chun Lu. Chapter 110, Destruction and Conquest. Carl fully activated the biofield, his form streaking across the sky like lightning, appearing before Victor Doom in an instant. Clenching his right fist, he launched a powerful strike at Doom. Victor Doom crossed his arms to block the blow, yet was still sent flying by the overwhelming force. As his body soared backward, Carl's eyes glowed, red light expanding into a luminous veil that enveloped Doom. Once the light dissipated, a surfboard plummeted downward. Yin Xian found the scene amusing and removed the masks from the other four, playfully toying with them, intrigued by the novelty. Sakata Takechio grasped Ouyang Hongshue's chin, making speech a challenge. Yi Ming faced 10 formidable masters of the Great Yuan dynasty, each possessing a minimum cultivation of the four symbols realm and wielding corresponding powers. Mo Nanxing's gaze momentarily flickered with confusion before returning to its usual tranquility, his brow unfurling as if the intoxicated individual from the previous night was a stranger. Afterward, she personally commandeered the sanitation company's large truck, driving straight to the flagship Jinhua Hotel. Following this, Li Tianyi made a direct call to Hu Weimin, the executive deputy director of the Provincial Public Security Bureau. Under relentless assault from Mo Shaoxing, the once reckless rolled meat had transformed, adopting a cautious approach and refraining from rash actions. Upon learning that news of the abyss of the Devil Sea had spread, Zhou Yunjian was seething with rage, yet found himself powerless to alter the course of events. Yifeng slowly stepped out from beside Si Kongguoxing. Each step he took elevated his aura further. Feng Xiaodong could naturally discern that Zhou Xiaoqiang harbored some discontent towards Zhou Qilin. However, now that Zhou Qilin's phone was unreachable, he found himself powerless. Yet, it was evident that this was not mere auditory hallucination, for the intercom once again resonated with her voice. They viewed a 56-square-meter single apartment and a 128-square-meter three-bedroom residence. All three were quite satisfied and prepared to sign the contract when Jing Yi's phone rang with a call from Cheng Jingzhou, which she dismissed without answering. With a thunderous crash, followed by the sound of two heavy objects hitting the ground, Ling Huyu swiftly emerged, delivering another strike to the two demonic cultivators. Inside the cave, the fire cast a warm yellow hue throughout, as Lu Sitian leaned against Ling Huyu's embrace, her long arms wrapping around her bent knees. Her exquisite face adorned with a blissful smile, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering with deep affection. She had encountered Feng Linlo. Although his status did not match that of the fifth prince, his appearance was equally striking. Furthermore, at such a young age, he had already achieved the title of top scholar, promising an illustrious future should he inherit the marquisate. She feared that events might unfold as she dreaded. If so, what course of action should she take? With a composed demeanor, she withdrew the dagger lodged at her heart, discarding it aside, and propelled herself forward with fierce determination. Though lacking in bulky muscles, the upper half of Rain's form, revealed by the shredded fabric from the fierce sword wave, showcased his sculpted physique, particularly the pronounced eight-pack abs. Thus, he refrained from approaching closely and, instead, on the periphery, unearthed a 10-year-old spirit-quenching flower before turning to depart. After following Qinzheng, Han Wei became good friends with him, and their interactions were generally harmonious. Thus, it was unexpected for matters to take such a turn this time. As Yunpeng sat at a crossroads, inherently perilous, he found himself surrounded, leading to a traffic obstruction. This time, we owe a great debt of gratitude to young Master Tang Yen, capable of vanquishing so many demons in one fell swoop. As for the unfortunate disciples, I express my profound sympathy. All compensation for losses shall be borne by us of the Yujian city. What do you all think? The sword master addressed the Tianyong sword sect. After all, during our youthful days, who among us did not harbor dreams or have someone they cherished? Zhang Lin smiled faintly, saying, there is nothing to be done. The company is downsizing due to the economic crisis. This smile did not reveal Zhang Lin's magnanimity, but rather showcased her helplessness to Gao Yuan. Say that again. Yunpeng's gaze fixated on the beautiful figure before him, his tone laced with threat. Let him go. If he dares to act, I shall revert him to his original form, then roast him and sell him to the innkeeper. Tang Yin contemplated, referring to the adversary as a demonic deer. The Kuroki Guard expanded from 7 to 12 guards, the majority of whom were at the Golden Core stage, with a few at the nascent soul stage. My lord, may I enter? Lu Shicha smiled sweetly, yet there was an underlying peril in his expression. I was taken aback. Some senior members of the Chun family in Jinling had mentioned something akin to this long ago, asserting that the Death Research Institute was far more formidable than it appeared. What could this possibly signify? Although the several disciples from the Heavenly Palace were all at the realm of immortal kings and appeared to be elite practitioners based on their attire, their combined efforts had proven insufficient to subdue Erguzi, despite their prolonged engagement and the formation they had set up nearby. After Qin Long changed into slippers upon entering the house, he realized Tang Lingxian was absent, likely having gone upstairs. He recalled that during the evening when Su Yuechan had laid down the rules, she had expressly instructed him not to ascend the stairs. Just then, the eerie sound of the corpse dog echoed, and the old mountain ginseng was tossed in beside me, lying still, inciting envy among onlookers. Qi Bao involuntarily rolled her eyes, overwhelmed by the foul stench of the surroundings. Yet, she never considered that she had been the one entangling others, her obsession morphing into a demon that consumed her entirely. Now, Gong Shuelio was merely a vessel, controlled by insatiable desires. Chapter 111, The New Avengers Alliance. The outbreak of war between Simcolia and Latovenia drew the attention of numerous nations, yet just hours later, the conflict concluded. After annihilating all doomsday robots, Amora seized control of the government and military leadership through sorcery, completing the conquest of Latovenia. Subsequently, the two nations issued a joint statement announcing their unification, forming a new country named Simvenia. The boss gazed at Shui Ranhua with profound gratitude, akin to a savior, with only a halo missing from above her head. She had confirmed that the Thunder Gate had been bombarding Chime Mountain Villa for some time, yet Hong Nikhang showed no signs of appearing, suggesting that Shang Ruejuan must have succeeded. It was now 6 in the morning, the early spring morning still cloaked in darkness, with workers huddled in their homes, embracing their wives against the chill. In that fleeting moment, I discerned a wall before me, facing the fourth mural. The following morning, due to the dispatch of employees, Li Xia was compelled to gather talent at the job market, seeking individuals with articulate and persuasive skills. She donned elegant black stilettos, their height rendering her slightly taller than Gu Yushi. Upon reaching the stadium, the sky above was clear, sunlight slanting onto the track, imparting a modicum of warmth to the cold winter. He Chong and Zhang Lei jogged slowly along the track, with Zhang Lei turning to He Chong, saying, "I know you have many questions. Feel free to ask." As I became engrossed in my thoughts, a sudden cacophony erupted in the corridor. Initially, I paid it no mind. After all, hospitals can often be breeding grounds for discord. Not only are there raucous disturbances, but altercations do occur as well. Having arranged Chini's accommodations, I heard a series of footsteps outside, varying in intensity, and it was clear who they belonged to. Gu Yushi remained oblivious, yet Shui, upon exiting the room, caught sight of a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows. Following a fleeting moment of terror, Shui's expression transformed into one of gravity. Firstly, what our president stated is indeed the truth. Secondly, this is the venue of our miracle era, and any breach of our discipline grants us the right to take action against you. Lininger signaled for the individual to be taken away. You've gained quite a bit of weight, Han Dong exclaimed in surprise. Since arriving in the Luni galaxy, he had not engaged in a face-to-face conversation with Bei Bailey. Wow, that is impressive. I've never even participated in a provincial tournament, exclaimed Meichuan Shizi, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the two remaining pairs of Donggu cards. Chao Jinhua had never encountered a true prairie. Walking on the verdant grass and gazing at the boundless equestrian grounds around her, she marveled in astonishment. The soldiers' uniforms differed from those of Dashuan. Had Yichong been present, he would have recognized them as the attire of the southern Ling Nanzhao kingdom. He strode forward, unperturbed by the inquiries of those around him, making his way to his designated seat. Other children had heard about the arrival of a beautiful girl the previous day, who had been taken in by Jian He as a maid, while some had never even seen Yilan Yu's true form and were filled with curiosity. They were oblivious to the unfolding events, only aware that the once mighty rat ancestor had been effortlessly crushed, reduced to insignificance. This scene left the myriad of demons feeling colder than the Antarctic. The disciples of the Corpse Ghost sect harbored considerable discontent towards the Troll clan, having narrowly escaped the fallout from recent events. Lin Ai, chuckling awkwardly, scratched his head as he looked at the visibly displeased Zero before emitting a series of dry laughs. "You, my dear, never seek me out unless trouble is afoot. Speak, what mischief have you stirred?" The martial emperor chuckled. At that moment, Mu Lingxi turned her body, her gaze vacantly fixed upon the dark shadow beneath the bed. Ouyang Lian let out a hearty laugh, genuinely surprised that the cat had readily agreed. He strode purposefully towards the roadside, pondering the notion that indeed, all beings in this world possess a spirit. "It's just that I haven't seen you in ages and thought I'd give you a little fright as a surprise," Jiang Yuan said, a hint of embarrassment evident as he scratched his head, his eyes betraying a sense of regret. From dawn till past noon, the area beyond the northern gate of Jixian was piled high with corpses, the sounds of horses and winds blending ominously, severed heads flying and dismembered limbs scattered. Speaking of which, Li Fu also edged closer to Xinghui, seemingly intent on joining the fray. Sima Yi was rendered voiceless. Only the sound of his bones shattering echoed as he soared into the air. Hua Yingying's expression shifted once more. She never anticipated that bringing herself here would constitute such a grave error. Mu Lingxi offered a faint smile, yet it could not erase the longing that lingered in her heart. This was the rightful outcome of her unexpected misallocation as an actress. For an extended period, Biao Gu was engulfed in rage and shame, yet felt utterly powerless. It dawned on him that his clever explanation from that evening had not sufficed. His subordinate, the cauliflower snake, appeared to be a brutish fellow but was, in fact, no fool. A mere touch revealed the telltale signs of a motorcycle's rear seat being tainted. Their identities rendered them unfit for such gatherings, even though Lan Yi and her companions had married men under the command of Yinjun. They could only send gifts rather than attend in person. Otherwise, it could lead to exploitation by those with ulterior motives, potentially turning a joyous occasion into a disaster. Zheng Jian, following Qi Tian, suddenly lunged at the thigh of a fire lizard, the rush of wind whistling past his ears, and the sword's aura accompanying his strike. With a successful hit, he swiftly moved from the side. The marshy ground was rife with decaying corpses, already brewing flammable gases, marsh gas. This gas, composed of various elements, ignited fiercely upon contact with flame. The fire blazed intensely, encountering its nemesis, the tree spirit, which slowly retreated, its roots shifting. Was this the reason you chose to seal him alongside Tianji? Out of sheer distrust, did you resort to the simplest method? The adversary stood upright. Its arms slightly shorter than those of a human, reminiscent of a Tyrannosaurus rex, with a somewhat disproportionate physique, yet its mouth was astonishingly large, revealing a row of menacing teeth before the man. Chapter 112. The Demise of the Marvelous Four, Part 1. The arrival of Thunderfire altered the dynamics of the battlefield. He advanced rapidly through the air, shattering drone after drone, unleashing a deluge of flames that rained down, resulting in catastrophic casualties. As the commander, Lainia promptly shifted her focus, deciding to confront this foe first. Her body erupted with a black luminescence, opposing gravity and generating a counterforce that propelled her skyward, swiftly approaching Thunderfire. Well, with something to fill her stomach, Su Manman ceased her fussing, settling down to accompany Mu Jinghan. Su Yujing had also vanished for nearly 5 years. Her sudden reappearance was indeed startling. Another resounding crash echoed as the 4 iron chains tethering the cage thudded against the ground, leaving deep grooves in its surface. It was well known that he was protected by the aura of the fierce. This instinct naturally returned after he regained his consciousness. Imperceptible, yet capable of transforming all that approached him into mere dust in this world. Xiao Jun, tonight. I will wait for you at our usual spot. You must come, all right? Rin Jiayao knew that she could do anything now, all for the sake of being with him. She absolutely could not lose to Su Yujing. Liang Chuan was taken aback by these words. In her heart, within her world, there was only the man named Wen Zhang, leaving no room for any other. Yi Shul paused for several seconds, her expression momentarily frozen. Previously, her fans on Weibo had suggested crafting a slogan for her, one that would exude power and majesty. She had assumed they were merely attempting to amuse her, unaware that they had genuinely written one and even enlisted the help of seasoned fans to orchestrate this welcoming event. Where's Lord Feng? I specifically came today to express my gratitude for his life-saving intervention, Yi Juju remarked, lifting the red wine in her hand. Lin Ziyuan harbored a dislike, even a certain disdain, for Su Yuding, and thus felt that the current situation was entirely fitting. There is a knife, Bai Xiaoyan unexpectedly blurted out, and she proceeded to retrieve a dagger from her bag. Before long, Yi could grasp the situation. Fei Ming had already delivered a solid kick to his chest. In less than 10 minutes, Lai Yong stood at the entrance of Yunbin Plaza, cradling roses in his arms. The gentle breeze, imbued with a hint of warmth, carried the sweet fragrance of flowers that danced around his senses. Prince Typhon roared in fury. At this critical juncture, the dragon's might within him surged to its peak, maximizing the synergy between man and machine. Yincheng. Upon witnessing Mu Yunqing fall into Lu Xingyu's grasp, Mu Jilan and others shouted in alarm. Li Juanxiu's barely audible voice was muffled, and before he could finish speaking, he had already pulled Su Yuan into an embrace, unwilling to release her under any circumstances. At home, in the living room, Father Ian sat upright on the sofa, a black travel case resting beside him. Rin Sinian also noticed Cheng Jin observing Lungi, a smirk of triumph blossoming within her. After waiting in the car for over 30 minutes, a blue pickup truck finally came into view, its vintage appearance unmistakable. The mere thought of Song Feng absconding with the heavy iron cabinet and leaving him with nothing but a jade ding filled him with frustration. Dark, ghostly figures pursued them, lost souls driven to attack. My courage was not particularly great, yet in such a perilous moment, could I still be considered a man if I did not rise to the occasion? Subsequently, her eyes searched among the crowd, quickly settling upon Su Yunqi, who had already shed his armor and donned a conventional ceremonial robe. Judging by the positions Zhao Yi and his companions occupied at the negotiation table, they had attained parity with the prominent families. Chapter 113. The Demise of the Fantastic Four, Part 2. This was a clash of titans. The Stone Man and Ursa Major exchanged blows without retreat, shattering nearby structures, while no soldier dared to approach. Benjamin bore claw marks upon his skin, as he was outmatched in strength. However, having grown up on the streets and trained in combat and boxing, he deftly dodged Ursa Major's claws and delivered a punch to its ribs, sending the beast reeling. On the other side of Waterblue Star, for months had passed without any developments. If he continued to wait, Whether for 3 years or 30, he would still not encounter the enigmatic or the arcane artifacts. In other words, his progress towards normalization has barely reached 50%, a feat that has consumed 12 years of his life. Yet today, with the appearance of Dean Zhou, they were reminded once again of Feng Yuetong's unparalleled prowess as an alchemist. Previously, due to Zhao Yu's association with Park Guoji, the nation of Kimchi had remained exceedingly discreet. Fearing to provoke the Dragon Kingdom, they never spoke during live broadcasts, lest they attract attention. Feng Yuetong cut her wrist, forcefully guiding his other hand to caress the wound. However, her repeated suggestions incited the emperor's displeasure, leading to multiple reprimands, and ultimately, she met her demise during her exile to Yunnan. Zhao Hong was on the brink of transcending worldly calamities, poised to become a celestial being, merely a step away from semi-divinity. Just as Jia Mao initially founded his company with the noble intention of developing a miraculous cure for his sister's terminal illnesses. Moreover, the principle of a new ruler brings new ministers applies equally to the military. Upon the ascension of a new monarch, should he distrust his close guards, he could simply dismiss them and select a trustworthy cadre from other soldiers. Upon hearing this, Kong Xian smiled faintly, stretching her limbs to fully accentuate her alluring curves. Fortunately, before the leader's departure, he had employed immense demonic power and resources to construct that formidable barrier, which proved invaluable at last. Tong Piaoi's complexion improved significantly. However, Lu Xiangyi's expression darkened abruptly. She had been observing Lin Shunshin all along, noticing that prior to each pricing, Jin Yang would turn to Lin Shunshin to exchange a few words, appearing to strategize thoroughly. With such thoughts in mind, it became impossible for the crowd to remain composed. A chaotic flurry of kicks ensued, turning Zhang Xiaonan's furious curses into lamentations. With a light snort, the shadow surged forward, vowing that if there were a next time, there would be no mercy. With that, he leaped gracefully onto the rooftop, disappearing into the night. Duo, you truly are mischievous. However, had you not gone missing, I would not have realized how much I care for you. Murong Che smiled, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. The mere thought of her wanting to leave him was intolerable. Yet, upon noticing the unsightly stains on her garment, his previously uplifted mood plummeted to despair. An ominous premonition surged within my inherently pessimistic heart. Could it be that something had transpired outside when they just left? Dread seized me, and my legs weakened, nearly causing me to tumble down the stairs. Reflecting on Mo Shinro's ever-changing personality and her flamboyant demeanor at the Six Kingdoms Grand Hotel, he let out a sigh. Yao Qingmu entered with 2 plates of food, warmly greeting Lin Ziyue, for she remained grateful for the care she had received from her in the past. While others engaged in snowball fights on snowy days, he instead had his classmates drawing maps on the playground. Yet he understood that if he were to discuss this matter with Bai Wang and now, she would likely resort to violence to seize what she desired. The formation lacks the formidable power of the Big Dipper 7 Stars sword formation, yet it possesses an extraordinary subtlety. Chapter 114. I shall send you away. Father? Carl was momentarily taken aback. Could this golden-haired youth truly be his son? Yet the boy referred to this woman as mother. Could it be that he and Susan had brought forth this child? How could that be possible? Wanda, Emma, and even Amora could be plausible, but Susan was an impossibility. However, there was no need for this lad to fabricate such a tale. What transpired in the future? I have spoken too much. Franklin covered his mouth and then said, Father, you. Li Zhichen's body remained undeterred as he struck with a palm infused with fierce wind, landing a blow on Luo Yufei's chest. The flames enveloping Luo Yufei suddenly diminished, and he was violently thrown back, landing half-kneeling on the ground with a thud. Deng Lin, with an unabashed demeanor, nodded repeatedly. Yet he understood that typically, others would plead for mercy on his behalf, and his elder brother would not listen. Indeed, he had discovered his own faith and resolved to sacrifice his life for it if necessary, yet he lamented the lack of understanding from his family. He even colluded with Song Chung to deceive his parents into leaving. A prominent banker, how could he make such a fundamental error? Long Jinfei wore an expression of helplessness. So, shall we market it directly this way? Lin Ling nodded in agreement, confident in her intellectual prowess. Of course, if it were only Fan Xiaodong. It would not be so simple. The key issue was that Wang Ci had sealed most of the energy of the wood spirit pearl. Upon seeing Qiu Qing's alluring figure and swaying waist, Li Yi felt a surge of impulse and said, If nothing is amiss with Jingjing, could you assist me by pouring some water? I find myself a bit parched. Xian Yuan Rue leaned dejectedly, nearly toppling the bamboo table beside him. Supporting himself on the table while glaring at Xiao Yi with fury, his emotions severely out of control, Shun Huaxing remarked. The daunting water village has always been known for its banditry. Now, witnessing the chaos across the land, they naturally seek to take advantage of the situation. Since we have encountered them today, We must act on behalf of justice and eliminate the wicked. The group exchanged words, collectively condemning Bai Tsongyi and the Dongting Water Village. The so-called family discipline is intended to inflict physical punishment below while inflicting emotional punishment above, simply to instill a lesson in the descendants, preventing them from committing outrageous acts. The Grand Elder of Artifact Refinement furrowed his brow. If anyone here were to agree with Mo Fan's proposal, it would likely be his senior brother. So why did he not concur? In truth, the seaside is not suitable for habitation. It is rather humid, making it easy to contract rheumatism. Most coastal fishermen suffer from this ailment. By the way, her father is a doctor? Could my affliction be connected to her father? But why would he wish to poison me? One could see Tang Feng's waist twisting like a great python, strength emanating from the ground, with the power generated from his spine swiftly transmitting to his shoulders. The Xuanwu bloodline is entirely reliant on aquatic resources for its enhancement. In the travel bag, there were copious amounts of fish and shrimp purchased from the United States, where the seafood is not only more affordable than that in the domestic market, but also free from pollution. This was not the first time Shinmani had heard Xiao Yunfei express his desire to leave Longhai. After hearing it repeatedly, she began to believe it to some extent. However, she wondered why such an exceptional man would choose to depart. Surely, he could not have lost interest in himself? Mrs. Chow fainted, and Yi-san escorted her to a guest room for rest. Chao Liangjin and Fang Jingrui were invited to the front hall. Han Bing was suddenly amused. Was this an attempt to undermine him right before his eyes, or was it merely a casual encounter? He found it difficult to articulate his feelings at that moment, but he was decidedly displeased. Although there were many skilled individuals surrounding Li Donghai, in the presence of Lu Changfeng, they were utterly insignificant. Lu Changfeng was impervious to harm. Even a close-range assault with the most powerful explosives or the most penetrating firearms would prove futile against him. Chapter 115, Response and the Outbreak of War. Within a mere day, Rotruvia fell, and the territory of Simvenia expanded once more, now encompassing over 900,000 square kilometers. The formidable extraordinary beings, advanced technologies, and the newly acquired resources from the molybdenum lenite mines, combined with vast arable land for self-sufficiency, rendered Simvenia immensely powerful, establishing it as the hegemon of Eastern Europe. They vanquished the Avengers and killed the Marvelous Man, showcasing such formidable combat prowess that many were left in awe. The classification of fierce-level items indicates that regardless of the strength of the material or the energy it can withstand, they appear rather trivial in the hands of a mad-tier powerhouse. Yet, fierce-level players often find themselves unable to afford the exorbitant prices of such items. Subsequently, the cloud-devouring beast roared and once again raised its head to absorb spiritual energy, charging towards the Tao Dai. She had been operating her stall for some time, yet Lu Daong had never approached her to converse during her slow business hours. Fortunately, everyone was prepared in advance, and the distance from the center of the ice layer was not too close. Had they been at the ice layer's edge, plunging into the abyss below would have been inevitable. Even if water awaited them, they would still fall to the depths. The River of Despair witnessed the climactic battle between the human race and the demon clan, while Chu Zhe and Yuan Ming stealthily infiltrated the rear of the demon forces. Yu Linghan helplessly shook his head, resigned to fate as he picked up a comb and hairdryer, gently tending to Ji Yuyo's flowing locks. At this thought, tears suddenly streamed down her cheeks. She understood that Xiao Xiao would be heartbroken. How could a man so deeply emotional not feel pain? Moreover, how could such a strong man ever contemplate the notion of suicide? How is it that no matter what she says, this teacher always appears to be exceedingly appreciative? Am I truly the fabled artistic prodigy? As she extended her hand, it brushed against a furry object, startling her into sitting up straight. The victorious dragon and lion corps raised their weapons high, roaring triumphantly, both to declare their victory and to release their pin-up emotions. I disdainfully lifted my chin and sat down without ceremony. Before long, a delightful array of fragrant dishes was laid out before me. Upon seeing my favorite foods, a wave of joy washed over me. In the days before esports gained recognition, were not those who fought for it indulging in extravagance? This world is but a realm for reminiscence, or perhaps, on a day when one tires of the relentless hustle, a place to retreat for leisurely respite. Yet, due to this recent defeat in team battles, one need not speak of others. Even the chilling wind at this hour signifies a complete collapse. After the spring tournament, there remains the summer tournament. If they fail to secure even a relegation spot, it is unlikely they will pose a threat to our team. Li Yuanzhong, before Huahua, harbored no grandiose thoughts, speaking in a calm manner. The individual did not respond. After a surge of excruciating pain, my consciousness lingered for a fleeting moment on that exceedingly lecherous grin. Come in. A voice from within invited me, and as Hongluan pushed the door open, she was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. Xianer, what has happened to you? Instinctively, he crouched down to embrace his son, only to be met with Xuanming's icy, unyielding gaze. That was not an expression befitting a child. The hatred in Xuanming's eyes was glaringly evident. Though it was said that one must face punishment, it was merely a formality. With my head bowed, I pondered how to deal with the carefree Wang, wandering aimlessly through the garden, only to find myself back in my own courtyard shortly thereafter. The return was markedly different from the departure. Entering the tree world brought me directly to my residence, without the cumbersome process required upon leaving. This individual was clearly not a naturally occurring parasite. Judging by his swollen belly, could such a volume be the result of nature alone? Although my shell is quite sturdy, I cannot guarantee it would withstand a fall from such a height. Chapter 116, Confession and Guilt. 3 days later, the Suriname Republic launched a military operation against Venezuela, a military powerhouse in South America, which exhibited no capacity for resistance against Suriname's assault. Magneto's control over magnetism rendered all military equipment inoperative. As the 4,000-ton warship ascended into the sky, the crew within knelt in terror. Emma's mental invasion could incapacitate 10,000 individuals in an instant, simultaneously commanding thousands to act according to his will. Mzongo summoned forth, while Qin Hao, having unleashed several walls of fire, sprinted backward, locating the position of the thieves according to the map coordinates. In an instant, the fire dragon clashed with the azure lightsaber, creating two semicircular membranes of light that pressed against one another. At the very center of this intense compression, lightning and sparks flickered incessantly, reminiscent of two bulls locked in a fierce struggle, each exerting all their might to overpower the other. However, the harrowing truth regarding the celestial star demon was deemed excessively intricate and terrifying, leading mainstream circles to regard it as a rather remarkable, yet overly exaggerated creation. Such flights of fancy were abundant within the relevant forums, numbering not less than 800. The revelations from Li Pu quickly faded from discussion, becoming mere whispers among the masses. It is likely that the entirety of Madrid now bows to the man known as Cohen Morgan, for many are aware of his affiliation with the Divine Reserve. Around him, the police officers exchanged knowing smiles, casting Norris incredulous glances, confirming their suspicions that he truly knew nothing. There was no need for the Holy Snow Sect master to fret. After all, their return coincided splendidly with the ongoing sword debate tournament. They could inquire further once they advanced to the semifinals. Yang Tianxi, noticing that the sect master's anger had subsided somewhat, hastily stepped in to mediate. Though unaware of the identity of the person atop the tree, the war god could unmistakably sense the terrifying strength of the opponent. A single palm strike capable of sending Hattori Hanzo flying was not a feat achievable by just anyone. The war god knew he lacked such power. Not only him, but even Tang Jie found it increasingly difficult to amass over 1,000 spirit coins. As life returned to normalcy, and earning money became a daunting task once more, their initial capital would eventually dwindle, while cultivation remained an endless endeavor. Xiao Fei, you handled this matter exceptionally well, preventing escalation. Otherwise, we would have had no choice but to leave the Lin family to Long Yi as a punching bag. Long Zhongtian sighed. Tang Hao, observing the impending onslaught of a colossal magical hand, maintained an air of calm, seemingly unperturbed. In his quest for a swift resolution to locate the soul calming stone, he unleashed the floating pagoda sword array, which emanated a chilling aura of slaughter, swiftly piercing through the gigantic hand released by his adversary. She appeared taken aback that anyone on the Azure continent could be so impoverished as to work for others. Xielang understood that the White Tiger and Black Tortoise were likely investigating the matter concerning the Sword Spirit sect's refusal to pay its dues. Meanwhile, Chen Chu marveled at the latest ranking by Wealth magazine, exclaiming that the editor responsible was indeed a genius, as the reasons for each listed individual's prominence were compelling and diverse. Li Tsunxiao bellowed as distant clouds of dust began to rise, hinting that the battle was far from over. Even Feng Mo Li's hair had caught fire, her expression betraying a hint of distress. Xielang shook his head with a bitter smile, lamenting his own predicament. It was precisely because of his striking looks that he struggled to elevate his status. Li Darren, leading a few members of the Nasi team in 2 off-road vehicles, charged ahead, tasked with restraining the enemy. Meanwhile, Lewis Jackson found himself in a quandary. The most daunting aspect of acquisition was identifying the opponent, yet neither side was willing to yield. Such a direct confrontation would only lead to a relentless stalemate, benefiting neither, and ultimately favoring the opposition. After speaking, Lu Cheng turned and left, unwilling to remain in this place and converse with this wayward child, lest he be unable to restrain the urge to strike. At his words, the entire assembly was taken aback. The Qinglian sword immortal had indeed crippled Bai Fuxing's cultivation, and it seemed that Bai Fuxing had lost his senses, walking away with the Qinglian sword immortal. Fei Rui was articulating the sudden shift on the battlefield. The black man unleashed a flurry of punches that forced Li Xiaofei into a desperate dance of evasion, when unexpectedly, a kick accompanied the punches. Li Xiaofei, caught off guard, received a brutal kick to his rotund belly from the black man, Tommy, sending him flying with a resounding thud. Ouyang Su and the other three sat serenely in their chamber, undisturbed, akin to a secluded training room. Even without deliberate cultivation over the past 3 days, the automatic operation of their internal techniques had subtly enhanced their cultivation levels, though the four remained oblivious to this progress. Just as he reclined upon his bed, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, nearly startling him off the mattress. His expression soured as he muttered under his breath, then narrowed his eyes to attentively listen to the system's mission. The audience erupted in waves of anticipation. After all, mid-grade innate treasures were exceedingly rare, seldom brought forth for trade. The outcome was unmistakable, given the man's martial prowess. Yet, Lin Jie showed no restraint, delivering a direct punch towards his chest with unwavering force. Does Dowdu like it? Long Tianyi cradled Dowdu in one arm, his other hand delving into a makeshift pocket, gently nudging Dowdu's forehead with his own, smiling as he spoke. The blood cloud mist had expanded significantly, stretching over 100 miles and continuing to spread. If you cannot act, I certainly can, cackled the long-haired youth. Boss, can we discuss this later? Let us handle the pressing matters first. You could no longer tolerate the gluttonous demeanor of Zihuang, who had been incessantly discussing food since the beginning, wearing their ears thin. Chapter 117, Lorna's Visit. In the blink of an eye, Lorna had been in Sri Nan for over 2 months. She enrolled in university, pursuing a degree in applied physics, standing out as the most accomplished student in her class. In her spare time, she trained her abilities, mastering the manipulation of metallic objects and utilizing them for flight. She also made several friends, including her half-sister Wanda, her brother Pietro, the president's secretary Para, her sister's devoted maid Vina, and a classmate in the same field. A squad of soldiers rushed in immediately, with Ma Chi following Han Sen's cold gaze. Han Sen then stepped inside, while Han Xiao stood protectively beside him. Yet, they had barely taken a few steps when sounds of a scuffle erupted from within. Li Zhu stood frozen, startled, until the impatient old woman urged her a few times, prompting her to regain her composure and follow with the wooden basin in hand. All right, let us proceed according to our afternoon plan. Are we all prepared? Xiao Yunfei inquired with a smile. A deadlock loomed. If this stalemate persisted, it would undoubtedly lead to a more disastrous outcome for Chen Juanxiang. However, the current circumstances made it impossible to break the impasse, as every action was fraught with caution. The moment those foreigners laid eyes on the scene, they burst into uncontrollable laughter, for it was a curious sight indeed. A servant had served coffee in delicate blue and white porcelain cups, juxtaposing the dark brew against the fine china. Lu Jing bit her lip and nodded earnestly. Yu Lingfeng demonstrated a series of over a dozen hand techniques, which Lu Jing diligently replicated. After 10 days, she had mastered the intricate formations of the heavenly net and practiced them to perfection. Yu Lingfeng caught a sparrow, instructing her to use her techniques to intercept it. Initially, she managed to block it 2 or 3 times, but the sparrow ultimately darted through her fingers and escaped. In the realm of technology, an ambitious concept emerged, a spiral dual-tube capsule space elevator, directly linking Earth to the moon. No, it's not an insurmountable task. It's simply my clumsiness at play. Sister, please attend to your own matters, Li Zhu said, as she unfolded a garment to obscure a pile of items. To label it merely as an Earth-level martial skill would be somewhat misleading. It was, in truth, a fragmented technique. Yet it was precisely this incompleteness that granted it an Earth-level classification. Its true rank remained unknown, but it was surely not insignificant. Even Su Ziqing, who stood a tier above the 3 talents of the Ming dynasty, felt inferior. In the Ming dynasty, aside from Mu Nan, all of the younger generation could easily be disregarded by Mo Fan. As for the wines, they were relatively commonplace, including Baitong wine, sesame wine, and Exine foam wine. Yet, the knowledge of explosives was confined to only 3 modern individuals, He, Zhao Gao, and Guodong. Among them, Guodong, who claimed to have been part of a special military division, possessed the capability to fabricate such explosives. In these years, the legendary sword Demon Bai Mei, who once instilled fear in Pingzhou, had now become a sword of reckoning hanging over the heads of the Yin-Tu people. Just as Li Xiaoyao was about to mobilize his golden elixir, an indescribable pain suddenly erupted within him. Naturally, the advancement of his armor's development would not cease. Tony would never place his hopes on the possibility of a peaceful future, especially given the rather slim odds of such an outcome. Let us not forget that Guodong held enhanced divine liquid, and the abilities it could unleash varied from person to person. For someone like Wu Qing, who already possessed such capabilities. The likelihood of acquiring new abilities after using the divine liquid was slim. Rather, the probability of enhancing existing abilities was considerably higher. Meanwhile, those serving dishes and bowls were being passed around without the need for Lin Muzin's instructions. Everyone was bustling about. He had plans that required the aid of treasures within, and only with accelerated time could he catch up to his ambitions. "No, I must decline," Yi Zixin stated firmly. "What business do you have at my sister's class reunion?" At that moment, Bai Mei scrutinized Shiji, who had just been revived. And she too was assessing the one who had freed her. Chapter 118, Kindred Spirits. In the restaurant, after Emma finalized her order and handed the menu to the waiter, she glanced at Lorna and Carl, feeling a twinge of discomfort, though her expression remained composed and neutral. "Emma, I have always wanted to take a moment to thank you in person," Lorna said, looking at the blonde woman with a smile. "Carl mentioned it was you who found me, prompting him to rescue me. It was merely a coincidence," Emma softly remarked. At that time, after bidding farewell to the host, Baron Tyrosus, Locke strode towards the Chapel of the Light of Dawn. At the entrance, the guard soldiers halted Locke's retinue, and he proceeded alone into the chapel. Su Xiangqing changed into her hurried attire, while Lin Xiaoyang meticulously dried each strand of his wife's hair. Observing Su Xiangqing unharmed filled Lin Xiaoyang's heart with profound gratitude. The high-explosive shells fired from the Type 92 infantry cannon screamed towards the area guarded by Yang Ling and his companions, followed by a deafening explosion. These past few days had coincided with a hectic period at home, and it was only today that I managed to carve out some time to see you. Are you feeling better? Is your head still bothering you? Zhang Zhaodi's voice was imbued with deep concern as her rough palm brushed against the silken strands of hair. In contrast to the third-class residents huddled in tents, feebly subsisting on rationed canned food, the second-class residents, recently promoted for their commendable conduct, eagerly anticipated tomorrow. For they were not only to move into a warm and comfortable hotel suite, but also to receive a portion of roasted meat and a beer. Captain Sun Liancheng had not anticipated that what was initially a simple task would devolve into such a situation. Fortunately, the werewolves of this village were not lacking in food. Their capture was intended for enslavement and herding. Jinxiu lay in bed for quite a while without warming the blankets. Considering that she had laid 2 new quilts on her bed and it was still so cold, she could only imagine how uncomfortable Gu Nianhua must be sleeping on the floor. Jinxiu turned her flashlight towards the cave's entrance, only to see it slowly close, while the ground beneath her feet abruptly sank towards the underground river. As her mind gradually clarified, Jing Jiai's gaze became increasingly steady, his eyes deep and profound, focused and unwavering, as if his vision was undisturbed by the world around him. "Brother Azhu, let us purchase her. She looks so pitiful," Morong Yu exclaimed, her large, hopeful eyes fixed on Zhuge Xuanquan, shaking his arm as she spoke. After finalizing their script, the two disembarked and entered the headquarters of the Victoria Angel International Holdings Group. The group's vice president, Li Ji, along with 3 fund managers from the investment department, welcomed them. After weathering numerous storms, hearing a few taunts from the maidservants felt to Ina like a mere tickle. Her heart was as tranquil as still water, indifferent and unperturbed. Sir, do you feel unwell? Do you need a doctor?" The flight attendant called several times before awakening Hai. "How beautiful." Tao Zhua gazed at the scabbard of the short sword, adorned with a stunning peony. "There's no need to compare. I never intended to compete," Shui Yicheng remarked before shouldering his bag and departing. The punch from Mu Ming had merely pushed him back without utilizing the mirror's full potential. He feared that they were just 2 individuals sharing the same name. At that moment, Mu Ming's words to Bluebeard were, in truth, a test, a ploy to see how he would respond, whether he was indeed the infamous Bluebeard from the fairy tale who had slain his wife for the sake of enlightenment. Beside the geothermal lake in Iceland, Director Xiao suddenly picked up his phone and walked to the side, his gaze lingering on the ethereal aurora borealis. The pain in his head was unlike that of other bodily afflictions. It did not arise from neurons relaying sensations to the brain. Thus it could not adapt or gradually numb, but rather it persisted as an unrelenting, fresh ache that knew no cessation. Chapter 119, Magneto's Concerns. Lorna awoke from her slumber, feeling an unparalleled sense of comfort enveloping her, a satisfaction she had not experienced in ages. She stretched languidly and surveyed her surroundings, only to find the environment somewhat unfamiliar, which immediately heightened her alertness as her magnetic field began to expand outward. I recall. Lorna reflected on the events of the previous day. She had seemingly been assisting Carl with experiments in the stellar laboratory until the late hours of the night, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. It appeared that, in other words, the companions surrounding the future Tree Emperor would be under his dominion. As for those currently by his side, they were merely remnants of nostalgia. A burst of sparks erupted upon Scorpio, yet these injuries were disregarded by Scorpio, who relied on his massive physique. While evading and sprinting, he also calculated the movements and positions of his adversaries in his mind. Zhao Zi was aware that Zhao Gou's martial prowess was formidable. He desired to compel Zhao Gou to unleash his full strength, to witness the growth he had achieved over the years. In simple terms, Zhao Zi wished for Zhao Gou to demonstrate his abilities in a life-or-death scenario. However, unbeknownst to Zhao Gou, Zhao Zi's intentions were rooted in goodwill, and instead, he was filled with rage, determined to deliver a thorough beating. It remained uncertain whether they had abandoned their prior plans or were merely gathering strength to launch an assault against them. One must remember that a retracted fist often signifies preparation for a more potent strike. Nangong Nanyue retained a sliver of vigilance in her heart. This was Nicole's dream. She did not require vast wealth, for her aspirations for material life were modest. The reason she often sought solace in Hu Weizong's company during her leisure was simply the tranquility it offered. After slaying the Celestial Emperor, night had scarcely fallen. Yet the pair found themselves engaged in the cave for a full 5 hours. Were it any other general, Song Qinzong and Zhao Huan would certainly not disregard the matter, but would convene the ministers for deliberation. Alas, the commander of this campaign was none other than Zhao Gou, the ninth son of Song Huizong, Zhao Ji. Subsequently, Su Jie introduced the origins of the viral vaccine, placing it squarely on the side of justice, denouncing the funeral society as terrorists undermining the current peaceful order. He then presented a fabricated video to Ingman Ji, in which the promise to rescue their comrades had been altered to a guarantee of rescuing Cheng, Hu Yan heir. Li Chengwen noticed that at this moment, Li Hao appeared equally bewildered. It was merely a red envelope, easily located. However, such an outcome bore grave consequences. He had only mastered an excellent secret technique from the Heim family, without cultivating the ancient void scriptures, which had already precipitated a catastrophic disaster. Sister Xiao, let us converse amicably. Could you refrain from tears for the moment? Haha. If outsiders were to see, they might think I had done something untoward to you. Faced with Han Xiaoer's tears, Wang Feng wore a look of helplessness. Li Song's expression had also softened considerably. Having dealt with the green-clad swordsman was undoubtedly beneficial for the development of the sect. Today, he had initially believed that presenting Gu Xingling with those scandalous photographs of Mo Anlin would surely persuade her to reconsider her marriage to him. On the balcony, a middle-aged man gazed up at the heavens, squinting slightly as he held his phone, listening intently to the voices within. Even Fong Muqing, with her composed demeanor, displayed a more tender and amiable expression whenever she glanced at my dough. Cheng Hao's words resonated. Great achievements arise from thorough preparations. Su Lang was currently at a pivotal moment of development, desperately in need of accomplishments to pave his way. Yi Jingxing rushed back to the newspaper office. Such a significant event must be reported before any other publication could seize the opportunity. Before long, the crew on the podium departed swiftly, leaving the journalists and fans below in a state of confusion. Indifferently, she cast a glance in the direction indicated by the barber, only to see an endless expanse of sand, devoid of any exit. Chapter 120, The Queen of Tailors. The green flames spread along the silk thread, traversing dimensions and spaces, crossing rocky paths and islands, ultimately arriving at the largest island, adorned with red mountains, blue crystals, and green cliffs, crowned by a magnificent castle at its center. The figures of Karl and Amora materialized. The former cautiously surveyed the surroundings, his enhanced vision covering the area, revealing a total of 99 islands interconnected by rocky paths. You wretch, even now you still wish to deceive me? Just watch as I make you regret it. Nangong Han continued to mercilessly assault Jin Jian until her lips bled and her cheeks became swollen. Though the snowstorm ravaged the northern frontier, the region surrounding the Seven Peaks had never seen snow. It was instead lush with vibrant green bamboo and towering pines. Even the rocks appeared to possess a strikingly pleasing hue. Despite failing the tribulation, they had endured a portion of the lightning's baptism, rendering their strength surpassing that of ordinary martial emperors. Another two vehicles sped towards them from the front. The dark green car appeared to belong to the Zakaro family. With both routes blocked, Tang Yun resolved to take a gamble. As Yao Jingtian's frown eased, Yu Xi's furrowed brow deepened. Noticing Yu Xi's slow shake of the head, Yao Jingtian spoke cautiously. 10 corpse puppets comparable to the celestial martial realm and bone demons were not foes they could contend with, for now. Their only option was to flee. Even a moment's delay in their escape could cost them their lives. Although Jiang Qingse was fully focused on driving, the sound of Jin Cn's sobs caused him to glance sideways. Despite the sorrowful scene, it stirred deep reflections within him. Suddenly, the Demon King appeared increasingly enraged, his gaze growing ever colder. Although he retreated, we all understood that this withdrawal was merely a prelude to a more formidable assault. The next attack would undoubtedly be even more terrifying and difficult to withstand. Ancient Qingyi boxing? Tang Yun was taken aback. Practitioners of martial arts were already scarce in this era, and those who practiced the ancient 8 extremes were even rarer. To encounter someone practicing Xingyi in this savage star was unexpected. Could it be that the wild star had become a refuge for peculiar youths? At that moment, Jiang Qing's phone was engaged because he was conversing with Jin Suyan. The atmosphere in the car was steeped in a sense of melancholy. He remained silent, while Chi-Chi appeared despondent. Birds of a feather, Shan coldly regarded the general, clearly recognizing that the newcomers and the city-defending soldiers shared the same ignoble character. Casting equally shameless glances at Su Ziz, the grandeur of the spatial barrier was truly appreciated only upon approaching it. Although Wu Yu had previously entered the belly of the mythical creature Pai Xiu's ancestral shadow, it paled in comparison to the magnificence of this space. Subsequently, he resumed his former life, diligently dedicating all his energy to the Shao family's business. Next came nearly 10,000 elite cavalry, meticulously selected from a sea of soldiers. Among them, even those of lesser strength had endured numerous battles, all being the Armée de la Armée, escorting a grand palanquin as it gradually entered the city gates. As more soldiers ascended the city, the northern wall of Nanjun declared its fall. Ding Feng led the remaining soldiers, fiercely carving a path into the urban area. It was I who delivered it. Zhang Rong spoke lightly. Yet those around discerned the tears hidden within. It was difficult to articulate whether she felt sorrow or disappointment. She sensed his love for her and a profound fear of losing her. She could tolerate his frequent, inexplicable disappearances and his pretense of not knowing her during missions. But she also had her limits. Not everything could be endured passively. Li Hui nodded, confirming that it was indeed Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao looked at Li Hui and smiled. General Li, what a coincidence. I never expected to meet you here. Ha ha ha. Yuan Shao chuckled and glanced at the people behind him. Hypocrisy? What do you know? A few words won't cost you anything. Li Huitang retorted defiantly. In a time of peril for the family, the once illegitimate son bravely turned the tide, rescuing the family from the brink of disaster and revitalizing it, showing signs of flourishing growth. Very well, I shall accompany you to clarify this matter, Lian stated, then stepped forward to join Xingxi, leaving together. The probability of surviving such a challenging mission was merely 50%. This was why he initially wished to stay and assist William, for the danger was immense, and it was highly likely that William could perish there. Qin Lian's lovely face flushed slightly, surprised that this senior sister could be so audacious in private, quite different from her public persona. Jinj shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. Perhaps Ningong had already been aware of her previous act of delivering a letter, and now she was merely sounding a cautionary note for herself. She truly embodied the essence of a member from Huanjin Tower, possessing profound knowledge of various treasures and peculiarities, instantly recognizing the origins of the object before her. It was evident that they had tidied up her cell quite well. She found herself relatively comfortable in her current circumstances. Although this method was undeniably cruel, given the present situation, it was the only course of action available to her. Shang Wuqinghuang wore a serene smile, her exquisite features radiating composure. Xian and Zixuan exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of exasperation, silently chiding the princess to maintain a lower profile, unaware of the vastness that lay beyond their own realm. Not at all. Not at all. My greatest asset is my agility. Dragon Tianwei chuckled heartily, preparing to lift the curtain and stride in. What did this signify? It indicated that his 10% share could potentially render him a millionaire even before the business had commenced. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the magnitude of the gift his nephew had bestowed upon him. Chapter 121. Is this it? The winding path stretched into the distance, flanked by jagged rocks and withered trees reaching skyward. Alongside the road, numerous forks branched off, leading to various pathways that connected to different dimensions. From one such fork, a horde of demons burst forth from the crimson mist, their bodies of vivid red, adorned with horns, brandishing an array of weapons as they surged onto the winding road. The demons emitted shrieks, brandishing pitchforks and spiked clubs. She understood that her alliance with Lu Guifei would inevitably crumble one day, yet she held no disdain for the children involved. His gaze was akin to two sharp blades, darting through the air, as if to pierce Gu Yan's heart. The combat scale was organized by battalions, deploying short-range rockets with a maximum range of 80 kilometers, capable of covering the majority of targets. Lin Jili had not idled away the years. He discerned that Lu Xinlian harbored no romantic intentions towards him. Fortunately, the guide Hu Qian had ventured into the northern wilderness several times, amassing experience and a general sense of direction. Upon hearing the descriptions and metaphors regarding knowledge, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with enlightenment, a broader smile spreading across his face, for he shared that sentiment. The deeper he delved into various realms of knowledge and the unknown, the more he uncovered, as if exploring the ocean of knowledge revealed its profound, boundless depths. Mr. Jiuying's smile faltered, poised to speak once more when he was interrupted by Xiao Wang. Following this interruption, Shen Jingyan lost any inclination to linger, leading Han Dan back to their residence. Jin Minqi, feeling the warmth on his face, nuzzled against the man's hand, resembling a cat more than ever, completely shedding the usual aloofness he exhibited. However, the young man by the utility pole had been secretly observing the situation from behind. Then the naval station was disbanded, and Akaji, accompanied by Fubuki and perhaps Tirpitz from the same naval station, began her retired life here. The giant behind the Shura iron curtain stirred, with 4 arms wielding a colossal halberd thrusting forward. Simultaneously, the Shura iron curtain also pierced ahead with its halberd. The space before the halberd distorted and collapsed, a strike that transcended divine combat power, shattering the barriers of the realm. Consequently, 12 main cannons were aimed directly at the approaching Tsukikes, while 8 additional cannons turned to encircle the flanking Shimikes and Ishian. This implies that we may pause for the time being, allowing Yi Fan and Pangu, those notably extraordinary individuals, to perform at their leisure, Zhao Lina inquired. Historically, the two realms had comparable strength. However, in the past millennium, the strength of the Blazing Fire domain had begun to significantly surpass the other. The 3 judging masters of artifact refinement, in an act of blatant favoritism, contemplated acquisition on the spot, yet Qin Chuan hesitated to act, as this was a creation tailored for himself. Is this the might of the true dragon? Shurgandan outside the light shield changed countenance, as today's competition left even him, in the harmonization stage, profoundly astonished, with surprises abounding. This is an irrefutable truth. Thus the unresolved doubts and unease within Chun Hang continued to linger in his mind on this frigid night. Without the light curtain, the world could not witness her dance. Moreover, she was uncertain if her performance would yield any effect. Perhaps the conjecture of the sorceress was correct. Huang Yu intended to exploit the heavenly punishment to breach her spiritual rune array. Xiao Mo felt a twinge of anxiety, as Su Zhaomu was currently in Jincheng. If by man sent someone to inquire, they would surely discover that Su Zhaomu was not in the city, which would undoubtedly attract by man's attention. Suddenly recalling this means he had personally verified, Bing Ming's heart surged with excitement, an indescribable emotion rising within her, yearning to implement it immediately and behold the true visage of her beloved. However, just as she was about to instruct Yu Ying to prepare the boat, the music abruptly ceased. Chapter 122. Why is your face flushed? Caracas, once the capital of Venezuela, had impoverished suburbs where ramshackle houses were erected along gentle slopes, forming a dense residential area. The inhabitants here were all impoverished, with rampant lawlessness, an abundance of thugs forming various gangs, rampant drug trade, and frequent acts of violence, with corpses visible almost daily. Georgina was a 15-year-old girl, strikingly beautiful with a sweet expression. Her father, Fernando, had once been involved with a certain gang. Li Hao claimed there were no faults, as Zhao Kai entered Yufei's grand camp, while Gui Yaosher instructed Zhen Wuqing to send half the supplies directly to Yufei. Gu Sheng could not comprehend why Huang Zhiqing held such a deep affection for this building. Their relationship was so apparent, yet they chose such a location. Huaner has arrived? Zhao Ji, upon hearing the voice, seemed to have just realized Zhao Huan's presence. He attempted to struggle into a sitting position, appearing weak, but after a prolonged effort, he seemed to falter. As Ning Kursin was about to speak, Song Sha was already prepared, shoving a piece of cake into her mouth. Jin Yulan, unwillingly, was pulled down, and Yi Zihan distinctly sensed that the words Jin Yulan had almost uttered were of great significance. The white horse shifted its rear, knocking a burly man to the ground, where he fell onto the grass, mouth agape, splattering saliva all over him. In the midst of this, a servant presented a cup of tea, and Ni Yongshao waved his hand, prompting everyone to withdraw immediately. In this brief interlude, the scouts of the Golden Faction had already detected the situation here. Moreover, after the initial show of strength, as the conflict deepened, the hastily assembled defenders grew increasingly adept at their roles. They possessed formidable skills, bolstered by the effects of Xiao Fanhong's domain, and the lies of the Purple Thunder God Emperor could not deceive them. Although the trace of the White Moon Fox was absent, Zhang Xinghong felt a semblance of tranquility within and pretended to select a few garments. To befriend an unparalleled powerhouse was a privilege he would not let slip by. If Li Pin truly ascended to the status of a God Emperor, with his peerless strength, even if he single-handedly stormed the celestial court of the stars, he would likely face minimal peril. Fool, can you not even remember to breathe? Gu Yan teased as he playfully scratched her nose, his tone laced with affection. The young man in plain clothes glanced at them, his wildly beating heart gradually calming. Still shaken by the earlier fear, his complexion pale. Should it come to fruition and the company go public, the share of the proverbial cake would be even larger. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was harmonious, as though the heir to the silver Luo star god was within reach. This was the first time Chu Chao had to instruct an assistant, feeling a bit embarrassed, yet he steeled himself to speak. The force of his punch created visible white waves from the fierce friction with the air, as he unleashed his energy directly towards Li Pin. They possessed the blood of Wei Xiazi, and after employing a certain secret technique, they had a tool akin to a demon-seeking needle to guide them. Upon perceiving Song Gaian's peculiar gaze, Zhang Xiangling immediately reacted, her face flushing crimson. Furthermore, the military had also suffered significant losses, and more critically, many seasoned soldiers had vanished without a trace. Inquiries to Qi State revealed that they had been sent overseas after their rescue, leaving the Song dynasty's forces largely comprised of newly recruited soldiers. Hao Yu drew the slaying shadow blade and attempted to strike the black ground beneath him, astonished to find that his blade, now advanced to the royal level, left merely a faint mark on the surface. She had already discerned that I was aware of my poor physical condition all along, but had chosen not to voice it, which made her somewhat irate. Gu Sisi, driving while smiling helplessly, remarked, "We are both merely workers. Putting ourselves in her shoes is not easy. Why bother? Just teach her a lesson." After this experience, that shop assistant would never again judge a person by their appearance or look down upon others. Chapter 123, What to Do When I Love You Even More. The previous chapter was locked and has entered review. Emma's workload has become increasingly demanding, particularly since Carl has ceased to engage with the affairs of the Bureau, leaving the responsibility of both minor and major tasks squarely on her shoulders, especially given that Quicksilver, assigned to external duties, exhibits a rather languid disposition. The situation has intensified in the wake of Sri Nam's annexation of 3 nations 4 months prior, causing a population surge from 600,000 to 20 million, thereby multiplying her obligations. On this particular evening, Emma found herself completing her work at 10 o'clock, opting to stay at the office. As the Eastern Vale was nearing a critical juncture, just a step away from achieving a state of unparalleled prowess. At that moment, Mizuki sensed an unusual presence. Turning to gaze toward the entrance, where she beheld 2 figures clad in black and red garments. Mizuki felt at ease and, upon rising the next morning, stretched comfortably to find Ningji already awake, practicing soft punches in the courtyard. A man in black let out a cold snort, producing a sharp hook and lunging fiercely at Lin Chen. "Everyone, cease at once." Ouyang Guodong finally interjected, halting the restless crowd. The Dark Lord's spear viciously pierced Qin Tianqi's body, while Qin Tianqi's blade struck the Dark Lord's head, cleaving it deeply, nearly to the bridge of the nose. "What are you doing? You nearly choked me," Shin Bowling remarked with dissatisfaction. Although she remained unclear about the circumstances, the choking was undeniable. Yu Yaidi felt her mind go blank as she leaned softly against the rear wall of the side palace, allowing Yi Lurui's audacious demands for her kiss to unfold unabated. Upon returning to the garrison, Mizuki discovered that others had indeed begun to seek her out, as the command from the coalition headquarters indicated that the allied forces of the 5 major nations had mobilized. "I require 500,000. Once the funds are transferred, I shall disclose the information to you," Su Jinan declared triumphantly, exuding confidence. Meanwhile, Li Qian stepped back from the threshold and strode away decisively, while Shun Hanyu hesitated, her foot poised to advance yet retracting. Just moments ago, Qi Minji's gaze upon her felt as if it had penetrated her very essence, nearly compelling her to surrender her weapon and beg for mercy. Gu Yuza remained silent, merely scrolling through his tablet before offering me a smile, saying, "I await your visit. You may come at any time. Shang Shang, I love you." He gestured with a kiss before turning back to his vehicle. They had parted ways, their relationship severed, taking step after step until arriving at this poignant reality. Her legs weakened, she collapsed to the ground, her hands clenched tightly beside her, trembling uncontrollably. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Mu Ryue, seemingly anticipating her response. "Rest assured, ancestor, your junior is well aware of the situation." Luo Yin respectfully clasped his fists, though a fleeting smirk appeared as he glanced at the pale-faced Qi Rong. "I spent an entire afternoon preparing. By the time I returned to the Rin family, dinner had already concluded. Wu Guang seemed genuinely occupied this time. When I returned, I found him in the hall conducting a meeting with the entire family. Though this family did not include my Rin Qiansong. Master Chao, General Chao, do you require my assistance?" Su Jian remarked in his customary manner. This statement sounded rather obsequious. However, Luo Mei did not display any disdain, instead maintaining her smile as she helped Gu Anya to her feet. "Ahem, if you find it agreeable, I shall gift you this bottle of medicine. Rest assured, it is nothing rare or valuable," Li Tuanjia said with a smile directed at Xier. Those who had encountered Lu Zheng cast furtive glances his way, yet he feigned ignorance, refraining from reprimanding anyone. Nevertheless, the townsfolk could not resist stealing glances. For the reputation of the northern general was formidable, and his stern visage commanded respect, discouraging any overt discussions about him. Mu Xian's hand supporting her suddenly stiffened. The worried expression that had just adorned her face twitched twice, revealing an exceedingly peculiar countenance, as if she had been constipated for months. As night fell, Long Qing proceeded to the Crown Prince's residence accompanied by Wang Chao and Zhang Baling, leaving Li Ruhui and Li Chun to guard the premises. However, despite capturing the spies, the investigation yielded only these results. Beyond that, no further information could be uncovered. The appearance of Bai Luo Huang Quan rendered the Forbidden Sea less perilous, yet the destinations they ventured to were inconsistent, and this prince could not ascertain their whereabouts. Dida shook his head. This implies that a normal individual in a hypnotic state would not commit suicide. This reflects a subconscious self-protective mechanism. Conversely, anyone who dies by suicide while in a hypnotic state inherently possesses suicidal tendencies. Yao Si let out a sigh of relief, grateful that this trip had not been in vain, and pressed his hand upon the sensor, instantly triggering a contrasting, exuberant, and exhilarating alert sound. Villagers who received their share of tiger meat chuckled as they returned home, all praising Su Qing for her generosity. Zhou Yu glanced at one guard who was about to reach for his waist and coldly remarked. In the blink of an eye, the purple lightning spear manifested into a colossal spear shadow, colliding with the descending Dan Ding from the heavens, resulting in a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the void. Ming Shi received a resounding slap, momentarily dazed, standing still for quite some time until she finally registered that Su Erniu had struck her. Chapter 124, The Iron Body. In Siberia, to the west of Lake Baikal, at the UST Olden Collective Farm, a tall and robust youth was handling straw with a pitchfork, while not far off. A 3-year-old blonde girl played with a ball. Ever since the brother perished in battle, this household had been sustained by Pyotr, who cared for his sister, Ilyana, leading a simple yet contented life. At this moment, the ball in the sister's hand rolled away, prompting her to dash towards the field to retrieve it. Su Zihao glanced around and noticed that several classmates were looking in his direction. He quickly nodded to Yi Zhuxing, indicating his understanding. Ning Feng stood by the railing, looking down and realizing that he was at least 4 or 5 meters above the expansive ground below. Dai Tugi, upon hearing Chun Tao's instructions to report by himself, breathed a sigh of relief. If the King of Hell had come personally to retrieve him, he would undoubtedly be a primary target of the underworld's attention. And the ghostly officers could be quite troublesome. Reporting by himself made matters much simpler, without needing to hear Fan Yang's comments. The sight of him being kicked repeatedly and then bowing to Chun Tao made it abundantly clear who held the upper hand. In truth, there was no need for Fu Sibei to elaborate. After the slap from Shun's father, he had already regretted his actions. Yet the authority of the household head prevented him from readily admitting his mistake. Yinan did not particularly care whether she was welcomed or not. After all, she was not the biological mother, and in the past, she had seldom risen early during the frigid winter, maintaining little contact with the Qingyu Palace. As for Fu Sinan, he was indeed a challenging individual to deal with, especially considering that he sure had not only lost his memory, but also harbored no favorable impression of him. Zhou Liang straightened his body, then stiffened entirely, leaving behind a remark that only Su Zheng could hear, his eyes wide with the absence of breath. The hand that gripped Su Zheng's arm did not loosen. Rather, it tightened, revealing the depths of his resentment. Without uttering another word, he tucked away the documents, turned off the lights, and collapsed into bed, his remaining assertiveness dwindling to 32. Remaining here posed considerable risks. One could never predict when Yang Jian might strike, and they were certainly no match for him. What? You won't even roast a portion for me? Just wait. If you refuse, I'll show you what happens, Lei Linger threatened. Emoli took a look at the item he was handed, recognizing it as the same piece he had seen earlier. However, the token now lay quietly in his hand, unremarkable and devoid of its previous spiritual energy. What could be the reason for this? Emoli lamented internally for quite some time, yet the token remained unresponsive. Contemplating this, Lai Xiong immediately turned to Lai Yan, his eyes filled with fear. He understood that if they could persuade the other party to join the sacred fire, he would willingly sacrifice himself. When he tugged at the soldier, he found him utterly limp, as if devoid of bones. Gao Yunpeng was taken aback and scrutinized closely. Yet he found no visible wounds on his comrade, only a trickle of blood slowly seeping from his mouth and nose. The residual poison within was the potent toxin administered by Wuhan, which would require 2 years to fully cleanse. Although Wuhan's move was rather ruthless, it was the sole method to counteract the poison of Luo Beatsai. In that case, let us sit down and eat together, Feng Zhongqing remarked. His initial impression of Qian Shernua being neither warm nor cold, but not to the extent of dislike. Upon hearing the sounds of drums and gongs from outside the courtyard, Lin Tianlong and the other two began to prepare, proceeding according to their plan. Indeed, had I arrived even a moment later, countless innocent lives would have been imperiled, perhaps even extinguished. Lin Tiantian, unable to articulate the truth, opted for a different narrative. It is futile. Having spoken, can one truly retract their words? Lin Tiantian chuckled to himself, resolute in his decision to engage once more. Chu Yi observed Fong Runen's demeanor and surmised the situation. It was evident that Fong Xing had not laid a finger on Fong Runen. Chapter 125, The Power of the Phoenix. The power of the Phoenix is the most ancient cosmic entity, a primordial force of life within the universe, birthed from the void between states of existence. It embodies the spark of creation and the flame of annihilation, representing the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth. When humanity's mental prowess transcends the physical realm, the Phoenix power is drawn to Earth, seeking human hosts for over 1,000,000 years. At the tender age of 10, Qin Golei unleashed a formidable psychic force following the tragic accident of a close friend, attracting the Phoenix. After Liang Shijin descended the mountain, she found the Zhongshan Epine Night Club bustling with energy and could not resist entering. Naively, she accepted a drink from a stranger, feeling nothing but gratitude. Yiqiu, with a teasing remark, suddenly changed countenance, his gaze turning icy as he regarded the deranged man, his fingers twisting the blade with a mere flick. In that moment, as the dreadful giant portal materialized, the colossal storm momentarily stilled, instinctively sensing the looming threat. Yet, it remained a storm, incapable of halting its rotation. Much like flames that cannot cease to burn. Sister, I am lost. I no longer wish to play. The young boy, L, emerged from some hidden place when called. The final words stirred the atmosphere among the mercenary factions, particularly drawing the three major mercenary groups closer. Indeed, the Wujifengxian Gate is a gift I bestowed upon you. It has always been a part of me. The indifferent voice of Tiandao echoed, declaring that from the moment Lu Hong acquired the Wujifengxian Gate, the outcome was already sealed. As anticipated, a shadow re-emerged in the very spot I had just vacated, and to my astonishment, my inner eye could not detect any life force emanating from these apparitions, rendering me unable to lock onto them. I could sense the throbbing of blood surging through my veins, my right arm instantaneously brimming with strength. An overpowering urge to unleash my pent-up energy. Reflecting on the four notorious individuals, I lamented that old Bai had yet to be subdued, a source of regret in my heart. Fong Jing appeared eager, seizing the rare opportunity to travel abroad, yearning to savor the splendor of the sacred land. Let us not linger. Arrange for us a private room and procure the most extravagant offerings, Lu Hua commanded with a wave of his hand. Casting a glance at the portly man. All right, old Lin, from this point forward, you shall accompany us throughout. After our wedding, you must attend to my wife's every need until she safely delivers, understood? Gao Minshan issued his directive. Sister, are you weary? Lu Hua inquired with concern upon noticing the furrow in Wang Yunhan's brow. He entered and exited with an air of nonchalance, even managing to steal a glance at the scenery outside after completing his tasks. Accompanied by the knight and the monk, Lu Yifei effortlessly located this place and expressed his desire to procure some rare magical materials and high-quality finished equipment. Yin made a dismissive gesture, internally reflecting on how, upon witnessing Lu's limping return, he could not have anticipated such capabilities. Ultimately, Snape chose not to assist anyone, refraining from attacking the bulbous-nosed figure or intervening against the scarred face. If possible, the term graduation should be omitted. Lu Hua spoke shyly, eliciting a wave of nausea in the onlooking rotund man. Mei Zian shook her head, assuring him, do not worry, I will take care of myself, her gaze radiant, shimmering with a brilliance akin to the resplendent dawn. Consequently, Wu Fan exchanged a glance with Di Hao, who understood Wu Fan's intentions and took him along. Wu Fan dragged the heavenly martial divine blade, moving in tandem with Di Hao. The Xian Dao Pearl unleashed a vast amount of fire essence from within. The colonel's brusque command to get lost left Zhong Wei exceedingly displeased, yet under the current circumstances, he found himself powerless. He gently kissed her forehead, her eyes, avoiding her lip which had been bitten, as tender kisses fell softly, while her hands clung to his neck as if grasping a lifeline. Chapter 126, Sealing. The Phoenix's eyes resembled two burning stars, radiating boundless heat, an oppressive warmth that threatened to incinerate all in proximity. This was the power of the Phoenix. Carl felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, one that neither the Star Eater nor Lan Jingqi had ever instilled in him. The aura of destruction was heart-stopping, and the sheer presence of that immense spiritual entity was overwhelming. Impressive, Emma remarked gravely. As her maid emerged to open the door, Wu Song, unabashed, brushed back his hair for her to see. The maid, sprightly and quick, promptly ushered Wu Song inside, while Wang Erniu, upon hearing of Wu Song's arrival, hurried out. "No need for formalities, Captain. We are friends," Princess Mahi exclaimed hastily, well aware of Jia Jingjin's true identity. I glanced at Ning Hao and then at Hu Yeye. A wave of bittersweetness washing over me. Although Hu Yeye was proud and willful, she had a wealthy father, and Ning Hao, to say the least, was also a scion of affluence. These two, regardless of any lack of affection, might ultimately find themselves together. The village Zhang Xiao referred to was precisely the White Horse Village atop Baodu Hill. In the past, the village had been ravaged by the marauders from the Rakshasa fortress, resulting in heavy casualties among the Zhang clan. It was only with the aid of Tai Shikuan that the Zhang family could exact their revenge. Ouyang Yi was certainly not a person to be trifled with. Should I truly offend someone who could bring calamity to Beiwei because of her? Nie Wei agreed to assist Chao Qin, subsequently accompanying her directly to the old village house where the elderly lady resided. Upon seeing Lu Junyi, the Jia family fell to their knees. The Jia matron presented a cup of wine to Lu Junyi, expressing her remorse for her unworthy actions, stating that if he drank this cup of severed affections, she would take her own life as penance. "How did you all find your way here?" After the discussion ended without resolution, Li Zhisher opened a room at the post station and entered with the three iron-faced individuals. Expressing heartfelt gratitude to AI Pal for his kind reminder, Jia Jingjin sincerely thanked him. Although he could discern the skill descriptions himself, there were times when carelessness obscured the details, and falling into a trap would be disastrous. As the night enveloped the world in silence and darkness, Fang Qi leaped onto the roof, spotting a distant, indistinct shadow soaring southward like a gigantic bird. Gathering his energy, Fang Qi sprang forward, pursuing it with the speed of lightning. All right, the elder truly is aging. There's no need to emphasize a task to me repeatedly. You should attend to your own matters, Sang Yizhuang remarked, feeling the urgency of the situation akin to a bullet in a chamber, dismissing MO's incessant chatter. Casting a glance at them, Chenrong shook her head, and only at that moment did she fully awaken to her circumstances. Each table was adorned with 10 dishes, seemingly simple yet meticulously curated, while the wine was particularly refined. Mitai and Wulianye were disguised with ordinary labels, appearing deceptively commonplace. The Black Cat had once asserted that none who entered the Ice Palace had ever emerged alive. Seeing the prolonged stalemate, Shang Wanyun, wielding the Crimson Blood Sword, unleashed a series of perilous attacks, delivering a front kick aimed at the knee of the Heavenly Dragon Monk, while his sword swiftly moved upward to obstruct the monk's retreat. The ruler of Yin State, witnessing the great Zhou cavalry charging toward his envisioned deity, felt a flicker of hope, yet trembled slightly, uttering a remark. Hattori Chi-Wei glanced skyward, observing the dense clouds and the patter of rain. A bitter smile crept upon her lips. He Qingfan furrowed his brow, discreetly casting a sidelong glance at Gu Qingwei, puzzled by how she had learned of his relationship with Gu Xuanyi. After sharing a hearty laugh, Mu Yin and Gu Chun found the previous awkwardness stemming from the Northern Star crystal ring gradually dissipating. Could it be that Mengqi managed to reach his side in such a brief time, riding an extraordinary bird? This truly ignited envy within Yifan. Moreover, the transformed demon corpse had acquired its own will, rivaling the strength of a genuine nascent soul cultivator. Old Tang's words left Chun Yud momentarily stunned. Though his son Chen Ji had been formally acknowledged, few were aware of his deeds. Hearing his son's name once again from Old Tang's lips brought tears to Chun Yud's eyes. Guojia bore a serious expression, realizing he could no longer sustain himself against the overwhelming strength of the wolves. Subsequently, he navigated through the cultivation realm, enduring countless tribulations, until he finally emerged stronger. Shirt Song, carrying the recently slain Red Hound's bronze coffin, aimed to return the complete Emperor of Extreme Yang to the celestial realm. Lu Fan gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as he gradually intensified his efforts. As Shirt Song dispelled the restrictions of the Divine Mountain, the 9 steeds ceased their frolicking and gazed toward Shirt Song's direction. The individual in question is Ji Qingming, who has donned a white attire to obscure his identity while he seeks information. The Bai family, being one of the 4 prominent clans, would undoubtedly not neglect Baiwei. However, the giant sword-wielding man appears to be gravely injured, bloodied, and in a disheveled state, devoid of his former arrogant demeanor. Granny Apple's words deeply moved us. It was surprising to see her maintain such composure at her age. The young man, Lin Xiaotian, shares a childhood bond with Su Xiaotong, having been betrothed in their youth. Their connection had been severed when Su Xiaotong joined the fierce Tiger Mountain stronghold. How could she perceive her affection for the scoundrel Ling Feng? This fellow is crude, greedy, and shameless, lacking any gentlemanly qualities. Xiaozi cast a glance towards the hospital room. This floor housed a solitary suite, specifically reserved for Gu Hanqing. The door creaked open, allowing a sliver of azure light to spill into the room, carrying with it a subtle fragrance that was utterly enchanting. If he truly wished to conceal something, why would he parade so brazenly down the street without any form of disguise? Nonetheless, Ma Zheng continued unabated, his sleeves billowing, causing the air around Jiang Haofeng to vibrate and ripple, culminating in a devastating assault that struck with a thunderous crash. Huang Wei seemed to exude great joy, frequently raising her glass and toasts with everyone. In truth, she had already taken her medicine and was merely playing along, though she harbored her own intentions. It was evident to all that the newly appointed sect leader was beginning to show signs of inebriation. 500 valiant warriors erupted from the shadows, their roars laced with profound hatred. A portion of them hailed from the 3rd Battalion, the most fearless soldiers among them. Chapter 127, The Butterfly Effect. The sky brooded with dark clouds, a persistent drizzle transforming into a veil of rain that obscured visibility. The wind picked up, rustling the branches, as petals whirled past and settled upon gravestones, seemingly paying homage to the deceased. Behind the academy, a funeral was underway. Kitty Pryde stood amidst the crowd, her demeanor somber. Though she had witnessed death countless times, with many of her like-minded companions slain, the sight stirred her emotions anew. Reflecting on this, the two felt a warmth in their hearts. Their leader constantly thought of the safety of his brothers, a truly touching sentiment. To speak candidly, he himself harbored little faith in the amulet, perpetually anxious that it might be pierced by the discerning gaze of a more accomplished practitioner. At this juncture, a man in his 50s clad in a blue robe, alongside a man in his 60s dressed in white, emerged from the hall, positioning themselves on either side of the man in gray. During this time, the results of all candidates were meticulously verified and duly reported to the chief examiner, Yuan Hong. Had Qin Shan been present, he would undoubtedly have been infuriated by Gu Shuexiu's words, for she was, after all, a noble of Wu Ning, a general who had fought valiantly alongside Dong Qinghu. It was disheartening to hear her speak of him as if he were merely a brash warrior devoid of strategy. Gazing at the medicine before her, the resolute Gu Shuexiu found herself wavering, uncertain whether the potion could indeed counteract the poison, and equally apprehensive about the possibility that it might induce toxicity instead. Furthermore, he wished to avoid the perception that his marriage with Jiang Luo was hastily arranged, as that would imply a lack of regard for her. Why are you being so fierce with me? Though dissatisfied with his demeanor, Ji Ro obediently opened her mouth, allowing him to feed her soup. Without having engaged with this individual, one could not ascertain his skill. Battles among the adept are often decided by the slightest margin, rendering the average person powerless to intervene. His fearsome countenance was alarming. The grip on her shoulder was overpowering. She had already conceded her fault. Yet did he truly need to be so menacing? Casting a fleeting glance at the approaching driving school vehicle, Qian Duo feigned injury, clutching his chest and adopting a wounded expression. What are you hiding from? Am I truly so terrifying? Sun Yu remarked with a hint of annoyance upon seeing the pair. You dare to embrace your horse's leg yet fear to confront me? As for the venerable old lady Yin, she was never one to meddle in affairs, leaving all decisions to her son. Regarding Yin Jun, he had already expressed his intentions during his last inspection of Cheongzhou, and based on that, there was no reason for him to refuse. With a sharp crack, he could not evade the opponent's outstretched hand, as Mori seized his throat and, using his weight, forcefully slammed him against a massive rock. Ran clung desperately to him, propelling them southward, while Ryan stared helplessly at the ground engulfed in flames, hoping for a miracle. With a resounding bang, as if to punctuate his words, a distant gunshot resonated through the mountains, reverberating in the ears of the onlookers. Ryan turned towards the source of the sound, witnessing a signal flare ascend into the sky, blossoming into a scattering of crimson light. Alas, it seems our plan has faltered. Yun Zhongmu sighed, disengaging from stealth to confront the throng of Skrulls. Observing a head protruding from the neighboring building, Lin Ning turned her head, speaking while tucking her naturally cascading hair behind her ear. Moreover, the Nine Heavens divine fox is not a product of an amusing union among humans. It is born of nature itself. Upon its emergence, it utilizes formidable secret arts to give rise to other Nine Heavens divine foxes. Bypassing the stone pillar, one can glimpse the terminus of the mountain's interior, where beneath the rocky wall sits a figure in meditation. Who else could it be but Bai Qi? Chapter 128, Enchanted Night. Laziola Island, situated 180 kilometers north of Caracas, graces the Caribbean Sea with its presence, spanning an area of 40 square kilometers in a triangular form. This island boasts breathtaking scenery, with expansive beaches adorned with fine white sand and azure waters, along with several white villas, exquisitely decorated within, serving as a presidential retreat. Qin Gulei temporarily resides here, far enough from Suriname that even the leakage of the Phoenix's power poses no threat. The notion that food could cure ailments is indeed unprecedented, prompting a discussion among 3 patrons sharing a table. One fellow, fortunate in luck, draws the grand prize in a single attempt, while an elderly lady suffers from misfortune, spending 600 yuan yet receiving nothing but consolation prizes. Publicly humiliated, especially before esteemed guests, she trembles with rage as a raucous troublemaker demands she kneels in apology, threatening to raise the establishment otherwise. After a brawl ensues, it is primarily Lilith who glides effortlessly across the arena, leaving second-year students unable to even touch her garments before being summarily executed. Observing this peculiar routine for several days, Ajio cannot suppress her curiosity. Could it be that the Empress merely desires Lady Jing to chant sutras? If that is the case, it would indeed ease her concerns. Initially indifferent to this venture, he now finds it imperative to pay attention, as it seems in Mu, along with Mu Rong Xiao Xiao and Shernua, shares an extraordinary connection. The equipment adorning him is the exquisite gear acquired after conquering the Lion Demon King, the golden thread battle robe, and the Dream's Veil. While the glazed blade is the latest crafted weapon, Moonlit Shade. Are you the boss's mistress? Anne's expression turns somewhat grave. Perhaps it seems more deliberate. Even amidst dissatisfaction with the Queen's actions, Lady Li must still uphold her. Of that one can be certain. The unfolding events progress with remarkable smoothness. By the following day, officials from the Dali Temple apprehend the individual who attempted to poison the bride in an inn within the capital. However, despite the endearing names used to express closeness, from the president's wary gaze, Mo Yunjiao feels no semblance of intimacy. But madam, without the shaman Qiu Rong, who will continue to draw your blood? Inquires a maid. Furrowing her brow, Jifeng disregards this newly appointed master. Long ago, he was instructed to accompany Mo Liancheng and others for training. Receiving clandestine guidance on any queries he possessed, he is truly exasperated with this old fellow. Everything has descended into chaos. The Qing army in Hunan is in disarray, and the meticulously devised plan to eradicate bandits has been utterly disrupted. Zhao Chong glanced back at the entrance, sighed once more, and hesitated before stepping outside. Amidst a tremor that shook the earth, the orc army charged fearlessly towards Meng Xingyuan. Li Mufeng was slightly taken aback. This was the first time in 3 years of following Mo Liancheng that he mentioned anything related to his own past. What could this signify? Initially, he allied himself with Meng Xingyuan due to the latter's potential, believing that he would grow into a formidable figure, at least a local tyrant. Everything remained uncertain. No one could predict what would transpire in the next moment. Thus it was prudent to refrain from rash actions. Victory should have been a cause for celebration. Yet under the baleful glare of the evil spirit, he was compelled to surrender the gold. Exiting the prison gates felt no different than 7 years prior, save for the sunlight being more blinding than that day. It was a pity, as she had intended to prepare a feast for him today, only to find that he had to leave on a business trip. From Xia Wanqing's perspective, Xia Jinqiu's despair was evident. She rose and approached, wishing to assist him to his feet, but he coldly pushed her hand away, his gaunt frame bearing an oppressive weight that rendered her immobile, as if her bones had turned to jelly, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 129. Yes, I have a child. The bright sunlight was blocked by thick curtains, casting the bedroom into dimness. Wanda nestled in Carl's embrace, sleeping soundly. Slowly, she opened her eyes, yawned, and gazed at the face just inches away. The ocean blue eyes fixed upon her, her cheeks slightly flushed. They had taken the final step, and it was their own volition, perhaps the result of too much wine. Yet Wanda felt no regret. She had given her first. Only fresh air could satisfy the lungs. When the lungs were content, the body rejoiced, and the mind became alert. On the night 5 days later, the starship descended at the docking station in Tang City. Prior notifications allowed Tang Feng to arrange a special space for the starship to berth. Over the past few days, Sales and his companions had playfully teased him about being of pure-blood royal lineage, causing Chi Tai to harbor a flicker of doubt within himself. Could it be that I truly am of pure-blood descent? Did you not notice that in earth and water skills, your talent is not merely extraordinary, but the power you wield often surpasses the norm? Ling Yun inquired. Zhao Go realized that Zhao Zi was about to meet Zhao Yugong, and his identity could not be revealed for the time being. Upon receiving his father's command to cease, he ordered all guards to withdraw completely, forbidding any presence, even commanding that captured prisoners be taken away until further notice. The content of this meeting primarily revolved around the dominance of the 10 major guilds in the game, discussing amicable relations and alliances, devoid of any substantial significance. Regrettably, the trigger rate for these tasks is lamentably low. Players have activated and completed the main storyline and narrative quests, with some sharing their rewards on forums, stirring envy and desire among countless others. However, concerning the level tasks, not a single soul has yet laid eyes upon them, let alone accomplished them. From this moment forward, all straws for survival have been severed. He must now fight alone for his existence. She could not help but reminisce about feelings she once dismissed, despite her efforts to forcibly expel those sensations from her mind. Should another individual join Yinan, the upper hand he once enjoyed would vanish in an instant. Currently, Li Si worries about her grandmother's admonitions regarding propriety, as she has prematurely offered her form, which is quite inappropriate, especially in Huaxia. If her grandmother were to learn of the events involving the three from the previous night, she would surely cast blame upon her. This thought filled Li Si with unease. The leader of the man in black regarded the child, no more than a few years old, and perceived him as far less formidable than the tale suggested. Shakespeare sensed a foreboding of the future, pondering whether there might come a day when his very skin would be at risk. Subsequently, the uncle was startled awake, each awakening revealing a further depletion of strength within his body. During the initial stages of his emaciation, his wife was taken aback, especially given the peculiar circumstances surrounding him of late. At 9:30, accompanied by enchanting background music, a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat made his entrance. He gently poured a small amount of protective powder into his palm, revealing an extraordinary array of colors, deep red intertwining with green and a faint hint of blue. The pathway beneath their feet was composed of mysterious ice, rendering their movement sluggish, as if Ling Feng's legs were destined to become frozen in place. Upon learning of Tikuchi Yoshio's arrival, Ninzazizi hastily gathered her people. However, they were obstructed at the tent entrance by Qian Xia and several guards. Feng Yihong had been absent for quite some time, during which a few foreigners attempted to engage her in conversation, all of whom she graciously declined with a smile. On that snowy day, he trembled with cold while waiting for someone to open the door, driven by the unwavering hope that an important person awaited him. Once she and Mo Jinbei solidified their marital bond, it would be entirely natural for her to assume the position of the Mo family's young mistress. Sheng Yongyan was a man who cherished his pride. Thus, all his prized possessions were displayed prominently in the living room for guests to admire and for him to boast about. Her gentle, almost feeble resistance was perceived by Bai Mingyi as a mere pretense of reluctance. Wu Yu, rest assured, I will rescue those in need. And occupying Chen Yu's body will not diminish my capacity to save lives. Thus, that night, I relinquished many of my firsts. The first handhold, the first confession, the first embrace, the first kiss, the first reckless passion. Meng Dongxue and I lingered in the cornfield until the first crow of the rooster heralded the dawn. Once again, he advanced forward, only to halt abruptly. A colossal boulder obstructed his path, and the air was stifling, akin to a furnace, with even the stones seemingly ablaze. Wu Yu then proclaimed, aiming his arrow at the heavens, and in an instant, 2 suns appeared in the sky, followed by an overwhelming brilliance that threatened to blind all in Xianbang town. Thus, Wu Yu succumbed to unconsciousness for nearly a month, only to awaken leisurely thereafter. As he sat up, he found his injuries not only healed but also sensed the nascent opportunity for a breakthrough, should he desire it. He could ascend at that very moment. However, this was not a matter of distrust in me, but rather a lack of faith in his master's willingness to grant my request. The 2 individuals had no time to fetch firearms, yet possessed cold weapons, each drawing forth a dagger reminiscent of the dragon sword's trident. It was no surprise that they wielded similar weapons, given their shared vocation as assassins. Zhong Dingtian had meticulously compiled the employee roster of the Heihe Logistics Center, while Lu Zhanshan followed closely, wary of potential imposters. Yet, should he fail to grasp these connections, he might mistakenly misinterpret my intentions, leading to a folly of monumental proportions. Su Zheng'er remained deeply concerned, fearing that Qin Yiming's dense intellect would render him oblivious to her true feelings. Chapter 130. This is my escape route. In Simvenia, the capital city of Darmstadt, a magnificent palace towered atop a mountain, hollowing out half the range, its size comparable to that of a small town. This was the epicenter of national power, where Queen Amora and Prime Minister Dum resided, governing over an expanse of 1 million square kilometers and millions of inhabitants. The palace's defenses were exceedingly stringent, presenting only 4 avenues for entry. A winding mountain path to the left led to an arch bridge, and Li Mengyao's complexion suddenly flushed, her gaze unwavering as she subtly shifted aside. Inside the grand hall, though chaos reigned, observant individuals had detected an anomaly and discreetly alerted those nearby. Had it not been for Chu Feng's intervention to stabilize the situation, it is likely that the divine capital would have already perished, leaving no trace of royalty. Over 1,000 years ago, Zhang Daoling, having achieved a profound understanding of creation, stepped into the divine path at the age of a century, becoming an ancient patriarch of Taoism, settling at Longhu Mountain and establishing the lineage of demon subjugation. Upon encountering the malevolent spirit, Li Sheng scrutinized its appearance. It was a man in his 50s, somewhat gaunt, clad in tattered robes, his hair unkempt. Shield bearers, advance. Li Hung commanded, as ranks of shield bearers surged forth. He harbored little concern for the crossbows of the Liangshan army, given their sparse numbers. Once the charge commenced and the two forces clashed, those crossbows would be rendered utterly ineffective. Xian Yi carried Wu Hao on his back. Despite the lack of direction, his feet relentlessly pressed onward, seemingly drawing ever closer to the Yuanqi sect as a mountain loomed ahead, which he ascended. Injured and weary, Hu Chuqian arrived at the gates of Yuanping City, only to be met with a deluge of arrows and scornful jeers. Alas, as the Duke of Wuqing often proclaimed, freedom of speech allows for diverse opinions. General Yuan Jian need not be overly concerned. Su Shu waved his hand, offering comfort to Liao Hua, overcome with astonishment. Qi Yu's voice boomed several decibels louder than usual during my visit. The largest travel agency in Ningzhou, with a human resources director earning an annual salary of 120,000, made him feel as though he had ascended a crucial rung in the social hierarchy. This was indeed significant, if I was not mistaken. The random teleportation scroll would transport her to the scene of the mobile maze, where she would need to enter the correct location to resurrect the deceased Li Weiqi, thereby restoring the narrative to its rightful path. At that time, in Melbourne, Brother Huanxiang had begun his journey from an atypical horse owner to a beginner eager to understand the world of equines. Having uttered so little, the other party began to fade into transparency, disappearing completely in the blink of an eye, leaving me in a state of utter bewilderment. However, Shen Tu Yuntian finally shifted his distinctly defined chin away from Mingxi's right shoulder. The adage of ancient weapons states that an inch of length equates to an inch of strength. Yet there is also the caution that an inch of shortness can lead to peril. Watching the proud prince of the divine empire being tossed about by the teleportation array must have been quite the amusing spectacle. In Mr. Lu's eyes, even if the tenant's business faltered and the wonton shop closed within a few months, it bore no relation to him whatsoever. Moreover, he was curious to see what other peculiarities might arise. Observing them could fortify one's heart against future challenges. Xie Qingdai bore a visage that had not known oppression. His emotions readily apparent. Jiang Yang delighted in teasing him during their school days. At that time, Sherwan had brought a chair for Jinyu, who sat at the opposite side of the hospital room, creating a stark opposition to the representatives from the Four Directions law firm. Lin Qingyu's innate genetic caliber stood at 50-fold, having reached the level of extraordinary life, yet his birth was that of an ordinary being. It remained to be seen whether treasures effective for ordinary lives would hold any sway over him. The host was engaged in conversation with the timing staff when suddenly, a cacophony akin to the wailing of a slaughtered pig erupted from a nearby vehicle. Following the incident involving Gu Yunqing, some competitors had begun to withdraw, with 7 or 8 already abandoning the contest. The post featured a photograph of the two, yet Cuckoo, clad in a mask and sunglasses, diminished its credibility. "Can we not call the police?" Ian Kinning exclaimed in panic, realizing that the melodrama of familial disputes in television dramas was not merely a figment of the writer's imaginations. The reason I assert that my second aunt's dreams regarding housing were realized through Li Ji's funds is precisely this. The wooden frame house has surpassed the earthen wall dwelling. The promise made by my mother to my second aunt has been fulfilled in an unexpectedly superior manner. Just as her eyelids grew heavier, teetering between slumber and wakefulness, Lin Ruodong suddenly felt a gust of cold wind brush past her ear. "General Wei, I am unaware of the pressing matter that brings you here today." Fan Yunqing's voice carried a hint of frailty. The demise of Yan Fei had struck him profoundly, leaving him in disbelief that his sworn brother had truly perished. Thus, even if 100 agents stood before Su Hang, the velocity of their time flow could not be compounded. They were reliant solely on the singular effects of individual time release. The face of the rat immortal, marked by numerous wrinkles, subtly revealed a flicker of realization, though the abundance of creases masked this expression considerably. This was particularly true for Lu Wei, who noted with astonishment that the previously targeted nations had all been subdued one by one. Especially striking was the moment when a child, barely 7 yet nearing 8, boldly rebuked Zhao, exuding an aura akin to that of a sovereign. Even without Zhao Su's formal endorsement, high officials acknowledged the child's status as the heir apparent. The celestial swordsman hesitated no longer, enveloping the crystal coffin with his spiritual awareness, intent on storing it within his storage ring. "I have some biscuits and such. Would you care for some?" Luo Chisue inquired softly, gazing out of the window. Su Ying let out a faint murmur, instinctively clutching Su Hang's shoulder. Seemingly fearful of collapsing to the ground, Su Hang refrained from any drastic actions, merely caressing her cheek and earlobe, yet Su Ying's breaths grew increasingly rapid. The vendor was a young man at the peak of his dark energy, not pressing for anything in particular, His martial pursuits were merely a means of subsistence. Being a lone cultivator with limited resources, he had little hope for the treasures of the ancient martial world. Yet he yearned for this peculiar stone he had brought from Tianshan to yield fortune. The construction of the theme park continued. Yet Lu Wei chose not to dwell further on the matter, for more pressing concerns awaited him. Nevertheless, despite the palpable anxiety among those present, not a single elder from the martial academy took the initiative to depart. They were bound to wait for their disciples still within the tower. The recognition of a master was the core attribute of a spiritual artifact. It was the infusion of spirit that distinguished a spiritual artifact as such. Only after this infusion could the artifact be manipulated by its master's will, seamlessly integrating into the master's essence during ordinary times. Ultimately, Qin Fengming could not bear it any longer and consented to allow him to hold his hand as they gradually drifted into slumber. In the parking lot, Zhao Xian had initially intended to return home with her father, only to be gently declined by Zhao Long. Chapter 131. Things have spiraled out of control. In pursuit of artificially nurturing his own child, Carl had been engrossed in researching Kryptonian techniques of artificial gestation and genetic programming. Gaining a deeper understanding of genetics that enhanced his studies in this field, Magneto and Lorna possessed identical abilities to manipulate magnetic fields, suggesting a shared mutation in their genetic expressions. Carl collected their blood samples to examine their genetic blueprints, confirming the striking similarity between their genes. After a brief wait, Vine attentively listened for any sounds from within, yet heard not even a cough or a gasp. He is undoubtedly aware of the immense opportunities that lie deep within the divine tomb, yet his pursuit is solely for his own transcendent path. The fusion of the undying true blood holds paramount importance to him, rendering all other fortunes inconsequential. Bai Yi watched as the carriage vanished from his sight. A smile that had momentarily graced his face still lingering as he returned to his own vehicle. Very well, you have a point. It was indeed just a single sip, albeit an interminably long one. The vexation lies in the fact that, having cooperated throughout, he had truly fallen victim to his schemes. Outside the spring come in, a somewhat vintage carriage carried 4 individuals toward the northern part of the city. The driver, Zhang Laobao, cracked his whip, and the horse galloped forward, leaving behind only faint wisps of smoke. In that fleeting moment, Dong Yinji collapsed, her body succumbing to the brittle sound of a shattered medicine bowl. Upon realizing it was Bai Yu, the deputy headmaster, Wei Tianxiang still chose to show her respect, for this formidable figure before him was undoubtedly not to be trifled with. Long Yin reached out, channeling his energy into a true dragon's grasp, which shattered 3,000 thunder seals ahead of him. Had he wished to harm Lei Yuyu, this move could have inflicted severe injury. What is there to waste? He mused. He believed that Yi Shen's attitude was entirely justified. Xiaoguo observed the expression on the plump man's face and felt an urge to laugh. He always sensed that Ding Mei was not to be underestimated, and it was best to maintain a certain distance, much like Yi Shen. At a critical moment, Su Li shifted slightly, narrowly avoiding a dire fate. Nevertheless, a strand of her hair was still severed. What could be the matter with the main hall? It turned out to be a case of poisoning. Ji Zixuan chuckled dismissively. Mo Chun. Although Ling Mo Chun was impeccably dressed and his hair neatly arranged, the dark circles beneath his eyes and the inscrutable emotions within them tightened Morong Ji's heart. After casting another glance at He Lierong's attire, Nian Ziwu's gaze flickered, and he began to hazily surmise something. What is wrong with you? Smiling to yourself? Long Xuanshuang questioned, looking curiously at Yuan Hong, who was peering at the map, hoping to uncover something unusual. He is called Zhongun, known as the King of the Forest. Yuan Hong pointed at the tiger, which nodded slightly in acknowledgement. With a thunderous crash, her mind felt as though it had exploded. Was this man truly her dutiful husband? Even Yang Mo, who practiced the 5 elements body refinement technique, would likely suffer grievously if struck by such a blow, akin to Han Yen. I had been contemplating personally stitching a piece for His Majesty, intending to surprise him at the right moment. It seems that I can no longer keep it a secret. Yun Yao lamented, appearing genuinely eager to astonish the emperor. You cannot play the piano, yet you wager with others? Isn't that akin to presenting your face before someone just to have it slapped? Thus, Masaki contemplated thwarting Xiaoji's plans, only to unknowingly drift into slumber. However, amidst the repeated divisions and integrations of the transmission of Gentleman and the 9-5 seal, the latent power hidden within gradually began to emerge, guided by the primordial energy. Oh, is that not the second son of the Morong family? As the 2 individuals took several steps forward, they were met with a chorus of derisive voices from behind. This recent scare and unease intensified Nugula Shinlan's desire for a child, seeking stability and assurance for her future life within the estate. Chapter 132, A New Haven. 3 days had passed. Susan sat on the sofa, tenderly narrating a storybook tale to the golden-haired Eliana, her gentle tone captivating the little girl entirely. Let us take a moment to rest and enjoy some cake. After finishing the story of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, she handed a piece of cake to Eliana, who eagerly picked up a spoon to indulge. Meanwhile, Susan sipped her red tea, gazing into the distance, her expression serene, though her heart was tumultuous. The High Priest intended to strike against Lu Yi, while Walker brandished the lance of Longinus, aiming a fierce blow at the High Priest. The latter's eyes narrowed, and with a swift motion of his staff, he parried Walker's attack. Brother Avar stood behind the group, spotting the robust middle-aged man, typically reserved. He wore a broad smile as he greeted him. To her astonishment, her ability manifested as a cerulean liquid. The moment it was poured into the field, a delicate, pale blue mist enveloped the entire plot of land. It's all right, President Lin, there's nothing to worry about. See, everything is fine, she reassured, deliberately displaying her wrist for him to see. Although Chung Feng had never encountered the golden spirit herb, its entirely golden hue and growth upon a metallic object left little doubt to its identity. He punctured a raincoat with a sharp knife, inserting vines and branches into the holes to fashion a covert camouflage outfit. The early spring breeze chilled him to the bone as it swept over his damp clothing, and numerous figures clad in black stood upon the platform before him. Originally, Jiang Shi was to be sent back to the Jiang family, but Jiang's father had called Jiang's mother at noon, stating that visitors had arrived and it was inconvenient to bring Jiang Shi home. Ji Wu, consumed by rage, bellowed uncontrollably. Elena approached him, towering over Ji Wu, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. Speak. What must I promise you? Chen Kursen cast a grateful glance at He Yunfei, then turned her attention to the Ghost King, her expression now calm as she no longer sought further inquiries but instead fixed her gaze on the Ghost King, raising an eyebrow to voice her unasked questions. The opposing side had 2 fairies, while he possessed 3. For the moment, he held the advantage. Takumi pondered, recognizing that he still had the ace Heracross along with 2 iron ants. The strategic use of these 3 creatures would be the key to his triumph. Normally, the sound of the door opening would not feel so eerie, but in the stillness of the night, it took on an unsettling quality. He spoke with a smile. Yet I could not summon any joy. He willingly allowed himself to be captured by Hua Yi just to see me. He traveled 1,000 miles, imprisoned, merely to meet me, such profound affection. Yet I had not anticipated that he would bypass the queen and deal with the chief eunuch of the Jiyuan Hall. This way, he neither impeded the queen's dignity nor failed to remind her. A delicate balance indeed. The disciples of the Jingyi sect at Longhu Mountain possess numerous secret arts, and their sword techniques are renowned throughout the martial world, representing a formidable force within the righteous path. Yun'er, moved by the moment, shifted slightly in Onliang's embrace, seeking a more comfortable position. As noon approached, a sudden sound pierced the air, prompting Ding Chuan to open his eyes, a fleeting spark of brilliance illuminating his deep gaze. In a desperate bid to preserve their dwindling dignity, this group descended into utter depravity. Ding Chuan's eyes brightened with excitement as he seized a golden feather and, with a mighty sweep, unleashed a tempest that sent several massive boulders flying and uprooted a dozen stout ancient trees with a thunderous crash. Meanwhile, executives from the entertainment company sent messages to An Liang, who diligently replied, maintaining a rhythm that felt rather exhausting. The 3 individuals, each at the first level of the Heart Sea, had just joined the pursuit of Lin Xian and Jin Yi, unaware of Lin Xian's true strength, having only heard of him as the champion of the 8 sects martial assembly. Nonetheless, they charged forward without hesitation, believing that the vast disparity in realms could not be bridged merely by talent. Chapter 133. Love resembles a seed embedded deep within flesh. Once it takes root and sprouts, it entwines both body and spirit, incessantly tormenting you. Although months have passed since their breakup, Emma finds it impossible to forget Carl, especially after he gifted her a flying cloak. Each use evokes his visage in her mind. She still harbors feelings for him, handsome, powerful, erudite, and exceedingly gentle, surpassing any man she has ever known. Having traveled a great distance, the figure in white frowned and smiled, seemingly mocking Lu Chuanjia's childlike remarks. You have yet to experience beauty like mine. Should you slay me, would it not be a pity? The enchanting voice of Lianine was irresistibly alluring. This made Chu Yunwan ponder whether a previous event had exhausted the last remnants of the old corpse's obsession. Bailey Haolang listened to his words, envisioning the scenario in his mind, and was immediately overcome with goosebumps. The crowd, upon hearing Qin Huayu's words, swallowed hard, each looking at him incredulously. Yet there was an undeniable logic in his reasoning. At that moment, Lin Xiao, wielding a spear of dark radiance, bellowed fiercely, unleashing a torrent of flames toward the middle-aged man. Sweat clung to his undergarments, adhering tightly to his skin. Li Shun, seated upon his horse, exhaled deeply, wiping the perspiration from his face. His once fair complexion had been replaced by an indescribable darkness after enduring such a prolonged journey. To the southern horizon, tumultuous waves of fire surged, resembling soaring demonic beasts, instantly pouncing upon the realm of the underworld. Typically, for novice practitioners, even those of exceptional talent require months to cultivate their inner strength to the second level. However, Xuanning's group astonishingly achieved this in merely 10 days. A testament to the formidable prowess of the Vajra body refinement technique. In the midst of Harlan's desperate wails, the Soul Knights dragged the notorious criminal down the endless staircase, destined to face execution by gunfire on the streets outside the palace of Irika Kingdom. To put it more clearly, Chun Ming now resided in the realm of divine bodies. He had become virtually indestructible. Even if he stood still and allowed Smith to strike him with his sword, he would emerge unscathed. The landscape was adorned with peach trees on both banks, blooming vibrantly in the April air, the orchard stretching for hundreds of paces, with lush and beautiful flowers carpeting the ground, petals falling in abundance. Churchill, in a moment of self-deception, remarked that he had to arrange the mobilization of local defense forces and lacked the time to meet with him. The spectators were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom Chun Ming's fierce resolve, and whispers began to circulate among them. At this juncture, Lu Chongqing inquired of Ren Bai about the origins of this deity of fortune, curious about his identity and past life. However, only Qi Tianshou and Lei Gong were permitted into the inner hall, while the 12 Tai Golden Immortals remained outside. In Shisan was also aware of this news. Though as he was not from Huaxia, the details he received varied slightly, yet the essence remained similar. Upon encountering such news, In Shisan felt a surge of urgency. Long Jiahao presumed that Chun Ming's dragon fist must have been taught by those who had been scattered and had learned the technique as a reward. Mu Qingqian was unaware of how long she had been in slumber, but in her hazy consciousness, she vaguely heard the sound of dripping water. Zhao Hongyan's actions had not gone unnoticed by Yunqing, yet at that moment, his heart felt as though it were being stirred, compelling him to return to Li Family Town without delay. Simultaneously, the ground 5 meters beneath the youth's feet began to crystallize under the intense heat, a testament to the soaring temperatures. Ling Chenfeng drove into the city, and as the rush hour had passed, the roads were relatively clear. Chapter 134, Alien Invasion. A colossal spaceship gradually entered the atmosphere, measuring nearly 300 meters in length, its silver hull capable of shifting colors to blend with the surrounding environment, effectively rendering it visually stealthy. The vessel emitted a peculiar force field, capable of absorbing infrared and electromagnetic waves, evading radar and long-wave infrared detection. This warship belonged to a race of interstellar pirates, known for plundering planets and worlds. Each time they pillaged, the jeers from the audience, much like those directed at Yao Ming, often fueled his motivation even more than the cheers from his home crowd. Considering the perspective of proximity, the supervisors in the office were naturally the most likely candidates for selection, compared to choosing from other departments within the company. Zhang Dongshua preferred to promote from within the office. However, upon turning to survey the land, he realized it remained under the control of others. With the sea and southern Wanfan lying in between, an awkward predicament indeed. One could easily find themselves embroiled in accusations of treachery. Once the serpentine and malevolent entities come into contact with the 9-colored flames, they are instantly reduced to mere black malevolence, posing no threat to Zhou Tunan, regardless of their numbers. Li Weidong, initially perplexed by the implications, discerned the truth from the expression on his face. This was a different matter entirely. Thousands of trainees, incessantly chanting basketball while fervently twisting their limbs, were fervently storming the program's venue. At this moment, the solar golden arrow had just been released, piercing directly into the brow of this celestial envoy. Pan Ling, unaware of Wang Tian's true thoughts, mistook her dazed demeanor as ignorance of the elderly gentleman before her, and thus lowered her voice to provide an introduction. For travelers transferring ships in Foku County, should they feel fatigued, find the hour too late, or need to await their vessel, they would likely seek refuge in an inn near the western dock of the town. The Deju Inn, in particular, is favored by those of affluent status. Additionally, a plethora of flowers and plants had been transplanted, now in full bloom, creating an artistic view when gazed upon from the upper floors. Moreover, with the presence of city-defending cannons, only the most audacious of nomadic tribes would dare to assault the city, rendering them mere targets for the artillery. Sucha nodded, retracting his battle armor into the luminescent screen, subsequently retrieving the 4th stone tablet, and casually designating Qin Sang as his servant. With Zhu Yuanzhang gone and Zhu Biao also absent, what if figures like Lan Yu, Dong Zhua, or Cao Cao wished to employ the strategy of manipulating the emperor to command the lords? Particularly concerning those crew members who were unaware of my identity as the 4 clear celestial master, nor my past. They raised their cameras, eager to capture this magnificent scene. These are the weekly learning reports submitted to Su Chun by Lin Yunxiao after following his studies, devoid of any substantial confidential content. Uncle Su, it begins. Zhu Piao stated as he sanitized his hands, picking up a sharp scalpel to remind Su De. After experiencing personal attacks, Guli felt a twitch at her temple. Before she could retort, the room was suddenly flooded with light. Aside from the basic magical tools, I had also prepared glutinous rice and a measuring line. This expedition to the tomb of the king was unpredictable. Who could anticipate what might be encountered? Perhaps it could be the true form of the king? In such a case, mere chicken blood and vermilion would not suffice. Glutinous rice would be essential. Chun Ren slowly lit a cigarette, exhaling a smoke ring. Contemplating whether to indulge in leisure for a few days in this city before returning home to embrace the life of a full-time writer. Cui Jingyang beamed brightly, her heart already certain that the most exquisite sight must surely be the peach blossoms atop the mountain. If she could forge friendships with such tenacious individuals like Princess Xinda, coupled with the previous warmth shown by the sixth prince's consort, it would be unlikely that the Hua family would refrain from inviting her. The skirt could be a long one. At such a time, a super short skirt would be inappropriate, and the colors should be somber. Chapter 135, Questions and Faith. The impending crisis of Earth's annihilation was resolved unbeknownst to all. No one realized that the planet was but a step away from destruction, and life continued as usual. As Carl rendezvoused with the spacecraft, the hatch swung open, allowing him to step inside and embark on his journey towards Earth. Though he had not acquired the planet, this vessel was nonetheless remarkable, equipped with an anti-gravity system and formidable pulse engines that could propel the ship into the cosmos at high speeds. At that moment, the presence of another admission decree surged forth, increasing the number of vengeful spirits in the labyrinth. The chilling aura of the fifth-tier spirits escalated from 13 to 15. And this quantitative change seemed to evoke a qualitative transformation, as a cacophony of wails erupted from the spirits, striking all the surviving wizards in the maze with a heavy blow. Sang Rua was attending a public class in the castle of the ghosts of Zinei when, unexpectedly, the first lesson resonated with her personal experiences. Reflecting on her soul's journey from another world, she recalled the moment she returned after 170 years. Hearing the voice of her dear friend Senior, arriving at the door of room 301, where Li Sweki was situated. She was about to push it open when a plump nurse in her 30s emerged, clutching a medical record. "I'm not tired, just feeling overly warm," she remarked, wiping sweat from her brow with a forced smile. It was curious that, despite the absence of sunlight, the heat was still so oppressive. This is akin to how humans can breathe in carbon dioxide from the air and convert it within their bodies. However, if carbon were to take the form of diamond, it could not be absorbed from thin air, she mused. "Leader, shall we deliberate further?" A killer, suppressing his inner trepidation, spoke in a hurried tone. The caravan's pace lagged behind, with the guards and porters urging their mules onward, eager to reach the next stop. "Xinger, there is no need for formality between us. Whatever elixir you desire, I shall have someone fetch it for you." Fu Lin chuckled, genuinely fond of his nephew, whose visage resembled that of a jade crown. The relationship between Qin Mingji and Prince Qin was no secret amongst the aristocracy of southern Chu, especially his disdain for the Qin residents. It was only when the sound of horns echoed from outside that she regained her senses, casting a glance back at the darkened eyes of Aunt Li before stepping out. Wu Haoyan initially suspected that Su Chun was playing tricks, so he quickly extended his consciousness to investigate the situation, only to discover that the inexplicable energy was coalescing deep within. Members of the Guangping Marquisate began visiting relatives, celebrating the new year together, while 3 children received ample red envelopes, prompting He Wei to exclaim her losses. Her youngest received one from the Marquisate, while 3 had departed, grumbling that she must ensure another child in the new year. Ling Jian shouted with enthusiasm, spurring his horse into a frenzied gallop. His exuberance infectious as Su Shi laughed heartily and followed suit, trailing clouds of dust in their wake. Peach Blossom Village lay west of Jinlai Town, over 100 miles away, with 20 miles of mountainous trails and the remainder being official roads. With no other options, Ling Jian accelerated to full speed, traversing the passage filled with spiritual energy. After an indeterminate time, a light appeared ahead, illuminating the steel-scaled armor that gleamed with a metallic luster, seemingly capable of autonomous respiration, perpetually twisting and turning. However, at present, even the spirit pet he has subdued, the golden python, falls short of the level represented by the term demonic beast. The ancient city of Hippo has not yet reached the pinnacle of transformation, and he is eager to uncover what new phenomena await him upon the completion of this metamorphosis. Even though the presence that arrives is not the true form, but merely a manifestation of bloodline power, Su Gu remains convinced that Su Chun stands no chance whatsoever. In a moment of panic, Danshin pressed his palm firmly against the loom, and, with a sudden jerk, the spindle shattered, causing the entire space to tremble. Waves of energy surged in through the window, accompanied by a cacophony of creaking sounds, revealing numerous fine fissures. Chapter 136. The Healer in the Underground Tunnels of Manhattan. The gathering place of the Morlocks, Callisto urged, "Let us not be idle. We must possess sufficient strength to safeguard our kin." He was training the Morlocks, instructing them in the use of firearms and various tactical maneuvers. Just then, a green light illuminated the area as Carl appeared within the circle of light. Upon seeing him, Callisto's eyes sparkled. Each time Carl visited, he brought an array of weapons and equipment. Despite the hesitance apparent in his tone, Enruo showed no sign of resistance. Allowing herself to be drawn closer to Lu Ling, Su Qingge discarded her silver whip aside, her eyes glinting with an unmistakable aura of danger as she strode forward with determination. She found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Recalling her mother's advice, when reason eludes you, speak the truth. Though others may be indifferent, the listener remains attentive, particularly Lan Yusin, who was momentarily stunned upon hearing the word black. Enruo gazed at the words above, murmuring to herself, then raised her gaze just as she uttered a few words, only to find Lu Ling looking at her with astonishment, his hand gripping her arm. "Let us observe for now," Enruo remarked, a wave of embarrassment washing over her, making it difficult to shake off the feeling even as Lu Ling held her hand. "What do you think of this?" Yimu leaned in closer to Zheng Laolao, whispering in her ear. Deng Lei did not wish to jeopardize his job for a mere autograph or photo, knowing that even punishment would not justify the loss. In the vast ocean, without the protection of large troop transport ships and fleets, ordinary vessels are vulnerable to being sunk by enemy flying battleships at any moment. The generals, upon hearing this, turned their attention and, upon close inspection, realized that, as Lu Yu had stated, although the Wuhuan people appeared formidable, they were scattered and disorganized, resembling wilted eggplants, which calmed their hearts somewhat. "Are you called Lianshan? I remember. My two subordinates have encountered you before," the monk said slowly. Ling Jing cast a distant glance toward the direction of the cold night, where the prince, Ling Jing, had perished. Mu Ziheng, following his orders, arranged a grand funeral for him. "Rest assured, it is certainly not Xiuxing. I guarantee it," Zhu Ling proclaimed with a confident expression, embodying an air of assuredness. At that moment, Gu Ming, accompanied by a servant, emerged from the premises. As she stepped outside, she happened to witness Song Shiming and Guan Xinji concluding their conversation. However, Gu Ming refrained from inquiring further and proceeded directly towards Song Shiming. Guan Xinji contemplated calling out to Gu Ming, yet the words lingered on his lips, unspoken, as he merely observed her figure. In an instant, he set down his cup and dashed forward to stand before her. Yet, for now, they could only wait, as everything lay under He Yongtai's control. Unfortunately, no one at the He family villa possessed any knowledge regarding the whereabouts of He Yongtai and his associates. Having perused her cousin's post in one breath, Pei Yi was about to respond when she suddenly heard a loud commotion from outside. The door to her room was ajar, allowing her to perceive any disturbances beyond. At that moment, the door was kicked open, and an elderly man, accompanied by several individuals, entered the room. Among them were villagers from Jinko village, including the village chief. Zhao Fuxin scrutinized the elderly man, finding nothing particularly notable about him, except that he appeared more spirited than the average elder, likely possessing some martial prowess. The autumn breeze was gentle, signaling that deep autumn had arrived. In the blink of an eye, it had been over a month since Bing Lian's departure, and Zhao Fuxin's marriage was set to take place in 3 days. Gu Huairan sat solemnly in the main hall of the Ministry of War, his gaze directed inward, as if in deep meditation. The images that surfaced in his mind bore no hues, nor did they possess any substantial contrast of light and shadow. They merely evoked an abstract sensation. Chapter 137. The Solar Festival. For months later, a magnificent temple rose from the ground, its gilded dome reflecting a golden radiance. The golden gates at the forefront of the temple were adorned with engravings of the solar system, while the relief above depicted a male figure, resembling Carlisle. Before the hall lay a vast square, its smooth marble surface capable of accommodating 100,000 people. In the center stood a colossal solar altar, a 3-tiered platform with each level reaching a height of 7 to 8 meters, accessible via stairs. Yu Qian'er finally felt a sense of relief, believing that as long as the two did not meet again, the danger could be averted. However, matters with Chun Tianyun could not be delayed. Abed detested lies, and she had deceived him time and again. A man as astute as he would inevitably see through her fabrications. Fang Jinghao's face turned ashen, completely disregarding Li Xiaoyun's cries for help as he dragged her upstairs and shoved her into a bedroom. Perseverance? Her grandfather, Mu Qing, had once remarked that she possessed a unique constitution, and should she pursue martial arts, she would need to exert 10 times the effort of others to achieve even ordinary results. You are who Cece, and I am who Cece's mother, she asserted, boldly deceiving. You inform Manager Shui that our Human Resources Department has its own regulations. Unless a doctor's note is provided, 3 days of absence will be considered automatic resignation. With that, she promptly hung up the phone, spitting in disdain. Unprepared, Li Xiaoyun's wrist collided with the unforgiving floor. She gritted her teeth, stifling any cries of pain. The identity of Hu Cece was well known among those present. Her close relationship with Hu Jinming, a prominent figure, was common knowledge. Upon hearing Ouyang Jin's words, everyone was taken aback and hurriedly took out their phones to confirm with their respective departments. Qingqing, come in. I have something to discuss with you. Chen Tianfeng remarked with a bemused glance at the enigmatic Zhui Qingqing. Shichen, still seething with anger, pointed at Pinger and declared, your mother has interceded on your behalf. Today, I shall not punish you. Remain in the palace and reflect on your actions. You are not permitted to go anywhere. After speaking, he stormed off towards the Ruizhu Palace. The current situation resembled a classic dilemma of not wanting to part with the child while trying to catch the wolf. Yanming found the first prince inconsequential. Yet it would be unwise to send one of his most capable subordinates merely to deceive him for his vast wealth. I merely seek a companion with whom I can quietly navigate the latter half of my life. I care not for wealth or physical allure. My only desire is for someone who can understand and embrace my past, truly cherish and love me. When Miller led Karuz and others to the Yanhuang mansion for the transaction of the quintuple spirit gathering array, he remained silent, making it clear that he would not extend assistance. Zhang Ziqiang had yet to voice his demands, yet he had already laid bare Karuz's deepest secrets, revealing a notable shift in his demeanor. This, in turn, ignited Fenglong's proud spirit, prompting him to resolve not to beg the young man for anything. Even if death awaited him, he would face it in combat. Yes, this is Chinese cuisine, and Xinyu announced as he emerged, removing his apron and beckoning Park Jaebum and others to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Isn't that a kerosene lamp? Why then by the wick? Baozi questioned with skepticism. What if the Guangdong army dispatches the 28th Division or other units? Lu Songjiang inquired. The fever has subsided. The doctor assured me there are no significant issues. After a few days of proper care, I should recover. My mother is at the hospital with me. Right after class, I went to see her, Mei Qing explained, her expression softening as she recalled her own child. Upon hearing this, Di Jia felt a profound astonishment. It was his first encounter with such a courteous creature. This lake demon, a variant of water spirits, spoke with remarkable politeness. Could it be that this great lake harbored no malevolent beings? Lin Chun felt a surge of emotion, eager to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by the crack of gunfire. Before he could react, another shot rang out in the camp. Chapter 138, Larandula. The influence of the Sun Festival continued to spread, and the number of Karl's followers swelled to 150,000 in the blink of an eye. Moreover, Karl had devised several plans. Daily, Albert would leave the temple to seek out injured followers, tending to their ailments and injuries. Although many would remain untreated, they bore no grievances, believing it was their own faith that had faltered. Additionally, upon returning to her chamber, Saintess Susan found herself adjusting her thoughts, setting aside the chaotic musings that had plagued her and initiating her course of action. Was she not unique in her clarity that this was merely a dream? What of those who remained unaware? Contemplating, Yang Ming casually took a sip of the oddly flavored hot porridge, and a web-like pattern emerged upon his skin, his form transforming into a radiant spectrum of colors before vanishing from the room. Lady Long's eyes flickered momentarily, and with a sharp snap, her claws effortlessly pierced the thick armor of the strange insect. At 2:50, your call came rather late. The grand door swung wide open, revealing an elderly gentleman clad in the standard uniform of a marshal of the Black Vulture Empire. As fellow crimson-infected beings, a sense of familiarity should have been fostered. Yet, while grappling with the notion of eliminating him, he seemed resolute without hesitation. Yu Qing also smiled, finding a certain charm in Guadalin's plump appearance. After all, a boy ought to be robust. You would support my actions, wouldn't you? The headless, armless statue resonated with his soul. As the power of the god of the circular ring was unleashed for the first time, a brilliant light shooting forth from within the statue, illuminating a brand new path before Sheeta. However, he had stood before Ilanchi for quite some time, yet he heard no sound of mirrors shattering around them. The entire living room descended into chaos, with cushions becoming the primary airborne objects, scattering in all directions. How do you know she is Venezuelan? Thus far on weekends, he could distinguish Mexicans, Armenians, and British individuals, identifying features from those he had encountered in life. Yet, he struggled to differentiate between Latin individuals beyond Mexicans, as they bore too close a resemblance to one another. A single remark from Li Bin prompted the disciples to disperse, each intensifying their martial training. The only difference being their heightened enthusiasm compared to before. Miguel clearly wished to prevent Vic from completing his account and interjected. Then, we all heard a shout. A fellow on the second floor of the villa proclaimed he was a police officer, part of the cooperative trap team engaged in the operation. Miguel cast a meaningful glance at Weekend. Two men removed their work uniforms and discarded them onto the main road, then swiftly departed on a truck. The entire process taking no more than 2 minutes, showcasing the prowess of Lin Feng and Yu Wei. Zhang Cheng was equally unpretentious, placing his belongings beside the wardrobe before sitting alongside when Xin on the tatami mat. Ah Chun felt an urge to laugh, but suppressed it. At this moment, would laughing not further bruise his pride? The Shay River, a formidable waterway that no vessel could traverse, not only roared with tumultuous currents, but also stretched wide enough to obscure the opposing bank. Observing Lu Rushi's countenance, Lin Feng smiled subtly. It was indeed a rarity to witness Lu Rushi in such an endearing light. Recalling her past, icy demeanor sent shivers down his spine. The current Lu Rushi was incomparably improved. During the Three Kingdoms period, Yunnan, Guizhou, and the southwestern part of Sichuan were collectively referred to as Nanzhou, belonging to the Shu Kingdom. Subsequently, after Meng Huo's rebellion, Zhuge Liang's brilliant stratagem captured him 7 times, quelling the insurrection and re-establishing Yunnan Prefecture in the Dali region. Due to its remote location, characterized by mountainous terrain unsuitable for pasturing, the area saw a decline in activities of the Chong tribes, thus suffering fewer calamities compared to other regions. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Zhan had watched her throughout the night, his gaze brimming with affection and tenderness, only departing as dawn broke. Chapter 139, The Empire of Zaya. The anti-gravity engine ignited, propelling the spacecraft from the ground. With the engine emitting pulses, the vessel ascended into the sky, breaking through the atmosphere and entering the vastness of space. Within the cockpit, alongside the soldier piloting the craft, were Magneto, Thunderfire, Natasha, Mesmer, Chingray, and the Hunter Squad. Emma had wished to accompany them, but Carl denied her. She was 7 months pregnant, and battle posed great peril for her. Meanwhile, Lan Ziyue and Lan Xiling remained unusually silent, their eyes occasionally darting toward Lin Wan and the others, exchanging furtive glances, seemingly harboring some secret mischief. Gu Liao continued to feign ignorance, recognizing the individual's renown. A top-tier figure could afford to be kept in a manner, indicating immense wealth. It seemed this work-related injury had a resolution. As Ron's representative, Darnai resided closely with Gigi Da, who, to conceal her identity, had given her a Chinese name, Long Nair, with her full name being Longmen Darnai. The surname Long was chosen solely because Ron stated that the first gate of the new 9 gates bore the surname Long. However, the ground was now littered with corpses. Mother lay still with closed eyes, while grandfather's back was turned, obscuring his expression, and Tang Tua, the father of Sanbao, was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, a radiance that had initially appeared as a mere hand transformed, radiating forth like the sun, causing those nearby to squint in pain from the piercing green light. Resolute, I lifted my cup and addressed Zhao Kuangyin. Brother, today Rue raises this emerald liquor to express my gratitude for your kindness and care from years past. With that, I tilted my head back and drank it all in one go. Gigi Do was profoundly impressed by Sun Miao. He was a youth brimming with wild spirit, possessing an astonishing level of endurance. Ordinary humans and common folk, upon sensing the signs of an eruption at Yunwu Mountain, would have long since begun their migration and departure. At the very least, they would not venture into the mountains at such a time. Yet, upon witnessing Tang Tua and the multitude moving outward from the heart of Yunwu Mountain, this individual could not help but draw certain associations. It was akin to a pie falling from the sky, and he had long sought to shed the label of a criminal and erase the stain of this past from the minds of the people in Guyuran. Yet he had never truly succeeded. A teachable child indeed. The old man laughed heartily, his demeanor joyful, his face aglow like a venerable sage. In Lu Chi's eyes, the sword could transform into a simple blade or into a colossal sword akin to Lu Yu's, and its exquisite design made it a remarkable weapon. Feng Hua and the Golden Warrior had patiently awaited in the remote service area for nearly 2 days. Gu Feng knocked 3 or 4 times without hearing a sound from within, then paused to listen intently for any movement inside. As the pupils of Yi Lu gradually bulged, they fleetingly began to dissipate, and in that instant, the once crimson blood transformed into a pristine white. Contrary to the rumors, her strength had ascended further, and she firmly believed that within a decade, or even 5 years, she would surpass herself. Gao, in a sudden burst of determination, extended his arm and launched a projectile, igniting a stunning blaze that raged outward with lethal intent. Moments later, when Feng Hua opened the alchemical furnace, The entire room emanated a gentle yellow-green glow. Xiaolin, are you incapable of saving up despite your wealth? What do you intend to do with such an expensive perfume? Cheng Yuan recognized the brand, notoriously exorbitant. Rong Li, still slightly dazed, sat up, his hair tousled, and, forsaking sleep, fixated his half-closed eyes on her. Relying on the unreliable precision of 80mm cannons to topple these adversaries was utterly impractical. Qin Gingxing had long anticipated this. Therefore, he resolved not to employ such unreliable artillery for his plans, especially since the shells could not be mass-produced. It was prudent to conserve their use as much as possible. Chapter 140. Sword Duel in the Boundless Starry Sky. The battle raged on. Carl gazed at the man in the distance as a biological force field emanated from him, distorting the surrounding space and propelling Carl outward, transforming him into a fleeting shadow that instantaneously appeared before the sword duel. Carl raised his right arm, fist clenched, channeling enough power to shatter an asteroid as he struck at his opponent. The sword wielder crossed his arms in defense, absorbing the impact of the punch with his forearms. The force equivalent to billions of tons. The van rumbled to life as Gengji, holding a walkie-talkie, commanded the operation. 3 police cars adorned with civilian plates closely pursued the van, one running parallel, another trailing closely, and a third keeping a distance, coordinating their movements to avoid arousing suspicion. As for Zhao Mingqing's several Xuanzong guards and his grandson, they were devoured by the 4 ghostly commanders before they could utter a word. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances at the chaos unfolding before them. This scene was reminiscent of Che Hongyin unleashing a flurry of exquisite sword blossoms, only to be ultimately struck down by Nan Batian's hammer, leaving a sense of lamentation in its wake. The man amid the brilliance possessed an exceptionally robust physique. His arms crossed over his chest, with muscular arms crackling with energy. The sprint skill increased his movement speed by 15, while the intermediate acceleration scroll added another 20, perfectly counteracting the deceleration effect caused by inhalation, preventing the hefty figure from being overtaken too swiftly. With the advantage of height and favorable winds, one could say the circumstances were fortuitous. Those remaining in the Yanwei army were no slouches in marksmanship, while the densely packed troops of Tubo below resembled a plethora of living targets. Each shot found its mark, and within a short span, 2 or 3 dozen corpses lay strewn across the mountainside. His decision to linger before boarding the plane stemmed entirely from respect for elder foam. Even with sympathy for the afflicted, he would not seek trouble in the face of opposition. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the use of this arcane technique evoked a response from the heavenly ranking. A subtle green luminescence ascended, floating above the gate of the underworld, seemingly establishing a faint connection with the mysterious energies surging behind it. The Lingjian sect did not intend to sever ties outright, as the impending endeavor was of great significance, necessitating the support of several other sects, particularly the Shengjing Immortal sect. A sudden alarm resonated within him. Gripping the Vajra pestle and the Vajra hook, he widened his eyes, scanning diligently for the girl's silhouette in all directions. At this juncture, he was not only obliged to counter the old nun's assault, but also to remain vigilant against potential ambushes from that girl. Indeed, the one who raised the alarm was named Shun Hu, a 14-year-old general, robust in stature. He sprinted down the mountain path with remarkable speed, showing no signs of fatigue, no less swift than a warhorse. Yu Fong nodded in acknowledgement, his words laced with admiration. It was only reasonable that the general's nephew possessed such prowess. Gung Haosher exited the school gates and ventured into a nearby student street, entering a shop that sold bedding. Upon acquiring the ball, Gung Haosher proceeded without hesitation towards the half-court area of Wuyin Technology University. Witnessing the imminent annihilation of the Tang general and his cavalry, Hong Xian swiftly employed the flying technique, charging towards the Tang general to repel the pursuing Tibetan cavalry. The Tang general retreated with his over 100 horsemen into the valley. Understood. The latter responded with palpable excitement before hastily exiting the tent. As the general's intent likely signaled a night raid, he would have the opportunity to indulge in the thrill of battle once more. I have a good relationship with my father, yet I haven't had much interaction, Ma Yinfeng replied, comprehending the implication in Gao Xiong's words. Indeed, our general excels at farm work, surpassing 5 of us combined. Recalling the scene of the general laboring in the fields, the man affirmed. The two conversed animatedly, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, while Zheng Ying smiled faintly. Her husband was not typically of such demeanor. The longer she spent with him, the more she doubted the frivolous reputation that Xiaoyi had once held. However, since he had dealings with Lu Zhang, there must be a purpose behind it, and she deemed it unnecessary to interject. Chapter 141. The Emperor's Demise. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole lurks behind. A silver spaceship was in pursuit of the dawn, but the fleet of the Xie Empire closely followed. intermittently firing light spears that caused the ship's magnetic barrier to tremble. The assault ship, moving at remarkable speed, advanced within 100 kilometers of the vessel, unleashing a barrage of concentrated beams that enveloped it in relentless bombardment. At this moment, an invisible magnetic force enveloped the Xie fleet's assault ship, continuously restraining it. Having been stationed at the military academy in Water City for some time, one had become acutely aware of the intricate familial relationships within Water City, particularly the long-standing friendship between the Gahuan and Gugao families. To avert a recurrence of forfeiture in the subsequent elimination round, it was prudent to keep the Gahuan and Gugao families apart. After bidding farewell to Granny Tao and Taozi, Sun Hao eagerly inquired of the two immortals of Peach Orchard how they had come to learn about the Water Margin sect. Venomous snakes, much like spiders, primarily rely on ordinary attacks. Their ultimate abilities, which involve gathering power for a few seconds before unleashing a spray of venom, prove utterly ineffective when confronted with interrupting skills. Ever since Bai Ruhan's emergence, Sun Haoqi has kept his gaze lowered, fervently praying for Dongfang Xian to safely rescue Xiang'er. His lowered head rendered him invisible to Bai Ruhan's discerning eyes. I am aware that my earnest entreaties may not sway Sun Meng to relinquish her stance. She may very well argue her case vehemently. Undoubtedly, she nodded slightly and casually gestured, summoning a guard who hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. What are we waiting for? Hurry and save her, Dabin exclaimed as he strode towards the sanctuary's exit. Miss Qing'er, I wish to request a set of martial techniques from the president. If that is permissible, Han Xinyu inquired. Moments later, a deep blue radiance enveloped his form, transforming into a misty shroud that tightly encased him. The man, displaying a hint of wariness, refrained from responding and instead sprinkled an unknown powder over me. Caught entirely off guard, I had no time to evade, and a considerable amount of the powder settled upon me. At that moment, a slightly childish voice tinged with a hint of sobbing emerged from behind Luafimina. That voice was unmistakably familiar to her. It was Catherine. Did you find today's meeting surprising? I noticed you seemed dazed at its conclusion, Han Han remarked. Rise, rise. From now on, do not call me young master. Refer to me as principal. Is that understood? Zihan's vanity was greatly indulged. He then approached Su Shan with deliberate slowness, unhesitatingly lifting her and placing her in a wheelchair. Kill me? You may certainly attempt that. Do you think your dagger is sufficient? Rog sneered, stepping forward confidently. The sound of metal clashing resonated as the dragon's claws met, sparks flying in all directions. And moments later, numerous nicks appeared on the sharp weapon crafted by the merfolk. Your humble servant accepts the decree. I shall not decline. At this juncture, Xiao Yongya had no choice but to acquiesce. Having not refused yesterday, it would be too late to do so today. Gong Sunfan offered a faint smile, mimicking Zhuang Taiha's earlier demeanor, and amidst countless gazes directed towards him, he smiled and nodded, effortlessly gaining the support of many with his striking appearance. As the crowd's attention converged, they noticed the torchlight revealing a flicker of flame creeping up the tree trunk, likely due to the individual's excessive nervousness. The blood maple began to tremble slightly, reminiscent of a creature awakening from slumber. Upon hearing the phrase my man, Hua Lingyu's mood visibly brightened. He kissed her forehead gently, gazing at her tenderly, not sparing even a glance for Chu Hani. Xia Meiji, with her alluring curves, hastily prepared herself, yet the astonishment she felt was beyond description. Meanwhile, their faction's members were strategizing in the battleground, awaiting the dragon's capture, entirely oblivious to the impending life and death crisis that silently approached. Before he could react, an excruciating pain surged through his entire body, akin to being engulfed by raging flames. At that moment, in a hospital room, a middle-aged man wearing glasses was diligently adjusting the voltage. Faced with the tortoise's resolute silence, Luo attempted several more times to probe, yet was met with nothing but continued quietude. Although Zhao Ji did not personally appear, he commanded Prince Rong, Zhao Yu, and Grand Minister Xue Ming to escort Zhang Kong's coffin for burial. Regardless of Zhang Kong's past, the honor bestowed upon him by Zhao Ji after his death was unparalleled. At this moment, Xiao Tianying, Qi Qianyu, Jin Xintian, and others were all struck with awe by Longting's overwhelming power. And a sense of dread washed over them as they recalled their previous confrontations with Longting. After all, it was a matter of millions, if one were to work diligently. Not even an ordinary police officer could amass such savings in a lifetime. The events in Yuzhou City ultimately stemmed from my misjudgment. As the commander, I shall take responsibility. As for feelings, prior to Xue Ming's journey to Inxia City to reward the troops, Mrs. Xue was already with child. At that time, had Xue Ming revealed Yang Meyer's pregnancy, Zhao Ji's affection for him would surely have prevented Xue Ming from undertaking such a laborious task. Nonetheless, it appears that Sister Yao is quite astute, as she understands how to make the performance appear genuine. Su glanced at the man's ashen visage in the water mirror and was reminded of the saying, "Dying beneath the peony blossoms, one remains a dashing ghost." The thought flashed through her mind, leaving her feeling uneasy. Wei Tao's consciousness began to blur, yet a singular thought persisted in his mind. He must not concede defeat, nor tarnish the dignity of Longxiao warriors. He struggled to retaliate with fists and kicks, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Bai Yunxiao had returned, driving a tamed carriage, nodding to indicate that the carriage was now ready for use. Villy was filled with frustration. She had studied the behavioral patterns of Frostwing. Yet her research only deepened her uncertainty regarding whether this white dragon could truly be trusted. Chapter 142. Crystal. A colossal pink diamond stood majestically at the center of the cabin's pedestal, towering 7 to 8 meters high, its surface smooth and even, with 57 facets reflecting brilliant light. The crystal possesses the power to annihilate the universe. Carl gazed intently at the crystal, activating his X-ray vision to penetrate its surface and delve into the gemstone's interior. There lay a grand, advanced future city, yet not a soul inhabited the streets, which were desolate and empty. The bodyguard ceased speaking. The implication was clear. The dark energy warrior Wu Zhong had been severely injured instead. Ultimately, survival necessitates sustenance. One must ensure that everyone is fed before they are qualified to confront greater challenges. But what could be the reason? Yun Xiaomeng deliberately leaned backward, her voice barely audible, weaker than the buzzing of a mosquito. Kangaroo City is a vast subterranean fortress. Once the absolute defense is activated, no one can escape. He similarly believed that a lady like Yun Qudream was not meant for someone like Jiang Lianjuan, and it was entirely correct for Sister Yun to break off their engagement. However, Wan Jinan, that blockhead, was 1,000 times unworthy of Sister Yun. Only he, Yu Longxiang, was the most suitable and ideal gentleman for her. The governor's residence. The old man murmured repeatedly, casting a glance at the cold corpse at his feet, his furrowed brows deepening even further. It must be said that the escape route designed by Number 4 was highly scientific, aside from a narrow passage for a single person. There was also an angle formed by 2 large rocks, with the exit cleverly concealed between them beneath a cover. As for Lin Jiai, who had been filming all day, she was utterly fatigued. Naturally, Yun Xian did not let her assist in the kitchen but instead held her gently, allowing her to rest on the living room sofa. Within the span of a tea ceremony, amidst the gasps of those around, the half-foot-long scar had already healed, revealing a new layer of skin. The masked man gestured behind him, and a sturdy figure clad in black, who had just made a move, produced a small vial from his pocket and handed it to the masked man. Yuan Shanbao experienced a sense of surreal detachment. However, their current moods were not suited for reflections on life, so she could only casually respond to Du Yuesheng's remarks. The shadowy figure hung his head, his weathered face displaying an indescribable peculiarity. After a long while, he gradually regained his composure. "What do you have to say now?" Bai Litsongming chuckled lightly, then turned to Qin Susu and inquired. In the blink of an eye, a soft lavender glow descended before Shin Feng. As the radiance faded, it revealed a man clad in a white Taoist robe, akin to the white-clad Taoist. "What are you doing?" Shen Yunyu sought to thwart Yi Zixuan's actions, only to be intercepted by him. The interrogation room lay ahead. He did not alert the bustling subordinates and approached the room warily, signaling his attendants to remain vigilant. "Thank you for your concern, my lord." Mingyue is unbothered. Mingyue lowered her eyelids, her gaze shimmering with a fragile light. Shin Feng had long harbored an intense hatred for Li Zhaodian, wishing to skin him alive, dismantle his bones, consume his flesh, and drink his blood. This rain, highly toxic. The demon cultivators, suffering from the corrosive acid rain, began to realize that the purple rain, intertwined with a hint of dark rain, penetrated their bodies, causing their skin to rot and decay, succumbing to poisoning. Yet, who had noticed the dilapidated housing areas surrounding the outskirts of the city center? After uttering a farewell, Qi Linglin waved her hand, leading a group into the desert. Chu Hunli also bid farewell, waving and watching as they gradually faded from view until they completely vanished from sight. This is identical to the structure of the previous mechanical defense wall. It is truly remarkable. The Poison Emperor, Sa Qianxiu, couldn't help but exclaim, astonished that over the years, Feng Shui's craftsmanship had only grown more exquisite. Impressive indeed. Chapter 143, Divine Authority. Apore State, Trosa, is a small town located in the southwest. This city is plagued by poverty and chaos, overrun by various gangs, and in close proximity to Colombia, resulting in a significant influx of narcotics. Although Apure has become a part of the Republic of Suriname, the reach of the national government has not extended to this area, leaving its inhabitants in profound suffering. Recently, however, the followers of the Sun God, in their prayers, received a response. "Yixing, long time no see." Wu Shixuan exclaimed as he enveloped Zhang Yixing in a warm embrace. In the Grand Hall, Fenglong and his companions conversed with Bai Lin and others about recent events and Dragon's plans for Bai Lin and the rest, which involved traveling to the Kanjiang Empire to rendezvous with Guofan and others for a year of training in the Beast Mountain Range. From the crevice of time and space, he gazed outside, where only a fleeting moment had passed. Yet everyone remained engulfed in the shock of the death of the Valley Master of Wuxian Valley. Slowly, Dragon raised his blood azure sword, its blade glinting as he thrust it fiercely towards Kuei-Shing. The length of the blood azure exceeded that of the battle knife wielded by Kuei-Shing. We shall take our leave now. Jin Junmian politely bowed to the principal before departing with the others from the principal's office. To shield his senses was somewhat troublesome, but Jin Danjinren had reached an extraordinary level of control over his body, grasping the necessary actions with minimal effort. Upon hearing her aunt's words and catching the enticing aroma of cooking, Mei Luiyue instinctively felt hunger. At this moment, her physique had grown significantly since her arrival. In the Fox clan, one reaches adulthood at 500 years, and now, Mei Luiyue was 260 years old. Watching the devoted Go Dan, I felt a profound sense of gratitude. In my previous life, I was an only child, and I never expected to encounter such a wonderful brother in this life. Although the allure of magical artifacts requiring thousands of battle merits was tempting, it was the cultivation methods that could truly enhance the overall strength of the sect. With the recent turmoil in Changbai Mountain, the Special Operations Bureau was certainly not unaware of the situation. Thus, as the Dao Alliance arrived to address the issue, they promptly followed suit. After giving birth to Qianhong, the unburdened fifth Ziyue, through her accumulation of strength, made remarkable progress in martial arts and successfully ascended to the realm of martial saint. After a busy day, she finally settled the grandfather and grandson duo and instructed the household servants to guard the entrance while summoning several stewards to the main hall to discuss strategies. The furniture and tea sets in this place were evidently just cleaned, while areas further away remained covered in dust. Asha, recognizing Amon's keen intellect, was puzzled by her unwavering insistence on the wedding garment. Uncertain of her master's intentions, she wondered if Amon's continued protests would result in her abandoning the situation altogether, prompting her to gently persuade Amon's in hopes that the wedding would proceed as planned. Jiang Ziyun's hand tightened in a firm grip. Shun Jindong, enamored with Tao Xinran, was naturally willing to sacrifice everything for her. It was impossible to directly send troops to support the Qingqiu kingdom, not to mention whether the feudal army possesses such strength. Even if they were to mobilize, it would require the acquiescence of the Qingqiu kingdom. At this moment, they had arrived at the location where Chief Fu-wei had just engaged in combat with Wen Xianyun. As they circumvented the artificial hill, Chief Fu-wei's keen eyes spotted several shards of porcelain nearby, remnants of the wine jug that Ouyang Yuanshui had recently shattered. She attempted to rise, but as she moved her hand, the position beneath it seemed to respond, pulsating in unison. Enough, this matter no longer concerns you. No one will trouble you again. Rest assured and return to sleep, Wang Sudong stated before stepping to the roadside to hail a taxi and head home. The primary manifestation of spiritual energy transformation represents the most potent attack of every spirit controller, known as the primary spirit form or simply the main spirit. Chapter 144, Offspring. Wanda did not immediately acquiesce to Carl. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon her. Should the Sun God sect be established as the state religion, the nation would transition into a theocratic state, embarking on a radically different path. Carl remained unhurried, methodically cultivating followers, while directing his attention to Emma, who was now over 9 months pregnant and nearing her due date. Emma had been residing in the Hunter's base, which had expanded continuously, leading to an increase in its area. The close proximity of their actions suggested that Yin Jiguang was indeed with Shenhui. A visibly dark brown energy coalesced in the empty sleeve, erupting with an unstoppable force. Lu Yi bowed in gratitude, contemplating that once he eradicated the king of Chu, the merits he would amass could be sufficient to implore the national guardians for the healing of Xiexiong, perhaps even earning him some treasures as a reward. Following Tang Muqing's unfortunate incident, Wei Nanzhong's immediate reaction was to bolster security for Wei Beibei. However, events unfolded in an unforeseen manner. The bouquet seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, flying towards Tang Miaoyu. This was due to a severe shortage of raw materials. With seafood farms being limited in number and their output essentially fixed, all manufacturers were striving to procure resources, inevitably resulting in a scarcity of supply. The sinister bone that trailed behind began to expand its remarkably hard cranium rapidly, with soul flames raging as if gestating something terrifying. Surrounding students were already in tears, with those saved collapsing to the side, weeping inconsolably. Yet, the organization would be aware of her thoughts regarding the listening device she had hidden. She wished she could receive its signals as well. I turned to glance at her. From her words, it seemed she too was puzzled by her affection for me. Could this be the fabled mutual attraction that blossoms over time? The opposing group, upon witnessing the incoming grenade, swiftly dove aside to evade the impending explosion. Naturally, in the jungle, the blast would be somewhat mitigated. However, Wang Nanbei's intent was not merely to inflict harm with the grenade, but to compel the adversary out from their concealed position. The canal was bustling with vessels, and as long as one was not drowned on the spot, they could cling to anything floating and wait for the subsequent ships to rescue them. Fortunately, there were now abundantly produced potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes, complemented by an array of vegetables and fruits, ensuring that one could still fill their stomachs. After finishing breakfast, the two exited through the main gate, with Gu Qingyun trailing behind Feng Rinshao, who finally spoke as Gu helped him onto the carriage. The day after, Mr. Yi, accompanied by the disciple of Xie, visited the governor's office, and upon his return, he shut himself away from guests, only permitting his students to submit essays for his critique, rarely venturing out, instead conferring with Xie and he Gu on matters within the confines of his residence. Meanwhile, the conspicuous presence of the weapons and the identity of the assassins who had attacked the king led to the swift establishment of charges against Xiao Hong for other crimes. Qi Yao's words moved many common folk to tears, as most households had a son serving in the military to protect their homeland, and feelings of guilt and respect were widely felt. The two made their way back to the residence, where Princess Xingyang dismissed her maids, leading Lu Ning to speculate that there were matters of importance to discuss. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I am well, though I feel utterly weak and my mind is muddled, as if I can never get enough sleep, Feng Ling said weakly, raising her eyes with an unusually pale complexion. Report to the commander and deputy commander. We have arrived. Daruli halted at the entrance of another cave, regardless of which side emerged victorious. A new hegemon would be born over the Pacific. Could this be what the British Empire desired? Not only must vigilance be maintained against Huaxia, but also against the United States. I suggest deploying 2 fleets, one in the South China Sea and the other in the North Atlantic, to observe the developments, Churchill proposed. Take a day off, Caven. I've written 1,300 words, but am not satisfied. The latter part is a bit chaotic. Allow me to contemplate further. Chapter 145, Magneto's Decision. In the north of Galagas, El Avila National Park, sunlight filtered through the dense forest, leaving bright spots, while streams meandered through the mountains. 2 figures climbed along the rugged path until they reached the summit. The scenery here was splendid. Magneto pointed towards the distant town, saying, "From here, one can see most of the sights of Galagas." This mountain stood as the highest peak near Galagas, soaring over 1,200 meters above sea level. Su Wu Jiao gazed intently at Jun Yin and Zhuo Qinglian. Her initially clear eyes began to blur, and drops of white tears cascaded down, drifting towards Jun Yin and his companion. Wang Dong was already seated in his usual spot, setting up the chessboard, and the moment Qin Yang entered the playground, Wang Dong had already noticed him. In Taoism, the 3 realms true fire is a renowned supernatural ability, often listed among the finest in various texts and familial teachings. Wow. Big shot. Isn't this a bit excessive? I merely seek fairness and justice. I haven't uttered any outrageous demands, have I? Chun Hao witnessed the brief yet spectacular duel between the black cat and the blue butterfly, broadening his horizons and alleviating some of his frustration, as he grew curious about which was stronger, the rooster or the black cat. Subsequently, various peculiar discussions emerged, such as the notion that Yang and Su's first wife would rather perish than allow anyone to share her husband's affection for her, leading to a transformation of love into hatred. Presently, upon encountering Chun Hao, Wu Yu believes that this truly skilled master might lend a helping hand. This girl is indeed stubborn. However, no matter how obstinate she may be, I am determined to alter her perspective and gain her acceptance. This is my duty and my promise, Jun Yin silently declared in his heart. Li Mo had been assisting Nan Gong Hao in the Elven Forest for several days before hastily returning to Black Star City with Luo Luo. As their bodies gradually descended at a steady pace, the surroundings grew increasingly dark. The slight illumination brought about by their intrusion, which had allowed them to faintly discern their fingers, was now extinguished, rendering them in a state of utter darkness. If you dare to take another reckless shot, I shall bite you to death, Nangong Yuhuang resolutely thought, snapping at Lu Fan's shoulder. Jiang Ning, hunched over, was tidying up the mess in the room, rolling a tissue in her hand to wipe the coffee table. Do not rush, Emoli softly replied, as the two of them decided to engage in rigorous training upon their arrival in this realm. You are playing with the birds. Hurry and put on your clothes. Qin Luoxian's face flushed crimson, her heart racing. The audacity of this old lecher was truly overwhelming. After all, she had now been reduced to a mere exiled criminal, unable to even contemplate achieving great ambitions. let alone ensure her own survival. In that case, please kneel and accept the elixir, Elder Zhu. Ao Hong in the dragon carriage looked down with an air of arrogance, as if, in his eyes, the so-called divine generals were nothing more than insignificant insects. Chen Shua was uncertain whether his words were meant for Ji Helen or merely for himself. Suddenly, she felt that everything she did was worthwhile. As long as her parents remained healthy by her side, everything was worth it. However, just as Zhou Pa clenched her fist, Tang Wan raised her tablet, upon which was inscribed, "At that moment, Adrian was utterly incapable of stopping the rapidly accelerating LeBron, who merely thrust forward and subsequently executed a powerful dunk beneath the basket." By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky. The ghost ship sped forward, drawing near to Butterfly Island, which was ablaze with lights, exuding an air of tranquility. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, all regarding Chu Xian with expressions of disbelief. Yet, everyone knew that Chu Xian was no madman. He was, in fact, a sage who transcended all others. Thus, if he truly believed that this was the best course of action, then it was indeed so. Not far away, that building housed the gathering place of the Angel Alliance. Under the interference of several psychics, Jean Lan was utterly unable to glean any information from within. In other words, 0 Point could not strike within. I apologize. I simply cannot write any longer. Today I have penned over 1,000 words, and I am utterly spent. This book grows increasingly tedious, subscriptions are dwindling, and an ever-growing number of friends are abandoning it. Recently, I became acutely aware of the issues at hand and engaged in discussions with others. Subsequently, I attempted to craft several segments of the narrative from various perspectives, yet none proved satisfactory, particularly the emotional arcs, which fell flat. In truth, after the 60th chapter, the story began to unravel. At that juncture, there were 9,000 bookmarks and 3,000 ongoing readers, but as the collection grew to 12,000, the number of active readers plummeted to just over 2,000. I sought to identify the reasons behind this decline, which I found to be fourfold. Firstly, the romantic subplot was prematurely established and overly convoluted. Pivotal moments such as the confirmation of relationships, breakups, and unexpected pregnancies led many readers to abandon the story. I deeply regret this, as I now possess clearer ideas, yet it is too late for alterations. Secondly, I eliminated too many characters from the original work, resulting in an intense escalation of conflicts that could have been alleviated. The absence of subplots has rendered the narrative rather dull, devoid of meaningful interactions. Thirdly, the protagonist's overwhelming strength has overshadowed the story. Although it is a comic adaptation featuring numerous formidable characters, the protagonist often appears invincible. I should have focused on the unseen antagonists, explored the multiverse, or delved into the nuances of daily life, but I have clearly veered off course. Lastly, my lack of preparation and insufficient genre writing skills contributed to the shortcomings. The main storyline, which revolves around significant events, nation-building, and ascension to divinity, has been poorly executed. The portrayal of nation-building is subpar, and the concept of divinity lacks depth. Researching for this book has become burdensome, and I sense that certain details do not pique the interest of readers. Writing this book has been a painful endeavor, and I currently lack the vision to render it engaging. Thus, I have decided to bring it to a close. I sincerely apologize for wasting everyone's time and resources, and I express my heartfelt regrets to the editor who has tirelessly assisted in managing various issues and provided ample recommendations, only to see the work result in this manner.